Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Chaotic Azure Lotus. In the realm of Douluo Continent, within the Royal Tiando Empire, lies the prestigious seven-treasure glazed tile school. A magnificent edifice, constructed of white walls, stands tall, adorned with resplendent gemstones that sparkle in abundance. Within this opulent and vast hall, a sudden flash of vibrant light flickers and then vanishes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the medicinal fields of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a supplementary check-in card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have attained innate full soul power. Before us is a youthful boy, approximately 5 or 6 years of age. His skin is a healthy shade of wheat, and his short black hair appears quite neat. Though clad in simple garments, they are nonetheless clean. He inhales deeply through his nose and exhales slowly through his mouth. Ah! The boy lets out a soft sigh, his expression reflecting a surprise that belies his tender age. He murmurs to himself, "The rewards for my first check-in are truly abundant." The boy harbors a secret unknown to others. He is a traveler from another world. Coincidentally, his previous name was also Jiang Chuan. After his village was devastated by the aftermath of a Soul Master's battle, the seven-treasure glazed tile school rescued him and brought him back to their fold, enrolling him. Among their disciples at the age of 6, the school summoned Soul Masters to assist the newly initiated disciples in awakening their martial spirits, only to discover that Jiang Chuan possessed a useless martial spirit and was devoid of soul power. This effectively signified that he would be unable to join the ranks of Soul Masters in this lifetime. Ultimately, due to his familiarity with the Douluo Continent, he was assigned to the medicinal fields of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. At this very moment, Jiang Chuan has obtained a divine check-in system. As long as he continues to check in, he shall grow stronger. A warm current flows through him, as if a force has unlocked all the shackles within his being. With the absence of a useless martial spirit, and armed with the philosophy that only the Soul Master is truly worthless, he, now imbued with full soul power, can finally embark on his path of cultivation. Jiang Chuan, remember to plant the nether grass. An elder beckons to him. This is Lao, the caretaker of the medicinal fields of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Observing Jiang Chuan's intelligence and his profound understanding of medicinal herbs at such a young age, he willingly accepted him as a disciple. Turning back, he adds, "That is a highly toxic substance. Be sure to avoid any contact with it." Jiang Chuan nods slightly, indicating his understanding. Ding. Would you like to activate the first day gift package? The abrupt voice echoes in his mind once more. His eyes brighten with intrigue. Having attained innate full soul power just from checking in, the prospect of the first day gift package piques his curiosity immensely. Jiang Chuan resolutely declares, "Open it." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained level 1 soul power, currently unusable. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained level 2 soul power, currently unusable. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the most powerful auxiliary martial spirit, the Chaotic Azure Lotus. Upon reading the notification, Jiang Chuan swallows hard. Suddenly, a vibrant green azure lotus materializes in his hand. Floating intermittently, it radiated a shimmering brilliance that, in an instant, a life force as tumultuous as mountains and seas engulfed the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Hundreds of disciples gazed upward, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Ning Rongrong set aside his current endeavors, his gaze drawn to the window, his countenance momentarily taken aback. Even the quarreling Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo paused, their spirits jolted, both turning to observe the tumultuous skies above my heavens. Is this the vitality emanating from a martial spirit? Lying in bed in a lace blue gown, Ning Rongrong murmured with her pale lips, her gaze fixed upon the lotus in the sky. She firmly believed that even the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda could not rival the martial spirit of the other. Towards the direction of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the girl clad in a deep blue robe suddenly turned her attention to the window, her smile faltering abruptly. Cradling the translucent nine-heart sea cherry in her hands, she could not help but pale in comparison as a stunning woman strolled leisurely out, sighing. It seems that the seven-treasure glazed tile school has a promising successor. Under the veil of the system, the seven-treasure glazed tile school remained unaware that it was Jiang Chuan. The latter, in complete ignorance of the upheaval outside, displayed a look of confusion. In Jiang Chuan's understanding, there was no concept of a chaotic blue lotus in Douluo Continent. Even if it were a mutated martial spirit, such a phenomenon did not exist. It was highly probable that the reward from the system were all-encompassing. One could only fear the rewards that might emerge in the future would be even more extraordinary. Upon this thought, a glimmer of longing appeared in his eyes. His gaze then fell upon the chaotic blue lotus in his left hand. It was not necessary to acquire a soul ring to manifest the abilities of a martial spirit. Jiang Chuan calmed his mind and concentrated, seeking to understand the capabilities of the martial spirit through the chaotic blue lotus. After a mutual resonance, he expressed, "The chaotic blue lotus is truly terrifying. It can actually disregard any injury and heal." With a lingering sense of astonishment, Jiang Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Did this not imply that even a strike from a deity could be healed, provided his soul power was sufficient? Jiang Chuan intended to conduct a test. His gaze swept across, discovering only a seed of the nether grass. The seven-treasure glazed tile school, after all, did not possess the extensive resources of the Douluo family. Unlike those rare, tangled ice grass or heartbreak red, they lacked even the seeds, let alone the means to cultivate them. Yet, the nether grass still possessed significant deterrent power for ordinary soul masters. Those who touched it would be corroded by its poisonous gas that, in merely 10 seconds, it could lead to the demise of a great soul master. However, Jiang Chuan bent down and casually picked it up. Instantly, a terrifying corrosive force surged through his right arm, turning half his body to gray and forming countless fissures, as if a gentle breeze could tear it apart. Chaotic blue lotus. He summoned his soul power, and the chaotic blue lotus in his left hand shimmered brilliantly. With a resonant hum, the emerald green lotus bloomed, releasing vibrant vitality that immediately healed the corrosive effects of the nether grass, revitalizing Jiang Chuan's right arm as if it now possessed a restorative effect. To his astonishment, a captivating fragrance of azure lotus wafted into his nostrils, causing a sudden jolt in his mind. At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This, Jiang Chuan marveled inwardly. The consumption of soul power is exceedingly rapid. Without further hesitation, he delved into the soil and planted the nether flower, finally adding fertilizer and a generous amount of water. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow darted forth. Old Liao, sensing an immense life force, alertly dashed out of the room, only to be taken aback by the sight of Jiang Chuan planting the nether grass with his bare hands. He was about to shout, but was instantly choked by his own words that his astonishment. Jiang Chuan's right arm was intact, and there was no sign of any abnormality on his face. There was not a hint of corrosion whatsoever. What's going on? Old Liao was left speechless. The healing effect is truly beyond belief, disregarding any wounds, though it consumes a considerable amount of soul power. Jiang Chuan assessed. Auxiliary soul masters are typically singular in function, with limited enhancements. Yet the chaotic azure lotus is different. It restores completely, which is remarkably terrifying. He then spoke slowly. Different injuries draw varying amounts of soul power from the chaotic azure lotus. It is no wonder. If uniform soul power were to be applied to all wounds, it would indeed defy the laws of Douluo. Chapter 2. Random check-in point. Title: Douluo Injury. To touch the nether grass without harm? That is indeed rare. What have you practiced? Clad in a black robe, Old Liao approached the doorway, scrutinizing Jiang Chuan with a discerning gaze. However, he soon furrowed his brow. The soul power was thin, and his bone age was still insufficient. He shook his head slightly, realizing that it would be difficult for him to step into the realm of soul masters in this lifetime. Little did he know that Jiang Chuan had already possessed the exceedingly rare innate full soul power of the entire Douluo Continent. Just now, the soul power converged swiftly. I assumed it was due to a certain martial soul, but upon reflection, I must have been mistaken. He sighed deeply and addressed Jiang Chuan. Do not plant the nether grass if it lacks medicinal properties. May I ask, did you notice anything unusual just now? Seeing Old Liao approach, Jiang Chuan replied truthfully, no. Regarding the phenomenon produced by the chaotic azure lotus, he was indeed unaware, being the party involved. The latter nodded. Buzz, two clear sounds resonated. A white and a yellow soul ring appeared, swirling down from Old Liao's head, hovering around his waist and exuding immense soul power. The aura emanating from him gradually intensified, imposing an inexplicable pressure on Jiang Chuan. However, the chaotic azure lotus within him fluttered, effortlessly dissipating this oppressive force. I must report the anomaly to the sect leader and deliver healing herbs to the young princess. Hence I will be gone for a while. Old Liao spoke nonchalantly. Suddenly, a vividly lifelike brown monkey appeared behind him, scratching its head and fiercely screeching towards Jiang Chuan. In an instant, the brown monkey's eyes reflected a blue lotus, startling it to the core, causing the soul rings on Liao's body to waver uncontrollably. The latter sensed the anomaly, mistakenly attributing it to a malfunction in his own soul power, and without further thought, leapt into the air, scattering a flurry of leaves that floated midair, swiftly vanishing from sight. Is this the beast martial soul? It appears rather feeble. Jiang Chuan mused, stroking his chin that in the world of Douluo, there existed only two types of martial souls, weapon and beast martial souls. Each possessed its own merits when compared to the other. Regardless, he had been granted another chance, and he was determined to strive for strength. Moreover, upon reaching the 100th level, he would be able to seek the divine abode, thus ascending to godhood and attaining eternal life. What a delightful prospect. Time to cultivate. With that, Jiang Chuan did not linger. Resuming his training, he returned to his solitary wooden cabin, sipped a bowl of rice porridge, and nibbled on some pickled radish before settling cross-legged on his bed, focusing his mind. Immediately, a trickle of soul power coursed through his limbs, nourishing his empty body and invigorating his spirit. Half a month passed in this manner. Excellent. My body has fully adapted to the innate full soul power, Jiang Chuan declared confidently, cracking his right fist with a satisfying sound. The immediate task is to swiftly find a soul ring for the chaotic blue lotus. Jiang Chuan pondered, his eyes gleaming with determination. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to check in for the day. System, check in. He commanded. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a supplementary check-in card. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 1 to strength available for use. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 1 to speed available for use. In recent days, the reward from his check-ins had been consistently beneficial to his physique. If one were to check in at the same location repeatedly, the rewards would diminish. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a 6-month soul ring duration not applicable, as you do not possess a soul ring. Seeing the notification, Jiang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Then, joy surged within him, and he wore an expression of disbelief. Did this not imply that even if he acquired a 10-year soul ring, as long as he continued to check in, he could potentially extend the soul ring's duration to 10,000 or even 100,000 years? If the system were sufficiently robust, achieving a million-year divine ring would not be beyond reach. However, Jiang Chuan certainly had no intention of obtaining a 10-year soul ring, for it was unnecessary. The prospect of extending the soul ring's duration ignited his aspirations for the future. After such an extended period of cultivation, hunger struck him. He spent half an hour tidying his room, feasting on 3 chicken legs, 2 steamed buns, and a cup of fragrant tea. With a long yawn, he reclined on his bed and drifted into slumber, only to awaken slowly the following morning. Beep. Random check-in task triggered. Check-in at the bedroom of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School's Little Witch, distributing random rewards. Upon seeing the check-in prompt, Jiang Chuan instantly regained his alertness. Wasn't the Little Witch none other than Ning Rongrong? Without much hesitation, he promptly made his way to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, eager to discover the rewards that the random sign-in might yield. Not far off, he observed the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo engaged in a heated argument. Yet you cannot guarantee Rongrong's safety even after hunting a century-old soul ring? And you call yourself a titled Douluo? How dare you? Old Bone was merely caught off guard. Who could have anticipated that Rongrong would recklessly venture forth? In a moment of unpreparedness, I found myself engaged in a fierce battle with an 80,000-year-old beast and sustained injuries in the process. I barely escaped. I'm already filled with self-reproach. Must you stand there and criticize me? The 2 titled Douluos argued fervently, their faces flushed with emotion. Ning Fengji paced back and forth, his expression troubled, occasionally exhaling deep sighs and tapping the ground with his crystal staff. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, please cease your quarrel, he interjected impatiently. At his words, the 2 men finally fell silent. Observing this, Jiang Chuan experienced a moment of clarity. He had not anticipated that Ning Rongrong harbored such a dark past. At this juncture, there appeared to be no alternative but to enter boldly. Master Ning, may I have a try? Jiang Chuan stepped closer to the trio, offering his services. The random sign-in was time-sensitive. He candidly informed them. You are the disciple responsible for guarding the medicinal fields of the Glazed Tile School? Ning Fengji expressed skepticism. He had noted the young man's remarkable intellect during their previous encounter in the Grand Hall. Unfortunately, he possessed a useless martial soul and lacked soul power, leading to diminished interest thereafter. Jiang Chuan added, Indeed, I possess a method to assist the little princess. Sword Douluo scrutinized Jiang Chuan and retorted, Do not speak nonsense. The little princess does not require your treatment. Out of goodwill, I shall grant you 30 gold soul coins and now depart. Jiang Chuan understood well that the little princess was regarded as a precious gem in their eyes. They would never relinquish her to a stranger without compelling reasons. He had to sway the three of them. Master Ning, my useless martial soul has undergone a mutation and possesses healing properties, Jiang Chuan asserted earnestly. He spoke the truth. His once useless martial soul had indeed transformed due to the system. The chaotic cleansing lotus also held healing capabilities. While the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School was renowned for having the strongest supporting martial souls, they were incapable of healing ailments, which was precisely why Ning Fengji was apprehensive. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's claim, his eyes lit up with interest in mutated martial soul. The three spoke in unison, their gazes fixed intently on Jiang Chuan. If what you say is true, then let us test it on me first. Sword Douluo opened his robe, revealing a deep, jagged wound. Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji exclaimed in alarm. Someone assist Uncle Jian back. Old man, you're truly injured? At your age? Douluo remarked, his lips twitching. The latter shot him a glare, disregarding the two, and turned his attention back to Jiang Chuan, resolute. Let's proceed. Chapter 3. The Glazed Princess, an old friend reunited. You need not restore me to full health. Merely demonstrating the efficacy of your treatment will suffice, Douluo explained. Jiang Chuan nodded. If he were to utilize the Chaos Qinglian to heal his opponent, his soul power would undoubtedly be insufficient. He was not foolish enough to reveal his martial soul instead. He infused a glimmer of green light into Douluo's bloodied wound. Buzz! An astonishing scene unfolded as the wound experienced substantial healing, with the toxins within visibly diminishing. It is worth noting that Douluo had been injured by an 80-year-old beaching snake, and the venom would typically require a considerable amount of time to dissipate. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan managed to eliminate a tenth of it with ease. Perhaps he could indeed save Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji, being exceptionally astute, could easily discern the intricacies reflected on Douluo's face. Thus, he regarded Jiang Chuan with a composed yet discerning gaze, finding him somewhat inscrutable. Douluo, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you a congenital, full soul power?" For powerful beings like them, a mere glance was sufficient to perceive Jiang Chuan's soul power. How could the Grand Hall test result in such a revelation? You clearly possess no soul power. Ning Fengji was taken aback. Full soul power? Even Rongrong has only reached level 7. The Douluo was visibly unsettled. It is not merely the strength of innate full soul power that is noteworthy, but rather its rarity across the entire Douluo Continent. Otherwise, it would not warrant the attention of titled Douluo level experts. Perhaps this is due to the mutation of the martial soul. Jiang Chuan offered a vague response, suggesting that one should give it a try. Sword Douluo, with a calm and focused demeanor, believed that even if the endeavor did not yield success, it would not bring any harm to Rongrong. Dear young brother, I implore you to do your utmost. Ning Fengji altered his address and assured Jiang Chuan that all matters could be discussed after the treatment concluded. Without further delay, Jiang Chuan stepped into the Grand Hall under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A titled Douluo, undeniably formidable, could still reach their blind spots and would seek assistance from others. It was akin to how the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School sought to acquire Yu Xiaogan's divine steed from Tang San. Upon arriving at a striking blue door, it was evident that this must be the chamber of the little witch, and he pushed the door open without hesitation, only to find Ning Rongrong looking quite unwell. System. Check-in. Ding. Checked into the chamber of the little witch of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School. Random. Task completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Xianyu hand. A faint smile curved at the corners of Jiang Chuan's lips. This was indeed the ultimate skill of the Tang sect. With relentless cultivation, even the most lethal poisons, such as the Yama's letter, could be grasped within one's palm. This journey was not in vain. Who are you? Upon turning his gaze, he found a frail little sorceress propped up, her eyes filled with confusion as they met Jiang Chuan's. This condition was indicative of an injury inflicted by the Mandala serpent. Jiang Chuan remarked nonchalantly, "If you wish for my assistance, you must exchange it for the Wuhuan temple token." How could you possibly know? I was bitten by the Mandala snake, came the retort. Jiang Chuan spoke lightly. Yet upon witnessing the unwavering confidence of the other party, she bit her lip. Very well, the Wuhuan temple token it is, deal. However, should you fail to heal me and continue to jest at my expense, I shall retaliate with deadly force. In the face of the little demoness threat, Jiang Chuan merely chuckled, confident that once he treated her, her bravado would diminish. In the next moment, a surge of verdant energy pierced her brow, eliciting a pained cry from her. Beads of sweat cascaded down her face as she cast a pleading glance toward Jiang Chuan. Subsequently, the toxins within her body dissipated entirely, leaving her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The little demoness exclaimed in astonishment, "I've recovered. I remember now. You were the one with the discarded Wuhuan, Jiang Chuan? Do not forget your promise." Jiang Chuan replied with a playful smile. If he were to approach Ning Fengji for the token, he would certainly face suspicion. Thus, directly asking the little demoness was far more convenient. Once the healing was complete, he turned to leave, only to encounter Ning Fengji at the door. The three of them hastily made their way into the Great Hall to visit Ning Rongrong. Yet, Jiang Chuan chose to remain silent on the matter. At present, he required a soul ring, setting his sights on a century-old crimson blood pangolin. Such a creature is exceedingly rare. While defensive capabilities are modest, its defensive prowess is formidable. Most importantly, it possesses an innate ability to diminish the resolve of adversaries while bolstering its own, making it perfectly suited to fulfill his requirements for a soul ring. Returning to the medicinal fields to continue his cultivation, Jiang Chuan also engaged in multiple sign-ins during this period. The likelihood of encountering soul rings of various ages was notably high, yet they were typically short-lived. Most range from 1 to 2 months, with rarities extending beyond a year. One must understand that soul rings often span hundreds of years. Nevertheless, the accumulation of smaller durations can lead to significant progress. To date, he has amassed over 3 years' worth of soul ring durations. Not far away, on a hillside, a striking figure emerged. "This must be the place," exclaimed a young girl clad in a lace-trimmed blue robe, her slender hands resting on her waist as she pouted defiantly. On that day, after having the Mandala toxins purged from her system, she entered seclusion, ultimately breaking through to the 12th level of Soul Master. Upon emerging, she sought out this location. At this moment, she spotted a youth seated cross-legged upon a bed. Approaching him, she could not help but exclaim, "Hey, so you were here, Jiang Chuan." At the sound of her voice, Jiang Chuan turned to look, discovering a girl of exquisite beauty, her figure perfectly proportioned, with her hands resting on her hips. She appeared pure and flawless. Instantly, memories of her identity flooded his mind. Seeing Jiang Chuan mesmerized, Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, a playful smirk gracing her lips. As her intentions were, in truth, well calculated. The little demoness inquired, "What exactly is your Wuhuan? Furthermore, my father has mentioned extending an invitation to you for a visit to the Great Hall as a gesture of gratitude. By the way, what level have you reached?" Jiang Chuan did not respond, but instead posed a question in return. The latter nodded slightly, revealing her proud yet snow-white neck, and with a soft chuckle remarked, "A rank 12 soul master." In that instant, a resonating hum echoed through the air. A yellow soul ring emerged above Ning Rongrong's forehead, descending gracefully to encircle her waist, enveloping her in a captivating essence of life that was almost intoxicating. Her demeanor underwent a profound transformation. However, in comparison to the chaotic azure lotus aura, it still fell woefully short. Can a mere firefly ever hope to rival the brilliance of the full moon? Witnessing her unwavering confidence in this moment was truly remarkable. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but recall the amusing sight of her testing her martial soul at Shrek Academy, where she faced numerous disappointments. This was a century-old soul beast that Grandfather Jian had helped me hunt, originating from the Stardow Forest, with its first soul skill being a power amplification. Upon finishing her words, the soul ring concealed itself beneath her soul power. The latter sighed, realizing how fortunate it was to have a formidable ally in the hunt for soul beasts. Simultaneously, she reflected on the innocence of childhood. A soul master's soul skills should not be disclosed lightly, except to those they trust implicitly. Individuals like Ning Rongrong were indeed a rarity. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts, as they were beyond his concerns. "What about the Spirit Hall token I mentioned earlier? What was it you advised me to do?" "Of course, it is to venture into the soul hunting forest." "You intend to go to such a place? Have you been there before?" Jiang Chuan inquired. The paths of soul masters are diverse. Some prefer to grapple with soul beasts in search of the most extreme trials, which is primarily aimed at battle soul masters. Support-type soul masters also exist, though they are few, exemplified by the eager to become stronger Oscar. Chapter 4. The Homeward-Bound Hunting Path. A true master is needed at one's back. I have never ventured there. Do you wish to undergo trials there? Ning Rongrong asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. Is it possible that Jiang Chuan is willing to take such risks for the sake of trials? It could be construed that way. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's leisurely reply, Ning Rongrong grew somewhat impatient, disliking such rhetoric. She then pressed on. While the soul hunting forest indeed nurtures soul beasts, the number of fatalities that occur each year is not insignificant. Does that little princess dare to go? Jiang Chuan remained unhurried as ever. What does the little sorceress dread the most? Undoubtedly, it is provocation. He cannot possibly leave in silence, bearing the emblem of the Spirit Hall. However, with the little sorceress in the lead, his actions appeared entirely justified. What nonsense is this? The little sorceress proudly puffed out her chest and gazed intently at Jiang Chuan, declaring, "I have engaged in extensive mimicry training." Jiang Chuan anticipated the other's reaction. "However, I can unequivocally inform you that, without proper training, entering the soul-hunting forest is a perilous endeavor, fraught with peril. Just as I seek a diversion outside, why not accompany you on this escapade?" Ning Rongrong displayed a cruel smile, proclaiming that if one fails to keep pace with her, they would be torn apart by soul beasts. There was no need for further discussion. In her heart, Jiang Chuan's demise had already been sealed. The chasm between a first-ring soul master and another soul master is akin to the gap between heaven and earth, particularly in terms of physical endurance. After countless simulations, Ning Rongrong's stamina rivaled that of battle soul masters, showcasing her remarkable prowess. "Very well," Jiang Chuan replied. It was indeed commonplace for a little princess to flee from home. As she gradually departed, they agreed to reconvene in 2 days, during which she would pilfer her father's Spirit Hall token, inviting him to the soul-hunting forest. However, he must prepare sustenance and serve as her follower. The young princess, with her noble disposition, naturally sought to assert dominance, declaring that all must adhere to her directives. Jiang Chuan outwardly acquiesced, yet internally weighed the consequences. Complying with her plans could lead to his immediate demise. In such a dire situation, he would be liberated from all constraints. Upon returning to his solitary cabin, he signed in at the medicinal field of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully signed in at the medicinal field of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a supplementary sign-in card. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained a power increase of 2. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a level 5 soul power card, duration 3 minutes. This was indeed a novelty that captivated Jiang Chuan's attention. The soul power card, impervious to any limitations, could enhance his soul power for a brief period. Once the duration expired, the soul power would vanish. Jiang Chuan pondered deeply. The level of soul power determines the strength of a soul master. This was no jest. A mere difference of 1 level in soul power could utterly crush an opponent. It was rare to witness someone like Tang San surpassing levels. With the prior level 5 soul power, combined with this temporary level 5 enhancement, it indicated that upon acquiring a soul ring, he could instantly possess the strength of a 20-level great soul master. Indeed, entering the soul-hunting forest now seemed assured, Jiang Chuan concluded. Furthermore, although he was an auxiliary soul master, the recent gains in power and speed had been significant. His formerly frail physique had now become robust, and his agility was exceptional. He might just be able to contend with a century-old soul beast. A flash of insight sparked in his mind, alerting him once again. He firmly believed this was no mere illusion. There must be someone spying on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The likelihood of it being a soul beast is rather slim. It is indeed possible that individuals from the Spirit Hall are involved. Alternatively, it could be the evil spirit cult. However, this organization is said to have been established only after a millennium, bearing the formidable name of Evil Spirit Master. They are known to utilize the blood of soul beasts to concoct potions that rapidly enhance one's soul power, swiftly cultivating a cohort of formidable soul masters. Such soul masters lack a solid foundation, yet their fates are of little concern to Jiang Chuan, who is disinterested in delving deeper into the matter. His sole aspiration is to tread the path of the mighty, seeking to ascend to true divinity through the gods. After a prolonged period of cultivation, Jiang Chuan found himself somewhat fatigued, having slept for 2 consecutive days. The following morning, the sky remained shrouded in a hazy mist. A refreshing autumn breeze swept through, penetrating to the depths of his heart. Lao Liao had departed and had yet to return. Jiang Chuan swiftly packed his belongings and arrived punctually at the entrance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. There, he beheld Ning Rongrong, adorned in a lace-trimmed blue outfit, with her arms crossed and a triumphant expression gracing her face. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come," she exclaimed, a hint of audacity in her voice. Ning Rongrong, not pausing to contemplate, urged, "Let us go." Jiang Chuan shot her an exasperated glance. "What do you expect? Will we wait for an eternity?" He added, "Just around this corner, a carriage will be waiting for us." It was amusing that the little princess had run away so many times, yet possessed not a shred of experience. The only advantage of working at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was the ample soul coins one could earn, Renting a carriage was more than feasible, and he had arranged it all the previous day. Meanwhile, she looked utterly perplexed and asked, "What does an eternity even mean?" Jiang Chuan remained silent, gesturing for his companion to follow. As they turned a corner, they indeed spotted a luxurious carriage, and after a brief exchange with the coachman, who nodded and beckoned them to board, he cracked the whip over the horse's back. The trio promptly set off towards the soul-hunting forest, observing Ning Rongrong seated across from him, her delicate fists clenched and her small face betraying her anxiety. Jiang Chuan could not help but smile silently. "Are you afraid?" "Who is afraid?" he teased playfully. Ning Rongrong coldly retorted. Yet, she was acutely aware that while managing the periphery of the soul-hunting forest was already a daunting task, venturing deeper would ensnare her further. Jiang Chuan's demeanor clearly suggested recklessness, but she could not afford to be in peril. In a moment of crisis, abandoning him to escape alone would not be an unwise strategy. Contemplating this, a modicum of solace washed over her. Having lived 2 lives, she was not oblivious to his thoughts. Today, he had deliberately preserved the opportunity for a sign-in, intending to register at the soul-hunting forest in hopes of a delightful surprise. Logically, there should be a chance to acquire a soul ring. The journey was marked by silence until they reached the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, where a cacophony of voices erupted around them. "Let us form a team. Entering the soul-hunting forest is perilous. We only need 10 gold coins," shouted one voice. "Brother, when forming a team, look for trustworthy companions. I just saw them. They are a band of swindlers. We 3 are all second-ring soul masters, absolutely reliable. Our team includes a soul king. We are more than capable of entering the soul-hunting forest, and 50 gold coins is quite a bargain. Please reconsider." The surrounding clamors continued unabated. Ning Rongrong opened the carriage window and suggested, "Jiang Chuan, should we consider hiring a soul king? If the little princess is willing to entrust her safety to someone untrustworthy, I have no objections." Jiang Chuan regarded the soul masters in the horizontal ranks with indifference. Such a haphazardly assembled group appeared frail and vulnerable. The realm of soul masters is rife with malicious individuals. Caution is paramount. Moreover, the food here is exorbitantly priced, yet Jiang Chuan had prepared in advance. Chapter 5. The Soul Hunting Guard Intercepts, signing in for the Soul Guidance device. As the two descended from the carriage, the sky remained overcast. Gazing ahead, they observed 2 guards from the Spirit Hall, clad in golden armor and wielding halberds, stationed at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. They stood resolutely on either side, their expressions stern, exuding an aura of formidable strength, likely surpassing that of great soul masters. Their duty was not merely to prevent external soul masters from entering the forest, but also to thwart any soul beast from escaping its confines. This was precisely why Jiang Chuan refrained from attempting a clandestine entry. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan and Ning Rongrong approach, the 2 halberd-wielding guards abruptly crossed their weapons at the entrance, barring the pair from advancing further. "Entry is prohibited here," one guard declared, his voice laced with soul power. "We come to hunt souls," Jiang Chuan asserted. The guard scrutinized the 2 children, then nodded slightly in silence. However, upon noticing the Spirit Hall token held aloft by Ning Rongrong, he found himself momentarily speechless, exchanging bewildered glances with his companion. Curiously, he inquired, "Are you certain this token belongs to you? Could it possibly be yours?" Ning Rongrong retorted sharply, her temper flaring. "Since I possess the token, I trust you gentlemen have no reason to deny us entry. Do you?" Jiang Chuan offered a faint smile. The guard hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth, and said in a solemn tone, "Let them pass." With a thunderous sound, a series of gears began to turn, and the heavy door, enveloped in dust, slowly descended to the ground. Before his eyes lay a vibrant, lush forest, teeming with life and filled with a rich, invigorating fragrance. Jiang Chuan could not help but take a deep breath, realizing that cultivating here would undoubtedly surpass any experience in the outside world. "If you are unwilling to enter, then wait for me outside." Jiang Chuan gazed at Ning Rongrong, declaring that he had attained what he desired. With a dismissive huff, the latter strutted forward, hands on her hips, casting an indignant glance back. "Aren't you coming along?" Jiang Chuan followed closely behind, yearning for someone to lead the way ahead. The land beneath his feet was remarkably fertile and somewhat damp, an ideal habitat for soul beasts. With a thunderous sound, the great door immediately closed, enveloped in swirling clouds of smoke. The system announced his successful registration in the soul-hunting forest. "Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the soul-hunting forest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a soul ring with a duration of 1 year. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a soul ring with a duration of 2 years. Congratulations, host. You have received the Ancient Bloodline. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2-star soul guide. This wave of rewards caught Jiang Chuan off guard. As the accolades were bestowed upon him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What astonished him most was the Ancient Bloodline, which could temporarily enhance his strength, effectively compensating for the shortcomings of being an auxiliary soul master. At the very least, in life-and-death situations, he would not be easily subdued. Moreover, as the Ancient Bloodline continued to evolve, he would even possess the power of ancestral rebirth. Such strength was akin to wielding the Xiantian skill of Tang San, each possessing its unique merits. He withdrew a 2-star soul guide from the storage. It was a silver crystal pendant, shimmering brilliantly under the warm sunlight. With a total storage capacity of 2 cubic meters, it fell somewhat short compared to the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. While the space was limited, it was undeniably practical, especially since he did not possess as many hidden weapons as Tang San. Furthermore, this was merely a single sign-in. There could be even higher-level soul guides in the future. In summary, arriving at the soul-hunting forest for the sign-in had proven worthwhile. The Ancient Bloodline manifested as sacred texts, inscribing themselves in his mind. As he channeled his soul power, a wave of golden energy ignited around him, his aura suddenly surging. However, due to the immense consumption of soul power, Jiang Chuan hastily ceased his efforts and exhaled a breath of turbid energy. To his surprise, there was also a cleansing effect on the impurities within his body. Jiang Chuan felt elated. Ning Rongrong sensed the unusual aura and glanced curiously at the seemingly indifferent Jiang Chuan, frowning slightly. There are only 10-year soul beasts here. We can test our skills right here. You attract the soul beasts. No, Jiang Chuan declined. Let's head to the 100-year soul beast area first. Are you insane? The soul beasts are far more powerful than you can imagine. Ning Rongrong looked at him as if he were mad. Then why are we here? Jiang Chuan spoke with righteous fervor, simultaneously taking resolute steps deeper into the soul beast region, which had been shrouded in mystery for a century. Ning Rongrong experienced a peculiar sensation, as if upon entering the soul-hunting forest, Jiang Chuan transformed in a remarkable way. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl pierced the air. Nearby, a pine tree shed several leaves, and a shadow darted swiftly past, eluding the naked eye. A soul beast was present. Ning Rongrong remained vigilant. Jiang Chuan nodded noncommittally. The soul-hunting forest undoubtedly harbors soul beasts, especially when he noticed the cured meat in his hand. How could they resist being lured by its enticing aroma? Before departing, Jiang Chuan deliberately smeared a layer of honey over the cured meat to heighten its allure for the soul beasts. He stowed all the food into the silver pendant around his neck, shook his hand, and continued to stride forward, with Ning Rongrong timidly tugging at the back of his clothing, suggesting, perhaps we should leave instead. It's getting late. Jiang Chuan halted in his tracks. 3 nether wolves blocked the path, each peering curiously, howling incessantly at Jiang Chuan, their eyes radiating an eerie cold light. A decade-old soul beast, the nether wolf? Each soul beast possesses its own unique flaws. Jiang Chuan still vividly remembers that the weakness of the nether wolf lies in its right eye, which is marred by a natural scar. It serves as the source of its energy. Should it be destroyed, the beast would become indistinguishable from an ordinary wolf, rendering it easily vanquished. How do you know this? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, astonished. Hadn't Jiang Chuan never set foot outside since arriving at the 7-treasure Glazed tile sect? Wait, what are you planning to do? Under her horrified gaze, Jiang Chuan suddenly leaped towards the 3 wolves with grand momentum. Unbeknownst to her, he wielded a silver blade in his hand, awakening his ancient bloodline. Instantly, a radiant brilliance akin to flames engulfed him. Without hesitation, he delivered a decisive slash, causing a shower of crimson blossoms as one of the nether wolves' heads soared through the air, splattering blood. It landed with a thud, rolling like a gourd against a nearby tree. What a pity. I've only slain one. I underestimated your speed, Jiang Chuan remarked with a faint smile. It was his first time utilizing the ancient bloodline, and he was still somewhat unskilled. Moreover, that single strike had drained him of 40% of his soul power, as he had hoped to take down all 3 wolves in one fell swoop. He pondered when he might acquire a formidable offensive martial spirit, harboring a sense of anticipation in his heart. Roar! Another nether wolf let out a mournful howl. It crouched low, its violet eyes glinting with a chilling intensity before launching itself at him. Ning Rongrong, kneeling in shock, was bewildered. How could Jiang Chuan possess such immense strength? Furthermore, how could he engage in close combat with a soul beast? She found herself utterly perplexed. Chapter 6. The Battle of the Ancient Bloodline. Tang San's astonishment. In an instant, the nether wolf surged forward with lightning speed. Jiang Chuan, undeterred and advancing, bore the ancient bloodline within him. How could he possibly falter against 2-decade-old soul beasts? With a swift arc of his silver blade, a flash of lightning illuminated the darkness, cleaving the heads of 2 spectral wolves asunder. In the wake of this strike, the bloodied bodies of the wolves collapsed to either side with a heavy thud. Jiang Chuan hastily retracted the golden radiance enveloping him, exhaling a breath of murky air, while the silver blade in his hand vanished into thin air, absorbed by the soul guide. A melodious sound resonated as 3 white 10-year soul rings floated into view, radiating a pure luminescence. He regarded them with indifference, as they fell outside the limits of his absorption. What had transpired with the golden light moments ago? Are you not a discarded martial soul? Ning Rongrong inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Why is your soul power so abundant? Are you not leaving? Jiang Chuan's cold gaze bore down on the figure curled on the ground. Unless I have lost my mind like you. Ning Rongrong scoffed. Then you may wait here. As far as I know, the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest are particularly drawn to the scent of blood. Take care of yourself. Jiang Chuan discerned that she was indeed a nuisance. Though willful and headstrong, she was not naive. It was evident to her that Jiang Chuan harbored profound depths. He had likely ventured into the soul-hunting forest to procure a soul ring, yet he intended to hunt a century-old soul beast alone. However, recalling Jiang Chuan's earlier slaughter of the 3 wolves, perhaps he truly possessed the possibility of success. Unconsciously, her perception of this youth began to shift. I twisted my ankle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan chose not to engage in further frivolities with her. Instead, he turned and leaped decisively toward the area inhabited by century-old soul beasts. A chilling aura of murderous intent closing in around him. It was not wise to linger here. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's cries, he had barely taken a few dozen steps when a sudden voice rang out. Run, Xiao San. Luo Sanpao, you go block it. The voice was eerily familiar, followed closely by 2 frantic figures fleeing in haste, pursued by a colossal serpent with a 10-meter-long, green-scaled body that exuded an inexplicable allure. The Mandala serpent. Jiang Chuan's expression shifted slightly. The middle-aged man bore the marks of time, his long, dark beard covering his weathered face, clad in a simple black robe. This visage was not unfamiliar. Master. The other figure, a youth clad in blue, possessed a pair of strikingly bright eyes. Tang San? Jiang Chuan blurted out instinctively. It was a fortuitous convergence of timelines. Awakening his martial soul at the age of 6 and enrolling in Sect Academy, he had become a disciple of the master. They were now on the verge of hunting for their first soul ring. The slaughter of the wolf pack had summoned the Mandala serpent due to the lingering scent of blood. What a serendipitous encounter. This is bad. We are being targeted. The master thought to himself, Xiao San, do not mind me. Flee at once. Teacher, be cautious. It approaches. Tang San exclaimed, drenched in sweat. For the situation was exceedingly precarious. As he spoke, a massive 100-year-old Mandala serpent lunged forth with the ferocity of a dragon and tiger, enveloping the air in a cloud of dust. As it swept by, stones shattered and scattered. Yu Xiaogang, caught off guard, was inadvertently bitten by its venomous fangs, feeling a sharp sting that he could only endure with gritted teeth. Observing this, Jiang Chuan stood serenely, arms crossed, amidst the verdant foliage, surveying the scene below. To Tang San, this conflict seemed unrelated to him. Life and death were of no concern. However, the flesh of the Mandala serpent held a tremendous allure for the crimson-blooded pangolin, a creature both rare and elusive. If there were bait, the circumstances would be entirely different. Tang San's eyes narrowed as he drew a glimmering silver blade from his sleeve. Channeling his energy into it, a chill mist rose, indicating he was mustering considerable strength to launch the weapon. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. The flesh of a 100-year-old Mandala serpent, Jiang Chuan remarked playfully. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang exchanged bewildered glances, the air around them falling into an abrupt silence, clearly perplexed by the unfolding situation. Yu Xiaogang broke the silence first. What child remains within the hunting soul forest? Tang San, however, maintained a silent gaze upon Jiang Chuan, his heart tumultuous with uncertainty about the stranger's identity, remaining vigilant. As Yu Xiaogang's astonishment deepened, Jiang Chuan charged forward, heading straight for the formidable Mandala serpent. With a thunderous crash, he descended from the sky, enveloped in golden radiance, his aura surging as he struck the serpent's abdomen with his right fist. Did he truly believe he could vanquish the Mandala serpent alone? Tang San found it hard to believe. Stop! Yu Xiaogang shouted, instinctively shutting his eyes. The serpent's weakness lay in its head. Even an attack there would be perilous. let alone striking its most fortified area, the abdomen. Such an endeavor could only lead to calamity. Yet, in the next moment, the Mandala serpent emitted a mournful wail, followed by a resounding crash. Its colossal body was propelled backward by the sheer force, crashing through dozens of towering trees before collapsing in a trembling heap, obscured by clouds of dust. Is that so? Yu Xiaogang grunted, his mind momentarily blank. The serpent's abdomen bore a distinct bloodied imprint of a fist. Yet, from his perception, the creature bore no soul rings. How is this possible? Tang San's eyes gleamed with cunning. He had witnessed the golden aura surrounding Jiang Chuan, yet could not fathom its nature. Its intense heat was daunting, leaving him with a sense of dread. Why was this stranger aiding him? Tang San quickly concealed the silver blade to prevent the master from noticing. Still alive? Jiang Chuan's gaze shimmered with cold intensity. The Mandala serpent's vitality surpassed his expectations. Could it be due to some form of cultivation? Was a cultivation method? Yu Xiaogang observed Tang San's suggestive demeanor and couldn't help but inquire curiously. The latter must possess some knowledge. Moreover, this disciple exhibited remarkable wisdom at a young age, as if concealing an unknown secret. When pursued by the Mantawa snake, his unwavering steps and calmness in the face of danger were qualities only acquired through countless brushes with death. Tang San hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. In the Douluo Continent, the concept of cultivation methods did not exist. How could he possibly explain this to Yu Xiaogang? He felt momentarily flustered. I heard it from my father, Tang San stammered. It is a method of soul power cultivation. Upon hearing it was Tang Hao, Yu Xiaogang raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of understanding. After all, as a titled Douluo, he naturally possessed more extensive knowledge, which was not surprising. He thought it essential to delve deeper into the origins of these cultivation methods, to discern if they pertain to realms unknown to soul masters. Upon the mention of soul beast knowledge, Yu Xiaogang became intrigued. In truth, he was well aware that there were greater secrets between soul beasts and soul masters yet to be uncovered, along with many theories that required validation. He entrusted all his fervor to Tang San. Chapter 7. The Fallacious Cultivation Techniques, the Dual Blades Against the Mantawa. Are you certain that the method employed by this young man is indeed a cultivation technique? Yu Xiaogang mused, observing the profound and robust soul power he exhibited, which was explosively powerful. He was captivated and pondered how one could acquire such techniques. Tang San had the impression that whenever he mentioned his father, Yu Xiaogang's interest piqued. I merely speculate, Tang San jested. The former, noticing the other's embarrassment, refrained from further probing. Roar. The Mantawa snake was thoroughly enraged, and with a thunderous roar, its scales quivered in agitation. For a century, no one had managed to inflict such grievous harm upon it. Suddenly, it revealed a ferocious, human-like malice. An enraged Mantawa snake could unleash up to 120% of its usual strength. Its favored tactic was strangulation, making it exceedingly difficult for even a second-ring agility-type soul master to succeed in such a dire situation. Yu Xiaogang, concerned, urged Jiang Chuan to flee immediately. Yet, the latter charged forward fearlessly, drawing forth a sharp silver blade from thin air, aiming it directly at the Mantawa snake's eyes. With a splatter of blood, the silver blade pierced through, scattering a spray of crimson mixed with bits of flesh. Roar! The Mantawa snake writhed in fury, its massive form swaying as it frantically lunged with its gaping maw and sharp fangs at Jiang Chuan, but the latter's speed was astonishingly swift, allowing him to evade capture. As the blood flowed, the Mantawa snake's vitality began to wane. Who could have anticipated Jiang Chuan's swiftness? Under the gaze of Tang San's purple extreme magic eye, he discerned that the blade had been drawn from a silver necklace around the opponent's neck. He momentarily lost his focus. A soul guidance device? Within the realm of Douluo Continent, there exists a second soul guiding device. Tang San was utterly taken aback. The battle was far from over. Jiang Chuan would not grant the Mandala serpent the opportunity to resist. With a swift motion, he drew forth the bloodied silver blade. Subsequently, he thrust it towards the serpent's head with precision and swiftness, piercing deeply and causing another torrent of blood to erupt. Regrettably, the Mandala serpent could only emit pained cries. Utterly incapable of retaliation, unable even to lay a finger upon Jiang Chuan, Tang San found himself daunted by the merciless tactics displayed by his opponent. Although he had faced life and death, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such a scene. Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brows, feeling both admiration and trepidation towards Jiang Chuan. The ability to engage in battle without hesitation is an essential quality for any soul master. Observing this, Ning Rongrong, who had rushed from afar, gazed in a daze at the blood-spattered Jiang Chuan, her eyes betraying a palpable sense of wariness. Indeed, it was imperative to exploit its weaknesses. Jiang Chuan let out a long sigh. What? You are aware of the shortcomings of the Mandala snake? Tang San was taken aback. When it comes to the study of soul beasts, few possess as much knowledge as its teacher. Yet, the flaws of the Mandala snake remain largely unknown. Not to mention the Mandala snake, the understanding that soul masters have of other soul beasts is equally scant, let alone their weaknesses. This is precisely why Tang San chose to become a disciple of the master. Isn't that right, Tang San? Jiang Chuan remained calm and composed, stating that he had no need for the soul ring of the Mandala snake. He merely required its flesh and blood to lure the crimson blood pangolin. Thus, he proposed a trade. After all, it is the soul ring of the Mandala snake. Moreover, who are you to know my name? Tang San exclaimed in surprise, feeling that the other party had lost their mind. How could a soul master so readily offer such a precious item? Furthermore, he had never encountered this individual before. Are we not discussing a transaction here? Are you willing? Your blue silver grass, when combined with the Mandala snake, will undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. Jiang Chuan, with gentle persuasion, inquired about the allure of the Mandala snake's flesh for the red-blooded pangolin. The master, clutching his chest and speaking feebly, questioned, how can you substantiate that the Mandala snake's meat is so enticing? It is worth noting that even the master had yet to fully comprehend this spirit beast. Observing this, Jiang Chuan merely smirked. Having read the original work, he was undoubtedly aware of the truth, having learned it from Yu Xiaogang. Yet the expression of his interlocutor suggested a lack of understanding. No right to respond. Jiang Chuan shrugged dismissively. For 100-year Mandala snake spirit ring, I assure you, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would offer any price. Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. Such a magnificent spirit ring, and they wish to sell it? No, that price could only be afforded by Tang San. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chuan declined. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong stamped her foot in frustration. After all, she was the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, yet Jiang Chuan remained impervious, publicly undermining her dignity. Me? The latter's gaze faltered, unable to meet Jiang Chuan's eyes, as if he had been seen through. Indeed, I am aware you harbor your own secrets. In such circumstances, discretion is paramount. Just agree to my proposal, and the Mandala snake shall be yours. Little San, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Absorbing a 100-year Mandala snake might prove challenging, but I have faith in your capabilities, provided the price is not excessively steep. You should seize this chance. The negotiations between them were not overly ambitious. For Tang San lacked substantial foundation and had little to lose. Very well, it is a deal. Tang San's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Jiang Chuan seized the immense, gasping head of the Mandala snake and hurled it forcefully towards Tang San, simultaneously using his silver blade to slice away a substantial piece of flesh. An inkling of realization stirred within Tang San. The reason for the opponent's reluctance to make demands in such a public setting likely stemmed from the complexity of their desires. However, given the significance of his soul ring and the potential advancement of the Shantian abilities, Tang San did not hesitate to acquiesce. After all, the quest for another soul beast like the Mandala snake could prove futile. Wait, who exactly are you? I need to know with whom I am making this bargain. Auxiliary System Soul Master Jiang Chuan. Rest assured, you need not fear incurring any debts with me. No one can owe me anything. What? You are an Auxiliary System Soul Master? The pallor on Yu Xiaogan's face was quite alarming. Impossible. In that moment, Tang San was convinced that Jiang Chuan must be a battle soul master and possessed a second ring. Otherwise, such formidable close combat prowess would be inconceivable. This was utterly astonishing and hard to fathom. Jiang Chuan spoke softly. Is there any need for me to deceive you? The atmosphere suddenly turned chilly, and the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. A monster, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Both Tang San and Yu Xiaogang concurred with this assessment. This was a blatant violation of the Douluo rules. Jiang Chuan? Yu Xiaogang emphasized, as if etching the name into his memory. Do you aspire to achieve greater heights? Allow me to offer you some advice. Do not squander your remarkable talents. Tang San regarded Yu Xiaogang with a look of skepticism. Was it possible that the latter intended to take him on as a disciple? After all, upon reflection, Jiang Chuan's potential was even more extraordinary than his own. Who wouldn't desire to take him under their wing? However, in truth, the master had no expectation of recruiting Jiang Chuan, for there undoubtedly loomed a far more formidable presence behind him. He was simply not worthy. Do you wish to recommend me to Shrek? Jiang Chuan's words struck with profound insight. Chapter 8. The crisis of the forest lurks. When will the army break through? Yu Xiaogang, possessing an immensely strong sense of self-respect, would never belittle himself to think he could take Jiang Chuan as a disciple. After all, he was acutely aware that he had little to impart to the other. Thus, apart from his connection to Shrek, Jiang Chuan could conceive of no other possibility. A prophetic utterance indeed. Yu Xiaogang found himself at a loss for words, momentarily rendered speechless. He could not help but mutter in disbelief. How could he possibly know about Shrek Academy? Teacher, what is the matter? Tang San asked with concern, lending support to Yu Xiaogang. Meanwhile, he pondered, what kind of place is Shrek? The latter's complexion turned exceedingly pale, the venom of the serpent coursing through his veins. Yet he mustered the strength to inquire, what do you know? As far as he understood, unless one belonged to the royal family or was a renowned soul master, it was improbable for anyone to be aware of the existence of Shrek. After all, Shrek's open recruitment of students was hardly a novel occurrence. Jiang Chuan spoke candidly. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang, impervious to the corrosive gas, collapsed to the ground. Teacher Tang San let out a long cry, instinctively pulling apart the other's garments, only to discover a long gash upon his chest, from which oozed a pool of dark blood. Mandala snake venom. It was to shield you, Jiang Chuan revealed. Hailing from the otherworldly Tang sect, Tang San possessed a profound knowledge of toxins, surpassing even that of Douluo. While he could employ the Mystic Jade Hand to counteract the poison, doing so would inevitably subject Yu Xiaogang to excruciating torment, a treatment too arduous for an ordinary person to endure. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Jiang Chuan, are you not a support-type soul master? Could you perhaps neutralize this venom? Regardless of the circumstances, Tang San felt compelled to inquire further. Jiang Chuan casually responded, it can be cured. I will agree to another condition. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will certainly fulfill it. If I were to ask you to teach me the chaotic wind technique, would you be willing? Chaotic wind? Tang San was taken aback. It is the forging hammer technique that your father imparted to you. Jiang Chuan had long coveted the art of the chaotic cloak. Mastering it would not only refine his own abilities, but also augment his combat prowess. The chaotic cloak was an intricate technique that could not be comprehended through mere words. It required direct instruction for one to grasp its essence. Unbeknownst to the latter, the forging technique he employed was, in fact, the closely guarded secret of the Haotian clan within the Douluo Continent. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Ever since he entered the forging arena, many had shown interest in his hammering technique, and the occasional unusual expression from his teacher had not gone unnoticed. Now, with his teacher's safety at stake, there was no room for carelessness. A faint smile curved Jiang Chuan's lips. Such a lucrative opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. The chaotic azure lotus. Jiang Chuan softly uttered a sound, lifting a crystalline and resplendent blue lotus with his left hand, emanating strands of vibrant life force. Naturally, he refrained from revealing the entity of the lotus, wishing to keep it from public knowledge. After all, the chaotic blue lotus transcended the understanding of this world, and he sought to avoid any unnecessary troubles. Furthermore, he found himself unable to trust the person before him. Immediately, the refreshing aura of the blue lotus surged forth like mountains and seas. This essence caused Ning Rongrong to hold her breath in awe, inwardly marveling that it must possess a healing effect far superior to that of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. An auxiliary spirit? This was the first time Tang San had ventured into this domain. The abundant vitality made his spirit tremble involuntarily. No wonder his teacher asserted that the primary target to address in battles involving spirit masters was indeed the auxiliary spirit masters. This role was indispensable. If the control-type spirit master served as the brain of the spirit master team, then the auxiliary spirit master was the very soul of the squad. Observing that the other party had not revealed their martial spirit, Tang San understood. Unless they were teammates or those closest to him, one would not openly display their martial spirit or soul skills. However, judging from the aura, it was evident that the other's martial spirit was anything but simple. A strand of life radiance infused into Yu Xiaogang's chest. In the next moment, the long and profound black streaks of blood began to heal, and the dark blood suddenly transformed. The scene before them was truly miraculous. Was this the power of an auxiliary spirit master? Tang San was filled with disbelief. If within the realm of life and death, their team had an auxiliary spirit master, did that not equate to having a second life? Ning Rongrong covered her crimson lips, pondering the gruesome notion of healing the dead. She was acutely aware that even with the seven-treasure glazed Sect's 7 rings, such a healing effect was not guaranteed. Do you understand the concept of resurrecting the dead? Jiang Chuan had not anticipated her response. He nodded slightly, recalling what his father had conveyed. Ahem. The master cleared his throat with considerable effort, and a spurt of black blood was violently expelled from his chest, his consciousness lingering for a moment before he fainted once more. What a monstrosity! Ning Rongrong was astonished. Surely the healing power of the nine-heart begonia could not yield such immediate results. What, indeed, was your martial spirit? For some reason, she suddenly recalled the immense blue lotus she had witnessed in the heavens that day, cloaked in a sacred aura. No comment, Jiang Chuan firmly declined. The transaction is complete. When the time is ripe, I shall return to fulfill my promise, he teased, but then his expression darkened. Quickly, slay the Mandala snake. In that instant, a series of resounding thuds echoed, the ground trembling violently, making it evident without observation that a colossal entity was approaching. Tang San understood. The soul beasts possess an unwavering pride. Even in death, they refuse to become a soul ring for the soul masters. Thus, the message conveyed is to utilize the scent of their blood to lure the bloodthirsty soul beasts of the soul-hunting forest, including the crimson blood armadillo. Dust swirled around, and faintly, one could discern the heads of soul beasts emerging. It was already too late, Jiang Chuan remarked with a sense of calm. Tang San was suddenly struck with trepidation. Having slain the Mandala serpent, now was certainly not the moment to absorb its soul ring. To abstain from killing would undoubtedly attract a relentless tide of soul beasts. Trapped in a dilemma. Hurry, what are we waiting for? Ning Rongrong exclaimed to Jiang Chuan, her voice tinged with fear. As a level 12 soul master, had she not realized that we were already surrounded by soul beasts? Jiang Chuan reproached what? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Upon calming herself, she indeed sensed the perilous opportunities lurking in all directions. How unfortunate! Why not eliminate the Mandala serpent directly? Are you intent on leading us to our doom? What shall we do now? Even Tang San, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, felt the weight of the situation. Given his temperament, he had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. Otherwise, hope for survival would vanish entirely. With a silent flick of his sleeve, Tang San uttered softly, Yu Hand. A torrent of energy surged around him, as the Xiantian skill channeled his soul power continuously and inexhaustibly. He stood ready, bracing for the worst. There was no escape. Jiang Chuan's demeanor hardened, invoking a 5th-level soul power barrier. He had initially envisioned obtaining a first soul ring to enhance the 3rd-level soul power gained from the system, thereby achieving the strength of an 18th-level soul master, which would have enabled him to contend in the 6th-ring forest. Yet now that prospect seemed utterly unattainable. In the blink of an eye, the aura emanating from Jiang Chuan underwent a dramatic transformation, its terrifying intensity akin to that of an awakened ancient behemoth. The bloodline of antiquity. As Jiang Chuan's eyes opened, his pupils instantly transformed into a resplendent gold. Chapter 9. The moment of the hunt for souls, renowned treasures. Immediately, golden runes began to emerge from his body, intricately adorning him as they ascended slowly, reaching his neck and dancing across his visage, endowing him with an undeniable air of heroism. Jiang Chuan sighed deeply, his fist clenching with a resonant crack. The power of a 15th-level soul master surged within him. Sensing Jiang Chuan's unusual demeanor, Ning Rongrong's gaze sharpened. What have you been training in? Is this solely reliant on close combat? Tang San, with his meticulous thoughts, recalled the earlier situation. There was no time to respond. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. 100-year-old bloodthirsty spider lunged forward, baring its blood-soaked fangs as it aimed to devour the Mandala's serpent meat in Jiang Chuan's grasp. Has it just entered its 100 years? Jiang Chuan cast aside the snake meat in his hand, bent his bow, tightened his waist, and concentrated his soul power into his right fist. With a resounding boom, the bloodthirsty spider was instantaneously shattered into fragments, and a crimson spray erupted, followed by a faint yellow soul ring swirling around. To Ning Rongrong, this was akin to a wolfish proclamation. What did it mean to have just surpassed a century? Such a soul beast was enough to instill terror in soul masters of their age. Yet, it was obliterated by Jiang Chuan's single punch. She could scarcely believe her own eyes. Did you just claim to be from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School? Tang San inquired of Ning Rongrong. What is Jiang Chuan to you? The renowned 7-treasure Glazed Tile School was familiar to Tang San, having heard his teacher mention it numerous times. Little did he expect to encounter it today. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, only to realize she was also unaware of Jiang Chuan's true nature. Moreover, their connection was tenuous at best. This was the century-old soul beast area, where soul beasts rarely exceeded 300 years of age. Witnessing the gruesome demise of the bloodthirsty spider, many sentient soul beasts regarded Jiang Chuan with trepidation, instinctively retreating. The 7 treasures were indeed illustrious, with one principle being strength, Given the circumstances, their fates were intertwined. Ning Rongrong spared no effort in expending her soul power to assist the two. Without Jiang Chuan and Tang San, she would have been unable to escape alone. The notion of self-preservation was futile. Tang San was entangled with a black-horned rhinoceros, finding himself at a disadvantage. But with the aid of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Tower, he quickly turned the tide. Coincidentally, Jiang Chuan, whose soul power was not yet at its peak, benefited from the enhancement of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Tower, invigorating him as he delivered a powerful punch, slaying a century-old flying mantis. Engaging in a frenzied slaughter as if in an uninhabited realm. The enhancement from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Tower can currently augment your strength by only 20% based on my soul power, and the duration is merely 1 minute. Hurry! Ning Rongrong urged inagraviton. Blue silvergrass. Tang San exerted his soul power to the utmost, unleashing robust strands of blue silvergrass. With a resounding thrum, the blue silvergrass lashed out at the soul beasts. Some, unable to withstand the force, were toppled, while others sustained severe injuries. Though they could not bring the soul beasts to their demise, they could deliver formidable blows, dissuading further aggression. Simply dispersing them sufficed, as exterminating so many soul beasts held little advantage for them. The ancient bloodline surged. Jiang Chuan finally located the crimson blood pangolin, lured by the flesh of the Mandala snake. The remaining soul beasts, sensing imminent danger, made haste to flee. With the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, he advanced. His right hand transformed into a hue reminiscent of white jade, emanating a chilling aura. With a resounding strike, his jade-like palm came crashing down upon the most vulnerable underbelly of the crimson blood pangolin, delivering a blow akin to a fatal wound. Blood erupted from the creature, a vivid crimson spray shooting towards the heavens. The impact was thunderous as it collided with the ground, creating a deep crater. At that moment, few soul beasts remained to escape. Jiang Chuan swiftly unsheathed his silver blade and plunged it into the abdomen of the crimson-blooded pangolin, ending its life without affording it a single chance to escape. A pure yellow soul ring hovered and swirled around him, surrounded by delicate ripples of energy, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. It appeared that this was a pangolin beast over 300 years old. Jiang Chuan promptly made a decisive choice. The observation of the thickness of pangolin scales in relation to their body length had approached 4 centuries. This was a limit that only a Grand Soul Master could withstand. He was resolute, seizing the opportunity provided by the enhancement of the 7 treasures Glazed Tower and the support of the ancient bloodline. Still capable of contending with the will of the soul beasts. Should this momentum wane, there could be unforeseen risks. Brother Jiang Chuan, you should absorb the soul ring first. I shall guard you. Tang San volunteered eagerly. Moreover, with their teacher in a faint, he was unable to absorb the soul rings first. Your strengthening ensures our safety even more. It was a critical period where they might encounter perilous dangers, and Ning Rongrong was well aware of this. The consumption of soul power had rendered her complexion rather pallid. Jiang Chuan nodded slightly and settled into a cross-legged position, summoning his martial soul. His soul power surged upward. The yellow soul ring of the scarlet blood armadillo encircled his head. Fortunately, due to the influence of the chaotic azure lotus, this soul ring exhibited no repulsion, and its malevolent energy was substantially suppressed. The sensation of absorbing the soul ring was akin to a vast expanse, revitalizing his entire being. The depleted soul power was not only restored, but was continuously increasing. It is essential to note that soul power levels do not simply double with each rank. Rather, they escalate geometrically with each advancement. Jiang Chuan was still merely a soul master without a ring. Tang San was astonished. He was absorbing a soul ring over 300 years old. How could you ascertain that this was indeed a soul ring of such age? The scales were thicker than half a foot, a deep black hue, and the pure blood of the scarlet blood armadillo was vibrantly red, indicating an exceptionally pure lineage. Crucially, its length measured a meter. Such soul beasts are inherently diminutive, and reaching a meter in size is already extraordinary. The creature before them could very well be older than 300 years. Tang San was concerned, fearing he might not be able to absorb it, potentially leading to his own explosion. What perplexed me was that he must have known the age of his soul ring beforehand, yet still chose to absorb it. Why? The absorption of a soul ring aged a century is already far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Jiang Chuan was evidently unwilling to settle for less. Tang San's final words resonated with unusual clarity. Suddenly, a waft of azure lotus fragrance filled the air, invigorating his lungs. A surge of ethereal energy enveloped him. Behind Jiang Chuan, a fleeting ethereal shadow of a blue lotus petal danced gracefully, exuding a fragrant aroma that swayed gently with the breeze. A resonant hum echoed as a golden soul ring encircled his waist, merging seamlessly with Jiang Chuan. The first soul ring, a triumph? Tang San felt a surge of excitement surpassing even that of Jiang Chuan. This was nothing short of a miracle on the Douluo Continent. Remarkably, the absorption process was completed in a mere few minutes, and Jiang Chuan exhibited no signs of struggle, indicating he was under no pressure whatsoever. Truly an anomaly. How could such an individual exist in the Douluo Continent? Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in astonishment. It was completed so swiftly. So this is my first soul skill. System. Activate level 3 soul power. Jiang Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, radiating a piercing cold light. Having just become a soul master, his soul power soared to the 13th level, with faint signs of breaking through to the 14th. Chapter 10. The Master Awakens. The tiger's tooth plucked again as a first-ring 12th level soul master. Ning Rongrong immediately sensed Jiang Chuan's overwhelming soul power, which enveloped her like an immense ocean in an instant. Having absorbed his first soul ring, Jiang Chuan's strength had grown significantly, surpassing his former self. Even a millennium-old soul beast would be no match for him. The name of his first soul ring, Borrowing Arrows with Straw Boats, intrigued Jiang Chuan, a slight smile gracing his lips. This ability allowed the user to absorb damage inflicted by enemies and return 150% of it as the healing power of the chaotic Blue Lotus, lasting 3 minutes and ignoring any damage except for fatal blows. The sheer audacity of such a soul skill made Jiang Chuan's expression shift slightly. The concept of returning 150% of healing implied that unless he was struck down in a single blow, he would remain immortal. Most terrifying of all, this soul skill could be applied to up to 5 soul masters, and as the skill improved, the number could increase. The prospect of team healing was something that many dared not even dream of. Tang San and Ning Rongrong both gazed at Jiang Chuan, who, noticing their interest, refrained from revealing his soul skill too hastily. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Rongrong was increasingly curious about him. Tang San's eyes gradually lost their luster, and he appeared somewhat despondent. Jiang Chuan was remarkably cautious. The system activated, utilizing the 3-year soul ring limit. A green light emanated from Jiang Chuan's forehead, enveloping his soul ring, causing the yellow ring to glow brilliantly, indeed extending its duration. In the aftermath of battle, Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow. His throat dry as he coughed lightly. "Teacher, you are awake?" Tang San supported Yu Xiaogang and took the opportunity to offer him some warm water. "How do you feel now? Am I poisoned?" Yu Xiaogang's expression changed in surprise. He then began to examine himself, discovering that he was intact, aside from a slight discomfort in his chest. "Teacher, Jiang Chuan healed you," Tang San explained. "No," Jiang Chuan gently waved his hand. "This is our transaction." He would not show undue compassion to anyone, even to Yu Xiaogang. "Regardless, I must thank this young brother." Yu Xiaogang regained his composure. "Your auxiliary martial spirit can even counteract toxins? From which family do you hail? To whom have you pledged your allegiance?" His curiosity about Jiang Chuan's background deepened. In the Douluo Continent, strength is often derived from one's bloodline. First, there's the martial spirit, followed by soul power. Given Jiang Chuan's extraordinary prowess, his lineage must be remarkable. "We are disciples of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, gripping Jiang Chuan's right arm. "What do you intend to do? Are you trying to usurp authority?" Upon recognizing Jiang Chuan's brilliance, Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly ensure that the sect does not lose such a promising disciple. Jiang Chuan's expression darkened. The little princess was indeed easy to conquer. Her formidable strength was undeniable. The 7 treasures Glazed sect? The master was taken aback. Indeed, among the top 3 sects, there lay the 7 treasures Glazed sect. Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her snow-white neck. "You cannot possibly be the little princess of the 7 treasures Glazed sect, can you?" Yu Xiaogang had met her once during her childhood. "Ning Fengji is my father, and both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are my grandfathers." When it came to her family background, Ning Rongrong had nothing to conceal. Her straightforward nature left Jiang Chuan feeling quite embarrassed as he attempted repeatedly to withdraw his hand, only to be met with her pouting expression in return. "Douluo?" Tang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Little San, do you recall the soul master ranks I mentioned before?" "Yes." "Teacher, only a title Douluo possesses a unique title. There are certainly no more than 20 such soul masters across the entire continent. Their power is overwhelmingly formidable. capable of altering entire realms. As he spoke, Tang San couldn't help but reveal a look of yearning. Indeed, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was extraordinary, boasting 2 titles, Da, Sword Luo, and Bon Duo, as described by the little princess, and with Ning Fengji, hailed as the strongest support-type soul master on the continent, presiding over them. Such combat prowess was sufficient to rival empires, basking in the zenith of power. Yu Xiaogang chattered on. Ning Rongrong beamed radiantly, as if her youthful vanity had been immensely gratified. However, beside her, Jiang Chuan remained as impassive as a statue, betraying no emotion. Tang San's gaze narrowed. The background was astonishing, worthy of adulation from countless individuals. Little San, there is no need for envy, Yu Xiaogang said meaningfully as he patted Tang San's shoulder. As a soul master, one must consistently fortify their mental fortitude. When soul masters hear of such incredible power, it is only natural for their hearts to be stirred. The latter returned to his senses and nodded in agreement. Restrain your thoughts. Jiang Chuan is our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect's chief disciple and would never bow to your command. I believe you have misunderstood. To join is not to submit to my command, but rather to attend the highest-ranking Soul Master Academy on the Douluo Continent. Yu Xiaogang asserted with conviction. The notion of highest-ranking shattered Tang San's worldview today. Ning Rongrong laughed playfully. Cease your nonsensical prattle. You are but a charlatan. A mere second-ring Soul Master, unworthy to claim the title of the highest-ranking Soul Master Academy on the Douluo Continent. What merit do you possess to earn our trust? Moreover, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect can provide Jiang Chuan with the finest resources. You must understand, he has already absorbed soul rings over 300 years old, and should he become a great soul master, you may not even possess the strength to procure a single soul ring for him, while we can accomplish that with ease. The first soul ring is over 300 years? Yu Xiaojiang's pale face stiffened. As a support-type soul master, he was already at a disadvantage when it came to absorbing soul rings. It can be said that the limit for battle soul masters is over 200 years, while auxiliary soul masters typically have a lifespan of no more than 100 years. He initially believed that Jiang Chuan possessed extraordinary talent, yet he was astonished to discover that the latter was, in fact, a true prodigy. The young girl was unaware that the most esteemed soul master instructors are not determined solely by their strength. Quite the opposite. It is the Academy's training methods and the depth of soul master knowledge that truly exemplify the excellence of a premier institution, a quality that Shrek Academy fortuitously possesses. Indeed, Tang San nodded in agreement. It was this realization that led him to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang. Concurrently, Jiang Chuan shared this understanding. After all, as a teacher, one cannot simply bequeath their soul power and martial spirit to their disciples. Hence, the most invaluable asset is undoubtedly knowledge. Ning Rongrong, of course, was oblivious to this fact. However, she was not foolish. At this moment, she found herself in a contemplative silence. You must not miss this opportunity, the master exclaimed with fervor. I am an advisor at the Academy, and Shrek will always reserve a spot for you as a student, with the added benefit of waiving the enrollment fee. Oh, you have the authority to decide on the fees? Jiang Chuan scrutinized Yu Xiaogang. Could he possibly extract a tooth from the mouth of tiger, as Flanders claimed? Undoubtedly. The master replied with unwavering resolution. Chapter 11. The beginning of the Glazed sign-in at Nodding Soul Master Academy. Could Shrek truly gather Jiang Chuan while caring for mere golden soul coins? Yu Xiaogang spoke with utmost seriousness. The presence of Xiao San serves as proof of the dual martial souls of soul masters and the potential for cultivation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan's existence shatters all constraints, even defying the very laws of the Douluo world. A mere handful of golden soul coins. Can a seven-treasure glazed tile school truly not afford this? Ning Rongrong, unwilling to concede, winked playfully at Jiang Chuan. Return with me to the sect. What does my enrollment have to do with you? Jiang Chuan shot her a disdainful glance before turning to Yu Xiaogang once more. Without a primary soul master certification, one cannot advance to an intermediate soul master. This is simple. I can provide you with an enrollment certificate from the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, complete with the principal seal. All you need is to be present at the academy, and you will be granted your own space for cultivation. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes gleamed with fervor as he handed Jiang Chuan a letter he had prepared. As for the private space, that is unnecessary. I shall come to Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy in 3 days. Farewell. Hey, you actually agreed? What, they are frauds. They haven't summoned you. So what are you fussing about? Take me to the soul hunting forest. Our transaction is complete, and we are even. What? It is merely a transaction? Ning Rongrong's expression shifted slightly. How cold-hearted Jiang Chuan must be. She argued vehemently, I do not care. I want to accompany you to the Nodding Academy. You are our auxiliary soul master from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if it is just for enrollment, please do not leave. Jiang Chuan, burdened by vexation, stepped forward into the void and suddenly dashed away with a resounding thud. His decision to depart from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was not impulsive. Rather, it was a meticulously devised plan. He sought to sign in at various locations to reap substantial rewards. As he observed Jiang Chuan's retreating figure, Yu Xiaogang regained his focus and inquired of Tang San. What agreement did you just make with him? It pertains to my forging hammer technique, Tang San replied. Although Jiang Chuan's martial spirit is not particularly suitable, he can still learn the strength and speed aspects. Tang San dared not conceal the truth. What? Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, taken aback. This Jiang Chuan harbors grand ambitions. What troubles you, teacher? Is there an issue with the hammer technique? And no. Yu Xiaogang's expression darkened. The revered hammer technique of the Haoyan clan, being bartered by 2 children. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The following morning, Jiang Chuan bid farewell to Old Liao and embarked alone on the journey to Nodding City. Before he departed, Old Liao bestowed upon him a handful of herbs and 10 golden soul coins. With a mind untroubled, Jiang Chuan did not harbor any concerns. However, the scarcity of soul power would inevitably render his path fraught with challenges and perils. Yet, as this was Jiang Chuan's resolute choice, he would undoubtedly receive his unwavering support. Furthermore, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect had completely vanished without a trace. Surely, this was the essence of Nodding City. Jiang Chuan's gaze sharpened slightly. Before him lay a city teeming with vibrancy, its expanse adorned with an endless array of exquisite buildings rising like mountains. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy lingered vividly in his memory, and he was able to locate it without difficulty. Indeed, upon arriving at the central park of Nodding City, he glimpsed the words Junior Soul Master Academy through the iron railing. At the entrance, a dispirited man was yawning languidly, his listless gaze settling upon Jiang Chuan. This individual was no stranger. He was one of those whom Tang San had thoroughly defeated on the day of his enrollment. However, after receiving a reprimand from the master, he should have learned to behave himself by now. Please open the door. I wish to enter and seek the master, Jiang Chuan requested. Jiang Chuan waved the handwritten letter from Yu Xiaogang in his hand. The guard let out a grunt through his nose, casting a disapproving glance at the latter. Who are you to the master? This is the Soul Master Academy. Do you think you can simply present a note and gain entry to see the master? Jiang Chuan's lips twitched slightly. The guard's peculiar habit remained unchanged. The master's credentials and personal notes were evident to anyone who took a glance. What proof do you offer to warrant belief? Are you in search of trouble? I have presented the evidence for your inspection. Can you not discern the truth from the falsehood? Do not misunderstand. If you wish to enter the Soul Master Academy, we can discuss it amicably. The guard rubbed his hands together, casting a sly glance at Jiang Chuan. Observing the young gentleman's attire, it was apparent he hailed from a wealthy family. A modest sum of coin for wine would suffice for mutual convenience. Wouldn't you agree? You still desire money? Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Naturally. For a single golden soul coin, I can grant you access through the back door. Stay as long as you wish, whether seeking the master, a teacher, or any mentor, it matters not. Ah, golden soul coins, I possess them in abundance. Jiang Chuan, having extracted a golden soul coin from the depths of his silver pouch, let fall into his palm and tossed it experimentally. The guard's eyes sparkled even more, nodding repeatedly. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed. Jiang Chuan unleashed a ferocious and swift punch, striking the guard squarely on the face and shattering his nasal bridge. The guard then soared through the air in a parabolic arc, crashing into the wall and leaving a substantial crater, with layers of dust lingering long after. So you desire the golden soul coins? Allow me to offer you a taste on this very day next year, Jiang Chuan jestingly remarked. Suddenly, a stream of crimson erupted from the guard's chest, his expression becoming vacant. One could fear that his bones were shattered and his vital organs damaged. Without timely treatment, death was inevitable. Even he himself did not anticipate that the youth would strike so unexpectedly. Unyielding as ever, Jiang Chuan coldly commanded, "System, sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the entrance of the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a soul ring duration of 1 year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a soul ring duration of 3 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring first-level soul power. These were indeed precisely what Jiang Chuan needed most. Gradually, the duration of the soul rings he acquired increased year by year, which was an encouraging sign. He did not hasten to utilize them, as the scene before him had yet to be resolved. The commotion from the earlier battle quickly attracted the attention of the Academy's personnel. Leading the group was Yu Xiaogang, accompanied by Tang San, who, upon seeing the scene, were struck with realization. "Take him away," Yu Xiaogang approached and ordered the others with irritation. "Replace that guard." Tang San, accustomed to such occurrences, disdainfully glanced at the guard. Over the years, the latter must have profited significantly from the Academy. "Brother Jiang Chuan, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. My teacher and I were just discussing coming to fetch you and introducing you to the living conditions in Naughty City." Tang San spoke courteously. "It's no trouble. I'm quite familiar with this place." Jiang Chuan waved his hand lightly, sensing Tang San's slight transformation. "Thanks to the Mandala, snake you left behind, I never imagined that after absorbing the 100-year soul ring, my soul power would gradually increase." Tang San concealed much. The rapid enhancement of his soul power was inextricably linked to his Xiantian skill. Fortunately, his Xiantian skill had broken through to the second level. In his purple extreme magic, I was also gradually improving. All of this was a blessing bestowed by Jiang Chuan. Chapter 12. The Chaotic Blue Lotus. The Plight of the Work-Study Student. In accordance with your request, Jiang Chuan, your accommodation has been arranged at Xiao San's place, specifically in the Work-Study Student Dormitory. Bedding and uniforms have already been prepared for you. The urgent matter at hand is for you to come to my office, where I would like to welcome you and ask you a few questions. Yu Xiaogang carried Jiang Chuan's bag as the three of them stepped into the academy. "I have even forgotten my real name. Just call me Master." On the way, Yu Xiaogang spoke while pushing open the spacious office door. What greeted their eyes was a splendid array of dishes, with delightful aromas wafting through the air. Jiang Chuan and Tang San were swiftly guided by the master to take their seats. The two indulged in their meal with great delight. Jiang Chuan, chewing on some dried beef, mumbled a question. "How many problems are there?" The matter concerning Yu Xiaogang revolves around 2 points, soul power and martial soul. Upon hearing this, the latter nodded in agreement, but refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he stated, "As a soul master, proper nutrition is essential. Otherwise, it will adversely affect your training. From now on, you must dine in the second cafeteria. Furthermore, may I take a look at your martial soul?" Yu Xiaogang was quite curious about what kind of martial souls existed within the Douluo Continent, particularly those possessing healing abilities. "Are you referring to the Chaos Blue Lotus?" Jiang Chuan extended his left hand, and a resplendent azure lotus flower gracefully emerged. With a soft pop, reminiscent of jade, it emitted a crisp sound and splashed droplets of water around. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San's eyes were fixed upon the chaotic azure lotus. "I have devoted myself to the study of martial souls for many years. Even among variant martial souls, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. This vitality is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. It surely surpasses the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda and the 9-heart Begonia. Perhaps, in the future, it will become the most formidable auxiliary soul. Teacher, is it not said that the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is an invincible auxiliary martial soul? In the realm of the extraordinary, if one were to be deemed the strongest, it would indeed be Jiang Chuan. Furthermore, once the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda reaches the rank of Soul Sage, it becomes exceedingly difficult to progress further, revealing a significant disparity when compared to Jiang Chuan. Is it true that the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda can only reach the rank of Soul Sage?" Tang San fell into contemplation. "Jiang Chuan, you have named your martial soul the Chaotic Azure Lotus? What a splendid name." Yu Xiaogang teased lightly. "You wouldn't happen to possess innate full soul power, would you?" Jiang Chuan nodded in affirmation. "Are you also endowed with innate full soul power?" Tang San was astounded. At this moment, he had discerned 2 individuals possessing innate full soul power. The first was Xiao Wu, and the second was Jiang Chuan. The performance concluded. Yu Xiaogang had little to impart to Jiang Chuan. After finishing their meal, he bid farewell to the two. "Brother Jiang Chuan, it may be somewhat chaotic when you enter the work-study student dormitory later. Just consider them as children," Tang San forewarned. "It's quite all right. Jiang Chuan is well prepared," he replied. Upon pushing open the door to dormitory 7, a youth leaped forward, towering even over Jiang Chuan. "Are you the new work-study student?" "I am Wang Sheng, a future battle soul master. What is your martial soul?" They had already heard of the arrival of another work-study student at dormitory 7, and naturally, they could not miss this opportunity to assert their dominance. Jiang Chuan casually responded, brushing past the crowd to reach his bed. "I am an auxiliary system soul master." "Oh," Wang Sheng intoned with a knowing tone. "Auxiliary system soul masters are quite rare. In that case, I shall refrain from being too rough with you. However, You must participate in all the major skirmishes in Dormitory 7 and be on call for our healing. Wang Sheng, don't go too far. Tang San admonished from the side. It's nothing, third brother, we know our limits. Wang Sheng replied with a slight smile. In truth, Tang San was concerned for his safety. Jiang Chuan is ostensibly a support-type soul master, yet his true combat prowess surpasses that of many. Even Xiao Wu would find it challenging to withstand 3 of his strikes. Moreover, having recently acquired the soul ring of the Crimson Blood Mountain armor, which possesses a formidable lineage spanning over 3 centuries, a mere flick of his hand could incapacitate Wang Sheng. Heal you? A subtle smirk danced upon Jiang Chuan's lips. For Wang Sheng had seemingly positioned himself as a mere plaything, subject to the whims of others. Indeed, within our esteemed 7th dormitory, there exists a tradition. All who enter must undergo practical combat. Alas, you are but a support-type soul master, Wang Sheng thought to himself, filled with a sense of fortunate relief. How rare it is to encounter a support-type soul master. Little did he anticipate that today, the 7th dormitory would fortuitously claim him. He must be harnessed for our purposes, even if it requires the display of overwhelming authority. As for practical combat, that is easily arranged. Jiang Chuan raised 3 fingers and calmly stated, if you can withstand my 3 moves, I shall concede defeat. A hearty laughter erupted, not only from Wang Sheng, but also from the work-study students behind him. Had he lost his wits? Wang Sheng was a battle soul master. Although he had yet to acquire his first soul ring, he could easily overpower him. This was the first time I had heard of a support-type soul master challenging a battle soul master. How utterly insane. Wang Sheng waved his hand to quell the murmurs. Turning to Jiang Chuan with a didactic tone, young man, you may just have stepped into the realm of soul masters and are unaware of that. Aside from support-type soul masters being unable to counter one another, any other type can effortlessly defeat you. You stand no chance before me. Go ahead and make your move. As soon as his words left his lips, Jiang Chuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appearing before Wang Sheng. What? Wang Sheng's expression shifted in astonishment. His speed was astonishing. This swiftness was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Even Tang San would only be able to discern Jiang Chuan's silhouette using the purple extreme demon eye. This is bad, Wang Sheng exclaimed in disarray, leaping into the air to evade the impending strike. How could a battle soul master expose himself in midair? Was he seeking a fight? Jiang Chuan wore a cruel smile. In an instant, he delivered a powerful punch upwards, sending Wang Sheng retreating in rapid succession until he crashed into the grand door, creating a deep crater, with debris scattering and dust swirling in the air. A student worker gasped in exaggerated astonishment. Could it be that this cohort of student workers is so extraordinary? Each one more terrifying than the last? Another youth, his face swollen in disbelief, exclaimed, first it was Tang San, then Xiao Wu, and now yet another. This left them feeling utterly disheartened. Let us take him away. Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with emotion. How dare you act so arrogantly on my sister Xiao Wu's territory? A familiar, melodious voice echoed, causing the corners of Jiang Chuan's mouth to curl in contempt. A pink figure flitted past, weaving gracefully around him. Xiao Wu, come back. Tang San bellowed, attempting to thwart her continued advance. Xiao San, having just returned from the soul-hunting forest, why do you seem so timid now? Those who dare to run rampant on my territory must learn a lesson. A carefree, youthful voice chimed in, issuing a spirited command as a radiant pink light descended upon Jiang Chuan. Chapter 13. Xiao Wu's bow arched, stunning all with her grace. Sister Xiao Wu, avenge Wang Sheng. A plain-looking boy exclaimed fiercely. This new work-study student is too much. Teach him a lesson. Another female work-study student shouted in agreement. Fear not, there is no one my sister Xiao Wu cannot defeat. With a sweet and captivating cry, the young girl finally emerged from the pink mist, revealing an exquisitely delicate face, her rosy lips as enchanting as a ripe peach. Jiang Chuan was no stranger, directly calling her name, Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, she momentarily lost her focus, then her gaze sharpened. She lifted her leg, locking it around Jiang Chuan's neck, engaging in an intimate encounter, a technique she was well accustomed to. Did she intend to employ the waist bow as well? A cold smirk escaped Jiang Chuan's lips as he met the astonished gaze of Xiao Wu. Swiftly, he reached out, seizing her delicate ankle with a fierce tug. The power he had recently acquired from his sign-ins was immense, and although Xiao Wu possessed the ability to overcome strength with grace, resisting such overwhelming force proved exceedingly difficult. Xiao Wu's form was unable to withstand the pressure, and she was hurled away. Thud! Her feet landed heavily upon the beam of the room, and she gasped, impossible. How could you possess such formidable strength? Even as a first-ring battle spirit master, this should be unattainable. Could it be that you are a battle spirit grandmaster? Yet, as the thought crossed her mind, she pondered. If Jiang Chuan were indeed a grandmaster, he would have already graduated from the Spirit Master Academy. Jiang Chuan merely smiled quietly, offering no response. Was Xiao Wu not a match for him? After all, he clearly was an auxiliary soul master. One student jested, "Can even Sister Xiao Wu not win? This is rather peculiar." Another student retreated cautiously. "What? You are an auxiliary soul master?" Xiao Wu snapped back to reality, realizing that Jiang Chuan had indeed not employed his martial soul. She lingered in place for a full minute, revealing a serious expression. "Sister Xiao Wu, do not continue fighting. You have no idea whom you are opposing. This is an inevitable battle." Tang San urged, "Please return." Centuries-old soul beasts do not survive more than 10 seconds in Jiang Chuan's presence, let alone you. Xiao Wu, unwilling to concede, gritted her teeth and countered, "Today, Sister Xiao Wu will show you the taste of the bow and arrow." With that, her delicate feet propelled her forward and she swiftly leaped behind Jiang Chuan, attempting to evade his grasp. However, when she landed behind him, she found herself unable to budge him even a fraction, leaving her utterly astonished. At that moment, her mind recalled Tang San's words. Could it be that this young man before her was not ordinary? While her agility was commendable, it still lacked sufficient force. Jiang Chuan assessed. Clenching his fists tightly, he swung backward with an overwhelming might. Boom! Xiao Wu crossed her arms defensively in front of her chest. Yet the force of his powerful punch struck her arms, sending a jolt of numbness through her body, causing her to fly through the air like a marionette with its strings cut. Tang San, quick on his feet, intercepted her midair. The outcome was clear. "Xiao San, do you know him? Why did you not warn me in advance?" Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San, bewildered. Seeing her confusion, Tang San sighed. "This is what I meant by Brother Jiang Chuan, a remarkable individual we encountered in the soul hunting forest, a first-ring auxiliary soul master. Is it really him?" Everyone was astounded. They had already heard of Jiang Chuan's exploits. He was known to have defeated soul beasts that had lived for decades with ease. The thought sent chills down their spines. "Xiao San, why did you not say so sooner?" Xiao Wu reproached, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Was he not just enjoying her predicament? "You all came and brazenly attacked without any pretext," Tang San replied, his expression darkening. "Enough. You have defeated me. From now on, you shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory," Xiao Wu said, her dissatisfaction evident as she pointed towards the still unconscious Wang Sheng. "What are you waiting for? Take him to the infirmary." Two students nodded vigorously, swiftly carrying Wang Sheng away. "Brother Jiang Chuan, please forgive them," Tang San explained with a bitter smile. "They are merely work-study students, inevitably targeted or bullied by wealthy science, and the one leading the charge is Big Brother Xiao. Thus, they sought to gain the protection of a stronger individual among the work-study students, inadvertently offending you, and I apologize on their behalf." Jiang Chuan nodded slightly. The party involved. Xiao Wu glanced at Jiang Chuan, her lips pursed in a shy gesture. Then, with her enchanting eyes filled with curiosity, she scrutinized Jiang Chuan, hesitating to speak. Sensing her gaze, Jiang Chuan tore off a piece of steamed bun and, while eating, encouraged, "Feel free to ask whatever's on your mind." "It's nothing," she replied awkwardly, shaking her head. "Brother Jiang Chuan, I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope for your understanding." A student worker approached, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I hope Brother Jiang Chuan can show some leniency," a female student murmured as she joined the conversation. Seeing that Tang San addressed Jiang Chuan in the same manner, the others followed suit in unison. Jiang Chuan waved his hand. "From today onward, Jiang Chuan shall be our leader. If shouted Ji dares to offend us again tomorrow, we shall make him pay dearly." "Bah, what shouted Ji?" One student, filled with indignation, exclaimed that he should be called Xiao Turtle. "Indeed, Wang Sheng was mercilessly beaten for our protection. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Should they dare to invade us again, we shall ensure they return empty-handed." This female student was eager for action. "By the way, I heard that another work-study student is coming today," she whispered conspiratorially. "And I've heard it's another girl." At this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "Another girl is coming?" Some involuntarily furrowed their brows, casting glances at Xiao Wu. What is going on with the recent work-study students? Each one seems more formidable than the last. Furthermore, how is it possible to have 4 work-study students in succession, a rarity that occurs only once in decades? Finally, someone could not contain themselves and spoke up. "I overheard Teacher Wang mention that this female student comes from a distinguished background. She should be a noble, yet she insists on enrolling as a work-study student. Even the dean personally came to welcome her, displaying an extraordinary eagerness. As she spoke, the student could not help but reveal a look of wonder. Jiang Chuan sensed an impending unease, a fleeting image surfacing in his mind. It struck him as peculiar that the work-study students were required to perform cleaning duties for the academy in order to continue their studies here. Yet noble offspring were clamoring to join. Not only was this female student taken aback, but those around her were equally perplexed. "Have you seen that work-study student?" A male student inquired anxiously. "I have," the student replied, his excitement palpable. Her visage is akin to that of an angel, rivaling even that of Sister Xiao Wu. Innocent in his candor, he spoke without reservation. The atmosphere suddenly chilled, and the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts brimming with anticipation. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, the door to dormitory 7 swung open, revealing a countenance that seemed to radiate angelic grace. With a gentle smile, she greeted, "Hello, I am Ning Rongrong, an auxiliary system soul master. May I inquire if this is dormitory 7? An astonished silence ensued. Chapter 14. The Little Princess's Entanglement. The chaotic forge of skills. The work-study students swallowed hard, the angelic visage indelibly etched in their minds. Observing the crowd blocking the entrance, Ning Rongrong expressed her confusion. "Are you not permitting me to enter? Are you truly an auxiliary system soul master?" A female student exclaimed in disbelief. "Why do we have so many auxiliary system soul masters?" Another shocked voice echoed. Numerous students gathered around, eagerly surrounding Ning Rongrong. "The rules of Dormitory 7 cannot be altered." A male student raised an eyebrow at Jiang Chuan. "Go," Jiang Chuan retorted with irritation, casting a glance back at him. "Jiang Chuan?" Ning Rongrong parted the throng and approached him, her silence speaking volumes. Had she indeed arrived at the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy? "Do not forget that you represent the prestige of our 7-treasure Glazed Tile School." The work-study students were taken aback, realizing that the two were acquainted. "You are from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School?" Xiao Wu covered her mouth in astonishment. The most formidable auxiliary spirit martial soul across the continent. Was there a connection between the two in that sect? "I escaped from home," Ning Rongrong replied, her expression disarmingly innocent. Tang San elucidated the situation to dispel their confusion. As her gaze swept across Dormitory 7, she noted that among them, only Jiang Chuan and Tang San had neatly arranged bedding. "You left in such haste that you forgot your bedding. Yours is so ample," she remarked, without hesitation seating herself beside Jiang Chuan on the edge of his bed. "I do not mind sharing a bed with you." "I do mind," Jiang Chuan replied coldly. Ultimately, unable to withstand her relentless pursuit, Jiang Chuan chose to ignore her further. The onlooking students were rendered speechless, each secretly wishing to share in such a privilege. Subsequently, the work-study students voluntarily intercepted Ning Rongrong and Jiang Chuan, offering to clean the playground in exchange for protection. Before long, the dawn of the following day arrived. Jiang Chuan accompanied Tang San to the blacksmith's workshop. Along the way, Tang San elaborated that Boss Sher San was a kind-hearted individual who took him in upon learning he was a student from Nodding City. He only needed to serve tea and water daily to earn 3 silver soul coins each month. Gradually, he revealed the hammer techniques bestowed by his father, and thus became his apprentice, embarking on a journey of forging at the blacksmith shop, where he could earn a gold soul coin monthly. Therefore, if you wish to learn the hammer techniques, it would be best to seek instruction there. Jiang Chuan remained silent. Indeed, Tang San was meticulous. He had registered as a soul master at the Spirit Hall and continued to earn a gold soul coin monthly while diligently refining his hammer techniques, laying a foundation for future endeavors. As they spoke, the two arrived at Sher San's forge. Before them stood a man wielding a hammer, diligently striking the glowing red iron on the table. Under the mottled sunlight, one could discern the rippling muscles of his physique. Sensing the movement of the two, he looked up and exclaimed, "Oh, little San has arrived? And you've brought a friend?" Ever since Tang San joined his forge, business had been flourishing. Though he was of smaller stature, his strength surpassed many. Particularly in forging skills, he had earned deep admiration. Thus, Sher San regarded him not merely as an apprentice, but addressed him with a sense of respect. "Indeed," replied Tang San noncommittally, "this is my friend Jiang Chuan. He wishes to learn the art of forging from me and has come today to fulfill his promise. Uncle San, could you please place the unfinished iron pieces from last night beside my furnace? I will forge them later. For now, while the morning is still quiet, I would like to impart the techniques of forging to my elder brother." "Certainly," Sher San agreed readily, though his gaze shifted to Jiang Chuan, revealing a playful glint. He hesitated, saying, "But can such a small child truly wield a hammer?" Tang San considered that Jiang Chuan possessed soul power, and being from a blacksmith lineage, he might indeed have the strength. Yet, the frail appearance of the child made it difficult to envision him as a forger. "Let's give it a try," Jiang Chuan replied with a faint smile. Brother Chuan's strength surpasses mine by far, Tang San endorsed. Within a year, he should grasp the forging techniques. However, Tang San harbored doubts about Jiang Chuan. The child's demeanor did not suggest a blacksmith, so why the ardent desire to learn the forging art? Specifically the hammer techniques passed down by his father? Is that so? Sher San remarked with a slight twitch of his lips, then muttered softly. Can such a small child truly lift a forging hammer? Yes, Uncle San. I will strive to ensure there are no delays in the work, Tang San assured, leading Jiang Chuan to the right side. Brother Chuan, while I know you possess immense strength, forging hammers require wrist strength primarily, followed by arm strength, and lastly, lower back strength. Tang San pondered for a moment, realizing that the hammer techniques his father spoke of were fundamentally a philosophy, leveraging strength to create strength. It also emphasizes speed, decisiveness, and precision, requiring relentless training day after day to achieve even modest success. Thus, allow me to demonstrate once, to leave a lasting impression. As he spoke, he lifted a hammer that was half a body taller than himself, raising it high and articulating clearly. This hammer technique is easy to learn but difficult to master. You may wish to ponder it thoughtfully. Jiang Chuan observed with great interest. He had only heard of the illustrious reputation of the Chaos Wind, but had never witnessed it firsthand. What captivated him most was the potential evolution of the great Sumeru hammer, with its 9-ringed explosions capable of even repelling deities. Following this, Tang San's hammer fell with fervor, producing a resounding clang as the heated iron stone before him was instantly flattened, sparks flying in all directions, waves of golden heat radiating outward, filling the air with a warm, intense breath. Instantly, the surrounding forges swung open their doors, eyes fixated on Tang San. "Little San, are you forging again so early?" A burly man leaned through the window, laughing heartily at Tang San. "Old man, we need to get our shop open quickly, or else all the business will be snatched away by that fellow Sher San. What's the hurry? Who doesn't know that Sher San has taken on a young apprentice, mastering the legendary forging techniques? The weapons he forges are both sharp and practical. Who would come to our blacksmith shop? Hey, get up." Through the window, a pair of elderly couples were playfully bickering. This indicated that Tang San had quickly won the attention and favor of the crowd. In response, Tang San merely smiled without answering, then raised his hammer, channeling his Xiantian skill, striking down forcefully once more. Clang! Another blow fell, swifter than the last, creating a significant dent in the ironstone. My father said, through thousands of strikes and refinements, even an ordinary iron can be forged into a divine artifact. As Tang San shared his insights with Jiang Chuan, he vigorously swung his hammer, causing the iron stone in the furnace to leap with each strike, transforming into a flat sheet of iron in no time. Tang Hao's words might have been somewhat exaggerated. For ordinary iron to become a divine artifact, it certainly requires a catalyst. Let us just consider it a form of motivation, Jiang Chuan mused inwardly. Almost forgetting, Tang San had another purpose for accompanying Jiang Chuan to Sher San's forge. System check-in. Chapter 15. The Woe of Chaos Wind, Preserving Strength begins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Sher San's forge in Nodding City. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Chaos Wind Hammer technique. A brief observation was insufficient to grasp its essence. With the system's enhancement, the Chaos Wind Hammer technique continually materialized in his mind. In an instant, clang clang, Tang San's hammer, now wielded with wild abandon, reached its conclusion after 57 strikes, transforming a piece of iron into a silver dagger glinting with a chilling light. Phew! With residual energy, he continued to regulate his breathing, slowly rotating the hammer in his hand, completing a full rotation of 81 times before the hammer thudded to the ground. Finally halting his work. In times of crisis, I have also practiced for a year, combined with my soul power. I can strike a maximum of 57 times before I must cease, lest I lose control. Once my soul power recovers a bit, I will demonstrate for you. After 3 days, you may try your hand at it, Tang San advised. The art of forging requires time and patience. I feel ready to give it a try. Jiang Chuan approached, his gaze sweeping downward as he grasped Tang San's hammer in his hand, inhaling deeply. Brother Chuan, do not be overly ambitious. I have observed this hammer technique dozens of times before I dare to wield it, Tang San cautioned. Moreover, it is only by augmenting it with my own practiced methods that I can barely manage the force. His words were not without merit. Were it not for the Xianyu hand, he feared he would struggle to lift the hammer at all. Young man, do not rush. Sher San interjected, unable to remain silent, fearing that Jiang Chuan might be overwhelmed by the weight of the hammer in the next moment. Huh, is it true that apprentices from your blacksmith shop are all so extraordinary? Boomed a burly man from the opposite forge, laughing heartily. He is so small. How could he possibly lift that hammer? A woman teased. At this moment, passers-by cast their skeptical glances. Stop laughing and look. This little fellow has truly lifted it. Someone shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd towards Jiang Chuan. Boom! Jiang Chuan effortlessly grasped the iron hammer, positioning it behind him. His gaze was fixated on the glowing ironstone in the furnace. With the strength of his wrist propelling his arms, he twisted his waist, channeling an unceasing flow of soul power into his arms. With a resounding thud, an invisible shockwave surged forth, causing Tang San and the others to stumble. What? The smile of the burly man froze upon his face. Bystanders began to murmur and point. Even Shrek San stood in stunned silence. The most astonished of all was Tang San, who understood all too well the formidable difficulty of mastering the chaotic windhammer technique. Yet after witnessing it just once, Jiang Chuan grasped it with remarkable proficiency, a talent that far surpassed his own. And this was just the beginning. Thud thud, in a whirlwind of fervor, Jiang Chuan wielded his hammer with relentless force, mercilessly striking the iron as the entire furnace platform trembled, sparks flying and iron fragments scattering. The rhythmic clangs of the fifth hammer's 30th strike, the 51st, the 60th. Tang San's exhilaration was beyond words. At this moment, Jiang Chuan finally showed signs of pausing. His opponent not only surpassed him in strength, but also displayed remarkable proficiency in technique. The more chaotic the strikes became, the more fervor ignited within Jiang Chuan's chest. It was not until the 62nd hammer that he ceased his relentless pounding, lifting the hammer high above his head and spinning it a staggering 81 times. For the furnace was on the verge of collapse, and the iron had been transformed into a mere sheet. Such a forging method was unprecedented. Remarkable, someone exclaimed involuntarily. Brother, how about joining my forge? I can offer you 2 gold soul coins each month. That should suffice, proposed a burly man from the adjacent blacksmith shop. Come to my side. An elder rushed down from the upper floor, raising 3 fingers. I'll settle 3 gold soul coins monthly. This young brother clearly possesses a soul, having at least 1 gold soul coin registered with the Spear Hall. How can you offer such a paltry sum? Another voice chimed in. I'll offer 4 gold soul coins. Is that sufficient? Such benefits are unheard of throughout the entire forging street. Starting today, consider your wages accounted. A woman with a broken leg appeared, enticingly persuasive. Brother Chuan, how did you manage to achieve this? Tang San inquired with curiosity. Perhaps it is your excellent teaching. Jiang Chuan hesitated for a moment, then sincerely patted Tang San on the back, before expressing with relief, You taught well. Tang San nodded slightly, fully aware that Jiang Chuan was concealing something, merely keeping it to himself without revealing the truth. Meanwhile, Shrek San was left dumbfounded. If one were to say that teaching was the key, then he and the others had observed Tang San forge multiple times. Why had they yet to grasp even a fragment of the essence of chaotic strikes? It was undoubtedly a matter of innate talent. This young brother is a born craftsman. Shrek San praised. It seems we will soon witness the rise of a new star among our artisans. If you work here, I can offer each of you 3 gold soul coins monthly, with bonuses for every tool forged. I understand that you are students from the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, so I won't impose strict working hours. If you wish, stay here. Shrek San extended a tempting proposition. Of course, he was not foolish. Having these 2 prodigies as a facade would only enhance his forge's reputation. Thank you, Uncle San. Tang San replied with joy. Helping Jiang Chuan master the hammering technique had yielded unexpected rewards. As Jiang Chuan's eyes brightened, he readily accepted the invitation. What joy it would be to have an additional sign-in location. This journey was certainly worthwhile. Observing the 2 individuals return to the tutelage of Shrek San. The remaining blacksmiths were cast into shadows, each wearing a bitter smile. The age-old adage of integrity in business echoed in the air. Shrek San, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and addressed the gathered blacksmiths with a hearty voice. Today, I shall be accepting 2 apprentices at my forge. After work, I invite everyone to enjoy some barley wine. The repeated attempts to recruit seemed to make him a tad bashful. The conversations among the blacksmiths were refreshingly sincere. A burly man hesitated, a resigned smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement. Shrek San, you clever lad. An elder, hands clasped behind his back, strode back to the forge. Haha, Shrek San, with such a lucrative deal, you ought to compensate everyone. All the barley wine for the past 3 days is on you. At this, Shrek San nodded in affirmation, then warmly offered Jiang Chuan a cup of tea. Come, young brother, Let us drink up before we commence our work. The latter calmly nodded, accepting the tea and drinking it down in one go. As a support-type soul master, he found the chaotic cloak to be of no use. However, the system had hinted at the existence of a second martial soul. Though uncertain if it was a powerful attack-type weapon soul, it was best to be prepared. This also served to lay a solid foundation. Moreover, cultivating tranquility and honing oneself presented a splendid opportunity that could not be forsaken. After all, even support-type soul masters like Ning Rongrong and Oscar required exceptional physiques and rigorous training according to the standards of combat soul masters. What more could be expected of him? Chapter 16. 10,000 Years of Soul Rings. A Master Seeks Apprenticeship. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. Jiang Chuan and his companions have experienced remarkable growth. Their continuous attendance has allowed him to amass countless resources, particularly in the enhancement of soul power. However, he has now reached the pinnacle of a level 20 Great Soul Master and can no longer augment his soul power. It is time to hunt for his second soul ring. Notably, within 6 years, his first soul ring has evolved into an astonishing 80,000-year pure black soul ring. As the years have progressed, the duration of his first soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats, has transcended to a new level. This collective support skill now targets 7 individuals simultaneously. After enduring damage, it provides a remarkable 250% recovery power. Such a terrifying team healing soul skill, if utilized in a competitive arena, would render him an invincible presence even in actual combat. No one can inflict fatal harm upon him anymore. Nevertheless, Jiang Chuan finds himself in deep contemplation. For someone of his caliber, joining Shrek Academy seems futile. At best, he would merely attend for attendance's sake. The master is astounded by Jiang Chuan's progress, stating that his participation in Shrek would only be nominal. He could graduate early, and the Academy's dean would provide him with monthly supplies, imposing no restrictions on his freedom. The primary intention is to have him train the next generation of students, serving as a consultant teacher at Shrek Academy. This decision was not made impulsively. Rather, Yu Xiaogang has subtly absorbed a wealth of knowledge from Jiang Chuan, whose theories are even more audacious and worthy of reference. Unintentionally, every inquiry he makes is imbued with a sense of reverence and admiration for Jiang Chuan, to the extent that he contemplates taking Jiang Chuan as his mentor. However, Jiang Chuan firmly declines, expressing no interest in such a role. Thus, Jiang Chuan has been designated as the new teacher of Shrek Academy. Yet, it remains uncertain whether that old rascal, Flinder, will delay his salary. Yu Xiaogang has explicitly acknowledged that, as a teacher at Shrek, Jiang Chuan would receive 100 gold soul coins monthly. Teaching others would merely involve training the likes of Dai Mubai and the others in physical endurance, which holds little that he wishes to keep secret. With the ability to sign in quietly and earn gold soul coins, he sees no reason to refuse. As for the matter of the 10,000-year soul ring, he has kept it under wraps, fearing it might intimidate Tang San and the others. In recent years, the latter has increasingly shown reverence towards Jiang Chuan. Even Tang San's teacher finds himself seeking Jiang Chuan's counsel, and as such, Tang San is utterly respectful, not daring to show any disrespect. At the Sher Sin blacksmith shop, he has frequently served tea and water to Jiang Chuan, with questions piling up one after another. The little princess of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school is incessantly clingy. And then there is that mischievous rabbit. Jiang Chuan finds this incessant attention quite bothersome. Almost every 3 days, he is compelled to engage in sparring. Meanwhile, at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, the moonlight is sparse and the atmosphere is tranquil. Jiang Chuan reclined languidly upon the wooden chair, savoring a sip of steaming tea, releasing a long sigh. The 6th grade work-study students had completely unleashed themselves. All cleaning duties have been relegated to certain unruly aristocrats. This wooden chair by the flower-adorned square had always been tailored for Jiang Chuan. 6 years prior, those predecessors, including the formidable Xiao, had all bowed before him. Daunted by his commanding presence, rebellion was the last thing on their minds, as their sole desire was to survive another day. Brother Chuan, esteemed Brother Chuan. Several noble disciples nodded reverently as they passed by the tea-drinking Jiang Chuan. Within the halls of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Jiang Chuan had become a figure of almost divine stature. He waved his hand, signaling for the others to depart. Jiang Chuan, indeed you are here. A familiar, melodious voice rang out. Before his eyes appeared a tall, enchanting young woman, her beauty striking. Her hair was styled in playful pigtails, and her large, sparkling eyes radiated vitality, as if she were born with an innate aura of soul energy, shimmering with luminescent brilliance. After 6 years, Xiao Wu had blossomed, no longer the innocent child of yore. Ah, Jiang Chuan, are you here to spar again? She inquired. Indeed, I, Sister Xiao Wu, refuse to believe that I cannot defeat you even once. With that, she puffed out her rosy lips and placed her hands on her hips. Even she found it perplexing that no matter how powerful she became, she could never best Jiang Chuan, feeling as though she were challenging an unfathomable ocean. What was most exasperating was witnessing Jiang Chuan's daily indulgence in tea and leisure, never once observing him training. Yet his prowess remained astonishingly superior, effortlessly overshadowing the diligent Tang San. Could it be that he truly embodied the genius of soul masters as spoken of by the Grandmaster? For the record, you have challenged me 186 times. 187. Very well. Jiang Chuan sipped his green tea, his gaze fixated on the pastries adorning the table, and remarked lightly, "Do you truly believe victory is within your grasp? I advise you to return and hone your skills." He found himself preoccupied. Xiao Wu huffed, her tone filled with indignation. "Dare to underestimate me, Xiao Wu? Today, I shall not accept defeat." With a sudden leap, Xiao Wu's lithe form soared into the air, executing 3 graceful spins before descending, her body angling towards Jiang Chuan. In a swift motion, she arched her right foot, sweeping horizontally, unveiling a ribbon of pink that showcased her splendid form, captivating Jiang Chuan's attention entirely. The latter could only manage a resigned smile as he grasped her ankle. "Xiao Wu, Xiao San is on his way back. No worries, he is still at the Stones and Blacksmith shop. Come, shall we continue? Are you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Jiang Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Humph," Xiao Wu retorted, stamping her foot in frustration, before launching herself towards Jiang Chuan once more, aiming a kick at his face. Despite her fervent efforts, she found herself unable to land a blow on Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan's agility surpasses that of his strength eclipses that of the battle's soul masters. This incited her doubts regarding whether he was truly a support-type soul master. Xiao Wu, drenched in sweat, found herself unable to land a single hit on him, igniting a blend of frustration and fury within her. The elevation of his ancient bloodline had already refined his physique, making him an unattainable adversary for ordinary beings. "Dare you challenge me in strength?" he taunted. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan collided his fist with Xiao Wu's delicate punches, the resultant shockwave propelling her backward, leaving her in a state of astonished disbelief as she gazed at him. "Shall we take a break now? The river flows gently." With a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, Xiao Wu swiftly turned and approached Jiang Chuan from behind, executing a sudden embrace with the agility of a 4-pawed bear, her speed astonishing. Yet, to Jiang Chuan, it was merely trivial. "Dare to underestimate Sister Xiao Wu? Today, I shall let you experience the resilience of my waist," she exclaimed playfully. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of Xiao Wu's fierce competitive spirit. The more curious she became, the more captivated she was, persistently seeking him out. Finally seizing an opportunity, Xiao Wu pressed her feet against Jiang Chuan's waist, and with a swift motion, a wave of pink energy surged forth from her toes. Yet, Jiang Chuan remained unmoved, as a golden aura elegantly enveloped him, effortlessly countering her force. Chapter 17. The Soul Ring Trial, a distasteful encounter. The disparity in their powers was overwhelmingly vast. She was a 10,000-year soul beast. Although her strength had yet to fully awaken, she was by no means an adversary for an ordinary soul master. Unfortunately, she found herself up against Jiang Chuan, leaving her in a predicament. As they engaged in combat, their techniques intertwined, inevitably leading to physical contact that left Jiang Chuan in a state of embarrassment. Eventually, they both tumbled into a cluster of flowers, concluding their fierce skirmish. Xiao Wu emerged, her cheeks flushed, tightly clenching her delicate fists. "You wretched one. The 3rd Spirit Master will soon accompany the Dean of Sect Academy to hunt for the 2nd Soul Ring. When that time comes, I shall return to spar with you. I will make you regret it." With that fierce declaration, she huffed and strode away. The 2nd Soul Ring. Jiang Chuan's eyes sparkled with clarity. He had already determined that his target for the 2nd Soul Ring would be a millennium old. Once again, it would be within the depths of the soul hunting forest. He intended to select a rare unicorn, renowned for its purity and grace. One could only wonder what delightful soul abilities it would bestow upon him. "Jiang Chuan?" Another voice called out. He propped himself up, shaking off the hem of his clothes. The girl before him resembled a neighborhood goddess, with her fair complexion and striking beauty. Her proud, slender legs evoked a flurry of unbidden thoughts. Wang Sheng and the others had been harassed by 3 rather unscrupulous individuals. Ning Rongrong rushed over. Gripping Jiang Chuan's right arm, insisting they make their way outside. Is Xiao San not around? Why not go after Xiao Wu instead? Why seek me? Jiang Chuan remarked nonchalantly. The opponent possesses a soul master of the third ring, along with 2 soul zone of the fourth ring. Oh! Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up as familiar faces floated vaguely in his mind. Following closely behind, he arrived outside the Notting City Hotel. Following Ning Rongrong's slender finger, he looked over. At the forefront stood an arrogant man, his prominent buck teeth making him appear quite repugnant at first glance. To his left stood a burly figure, his shirt emblazoned with a large pink heart, while a lecherous, short man with a beard, hunched over, brandished a jade-green dagger, his cold gaze surveying the crowd like a hawk. Indeed, it was these 3 individuals. Jiang Chuan recalled the frequent entanglements Shrek had with them. This group was notorious for their misdeeds, driven by greed and lust. Yet, in the end, Ma Hongjun had surprisingly let them go. This left Jiang Chuan feeling a sense of lamentation. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Jiang Chuan's elder brother would be arriving imminently. These 3 ruffians would not escape today. Wang Sheng pointed at Douluo with a fierce expression, rebuking him. As graduation approached, the work-study students were out enjoying themselves. And by unfortunate coincidence, they encountered these 3 rogues. They immediately set their sights on Lu Xia, one of the work-study students, and began to act inappropriately. To make matters worse, the lecherous man attempted to drag Lu Xia into the hotel. What utter audacity! Sensing the imminent danger, Ning Rongrong hurried off to find Jiang Chuan. Wang Sheng firmly believed that although the 3 possessed remarkable strength, being great soul masters and soul sect members, Jiang Chuan's intervention would surely prevent any tragedy from unfolding. Ha ha! Old goose, you crack me up. Douluo laughed heartily, pointing at Wang Sheng's face. A group of mere junior soul masters thought they could summon someone named Jiang Chuan? I've never heard of him. Let us see how he stands up for you. Tianya licked his lips mockingly, joining in the derisive laughter. Jiang Chuan is an existence beyond your imagination. You should either flee quickly or wait for my brother to cripple your legs. Wang Sheng displayed a cruel smile, determined to make the opposition regret their actions. Under Jiang Chuan's protection, the work-study students had grown accustomed to being arrogant. Each one, filled with bravado, declared their intent to charge at Douluo and the others. Children, I have no time to play around with you here. If your so-called big brother arrives, tell him to find me on the 3rd floor of the hotel, and I shall take the junior soul master girl with me. Haha, would it acclaim it? Seizing Lu Xia and making his way toward the hotel. So is you all along? Jiang Chuan remained composed, leisurely sipping from a bottle of green tea. As his words fell, all eyes were fixated upon him. Who are you? Kuishnit Bule, Taikenabuk. I am Jiang Chuan from the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Buli's gaze deepened with meaning. Ah, so you are the leader of the Notting City Academy? Jiang Chuan nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Huh. Tinya's smile grew broader. Was he not still a mere child? Nevertheless, he possessed a certain delicate charm. Bulu, he belongs to me now. Bule. Well aware of the other's inclinations, did not object. Brother Chuan, Tang San approached, his bag slung over his shoulder, having just finished a shift at the blacksmith shop. Initially assuming it was merely a trivial altercation among students, he felt a twinge of apprehension upon witnessing the soul power and abilities of the group. It was indeed a precarious situation. This rowdy bunch was clearly up to no good. I am fully aware of their actions. Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Brother Chuan, do you know them? One could say that. Jiang Chuan replied nonchalantly. Brother Chuan. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan arrive, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Brother Chuan, it was they who, in a fit of righteous indignation, targeted Douluo, manhandling Lu Xia. Relying on their superior soul power, they suppressed us, preventing any advances. Xiao Tan was grievously injured in the scuffle, and afterward, they intended to take Xia to a hotel. Wang Sheng clenched his fists tightly. The law of the jungle, indeed, reigns supreme in Douluo Continent. Hey, release that girl, and you can leave with your hands unscathed. As Jiang Chuan concluded his speech, a sudden chill swept through the air. Even the students of Notting City Academy stood in stunned silence. Jiang Chuan remained as audacious as ever. Yet his opponent was a formidable soul master, a being of the soul sect. Could he truly contend? Just as Tianya was about to strike, he caught sight of Jiang Chuan's demeanor, which incited a mix of anger and amusement within him. This lad, does he lack common sense? The old goose summoned his soul power. In two yellow rings alongside a white, one cascaded from above his head, the atmosphere shifting dramatically. Boy, take heed, for I am a four-ring soul sect master. And then, Jiang Chuan countered with a question instead of a response. This retort left Douluo and the others momentarily speechless. However, observing Jiang Chuan's nonchalant stride, as if he possessed unwavering confidence, did he perhaps have some hidden advantage? Arrogantly, the old goose inquired, "What ring of a soul master do you possess? Are you even worthy to know?" Jiang Chuan smirked slightly, asserting that if he could withstand a single punch from him, then they could discuss further. "What? Are you certain of what you see? I am a soul master of the fourth ring." The old goose deemed this individual to be exceedingly arrogant. How could he possibly expect a mere soul master to endure a blow from him? Throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, such a claim had never been heard before. What fear should a decrepit soul master, who had never undergone proper training and merely acquired a century-old soul ring through casual hunting, instill in others? In Jiang Chuan's words, there was a hint of mockery. Hiss! Not only the old goose, but also the others were taken aback, unaware of the gravity of the situation. "You will soon experience the might of the soul sect." The old goose was thoroughly enraged, brandishing a verdant blade, and gestured towards Douluo, warning him to step aside, lest he be splattered with blood. Chapter 18. The first encounter with the soul sect. Douluo terrified. "Brother Chuan, be cautious." Tang San's gaze was fixed intently on the four soul rings. White, yellow, 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 encircling the old goose. It was his first encounter with a four-ringed soul master, sending a chill down his spine. The silent wrist crossbow concealed in his left sleeve clicked, ready to unleash its deadly bolts at any moment. The four rings on the old goose danced restlessly, her soul power surging to a boiling point. With a mighty swing of her verdant blade, she struck mercilessly at Jiang Chuan's waist, the blade glistening with tendrils of poison. Yet, Jiang Chuan remained utterly still. This left Tang San and the others in a state of acute anxiety. "Oh no, the soul sect has made its move. Hurry back to the academy and summon the dean, or Brother Chuan may be in grave danger," ordered one of Wang Shengchao's subordinates in a panic. The latter dashed off in a frenzy. "If the soul sect truly attacked, we would have to confront them together." Tang San clenched his Xianyu hand tightly, turning to gauge the opinions of his companions. "Let us fight them." Xiao Wu echoed in agreement. The seven treasures glazed tower manifested from Ning Rongrong's hand. A crystal-clear, seven-layered tower, radiating vibrant life force. The group stood ready for battle. Suddenly, anguished cries filled the air. Following the sound, they beheld the diminutive, sinister old goose plummeting in a parabolic arc, crashing down beside Douluo and reducing the steps to mere powder. With a thud, the old goose spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone appeared bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. It was the old goose who shattered the silence. "Why you?" Her finger trembled as it pointed accusingly at Jiang Chuan. Seeing her stammering, unable to articulate a complete thought, the onlookers were left in shock. A four-ringed soul master, with strength and agility far surpassing that of an ordinary soul master, had been sent flying. Despite Tang San and his companions knowing Jiang Chuan was no ordinary individual, they could not fathom the scene before them. "Old goose, what are you doing?" Douluo's smile faltered, his parched lips twitching. "This boy is quite extraordinary." The old goose panted, "What are we waiting for? Kill him. You must kill him." As a member of the soul sect, being bested by a mere teenager was a blow to her dignity. Tianya lamented, pounding his chest in despair, as the four rings, white, yellow, 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 floated above his head, swirling around his waist. With clenched fists, he ruthlessly aimed a strike at Jiang Chuan's face. "Brother Chuan, quickly dodge." Tang San, seeing Jiang Chuan neither dodging nor avoiding, anxiously exclaimed, "Have you not utilized your soul skills at all?" Jiang Chuan remained calm and composed, as a pure black soul ring floated from his chest. The edges of the soul ring faintly shimmered with a crimson aura, though none in the vicinity seemed to notice. Suddenly, the primal bloodline surged forth. Boom! Tianya struck with tremendous force, aiming directly at Jiang Chuan. However, he soon found himself unable to react, as if his movements were being controlled by the opponent. A realization that did not escape the attention of the onlookers. At that moment, Jiang Chuan leisurely proclaimed, borrowing arrows with straw boats. Buzz! The soul ring concealed itself. A vibrant emerald light enveloped his entire being. As he utilized the technique for the first time, his soul power surged to a boiling point. This punch, originating from the soul sect, felt soft and powerless, yet warmth flooded his entire body. This was a gift from the soul ring, boasting an astonishing healing capability of 250%. Who? Jiang Chuan let out a soft, murky breath from his abdomen. Suddenly, he opened his dazzling white eyes. In that fleeting moment, Tianya displayed an expression of astonishment. Is this the extent of his power? Does he dare to gaze upon my soul ring? Jiang Chuan laughed cruelly. Indeed, the soul ring of 80,000 years rendered even the soul Sect pale and powerless. Previously, it was clear that Brother Chuan could easily crush the aristocratic offspring of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. It was unexpected that Brother Chuan could also contend with the Soul Sect. Wang Sheng could hardly contain his excitement. Is this true? Exclaimed another female student. Her face drained of color. The teacher had once stated that the rank of a Soul Master requires years of accumulation, and it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary Soul Masters to transcend the limitations of their lifespan. Perhaps this remark had been lightly mocked by Tang San, who then added, "This truly does not apply to Brother Chuan." Even he had been struck by the opponent's prowess. At that moment, Xiao Wu realized that when she had sparred with Jiang Chuan, he had held back. Otherwise, she would have been unable to withstand even a single strike. The monster, Tianya, could no longer suppress his amusement. It was simply extraordinary. How uncanny. Without a hint of emotion, Jiang Chuan firmly grasped Tianya's robust right arm, and with a swift turn, he executed a sudden maneuver that shattered the very bones of his opponent. Seizing the moment, he flung Tianya to the ground, towering over him with a chilling gaze that radiated an icy disdain. A harrowing scream escaped Tianya's lips, echoing his agony. In response to this, Buell instinctively retreated, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and splattering onto the ground. He struggled to swallow, his throat dry with anxiety. What had transpired? What had old Goose just done? Buell was so taken aback that he momentarily forgot to assist his companion. The energy expended by the first soul skill had indeed taken a considerable toll. Jiang Chuan sighed. What kind of soul master are you? What level do you truly possess? The old Goose, disregarding the unease of Douluo, turned to gaze at Jiang Chuan, asking incredulously. He was well aware of the laws governing the Douluo Continent. For a child of such tender age, even if endowed with innate full soul power, achieving a level 10 and becoming a soul master would be commendable. Yet, what could possibly account for that tremendous force just moments ago? Perhaps being sent flying was merely an accident. Nevertheless, how could one explain Tianya being knocked to the ground? They all stood in stunned silence. How absurd. Just a moment ago, they had been so arrogant. Wang Sheng boasted, "You must be blind. My brother Chuan is a level 21st ring support type soul master." How unexpected. ISNT it. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, the crowd from Nodding Academy erupted in laughter. They had anticipated a formidable soul sect. It turned out to be a paper tiger incapable of even defeating a soul master. The female students beside them laughed heartily. This is the most pathetic soul sect I have ever encountered, without exception. Ning Rongrong also covered her lips with a chuckle, adding, in my view, they must have overexerted themselves, leaving them utterly exhausted. Wang Sheng, relentless in his taunts, spoke with piercing clarity. Bu Li's face turned crimson with indignation. Yet he dared not voice his anger. What kind of soul sect was this? Even Xiao Wu cast a disdainful glance. Among them, only Tang San furrowed his brow, realizing that it was not the weakness of the soul sect, but rather their initial complacency that had led to this predicament. The soul technique of Jiang Chuan possesses an air of enigma. Perhaps the crowd remained oblivious to the mysterious life force that emanated from him just a moment prior. Yet Tang San perceived it distinctly. That flicker of azure light did not belong to this realm. How could you deceive me? He cannot possibly be a soul master. The old goose glared at Wang Sheng with a hawk-like intensity. The latter merely scoffed in response. It was Ning Rongrong, however, who patiently elucidated. What do you suppose the soul power of a soul master at this age could amount to? A palpable tension enveloped the air. The old goose tilted his head, meeting the gaze of Jiang Chuan, who was adorned in a shimmering green aura. Chapter 19. Punishing the old goose gang, mastery of chaotic winds. Yet the old goose found himself at a loss for words. An auxiliary soul master? This was indeed perplexing. This auxiliary system was nearly on par with the assault system. Let us depart. With a sudden burst, he leapt from the ground, clutching his heavy chest, his eyes reflecting a reluctant understanding. Lucia seized the opportunity to sidestep his displeasure, retreating behind Jiang Chuan. What are you waiting for? Bring Tianya here. The old goose, now agitated, summoned forth a yellow soul ring that swirled around him, radiating a glimmering green light. This was his customary escape technique. Since it was you who instigated this turmoil, there shall be no easy departure. Jiang Chuan placed his foot upon the head of Tianya, speaking with an air of indifference. Previously, I offered you the option to sever your own arms at your own expense. Since you have chosen to forego that, let them all be rendered useless. Thud! Baloo collapsed onto the ground. In that moment, He felt as though darkness enveloped him, and his worldview shattered. He couldn't even bear to look Jiang Chuan in the eye. "Brother Chuan, are they all truly wasted?" Wang Sheng inquired, peering forward. "Otherwise, what purpose do they serve? However, if it pleases you, you may take them with you." Jiang Chuan spoke of the gentle breeze and the light clouds. "No, no, no. Wang Yisenga Vardli Shuklat," repeatedly waving his hand. "You seek your demise." The old goose, gritting his teeth, brandished the verdant dagger in his grasp and aimed a slash at Jiang Chuan. Yet, as the blade descended, no blood was shed, nor pain inflicted. Rather, Jiang Chuan's vitality surged even more robustly. "The one courting death is you." Jiang Chuan let out a cold snort, raising his hand to strike the old goose's head with a resounding thud. Bang! The latter was instantly knocked to the ground, unable to catch a breath as Jiang Chuan pressed a shoe against its face, leaving it sprawled like a lifeless dog. "Who are you? Why?" It is worth mentioning that Douluo was so frightened that he lost control of himself. The crowd was met with a foul stench, pinching their noses and displaying expressions of disgust. "Wang Sheng, I recall he stole your girlfriend." Jiang Chuan beckoned to Wang Sheng, proclaiming that a killer is invariably pursued by death. Thus, you must eliminate him at once. "No, no," pleaded Chuan's brother, his voice growing hoarse like Wang Sheng and the others. "Do not incapacitate me. Spare my life, Brother Chuan." Wang Sheng pointed his index finger at himself, casting a doubtful glance towards Jiang Chuan. "I entrust him to you," Jiang Chuan evidently proclaimed. After all, he was a Grand Soul Master, far beyond the capabilities of Wang Sheng and his companions. With a swift kick, he rendered the three unconscious, choosing not to utter another word as he gradually departed. Head held high, Tang San followed closely behind, while Wang Sheng and the others had been rather heavy-handed, which prompted their decisive action. Jiang Chuan elucidated that Tang San, with his remarkable intellect, immediately comprehended the latter's words. Had he not been present today, Lu Xia would likely have found herself in a precarious situation. With this thought, he felt an unburdened heart. "Brother Chuan, I shall not return to the 7th dormitory today. I intend to stay in the teacher's quarters. Tomorrow, I will accompany the teacher to the soul-hunting forest for the dean's meeting, where I shall procure my second soul ring. Additionally, are you certain you do not wish to accompany the teacher to the soul-hunting forest?" Tang San inquired once more, undeterred. Jiang Chuan's soul power ascended even more swiftly than his, achieving the esteemed level 20 early on. However, he has yet to acquire a soul ring. "You may proceed ahead. I must allow my soul power to solidify for a while longer." Jiang Chuan gently patted Tang San's shoulder, displaying an expression of unperturbed understanding. His first soul ring had already existed for a remarkable 80,000 years. How could Tang San possibly fathom this? Moreover, with the support of the Chaos Blue Lotus, he was capable of absorbing even higher-level soul rings, and a century was hardly within his considerations. Thus, his next target would begin at a millennium. Should he reveal his soul ring, it would undoubtedly astonish Yu Xiaogang and the others, provoking a wave of astonishment, which was precisely why he chose to refrain from doing so. Tang San, recognizing that his companion was well-prepared, offered no further counsel. Although he contemplated inquiring about his friend's soul skills, the question lingered unvoiced on his lips. With a wave of his hand to bid farewell, Tang San's figure gradually receded into the distance. After tonight, it was likely that Wang Sheng would not return. He took the opportunity to pack his belongings, preparing for the conclusion of this chapter before indulging in tea and succumbing to slumber. On the following morning, Jiang Chuan arrived early at the blacksmith shop of Shan. As time has passed, the business of the forge has flourished, now boasting a regular provision of 3 meals a day. After consuming a few pieces of dried beef, Jiang Chuan picked up the hammer. Tang San had already accompanied Yu Xiaogang to the soul-hunting forest. Last night, he had also borrowed the token of the spirit hall from Ning Rongrong. Over the past few years, he had amassed a substantial fortune in gold soul coins, nearly 100,000. The reason for his relentless work at Shan's blacksmith shop was to hone his skills in the art of chaos. Today, with Xiao absent, I may need to trouble you a bit more, but your wages will triple. However, this will not affect your leave in the afternoon. Any unfinished work can be left for later. Shan smiled faintly, gesturing towards the towering pile of iron and stone beside the forge. Jiang Chuan accepted the challenge without hesitation. He had mastered the chaotic gale hammering technique to perfection. The exact number of strikes he could deliver was beyond his recollection. As the iron stone glowed a fiery red, his eyes remained unfazed. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his right hand, the hammer soared into the air. An unending stream of soul energy coursed through his body, traversing his limbs and permeating his very being, manifesting in a flurry of techniques. With a resounding clang, sparks erupted from the iron stone, sending shockwaves that caused the blacksmith's shop to tremble. Without pause, he continued to wield the hammer. Clang, clang. The iron stone yielded immediately under the relentless assault of gravity. In just a matter of a dozen strikes, a formidable weapon was forged before the astonished onlookers. Truly, the chaotic gale was the epitome of mastery in the realm of metallurgy. As Jiang Chuan hammered away, the once towering pile of iron stone rapidly diminished. Half an hour later, even his hammer was on the verge of breaking, yet Jiang Chuan remained tireless. With a clang, he discarded the battered tool and retrieved a new hammer from the wooden crate, resuming his forging. In recent years, he had unknowingly worn out countless hammers, and Sher San had specially prepared an entire box for him. Almost every month, he needed to procure replacements. Unless it was the Haotian hammer, no tool could withstand such relentless strikes. Jiang Chuan had yet to utilize the ancient bloodline. Otherwise, the consumption would have been even more rapid. Sher San gazed in astonishment at the missing iron and stone, rendered speechless. He even found himself in a state of numbness. The speed of work was comparable to his entire output over the past 3 months. Before long, by the morning's end, the mountain of iron and stone had been forged into weapons. The surrounding blacksmiths cast envious glances. Jiang Chuan, it's time to eat, Sher San said, holding a platter of 4 dishes and a soup, offering Jiang Chuan a gentle smile. I'll handle the rest this afternoon. By the way, where are you headed later? Do you need my assistance? As he spoke, he extended a pair of wooden chopsticks towards him. Jiang Chuan nodded, neither declining nor hesitating. After taking a sip of the clear tea, he began to eat and then responded, I intend to venture into the soul-hunting forest. Oh, are you going alone? That place is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. What is your purpose there? Jiang Chuan smiled wryly, not bothering with any pretense. Naturally, it is to hunt for a soul ring. Chapter 20. The first encounter with the Haut group, the Soul Master Escapade. Sher San was taken aback for a moment. Feeling the gaze of the other party, Jiang Chuan then buried his head in his meal. What is the matter? Have you reached level 10 in soul power? Sher San was aware that the 2 individuals working in his blacksmith shop were students from the Soul Master Academy. However, due to the regulations governing soul masters, he had never inquired about their martial souls. Thus, he assumed that the other was seeking to capture their first soul ring. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by the other's probing question. Did you just say you plan to go alone to the soul-hunting forest? Sher San's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Jiang Chuan nodded in affirmation of the other's words. Absolutely not. Sher San interjected, even rising to his feet in agitation. Hunting for mixed souls is a matter of great significance. It cannot be taken lightly. Immediately, Sher San fell into contemplation. In that case, I shall accompany you, using my golden soul coins to recruit a soul master. When the time comes to enter the soul-hunting forest, you will be able to acquire a soul ring, thus ensuring our safety. As he spoke, Sher San was eager to set off first. If Jiang Chuan were a first-ring soul master, then his blacksmith shop would undoubtedly gain immense renown, a true win-win situation. With this thought, Sher San couldn't help but grin broadly. Uncle San, do not rush. I have a teacher from the Notting Town Soul Master Academy accompanying me. Jiang Chuan promptly grasped the arm of the robust man. The truth of his words was undeniable. He had indeed been gently rejected by Jiang Chuan. Oh, Sher San suddenly understood, harboring no doubts regarding Jiang Chuan's statement. Upon returning, a banquet would certainly be held in your honor. Yet as a soul master, one must not become overly arrogant. Acquiring a soul ring of merely 10 years would suffice, and one must avoid the temptation of greed. He immediately reiterated this caution. Should he discover that Jiang Chuan had not only obtained a second soul ring, but that the first had an astonishing age of 80,000 years, one could only wonder if he would leap in astonishment. However, Jiang Chuan chose not to reveal this truth and took his leave. Jiang Chuan embarked on the solitary path to the soul-hunting forest. Around the corner, a carriage awaited. In the brief span of half an hour, the vibrant blossoms before him gradually transformed into a desolate expanse. Soon, a familiar small town came into view, one he recognized as the commercial district on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Countless soul masters eagerly offered their services, proclaiming that for a mere gold soul coin, one could assemble a temporary team. Others, peddlers of food, wore obsequious smiles, beckoning to potential customers. Young man, right ahead lies the soul-hunting forest, the driver remarked, glancing at Jiang Chuan. After paying the fare, Jiang Chuan stepped into the fray. Immediately, he was surrounded by a throng of soul masters. This young man seems intent on entering the soul-hunting forest alone. If you lack companions, for 50 gold soul coins, 3 grand soul masters are at your command. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Approached a shabby-looking elder with a lecherous demeanor. Jiang Chuan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond as he continued on his way toward the forest. Do not be deceived by them, young man. They are a band of swindlers. Their aim is to latch onto your token to gain entry into the soul-hunting forest, seize your wealth, and then vanish. I overheard their scheme just moments ago. Should you wish to form a team, seek me out. 2 genuine third-ring Grand Soul Masters will assist you for only 10 gold soul coins. This is the market rate, and my companion and I are offering this at a discount for our first endeavor. Consider it a gift. A solemn man approached and spoke earnestly. Jiang Chuan's gaze sharpened as he immediately noticed him. How? The very individual who had bestowed a soul bone upon Oscar now found himself present in the soul-hunting forest. Jiang Chuan reminisced for a moment. It turned out that this was, indeed, his first journey of forming a team. Did this young fellow recognize me? Hao Ti's expression shifted in surprise. Jiang Chuan offered no explanation, responding as he walked. No need. I do not require it. The young man, concerned for Jiang Chuan's safety, called out to his retreating figure. Indeed, while you seek to hunt for the 10-year soul ring, you cannot escape the potential onslaught of soul beasts during the absorption process. I see no reason for you to decline my assistance, and it would only cost you 10 gold soul coins. In the realm of Douluo Continent, it is rare for anyone to genuinely worry for another's safety. Jiang Chuan turned his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yu Hao was momentarily taken aback. Then, he fell into a contemplative silence. What the other party stated was indeed true. However, upon observing Jiang Chuan's youthful appearance, he seemed rather innocent and inexperienced. His stature scarcely matched his countenance. Upon uttering this remark, one could discern the nature of this individual. Hey, did none of you notice that this young lad arrived in a horse-drawn carriage? An elderly man remarked, his eyes glinting with cunning. Just now, I spotted more than 1 gold soul coin in his backpack. Another rotund fellow exclaimed, raising his hand high. Such a small child, venturing out with dozens of gold soul coins. A captivating woman declared with righteous indignation. As her words fell, Jiang Chuan was immediately besieged by the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. A multitude of soul masters, their eyes glistening with avarice, fixated upon him. Bang! Jiang Chuan came to a halt, a cold smile gracing his lips as he turned his head. In his attempt to attract a unicorn, he had neglected to place the dried beef into the soul guide, only to find that instead of the mythical creature, a pack of greedy wolves had come instead. A team of 6 soul masters was at the forefront of this unwelcome encounter. Leading them was Elder Yun, who rubbed his hands together in a rather lecherous manner, addressing Jiang Chuan with unmistakable intent. Pray tell, young brother, which noble family do you hail from? Surely, upon arriving here, you could spare a moment of compassion to assist us, the impoverished souls. The elder's words were crystal clear. Hey, a burly man interjected, stepping in front of Jiang Chuan. This is outrageous. How can you lay hands on such a young child? You are bringing shame upon our soul master team. Do you not fear the tarnished reputation that will follow? Were you to speak? Step aside, declared one of the soul masters as he unleashed his soul power, revealing a combination of 2 white and 1 yellow rings that spiraled around his waist, his aura bearing down on the group. Outrageous? A seductive woman scoffed, her laughter ringing out as if she had heard the most amusing jest. Enough talk. Let's engage. Elder Yun waved his hand dismissively. Why waste words? Attack. How? Step aside. This does not concern you. 3 powerful soul masters charged towards Jiang Chuan. You must flee, young brother. Why are you still standing here? Hao's expression turned grave as he clenched his fists tightly, poised to confront the 2 assailants. Boom! Ultimately, 2 fists could not withstand the might of 4 hands. As Hao met the 2 attackers, he was instantly propelled away by the overwhelming soul power, crashing to the ground 100 meters away with a thud. Hand over your soul coins, the woman demanded sharply. In the world of soul masters, countless murders and thefts occurred without hesitation. Highway robberies were indeed a common occurrence. Jiang Chuan's eyes were clear and unclouded, oblivious to life and death. The woman's complexion slightly changed, an inexplicable chill sweeping through her entire being. This man, adorned in an aura of the supernatural, lunged from the right, raising his massive fist. The yellow soul ring at his waist vibrated ominously, amplifying his momentum, and aimed a strike at Jiang Chuan's forehead, simultaneously reaching for his satchel. It was an impeccable maneuver, yet it abruptly halted mid-air. Yun Xiaogang, what are you doing? Move quickly. The golden soul coins must not be compromised. Yin Lao barked at the man. Chapter 21. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. A first encounter with brilliance. In an instant, oh no, Yin Tianxiang gasped. His entire body trembled lightly before he silently collapsed to the ground. Haute propped himself up, staring vacantly at Jiang Chuan's retreating figure. How could his soul power be so terrifying? He muttered in disbelief. A mere child, yet he has felled a grand soul master? This is utterly inconceivable. The crowd appeared bewildered. It's him, Yin Lao, it's him, stammered the fallen Yin Tianxiang. The latter shot him a disdainful glance, exclaiming, "What a useless fool. You can't even contend with a mere child? Have you indulged in excesses for too long?" With that, Yin Lao let out a cold snort. First soul skill, furious lion's roar. Another middle-aged man, stealthily approaching from the side, was enveloped in a radiant golden light, wielding a colossal golden hand that loomed ominously over Jiang Chuan. First soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats. Jiang Chuan stood resolutely in place, immobile. From beneath his feet emerged a black soul ring. In that instant, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. What is this? Elder Yun appeared, as if he had encountered an extraterrestrial being. A soul ring? Is this truly a soul ring? The alluring woman was left speechless. Haut's thoughts scattered, akin to seawater evaporating under the sun. Everyone's eyelids reflected the inky blackness of the soul ring, staring in a daze. If I'm not mistaken, this must be a 10,000-year soul ring? A portly man chimed in. Are you jesting with me? A 10,000-year soul ring? Is this something a mere teenager can possess? The woman stammered as she spoke. Jiang Chuan was enveloped in a radiant emerald glow, as if at that moment he were possessed by a divine oracle. The ancient bloodline surged within him. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberated as streams of golden light emanated from his being, instantly adorning him with ancient runes, akin to the presence of a deity. He raised his right index finger to meet the ferocious onslaught of the raging lion. In an ephemeral flash, alas, the anguished cries of the man echoed throughout the surroundings. The instant his finger made contact with Jiang Chuan's, it felt as though he had encountered a colossal force akin to a tidal wave, launching him into the air. Thud, thud, as Jiang Chuan advanced with unwavering determination. Particularly emphasized by the conspicuous black soul rings adorning him, the crowd found themselves instinctively retreating in trepidation. Is this perplexing to you? Jiang Chuan chuckled coldly, and the expressions of those present were filled with disbelief. Some, pressed hard by Jiang Chuan, stumbled and fell to the ground. Do not come any closer. I am merely following orders, they exclaimed. Do you not understand that those who bully others are often met with retribution? Jiang Chuan's expression was devoid of any compassion. In an instant, he placed his foot upon the man's dantian, rendering him utterly incapacitated. If he could not safeguard himself, how could he possibly protect others? Thus, a decisive strike was imperative. Old Yun, is this truly a 10,000-year soul ring? The enchanting woman inquired incredulously. Are you a fool? Old Yun retorted. Cannot you sense the aura of a 10,000-year soul ring? But how could this be? The alluring woman exclaimed in astonishment. He is merely a child of a mere decade or so. How could he possess such an ancient soul ring? Furthermore, how did he absorb it? Old Yin offered no response. It was no wonder that Haute suddenly grasped the situation. With such formidable power, did he still require the assistance of a soul master team? Just now, it was surely you who spoke with unfounded arrogance, was it not? Jiang Chuan cast a cold, piercing gaze upon Elder Yin. No, Elder Yin jested, stumbling slightly. Nay, dear brother. No, I mean, my lord, my earlier actions were indeed a grave offense, driven by sheer desperation. In the realm of Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. It is not excessive for Elder Yun to address Jiang Chuan as my lord. Do you suppose I would believe your fabrications? With a light, mocking smile, Jiang Chuan did not linger any longer. He lifted his foot and stomped down onto the old man's dantian. The third soul skill, Tortoise Manifestation. A yellow soul ring floated out from Yun Lao, flickering before vanishing instantaneously. Subsequently, he was enveloped in a layer of dark green tortoise shell, shielding his entire body. The third soul skill, Tortoise Manifestation, was Yun Lao's life-saving technique, acquired from the hunt of a nearly 1,000-year-old black tortoise beast, usable only once a day. Once unleashed, it was formidable beyond compare. Impervious to ordinary weaponry, even a soul master of the fourth ring would find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses with a duration of 3 minutes. Who would have thought Yin Lao would employ it against this youth? How formidable could this young man be? The man pondered in disarray. Yet in the next moment, a resounding thud reverberated as an overwhelming force descended, infused with golden light. The other soul masters witnessed it with their own eyes. In an instant, Tortoise Manifestation was crushed to fragments, shattering with a sharp crack. Yin Lao's hoarse scream echoed. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan delivered another kick, rendering him unconscious. A great soul master had been effortlessly subdued by a mere youth. This was a reality they found hard to accept. How could this possibly be true? The alluring woman blinked in disbelief. Little brother, this cannot be real, can it? Hao Tai's expression grew solemn. The ramifications of a 10,000-year soul ring were immense. No one dared to disregard it. Ha ha ha. A man clad in opulent attire laughed heartily behind the soul masters. What are you laughing at? A great soul master could not contain his anger, shouting. I find it quite evident. A group of soul masters, great soul masters, and soul sects, all frightened by a mere child in his teens. Ha ha. The man cleared his throat, looking down upon them. Moreover, through such despicable trickery, I ask you, has anyone ever seen a child possessing a 10,000-year soul? Let alone those above 50,000 years. Even a mere 10,000-year soul cannot be absorbed so easily. Furthermore, it requires multiple mediums. His words struck a chord, awakening them from their reverie. The burdens within their hearts began to lift. Jiang Chuan did not argue with reason. The false cannot be made true, and the true cannot be rendered false. What is there to debate? However, he did recognize the individual before him. Clad in a resplendent blue robe adorned with a vividly depicted golden dragon, the proud demeanor unmistakably belonged to Yu Xiaogang of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yu Xiaogang spoke with righteous fervor, asserting that his soul ring was unique, capable of changing colors at will, and altering its essence to deceive others into believing it was a genuine 10,000-year soul ring. My uncle is a revered master in the realm of soul masters, and he possesses theories that confirm the existence of such soul rings in the Douluo Continent. If he were to learn that even his own uncle, Yu Xiaogang, sought to apprentice under Jiang Chuan, one can only imagine his reaction. It would likely shatter his entire worldview. Do the two of us have any grievances? Jiang Chuan inquired with a hint of indifference. There exists no enmity, yet one resorts to bullying the weak, sparing even an elderly man, regardless of your noble lineage. You must not act with such reckless abandon here. As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang raised his hand, gesturing towards the assembled soul masters, his voice brimming with righteous indignation. I witnessed your intimidation and coercion firsthand. Is there any doubt? I, Yu Xiaogang, shall not stand idly by. Chapter 22. The Thunder Dragonclaw Technique, a mere flicker of brilliance. Indeed, Yu Xiaogang was as proud and arrogant as described in the original text. With a resounding shout, he summoned 2 yellow soul rings that floated above his head, lingering at his waist for an extended period, directing a threatening gaze towards Jiang Chuan. Sensing the opponent's soul power, the arrival of the other party here was presumably to acquire the 3rd soul ring. Yu Xiaogang, truly inept. Jiang Chuan's words were imbued with profound significance. Enough, you minions of the Spirit Hall, committing heinous acts. Today, I shall stand for justice. With Yu Xiaogang's thunderous voice resonating, a blue divine dragon, wrapped in crackling lightning, emerged, its head raised high, coldly fixating on Jiang Chuan. The air was thick with an oppressive aura. Witnessing this, the onlookers were struck with terror. It was the blue electric Tyrannosaurus spirit. Feeling the weight of this pressure, a seductive woman cried out in alarm. Yu Xiaogang? Could it be that he hails from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan? Another man spoke, fear evident in his tone. This revelation caused a collective intake of breath. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus was a presence akin to the top 3 sections. Even a trace of its bloodline, with an impure blue electric Tyrannosaurus spirit, was enough to command respect. Heavens, how it was drenched in sweat. This is the ultimate beast spirit, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Though merely a spirit master, the sheer force emanating from it was suffocating. Little brother, you must flee. Simultaneously, the mention of the Spirit Hall resonated in their minds like thunder. According to Yu Xiaogang, this youth was from the Spirit Hall? Neither of these two could be trifled with. Their backgrounds were utterly intimidating. Have you been rendered speechless with fear? Yu Xiaogang sneered. I can allow you to strike first, Jiang Chuan declared, shocking all. The opponent assumed he was from the Spirit Hall, possibly due to the satchel he carried, marked with the Spirit Hall's emblem, unbeknownst to them that it was merely a token of the monthly allowance he received from the Spirit Hall. However, it mattered not. Suppressing these prodigies would be rather entertaining. Arrogance. Yu Xiaogang's expression stiffened, fury igniting within him. Even Elder Yun felt Jiang Chuan had lost his senses. To provoke the blue electric Tyrannosaurus was tantamount to courting death. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. A yellow soul ring extended along Yu Xiaogang's arm, transforming his hand into a blue dragon claw, radiating a piercing cold light, with crackling lightning coursing through it. Boom! Yu Xiaogang's left eye turned blue, emanating a brilliant arc of soul power. Was it truly the Thunder Dragon Claw? He was indeed of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus lineage. This soul skill boasted single-target attack capabilities, enhancing power by 30% before dragon transformation and doubling it thereafter. How, astonished, had already formed a grim assessment of Jiang Chuan's fate. In contrast, Jiang Chuan remained unfazed, calm in the face of danger. What of a 30% increase in power before transformation? Even if it were a full 100%, it mattered little, for he possessed healing powers that surpassed 250%. This shattered the very laws governing spirit masters. Boom! Yu Xiaogang pressed his hand against the azure dragon claw, akin to an arrow released from its bow, rushing forth with lethal intent, causing those around him to break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, the dragon claw plunged into Jiang Chuan's chest. The scene before him was far from what Yu Xiaogang had anticipated. In fact, it was completely contrary to his expectations. To his astonishment, the dragon claw appeared to have become ethereal. Not only did he not sense any harm inflicted upon Jiang Chuan, but the latter's vitality seemed even more vigorous than before. Is this it? Is this the Thunder Dragon Claw? The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit is nothing extraordinary at all. With a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Chuan declared, "You have no chance to strike." Yu Xiaogang was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a radiant surge of golden light crashed against his abdomen with a thunderous sound. A gasp escaped him as blood surged from his insides, causing his entire body to convulse in agony. It is said that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit possesses formidable defense. Evidently, the claims were not mere exaggerations. After just a single punch, you could not withstand the onslaught. Following swiftly, Jiang Chuan unleashed another blow. With a resounding crack, the very bones of Yu Xiaogan's torso were shattered. Gasping, the latter's eyes glazed over as he spewed forth a fountain of blood that soared toward the heavens. Jiang Chuan yanked fiercely, and with a thud, Yu Xiaogang fell against an ancient tree, akin to a deflated balloon, colliding intimately with the trunk and bringing down a cascade of fallen leaves. "Am I seeing things?" the man exclaimed as he fled in panic, unable to bear the situation any longer. Dozens followed suit, hastily escaping the scene. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was in the hands of the opponent, leaving no room for resistance, as if it were a jest. "This is impossible. This is the power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, my first soul skill, undeniably flawless." Yu Xiaogang's confidence crumbled. Since his birth, he had prided himself on his martial soul and soul skills, never encountering a worthy adversary. He had always defeated his foes in a single strike. Even against formidable soul masters, they would perish within 3 moves. He had once slain a disciple of the Spirit Hall beyond his rank. Yet why was he now bested by this nameless individual? "Who on earth are you?" he exclaimed in frustration. "Run, run," Elder Yun urged, supported by a charming woman. As their group fled in disarray, even a fool could discern that it was a place fraught with peril. Jiang Chuan strolled leisurely towards Yu Xiaogang. As he approached with measured steps, the black rings adorning him faded into obscurity, and the ancient bloodline dissipated accordingly. Standing before his opponent, he placed a foot upon his forehead, looking down with an air of superiority. To possess the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is a source of pride and arrogance. Yet does one not realize that there are always those superior to oneself? Even your grandfather, Yu Xiaogang, still dedicates himself to diligent study and practice. How much more should you, as a mere junior? With a forceful stomp, Jiang Chuan pressed down on Yu Xiaogan's foot, causing him excruciating pain. Even if you were a dragon, you would still be a dragon in distress, confined to a muddy pool with no freedom to roam. What audacity do you possess? Not convinced? Your opportunities have vanished. Jiang Chuan understood well Yu Xiaogang's fatal flaw, the destruction of his confidence and cultivation. That goal had now been achieved. With a crack, Yu Xiaogang's right arm was shattered beneath Jiang Chuan's foot, unleashing a howl of agony that sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding soul masters. Beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Particularly, Hao, at that moment, finally recognized the true nature of this youth. He was ruthless and steadfast, a force to be reckoned with. His future achievements were undoubtedly limitless. A gold soul coin fell into Hao's hands, and he raised his gaze to meet Jiang Chuan's clear and unfettered eyes. For some inexplicable reason, under the weight of that stare, he felt a certain unease. "Great One, go. Eliminate all those who surrounded me earlier. 1 gold soul coin is your reward. I require none for myself. I am willing to serve you, my lord. Please ensure it is done efficiently. Is that so? What if those individuals are unafraid of me and take the gold soul coin to flee? Should you dare?" Jiang Chuan stepped forward, tilting his head slightly. Chapter 23. The Young Support Soul, a Reunion by the Water's Edge. Jiang Chuan's tone was both commanding and menacing. Sweat poured from Hao Ti's forehead as the white figure in his vision gradually receded. With each step he took, the surrounding black soul rings dimmed, ultimately fading into oblivion. The mess left by Yu Tianheng and the others was now entrusted to him. In the soul-hunting forest, lush greenery enveloped the surroundings. The esteemed guests of the Spirit Hall were permitted to utilize the soul-hunting forest, with the exception of those holding the Spirit Hall tokens from the top 3 sects, who were strictly forbidden from entry. Should one require the hunting of soul rings, they would be allowed passage after a day had elapsed. 2 guards clad in golden armor, wielding long halberds, stared intently at Jiang Chuan, speaking in unison. Understanding their intent, he promptly produced a blue Spirit Hall token and waved it before them. Young brother, are you hunting for soul rings alone? Upon seeing the identity proof of the 7-treasure Glazed tile sect, the man on the right scanned the surroundings before his gaze finally settled on Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan fell into a brief silence. Indeed, young brother, do not hold it against us for not warning you that hunting a soul ring alone is quite unwise. However, as a representative of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, the Spirit Hall can dispatch guards to assist you in capturing a suitable soul beast. The guard on the left articulated this with clarity. No need. Jiang Chuan promptly declined without a moment's hesitation. The two exchanged glances, contemplating for a moment before they both nodded in agreement. Very well, before entering the soul-hunting forest, we must record your information. Please present your soul master credentials. If unavailable, you may recite them, and we will verify before granting passage. The guard on the right extended his hand. To Jiang Chuan's surprise, a verification was now required for his second entry into the soul-hunting forest. He rummaged through his satchel and retrieved his soul master registration token, sufficient to confirm his identity. Oh, the right guard, taken aback, received Jiang Chuan's soul master token and noticed the emblem of the Spirit Hall engraved on its reverse side. With a meaningful tone, he remarked, "So, you are a registered soul master with the Spirit Hall." Meanwhile, he inwardly scoffed at the notion of such a young soul master. Upon witnessing this, the left guard visibly relaxed. The right guard stammered, "What? What is this? This cannot be. Is something amiss?" The left guard took the soul master token from his counterpart's hand and, after examining it, was momentarily stunned. Soul Master Jiang Chuan, age 12, an auxiliary soul master, with a martial soul of the Azure Lotus and a first soul ring of 100 years. An auxiliary soul master with a first soul ring capable of absorbing 100 years? The left guard raised an eyebrow. A 12-year-old auxiliary soul master was unprecedented. It spoke volumes of the talent within the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, the strongest among the 3 auxiliary sects of the entire continent. The right guard expressed his admiration. In the world of Douluo, the status of an auxiliary soul master is exceedingly high. For instance, Ning Rongrong could even sit alongside the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. If they were to learn that Jiang Chuan currently possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, their expressions would surely grow even more varied. "May I inquire, can we proceed?" Jiang Chuan took his token. "Are you jesting, young brother? As a support-type soul master, you intend to venture alone into the soul-hunting forest? You wouldn't be able to capture even a 10-year spirit beast. Since you are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, I shall accompany you on this journey," the left protector declared, as he opened the imposing stone door. "I appreciate your kind offer, but I must decline." Jiang Chuan slightly inclined his body, and in a flicker, he vanished from sight. The moment he entered the soul-hunting forest, he unleashed his soul power. Numerous decade-old soul beasts fled in terror. Before him, towering ancient trees raced by like shadows. Yet, Jiang Chuan pressed on, swiftly leaping to the heart of the century-old soul beast zone. He opened his satchel and retrieved a piece of mammoth meat, marinated with rosemary. This delicacy, purchased from the auction house in Notting City, had cost him 53 gold soul coins. It was also a favored dish of the unicorn. The reckless slaughter by soul masters perpetuates a vicious cycle in the world of Douluo. Although he found himself in the epicenter of century-old soul beasts, only a scant few could be seen, each merely around 100 years old, validating the theory previously posited by Yu Xiaogang. A century-old iron-armored rhinoceros let out a low growl, sensing Jiang Chuan's soul power and refraining from approaching. Suddenly, a grotesque face emerged from the trees, with 4 pairs of eyes fixated on Jiang Chuan. Its mouth dripped with a viscous green venom, which splattered against the trunk, sizzling and etching a small hole into the bark. A 100-year-old human-faced demon spider arrived, yet, deterred by Jiang Chuan's soul power, chose not to attack. Why is the Millennium Soul Beast yet to make an appearance? Jiang Chuan cast a swift glance. His comprehension of soul beasts far surpassed that of the master, allowing him to discern their age at a mere glance. It seems they have indeed reached the millennium mark. As Jiang Chuan took strides into the Millennium District, he was immediately met with the resonant howls of several ancient spirit beasts. Jiang Chuan's long eyebrows arched slightly as he harnessed his soul energy. A resonant hum echoed as a pitch-black soul ring descended from his head, lingering around his waist, its dark radiance flickering intermittently, revealing hints of crimson glimmers within. Thunderous vibrations ensued as the soul power unleashed by the soul ring swept through the air, caressing the faces of the surrounding soul beasts like a wisp of smoke. This overwhelming pressure, derived from the passage of time, caused many restless soul beasts to withdraw in trepidation. The unicorn, in particular, held a fondness for the tranquil waters of the pond. Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment before approaching the nearest pool of water. In an instant, his feet landed upon the massive trunk of a towering tree. The next moment, with a surge of soul energy, a golden ancient rune was imprinted within his dual pupils. This was the manifestation of the second stage of the ancient bloodline's capabilities, allowing him to survey a vast expanse of 1,000 miles. After scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of the unicorn. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a white silhouette by the water's edge, standing with an air of elegance. Could it be the unicorn? Jiang Chuan's heart instantly tightened. This soul beast was innately drawn to cleanliness. He swiftly approached, but upon the gaze of the ancient dual pupils, he immediately discerned the anomaly. Who is it? This familiar sound resonated in his ears, and Jiang Chuan inwardly sensed trouble, awkwardly clearing his throat. It's a misunderstanding. Please continue. Seeking death. The other party erupted in fury, and with a flash of crimson light, an alluring aura intertwined within it. In the next moment, the woman's attire materialized out of thin air, concealing her exquisite figure and fair legs. Thief! The woman, with a breathtakingly enchanting visage, gritted her teeth in retaliation. It was unintentional. After Jiang Chuan explained, he quietly departed. Suddenly, a sharp blade gleaming with silver light shot forth, striking the back of Jiang Chuan's head. Under the impetus of his soul power, the blade even produced a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. What commotion! Jiang Chuan spoke coldly, then unexpectedly extended his hands to meet the incoming silver blade. He neither dodged nor evaded. Rather, he seemed determined to catch the sharp weapon. To the onlooker, this appeared to be a death wish, a slight smirk forming at the corner of their mouth. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed sharply, one after another. Chapter 24. The Sky-Shattering Strike, the Escape of the Evil Moon. With a resounding crash, the sharp silver blade was effortlessly crushed by Jiang Chuan's golden palm. He turned to face the alluring woman before him. Her skin was as white as jade, with exquisite features, bright brows, and radiant teeth. Most striking were her long, slender legs. The woman sensuously tossed her short yellow hair and curiously observed Jiang Chuan. Possessing such power, a battle soul master? I am Hulaina from the Golden Clan of the Spirit Hall. Who are you, and how did you gain entry into the soul hunting forest? Hulaina's eyes sparkled with clarity and intrigue. As Jiang Chuan reflected, two guards recounted the arrival of a distinguished guest from the Spirit Hall. And could it be none other than the enchanting Hulaina before him? Indeed, she possessed an alluring beauty. However, it was merely a misunderstanding. I must take my leave. Did I permit you to depart? Hulaina retorted coldly. Buzz! Two golden soul rings descended from above her head, shimmering with a radiant light. Their seductive aura seemingly poised to ensnare one's very consciousness. A few wisps of crimson mist emerged to distract Jiang Chuan, yet they were effortlessly dispelled by the chaotic azure lotus. Seeking death, Hulaina bellowed, channeling her soul power. Her form flickered like a phantom before vanishing in an instant, reappearing before Jiang Chuan with a sharp silver blade materializing in her grasp. She then struck at him with a graceful arc, embodying the essence of ancient bloodlines. As Jiang Chuan's dual pupils shimmered with a frosty glint, the specks of golden light on his right arm swirled chaotically like dazzling jewels. Since the adversary had resorted to lethal means, he could hardly be blamed. With a resounding crash, as Jiang Chuan raised his arm, the sound of steel clashing echoed through the air. Hulaina's silver blade was instantly reduced to mere powder under the immense force, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at him. With the activation of her 10th level soul power, how could he possibly shatter my silver blade? She was momentarily taken aback, for even during her sparring sessions with Yin, such an extraordinary event had never transpired. Was she truly astonished? With an expression of fierce determination, Jiang Chuan raised his resplendent fist and struck towards Yu Xiaogan's face with tremendous force, the sound echoing powerfully. Witnessing the ruthlessness of his attack, Yu Xiaogan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Realizing the peril, she swiftly invoked her first soul skill, Enchanting Fox Charm. This ability, a collective control technique, emanated a violet glow from her eyes, forcibly dazzling her adversaries for 3 seconds. In an instant, a beam of purple luminescence surged forth from Yu Xiaogan's gaze. Jiang Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile, as if to say, the mantis attempts to stop the chariot. This streak of violet radiance was directly shattered by the chaotic azure lotus. Immediately thereafter, a resounding crash echoed as a massive fist, enveloped in golden light, struck Yu Xiaogan's abdomen. She coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood and collapsed to the ground, her head thrown back. She felt as though her very organs had been turned upside down. How could this be? My first soul skill has never faltered. Yet today, it seems it has met its defeat. Jiang Chuan gazed down upon the prostrate Yu Xiaogan, his eyes devoid of any tumult. How is it that you have managed to escape the clutches of dizziness? This is utterly inconceivable. Second soul skill, Fox Fire Command. Another yellow soul ring swirled around him, and from within, a striking pink flame emerged, dancing in accordance with Yu Xiaogan's will, hurtling towards Jiang Chuan. This soul skill could amplify power by an astonishing 150%, and furthermore, it could morph its form at the whim of the wielder. I have stated it clearly. It is futile. Your soul skill bears no efficacy against me. Jiang Chuan raised his hand and firmly grasped the approaching pink flame. The Fire Fox, with a powerful squeeze of his right palm, a sharp crack echoed as the flame was utterly extinguished, its residual brilliance drifting skyward from his hand. In that moment, Yu Xiaogan felt as though darkness had enveloped her, and the world around her had crumbled. This second soul skill, though formidable, was something even his brother, Xiaoyu, could not shatter. How dare you harm my sister? I shall ensure your demise. The fierce words resonated through the air. From Yu Xiaogan's twin pupils, Jiang Chuan perceived a fleeting reflection behind him, a shadow of black, elusive and ephemeral, appearing and vanishing in an instant. At last, with a resounding clash, a streak of black light, akin to a blade, struck forth. The evil moon? Jiang Chuan asserted with conviction. It is said that the dagger in his opponent's hand is even swifter than the concealed weapon wielded by Tang San. Jiang Chuan advanced boldly, unyielding in his approach. To Yu Xiaogan, this was tantamount to courting death. Even if his fists were formidable, how could they possibly rival the prowess of her brother's martial spirit? The Moonblade? With a first soul skill, he proclaimed, slash. The sinister moon leaped powerfully, soaring high into the air, and with a fierce sweep of the long knife, it traced a crescent arc in the sky. In an instant, a blade of moonlight shot forth, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Madman, my first soul skill, slash, can eliminate any opponent beneath the rank of a great soul master with a single strike. Even a defensive martial spirit cannot escape its lethal reach. The sinister moon's eyes widened in fury as he declared die. Such arrogance was truly unfounded. With a resolute chuckle, Jiang Chuan surged forward, shattering the black blade's radiance with a single, powerful punch. The ominous glow dissipated, and as his soul power lingered in the air, he emerged triumphantly, raising his fist once more to strike the face of the malevolent Yu. From the very beginning, his intention had never been to target the blade's light, but rather to conclude the encounter with a decisive blow to Yu. What? The latter was taken aback, momentarily stunned by the oncoming force of the punch. He quickly regained his composure and hastily uttered, second soul skill, control. The yellow soul ring that hovered at his waist began to trail along his arm towards the blade, while the youthful visage before him drew ever nearer. Jiang Chuan remarked in a low voice, your strike is too sluggish. There is no opportunity left. With a single punch, he unleashed a force that shattered the heavens. It collided forcefully with the crescent blade of Xiaoyu, whose face contorted in terror, overwhelmed by the tremendous power. The resounding clash echoed like the sound of mountains cracking. In the sky, the soul force dispersed like waves, obscuring Yu Xiaogan's line of sight, leaving her uncertain of the unfolding events. A cry of anguish pierced the air, followed by Xiaoyu's mournful wail as he crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. With a sweeping motion, Jiang Chuan dispersed the ethereal mist summoned by soul power. What? Even Yu Xiaogan, despite her naivety, grasped the gravity of the situation. Her brother was renowned as the pinnacle of the Spirit Hall's golden lineage, expected to be unrivaled among the younger generation. Yet, this youth appeared youthful, even more so than she. How could such a being exist on this continent? Cough. Xiaoyu emerged from the abyss, forcefully expelling the congealed blood from his body. Forming a blood pearl, and urgently urged Hulaina, his voice barely a whisper, "Leave. Quickly. Depart from the soul-hunting forest." The two moved in unison. And Xiaoyu's presence in the soul-hunting forest did not surprise Jiang Chuan. Brother, Hulaina did not flee. Instead, she rushed to support the weakened Xiaoyu. Suddenly, she realized that his torso had been shattered. What kind of power could inflict such damage? Throughout the encounter, she had not witnessed Jiang Chuan's martial soul, nor even a soul ring. Could it be that he was so formidable that he could inflict harm without summoning his martial soul? Or perhaps he possessed a mutated martial soul. The thought was too terrifying for Hulaina to contemplate. Whether it was the former or the latter, both were enough to instill fear. Chapter 25. The Soul Master Jiang Chuan, also known as the title Douluo, emerges, not daring to linger any longer. She unleashed her second soul skill, Firefox Command. Hulaina's yellow soul ring tightened around her palm, and the enchanting pink flames began to rise. Instantly, the flames consumed the surrounding flora, transforming the area into a sea of fire. She hoisted Xiaoyu on her back and fled at a swift pace. As Jiang Chuan was poised to conclude the lives of the two, a sudden sound of rhythmic hoofbeats echoed from the right. The sound was light and crisp. A flash of inspiration surged through his mind, infusing his legs with vitality. With a single leap, he soared to a distance of 100 meters. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a magnificent, snow-white equine spirit beast. Adorning its forehead was a white jade horn, approximately 50 centimeters in length, while its elegant body was graced by a pair of broad, pristine wings on either side. A unicorn, perhaps a millennium old? Jiang Chuan's gaze sharpened, each word articulated with precision. The lifespan of a unicorn is determined by the horn upon its brow. Exceeding 40 centimeters signifies a millennium. Simultaneously, this unicorn radiated a resplendent glow, its bloodline remarkably pure. Thus, it was unable to spare a moment's thought for Hulaina. Drawn by the flames, the unicorn's resounding call echoed forth, swiftly igniting its wrath. Its territory was sacred and inviolable, demanding the identification of the instigator. With a piercing cry, it remained oblivious to the unexpected presence behind it. An ancient bloodline. When Jiang Chuan unleashed his punch, it was a strike that could shake the heavens. With a resounding roar, his fist collided with the abdomen of the unicorn, targeting its most vulnerable spot. A deafening cry erupted from the unicorn as it was forcefully sent flying, crashing through dozens of towering ancient trees and becoming lodged within a cracked, stubborn rock. Barely managing to hold its form, blood oozed from its mouth, a vivid scarlet, as it glared furiously at Jiang Chuan, its eyes wide with rage. Accompanied by its mournful wail, a brilliant sphere of white light began to materialize from its mouth. With a fierce intensity, this radiant energy surged toward Jiang Chuan. The first soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats. Jiang Chuan employed his left arm as a shield, propelling himself with his feet to collide with the radiant light. In the next moment, a resonant surge of soul power erupted, causing the surrounding soul beasts to stagger in their steps. Observing this, the unicorn unleashed an even more ferocious beam of sacred, blazing light. The radiant brilliance surged forth, carving through the ground. This place has not been obliterated by my hand. Jiang Chuan offered a brief explanation, yet the latter appeared unconvinced, adopting an unyielding stance. Given this, Jiang Chuan charged forward with reckless abandon, his left arm facing the blazing light as he approached the unicorn. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful right punch, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds as he landed 3 consecutive blows upon its forehead, causing blood to splatter. The unicorn let out a pained cry, its form once again hurled backward by the tremendous force. After several anguished calls, it gazed at Jiang Chuan with a look of human-like astonishment, for a striking black soul ring prominently encircled his waist. The surrounding spirit beasts recoiled in trepidation at the sight of this soul ring. Recognizing the peril, the unicorn abruptly flapped its wings and swiftly took flight, soon vanishing from sight. Attempting to flee, with a firm grasp of his left hand, Jiang Chuan declared resolutely. The primordial bloodline surged through his legs, and with a resounding thud, his figure materialized 1,000 meters away. Dark soul rings swirled beneath his feet, and in the span of merely 3 swift movements, he closed the distance to the unicorn. Suddenly, with a tilt of its head, the unicorn unleashed a radiant halo of sanctity. The latter raised a hand and swept it aside, shattering the fierce light with a mere flick of his palm. Boom! With both feet firmly planted upon the ground, Jiang Chuan leaped forward, his hands gripping tightly as he seized a colossal boulder, weighing at least 100 kilograms. Employing the chaotic yet powerful technique of the ragged cloak hammer, he swiftly rotated his wrists, channeling a surge of ethereal energy into his arms. With a resounding thud, he hurled the boulder, which trailed layers of soul power, directly towards the rear of the unicorn. In an instant, a deafening crash resounded as the boulder struck the unicorn, unleashing a burst of crimson light in midair, marking the creature's demise. Such was the formidable might of the ragged cloak hammer. Jiang Chuan's deep-set gaze fixated upon his right hand. This marked the first occasion he wielded it in actual combat. Soon, drawing near the unicorn, he discerned that it was on the brink of demise. After surveying the surroundings, Jiang Chuan swiftly ended the unicorn's life, acquiring a violet soul ring. With a graceful leap, he ascended to a gnarled ancient tree to commence the absorption process. The soul ring emanated an overwhelming aura of resentment. The chaotic azure lotus flickered momentarily, instantly dissipating the essence of the soul ring. Consequently, the black 8,000-year soul ring trembled, effectively suppressing the 1,000-year soul ring. Resistance became futile. In mere moments, a breath escaped. A plume of white, murky vapor emerged from Jiang Chuan's mouth. The soul ring lingered at his waist, radiating a vibrant and resplendent glow. This was the second soul skill. The second soul ring, the sacred shield. It could enhance the defense of the soul master by 200%, countering a fatal blow. Jiang Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This soul ring was nothing short of cornerstone for enhancing his supportive abilities. Zhao Wujia's seventh soul skill, the embodiment of his martial soul, only augmented his defensive capabilities by 200%. Furthermore, it could also extend its longevity. System sign in, Jiang Chuan declared resolutely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the 1,000-year soul bee zone of the soul hunting forest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the demon blade of 1,000 edges. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a decade of soul beast longevity. Jiang Chuan's gaze fell upon the violet longsword within the warehouse. An offensive weapon devoid of defense. The 1,000 blades of the demon sword? He stroked his chin, realizing that the rewards bestowed by the system also encompassed weaponry. This revelation spared him the need to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The young boy resided within the soul-hunting forest, and I had just sensed the fluctuations of battle that must be seized. Hulaina, with righteous fervor, pointed her finger toward the area inhabited by the Millennium Soul Beasts. Behind her stood a formidable array of soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Jiang Chuan cast a cold glance over the crowd, unwilling to entangle himself with them any longer. Instead, 2 soul rings, one black and one purple, drifted down from his head, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, a colossal golden bird appeared in the heavens above, gracefully approaching Hulaina and her companions. Laina, a woman with golden short hair and a strikingly attractive visage, softly called out, her tone laced with skepticism. Are you certain that young man effortlessly defeated both you and Xiaoyu? Elder Jiu? Hulaina observed the other woman momentarily lost in thought before respectfully clasping her hands together. I did not anticipate your presence. This matter is of great importance. How could I not come? A resplendent golden aura enveloped the woman, as 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black soul rings leisurely emerged from her being. The sheer force of her presence caused the entirety of the soul-hunting forest to tremble. Titled Douluo, a spirit hall guard gazed at the enchanting short-haired woman in awe, involuntarily murmuring, "We must scour the entire forest to locate this individual." Elder Jiu spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed, the guards of the spirit hall responded in unison. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan had already vanished into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. It was imperative that he return to the academy to finalize his graduation procedures and subsequently obtain his soul master certification at the spirit hall. Chapter 26. A subtle exchange of glances. Matthew's humble posture. Graduation from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy was now a reality, and the blacksmith shop of Sher San had become a thing of the past. Before him stood the familiar Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City, a 2-story establishment adorned with lavish decor. As he stepped into the corridor, he was surrounded by intricately carved totems. No outsiders were permitted entry. A man clad in the white robes of the Spirit Hall lifted his hand. Mr. Xiaoga. Jiang Chuan presented his soul weapon certificate, placing it before the other party. Have you forgotten me? Oh, it is you, Jiang Chuan, Xiaoga replied, momentarily taken aback. At merely a decade in age, he possessed a century-old soul ring, making him the foremost auxiliary soul master in all of Nodding City. Even upon witnessing the assessment of Matthew, he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. You, Xiaoga paused. Are you here once more for the soul weapon test? Jiang Chuan tucked away the spirit hall token, a faint smile gracing his lips. My goodness. In such a short span, you have already risen to the rank of Grand Soul Master? Xiaoka was momentarily taken aback. What a prodigy. Young brother, would you be interested in serving the spirit hall? A talent like yours would undoubtedly receive special cultivation. He spoke with gentle persuasion. For now, I have no intentions of settling in. Jiang Chuan spoke ambiguously and then stepped towards the inner door. Well, by the way, Jiang Chuan turned his head and inquired. Who is the current pope of the Wuhuan Hall? Hush. Xiaoka made a gesture for silence. Are you seeking death? That is the pope of the Wuhuan Hall. How dare we speak carelessly? It is Pope Bibi Dong. When I reported to Matthew about the Notting City branch, I had the fortune to behold her esteemed presence. Indeed, it is she now. What? Have you also seen the Pope? Absolutely, quite a figure. Little brother, are you trying to get yourself killed? Speaking such words in public. Xiaoka cautiously scanned the surroundings. However, it is true, such unparalleled beauty is meant to be admired, not desecrated. Let's not dwell on it, for we shall never reach that realm. It is merely the truth. Jiang Chuan offered a faint smile as he ventured into the interior of the Soul Spirit branch. And upon ascending the staircase, he glimpsed the second floor. CC, listen to me. I am destined to become a Soul Zune. Just grant me another decade. The young man spoke with a tone of desperation. Umph, retorted the alluring woman, her features striking and her stature tall. Su Yuntao, we inhabit different worlds. What does it matter to be a Soul Zune? Your potential has waned. No, CC, I shall have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Soul Sect. Su Yuntao knelt humbly before her. You are beyond salvation. CC exclaimed, her finger tracing the lines of her brow as impatience seeped into her voice. Do you not realize that prodigies from the outside world achieve the rank of Soul Zune by their teenage years? You are unworthy. The lineage of Soul Masters relies on inheritance. I would not wish for my future offspring to lack a commendable martial spirit. CC, you speak of disciples from the upper three sects. Those are the cream of the crop. Their futures are bright. Innate, Sujun Tao. But why can't you be among the elite? If you are, I would do anything you ask of me. Even the young children who had come to register as Soul Masters of the Nodding Branch surpassed you by leaps and bounds. Without a backward glance, CC descended the stairs. Jiang Chuan, unperturbed by the ordinary, sipped his tea in silence, awaiting the arrival of Matthew. Alas, a hint of surprise flickered as he recalled that the Soul Division of Nottingham strictly prohibited uninvited guests. Do you have an appointment? Huh. Jiang Chuan took a gentle sip of the fragrant tea, revealing his spirit hall token. As it came to hand, his gaze sharpened. Are you the child from before? CC's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Soul Masters who arrived at the Spirit Hall branch were typically there to awaken their spirits or register as Soul Masters. It was evident that the individual before her was not there for the former purpose. Jiang Chuan discerned the question looming in the other's mind. A mere stroke of luck. A Soul Master of the auxiliary system at the level of a Great Soul Master? CC, in a state of astonishment, raised her delicate fingers to cover her crimson lips. Her heart was already in turmoil. Considering the passage of time, he must be merely 13 years old. This, in comparison to the golden lineage of the Martial Soul Hall, is no less remarkable. Moreover, who across the continent is unaware that auxiliary Soul Masters are the rarest of treasures? Jiang Chuan nodded slightly, retracting the token. As a Great Soul Master, the monthly allocation of golden soul coins would be considerably more abundant. Although he had no lack of wealth, it was unnecessary to squander it. A charming smile graced the lips of the young lady, her allure evident. Under the gentle rays of the morning sun, Jiang Chuan's refreshing visage stirred her heart. Despite her tender age of merely 13, her height was comparable to that of an adult. She was acutely aware that opportunities to encounter geniuses were rare. Jiang Chuan's expression shifted momentarily. You arrived at the Wuhuan branch in Notting City under my guidance. Why do you now seem so distant? CC remarked in a casual tone. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Chuan perceived the underlying intention of her actions. Matthew was on the second floor, and with an intentional yet unintentional display of her figure, CC raised her right arm, saying, I shall take you to register as a Great Soul Master. Jiang Chuan trailed closely behind. Su Yuntao looked at the two with a face full of despair as they gradually receded into the distance. In the second-floor Soul Master Awakening Hall, Matthew Nua suddenly opened his eyes wide. Upon learning that Jiang Chuan was the one awakening the Great Soul Master, he was momentarily taken aback. Released the second soul ring. They were utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Good heavens, is that a 1,000-year soul ring? Jiang Chuan, my young brother, how on earth did you achieve this? A 1,000-year soul ring? This must be reported to the Spirit Hall. Matthew knew awe, filled with enthusiasm, turned his attention to Jiang Chuan, saying, "My young brother, I wonder if you would be interested in serving the Spirit Hall? With your qualifications, it is quite possible for you to meet the Pope and even receive special training." "I will consider it," Jiang Chuan replied. Jiang Chuan deflected with a casual remark, asserting his independence from any affiliations. CC, her delicate fingers gently grasping Jiang Chuan's right arm, urged, "Join the Soul Hall. You will undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Do not forsake this opportunity, for it will serve as a formidable support behind you." "Very well. I shall petition the higher-ups to increase your monthly allocation of soul coins to 30, responded Matthew with a broad smile. CC's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Jiang Chuan's future is boundless. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Master Matthew Nua. Jiang Chuan offered a faint smile and bowed politely to the other party. "No, you are now a noble," he remarked. Perhaps Matthew self-deprecatingly chuckled. "In the future, you may even become an elder of the Spirit Hall, overseeing numerous spirit branches." Haha. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chuan's eyes twitched slightly. Instead, there was a hint of flattery directed towards him, even going so far as to utter many blatant remarks. Ultimately, she subtly conveyed the location of her residence. However, Jiang Chuan had no time to indulge her antics. He merely responded courteously and dismissed her. A mere great spirit master. Did she think she was worthy of his attention? Shrek Academy of Soul Masters? Jiang Chuan's gaze was fixed upon the rudimentary invitation letter he held in his hands, penned by none other than Flander himself. The missive extended an invitation for him to assume the role of a teacher at Shrek Academy. The teachings he was to impart encompassed both theoretical knowledge and training methodologies. Given his surpassing prowess that eclipsed even that of the masters, it was only natural that he garnered the attention of Shrek. Chapter 27. Dean Flander, the Arrogance of Dai Mubai. Soto City. Jiang Chuan clutched the address on the envelope, murmuring to himself, "It should be around here." From a distance, he could hear a familiar voice. "Dean Flanders," the man rubbed his hands together, "you see. There is still plenty of time before the recruitment of the Soul Masters. I have some matters to attend to. Would you grant me a day off, esteemed Dean?" As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at the middle-aged man. The man, with wrinkled skin and a long, prominent mustache reminiscent of an eagle's beak, snorted lightly, extending his index finger to poke playfully at the other man's nostril, reproaching him, "You rascal." The man possessed striking dual pupils, exuding an air of valor. Dressed in opulent attire, he stood tall and proud. His long golden hair cascaded down his back, shimmering with brilliance. "Dean, our usual training is so arduous. It's rare to have a few days off. The chubby one has already been taken out by you. Can't you allow me to relax a bit as well?" Dai Mubai emphasized the last two words with a light bite. "Though it is common for individuals to be smooth-tongued, I do not overly restrict you." Flanders paused for a moment, clapping his hands, and speaking earnestly, "You must understand moderation. If I find out that your training next semester does not keep pace, or worse, that you fall behind the new recruits, you'll be in for a reckoning then. Rest assured, Dean, we will never bring shame to Shrek." Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, solemnly bowing towards the ladder. "Sigh, where to go?" Flanders sighed. "Finish moving the things outside before you leave." "Oh." Dai Mubai's spirit sank. As he turned around, he accidentally bumped into a stranger's face, who appeared remarkably handsome from a distance. His gentle and refined demeanor was as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Who is he? Is this young man here for shopping?" Dai Mubai gestured invitingly towards the interior. "No." Jiang Chuan shook his head slightly, resolutely declaring, "I'm Shrek teacher." He recognized Dai Mubai. What? The latter was taken aback, speechless. "Are you joking with me?" Dai Mubai scrutinized the youth, who was significantly younger than himself, with a discerning gaze. "Whether it is a joke or not, you'll find out later." Jiang Chuan handed the envelope to the other party and inquired, "Is Dean Flander available?" Yes, Dai Mubai responded, gazing at the envelope in confusion. He turned towards a room and called out, "Dean, there is someone here for you." Self-proclaimed Shrek teacher. "Ha ha ha. Come in. I have already brewed tea for you," came the voice from within. The sound of Flander rising from his recliner followed. "You must be young brother Jiang Chuan." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression grew increasingly solemn. Could it really be true? As Jiang Chuan strolled closer, he beheld Flander, who exuded an air of despondency. You. Flander was rendered speechless. "Are you truly the master that Xiaogang spoke of?" "The title of master holds no substance." Jiang Chuan sat before Flander with a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing, humbly responding with a few words. The latter was taken aback in astonishment. According to Xiaogang's correspondence, Jiang Chuan was a rare talent. If he could offer guidance to Shrek, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Xiaogang's reputation was well known, yet, given the description, it could not be fabricated. The letter further noted that this Jiang Chuan was merely in the bloom of youth. However, Flander could only assume he was akin to Qin Ming, who was in his 20s and already a teacher. Yet the individual before him was undeniably a child. There was no doubt, I am indeed the Jiang Chuan that Xiaogang spoke of. I boldly acknowledged Flander's gentlemanly demeanor with a bow, exclaiming, "Seeing this young brother fills me with great excitement. For specific matters, we must await Xiaogang's arrival. We shall discuss further upon meeting. Tomorrow marks the day for new students to be selected for Shrek, at which time, young brother Jiang Chuan, you may directly take residence at Shrek." Dai Mubai stood busy. Astonished, what was the origin of this youth? Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Very well. I have heard that you are a sole master of the first ring auxiliary system." Flinder, with a spark of interest, replied, "This is my student from Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, a three-ring battle soul master. Of course, the theories you impart will only be put into practice once Xiaogang arrives. As Shrek teachers, we too must adhere to the fundamentals. Haha, I beg your pardon for any offense. Please reveal your martial soul and unleash your soul skills. My student will execute an attack. You need only withstand one strike." Truly, as the one known as the Old Fox, he would not foolishly engage Jiang Chuan without ulterior motives. In truth, it was a test. What if harm were to befall a student? Jiang Chuan took a sip of Flander's Starlit Sky and rose from his seat. Haha, that can only be attributed to Mu Bai's lack of skill. Did you hear that? Mu Bai, don't bring shame upon me. Flanders couldn't help but chuckle. Umph. Dai Mu Bai responded with a cold grunt, his competitive spirit ignited by the taunt. How could an auxiliary soul master contend against a battle soul master? Dai Mu Bai, possessing a soul power of 32, was a third-ring assault-type battle soul master. Please, enlighten me. Suddenly, a massive white-eyed tiger materialized behind him, exuding a formidable aura of a beast king. This was far from over. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, descended from above his head, causing his presence to surge dramatically, shaking the nearby teacups and furniture. With the activation of his martial soul, his muscles appear to swell with power. Soul masters are indeed diverse in their abilities. As Jiang Chuan activates his soul ring, a sense of sovereign grandeur envelopes him, evoking an aura of divinity that seems unattainable. In contrast, when Ning Rongrong harnesses her soul ring, she becomes ethereal and transcendent. Why do you not take action? Dai Mubai gestures towards Jiang Chuan, feeling an inexplicable heat surge within him upon unleashing his martial soul. Activate your third soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, where you shall find yourself unable to withstand even a single blow from me. With a sudden burst, Flinder erupts in laughter, finding the situation utterly amusing. Are you jesting with me? I am a 3-ring battle soul sovereign. Even if you are merely a 1-ring support soul master, and of the same rank, you would still be incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon me. Dai Mubai forcefully swings his arm. His voice is rugged and commanding. If that is the case, then I shall refrain from utilizing my soul rings and martial soul, and even my soul power, to engage with you. Jiang Chuan spoke with remarkable calmness. Should he unleash his soul power, a single strike could render Dai Mubai incapacitated for the remainder of the semester. Flinder, unable to bear the situation any longer, interjected. Young brother Jiang Chuan, I implore you to exercise caution. Although our Shrek Academy may be financially challenged, Dai Mubai is indeed one of the most talented students I have had the privilege to teach in recent years, surpassing many so-called prodigies from the outside world. With a teasing glint in his eyes, Dai Mubai extended his elongated finger and remarked, I need not rely on soul power or even soul skills. Very well, let's put that to the test. Jiang Chuan placed his left hand on his abdomen and gestured toward Dai Mubai with his right, seeking his consent. Chapter 28. The Golden Transformation of the White Tiger. As the fair maiden pursues her beloved, with a thunderous roar, a terrifying fist shot forth, larger than Jiang Chuan's own visage. Mubai, just a show of strength will suffice. There is no need to take a life, Fland advised from the side. Has he only utilized 30% of his soul power? Jiang Chuan discerned the situation at a glance and let out a light chuckle as he advanced with his fist raised. Fran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Immediately perceiving the extent of Dai Mubai's soul power, the latter smirked coldly. Was he truly courting death by colliding with a single punch? Boom! Their fists met with a thunderous clash, unleashing a wave of golden soul power. Staggering back, Dai Mubai struggled to regain his balance after 3 steps. Fran was taken aback, his gaze fixated on Dai Mubai's right arm, which trembled ever so slightly. You? Dai Mubai exclaimed, looking up in astonishment. I instructed you to utilize all your soul power. Jiang Chuan raised his hand towards his opponent and activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. How could you possibly know my soul skill? Dai Mubai was taken aback. Never mind that. Flinder interjected, unable to remain composed. Dai Mubai, I command you to expend all your soul power and unleash your first soul skill. It dawned on him why Xiaogang had fervently recommended Jiang Chuan in his letter. The young man must possess extraordinary abilities. Very well. Be cautious, young brother. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with a cold light as he declared with resolute strength, first soul skill. White Tiger's splitting light wave. As he channeled his soul power, his first soul ring began to tremble, revealing the immense strength of his opponent. Subsequently, Dai Mubai formed a gesture reminiscent of a great beast swallowing its prey. Boom! A magnificent beam of lightning surged forth, engulfing Jiang Chuan. Now this is intriguing. An ancient bloodline. With a firm clench of his right fist, Jiang Chuan swiftly struck towards the surging wave of the White Tiger's blazing light. In an instant, amidst the clash of two formidable forces, a magnificent golden mist erupted. Emerging from this thick golden tide was the silhouette of Jiang Chuan. Awaken your third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, and engage with me once more. Without warning, Jiang Chuan unleashed a punch towards Dai Mubai's abdomen. The latter coughed up blood, collapsing backward onto the ground. Flinder rose abruptly, his hawk-like gaze fixed intently on the scene, and exclaimed with excitement, Mubai, what are you waiting for? According to our esteemed teacher, unleash your 3 soul rings and strike with all your might. Do you think you need to hold back? Struggling to rise, Dai Mubai clutched his abdomen with his left hand and replied with great effort, Old teacher. All right, I understand. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. In that moment, Dai Mubai's muscles swelled once more, and his eyes gleamed with an imposing light. He activated his second soul skill, White Tiger's Protective Barrier, followed by his first soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Once again, he assumed a stance reminiscent of a voracious beast, his aura now threefold more terrifying than before. Even the surrounding wooden chairs and tea tables began to splinter under the tumultuous surge of his soul power. Jiang Chuan's left hand was clenched in frustration, yet he remained utterly still. After a moment of contemplation, Flander inquired, Master Jiang Chuan, may I ask how well you are acquainted with soul rings? Jiang Chuan paused for a moment, comprehending the situation. The third soul ring was acquired from a millennium-old diamond White Tiger, granting the soul skill White Tiger Diamond Transformation. This ability caused his muscles to swell and black stripes to appear on his skin. During the 30 minutes of transformation, his resistance to adverse conditions, as well as his attack power, defense, and strength, would all double, serving as a remarkable enhancement of his capabilities. He articulated his thoughts thoroughly. Clap, clap. Flander clapped his hands, revealing a look of approval. All right, Mubai, do you truly wish to harm our esteemed teacher? Be cautious, or you may suffer in future training sessions. No, Dean Flander, you may have misunderstood. I am engaged in practical combat with my fellow students, not conducting a test. Jiang Chuan opened his radiant white eyes, and a soul ring emanating a sacred aura materialized from his hand. Purple. Is it truly purple? Flinder exclaimed in disbelief. Is your first soul ring a millennium? If he were to learn that Jiang Chuan's first soul ring was infinitely close to 100,000 years, would he faint on the spot? No, I believe you have misunderstood, Dean. Jiang Chuan jestingly remarked, I have never claimed to be a soul master. Buzz. 2 violet soul rings descended from Flinder. His eyes suddenly transformed into a striking purple. With a bone age not exceeding 13, a second ring 1,000-year support type, great soul master. Good heavens. What monster? Flinder was taken aback. Poof. Dai Mubai over here also gathered his strength, unreservedly unleashing his soul power towards Jiang Chuan. The ground was cleaved open, while the surrounding murals were torn apart, akin to a roaring tsunami. Second soul skill, Holy Shield, in Jiang Chuan's right hand. The purple soul ring transformed into a resplendent white shield, as he thrust it forth to meet the White Tiger's radiant wave. The overwhelming force was completely dissipated by the barrier. Is this truly your utmost power? He mused, shaking his head ever so slightly in judgment. Allow me to demonstrate what genuine strength entails. With a powerful push from his legs, his right fist, adorned with a white shield, struck fiercely against Dai Mubai's torso. Boom! The latter coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body losing all weight as he crashed into the wall, enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. Struggling to catch his breath. You are clearly a support-type soul master. This, precisely, was the intention of Yu Xiaogang, to train the Shrek students. Flinder was rendered speechless. How can you possess such formidable strength? Your speed surpasses even that of a great soul master, and is several times more powerful than that of the Battle Soul Sect. Principal, I believe I am no longer a teacher at Shrek, thus I cannot provide you with an answer. I have revealed enough today. I hope that, after careful consideration, you can respond to my request for 200 gold soul coins per month. All right, Flinder exclaimed repeatedly in agreement. Farewell. Jiang Chuan was about to depart when someone exclaimed, Master Jiang Chuan, do stay for a meal. The latter paid no heed, for he understood that the mention of a meal was merely a pretext for negotiation. Is that not Jiang Chuan? A melodious voice chimed in. Following the direction of the voice, he beheld Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong approaching. Ah, Jiang Chuan, this princess has sought you time and again, even waiting at the 7th dormitory, yet you have arrived at Soto City before me? Ning Rongrong remarked, tugging at Jiang Chuan's garment as she spoke. Oof. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu turned her head with a hint of envy, letting out a delicate snort. Even best friends have their moments of vulnerability. If you wish to enroll in an academy, you could have simply come on your own. Jiang Chuan shrugged, indicating that it was of no concern to him. You, Ning Rongrong, were at a loss for solutions. Hee. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu silently chuckled with delight. May I inquire about your identities? Flinder emerged from the room. This peculiar gentleman appeared rather eccentric. Xiao Wu whispered apprehensively. Is this the little princess? Flinder? What brings you here? The two exchanged knowing glances, revealing their mischievous spirits. Chapter 29. The Shrek advisor encounters Tang San. Dai Mubai emerged from the rubble, covered in dust, shattering the silence. Master Jiang Chuan, your methods are rather excessive. He lamented. What master? Flinder adjusted his spectacles, reproaching him. You should address me as teacher. What? Flinder, are you out of your mind? Ning Rongrong's expression shifted slightly. Do you intend for Jiang Chuan to become a teacher at Shrek? What is wrong with that? Jiang Chuan spoke ambiguously. In the future, you shall belong to our 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong stamped her foot in frustration. Flinder and Dai Mubai exchanged mischievous glances. Xiao Wu, unwilling to be outdone, tugged at Jiang Chuan. All right, Rongrong often speaks in a way that leads to misunderstandings. Dai Mubai interjected. I am grateful to the teacher for showing mercy. Otherwise, I would have been incapacitated today. He cast a fearful glance at Jiang Chuan, pondering how such a person could exist in the Douluo Continent. Despite his royal status, he was no match for Jiang Chuan. His brother, before Jiang Chuan, was hardly worthy of being considered a mere ant. The auxiliary soul master surpassed even the battle soul masters, an unimaginable feat. Observing this, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong covered their lips and shared a gentle smile. Upon learning of his confrontation with Jiang Chuan, they could hardly conceal their schadenfreude. Fortunately, you were cautious enough to activate the White Tiger's protective barrier in time. Otherwise, you would be unable to attend classes next semester. Jiang Chuan jested lightly and, unnoticed by the crowd, quietly departed. Is that truly the case? The prowess of the teacher leaves me in awe, and I cannot help but wonder under whose tutelage the teacher trained, and to which sect or school he belongs. Dai Mubai inquired humbly. He raised his head to survey the surroundings, but found no trace of Jiang Chuan. Alas, do not search any longer. Brother Chuan has undoubtedly vanished once more. He is always like this, appearing without a trace and disappearing just as mysteriously. Xiao Wu explained, accustomed to it. It has been stated that he is part of our 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong interjected, hands on her hips, glaring at Dai Mubai. Must I repeat myself countless times? While the teacher is indeed a support-type soul master, this continent does not revolve solely around your 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. There are certainly reclusive figures. Given the teacher's qualifications, he is far beyond the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. Why would he choose to dwell in your midst? Dai Mubai spoke candidly. Ning Rongrong, infuriated, shifted her demeanor to one of delight. Brother Chuan, of course, intends to marry into our 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. Humph. You were unaware, weren't you? All of Flinder's thoughts scattered, akin to evaporated seawater. He deemed it necessary to inform the sect leader Ning. Ridiculous. Dai Mubai scoffed silently. What kind of person is the teacher? Even joining Shrek merely as an advisor, he would not hold any position. What merit does your 7 treasure Glazed Tile School possess? Enough of this, little girl. Cease your nonsense and wild claims. What did you say? Ning Rongrong retorted, her voice laced with anger. What? Are you upset? Dai Mubai, caught in the heat of the moment, teased with a smirk. The little princess of the support system. Does she intend to strike me? Ha ha ha. Dai Mubai, are you not of royal descent? You too must rely on my 7-treasure glazed tile school. Your father must remain courteous to mine. So what is there to be proud of? What did you say? Have the courage to repeat that. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in fury. I have said it, so what? Between the two, it felt as though thunder and lightning clashed. Meanwhile, on the road, Jiang Chuan murmured, System sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully signed in at Soto City. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained a 30-year soul ring. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 3rd-level soul power. Speaking of soul power, Jiang Chuan regained his focus. System. Utilized 10th-level soul power. In the next moment, he was enveloped by a terrifying surge of soul power, directly elevating him to the rank of Soul Master at level 30. He would need to contemplate the next soul ring. The soul power he had prepared in his storage was sufficient to max out his level. It was merely the soul ring that was lacking. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a 100,000-year purple-winged demon extreme soul beast, right arm bone. The final reward flashed in Jiang Chuan's mind. In this continent, the value of soul bones is beyond dispute, and this one is from a 100,000-year beast. The purple soul bone shimmered with a sacred glow, and then it automatically adhered to Jiang Chuan's right arm, causing his arm to radiate brilliance. Buzz! The sensation of a warm surge coursing through his arm jolted Jiang Chuan's spirit. A soul bone from 100,000 years, coupled with a soul skill. This was indeed an unexpected boon. The bone of the purple-winged demon extreme beast, once activated, could bestow a remarkable 250% increase in strength, sustaining this enhancement for 3 minutes. As the time limit drew near, the unleashed power would intensify. Most terrifying of all was the fact that any attacks directed at the right arm would be compressed within the body at 300% of their original might, ready to erupt at the will of the Soul Master. Jiang Chuan was secretly astonished. The soul bone was indeed terrifying, coupled with the chaotic wind. Could it be said that henceforth he would be invincible in actual combat? His identity as a Soul Master afforded him great respect in Soto City. Upon arriving at a hotel, he partook in a modest lunch. Brother Chuan, I did not expect to encounter you here. A familiar voice resonated. He turned to see a youth with sleek hair and a cheerful expression approaching. Oh, Xiao San. Jiang Chuan's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled that on the way to the Rose Hotel, the third party had also come to this very establishment for lunch. Graduating from Notting City, everyone lamented their desire to follow in his footsteps. Yet after waiting for a few days without catching a glimpse of him, they dispersed. Indeed, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. It remains uncertain what plans Jiang Chuan harbors next upon arriving in Soto City. As Tang San ate, he looked up and inquired, considering Jiang Chuan's talents, he might be able to recommend him to the Shrek Academy, which his teacher had spoken of. It was said to be an institution comprised of extraordinary soul masters, and a recommendation from the teacher would undoubtedly be worth pursuing. Upon the invitation of his long-time aspiration, he would serve as an advisor at Shrek. Suddenly, Tang San choked on his food. Clearing his throat, he gazed incredulously at Jiang Chuan. You're going to Shrek? As an advisor? Brother Chuan, you're headed to the same place as I am, though I'm merely going as an invited student, haha. His heart surged with emotion. He had originally thought Jiang Chuan's future was vast and unbounded. However, he had not anticipated that he would leap to the position of advisor at the esteemed Soul Master Academy. Truly, Brother Chuan is remarkable. Tang San was profoundly impressed. What would Tang San think if he were to learn that Jiang Chuan had just fought against the strongest student of Shrek Academy, an astonished Dean Flender? Nevertheless, Jiang Chuan did not pursue the advisor role for the sake of Tang San's aspirations. His true motive was to secure his own accomplishments. By the way, Brother Chuan, do you know where Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong have gone? Since graduation, I have not seen them. And I heard from Wang Sheng that they set out to find you, Tang San mentioned, a flicker of tender sentiment evident in his eyes at the mention of Xiao Wu. As Jiang Chuan was about to explain, he caught sight of 2 graceful figures outside the door. Chapter 30. The Students of Songhui Academy, Shi Ming's Grudge. The 2 were none other than Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Is this hotel truly the only one in Soto City? Jiang Chuan spoke up. That's not true. Rongrong and I have been following you all the way, and it took us quite a while to catch up. You walk so swiftly. Xiao Wu pouted in surprise. Tang San, you are here too? Tang San politely greeted them with a nod. Xiao Wu and I have decided to enroll at Shrek Academy. I've heard that the admissions process there is rather stringent, but I believe we shall manage without difficulty. You are also enrolling at Shrek? How fortuitous. Why don't we all go together? Tang San smiled broadly. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from behind him. Hey, where's the owner of this place? A group of 7 youths, all bearing arrogant expressions and clad in white uniforms emblazoned with a rune, approached. The apprehensive glances exchanged among the surrounding patrons revealed their unease. Do I need to repeat myself? Where's the owner? The leader of the group stood with hands on hips. What are you staring at? Get out of here. Another stout girl pointed at the crowd, berating them. This establishment is about to close. Those with no business here, clear out. A young man threatened again, causing numerous diners to flee in panic. Others huddled in corners, paralyzed by fear. Sanghui Academy? A middle-aged man in a tailored suit rushed over, eagerly addressing the group. I had no idea such esteemed guests would grace us today. I shall cover your expenses, Chef Liao. Hurry and prepare a feast to welcome these young gentlemen. Although they were merely spirit masters, their status on the continent was significantly elevated above that of ordinary folk. The sight of the Sanghui Academy uniforms sent shivers down the spines of those present. Boss Tan, I trust there will be no repeat of last time's misunderstanding. Serve up the best food and drink. After we finish, each of my brothers will pay you 50 gold soul coins, and we shall consider it settled. Otherwise, the leader revealed a white and a yellow soul ring hovering above his head, issuing a threat. My lord, gold soul coins are negotiable. As long as you spare my establishment, we can discuss everything. Boston wiped the sweat from his brow. 50 gold soul coins each? That amounts to 350 gold soul coins, equivalent to 2 generations of income for an ordinary family on the continent. Why don't they just rob someone? Xiao asserted vehemently. A mere Sanghui Academy, what audacity! Jiang Chuan doesn't even flaunt his power like that. What gives them the right? They are not even worth a single finger of Jiang Chuan. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms, wearing a stern expression. The leader's eyes darted toward a nearby table, a glint of coldness crossing his gaze. Tang San retaliated with a fierce glare. A group of ants, how insignificant! Jiang Chuan immersed himself in his meal. How audacious to whisper behind our backs. Do they seek to court death? That lad, did you not see the look in his eyes? Are you also a soul master? The leading man slammed his hand on the table, rising from his seat with a thud, followed by the students of the Sanghui Academy behind him. Esteemed gentlemen, Old Tam lamented, standing in the middle and pleading with both factions. You call yourselves soul masters, yet you bring shame upon the title. Perhaps you should find a place to waste away instead. Tang San smirked derisively. What did you say? Are you courting death? The leading man charged at Tang San, raising his massive fist to strike him on the forehead. It was you who initiated the conflict. Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself. She swiftly dodged and appeared behind the leading man, delivering a gentle kick that sent him crashing into the glass. How dare you lay a hand on someone from Sanghui Academy? Everyone, attack! The stout man roared. You deal with this purple-eyed freak. I will handle the remaining 2. Do you really think you need Jiang Chuan to take care of us mere shrimp and crabs? Ning Rongrong said with a hint of sarcasm. The 7-treasure glazed tile is renowned, first for its strength, second for its speed. At that moment, a sacred aura emanated from her, as a splendid soul power manifested in her right hand, taking the form of a delicate 7-layered tower, beautifully constructed, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings on the first and second layers. It's the 7-treasure glazed tile. How could he possess such a treasure? It is said that this lineage of martial spirits is passed down singularly. Could he be that esteemed individual? The woman faltered in her speech. Look, her 7-treasure glazed tile even has a century-old soul ring. Another student pointed at Ning Rongrong's tower in astonishment. The 7-treasure glazed tile? Old Tam listened intently. Those 5 words resonated like thunder. Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, reveling in the gazes of the crowd. With the enhancement of the 7-treasure glazed tile, Tang San and Xiao Wu were filled with unprecedented strength, quickly overpowering the 7 from Sanghui Academy, sending them fleeing in disarray. My name is Shermeng. If you young ones have the ability, stay here and do not flee. Anyone who dares to strike at our Sanghui Academy will meet a reckoning. The leading man, staggering and clutching his swollen face, hurriedly retreated towards the door. Shermeng, if you dare to return, Sister Xiao Wu will make you regret it. Xiao Wu brandished her delicate fist. Ha! Ning Rongrong chuckled lightly, joining in the laughter. This place has become a battleground. We should avoid stirring up greater trouble. A simple punishment will suffice. If the instructors from Sanghui Academy intervene, the outcome will surely be dire. Tang San placed 3 gold soul coins on the table as compensation for the disturbance. What is there to fear? With Jiang Chuan here, what can they possibly do? Ning Rongrong remained indifferent. It is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Tang San offered his cautious advice. Let's proceed. Are you all waiting for someone to create difficulties for you? This is utterly pointless. Jiang Chuan stretched languidly and stepped towards the door. This is a modest token of appreciation from our establishment, and I hope this esteemed soul master will graciously accept it. Boss Tan approached, slightly bowing as he presented Jiang Chuan with a bag of gold soul coins. With this sum, it would be wiser to employ a few soul masters to deal with this unruly bunch. Jiang Chuan waved his hand, choosing not to collect it. What this esteemed soul master fails to comprehend is that these Academy soul masters are not to be trifled with. They are backed by formidable soul masters. How could we dare to offend them? With a bitter smile, Boss Tan reflected on his predicament, self-deprecatingly. Once Jiang Chuan departed, he never returned. The affairs of others were of no concern to him. As the four ventured outside, they noticed the hour was late and sought a place to rest. For the following day, they were to head to Shrek Academy for their entrance examination. Ning Rongrong let out a long yawn, feeling weary. Jiang Chuan, she said, the inn ahead appears quite suitable. Shall we take refuge there for the night? She gestured toward the establishment with her finger. Jiang Chuan was taken aback. Chapter 31. The Battle Against the Princess, Demanding Justice. The Rose Hotel. At this moment, the hall was brightly illuminated and brimming with enthusiasm. Upon entry, one was enveloped by a wave of sultry air that seemed to fill the lungs. This hotel is truly exquisite and remarkably clean. This shall be the place. Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, decisively concluding her choice. How vexing. Young Master Dai clearly stated his intention to meet, yet he remains conspicuously absent. A woman adorned in heavy makeup lamented. Another woman, dressed rather provocatively, made a gesture for silence. Sure, are you courting death? Young Master Dai is a soul master. Who in this realm would dare provoke a soul master? What a disappointment. I only engaged him because of his soul master background, the woman continued, her words trailing off as she flashed a seductive smile. Could it be that you've truly developed feelings for him? Not at all. The woman's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, revealing her shyness. The latter chuckled softly. The two ladies passed by Jiang Chuan and the others, exiting the Rose Hotel. Why is it that I can hear that insufferable fellow everywhere? Who? Tang San inquired, bewildered, as he glanced at Xiao Wu. Who else but Dai Mubai? Xiao Wu replied, her expression one of disdain as she lifted her fair neck. It was then that Tang San learned that prior to him, Jiang Chuan had already sought out the headmaster of Shrek Academy and had battled against the Academy's strongest student, suffering a complete defeat. Upon hearing that the opponent was a three-ring soul sovereign, Tang San felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Brother Jiang Chuan is indeed a mystery, growing stronger in the face of adversity. However, should he devote himself entirely and employ his hidden cards, he believes he possesses a 70% chance of triumphing over his opponent. Xiao San, what kind of soul ring did you acquire while accompanying the president of the Nodding City Academy to the soul hunting forest? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask with curiosity. It is a ghostly vine nearly 1,000 years old. Oh, Xiao Wu nodded in a subdued manner. Jiang Chuan's second soul ring is genuinely a millennium old, as all can attest. In contrast, Tang San's can only be deemed satisfactory. Please arrange 2 separate rooms. Jiang Chuan produced 4 gold soul coins. The accommodations here are indeed splendid. With these coins, they can indulge in a lavish feast. In a few days, they will enter Shrek Academy. Although it will be the teacher's dormitory, they will only have the luxury of a hard bed, which promises to be quite exhausting. They intended to book 2 rooms, one for him and Tang San, and another for Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong burst into jubilant cheers, clearly misunderstanding the situation. The soul master felt somewhat embarrassed. The front desk attendant, upon recognizing the emblem of the gold soul coins from a spirit hall, smiled and said, "We only have 1 VIP suite available. It was originally reserved for a distinguished guest, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he is unable to arrive, thus allowing us to accommodate you." Jiang Chuan felt a sense of unease. Had he once again crossed paths with the timeline? Perhaps it would be better if they shared a room. The front desk attendant raised an eyebrow knowingly, and indeed, the VIP suite was quite spacious, featuring not only a single bed, but also numerous sofas. What? Tang San sensed an ominous undertone. Furthermore, the surrounding atmosphere inadvertently reminded him of a certain aspect. 1 room will suffice. The hotel is so small, it is hardly larger than my own bedroom. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in mock annoyance. If it is just 1 room, little San, then you shall have to sleep on the sofa, Xiao Wu said apologetically. I am exhausted. A place to rest is all I require. Tomorrow, we must all attend to Shrek Academy for enrollment, Tang San thought, too weary to pursue the matter further. Soon, the check-in process concluded, and the 4 of them stepped into the VIP room. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the adjacent wall. Teacher, The four little soul masters we encountered today were utterly arrogant. They have no regard for our Shanghai Academy. The junior students were beaten nearly to a pulp and have implored you to seek justice on our behalf and redeem our honor. Sure Ming added embellishments. Kneeling before the man. What? How infuriating. They dare to dismiss us so callously? Did you not mention they were students of Yu Xiaogang? I did. Yet they still looked down upon us, even going so far as to insult you, saying you were merely a dead turtle. How audacious. To disregard me, Yu Xiaogang, is truly the mark of ignorant youths. Tomorrow, we shall confront Boss Tan at that hotel and demand to know the whereabouts of those little brats. The lecherous man with glasses on his left, I seethed with fury, his hands clenched tightly, and he let out a roar that shattered the furniture around him. Upon hearing this, Sure Meng and the man beside him exchanged glances, a smirk playing at the corners of their mouths, as if a cunning scheme had come to fruition. Brother Chuan, it is them, Tang San warned. So it was him. No wonder the students of Shanghai Academy were so brazen. Jiang Chuan spoke with lingering satisfaction. Brother Chuan, do you know them? The leading lecherous man is Yu Xiaogang, a teacher from Shanghai Academy, far surpassing the soul master ranks. Well, let us not concern ourselves with them. The two proceeded to the VIP suite. Brother Chuan, I shall remain in the living room tonight. Tang San responded with an understanding smile. Jiang Chuan stood in stunned silence, a peculiar sensation washing over him. With a creak, he pushed open the inner door, only to find the little princess in the midst of changing and bathing, perched on the edge of the bed, idly swinging her delicate, rosy feet. Jiang Chuan was at a loss for words. Hey, Jiang Chuan, why are you so slow? Your demeanor could easily lead to misunderstandings. What misunderstandings? Is it not merely a matter of time? Though she was merely 12 or 13, the absorption of soul rings could indeed expedite one's growth. The two young girls had already blossomed, rivaling even the renowned models of the outside world. Well, ahem, you may take your rest. I shall accompany Xiao San to the outer hall. Jiang Chuan cleared his throat and was about to stride towards the door. Gentle techniques. A familiar voice echoed from afar, and in an instant, the petite figure in a pink gown darted towards him, swiftly immobilizing his hands and feet. Finally, seizing the opportunity to catch him off guard. Such matters should be approached with a sense of timing, don't you think? The renowned Seven Treasures, known for their might and swiftness, two soul rings illuminated with a resounding brilliance. The intertwining soul powers of the two young women coalesced into a formidable force against Jiang Chuan. Bang! In the living room, Tang San was jolted awake by the commotion, casting a disgruntled glance at the door, shifting his position slightly, and burying his head beneath a pillow, determined to return to his slumber. As the night deepened, Jiang Chuan wandered through the hotel corridor, lifting his gaze to the sparse stars and the moon. A wave of melancholy washed over him. He let out an involuntary sigh. The sound of hurried footsteps drew his attention. So you are indeed here? Sure Ming pointed a finger at Jiang Chuan, exclaiming, it was he who spoke disrespectfully, publicly slandering you. The junior who was beaten is still unconscious. You must stand up for us, teacher. Sure Ming had come out, intending to share a room with the junior. They had all come here for enjoyment, after all. However, according to the front desk attendant, the VIP suite had been occupied by four soul masters, which certainly piqued his interest. Chapter 32. Sure Ming and the others were astonished. The purple-winged extreme demon beast. Which academy do you belong to? Why have I never seen you in Suodo City? Yu Xiaogang raised his left eyebrow, indignantly remarking, Oh, did the young one get beaten, and now the older one has come? Jiang Chuan jested, I am quite displeased with your manner of speaking, young man. You have harmed my disciple, and I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Furthermore, you have shown me disrespect. What do you intend to do about it? This arrogant youth believes that becoming a soul master grants him the freedom to act as he pleases. You have much to learn on the path of a soul master. Yu Xiaogang gazed at Jiang Chuan as if he were a fool. In response, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, descended upon him, emanating an overwhelming aura akin to the relentless tide of the Yangtze River. The walls surrounding them trembled and shattered, causing the guests on the second floor of the hotel to emerge, revealing a motley assembly of half-clad men and women. What on earth is happening? Is a soul master truly engaged in battle? A sultry woman shouted in despair. Quick, summon your hotel manager. Another man bellowed. Are you all daft? In a soul master battle, even the Lord of Suodo City would not intervene. At this moment, preserving our lives is of utmost importance. We must flee. With the woman leading the charge, the crowd hastily dispersed. A few bold souls lingered, gazing in astonishment at the clash of soul masters. What is the matter, young man? Are you struck dumb with fear? My teacher is Yu Xiaogang, a senior instructor at the Shanghai Academy in Soto City. A 5-ring defensive equipment soul master, more than capable of dealing with you. While my teacher has yet to make a move, I advise you to kneel immediately. Sever one of your arms, and surrender the 2 young ladies from today. We can consider this matter resolved. Shi Menghu wielded his authority with a false bravado. Jiang Chuan smiled knowingly. He inquired why the other party was so incessantly verbose. It turned out they were preoccupied with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Immediately, he discerned a hint of a sinister smile on Shi Meng's face. Are you jesting with me? What exactly is the Soul King? Jiang Chuan chuckled lightly, displaying an air of indifference as he remarked, You are a defensive spirit master, aren't you? How many punches do you think you can withstand from me? Suddenly, a chill enveloped the air, and the crowd fell into a hushed silence, all gazing at Jiang Chuan with bewildered expressions. Then, with a burst of laughter, Shi Meng could no longer contain himself, erupting into fits of guffaws. The man beside him joined in uproariously. The group of 7, along with their teacher Yu Xiaogang, erupted into laughter, all laced with scorn directed at Jiang Chuan. Intelligence is a precious asset, but regrettably, you seem devoid of it. I always presumed you were merely brutes. It appears you are, in fact, lunatics. A woman pointed at Jiang Chuan's nose, her laughter unabated as she regarded him with pitying eyes. You are utterly unbearable. Young man, in your current state, I would almost feel reluctant to strike you. Yu Xiaogang cast a glance that suggested a sense of superiority over the intellectually challenged. Another female student, unable to hold back any longer, began to clarify spirit masters, great spirit masters, spirit venerables, spirit sects, and ultimately, spirit kings. Some individuals never come close to this realm in their entire lives. Young man, you are in for a world of trouble. Go ahead and make your move. If you are willing to kneel and sever your own arms right here, I might consider allowing you a more peaceful demise. Jiang Chuan spoke with righteous fervor. Perhaps he had once held some reservations, but now, endowed with the soul bone of a 100,000-year-old right arm, he dared to confront even Zhao Wuji. What then of a mere Yu Xiaogang? It was the perfect opportunity to test the strength of the right arm bone of the purple-winged extreme demon beast. Ah! Young man, I shall send you to the depths of the underworld. Yu Xiaogang retracted his soul ring, channeling his soul power as he advanced with a strike aimed squarely at Jiang Chuan's face. I share precisely your thoughts. Jiang Chuan's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he extended his right arm to collide with his opponent. With a thunderous roar, a tempestuous shockwave erupted from the clash of their fists, sending tremors through the surroundings. Terrifyingly, the walls nearby were torn asunder by this fierce gale. Yu Xiaogang were taken aback and instinctively withdrew 3 steps, gazing incredulously at Jiang Chuan. Leading the group, Shi Meng and the others looked on in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the events that had just transpired. Is this word a motto shared by all of you? Upon Jiang Chuan's right arm lingered a faint, ethereal violet aura, swirling like flowing light, exuding an impressive potency. You are Soul Master? Level 30, second ring, support type Soul Master, Jiang Chuan. Is there a problem? Level 30? Yu Xiaogang and the others exclaimed in unison, their disbelief palpable. It was astonishing that a youth, merely in his teenage years, possessed such formidable soul power. Was he jesting? You claim to be a second ring, support type Soul Master? I find that hard to believe, Shi Meng remarked, clutching his head, his eyes wide with incredulity. A support Soul Master? Unless I am blind, declared a female student with conviction. Your belief or disbelief is of no concern to me. Jiang Chuan nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and advanced towards them with determination. Today truly felt like a stroke of misfortune. Yu Xiaogang was utterly perplexed. The young man before him undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, likely boasting a soul power of 30 levels. Waves of emotion surged within him. At such a young age, with a soul power of 30, he was destined to grow into a formidable force. However, Jiang Chuan prided himself on being a supportive soul master. He was the first to doubt that such a formidable punch could belong to a battle soul master, especially one with an exceptional martial soul. What a remarkable lad. Across the continent, I, Yu Xiaogang, have never regarded any student with such disdain. If you are willing to become my disciple, let today's events be forgiven. A mere soul king dares to claim the role of my teacher? Bring it on. Unleash all your soul power, martial soul, and soul rings. If a genius cannot be harnessed for my purposes, then their fate shall be destruction. Yu Xiaogang stomped his right foot, adopting an archer's stance. Boom! Boom! A resonant sound echoed as a verdant turtle shell materialized on his chest and back, emanating an aura of unwavering stability. Buzz! 5 soul rings descended from above, clashing against one another and producing melodious chimes reminiscent of piano keys. Destruction? Jiang Chuan scoffed disdainfully, his lips curling in derision. Approaching 50 years of age, having ascended to the rank of Soul King, yet possessing a feeble lifespan of soul rings, who bestowed upon him such audacity? At this moment, not only was Meng taken aback, but even the guests behind him gasped in astonishment. Within the continent, the status of a Soul King, let alone that of a Grand Soul Master, was as unattainable as the heavens themselves. Yet, Jiang Chuan's words rendered such esteemed titles as trivial and worthless. How could this not instill a profound sense of dread in them? Simultaneously, they began to doubt Jiang Chuan's identity. What could possibly fuel such arrogance? In truth, Jiang Chuan merely spoke candidly, devoid of any intention to mislead or seek attention. With a sharp tongue, Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth in retort. However, at such a young age to be at the 30th level, he truly lacked the confidence to counter. Could it be that this youth had formidable backing? The ability to withstand a blow from him at such a tender age was indeed thought-provoking. Teacher, does he truly possess the 30th level? Meng exclaimed, her worldview collapsing. Perhaps he exceeded even that. Yu Xiaogang spoke the truth, his right fist trembling slightly. Chapter 33. Before the battle, Yi falls, Meng's arms severed. At this juncture, the words resonated like a thunderous shockwave in the minds of the onlookers. Boom! The next sound shattered the silence. Jiang Chuan propelled himself forward with a force reminiscent of a dragon soaring or a tiger leaping, akin to an arrow released from its bow, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Third soul skill, Xian Gui protection. Yi Xiaogang assumed a bow stance, and on his verdant turtle shell, strands of cerulean smoke coiled, ultimately coalescing into frost, transforming everything within a meter into shards of ice. What? The teacher has actually employed the third soul skill? How can this be? Could it be that this lad is truly so formidable? Even more absurd was the boy's hubris, believing he could single-handedly breach the teacher's third soul skill. The disparity in soul power, with a 20-level gap and 3 soul rings, was insurmountable. Meng sneered, adding, he is doomed today. Transforming into ice, you say? How do you intend to manage that with a 100,000-year soul bone? This punch, with a 250% augmentation of strength, how will you endure it? With unwavering resolve, Jiang Chuan unleashed a fist enveloped in a cascade of violet hues. The resounding clash echoed like a thunderous strike, causing Meng and the others to cover their ears, as if the very ground around them was succumbing to collapse. Suddenly, Yi Xiao's body contorted, releasing a torrent of oppressive crimson blood. His lips shriveled as if he had just endured an earth-shattering blow, and even the shell upon his chest bore cracks. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg whole. The Soul King was sent flying with a single punch? Moreover, it was by the hand of a Grand Soul Master? Surely, my eyes do not deceive me. This man is hard to believe. Coughing, he declared, how audacious. Fifth soul skill, Ice Ray. From the ruins of Yunyan surged a menacing beam of icy light. Second soul skill, Holy Shield. With a gentle lift of his right hand, Jiang Chuan summoned a violet soul ring that danced around his palm. As it oscillated, it produced a melodious chime reminiscent of a delicate piano. Violet, a hue of mystery? A millennium soul ring? Meng felt himself ensnared in a stupor, utterly unaware of the formidable entity he had provoked. If the assertions of his opponent held true, then being a 30-level, second ring soul master was indeed unfathomable. The second soul ring, a millennium in age? Truly, 1,000 years is sufficient to defy the heavens. This was a monster, an enigma that could not possibly be a mere soul master. The words of the young woman were shockingly naive. Esteemed gentlemen, please cease. My Rose Hotel is on the verge of being demolished. A rotund man rushed forward, lamenting in despair. Boom! As the icy beam collided with Jiang Chuan's palm, a white shield formed from the soul ring erupted into a cloud of smoke, sending shockwaves that dispersed the surrounding soul masters and onlookers alike. The second soul skill, a millennium in essence? Monster, who exactly are you? Moreover, you ought to be a defensive soul master, not an auxiliary one. Yi Xiaogang, clutching his abdomen, was deeply moved upon witnessing Jiang Chuan successfully block his fifth soul skill. His mind began to wander towards the implications of Jiang Chuan's power. Whoever told you that an auxiliary soul master was limited to healing alone? With a disdainful expression, Jiang Chuan had evidently lost all patience. The shield in his right hand gradually became enveloped in a radiant white light, strands of luminescence continuously converging, ultimately weaving into a tapestry of sacred runes. This was the accumulation of his second soul skill, capable of absorbing the enemy's damage and converting it into 300% of its original strength, ready to unleash at any moment. Coupled with the soul bone in his right arm, he was uncertain of the immense power his next punch would unleash. I concede. Yi Zhiqiu exhaled in defeat, as the soul rings and martial spirit surrounding him dissipated into the ether. Jiang Chuan smiled silently, acknowledging the intelligence of the other party. Shrek covered his ears, his expression frozen in disbelief. Could it be that he was experiencing auditory hallucinations? His own teacher, a prestigious educator from Shanghai Academy, ranked 53rd, a soul king of the Five Rings defense, was actually conceding to a great soul master. The female students of the teacher stammered in confusion. Silence. Were it not for you unruly little rascals, would this esteemed individual harbor such resentment? If you implicate me, or Shanghai Academy, you shall find yourselves on your knees, apologizing profusely to this soul master. Yi Zhiqiu's tone brooked no dissent. Witnessing this scene, Shrek and the others were rendered speechless. Yet the intimidating gaze from Yi Zhiqiu instilled fear within them, compelling them to approach Jiang Chuan and kneel. They implored for this esteemed individual's forgiveness. Subsequently, Yi Zhiqiu also inclined his body slightly towards Jiang Chuan, speaking with humility. Esteemed soul master, I sincerely apologize for my previous transgressions. I was a fool, oblivious to the true nature of the mountains, and have offended you, provoking the ire of many. I humbly request that you grant us a chance for redemption. Everyone was taken aback by Yi Zhiqiu's sudden and stark transformation. However, upon reflection, they wondered whether there lay some profound backing behind this remarkable youth. As this thought crossed their minds, a chill of sweat trickled down their spines, their unwavering gazes fixed upon Jiang Chuan. Esteemed one, the owner of the Rose Hotel immediately fell to his knees, pleading, please do not let calamity befall us. Can you spare us a path to survival? Brother Chuan, what has transpired? Tang San exclaimed, surveying his surroundings in shock. Where have the walls gone? Is this the Rose Hotel? Why are there so many people standing here? And why is there a line of individuals clad in Shanghai Academy uniforms, kneeling before Jiang Chuan? I have already stated, each of you shall sever an arm. If you ignore my counsel, then after you have severed both arms, be gone. Jiang Chuan surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor, his hands crossed behind his back. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. At such a tender age, his composure was unsettlingly profound. What manner of being had this group of wretched creatures provoked? Now, they sought to ensnare him in their troubles. Yi Zhiqiu was at a loss for words. The wrinkles on his face trembled incessantly. Teacher, I implore you, save me. The calamity wrought by those beasts has ensnared me, and now they expect me to rescue you? Very well, if you can best this esteemed individual, or contend with his formidable background, I shall assist you. Yi Zhiqiu growled fiercely at Shrek. Esteemed one, I am but a humble soul who fails to recognize your grandeur. Please, consider me as insignificant as a passing breeze. Do you truly believe you possess the right to make choices? Jiang Chuan turned his head, leaning down to gaze at Yi Zhiqiu with a playful tone. Must I take action myself? No. Such trifles are best left to me. Yi Zhiqiu, drenched in sweat, swiftly seized Shidream's arms. The latter cried out in a cacophony of despair before fainting. A pool of blood amber spilled onto the ground, catching the attention of all present. Are you truly serious? A female student, terrified, collapsed to the ground. Several other students from Shanghai Academy fled in panic. Who dares to act recklessly again? Yi Ziyu Tai did it. Do not blame me for resorting to violence. Witnessing this scene, the owner of the Rose Hotel swallowed hard. Chapter 34. A Millennium of Shrek, the so-called genius farce. Several students from Shanghai Academy immediately halted their advance. Teacher, spare me. They pleaded. Is there any merit in speaking such words now? Teacher, you have taken 100 gold soul coins from my parents. You cannot treat us this way. Teacher, I helped you obtain Teacher Yun. I even drugged her. A chorus of wails and pleas for mercy echoed relentlessly. Onlookers were paralyzed with fear. The pool of blood amber shimmered ominously. Then Yi Zhiqiu, in a gesture of self-sacrifice, severed his own arms, a melancholic expression upon his face. Esteemed sir, what shall we do about this loss? It would be unnecessary to trouble you. I shall handle it. Jiang Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Take your students and leave. Should I see you again, it will not be so simple. Yes. Yi Zhiqiu bowed thrice before hastily retreating with Shidream and the others. Casting a glance back, a glimmer of chilling intent flickering in his eyes, subtle yet profound. Jiang Chuan, let out a long yawn as he made his way towards the unmarked room. Passing by Tang San, he gently patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to continue resting. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Jiang Chuan gradually departed, causing their eyelids to twitch. The owner of the Rose Hotel, sensing the atmosphere, refrained from interfering. Everyone dispersed, with the assurance that I shall bear the costs of today's losses. Do not disturb the esteemed Soul Master's rest. The woman hesitated for a moment, then sighed. One cannot blame the owner for the Soul Master's battle. Alas, let's disperse. How can this be? My interest has been interrupted. The hotel must incur the losses. Old Wang, stop standing there foolishly. If you possess any courage, go confront that Soul Master from earlier and see what fate befalls you. The thought of that terrifying scene sent shivers down the man's spine, prompting him to flee in haste. The following morning, wow, Ning Rongrong stretched and yawned deeply, but upon glancing around, she was instantly awakened. Where's the room? She stammered, letting out a shriek. What's wrong, Rongrong? Xiao Wu, like an octopus, clung to Jiang Chuan, rubbing her sleepy eyes in disbelief as she surveyed her surroundings. What? What has happened? Is this still the Rose Hotel? Jiang Chuan propped himself up and cast an irritable glance at the two individuals. Ultimately, it was they who had conjured up this troublesome situation. Soon, the four of them began their meal and set off towards Shrek Academy. This was but a small village, dotted with sparse, ancient trees. They followed a winding path that led them onward, their eyelids reflecting a row of dilapidated wooden railings. At the pinnacle stood 5 grand characters. Crafted from planks, Shrek Academy. Why haven't I arrived yet? It is said that this institution is the most prestigious Soul Master Academy in the entire continent. Is that truly the case? I only came here after seeing the poster. Why must it be in such a rundown place? Another boy displayed his frustration. I am a level 17 first ring Battle Soul Master. I was even invited to enroll in the Junior Soul Master Academy in Soto City. Yet I came to this shabby academy after seeing the poster. This is truly disappointing. A girl, hands on her hips, huffed in annoyance. Upon hearing the mention of a level 17 first ring Battle Soul Master, the crowd turned their heads towards her, casting envious glances. Furthermore, the registration fee is 2 gold soul coins. What gives him the right? A man echoed in agreement. Indeed, after waiting in this long line without even a chair, is the front making any progress? If this continues, I might as well change schools. The girl prattled on. Old Fong, don't keep your daughter waiting in anxiety. Think of a solution. A beautiful woman stamped her foot in anger, huffing as she turned her head away. Xiaoling, don't fret. Let me check ahead for you. If all else fails, we can offer the teacher a few more gold soul coins to facilitate our entry through the back door. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance as he strode past the crowd towards the elder at the admissions office. Here, at Shrek Academy, the elderly man with white hair slammed the table, exclaiming in irritation, settle down. No one is forcing you to enroll here. If you're unwilling, you may leave. Missing out on Shrek is your loss, not mine. This esteemed teacher of Shrek, the middle-aged man taunted, producing a bag of gold soul coins from his pocket and tossing it onto the table, raising an eyebrow slightly. My daughter is a level 17 first-ring Battle Soul Master, a standout across the continent. Now that we are here at Shrek, let us expedite the testing process. In the future, my daughter will be one of your students. It will be good to become acquainted. How old is she? The elder asked lazily. 14. Oh, a 14-year-old level 17 first-ring Battle Soul Master. And you call that a genius? Is it merely about having hands? Go on, go on. Remember to come back in 30. I do not permit backdoor entries here. Wait patiently. What? Are you out of your mind? A 14-year-old Battle Soul Master at level 17. Do you even know what a Soul Master is? Do you possess any common sense? Many instructors from various academies were eager to recruit, and yet, the middle-aged man, whose daughter's soul ring was over 90 years old, could only smile in frustration. I understand. It's truly bothersome. If I say it's not possible, then it's not. Just wait and see. The elderly man, with white hair, waved his hand dismissively and declared next. The middle-aged man, taken aback, felt the pressure of those around him. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions, observing from a distance, were left in disbelief. It was a rare occurrence for the academy to allow any form of favoritism. It was evident that the elder sought something far beyond the so-called talents praised by the outside world. Teacher, my son is 13 years old, a level 17 support type Soul Master. How rare is such a talent? Surely he can be admitted. The man, upon hearing the previous remarks, felt a pang of anxiety and continued to plead with the white-haired elder. What? I hardly wish to comment. At 13, Only a level 17 soul power? What have you been doing all these years? Utterly useless. The elder, lacking the patience for testing, merely waved him off, signaling that he could leave. The man was rendered speechless. Wah, Dad, I don't want to come to this wretched school anymore, the boy cried, wiping his tears. My son is celebrated at the Soto City Junior Soul Master Academy, yet here he is deemed worthless? Oof. The man grasped the boy's hand, gradually distancing himself, only to turn back and shout, "You are blind to true talent. I see problems with your academy. You are nothing but a bunch of oddities." The duo departed, leaving the onlookers murmuring in surprise. Another one gone. To this day, I have yet to see this elder accept a student. Is he merely toying with us? The young woman cast a cunning glance at the white-haired elder. Toying with us? I believe he has lost his mind. They say anyone who graduates from this academy becomes a viscount. I was foolish enough to believe such nonsense and brought my daughter to enroll. I cannot afford to serve such a man. Sisters, let us stay put. A woman resolutely pulled her daughter away, her steps firm. The white-haired elder shot an irritated glance at the woman, choosing to ignore her. He then raised his right hand, placing his index and middle fingers upon the boy's palm to measure his bone age. Did you not claim to be 14? Your bone age is nearly 18, and your soul power is only at level 19? With such a soul ring, merely a decade old, our Shrek Academy does not enroll students of this caliber. Please take your leave. The elder sighed. Esteemed teacher, I may have been careless in stating his age earlier, but it is not a significant discrepancy. I believe it poses no great issue. I implore you to consider admitting my brother. The young maiden spoke earnestly, asserting that if it was deemed impossible, then it truly was. The elderly man stood abruptly, facing the crowd. We at Shrek Academy have made our stance abundantly clear. Candidates must be no older than 14, with a soul power of at least 20 and a first soul ring that is a century old, preferably with exceptional talent. The first challenge is the simplest. If you cannot even pass this, do not expect to succeed in the subsequent trials. Those who do not meet these criteria may leave of their own accord. Do not waste your efforts. At these words, the crowd gasped in shock. Did I hear correctly? You are saying that one must possess a soul power above 20 by the age of 14? How is that even possible? How many children across the continent can achieve such a feat? The young maiden inquired. Precisely, the elderly man replied with righteous fervor. That is why we at Shrek are known as the Academy of Monsters. We see quality over quantity. Even if we do not enroll any students today, we shall not lower our standards to accept any soul master with a power below 20. Do you comprehend this? Is this old man out of his mind? Do they consider themselves the Royal Tiendo Academy? Exclaimed a stout man, tugging at his garment and pulling his child away. He bent down, comforting his child. Do not cry. My dear, we shall not attend this ridiculous academy. Instead, I will take you to a hotel for a meal, and then we will join the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in Soto City. Observe how those unwilling to join Shrek are free to leave. We shall not retain anyone against their will, the elder remarked with a hint of amusement. The crowd fell into contemplative silence. This academy is rather unique, Tang San noted. His interest piqued. Indeed, especially that declaration of only accepting monsters. Xiao Wu chimed in, her little feet bouncing in agreement. This academy is quite commendable, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, breaking her usual demeanor. Their principal, Flinder, is renowned as one of the Golden Iron Triangle from back in the day. Their faculty is remarkably strong, far surpassing that of several intermediate soul master academies in Soto City, including the Royal Tiendo Academy. It is indeed a place worthy of pursuit for those exceptional individuals. Wow, Rongrong, it's the first time I've heard you praise something. Xiao Wu turned, playfully tapping her finger to her lips and flashing a smile at Ning Rongrong. I'm merely stating the truth, Ning Rongrong replied, her gaze shifting to Jiang Chuan, who was affectionately holding her arm. She questioned, but Jiang Chuan, Flinder personally evaluated you, and you are slated to become a teacher. Why are you still here waiting with us? Shouldn't you just go in? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan shook his head with a wry smile, who said that teachers are exempt from testing. I happen to be on friendly terms with this Shrek instructor. At this, Ning Rongrong displayed a mischievous grin. The greetings from Jiang Chuan are not something an ordinary person can endure. That said, what transpired last night? How did the Rose Hotel come to be demolished? Tang San mentioned that this incident is related to you. Clearing his throat, Tang San stated, Rongrong, I can only say that I woke up to find Brother Chuan. It's nothing, Jiang Chuan casually brushed it off. I merely dealt with Yi Xiao. There's nothing to boast about. If they were to discover that a Soul King was stripped of his armor by Jiang Chuan last night, one can only imagine their astonishment. Noticing Jiang Chuan's reluctance to elaborate, Ning Rongrong wisely refrained from pressing further. She had increasingly learned to gauge Jiang Chuan's temperament. The crowd gradually thinned, And soon it was Tang San and his companion's turn. At the age of 13, he was deemed suitable, yet his martial soul was lacking, and his soul power just reached level 19. The elder blinked, declaring, "Not suitable." A soul master must attain level 19 to gain the next soul ring and instantaneously ascend to the rank of a level 20 great soul master. While this student met the soul power requirement, he was still deemed insufficient, and Li Yusong opted not to accept him. Next, greetings, 2 gold soul coins, is it? We are 4 in total. So here are 6 gold soul coins, Tang San said as he produced a pouch and deposited the 6 coins into the wooden box. I believe this young brother has misunderstood. For 4 individuals, 8 gold soul coins are required. Li Yusong gestured with his right hand, indicating the number 8. With a chuckle, Ning Rongrong displayed an expression of feigned ignorance, while Xiao Wu rolled her eyes in unison. Does applying to be a Shrek teacher also require gold soul coins? Tang San asked in confusion, then turned to Jiang Chuan, Brother Chuan. The master had stipulated conditions that not only exempted teachers from testing, but also provided you with hundreds of gold soul coins each month. What? Li Yusong reacted as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. You aspire to be a teacher at Shrek? To receive a monthly salary of hundreds of gold soul coins? Young brother, are you jesting with me? Ha ha ha. I have never heard such a thing. Following his gaze, he spotted Jiang Chuan standing with arms crossed, and with a resigned smile, he thought to himself, a child in his teens wishes to teach at Shrek? Such a notion is preposterous. If you are merely fooling around, I kindly ask you to leave, lest I summon the Academy's students to escort you out. Jiang Chuan comprehends that Shrek only accepts monsters, which is not erroneous. Their ideology represents the pinnacle within the continent. Yet, their very existence has shattered even the ceiling of Douluo Continent. They are the true monsters among monsters. Greetings. Jiang Chuan stepped forward, summoned by the esteemed teacher of Shrek. The laughter erupted. A radiant woman exclaimed, "Goodness, this school must be mad. Truly, it seems that a lunatic has brought another lunatic in. How could a mere teenager aspire to be a teacher?" A man, reveling in the absurdity, chimed in, "Indeed, only a madman could serve as a teacher in their academy." Chapter 36. Soul Master, the Soul Emperor, the Thousand-Blade Demon Slash. The crowd erupted in laughter, with some lingering behind, merely to witness the spectacle of Shrek. "I'm not jesting," Jiang Chuan replied resolutely. Li Yusong's pupils narrowed as he rose from his seat, circling Jiang Chuan, and nodded in acknowledgement. "What level of soul power do you possess?" 30. 30? Are you jesting? To be precise, it is 29. Upon acquiring the next soul ring, I will immediately reveal the strength of a 30-level soul master and ascend to the rank of Soul Zone. Li Yusong mused, his voice laden with skepticism. What nonsense! This lad appears no older than my own child, claiming to possess 29 levels of soul power. How absurd! The crowd erupted in a chorus of disbelief and laughter. The most comical sight was that of Shrek's teacher, who seemed to take this proclamation seriously, nodding in agreement. Another male voice rang out. Li Yusong, undeterred by the surrounding mockery, gazed at Jiang Chuan with admiration, his eyes ablaze with intrigue. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. A rare prodigy indeed. I wonder how you fare in actual combat. But rest assured, there will be assessments conducted. You shall be exempt from the registration fee. Join us at Shrek Academy. With that, he returned to his seat, presenting a recommendation letter from the Shrek faculty as proof of his words. Jiang Chuan set aside the jade and presented the letter handed to him by Xiaogang before the latter. Li Yusong perused the contents and remarked, "We do not have a teacher by the name of Yu Xiaogang here." Jiang Chuan suddenly recalled that Yu Xiaogang had yet to join Shrek Academy. In fact, Li Yusong hesitantly lifted his gaze, colliding with Jiang Chuan's eyes, and with a hint of intrigue remarked, "If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall acknowledge you as a teacher of Shrek." Are you certain? Are you sure about that? Ning Rongrong interjected, hands on her hips, a smile playing on her lips. Tang San joined in with a light chuckle. This left Li Yusong taken aback. Could it be that Jiang Chuan possessed some extraordinary talent? It seemed to embolden his companions. "Very well," he replied. Jiang Chuan did not refuse. The communication between soul masters invariably commences with combat. The onlookers were filled with curiosity, eager to discern the true rank of this white-haired elder. You foolish boy. How dare you engage me in battle?" Li Yusong stamped his right foot, and his soul power surged forth from his body like a dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 6 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, materialized above his head, ultimately encircling his waist and shimmering with an astonishing brilliance. With a resounding clang, he withdrew a red iron ring, gripping it tightly. With a swift pull, it transformed into a blazing red staff. A level 66 Soul Emperor, Li Yusong, wielding the dragon pattern staff. With a fierce flick of his wrist, the staff radiated a blinding light. The overwhelming soul power compelled over 100 individuals to retreat in alarm. Hiss! The admissions office teacher is actually a Soul Emperor. Could it be? A Soul Emperor is a being of noble rank. Why is he here as a teacher? Even if he were to go to Shanghai Academy, he could achieve the status of a renowned educator. A couple exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. How formidable! Is this what a Soul Emperor embodies? Tang San couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were unfazed, merely expressing their admiration. Excellent. Level 29, 2 rings. An auxiliary soul master, Jiang Chuan. I look forward to your guidance. Jiang Chuan suddenly exerted himself, his soul power coursing throughout his entire being. Are you not going to reveal your martial soul and soul rings? Li Yusong inquired, noting the latter's unwavering composure and high spirits. It is too peculiar to reveal, came a response. Jiang Chuan drew forth a long blade radiating a violet luminescence from the silver chain of Bogong, and spoke slowly. This is my enchanted blade, Qian Run, to be wielded as a soul weapon in our duel. The hilt of the long knife was intricately engraved with the visage of a half-purple demon head, and the blade was marred with webs of cracks, yet it emanated an unmistakable sharpness that could not be overlooked, truly a weapon of rare caliber. This weapon, how extraordinarily sharp it is. How is it forged? Tang San gazed intently at the enchanted blade, a wave of awe washing over him. What troubles you, Xiao San? Xiao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Tang San patiently elaborated. You may not have dabbled in blacksmithing, hence you lack an understanding of the quality of weaponry. The blade in Brother Chuan's grasp undoubtedly belongs to the pinnacle of epic-grade weaponry. The key lies in its imbued sentience, rendering it sharper than my hidden weapons. Could it be that this was crafted at Uncle Shursan's forge? He speculated. Is it truly that formidable? Ning Rongrong's spirit was invigorated as she cast a glance at Jiang Chuan, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration. This man is increasingly enigmatic. Younger one, while I may not comprehend the art of forging, I can discern that the blade you wield is indeed a rare weapon, Li Yusong remarked. Channeling his soul power through the dragon pattern staff, his aura surging once more. However, compared to a true soul weapon, it still falls short. One strike from my staff could very well shatter your enchanted blade. To remain steadfast against my soul power is no small feat, if you wish to beg for mercy. Now, maybe your last chance. In response, Jiang Chuan, with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement, replied, This blade is meant for severing. With a sudden, swift movement, he appeared above Li Yusong, raising the enchanted blade high and delivering a decisive slash, the violet arc slicing through the air, enveloped in waves of soul energy. What swiftness! Li Yusong remarked, raising the dragon pattern staff to parry, the sound reverberating like a thunderous roar. A battle between a great soul master and a soul emperor? This lad seems unaware of the peril he faces. A young man shouted, I see it clearly now. This is a veritable monster academy, filled with extraordinary beings. As the women flee in terror. In the next moment, a resounding clash erupted. Layers of soul power unfurled, revealing the two combatants. The enchanted blade Qianrun was surprisingly holding its own against the dragon pattern staff of level 66. Sparks flew as their weapons collided, accompanied by crackling electricity. Remarkable! Just how have you cultivated this strength? Li Yusong exclaimed in astonishment, applying a white soul ring to his right arm, barely managing to withstand the force. With a soul bone of 100,000 years in his right arm, how could he possess such limited strength? The onlookers were aghast. They had anticipated that a single strike would see Jiang Chuan vanquished beneath the dragon pattern staff or left on the brink of defeat. Yet, he remained undeterred, even managing to hold his ground against the Soul Emperor, a truly unfathomable spectacle. Indeed, Jiang Chuan has proven himself, as Ning Rongrong had anticipated. With that, Tang San rested his forehead on his hand, offering a self-deprecating smile. I truly cannot fathom how Brother Chuan cultivates. Cultivation? What cultivation? Xiao Wu pouted her rosy lips, indignantly exclaiming, all he does daily is sip tea and sleep. Not only does his soul power surpass others, but his strength and speed also far exceed those of ordinary spirit masters. He truly is a marvel. Chapter 37, An All-Out Attack. Am I the fool? Oh, is this lad truly so peculiar? Could he be a born anomaly? Li Yusong gazed intently into Jiang Chuan's eyes, his expression laden with meaning. As a soul emperor, he was not oblivious to the murmur surrounding him. Slash! Jiang Chuan wielded the enchanted blade, thousand edges, and executed a graceful horizontal slash. unleashing a streak of violet that collided with the dragon-patterned staff. With a piercing strike, he swiftly reversed the thousand edges, lunging directly at Li Yusong's brow. With a powerful cleave, he struck down again, forcing a yellow soul ring onto Li Yusong's right arm. Even he found it hard to believe just how astonishingly fast Jiang Chuan was. Could he truly be a support-type soul master? Why did his speed rival that of agility-based fighters? His strength surpassed that of a battle soul master. A freak, a monster. It was time to get serious. With his first soul skill, Li Yusong stomped his right foot, causing the ground to tremble, as his white soul ring spun violently. Fiery staff. He swung his long staff forcefully, aiming squarely at Jiang Chuan's forehead. First soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats. Second soul skill, Holy Shield. Jiang Chuan, known for his swift words and actions, promptly utilized two soul abilities. From his palms, he conjured a black and a purple soul ring, meticulously crafted to evade detection. Instantly, the aura surrounding Jiang Chuan surged dramatically, even nearing that of a soul master. This exemplifies the superiority bestowed by the soul rings, a manifestation of overwhelming soul power. At this moment, Jiang Chuan appeared as a divine sovereign enveloped in a cerulean radiance, ethereal and sacred. A resounding crack echoed as a fiery staff struck Jiang Chuan. Yet he remained utterly unmoved. The collision of soul forces unleashed a tempestuous surge, causing the ancient trees surrounding them to sway. What manner of soul skill is this? Li Yusong faced successive defeats, feeling as though this soul skill was utterly unattainable. Teacher Li, I hope that in the next. Jiang Chuan, with his eyes brimming with the pure aura of the frigid realm, spoke in a chilling tone, enunciating each word. You are capable of giving your all. The demonic blade of 1,000 edges, solely offensive and devoid of defense. The grass boat, borrowing arrows, possessing a healing capacity of 250%. The Holy Shield, with a defensive capability of 250%. An astounding 300% damage absorption capability. This grants him unparalleled audacity and renders him utterly unrestrained. What does Brother Chuan intend to accomplish? Having already withstood 3 blows, does he truly wish to measure himself against Teacher Li? Tang San was taken aback. His intuition was correct. All present were swept up in a fervent interest, captivated by the clash of soul masters of such a vast disparity in levels, their hearts racing in synchronization with Jiang Chuan's blade. Whoosh! In a fleeting moment, Jiang Chuan appeared before Li Yusong. Bang! A horizontal slash. Bang! A second blade arced like a rainbow. Bang! 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 The two figures moved with unparalleled swiftness, only shadows flickering as they collided in an instant. Moreover, it seemed that the clash of their weapons cast a pall over their eyelids. What an approach, offensive yet neglectful of defense. However, the slightest misstep could plunge Brother Chuan into irretrievable doom. Tang San, eager to witness the battle, had activated his purple extreme demon eye, exclaiming from the depths of his heart. Suddenly, he observed the dragon-patterned staff strike Jiang Chuan's abdomen, yet the latter remained unscathed. Not only Tang San, but even Li Yusong was utterly bewildered. Was it that his soul skill had faltered, or was there something enigmatic about Jiang Chuan? Is this what you refer to as an offense without defense? At this moment, I require no defense, thus it is unnecessary. With unwavering focus, I will my blade to strike. Jiang Chuan stood resolute and powerful. With a breath, Li Yusong released his soul ring, and the dragon-patterned staff in his hand vanished like smoke. A boundary was drawn between him and Jiang Chuan. Enough! Who exactly has nurtured you? What is the source of your soul power? Furthermore, who has guided your speed and strength? What is your true identity? Li Yusong's inquidious cascada forth. Such an individual could not possibly lack a formidable background. Yet, despite his contemplation, considering the Spear Hall, the 3 major sects, and the 4 minor sects, he found no correlation that matched Jiang Chuan. The answers eluded him still. Jiang Chuan unequivocally declined. He had heard such words countless times. Who could possibly know that it was due to his daily diligence that he had become increasingly formidable? If the other party were to behold his eternal soul ring, one could only wonder if they would be so taken aback as to lose consciousness. This battle could be deemed a stalemate. To engage in combat with the Soul Emperor to such an extent, young man, you stand as the foremost among the continent. Li Yusong granted him passage, gesturing to Jiang Chuan with a semblance of deference. Farewell. Jiang Chuan took the lead with stride. Alas, can't they wait for me? Ning Rongrong gazed longingly at the retreating figure, her voice imbued with a rhythmic cadence. Jiang Chuan, what astonishes you most is the opinions of others. It turns out that the true jesters are they. A youth who could match the Soul Emperor in combat is absurdly labeled as a madman by them. The recent skirmish profoundly impressed upon them the merciless nature of the Soul Master lineage. In that instant, they could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment for their earlier ridicule. Li Yusong, understanding the moment, fixed his gaze upon Tang San. You all have accompanied the young brother Jiang Chuan, haven't you? Allow me to make an assessment. He placed his hands upon Tang San, and as he had anticipated, Jiang Chuan's companions were all remarkable. This young brother possessed an exceptional spirit. What soul skills have you cultivated? Indeed. Please reveal your martial soul. With a hum, a shimmering blue-silver grass floated from Tang San's hands. A soul power of level 20. And your martial soul is blue-silver grass? You are capable of cultivating such a martial soul? Quite rare indeed. All thanks to Brother Chuan's usual guidance. I consider him half my teacher, Tang San replied candidly. He truly imparts knowledge and has nurtured a soul master like you. Indeed, we have all benefited from Brother Chuan's insights, Xiao Wu interjected. I regularly engage in practical combat with him, and my strength has significantly improved. Upon witnessing this scene, the parents' expressions turned somber. While other children at such a young age were already teachers, their own offspring remained delicate, a stark contrast indeed. This realization reshaped their perception of soul masters, and they gazed at Jiang Chuan's silhouette, filled with yearning. If only their children could receive even a fragment of his guidance. Would they not soar to great heights? Yet, they could only lament the missed opportunity. Could it be that he has truly communicated with the Dean? This matter shall be discussed later. Your soul power and bone age are commendable. You may all enter, Li Yusong remarked, pausing momentarily before turning to Tang San and the others, exempting them from the second and third trials, allowing them to proceed directly to the fourth. Very well. Jiang Chuan inclined his head slightly to Li Yusong. At this moment, Jiang Chuan stood within the Shrek playground. System, sign in. He had been anticipating this moment for quite some time, eager to discover the treasures he might acquire. Would it be the age of a soul ring? Or 100,000-year soul bone? Or perhaps, Chapter 38, Oscar S. Sausage, a monster S. injustice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Shrek Academy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 30,000-year soul ring. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a second martial soul, the Human Emperor Bell. In Jiang Chuan's mind, a sudden flash of brilliance illuminated his thoughts. From his right hand emerged a small bell, intricately entwined with faint threads of lightning, while its circumference was enveloped in a surging mist of thunderous clouds. Instantly, the bright blue sky transformed into an ominous gray. Thunder roared and a deep resonance filled the air. As the Emperor of Humanity made his entrance, the heavens themselves shifted in hue. This bell, known as the Bell of the Emperor, represented its primordial form, destined to ascend into the Infinite Bell and the Eastern Emperor Bell, among other manifestations. It was indeed a weapon spirit of unparalleled excellence. Jiang Chuan could not help but exclaim. The bell felt heavy in his hands. He was currently a level 29 soul master, yet he struggled to hold it steady. Compared to the Haotian hammer, this was perhaps far more terrifying. What had transpired? Just moments ago, the sky was clear and bright, and now it had suddenly turned overcast and gloomy. A woman ambled by, muttering, "It's raining, drip drip." The sound of a dilapidated flute resonated, emanating from a yellow, worn-out handcart that appeared on the verge of collapse. However, the delightful aroma wafting through the air invigorated Jiang Chuan. "Drip drip, Oscar's little sausages. Would you like to try one, newcomer?" A man with a head full of white hair and a tuft of white beard adorning his chin wore a pair of flamboyant sunglasses perched on his forehead. His white hair stood upright, framing a pair of lively, peach blossom-like eyes that exuded an approachable demeanor. "Oscar?" Jiang Chuan pondered meaningfully. "Indeed, that is my name." The newcomer replied with a beaming smile, raising the small sausage in his hand. With a slight arch of his brow, he added, "What do you think? Fragrant little sausages. And grilled ones too. Care to have a few? They might just help you excel in your exam." "Huh." Jiang Chuan smiled insidiously, his gaze drifting elsewhere. He could hardly be blamed for the matter concerning Ning Rongrong. "Very well, I shall have one of each, the sausage and the grilled sausage, generously seasoned with cumin and chili." Jiang Chuan placed the golden soul coin down. More. I need to find you dozens of silver soul coins," Oscar said, feeling somewhat anxious. "There's no rush. Others will come. I shall treat them. You just focus on your task." Jiang Chuan smiled awkwardly yet politely. Although Oscar's sausages were somewhat crude, their flavor was undeniably exquisite. Moreover, their effects were remarkable. He was one of the few meat food system soul masters in the mainland. After enduring plain and simple meals for too long, one could indeed find it difficult to adapt. "All right," Oscar beamed, tending to the sausages over the fire. Yet there lingered a sense of emptiness, as if something had been lost. However, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. "Ah, how fragrant!" Xiao Wu exclaimed in admiration. "What delightful food is Brother Chuan feasting upon? And this academy even sells food." Leading the charge, Xiao was followed closely by Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Dai Mubai, who all gathered around. With a swift motion, Jiang Chuan took a bite, savoring the delectable taste. "Not bad at all. You three should join me. Let me treat you to breakfast." Tang San and the others beamed with joy, relishing the flavors. "Teacher Jiang Chuan," Dai Mubai said, adjusting his forehead with a helpless chuckle. Then turned to Oscar, reproaching him. "Little Oscar, do you dare to fool around with our Shrek Academy's teacher here? Aren't you afraid of facing the consequences later? Teacher, you should spit out. This sausage seems questionable." "No worries." Jiang Chuan raised his hand dismissively. "I am well aware. After all, a meat food system's sole master. Aside from his slightly crude incantations, everything else is quite satisfactory. You should all give a try. I've already paid." "Why, Dai Mubai was taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him. How could a teacher be unaware of such matters? He must have recognized Oscar's sausages the moment he laid eyes on them. "Teacher? Dai Mubai, are you still half asleep?" Oscar remarked, yawning languidly. "How can you refer to a freshman as a teacher? Could it be that you indulged in too much romance last night?" "Hee. Enough." Dai Mubai rolled his eyes and playfully pressed down on Oscar's smiling face. "You are unaware, but this is our newly appointed teacher, Jiang Chuan, as designated by Dean Flender. Dai Mubai, you ought to see a doctor. Are you not speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open?" Oscar quipped, nimbly leaping off the carriage, curiously circling Jiang Chuan, then inspecting him closely. "I don't believe it." "Well, it matters not whether you believe it or not. I have merely spoken the truth." Dai Mubai raised his index finger, advising meaningfully, "Should you show disrespect to teacher Jiang Chuan, you may find yourself facing dire consequences in the future." Jiang Chuan casually enjoyed his breakfast. Suddenly, Oscar, with his striking peach blossom eyes, fixed his gaze upon Xiao Wu, his heart racing. Her fair cheeks blushed instantly. "Is this the new female student?" He hastily ran his fingers through his tousled hair and extended his hand with eagerness. Hello, I am Oscar, your senior. I wonder if I might have the fortune of getting to know you. Are you also a student here, old man? By your appearance, it seems you haven't graduated in over a decade." Xiao Wu timidly inched closer to Jiang Chuan and inquired. "Old man?" Oscar was taken aback. Hee. Ning Rongrong stifled a giggle from the side. To Oscar, her smile felt like a gentle spring breeze, as if a goddess had bestowed her blessings upon him. "May I ask who this young lady is?" "All right, let's not waste time here. These new students were specifically requested by teacher Zhao to be brought over," Dai Mubai interrupted, addressing the crowd. "Xiao San, you are exempt from the second and third trials and may proceed directly to the fourth." "Understood," Tang San nodded, pondering what the fourth trial would entail. "We are Shrek Academy. We do not confine ourselves to ordinary methods. On the very first day, we engage in actual combat." Dai Mubai teased, raising an eyebrow at everyone. "What? There are exemptions for the second and third trials here?" A youthful voice filled with discontent spoke up. "Why must we follow the regular testing process? They are new too. Why can they proceed directly to the fourth trial? This is unfair." Another girl chimed in. "Dai Laoda." Tang San seems apprehensive. He is not one to take shortcuts, preferring to let his abilities speak for themselves. Dai Mubai placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, reassuring him. "You are exempt from the second and third trials based on your own strength. You are not comparable to them. There is no need for any psychological pressure. Entering the fourth trial directly is sanctioned by the teacher. At Shrek Academy, we embrace those with exceptional talents. If you are indeed extraordinary, we can open the door to a broader, more magnificent world for you." Chapter 39. The Shattering of the Soul Power Sphere, Zhao Wujia's Challenge. "Is that so?" Tang San expressed his skepticism. "Do they pay with gold soul coins?" He questioned. "Do we look like people lacking in such resources? We should also be exempt from the second and third trials." The youth, hands on his hips, declared arrogantly, "Be careful. I might report you to the Spirit Hall." Dai Mubai snorted coldly, patiently explaining, "Young student, I believe there has been a misunderstanding regarding Shrek Academy. We only accept those with extraordinary abilities. If your cultivation talent matches theirs, reaching above level 20, then there is no issue. We will fulfill your request without asking for a single gold soul coin." "What? You must be insane. We are merely in our teenage years. How could we possibly possess such high soul power?" "Insane or not, the truth will speak for itself." Dai Mubai grasped a soul power orb and tossed it to Xiao Wu. With a firm squeeze, she crushed it, and in an instant, brilliant light erupted from the orb. My heavens, innate full soul power? The girl was left speechless. Next, Tang San took his turn. The brilliance of the orb in his hand shone even more radiantly. Another innate full soul power? How could this be? How could there possibly be another with innate full soul power? In the following moment, a resounding boom echoed. The soul power of the girl in the blue dress was astonishingly at the innate level 7. Level 7. Let me give it a try, a cool voice interjected. This was a woman whose physique had matured during her adolescence, clad in a fitted black combat suit, with 2 black cat ears perched atop her head. Her clear, discerning eyes seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Her finely chiseled features conveyed an air of aloofness, as if keeping the world at bay. Zhu Qing, while chewing on a sausage, mumbled indistinctly. Everyone was deeply captivated by her presence. With a swift motion, Zhu Qing extended her slender fingers to tightly grasp the soul power orb. Boom! Once again, the orb burst forth with dazzling light. Innate soul power at level 7. Yet another level 7. What on earth is happening? The boy was utterly bewildered. Zhu Qing coldly passed the soul power orb to Jiang Chuan. Dai Mubai wore a bittersweet expression of one who was unaware, then added, "This is our newly appointed teacher at Shrek, named Jiang Chuan. His soul power may far exceed your wildest imaginations. Those with meager soul power, remember to close your eyes." Mubai, must I also test my soul power? Jiang Chuan was filled with doubt. This is necessary for statistical purposes. You say he's a Shrek teacher? Zhu Qing approached Dai Mubai, her expression grave, as if to convey that such a significant matter should not be taken lightly. Some high-ranking nobles were acutely aware of the weight that the name Shrek carried. To be a teacher there, one must at least possess the strength of a soul emperor. Facing the latter, Dai Mubai nodded uncertainly. However, Zhu Qing remained skeptical. Her brows furrowed tightly, struggling to believe it. Her demeanor was cold, yet her heart was turbulent with emotions. Jiang Chuan summoned his soul power, squeezing the soul power orb in his hand with force. Whoosh! Boom! The soul power erupted like swirling clouds, tousling the hair of those present. Whoosh! Crackle! The soul power orb shattered. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong merely shrugged, having anticipated this outcome. Tang San's expression mirrored that of Jiang Chuan, reflecting his admiration. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, signaling to Zhu Qing that he was not speaking frivolously. A young girl was the first to break the silence, her teeth chattering. Is this really soul power? This force exceeds even that of a fully innate soul power. What is this? Just moments ago, the soul power felt like an expansive ocean before me, nearly suffocating me. The boy lay on the ground, gasping for air. Dai Mubai spread his hands, looking like a jester. I have already told you, monsters cannot be compared to ordinary people. If you can achieve such soul power, the gates of Shrek will be open to you. Otherwise, you will merely be paying the registration fee in vain. Let us depart, Tang San declared, taking the lead. By the way, teacher Jiang Chuan, please join us for the 4th trial. We would like to assess the student's physical conditions for future training adjustments, as per the dean's instructions. Dai Mubai inclined his head slightly towards Jiang Chuan, his tone respectful. Jiang Chuan did not refuse. He was also eager to meet Zhao Wuji, the renowned embodiment of the assault spirit, to gauge his formidable strength. Having recently acquired the Emperor's Bell, stirred a sense of anticipation within him. Under the watchful eyes of fellow students, Jiang Chuan and his companions ascended to the rear mountains of Shrek Academy. Upon entering, they were greeted by a familiar scene. A robust man with a fearsome visage sat upon a wooden chair, his eyes closed in deep concentration, appearing as though he were in slumber. Gulp! Dai Mubai forcefully swallowed hard. What is the matter? Dai, is something amiss? Tang San sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding them. I am uncertain whether to congratulate you or to offer a word of caution. Dai Mubai cleared his throat, his expression grave. This is our Academy's teacher Zhao. Full name, Zhao Wuji. It seems he intends to personally assess your abilities. Oh, what would be wrong with that? Xiao Wu playfully corked her lips, even teasing Zhao Wuji. He looks rather simple-minded. I wonder if he can keep up with my sister Xiao Wu. Zhao Wuji, that name sounds familiar. Ning Rongrong mused without further contemplation. Zhu Qing crossed her arms, her gaze sharpening. Brother Chuan, is there something amiss with Zhao Wuji? Tang San gently inquired, his tone amiable. He had detected a hint of unease in Jiang Chuan's expression, an echo of something reminiscent that piqued his curiosity. As time progresses, the image of Jiang Chuan in his mind gradually ascends. It seems as though the other person possesses an all-encompassing knowledge and awareness. Although of the same age, he exhibits a resolute character that surpasses even that of someone who has lived 2 lifetimes. Alas, it is merely a reunion with an old friend, Jiang Chuan casually remarked. He was no stranger to Zhao Wujing's appearance. Instead, he found himself intrigued, pondering whether he, possessing a second martial soul, could stand a chance against the formidable opponent. Had the others grasped his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Big Brother Dai, I have never witnessed such an expression on your face. Could this esteemed teacher, Zhao Wujing, be the one? Tang San turned to Dai Mubai, his heart filled with questions. Before the latter could respond, another voice interrupted. Young ones, Zhao Wujing declared, rising with a commanding presence from his wooden chair, casting a scrutinizing gaze over Jiang Chuan and the others. With a nod of approval, he exclaimed, I truly did not expect that 5 individuals would be selected during this recruitment for Shrek Academy. Excellent. However, should you falter at the 4th trial, you shall still be unable to join Shrek Academy. May I inquire, Teacher Zhao, what does our 4th trial entail? Xiao Wu inquired playfully. For reasons unknown, Zhao Wujing's endearing demeanor evoked genuine amusement within her. Of course, it will be under my control. You must withstand 3 strikes. Chapter 40, The Battle of Zhao Wujing. Tactics of Jiang Chuan. Zhao Wujing directed a menacing gaze toward Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, she cheekily rolled her eyes, dismissing the challenge of merely 3 strikes. Dai Mubai immediately intervened, hesitatingly stating, Teacher Zhao, I believe this may not be appropriate. While they surpass ordinary soul masters, withstanding 3 strikes from you remains quite a daunting task. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wujing asserted with unwavering conviction, with Flinder absent, I hold the highest authority here. What I say goes, it is thus decided. Big Brother Dai, why are you holding me back? Xiao Wu pouted. You may not realize this, but Teacher Zhao is a powerful assault-type battle soul master. His punches and strikes are not something you can withstand, Dai Mubai explained. Understood. So he is simply a strength soul master? As long as one of us keeps dodging, it should be manageable. He is so bulky, he surely cannot hit me. Xiao Wu mused innocently. Oomph. Zhao Wujing snapped his fingers, inserting a long incense stick into the ground. Here, there is also a time constraint. Within the duration of a single incense stick, one of you must withstand 3 of my strikes. Otherwise, it will be considered a loss. Having said this, Zhao Wujing returned to his original position, closing his eyes to meditate. Teacher, Zhao despises being called slow. Dai Mubai noted as he guided Xiao Wu and the others to step back 3 paces, forming a tight cluster. Earlier, I introduced the history of Shrek Academy, its renowned masters, and the regulations of this institution. Now, I must emphasize sincerely that the person before you, Zhao Wujing, is acclaimed as the unmoving king. He is a formidable soul master at level 73, wielding 7 rings of battle soul. I suddenly recalled that he is indeed the Zhao Wujia, the unmovable king, spoken of by my father, emphasized Ning Rongrong. The sight before us, possessing a soul power of 73 levels and being a soul sage of the 7th ring, is simply too incredulous to believe. Xiao Wu's daydream shattered. Tang San felt as though struck by lightning. His village was named Holy Soul Village, a symbol of divine prophecy, and every villager took immense pride in this goal. Even old Jack would become overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face whenever he spoke of the soul sage, as if his heart were brimming with boundless glory and yearning. Yet, the presence of this teacher, Zhao as a soul sage, was something he found difficult to accept. A soul sage, Zhu Zhuqing spoke slowly. Indeed, Dai Mubai's tone grew more serious. Due to the disparity in soul power between you, Teacher Zhao's only flaw, which is his slow movement, should not be factored in. I can only caution you to exercise utmost caution. I have a foolproof plan, Xiao Wu giggled, firmly grasping Jiang Chuan's right arm, confident in her assertion. If Jiang Chuan takes action, there will be no significant issues. Dai Mubai offered a non-committal smile. Tang San stepped forward, resolutely countering, I oppose this. How many battles have been resolved by Brother Chuan for us? If we do not reveal our strength upon entering Shrek Academy, and instead choose to exploit the situation, relying on Brother Chuan, when will we ever grow? How can we protect those we wish to safeguard? Furthermore, how can we serve Brother Chuan in the future? He addressed the assembly without reservation. Dai Mubai's gaze towards Tang San subtly shifted. Truly, as a follower of teacher Jiang Chuan, possessing such insight is remarkably rare. Zhu Zhuqing curiously observed Jiang Chuan. It seemed that all eyes were directed at him, as if to say that he was indeed formidable. Yet, it was hard to believe they would be so dauntless as to confront a soul sage without trepidation. It inevitably led one to ponder. Very well, if I were to strike first, it is possible that Zhao Wujia would be unable to contend with you. Jiang Chuan also pulled over a wooden chair and sat beside them. Dai Mu Bai, showing great tact, presented a plate of grilled sausages and attentively offered a cup of tea. Zhao Wuji's eyelids twitched, and he let out a discontented grunt towards Jiang Chuan. What is this kid up to? Who is he? Is he not planning to join this group of youngsters in the assault? Moreover, why is Dai Mu Bai being so solicitous? Zhao Wuji was utterly perplexed. He gestured at Dai Mu Bai, yet the latter remained unmoved, deepening his confusion. Resolved not to dwell on it any further, he closed his eyes once more to meditate. Tang San and the others huddled together, exchanging glances as they deliberated their strategy against the enemy. Each took turns introducing themselves. Zhu Zhuqing, a level 26 agility attack system soul master, introduced herself with a fleeting gaze, occasionally darting her eyes towards Jiang Chuan. The latter merely smiled gently at his teacup, leisurely sipping his tea, maintaining an air of mystery. I hope everyone remains fully focused on this battle, as our opponents possess a significant advantage in soul power, with a disparity of several levels and even 5 soul rings. Tang San declared, I am Tang San, a control system soul master with the martial soul blue silvergrass, possessing a soul power of level 25. My proposed strategy is to adhere to conventional roles. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing will distract Teacher Zhao, while I will control the battlefield. Additionally, I will protect Ning Rongrong, as our adversaries are exceedingly formidable. Given the circumstances, complex formations may prove ineffective, so I suggest we adopt a decisive approach and adapt as necessary. Tang San raised his head, making eye contact with each of them. I concur. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to raise her hand. All right, Ning Rongrong readily agreed, then turned to Jiang Chuan for his opinion. What do you think, Jiang Chuan? Given that they sought his counsel, Jiang Chuan candidly replied, my suggestion is to launch a direct assault without holding back. After all, your only advantage at this moment lies in your numerical superiority over Zhao Wuji. Furthermore, he appears to have quite the temper. You might consider feigning weakness during your offensive, targeting his less sensitive areas to avoid provoking his competitive spirit. This way, you may prolong the engagement. With Jiang Chuan's words concluded, the remaining matters were left to their own devices. His reasoning was both logical and compelling. Should they proceed in this manner, it would undoubtedly enhance the battle conditions for Tang San and his companions. Tang San's eyes sparkled with realization, and he nearly blurted out, Brother Chuan understands control-type strategies as well. The assertions made by the other party were even more resolute and direct than his own, piercing to the very heart of the matter. However, as he reflected, a moment of clarity dawned upon him. Even his own mentor sought guidance from Jiang Chuan. Thus, the latter's expertise was not confined merely to the understanding of soul beasts, soul masters, soul rings, and soul power. It extended even to the intricacies of confrontations and tactical collaborations among soul masters. Jiang Chuan is truly an existence that he will chase after his entire life, but never attain. Merely a fade, Jiang Chuan deflected the inquiry with a casual response. In reality, having thoroughly immersed himself in the world of Douluo Continent, he had already developed an intricate understanding of all that surrounded him. Moreover, as his strength steadily burgeoned, he had long since solidified the potential for future divinity. Ning Rongrong's eyes shimmered with brilliance, while Zhu Zhuqing stood astonished, as if she had stumbled upon a new realm. Chapter 41. The twin martial spirits of the Emperor, under the Haotian crown, doubts arise. Xiao Wu tilted her head and winked at Jiang Chuan. The latter discerned her unspoken thoughts and offered a reassuring glance. Should the battle descend into an inescapable predicament, I shall intervene to rescue you all. After all, the adversary is a soul sage, and a heavy burden weighed upon the hearts of the group, making it difficult to breathe. Jiang Chuan's words provided them with a sense of reassurance, instilling a greater sense of calm within their hearts. Teacher Jiang Chuan, I must offer a word of caution. Although your prowess far exceeds that of your peers, Zhao Wuji is a soul sage renowned for his impeccable skill. Once he unleashes his soul techniques, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to approach him. Even you should tread carefully to avoid facing defeat. Dai Mu Bai feared that the other party might act irrationally. Just moments ago, in an effort to aid Zhu Zhuqing, he was unaware that Jiang Chuan had already crossed paths with Liu Song, a soul emperor. Otherwise, he would never have uttered such words. The earlier scene had been nothing short of breathtaking, vividly etched in their memories. Particularly the resounding phrase about the demon blade, thousand edges, which only attacks and does not defend, still echoing in their ears. Especially for Ning Rongrong. The greatest flaw of the 7-treasure Glazed tile, Sect, lies in its scarcity of offensive soul masters, with few capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. without fresh blood. This sect is destined for decline. Yet at this moment, Jiang Chuan brought her abundant surprises. He had repeatedly come to her aid at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy and met her father's criteria for a partner, leading Ning Rongrong to undoubtedly favor Jiang Chuan in her heart. Even more admirable were his qualities. You lot, Zhao Wuji's voice interrupted Ning Rongrong, shaking his head with a cracking sound, his authoritative tone commanding. Are you prepared to embrace the trials of hell? Come forth. Tang San stood tall, meeting Zhao Wuji's gaze. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked him, while Ning Rongrong concealed herself behind Tang San, completing their simple formation. Observing this, Zhao Wuji smirked, then narrowed his eyes dangerously at Jiang Chuan, his tone turning unfriendly. Is that student not participating in the fourth challenge? Before he could regain his composure, a dart from Tang San shot toward him, silent as a whisper. Had it not been for the soul power, he might not have noticed at all. Good lad. Your speed is quite impressive, Zhao Wuji remarked before shattering the dart with a swift punch. I am a level 73 soul sage, as Mubai must have informed you. Now, I shall refrain from using soul techniques. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, you will pass. After his rapid declaration, he launched a punch towards Tang San. A fierce battle erupted in the square in an instant. Huh? Teacher Jiang Chuan, where are you going? Casting a glance at Dai Mubai, Jiang Chuan turned away, casually waving his hand in dismissal. This battle will not conclude anytime soon. I must go meet another esteemed individual. Another esteemed individual here? Dai Mubai genuinely could not comprehend. In Shrek Academy, it was merely them. What kind of character could Jiang Chuan refer to as esteemed? Jiang Chuan is perpetually enigmatic. Upon arriving at the rear mountains of Shrek Academy, one is enveloped by a dense jungle. The silence in the air is eerily profound. Jiang Chuan vividly recalls that before Tang San entered Shrek Academy, the prodigy known as the unparalleled genius of the Haotian sect, as well as the youngest title de law in the continent, Tang Hao, had already arrived at this location and silently observed Tang San's actions. He was undoubtedly aware of the formidable nature of this man, a figure capable of shattering the hall of the Pope with a single strike. When he unleashed his true form, it was as if divine assistance had arrived. Having obtained the Emperor's Bell, he sought to find a weapon spirit to test his prowess. Li Yusong was certainly not a viable option. Should his dragon pattern staff falter, it would result in a catastrophic incident. Xiaoxing was merely adept at cooking. In summary, none of the individuals from Shrek Academy were particularly suitable. It is only through the clash of weapon spirits that a true contest could be held. The Haotian hammer in Tang San's possession remained a closely guarded secret, and since he did not expose it, he had no choice but to seek out Tang Hao. Indeed, such a furtive demeanor was ill-suited for one of his stature. Jiang Chuan gazed meaningfully into the thicket of shadows cast by the trees, channeling a wisp of soul power to disperse the flora and fauna within. In an instant, a dark figure flickered into view. Accompanying this apparition was a resounding voice. You are quite the enigma. Even I am unaware of your origins. Who are you, and what is it that you seek? From a Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City to the Smithy of Stone 3, then to Soto City, and finally to Shrek Academy, every step has been meticulously followed. Jean Xiaogang, you are indeed able to perceive my presence? How intriguing. My curiosity regarding you has only intensified. Nevertheless, while I cannot fully discern your nature, I must express my gratitude for your guidance to Xiao San over the years. Moreover, I hope you will continue to mentor him. Of course, I shall reciprocate with something of value to you. Additionally, my intrigue regarding your powers grows ever stronger. Perhaps this is an opportune moment to test your abilities. The man in the black robe appeared like a specter, his voice reverberating with thunderous resonance, silently standing behind Jiang Chuan. I share your intent, he declared, under the Haotian crown. As Jiang Chuan's right hand crackled softly, a small black bell gradually emerged. Oh, you actually recognize me? Tang Hao expressed his astonishment, peering through a leaf to scrutinize the ebony bell in Jiang Chuan's grasp. His profound gaze quivered slightly, and his brows furrowed in confusion as he inquired, What is this? Isn't it clear to you, your Highness Haotian? This is my second martial soul. Jiang Chuan raised his right hand, presenting it before the latter. This is a weapon martial soul, the Emperor's Bell, and I seek your guidance, your Highness Haotian. A second martial soul? You possess twin martial souls as well. Tang Hao's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, a low murmur escaping his lips. He was acutely aware that throughout the entire continent, those endowed with a second martial soul were exceedingly rare, certainly not exceeding the number of fingers on one hand. Yet, this young man before him astonishingly possessed twin martial souls. Over the years of his observations, the other had never revealed even a hint of this secret. Had he already discerned his own identity? Moreover, a weapon martial soul named the Emperor's Bell? The very name was simply astounding, not to mention within the Star Luo Empire. Even across the entire continent, which soul master would dare to proclaim themselves as an emperor? Was this not tempting fate? This is the first time I have felt such curiosity towards an individual. I have accompanied my elder brother across the land, and though I pride myself on having witnessed a myriad of wonders in the Douluo Continent, traversed countless mountains and rivers, and encountered countless tales, I have never encountered someone quite like you. It is truly peculiar, Tang Hao remarked gravely, the weight of his words pressing heavily upon the air as he closed the distance between them. Such was the formidable aura of a titled Douluo. Jiang Chuan did not retreat. Instead, he gradually gathered his strength, drawing his second martial soul closer to Tang Hao step by step. Chapter 42. The sound of the Emperor's bell shatters. The dawn breaks with a tremor. You dare challenge me? Tang Hao sought to confirm once more. For a brief moment, he seemed lost in thought, as if he had misheard. Then, he felt a wave of amusement. Jiang Chuan acknowledged the other's words, affirming, indeed. He did not shy away as he met Tang Hao's gaze, seemingly more resolute in his earlier assertions. I must concede, you are a youth who surprises me, he remarked. As Tang Hao drew closer to Jiang Chuan, he spoke softly. I do not rely on my martial soul, nor do I employ soul techniques. Today, however, I shall test you to see what further surprises you might unveil. For reasons unknown, these ostensibly tranquil words resonated in Jiang Chuan's ears with a menacing undertone, as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Jiang Chuan understood that the opponent bore the traits of a god of slaughter. The Emperor's bell could be displayed in its entirety before Tang Hao, compelling him to confront this terrifying man with utmost effort. Contemplating this, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but let a subtle smile grace his lips, his heart swelling with a sense of boldness, accompanied by an exhilarating thrill. He was already eager to engage. The second martial soul, in Jiang Chuan's grasp, the small black bell continuously magnified, its surface etched with intricate, uncharted Sanskrit symbols. Amidst the emergence of flickering lightning and swirling black smoke, the bell grew to a height equivalent to half of Jiang Chuan's stature, exuding an imposing presence. Oh! Tang Hao's expression darkened beneath his black cloak as he exhaled a breath of white, murky energy. Having prided himself on his travels across the continent for years, he had encountered countless peculiar martial souls. While he had witnessed several remarkably powerful, mutated martial souls, the one in Jiang Chuan's possession was entirely foreign to him. The force entwined around it felt utterly unfamiliar, as if it belonged to another realm. From top to bottom, both the youth and his martial soul radiated an enigmatic aura. The old man, with a beard as sharp as a spear, slightly parted his lips, hinting at amusement. Buzz! As the Emperor's bell was raised, the surrounding drifting leaves were disturbed by an overwhelming force, all converging upon the bell itself, embodying a profound silence of the Great Way. The soul power within Jiang Chuan was instantly siphoned away, leaving him significantly weakened. With a thunderous crash, he plummeted heavily. The very air around him visibly rippled in response. Tang Hao clenched his right fist, and with a swift motion, the imprint of his fist turned sharply, colliding with the Emperor bell. A resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of a tiger's roar and a dragon's cry. A fierce gale surged, swirling violently around them. With a crack, the ground beneath their feet suddenly split open, creating a gaping chasm. The sound of Tang Hao's cloak fluttering in the wind was sharp and resonant, his unwavering determination strikingly fierce. This martial soul, one wonders, does it still align with the appetite of the Haotian crown? Jiang Chuan's eyes were ablaze with excitement. The first strike of the title Douluo was deftly executed, and this martial spirit was indeed remarkable. However, his palm tingled, nearly slipping from his grasp. It was reasonable to assume that the latter felt similarly. It was truly peculiar. To wield such a martial spirit was a rarity I have seldom encountered in my lifetime. You have successfully piqued my interest. Thus, I shall not hesitate to engage you in a contest. As Tang Hao spoke, wisps of crimson soul power coiled around his legs and then coursed throughout his entire being, flooding into his meridians. Suddenly, a formidable iron hammer materialized in his right hand, adorned with ancient runes, towering at the height of a person and exceedingly heavy to gauge. Jiang Chuan gazed upon the hammer, a wave of familiarity washing over him. It undoubtedly belonged to the most formidable martial soul in existence, the Haotian hammer. Adhering to the customary practice, he refrained from utilizing soul power or skills and restrained the might of his martial soul. The only uncertainty lay in whether this emperor's bell could withstand the onslaught of the illustrious Haoyan. Jiang Chuan took the lead, his feet striking the ground with a resounding thud akin to a dragon soaring or a tiger leaping. With a soul power of 29 levels, he infused the human emperor bell with a surge of energy, and the heavy black artifact in his grasp instantly expanded several dozen times. The majesty of the weapon spirit unfurled dramatically, not yielding much to the Haoyan hammer. Sensing the formidable aura of his opponent, Tang Hao wasted no time. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the human emperor bell in Jiang Chuan's hands. He raised his right hand, and the Haoyan hammer soared into the air, stirring up a cloud of debris as he swiftly shifted his stance, the hammer's surface carving a deep trench into the ground. It was as if he did not regard this youth as someone of the same age as his own son. In the moment when the human emperor bell and the Haoyan hammer clashed, a thunderous resonance erupted. What was once a clear sky transformed into a blanket of ominous clouds. The roar of thunder echoed, resembling a ferocious beast howling from the depths of the firmament. The intersection of these two supreme weapon spirits generated a sound akin to a thunderclap, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that ravaged the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Ancient trees splintered, rocks shattered, and the ground became riddled with craters. Amidst this, a palpable destructive force lingered, the sound of the bell reverberating and spreading far and wide. This power even reached the Shrek Academy, where the participants of the fourth examination were gathered. Zhao Wujia looked on with a smug expression directed at Jiang Chuan and the others, mockingly declaring, You youngsters are still too inexperienced. You don't even possess the strength to withstand 3 moves from me, and you dare to call yourselves monsters?" Observing this, Dai Mubai sighed helplessly, resting his forehead in resignation. Though Zhao Wujia's words were sharp, his heart was tumultuous. These newly minted Shrek students undoubtedly possessed unparalleled talent on the continent, with evident resolve and tenacity. Even though they had not withstood 3 of his moves, their presence was remarkable. Contemplating this, his gaze faltered. There had been another student earlier, now mysteriously absent. He had witnessed that student unleash their martial spirit, their eyes reflecting an ocean of soul power, leaving him uncertain if it was merely an illusion. Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, an unexpected sound interrupted him. Ripples of bell chimes cascaded forth. Zong, zong, zong. The windows of the Shrek Academy's dormitory shattered under the force. The wooden high-rise was reduced to mere splinters. With a sudden jolt, Zhao Wujia felt as though his very innards were upended, and he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his complexion paling. With a dazed expression, he gazed towards the source of the sound emanating from the back mountain of Shrek Academy, his lips twitching slightly, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. "What is that?" Ning Rongrong asked, her voice laced with trepidation. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions frozen in shock. No one could provide an answer. Tang San succinctly articulated, "It is the sound of the bell." His mind was meticulous. The purple extreme demon, I fixated on the source of the bell's chime. The resonance within the continent could never yield such profound influence. He surmised it was a result of a martial soul. Although this conclusion was somewhat presumptuous, it was undeniable that the chime harbored soul power. Thus, it seemed that this was the only plausible explanation. "The bell's sound," Ning Rongrong murmured softly. "Teacher Zhao." The crowd turned in unison to the pallid face of Zhao Wujia, exclaiming in chorus. Chapter 43. A Contest of Souls. Zhao Wujia in confrontation. Dai Mubai, taken aback, instinctively blurted out, "Teacher Zhao." The two fell into a profound silence. They withdrew their hands, and the two extreme martial souls separated, while the chaotic soul power around them gradually subsided. Jiang Chuan's hands trembled with a tingling sensation. The emperor bell in his grasp felt as if it had been heated to the point of glowing. He was acutely aware that the power wielded by Tang Hao was but a fraction of its usual strength, yet, in their collision, he managed to remain steadfast. The shock imparted by the emperor bell was truly astounding. Its remarkable capabilities extended far beyond this. It is worth noting that this bell grows more formidable in the presence of strength. Had it not been for Tang Hao's Haoyan hammer striking it, the preceding toll would not have resonated with such thunderous amplitude, and intriguingly, this could serve as a form of area soul technique. What is the name of this remarkable bell? Tang Hao inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Jiang Chuan had once dismissed the name of this martial spirit, yet now, he found himself yearning to uncover the identity of the bell. The bell was named the Emperor's Bell. Jiang Chuan pronounced it with resounding clarity. "Emperor?" Tang Hao's expression shifted slightly. "To which sect does it belong, and under whose auspices does it fall?" This is certainly not a mutated martial spirit. Yet I have never heard of such an artifact within the continent. In truth, Tang Hao wished to express that if this Emperor's Bell truly stood firm in the realm, its sect standing must undoubtedly rival that of the Haotian sect, perhaps even surpassing it. However, how could such a renowned martial spirit have eluded his ears? The Nine Hearts CP&E, albeit a support-type spirit passed down through a singular lineage, still held a name in the world, not entirely overshadowed by the brilliance of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. It seemed Jiang Chuan had taken a playful jab, his gaze directed toward the fourth round's plaza, where their match had concluded. The latter understood, as Jiang Chuan clearly did not wish to elaborate. He smiled knowingly, refraining from further inquiry. However, the martial spirit of the other had piqued his interest. Fortunately, as a titled Douluo, seasoned by trials and tribulations, he would not be rendered speechless in the presence of such a martial spirit, unlike another who might have been utterly astonished. Very well, I need you to assist me with a matter. It appears that His Majesty Haotian is still distracted in our duel, and I too have the intention to seek counsel from Master Zhao Wujia. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of the situation. Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed that the young man bore not only extraordinary strength, but also a remarkable disposition. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you, and rest assured, I shall not neglect your efforts. The latter's gaze flickered, a smile dancing on his lips. His intent was not to seek retribution for Tang San and the others. Besides, he found it difficult to find a use for Tang Hao. He merely wished to engage in a friendly duel with Zhao Wujia. Whoosh! Tang Hao's figure flickered and vanished into the shadows of the trees. Though Jiang Chuan's prowess is formidable, he remains distant from Zhao Wujia in their life and death struggle. He must stay here to settle the score. What indeed transpires during this day that stretches into eternity? Upon Flander's return, I shall certainly inquire thoroughly. Zhao Wujia pressed his palm against his chest, forcing himself to sit upon the wooden chair. Having inadvertently injured Xiao Wu, Tang San's fury was palpable. The boy's gaze lingers in his mind, a haunting reminder. Just as he was poised for confrontation, he was caught off guard by this unforeseen calamity, nearly spilling blood. At that critical moment, Zhao Wujia had failed to summon his soul power and martial spirit, which ultimately led to his injury. With a shift in tone, his expression calmed. The recent acquisitions, these few little monsters, exhibit commendable talent. Among them is that old ghost Flander from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This time, excitement is warranted. The lad named Tang San possesses a keen gaze, imbued with a hint of ruthlessness, deserving of focused cultivation. After all, jade must be polished to reveal its brilliance. With that thought, Zhao Wujia chuckled softly. However, his hand struck the wooden table with a resounding thud, revealing his indignation. That rascal Dai Mu Bai, so attentive towards others. I have never witnessed such a demeanor from him. It piques my curiosity about the identity of that boy. I must certainly inquire with Mu by tomorrow to uncover the truth. Oof. Zhao Wujia let out a cold snort, preparing to address recent affairs of Shrek Academy. Suddenly, a gust of fresh wind swept through. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a chilling presence. A shiver ran down his spine. Bang! The window burst open with a strong wind. Teacher Zhao Wujia, a voice laced with mockery, called out, "Let us conclude what was left unfinished during the day." Daytime. Zhao Wujia's countenance darkened. He suddenly recalled the bell tolls of the day. Could this person be the cause? Oof. An audacious rogue, daring to commit heinous acts within Shrek Academy? Fury ignited within him. He slammed his palm against the table, stood upon the window frame, his robust arms taut, spirit energy surging through his legs. And with a swift leap, he shot forth like a bolt of lightning. That young rascal runs quite swiftly. The shadow before him darted through the shaded trees of Shrek's rear mountain, moving with remarkable agility. Zhao Wujia charged forward, his speed unmatched, sweeping aside all obstructions, trees and boulders alike, reducing them to mere splinters. Suddenly, he arrived in an open area. Scanning his surroundings, he detected no immediate threats. If I've been lured here, why does the perpetrator not reveal themselves? Zhao Wujia's voice dripped with menace. If you do not show yourself soon, do not blame me for being impolite. Teacher Zhao, it has been a long time. As Jiang Chuan emerged gradually under the luminous moonlight, his demeanor remained serene. Oh! Zhao Wujia gazed intently at him and spoke directly. Aren't you the student who appeared at the fourth gate this afternoon? Why did you suddenly vanish? Moreover, did you just dare to provoke me? Are you not aware that I am the unmovable king, Zhao Wujia? This matter may not conclude amicably. Boom! Surrounding Zhao Wujia were 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 7 soul rings, all radiating a crimson glow. In tandem, his muscles swelled as if inflated like a balloon. With a hint of provocation, he tilted his chin towards Jiang Chuan. Zhao Wujia, a level 73, 7-ringed, Assault-type Battle Soul Master, faced Jiang Chuan, a level 29, 2-ringed, Support-type Weapon Soul Master. What? You're a Support-type Soul Master? Zhao Wujia exclaimed in astonishment. He found it hard to fathom that the soul power he had just witnessed was unleashed by a Support-type Soul Master. Furthermore, it appeared that the tolling of the bell today was not orchestrated by the man before him. Jiang Chuan leisurely manifested a budding emerald blue lotus with his left hand, radiating an aura of vitality, while a divine presence gradually ascended, rendering him akin to an oracle. So, how shall you engage me? Zhao Wuji, disheartened, shook his head, then revealed a cruel smile. In that case, you shall pay a steep price for your earlier audacity. Who claims that support-type martial souls cannot be wielded in actual combat? Teacher Zhao, feel free to strike. I, Jiang Chuan, shall accept all that you deliver. Jiang Chuan smiled softly and murmured, System, extend the duration of the first soul ring. Chapter 44. The Mighty Diamond Bear, a battle of life and death. Enhance it to 20,000 years. The black soul ring between Jiang Chuan's hands expanded continuously, shifting its hue. With a soft hum, the soul ring trembled. Under Zhao Wujia's astonished gaze, it gradually transformed into a vibrant red. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Jiang Chuan with a look of utter bewilderment. The latter chuckled awkwardly and remarked, Some always believe themselves to be the Azure Dragon, unaware that they are but mere ants. Jiang Chuan cast a teasing glance at Zhao Wuji. 100,000 years soul ring. Zhao Wuji stammered in disbelief, his voice trembling as if mourning a great loss. His legs quaked uncontrollably. Are you a title Douluo? He felt that only such a status could validate the scene before him. Yet, Jiang Chuan appeared no older than Dai Mubai. How could this be possible? His mind spun as if the heavens and earth were in turmoil. Zhao's forgetful nature was truly unappealing. I pride myself on possessing a soul power of 29 and being a second-ring support-type soul master. Jiang Chuan spoke softly, untroubled by the prospect of Zhao Wuji and Tang Hao discovering his 100,000-year soul ring. Firstly, they had no compelling reason to seek his demise, nor were they necessarily equipped with the capability to do so. Secondly, this revelation would further underscore his identity as a prodigy. Otherwise, upon assuming the role of a teacher, Zhao Wuji's temperament could potentially lead to numerous obstacles. It would be far more prudent to resolve matters decisively today. Surely this must be a fabrication, Zhao Wuji remarked, regaining his composure as he pointed to the 100,000-year soul ring on Jiang Chuan's hand, his voice tinged with urgency. Does your soul possess the ability to change colors? In response, Jiang Chuan gazed at Zhao Wuji with a calm demeanor, a silent smile gracing his lips. Tang Hao, observing from the shade of the trees, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. He shook his head slightly, muttering, This fool, Zhao Wuji, is in a complete frenzy. It is undoubtedly a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. The aura it exudes cannot be feigned. He then teasingly produced a crimson soul ring from his fingertip. His tone, growing more intense, is strikingly similar, had it not been for Jiang Chuan's numerous, astonishing revelations. Tang Hao would likely have shared Zhao Wuji's bewilderment at this moment. The air descended into silence. However you perceive it, you little rascal, daring to deceive even me, I shall ensure you undergo rigorous training. Zhao Wuji's smile turned menacing as he cracked his knuckles. Without even activating his martial soul, he charged towards Jiang Chuan's forehead. The 100,000-year soul ring had already transcended ordinary limits. He now possessed the ability to inflict damage with a 500% return via the chaotic green lotus healing technique. This level of healing was akin to rendering Jiang Chuan impervious to defeat. Faced with Teacher Zhao, how could one not give their utmost effort? First soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats. Second soul skill, holy shield. Jiang Chuan raised his hand, drawing forth a long blade enveloped in violet light from the silver chain at his chest, the demon blade of 1,000 edges. Fully armed, he emanated an aura of sanctity, surrounded by 2 rings of red and purple light that radiated a holy glow beneath his feet. He appeared remarkably divine, yet I could see through his facade. Have you not yet tired of deceiving yourself? Allow Teacher Zhao to impart a lesson upon you. Zhao Wujia let out a cold grunt, his right fist enveloped in a shimmering aura of golden light, brandishing a small dagger, ready to shatter your illusions. In the next moment, a chilling silence enveloped the surroundings, an eerie stillness. Suddenly, a flash of violet light carved a crimson streak through the air, Crash! The imprint on Jiang Chuan's abdomen gradually faded. His complexion turned slightly pale. But miraculously, his cheeks flushed with vitality, and the breath of life surged within him, each inhalation and exhalation radiating an overwhelming force. Ha! Such a sensation is truly exhilarating. Jiang Chuan turned his head, casting a smile as he remarked, "Never tiresome." Zhao Wujie fixed his gaze on the back of his hand, where blood had seeped from the wound, as 2 drops fell onto the green leaves with a soft plop. He then met Jiang Chuan's eyes, feeling an unsettling chill emanating from the other's smile. "Your blade could actually wound me? Earlier, my left fist clearly struck your abdomen. Why then are you unscathed, and your life force only grows stronger?" Puzzled, Zhao Wujie touched his cheek, his expression one of bewilderment and self-doubt. "Could it be that I'm still not awake?" Tang Hao, standing beneath the shade of a tree, coldly remarked, "Fool, do you still not see the truth? This is evidently the opponent's soul technique." With a teasing smirk, he slightly parted his lips. Moreover, his eyes brightened as they lingered on the enchanted blade, Qinren, in Jiang Chuan's grasp, before he spoke again. "This weapon is crafted with far more ingenuity than any I forged at my peak. How could it possibly be shattered by you?" Tang Hao's heart was no calmer than Zhao Wujie's. A mere Grand Soul Master withstood a punch from a Soul Sage, remaining not only unperturbed, but also seemingly restored. One could only imagine the extraordinary nature of this environment. It was evident that the opponent's support-type soul tool was far from ordinary. Furthermore, how was it possible for him to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring on his very first attempt, dismissing the possibility of having hunted it himself? It must either be a legacy or a rare occurrence where a 100,000-year soul beast voluntarily became Jiang Chuan's soul ring. Yet, such an idea was even more perplexing. How could such a soul beast exist on this continent? Tang Hao was at a loss. "You've truly enraged me now," Zhao Wujie bellowed, his voice resonating with golden ripples as a massive bear, enveloped in a swirling golden aura, materialized behind him, towering 3 feet high, its fearsome claws poised to strike. With a roar from the colossal bear, the surrounding trees were uprooted and rocks exploded like firecrackers. The left eye of his martial spirit bore a scar. Jiang Chuan straightened his slightly hunched back, the formidable Dolly King Kong bear, finally compelling me to adopt a more serious demeanor. "You actually recognize the Dolly King Kong bear martial soul? It seems you possess a modicum of discernment." "Wait, what did you just say?" Ha. "You want me to take you seriously?" Ha. Zhao Wujie's voice resonated with a hollow intensity, resembling that of a colossal brown bear letting out a ferocious roar. In the heat of the moment, he did not hesitate. With a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself like a cannonball, raising his resplendent right arm to deliver a devastating downward strike. However, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chuan did not evade. Instead, he met the onslaught head-on. The collision of their energies stirred a tempestuous force, with the intertwining soul power sufficient to engulf the surroundings. Yet, it seemed Jiang Chuan was not yet satiated by the fervor of battle. He unleashed all his soul power, charging unreservedly towards Zhao Wujie. From Tang Hao's perspective, the encounter had transcended mere sparring, escalating into a life-and-death struggle. Chapter 45, The Ultimate Weapon Martial Soul, Uniting Forces Against the Ming King. Most crucially, Zhao Wujie had ignited a fire within. Should Jiang Chuan prove inadequate in strength, he would undoubtedly face the peril of being inadvertently slain by his opponent. Tang Hao was eager to join the fray. Jiang Chuan must not perish. For both personal and public reasons, he must survive. The feeble ant shakes the tree, as the aurora bursts forth before Zhao Wujie. A resounding hum reverberates. The intertwining of soul power envelopes dust, air, and leaves into a singular mass. With a sharp crack, another streak of crimson light ignites. Visible to the naked eye, a flash of blade arcs out, executing a sweeping strike of 180 degrees. Trailing a bloodied arc, Jiang Chuan was violently propelled backward, forcefully carving a long trench into the earth as he skidded for several hundred meters. Yet, he exhaled a gust of heated air, his cheeks flushed with a vibrant crimson, his countenance radiating exhilaration. The second soul skill had successfully negated a potentially fatal blow. The first soul skill, with a 500% amplification of the chaotic blue lotus's healing properties, enveloped him in a sensation akin to flowing through a warm spring. This surge of power even shattered the shackles binding certain acupoints within him. Had it not been for the constraints of his soul rings, his soul power might have experienced a remarkable leap. Zhao Wujie fixed his gaze intently upon the wound on his right arm. He was no fool and had discerned the peculiar drawbacks of the situation. Turning his attention to Jiang Chuan, He wore an expression of lingering intrigue, his demeanor momentarily taken aback. Tang Hao hesitated, gripping his hammer, only to retract his hand again. How could the situation be thus? Zhao Wuji's strike was potent enough to severely wound a soul emperor, yet Jiang Chuan emerged unscathed. Have my eyes deceived me? Tang Hao's tone was laced with incredulity. He found himself utterly perplexed. Jiang Chuan was an enigma wrapped in mystery. You, young man, are quite the conundrum, Zhao Wuji stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Teacher Zhao, my enthusiasm for battle has only just ignited. Jiang Chuan shifted the demon blade, Qianren, to his left hand, while his right hand formed a fist in the void. Suddenly, a swirling mass of black smoke emerged from his grasp, transforming into a pitch-black bell that expanded in size with the urging of his soul power. In the blink of an eye, boom! The bell struck Zhao Wuji squarely in the face. Despite being renowned for his flawless defense, he was sent reeling like a kite severed from its string, propelled backward by the force of the Emperor's bell. Thunderous echoes resounded. Zhao Wuji fell into a state of unconsciousness, his steps faltering as the bell, even more ferocious than before, pushed him until he came to a halt 100 meters away. Along the path lay the remnants of trees he had obliterated, and the ground was riddled with craters. You brat! Oh, I am truly enraged. Zhao Wuji bellowed in fury, his eyes igniting with a crimson hue. The formidable golden bear behind him, with a mere flick of its arm, reduced the boulders weighing him down to ashes. Seventh soul skill, martial spirit, true body. Zhao Wuji was utterly incensed, immersing himself in the manifestation of his martial spirit true body. His physique swelled like an inflated balloon, growing into a colossal 3-meter-tall grizzly bear, its eyes adorned with golden runes. With a resonant roar, 7 soul rings intertwined around him, producing a symphony akin to the striking of piano keys, reverberating with a thunderous intensity. Boom! As Jiang Chuan's soul power intertwined with his weapon spirit, the Emperor's bell emitted a resonant tremor, clashing with Zhao Wuji's soul energy. 2 soul rings, one crimson and the other violet, swirled into existence, resting upon his arms and bestowing upon him an even greater strength. Zhao Wuji. Tang Hao found himself at a loss. If this continued, Jiang Chuan might not even fear the true form of Zhao Wuji's martial spirit. Who else had come forth to embrace their demise? Zhao Wuji spoke with insolence, having transformed into a towering golden bear exceeding 3 meters in height, his heart unyielding and fearless. Tang Hao let out a soft, disdainful snort, a slight smirk gracing his lips, having dealt with the minor. It was only natural that the major would come to seek justice. Zhao Wuji, I shall refrain from utilizing my martial spirit. If you can endure 3 of my strikes, I shall let you go. A most unfortunate scene unfolded. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. 9 soul rings gradually descended from Tang Hao's head. Zhao Wuji's gaze trembled, as though he had encountered a specter. Who might you be, esteemed one? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Jiang Chuan interjected. Enough with the idle chatter. Do you not wish to engage in battle? I am truly eager to test the might of your martial spirit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji felt a shiver of trepidation. Could such words emanate from a mere boy of 29 levels of soul power? He desires to test his martial spirit? Observing Jiang Chuan ahead and Tang Hao behind him, he found himself ensnared, with no avenue for retreat. Moreover, both of them bore a blood-red soul ring that shimmered with the essence of 100,000 years, filling his vision and relentlessly advancing upon him. The Emperor's bell, the Haotian hammer. From these 2 supreme martial spirits surged an undercurrent of thunder and an aura of ultimate destruction, as if their very existence was meant to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Behold, I am Zhao Wuji, a teacher at Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji wiped the sweat from his brow, no longer daring to acknowledge his esteemed title of the unmoving king. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through Shrek's rear mountain, causing the slumbering Tang San and others to awaken, gazing towards the source of the commotion, their vision obscured by the swirling soul power. Before them stood a colossal brown bear, appearing fierce and terrifying, yet its expression was one of utter disarray. A heavy bell struck its face, causing it to stumble, followed by a massive hammer that drove it into the ground, creating a deep pit. The brawny bear was tossed about like a mere plaything, its anguished cries audible even from a distance. Why does that voice seem so familiar to me? Tang San pondered weakly, clutching his chest in confusion. Oscar let out a long yawn, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. Who was making such a racket at this hour? As the sky gradually darkened to a deep purple, a brilliant light began to emerge, as if a torrent of soul power was surging towards them. Whoosh! A pair of enormous purple wings swept through the air, heading directly towards Shrek's rear mountain. Hey, Xiaoyao, what is wrong? Tang San followed his astonished gaze towards the purple wings, his eyes deepening with intrigue. Is that a flying martial spirit? His soul power is astonishing. Xiao San, close the windows tightly. No matter what happens tonight, do not interfere, Oscar exclaimed, shivering as he hastily shut the window, drawing the tattered curtains closed. Before returning to bed with a bewildered Tang San. At Shrek's rear mountain, Zhao Wujia implored, please, I beg you to cease hostilities. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Can we not cool our tempers? Consider it a favor to me, Flender. Chapter 46. The players depart. Teacher Jiang. A pair of purple wings drifted across the firmament, obscuring the sky and moon. As the wings continuously circled and stretched, a weathered visage emerged, reminiscent of a humanoid owl. Tang Hao wielded his weapon with fervor. Casting a sidelong glance at the heavens, he thundered, four-eyed cat owl Flender? A level 76 soul sage, hardly worthy of disturbing me. Begone. The esteemed lord under the Haotian crown implored. Please, with all due respect, cease hostilities with your brother. Surely, there is some misunderstanding between us. Zhao Wujia lamented, his face etched with desperation. Upon beholding the Haotian hammer, despair gripped his heart. Even one as foolish as he recognized the identity of this titled Douluo. Flender, do save me. This could turn fatal. At his words, Flender cast an irritable glance at Zhao Wujia, snorting dismissively, and chose not to respond. Turning, he addressed Tang Hao and Jiang Chuan with a smile, albeit tinged with insincerity. Gentlemen, might I inquire what grievances you hold against teacher Zhao that would compel you to bring about his demise? Perhaps it would be more prudent to sit down and engage in a friendly spar instead. My humble soul power is surely inconsequential to teacher Zhao. As Jiang Chuan chuckled lightly, Zhao Wujia, who was concealing the true form of his martial soul, nearly spat out the blood that had congealed within him. Jiang Chuan's lethal strikes left him dizzy, and every bruise on his body was a testament to his adversary's prowess. The audacity with which he claimed to have held back infuriated Zhao Wujia. I told you, Zhao Wujia could not withstand 3 of my blows today. He cannot escape the pain of his flesh. Tang Hao's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Flandra had no choice but to retreat as 2 beams of light, one red and one black, collided with Zhao Wujia's martial soul, erupting into a thunderous cloud of smoke, while Zhao Wujia bled profusely. Fear gripped him, and he could only shake his head in despair. The martial soul seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, extending its right wing to shield Flandra's vision. In the aftermath, Zhao Wujia emerged battered and bruised, his body bearing multiple severe injuries. He continued to wail in agony, yet upon meeting Tang Hao's gaze, he bit his tongue in restraint. Do you remember the instructions I just imparted? Should you show any negligence, I shall not spare you. This was Tang Hao's echo, but he had already vanished like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Wujia gasped in pain, leaning against an ancient tree, his expression revealing his grievance. Jiang Chuan, I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. I hope you can overlook my transgressions. Jiang Chuan stood beside the shade of a tree, gazing down silently. The waters had swept through the Dragon King Temple. Upon witnessing the conclusion of events, Flander hurried over, awkwardly raising both hands in an apologetic gesture towards Jiang Chuan. Teacher Jiang Chuan, Zhao Wujia has indeed suffered. If he goes to class tomorrow in this state, he may well lack the courage to face his students. Perhaps it would be best to let him off this time. Should there be a next occasion, I shall take it upon myself to deal with him. He rubbed his hands together. Flander, old ghost, what do you call him? Teacher? Zhao Wujia let out a long howl, as if momentarily struck by a revelation. He pressed his hand against his chest, steadying himself, and fixed his gaze upon Flander, eager for clarity. Cough, cough. Flander raised his right hand to his mouth, clearing his throat, while his left hand gestured towards Jiang Chuan in a formal manner. This gentleman is our newly appointed teacher at Shrek Academy, Jiang Chuan. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could inquire further, Flander leaned closer, whispering softly into Zhao Wujia's ear, what he possesses is not merely strength. It encompasses a theoretical prowess that rivals that of a master. Such a talent can provide invaluable guidance to us at Shrek Academy. Will you forsake this opportunity for fame? Zhao Wujia scratched his head, suddenly recalling that after unleashing his martial soul, Jiang Chuan had immediately identified the Titan Great Bear. Moreover, during their actual combat, Jiang Chuan demonstrated an impressive understanding of his soul skills. Such unparalleled mastery in soul arts left him in awe. However, the later physical pain had overshadowed this realization. And now, prompted by Flanders' reminder, he found clarity, his gaze towards Jiang Chuan subtly shifting. How could this be possible? He is merely a youth of a few years. Zhao Wujia pondered. Flander shot him a reproachful look. Do you dare to claim that within this cohort of students, none harbor secrets? It is simply that Jiang Chuan is more exceptional. In due course, the truth will reveal itself. Zhao Wujia, enlightened, shifted the conversation. True. Nevertheless, Flander, you old ghost. How can you be so ungracious as to stand by while I am beaten? The latter smacked his forehead, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Wujia's sudden change in tone. One was a titled awe, the other a rising star. The power demonstrated by their discarded martial souls was not lost on him. What good would it have done for him to intervene, other than to become another target? It was better to let them unleash their fury. Furthermore, who was it that stirred the pot this afternoon? Alas, such misfortune is mine, Zhao Wujia lamented, conceding defeat. Teacher Zhao Wujia, Jiang Chuan leaped down, landing with a soft thud beside Zhao Wujia, patting his shoulder with a meaningful expression. We shall surely have many opportunities to collaborate in the future. I hope you will provide your support. Zhao Wujia forced a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Very well, let us support one another. Flander's expression darkened, attributing the immense damage to the Academy's property to your altercation with the students today. Will you bear the costs of the repairs? Or shall you serve a few years here without compensation? No, Flander, you old ghost. Zhao Wujia stammered, attempting to offer an explanation, but Flander had already departed. Teacher Jiang Chuan, due to this fool Zhao Wujia setting the Academy's building ablaze, our institution has suffered an irreparable blow. Consequently, we are compelled to reside in temporary accommodations. I appreciate your understanding. The renovations will be completed swiftly, and I shall escort you to my room. However, based on my observations of the situation, I must also acknowledge your contribution. Flander habitually rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Your monthly allocation of soul coins will reflect this, hee. Director Flander should be well aware that within this realm, only I and Yu Xiaogang can impart the true principles of a soul master. As Jiang Chuan's words lingered, the two had already arrived at the student dormitory. With a smile, he stepped into the room and closed the wooden door. Is there truly no opportunity for any circumvention? After all, a deduction of 10 gold soul coins each month is still significant. Teacher Jiang Chuan, you can obtain dozens of gold soul coins each month from the Spear Hall. Flander raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door, only to be met with a resolute silence from the other side. Chapter 47. The Fiery Horse of Ma Hongjun, the authority of the students. On the following morning, chirp, a few wind chimes sang melodiously as they soared past. Through a wall, Jiang Chuan could hear whispers nearby. Die, a new batch of students has enrolled, and today is a holiday. What do you think? What do you mean? Die, at this point, there's no need to pretend. Of course, it's time to go out and enjoy ourselves. Get lost. Who would go to such a place? If you want to go, hurry up. Die, are you feeling all right? Why are you talking such nonsense, pretending to be innocent at this time? Fatty, I warn you, I've always been quite innocent. Thank you very much. Don't place such accusations upon me. Innocent? I believe a chicken outside the gate is far more innocent than you. This is truly the funniest joke I've heard. Honestly, Dai, the number of women you've been with exceeds even my count. And just last week, I saw you in a compromising situation with the city lord's daughter. Fatty, that was all in the past. If you keep babbling, I might just lose my temper. Dai Mubai's voice carried a hint of urgency. Another voice gradually dulled. Don't you usually take pride in your lack of shame? All right, Fina. Then today, I shall seek out Suehua. Just so you know, I've turned over a new leaf. Now I must deliver a meal to teacher Jiang Chuan. So you better watch yourself. As Dai Mubai spoke, he held a plate of sausages in one hand and gently pushed the wooden door with the other. Dai, you're acting quite strangely. Delivering food to the teacher? Are you still half asleep? Or have you been enchanted? The young man clad in red chattered incessantly, bursting into laughter. In the span of a single night, Dai Mubai's demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation, even claiming innocence, which only fueled the laughter of his companion. Maongjun, Jiang Chuan stepped outside, stretching towards the warm sun. How do you know my name? Oh, teacher? You must be the new peer teacher at Shrek, right? Ma Hongjun raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiang Chuan. You're younger than me. The only reason you managed to best I is that you Haven T encountered a powerful assault-type martial spirit like mine. With that, Ma Hongjun gave a thumbs up towards Jiang Chuan's face. Looks like you are quite unconvinced. Jiang Chuan adjusted his white sleeve garment and inquired. He was well aware that Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was the evil fire phoenix, inherently accompanied by an uncontrollable malevolent flame, which bestowed upon him an unwavering confidence. However, this came with a significant drawback. The abundant malevolence required a release. Furthermore, failing to subdue this rotund individual could lead to unforeseen complications in the future. Enough, stop talking, commanded Dai Mubai from the side, understanding the implications of the latter's words. Jiang Chuan possesses an acute awareness of his true capabilities. He knows all too well that not only could he defeat himself, but he could also effortlessly contend with both him and the chubby fellow single-handedly. If the adversary were to truly take action, the consequences would be utterly dire. Perhaps, today, the chubby one would find it impossible to leave the gates of Shrek. Hey, Dai, why do you appear so timid? I am not afraid of him, the chubby one boisterously declared, tugging at his ample belly. Dai Mubai rubbed his forehead, offering a wry smile, internally lamenting that the chubby one was destined for misfortune. Ma Ongjun, if you ever find yourself in need of assistance regarding the matter of the evil fire, do not hesitate to seek me out instead of wandering aimlessly elsewhere. Jiang Chuan splashed his face with clear water, and, after drying it with a towel, he languidly remarked, "Fooling around?" Ma Hongjun interjected, his demeanor darkening as he clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. "I've heard you're an auxiliary spirit master. How brazen of you. Having Dai Lauda bring you meals? Are you tired of living?" "Fatty, this is my own choice," Dai Mubai interjected. "Step aside, Dai Lauda. By indulging him like this, you might just spoil him rotten. Who knows, he might end up with his nose in the air. I must teach him a lesson. I truly don't understand why Master would recruit him. Is he here merely to serve as our punching bag?" Ma Hongjun forcefully pushed aside the other's arms, rolled up his sleeves, and fixed his gaze on Jiang Chuan, inching closer to his face, his tone menacing as he huffed. "By the look of you, it seems your dark fire is about to boil over again. Very well." Jiang Chuan seized a sausage from Dai Mubai's platter, stuffing it into his mouth as he chewed, muttering indistinctly, "Come, unleash all your soul power. Boss Dai, do not impede me. This brat infuriates me beyond measure." Ma Hongjun, brimming with indignation, could hardly tolerate Jiang Chuan's deliberate cadence. Buzz. Two crimson soul rings descended from above his head, swirling around his waist as his aura intensified, making the surrounding air feel scorching. "Brat, have you been rendered speechless?" Ma Hongjun, seeing Jiang Chuan's unperturbed demeanor, mistakenly assumed he had frightened him, his tone taking on a teasing edge. "You, with your auxiliary spirit martial soul, audaciously think you can contend with me? This is what happens when one pretends to be formidable without cause. Be wary lest you end up burning yourself." However, Jiang Chuan's declaration struck like thunder from a clear sky. "I shall not employ my martial soul, nor shall I utilize soul skills. I will merely wield a cold weapon. Do you dare to engage? Afraid of you? Come forth, and let your recklessness be your undoing." Ma Hongjun's eyes twitched slightly. Whoosh! A torrent of searing flames erupted from his mouth, the heat so intense it surged toward Jiang Chuan's face. "Teacher!" Dai Mubai stamped his right foot, settling into a bow stance, invoking his second soul skill, White Tiger Shield of Protection. "No need, I shall handle this," Jiang Chuan replied resolutely. Jiang Chuan gently patted the shoulder of the individual before him. In a flash, his right hand glimmered with a cold light as he swiftly brandished the enchanted blade. Thousand Edges. With a sudden thrust, an astonishing scene unfolded. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the sinister flames emanating from the rotund figure's mouth being cleaved in two, soaring past Jiang Chuan on either side. He stood there, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the recent turn of events. The malevolent fire, known for its ability to scorch materials, could even singe his own tiger claws. How could it possibly be divided in such a manner? Surely, he must be imagining things. Not only Dai Mubai, but even Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? What manner of weapon do you wield? My malevolent flames have been severed. Ma Hongjun exaggeratedly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Ah, Jiang Chuan and the others are here?" A sudden voice disrupted the thoughts of the trio. They instinctively turned their heads to find Ning Rongrong approaching with light-footed grace. Bathed in the warm sunlight, she radiated an ethereal charm, casting a radiant smile upon the group that stirred their hearts. Maung junesse maut ungagape. As if he could fit an egg within, drool trickling from the corner of his lips as his gaze fixated on Ning Rongrong's fair legs. "Jiang Chuan?" A melodious voice chimed. Before them stood a captivating young woman adorned with rabbit ears, her sweet demeanor enchanting. With a playful laugh, she teasingly extended her right index finger to tap at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 48. The Arrival of the Enchanted Blade, Subverting the Scales of the Defiant. "Another one?" Am I seeing things, Boss Dai? Ma Hongjun rubbed his eyes meticulously, astonished by her exceptional talent, far surpassing any he had encountered before. Ning Rongrong. With a playful pout, remarked, "Oh, Jiang Chuan, are you battling a soul master? Why are you picking on him?" Xiao Wu covered her lips with her hand, casting a teasing glance at Ma Hongjun. Tang San exchanged a sympathetic glance with Ma Hongjun before shaking his head in resignation. They were all aware that Jiang Chuan was a being of formidable strength at the level of a soul emperor. Engaging in combat with a plump, innocent-looking fellow was hardly a fair match. However, they remained oblivious to the true circumstances. Jiang Chuan possesses a second martial spirit, an exquisite artifact known as the Emperor's Bell, which rivals even the formidable Hao Yin Hammer. Just yesterday, he left Zhao Wujia battered and bruised. One can only wonder what thoughts might swirl in their hearts upon learning this news. Upon hearing the remarks of those around him, the portly fellow felt a flush of embarrassment wash over his face, swiftly followed by a surge of indignation. To lose face in front of a girl, especially one as beautiful as her, was intolerable. Raising a chubby finger, he declared, "I challenge you to a duel, utilizing our soul skills." Jiang Chuan, having anticipated such a scenario, shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Very well. The fiery spirit of the robust Ma Hongjun was thoroughly ignited, and he let out a thunderous roar, summoning a yellow soul ring that emerged with a resonant clang at his waist. Second soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from his mouth, leaving no remnants in their wake. Even the air quivered in the heat, and the surrounding flora was reduced to mere powder with a gentle touch. Such immense temperature is indeed befitting of an ultimate beast spirit. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Chuan, this formidable power proved insufficient to shake him. Slash! Jiang Chuan raised the enchanted blade high, elegantly sweeping it forward with a flourish. What a foolhardy endeavor. Do you truly believe that your dilapidated weapon could sever my malevolent flames? Allow me to enlighten you. This is my second soul technique, the Phoenix Fire Line, and nothing can impede its path, unless you can evade it. In Ma Hongjuan's heart, he had already rendered a verdict of Jiang Chuan's impending defeat. Yet, I shall dare to test my fate. Jiang Chuan remained undeterred, the arc of the blade in his hand wielded with unwavering resolve. At this moment, Ma Hongjun cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong and the others, observing their ambiguous smiles and their fearless demeanor, which instilled a sense of unease within him. Though he could not quite articulate why. Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed these thoughts. Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupted before his eyes, so dazzling that he instinctively closed them. A low hum resonated as the blade, wreathed in phoenix flames, spun around. Remarkably, the flames did not sever the demonic blade, Qianren, but instead were drawn to it, becoming an extension of Jiang Chuan's weapon. Following this, a colossal fireball surged forth, enveloping Jiang Chuan in a radiant glow as he raised the demonic blade high, producing a harmonious sound. I am well aware of this portly fellow's flames, yet even my white tiger form can only withstand 60% of their power. The searing heat, however, is beyond my capacity to endure. I too would suffer injury. But what weapon does teacher Jiang wield? Dai Mubai pondered, clearly unaware that Jiang Chuan had once sparred with Li Yusong single-handedly. Otherwise, he would not have posed such a foolish question regarding the formidable power of the demonic blade. Little do you know, brother Jiang Chuan and I learned the art of forging together. This blade could very well be his own creation, Tang San remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Even the hidden weapons in my possession lack the exquisite essence of this blade. Brother Jiang Chuan's talent is truly humbling. Is this the name of the blade? Demonic blade, Qianren? Dai Mubai's gaze intensified, captivated by the electric purple long knife Jiang Chuan wielded. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. I never expected teacher Jiang to possess the skill of forging. This is utterly astonishing. What else might he be capable of? You are unaware. But in my Star Luo Empire, there were masters of soul guidance who claimed to forge weapons without the need for martial souls, possessing powers akin to soul masters. They were deemed madmen. Yet I have witnessed one successfully forge a first-grade soul guidance device, similar to the forging techniques you describe, Dai Mubai continued. While Jiang Chuan listened intently, he recalled millennia later on the Douluo Continent. A soul master named He Kaitu emerged and joined the Shrek's 7 monsters. Hailing from the Star Luo Empire, it appeared that during this era, soul guidance devices had yet to flourish, existing in a time of budding potential. However, these matters were of little concern to him, merely fleeting memories. In contrast, Tang San, filled with curiosity, pressed further, Dai Mubai, soul guidance devices? As he spoke, His hand unconsciously brushed against the 24 bridge Minjiwai at his waist, revealing a glimmer of longing. Jiang Chuan observed Tang San's demeanor and smiled gently. It is worth mentioning that his son-in-law, who resides a millennium later, is the protagonist of the Douluo Continent, known as Hui Yuhao, affectionately nicknamed Huogua. He is an exceptionally gifted soul master. However, concerning Xiao Wu's current situation, whether she can unite with Tang San remains an enigma. Additionally, there is Ning Rongrong. Her emergence seems to have disrupted the very laws governing the Douluo Continent. As for the soul fusion technique performed alongside Oscar, capable of resurrecting the 11 deities, it holds no challenge for Jiang Chuan. The chaos Qinglian he possesses may indeed harbor the ability for solitary resurrection. It is essential to recognize that this is an ultimate support-type soul weapon. Thus, the fair-skinned and beautiful Ning Rongrong need not be tethered to Oscar. In contrast, there are also Lu Erlong, Hulaina, and Bibi Dong. Jiang Chuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You, of all people, have the ability to cleave my phoenix fire line. What kind of power is this? It is inconceivable. The utmost fire attribute, the flames of my martial soul, can sever even the hardest metals. Ma Hongjun, seemingly deeply shaken, clasped his head in his hands, his expression a portrait of despair. Is that so? What do metals matter? This demonic blade, the 1,000 blades, can slice through iron like mud and cleave mountains and stones. In comparison, the former is but a firefly beside the bright moon, an ant against the mighty dragon. Jiang Chuan's tone grew more intense. For Ma Hongjun, without delivering a fatal blow, he could not calm his mind, let alone speak of reviving the phoenix martial soul. Jiang Chuan was all too aware. Once this little chubby fellow's malevolent fire could no longer be contained, he would surely venture forth to wreak havoc upon innocent households. Chapter 49. Bestowing the blade to slay demons. Unsheathing the blade of the divine. Haha, yet another soul master whose confidence had been shattered by Jiang Chuan. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and let out a light chuckle. This scene was nothing new to them. Previously, many nameless challengers had come to confront Jiang Chuan at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, some even renowned, all bearing the same expression of panic as they fled in haste. Compared to them, this little chubby boy had a slightly better talent. Yet he too faced defeat. Only Tang San remained, observing Ma Hongjun's martial soul and strength. He pondered whether he would be able to withstand this little chubby fellow's onslaught. Logically, that kind of flame would have easily overwhelmed his blue silvergrass. He might only have a chance of turning the tide using hidden weapons. Tang San sighed softly. His words lingered in Jiang Chuan's ears, prompting a knowing smile. After all, it was Tang San, whose thoughts were intricate. While Ning Rongrong and the others were only concerned with victory or defeat, he had discerned the underlying mystery. How could such a person not be favored? With genuine interest, he spoke up. Little San, it appears you have a fondness for this blade. Perhaps we can engage in another transaction. What? Tang San looked toward the demonic blade, Qianren, revealing an expression of yearning. He couldn't comprehend why this blade, covered in tortoiseshell patterns and seemingly on the brink of breaking, could, as Jiang Chuan claimed, cut through iron like mud and cleave stone as if it were gold. Truly an exceptionally sharp weapon. You seem perplexed. Allow me to elucidate the construction of this blade, Jiang Chuan said, meeting Tang San's gaze, and with his right hand, he wiped the blade's edge, producing a hissing sound before continuing. This demonic blade, Qianren, is a weapon infused with soul energy. Thus, it cannot be compared with mere lifeless weapons. At this point, Tang San interjected, lifeless weapons? His expression was one of confusion. Indeed, I have also heard of this matter, obtained from Sword Grandpa, Ning Rongrong added. It is said that such weapons require countless years of nurturing. And even someone like him, a titled law, has only cultivated a few strands of divine aura. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to access this realm. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention the sword daw, everyone involuntarily shuddered, casting aside their peculiar expressions. Only Dai Mubai appeared oblivious. Enough, Jiang Chuan raised his hand to silence them, then turned his gaze toward Tang San. I am acutely aware of your doubts regarding your forging skills. The creations you forge are indeed weapons intended for the purpose of taking lives. Tang San anxiously inquired, am I misunderstanding this? Having lived 2 lifetimes, he retained the knowledge of the Tang sect's hidden weapons and the philosophies surrounding their use. If Jiang Chuan were to refute him today, what then would be the truth regarding the hidden weapons he employed in the future? No. Jiang Chuan raised his index finger and shook it lightly in front of the other person, immediately refuting. The weapons forged are not contingent upon emotions. That notion holds no significance. As one well-versed in concealed weapons, You should understand that this is merely a means to achieve your murderous intent. All roads lead to Rome. One is not necessarily required to choose the path of the soul. However, your foremost challenge lies in your current inability to wield lethal instruments for higher pursuits of hunting, which is precisely why you require the demon blade of thousand edges. With a revelation from Jiang Chuan, Tang San felt enlightened. He sincerely nodded in acknowledgement, clearly sensing that what was conveyed was indeed a truth. Curiously, he then inquired, "Does Brother Chuan mean to say that the demon blade of thousand edges could even be utilized as a concealed weapon, despite being a long sword? If it were merely a long sword, I would not engage in a trade with you." With a gentle flick of his fingers, Jiang Chuan directed the enchanted blade, Qianren, and to his astonishment, the long sword shattered into fragments, resembling shards of glass. These pieces floated in the void like delicate wisps of iron and stone. It was truly wondrous. Why did these fragments levitate? Was it possible that soul power had been infused into the sword during its forging? Yet, he had never encountered the notion of imbuing soul energy within the time frame of its creation. Dai Mubai found himself utterly perplexed, momentarily lost in thought. The depth of Jiang Chuan's capabilities became increasingly inscrutable. How many more secrets and hidden cards did he possess? Is it not already evident? Jiang Chuan spoke with a pointed meaning. In truth, it is understandable that many do not grasp his intent, as their understanding of the forging craft is rather superficial. Presently, they can only gaze upon Tang San with hope, wishing that he might comprehend. The latter clenched his right hand into a fist and struck it against his left palm. Realizing, Brother Chuan, your implication is to break before establishing. The sharpest weapon is, in fact, the most fragile, for it no longer fears shattering. This embodies the essence of the demon blade of a thousand edges, and that which you refer to as my hidden weapon consists of these thousands of small shards. Tang San's gaze narrowed as he stared intently at the scattered fragments. Such concealed weapons, when unleashed, would surely claim lives. He now even felt confident enough to challenge teacher Zhao once more. Jiang Chuan nodded, neither affirming nor denying the words of his companion. That is half correct, but it suffices. There is no need for perfection, for in this world, nothing is flawless. This blade is yours to keep, consider alone. Tang San accepted the demon blade of a thousand edges that Jiang Chuan offered. He glanced at the blade's edge, his eyes involuntarily gleaming with admiration. This blade is exquisite. Its craftsmanship is on par with the king of Hell's Seal. Little San, what is the king of Hell's Seal? Xiao Wu inquired, playfully tapping her ruby lips with her finger, her curiosity evident. It is a type of hidden weapon of my own creation. This blade, Brother Chuan, it could even slice through my Phoenix Fire line. Why not sell it to me? I, Ma Hongjun, am willing to offer a handsome price. Jiang Chuan shook his head and spoke with gravity. Such a transaction is beyond your means. Only Tang San could afford it. Even Dai Mubai, standing nearby, displayed a look of envy. If only he could possess such a weapon, complemented by the malevolent white tiger. Wouldn't that enable him to battle beyond his level and emerge victorious in every confrontation? Just as he was about to voice his intention to purchase, the words caught in his throat, leaving him speechless. He could only gaze longingly at the exquisite blade, the thousand edges held by Tang San. It was indeed a remarkable sword. Tang San caressed the blade, feeling its sharpness, imbued with a crisp and refreshing aura. Although it was merely lent to him, it provided an immense sense of security. This transaction was truly worthwhile. However, Brother Chuan, I currently have two potential trades. What is it that you wish to obtain from me? Tang San could not help but inquire, for in his memory, Jiang Chuan was the most enigmatic of all, as if he were a prophet, possessing knowledge of all things. Especially regarding Tang San, it felt as if he could see through everything. This left him deep in thought. There is no need for haste. I have my own ingenious purposes, Jiang Chuan replied. A faint smile of amusement graced Jiang Chuan's lips. Chapter 50. The Unregretful Game of Douluo, the Monster Training Method. Tang San was beset by a peculiar sensation of impending loss. Nevertheless, enhancing his strength took precedence at this moment. Xiao San, keep this blade close, Jiang Chuan remarked as he approached Tang San, giving his shoulder a light pat, chuckling softly, yet leaving his words unfinished. What treasures do you possess, Tang San? Surely they are worth more than what even the Star Luo Empire and the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School can afford. Ning Rongrong interjected, her tone laced with irritation as she pouted. Dai Mubai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It must be unrelated to gold soul coins or soul master resources. Otherwise, teacher Jiang Chuan wouldn't have declined my request. His eyes sparkled with insight as he raised a finger, pointing it at Tang San's face with certainty. It must be something unique to this world. Xiao San, That makes you quite enigmatic. Dai Mubai's expression conveyed deep meaning. To be valued by teacher Jiang Chuan surely indicated Tang San's exceptional qualities. That statement bears merit. Xiao Wu chimed in. So, Xiao San, what secrets are you concealing? As a soul beast of 100,000 years, she had encountered countless experiences. Tang San, with his transcendent disposition since childhood, treated her as a sister. The only doubt she harbored was the other's remarkable steadiness. Soon after, Ma Hongjun revealed a sly glimmer in his eyes, seemingly eager to uncover some flaw in Tang San. Perhaps it's merely some hidden weapons I developed. Maybe that's what Brother Chuan desires. Tang San scanned the group, chuckling lightly. Hidden weapons? Ma Hongjun babbled on. His inquisitiveness piqued. He then playfully draped an arm over the other, raising an eyebrow in a teasing manner. Fatty, are your injuries not severe enough? Why not hurry back to recuperate? You know what happens if you fail to satisfy Suihua? Ma Hongjun, not foolish, discerned the underlying meaning in his words. He could only shake his head in dejection, clutching his chest, and stagger away towards the dormitory. Xiao San, the dean said today is a holiday, Jiang Chuan interjected. When I can defeat you, I will challenge him. Xiao Wu, with a flirtatious gesture, beckoned with her finger, laced with a hint of provocation. From today onward, you shall train with me, and I shall show you Sister Xiao Wu's prowess. With that, she playfully showcased her delicate fists before Tang San. Jiang Chuan remarked that she couldn't even surpass Tang San, which further ignited Xiao Wu's competitive spirit. Tang San let out a wry smile and, in a voice barely audible to those around, mused, is Brother Chuan entrusting this troublesome matter to me? Allowing Xiao Wu to challenge me is undoubtedly aimed at aiding her in enhancing her combat prowess. However, if I were to let her win too easily, would I not be doing her a disservice? A smirk crept onto Tang San's lips. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, observing the situation, discreetly withdrew. The Shrek playground lay desolate. Xiao Wu, indignant, let out a huffy sound, then propelled herself towards Tang San at an elusive angle. I, Xiao Wu, am a speed-oriented soul master. Comparing speed with me? Even if you wield the 1,000-blade magic knife, it matters not. With a shout, she readied herself. Upon hearing her spirited exclamation, Tang San's expression darkened, and he swiftly raised his forehead, conjuring a stone seemingly from thin air, which he flicked forward, striking her in the abdomen. Thus began the fierce clash. Outside Shrek Academy, a man clad in simple black attire, his head shaved to a buzz, stubble gracing his chin, and a black leather suitcase in hand, cast a sorrowful glance at the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy. Alas, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but sigh. Once again, I have returned to the place where my dreams began, the very site of our golden iron triangle's bond. Now, it has transformed into an academy. May my knowledge and skills forge a new generation of powerful soul masters, proving to the blue lightning tyrant dragon family that I, Yu Xiaogang, am not worthless. At this point, he clenched his fists, the sound of tension palpable. Xiaogang, you finally arrived. I thought you might break your promise. Flander, leaning against a wooden railing, exclaimed excitedly. It has been several years since our last meeting, after witnessing your grand performance. He continued, you old ghost, if it weren't for Jiang Chuan and the others, would we have never crossed paths again in this lifetime? Flander's expression shifted to one of reproach as he raised two fingers, gesturing towards Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang brushed aside his hand, stating firmly, I trust you won't bring that matter up again. It has nothing to do with me. He referred to the time when he was about to wed Lu Erlong, only to be thwarted by his uncle, Yu Lumian, with a forceful reminder that she was, in fact, his cousin. The memories of that event remained vivid. Every recollection sent chills down his spine. Born into the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, it was both a badge of honor and a source of shame for him. I say, Xiaogang Flander gazed into his eyes, hesitating momentarily before speaking earnestly. Do you truly find it impossible to let go of the past? Are you genuinely ready to give her up? Do you deem that appropriate? After years of emotional distance, the weight of this ethical dilemma loomed over them both. Should a suitable partner arise, I sincerely wish her well. Yu Xiaogang declared resolutely. It appears you have truly let her go, Flander sighed, rather than relinquishing the past. Never mind your affairs. Yu Xiaogang raised a hand to halt the conversation, signaling his desire to avoid further entanglement on this matter, and directed the focus to the subject at hand. I have perused the list of students you provided. Their qualifications are commendable. These formidable beings, when placed in the outside world, would undoubtedly dominate all. Monsters must indeed be nurtured through monstrous methods. What do you mean? Flander inquired curiously. It involves rigorous hellish training, pushing them to their limits until they can no longer move. Yu Xiaogang clasped his hands behind his back and stepped toward the Shrek Academy gates. However, these matters require consultation with Jiang Chuan. We shall proceed according to his methods. You must be mad. Are you entrusting all these promising talents to that child? It seems excessively risky. While his strength is unquestionable, every time I consider his age. I am taken aback, Flander replied. Since when did you start judging by appearances, Flander? If Tang Hao of the Haotian Sect could become a titled Douluo in his 20s, why can't someone even stronger emerge? Yu Xiaogang admonished earnestly, tapping his temple. Do not allow your thoughts to be constrained by the Douluo laws. The latter nodded seriously, indicating his understanding. It is well known that Yu Xiaogang harbors a particularly rebellious spirit. Were it not for the mutation of his martial soul, he might have already become a spirited titled Douluo. The 10 core competitive theories solemnly represent his alternative perspective on soul masters, thus concealing a deep-seated pride within him. Chapter 51. Yu Xiaogang's plan, the Outlaw Ling. Flander approached the training of the students with utmost caution, allowing for no margin of error. It is essential to recognize that each of these students possesses formidable backgrounds, even embodying various powerful factions. Among them is Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Behind this little princess stand 2 peak titled Douluos. Any slight misstep would cost him dearly. Since you place such trust in that child named Jiang Chuan, let us adhere to your approach in handling this matter. I have faith in your choice. Since the emergence of our golden iron triangle, you have been the pinnacle of wisdom. If I do not heed your advice, whom else shall I listen to? Flander said, patting Yu Xiaogang's shoulder with a knowing smile. Yet, the former found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Words lingered on his lips, but were swallowed back. Yu Xiaogang's solemn gaze shifted slightly. You intend to imply that Shrek currently cannot afford Jiang Chuan's monthly golden soul coins, am I correct? Aside from this concern, he could not fathom what else might trouble his companion. Financial constraints also represent the most significant issue facing Shrek Academy. He could not comprehend how, as a rank 76 soul sage, Flander had managed for so many years without any golden soul coins, prompting him to sigh in exasperation. Only one who knows me, like you, can understand. Flander, with a bitter expression, spread his hands and lamented, You are well aware that I am reluctant to live under another's roof, and even more so to relinquish the pride that resides within my heart, a pride that is also the honor of our golden triangle. The Spirit Hall and I are like fire and water, and as a result, the only gold soul coins I receive are from the tuition of the students. I have a storage room in Soto City. Let Jiang Chuan have a look and take whatever he desires. So you trust him, do you? Your choices have always been sound. Flander echoed his earlier words. In truth, he had witnessed Jiang Chuan's remarkable abilities, having battled the Yu Xiaogang and withstood Zhao Wujia. He eagerly anticipated whether this individual would bring him a miracle. Jiang Chuan was correct. On this continent, only he and I can impart the most accurate and practical knowledge of soul masters. Regardless of the fee, it is well deserved. The master comfortingly patted Flander's shoulder and spoke with a sense of melancholy. When did your vision become so short-sighted? If you can indeed cultivate a few titled Douluo students, your name will surely resonate throughout the continent. Why lament over a mere handful of gold soul coins? I do not wish to engage in idle chatter. The crux is that he has come to the academy as a consultant and can leave at any time, Flander retorted. Jiang Chuan imparts philosophy and does not require constant companionship. Are we to bind him in an odd manner to Shrek? Such an arrangement would yield no results and serve no purpose. I shall cover half of this expense, the master declared generously. Flander, with a joyful smile, clapped his thigh in agreement. Excellent. Xiaogang, you truly embody the essence of the top 3 sects and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. I knew you must have some gold soul coins. Observing Flander's beaming expression, the master shook his head. In the dormitory of Shrek Academy, Jiang Chuan, reclining on his bed, remained unaware of the fervent discussion surrounding him between Flander and Yu Xiaogang. The next day marked the beginning of the school year. He needed to hunt for his 3rd soul ring, with the objective being the Stardew Forest, the closest location. Why not attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Jiang Chuan hesitated. The chaotic blue lotus possessed the ability to counteract the malevolent thoughts of soul beasts. Furthermore, his soul power was extraordinary. His first soul ring was 100,000 years old, and the second was 13,000 years. The absorption of a 1,000-year soul ring for the third was perhaps a bit excessive. Moreover, he also had the enhancement of a soul bone in his right arm. Jiang Chuan felt an exhilarating urge to embark on an adventure. With that thought, he set forth silently, his spirits soaring as he leapt towards the Stardew Forest. He approached the verdant expanse with swift, determined strides. The chaotic azure lotus possessed healing and defensive capabilities. Could it also bestow the power to weaken foes while enhancing his own strength? He nurtured a hopeful vision in his heart. After all, one could not simply stand by and endure attacks upon awakening their martial soul. Though he was an auxiliary soul master, he too desired the ability to inflict suffering upon his adversaries. Such synergy with the Emperor's Bell would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to a higher echelon. Before long, he arrived at the edge of the Stardow Forest. Greeted by lush, dense foliage, a damp, invigorating scent enveloped him, igniting a sense of foreboding within. However, his objective was singular: to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. The Stardow Forest lay nestled between the heavenly Luo Empire and the Star Luo Empire, thus attracting soul masters from both realms. The night had deepened. After a day of arduous travel, the moment to enter the forest and procure a soul ring would dawn upon him the following day. For now, he sought refuge in a wooden inn nearby, which boasted 2 stories of rustic charm. Jiang Chuan stepped through the threshold and was immediately greeted with warm hospitality. Those who could afford to stay here were either soul masters or individuals of considerable nobility. The proprietor of this establishment was not to be trifled with. A conflict could erupt at any moment. He ordered accommodations, which included a plate of steamed buns, a dish of chicken, and a cup of oolong tea. Jiang Chuan produced a golden soul coin and handed it to the man before him. The man, clad in work attire and slightly bowing, nodded repeatedly with a beaming smile, inviting Jiang Chuan to take a seat, assuring him that it would be ready shortly. As the man departed, Jiang Chuan's attention was drawn to a figure dressed in golden silk, his face obscured. There was an inexplicable familiarity about him. Stroking his chin, he mused who could be. With a wry smile, he shook his head, dismissing it as inconsequential. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps reverberated through the hotel. When Jiang Chuan looked up again, he noticed the patron staring, wide-eyed, at the entrance, and he turned back in confusion. 7 imposing men entered, their bodies adorned with bulging red muscles, their faces even sporting wolf fangs, exuding a terrifying countenance. Each of them clenched their fists, their eyes blazing with fury, their presence crashing over the room like a tidal wave. Weaker soul masters found themselves overwhelmed, unable to stand upright. Among the powerful soul masters, a spark of tension crackled in the air as they exchanged glances. The leader, wearing a mouthguard, slammed his fist onto the wooden table, reducing it to splinters in an instant. Ha ha ha! The 7 men erupted into a manic laughter, resembling a band of lawless ruffians. What are you all still doing? If you don't want to die, scram. The man with the wolf fangs bellowed, stomping his right foot forward, causing the ground to tremble. The very wooden structure of the hotel swayed in response. How audacious! Who are these outlaws making such a ruckus? Do you not realize this is a sanctuary for soul masters? Who gives you the right to act so brazenly? A man dressed in finery slammed his palm onto the wooden table, shaking the coffee table violently as he stood up to confront the intruder. Since when did this hotel become your hideout? Do you see any other soul masters here? With a stomp of his right foot, 2 black and 1 yellow soul rings descended from his head, resonating with a hum, likely due to his abundant soul power. A level 39, a 3-ringed assault-type battle spirit master, with the martial spirit of a lone wolf, Su Yuntao. He clenched his hands, and from behind him, a purple greedy wolf materialized, roaring fiercely, igniting the air with intensity. Su Yuntao? Jiang Chuan's gaze sharpened slightly. The title of a divine martial spirit awakener was indeed well known. He had never encountered this individual during his 2 visits to the Nodding City Soul Master Registration. I said this hotel is to serve our fierce god battle team. How dare you contradict me? Then prepare to meet your demise. The burly man with the mouth guard laughed heartily, a crimson aura emanating from his body, thick with the scent of blood, as he raised his massive fist and thrust it forward. With a sickening crunch, Su Yuntao's abdomen was pierced by the colossal fist, blood and flesh exploding forth, his gaze gradually dimming. The soul rings buzzed ominously. A sudden dissolution of silence enveloped the crowd, who stood as still as frozen cicadas, their eyes wide with shock at the grisly scene before them. The serviceman gasped, his legs trembling uncontrollably. As an ordinary individual, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. With a derisive laugh, a man withdrew his right fist, pressing his left hand against Su Yuntao's forehead, who then crumpled to the ground with a thud, utterly defeated. This is your fate. Why not hasten your departure? A domineering figure behind him gestured menacingly towards the floor, his hand sweeping towards the exit. Leave quickly. A man seized the arm of a middle-aged companion, urging him towards the door. The middle-aged man, indignant, retorted, I am of the 4th Ring Soul Sect. Should I fear them? Brother Chung, You may not be aware of the fearsome reputation of the fearsome God Squad. They are merciless killers. The man observed the pale complexion of his companion, understanding that he was merely saving face. With an impatient tug, he insisted, "We must go now." The crowd followed suit, departing hastily. Only Jiang Chuan and a regal figure clad in a resplendent golden court robe across from him remained, seemingly oblivious as they savored their meal. Jiang Chuan took notice. Su Yuntao was hardly inferior to this captain of the Divine Fury battle team. Rather, it was the latter's aura of lethality that immediately intimidated his opponent. The numerous lies he had taken had honed his skills, rendering him far more formidable than his peers. Unexpectedly, in the original narrative, Su Yuntao would not reappear thereafter. It turned out he had met his demise here. During this period, the Divine Fury battle team was still at the third ring, having ventured into the Star Dove Forest to elevate their ranks and acquire their fourth soul ring. Their notorious reputation lingered vividly in Jiang Chuan's memory. In an instant, the crowd dissipated, leaving only a few behind. The hotel proprietor approached Jiang Chuan with a forced smile, saying, "Esteemed Soul Master, you must depart at once. They're the illustrious Divine Fury battle team, far beyond your capacity to confront. I shall refund you double the gold soul coins. Should another incident of soul master bloodshed occur, my establishment would be in grave peril." Jiang Chuan raised his hand to halt the proceedings, a smile lingering on his lips as he remarked, "How can one depart without having indulged in a sumptuous feast? In such an expansive place, can those oafs truly accomplish everything?" His words, once spoken, roused the attention of all present. The man, who had been engrossed in his meal, slowly lifted his gaze. This young gentleman appeared at ease, exuding an air of confidence and grace. In the midst of the falling snow, he inquired, "Might I know your name, dear brother?" Shui Qinghe pulled back his hat, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. His golden hair cascading with an effortless elegance as he regarded Jiang Chuan with refined composure. Jiang Chuan did not rush to respond. It was indeed Shui Qinghe, who had ventured alone into the Star Dove Great Forest to acquire a soul ring. No wonder. It was likely her intention to earn the favor of the Emperor of the Tiando Empire through such daring endeavors, thereby solidifying her position as the Crown Prince. Jiang Chuan was aware of the tensions between the Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy. However, these matters held no relevance for him. He would not mind acquiring an angel. "Jiang Chuan," he introduced himself. "Ah, so, it is Brother Jiang. I have long admired you," Shui Qinghe replied, clasping her hands in greeting. She lifted a teacup from the table and, with an air of composure, offered a toast to him. The two engaged in conversation for a brief moment, while the hotel owner felt a chill run down his spine. The fierce god team loomed nearby, watching with predatory intent. Were they not afraid of following in the footsteps of that infamous Su Yuntao? Observing their youth, they appear to be no more than great soul masters. "I say, young man, do you seek to court danger?" A man with braces glared at Jiang Chuan menacingly. "Brother Jiang, are you also here to hunt for soul rings?" Shui Qinghe feigned ignorance, gesturing towards the Star Dove Great Forest while ignoring the growls beside her. Naturally, Jiang Chuan responded with a slight smile. His demeanor was inherently poised. Shui Qinghe possessed an astute eye. She discerned from Jiang Chuan's expression that he was undoubtedly remarkable, with a rare charisma. At that moment, Jiang Chuan regained his senses, understanding the implication behind Shui Qinghe's words, and could not help but chuckle softly. He had come to the outskirts of the Star Dove Great Forest alone. The reason behind Shui Qinghe's feigned inquiry was clearly to ascertain whether he intended to enter the forest unaccompanied. "Ha ha, Brother Qinghe, you are truly perceptive," Jiang Chuan complimented, recalling that he had only encountered such verbal tactics once before with Tang San. "Not at all." Shui Qinghe waved her hand dismissively, observing that Jiang Chuan, despite his youth, dared to venture alone into the Star Dove Great Forest to hunt for soul rings. She deemed him a young hero, extraordinary indeed. "Let's forge a brotherhood. Should you encounter any difficulties, you are welcome to seek me out in the royal Tiando Empire." Extending her right hand, adorned with a white glove, she placed it over her chest and inclined her body slightly towards Jiang Chuan, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Jiang Chuan readily acquiesced. However, he harbored a greater desire to discuss matters of the heart rather than brotherhood. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips. It is widely acknowledged that Shui Qinghe is none other than Qian Ringshu, a descendant of the six-winged angel and the daughter of Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall. "How audacious! It seems you are courting death." A remarkably burly man stepped forward, charging forth like a raging bull. As his foot struck the ground with tremendous force, a resounding thud echoed, leaving a profound imprint behind. Subsequently, his speed escalated, and from above, 3 soul rings, two yellow and one purple, descended, exuding an imposing aura, intent on delivering a lethal blow. How tiresome! Merely a swarm of ants, yet you dare to leap about. You may be unaware of your own limitations. With a tone laced with mockery, Jiang Chuan's demeanor struck the hotel proprietor as exceedingly incongruous. What audacity could a mere child possess to face a formidable soul sovereign with such unwavering composure? It was perplexing. Shui Qinghe lowered her gaze, gently blowing at the tea in her cup, evidently reluctant to engage, preferring instead to gauge Jiang Chuan's strength. What baffled her was that even as the members of the fearsome god battle team approached with lethal intent, Jiang Chuan remained undisturbed, calmly enjoying his meal. Her brows furrowed in concern. Little did she realize that the opponent's power was boundless, rendering the use of a martial soul unnecessary for vanquishing a soul sovereign. Chapter 53. The leader of the fearsome god battle team, Shui Qinghe, in shock. Boom! With a single punch, Jiang Chuan silenced the world around him. The approaching man could scarcely discern how the blow had been delivered. His body was violently hurled as if by an unseen force, crashing through dozens of tables and chairs before his rugged form became embedded in the earth, blood gushing forth, tracing a path down the remnants of brick and stone. Dead? Had he perished? The portly hotel owner, in a state of panic, hastily squatted to the ground, desperate to flee the establishment. The actions of a soul master were no trifling matter. They could easily result in a fatal incident. The potential losses to the hotel paled in comparison to the value of his own life. The fearsome god squad had witnessed their share of gruesome scenes. The death of a single team member was hardly a concern for them. Yet, what perplexed them most was the young boy before them, barely of age, whose display of strength emanated an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a primordial beast escaping its confinement. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting their astonishment, overshadowed by a veil of confusion looming above their brows. How could this be? Such formidable power, and yet devoid of soul energy. Is it merely the raw strength of his own physique? The leader, adorned with a wolf-toothed headgear, feigned ignorance. I truly detest your motto. That phrase is exceedingly irksome. In a flash, Jiang Chuan moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing behind the leading man. With a gentle tap on his shoulder, a playful smile graced his lips as he declared, "Let us begin with you." Crack! With a powerful tug of his right arm, the captain of the fierce god battle team's arm shattered. A gasp escaped his lips, blood staining his mouth, as his trembling gums betrayed his agony, resembling a mask of torment as he stammered for mercy. A chilling sensation surged from his feet, enveloping him in a profound despair akin to plummeting into a freezing abyss. Acquainted with bloodshed, they were acutely aware of the lethal aura surrounding them. This young man before them was a true harbinger of death. The recent display was irrefutable proof. What? Such strength and speed without unleashing a martial soul. He was already formidable, rivaling that of high-tier beast martial souls. Shui Qinghe gasped in astonishment. In truth, he remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Jiang Chuan's capabilities. Should he unleash his full might, even the very tavern might crumble in an instant. Where they find refuge tonight? The anticipation was palpable. He yearned to behold the true form of Jiang Chuan's martial soul. Shui Qinghe's eyes sparkled with starlight, filled with a hint of longing. Bang! A single punch shattered the captain's skull. The members of the fierce god battle team screamed in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Oh, renowned as demons, reapers, and harbingers of death, how astonishing it is to hear such mournful and tragic cries from you. Truly, this revelation has left me utterly astonished. With a teasing tone, Jiang Chuan remarked, their expressions are truly captivating. Let us go quickly. This is not a battle of the same caliber. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. One of the team members shouted, immediately sprinting away. Some even activated their martial souls and infused their leg muscles with soul rings, fleeing with great urgency. Others wished they had more legs, resorting to a primal escape, crawling on all fours toward safety. Buzzing, dozens of soul rings erupted simultaneously, producing a harmonious chime akin to the striking of piano keys, echoing like an oracle. A smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Chuan's lips as he crushed the skull of the fearsome god squad's captain with a single hand, tossing it aside. He turned to the serviceman named Lu, who was curled up in the corner, and coldly commanded, "Clean it up. Dispose of the body in the Stardow Forest to feed the soul beasts." Such is the cycle of existence. Yesterday, they hunted soul beasts, and today the soul beasts feast upon them. Clap, clap. The elegant Shui Qinghe, with gloved hands, applauded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed, Brother Jiang's skills are remarkable." As for such extraordinary power, I am curious about the cultivation methods behind it. The first time Brother Jiang displayed such prowess, I can only imagine the prestigious lineage from which he hails. Which formidable sect does he belong to? As Jiang Chuan's eyes brightened, he remained seated, gnawing on a chicken leg. Shui Qinghe was particularly fond of individuals who could transcend her cognitive boundaries. His actions sparked an immense curiosity within her. Indeed, after reaching the 100th level, one would still necessitate a deity. The prospect of an angelic deity is still under consideration. Without any affiliations or sects. It is all self-cultivation, Jiang Chuan remarked nonchalantly. Yet, the more he downplayed his abilities, the more intrigued Shui Qinghe became. Priding herself on her extensive experience with people, she understood the caliber of the individual before her. His temperament, his composure, and his humility were striking. Even upon hearing of the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, he remained neither obsequious nor arrogant. Such rarity is commendable. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, admiration shone brightly in her eyes. She, who held herself in high regard, found no one worthy of her esteem across the Douluo Continent. Yet, Jiang Chuan piqued her interest. Brother Jiang Chuan, you are exceedingly humble, Shui Qinghe said, clasping her hands together as she took a seat before him. Boldly, she inquired, if it is not too much trouble, may I ask, what is your beast spirit? I presume it must be an extraordinary martial soul. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. What beast martial soul? I possess no beast martial soul. I am merely an auxiliary martial soul master of the 29th rank. Puffed. Shui Qinghe spurted her tea in disbelief, staring at Jiang Chuan with wide eyes, unable to comprehend. Yet, the sincerity in his gaze indicated no reason for deceit. Could he truly be an auxiliary soul master? Was he jesting with her? Everyone knows that auxiliary soul masters are the weakest link in any team. Not to mention whether they could even match a fraction of Jiang Chuan's strength. Their speed is typically far below that of normal soul masters. However, Jiang Chuan's self-identification as an auxiliary soul master left her utterly astounded. Brother Qinghe, you seem quite astonished. He remarked, every person who learns I am an auxiliary soul master tends to express similar disbelief. Is there something amiss? Indeed, Shui Qinghe's eyelids twitched. What a ludicrous notion. An auxiliary soul master of such caliber would hardly require protection in a real combat arena. They could already function as formidable attack-type soul masters. You must be curious about my strength and speed. Both stem from my self-cultivation. Furthermore, my auxiliary martial soul enables me to continually mend my deficient physique, which facilitates rapid growth of my physical form. Jiang Chuan spoke gravely. He was not lying. Every summer and winter vacation, he would engage in rigorous training unbeknownst to others. This clandestine regimen had allowed his body to acclimate to the power and speed acquired through his efforts. Otherwise, he would struggle to maintain control. So that was it. Chapter 54, Sharing a Bed, the first encounter with Lu Erlong. Shui Qinghe nodded, suddenly enlightened. Yet, the strength of her counterpart made her feel a sense of shame. What kind of brutal training could have endowed Jiang Chuan with power and speed surpassing even that of beast martial souls? Truly a monster. Crack. The wooden structure of the inn collapsed with a resounding crash, the sound of splintering would echoing through the air. This illustrated the formidable force behind Jiang Chuan's earlier strike. Aware of the inappropriateness of further inquiries, Shui Qinghe refrained from pressing matter. Her gaze swept over the fallen Su Yuntao, and she couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. He was likely one of their spirit hall members. Commendable courage, yet lacking in wisdom. One should not be the first to expose oneself. The service staff quickly tidied the area. Unfortunately, the inn was entirely destroyed, leaving only a solitary wooden cabin for shelter. The two of them squeezed into the cramped space for the night. During that time, Jiang Chuan observed discreetly, noting that his companion could convincingly transform their physique to resemble that of a man, prompting deep contemplation. Angelic martial souls were indeed peculiar. The following morning dawned. Jiang Chuan stretched his limbs in a languorous manner. The silhouette of the person beside the pillow had already vanished. Truly deserving of her reputation. The astute Qian Rinxue even calculated the timing of her entrance into the soul battle forest with such precision. Jiang Chuan let out lifting the teacup beside the tea brick to quench his thirst. Typically, he would awaken naturally, enjoying a leisurely breakfast before stepping out of the hotel. As he faced the morning sun, he took a deep breath, filled with boundless aspirations. With a mighty leap, he plunged into the vast forest beneath the stars. The surrounding trees whizzed by like fleeting shadows. A cacophony of howls erupted, mingled with the resentment and sorrow of the soul beasts. At this moment, Jiang Chuan had ventured deep into the Soul Beast region for a decade, standing on the cusp of entering the Millennium level. Along his journey, he had encountered various Soul Beasts, some trailing closely behind, yet none could match his swiftness. A colossal, greedy wolf, enveloped in a resplendent purple glow with white pupils, suddenly leaped towards Jiang Chuan, saliva dripping from its jaws. Was it a greedy wolf beast of 50 years? Jiang Chuan chuckled lightly, nonchalantly delivering a punch that reduced the creature to mere powder, blood splattering across the surrounding trees and earth. Indeed, the soul beasts within the starry great forest possess an inherent animosity towards humanity. It is no surprise that I have already slain no fewer than 10 10-year soul beasts since my arrival in the 10-year soul beast zone. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. All these spirit beasts were indeed charging directly into the line of fire. He found himself with no other recourse. Thus, he could only resort to the old methods. The chaotic azure lotus. As Jiang Chuan spoke the incantation, a red and a black spirit ring floated above his head, and his aura surged dramatically, radiating waves of sanctity. The spirit beasts that attempted to approach him instinctively recoiled, yet they did not flee. Instead, they remained fixated on him. The pressure emanating from the 100,000-year spirit rings was undeniably formidable, complemented by the presence of the 10,000-year spirit rings. They were certainly unmatched by mere 10-year spirit beasts. A 10,000-year spirit beast, the flowing wood horse. Jiang Chuan gently prodded his chin, resolutely determining the next soul beast he would hunt. With a clear objective in mind, he leapt forward, launching himself with the grace of a dragon soaring through the skies. As he took this momentous step, he covered several thousand meters in an instant, leaving the surrounding birds and beasts in a state of alarm. Today, the Stardow Forest was far from desolate. Countless soul hunters roamed its depths, and from Jiang Chuan's vantage point, he could see dozens of soul master teams. Just as he crossed into the territory of a millennium-old soul beast, he was suddenly enveloped by a surge of formidable soul power, an overwhelming force that seemed poised to invade his very lungs. Yet, under the rejection of the chaotic blue lotus, this aggressive aura was swiftly dispelled. Who could possibly wield such ferocious power? The thought was truly astonishing. Jiang Chuan's dual pupils suddenly transformed into a resplendent golden hue as he discerned the tempestuous aura, akin to mountains and seas, emanating from a cluster of lakes, a destination he was hastening towards. The meteoric steed, fond of aquatic environments, typically resides in damp and pristine locales. With a swift whoosh, his feet propelled him forward, moving with the swiftness of a shooting star. The closer he drew, the more the fervent atmosphere struck him as oddly familiar. Before him, a crimson streak, vibrant as fresh snow, clamored with ferocity, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of this place, entwined with raging flames that blazed fiercely. It was difficult to fathom that such a sound belonged to a female voice, imbued with a rugged essence, interspersed with a multitude of indignation and discontent. Within the ranks of soul masters, the mastery of one's emotions is of paramount importance, for it is only through such control that one can unleash their true potential. Unless one possesses a peculiar martial soul that thrives on the stimulation of varied emotions, thereby augmenting its power. Jiang Chuan gently waved his hand, parting the scarlet veil before him. Suddenly, he beheld a familiar figure. It was a woman of enduring grace, possessing the art of preservation. Tall and proud, she bore a pair of elegantly arched brows tightly knitted together. Lu Erlong, this woman, heralded as the most beautiful of all, elicited a slight smile of intrigue from Jiang Chuan. Alas, this millennium-old soul beast has taken refuge within its shell. I shall surely force it out. With a fierce cry, Lu Erlong unleashed her right fist, transforming it into a fire dragon that raged forth like cannon fire, crashing down upon the shell. The force of this onslaught, akin to a thunderous ocean wave, made Jiang Chuan's nostrils flare. Such power might well scorch even the turtle nestled within its protective shell. Evidently, the original tale was not mistaken. Lu Erlong's temperament, already volatile due to Master Yu Xiaogang's influence, had only grown worse over the years, exacerbated by her prolonged solitude. It is often said that women in their 30s are like wolves, and in their 40s like tigers. Lu Erlong was a living embodiment of this, her pent-up fury spilling forth. Yet, unfortunately, her strength was insufficient to confront the blue lightning tyrant dragon family for retribution. Yu Xiaogang's indifference only heightened her frustration. With wolves in front and tigers behind, it seemed Lu Erlong herself could scarcely predict that her fierce nature would one day lead her into such a predicament. A cruel irony indeed. Helpless as she was, she occasionally sought solace in the Stardow Forest to vent her anger. However, she noticed a female student following closely behind her. The student's condition appeared dire. Ever since she had heard whispers of the principal Lu Erlong's notorious temper, she had dismissed them. As the adage goes, what one does not see cannot be feared. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Erlong today, she was utterly petrified. Was this merely a bad temper? It was evidently an unbridled rage. Those bloodthirsty eyes instilled a profound fear within her. A chill emanated from her very core, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The female student huddled beside a tree, apprehensively observing the bloodshed before her. Chapter 55. The Dragon Rider from Behind, the Dragon Unclad. It was evident that her legs trembled in fear. Such a haunting scene was beyond the endurance of any mere soul master. To her, this was an overwhelming surge of dread. Logically, Lu Erlong, in such a state, was ill-suited to run an academy. Suivant sous skill, crime son dragon manifestation. With a fierce cry, Lu Erlong clenched her teeth and tightly balled her fists. For the black mist continued to cascade from her crown, enveloping her waist with swirling blue flames that ignited in a dazzling blaze. Utilizing her seventh soul skill, the true form of the Scarlet Dragon, to vanquish a mere 1,000-year-old red-shelled dragon turtle seemed rather excessive, did it not? Jiang Chuan, arms crossed, observed the unfolding spectacle with profound significance. Lu Erlong's eyes transformed entirely into a brilliant blue, and as her soul rings dispersed, her entire being underwent a qualitative metamorphosis, gradually taking on a draconic form, adorned with sharp blue scales. With a thunderous roar, the azure dragon unleashed a skyward cry, its fierce presence causing tremors across the land, shaking the earth and swaying mountains and seas, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. With a powerful exhalation of dragon breath, it shattered the shell of the red-shelled dragon turtle into fragments. A swift strike of its claw carved a radiant arc of light, splitting the ground beneath and leaving the creature severely wounded. The battle was swift and decisive. The female student felt her eyelids twitch as she watched the colossal dragon advance ominously, a flicker of retreat crossing her mind. What is there to fear? This is the 1,000-year soul ring I have procured for you, is barely clinging to life. Quickly, finish it off. The dragon's voice resonated with authoritative gravitas. Nodding fervently, she dashed towards the red-shelled dragon turtle, plunging a blade into its forehead. Immediately, a purple ring emerged, and without hesitation, she summoned her spiritual energy to connect with the ring, preparing to absorb it. The mighty dragon inclined its head slightly, its ghostly blue eyes fixating on the shade of the trees, its voice dripping with menace. It is time to deal with this uninvited guest. You, Soul Master, have lingered long enough, have you not? Why do you not reveal yourself? I had no intention of hiding. I was merely observing intently. Jiang Chuan stepped forward slowly, his expression calm as he regarded the dragon. The oppressive heat that emanated from the beast sought to invade his being. It was repelled by the power of the chaotic blue lotus. Noticing that Jiang Chuan remained unfazed by its draconic might and appeared composed, the dragon furrowed its white brows in mild confusion, pondering the identity of this newcomer. Who are you? To withstand my dragon might without bowing or showing fear. Quite an intriguing prospect. Your soul power is indeed abundant. I wonder whether you are friend or foe. Perhaps it is prudent to subdue you first. Lu Erlong revealed a charmingly sinister smile. Jiang Chuan was deeply moved. Upon meeting Lu Erlong today, it was evident that she is indeed a remarkable woman. Her appearance is quite impressive as well. It would be even more delightful if she could be accepted. The seventh soul skill, the true form of the martial soul, presents a unique challenge due to your mutated martial soul. Such an environment may cultivate a more malevolent mindset within you. The reason you have yet to ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo lies in the barriers within your heart. Given this, I might as well offer you my guidance. With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Chuan extended his left hand into the void, and in an instant, he drew forth a magnificent and imposing emperor's bell of obsidian hue, resonating with a deep and thunderous sound. At that moment, it seemed as if he were the very epicenter of existence, possessing the power to determine the fate of any soul. Given that Master Lu Erlong was in high spirits, he felt compelled to showcase his true prowess to satiate the other's appetite. Today, I shall embody the Dragon Knight. Jiang Chuan leaped forward with ferocity, charging ahead with unwavering determination. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Such audacity! A mere knave dares to confront me? Lu Erlong was profoundly astonished. Upon witnessing the figure before her, her shock deepened. A young upstart had the audacity to challenge her martial spirit? Such a claim would surely be met with disbelief, especially in the presence of her true martial spirit. What manner of being is this? Does he not comprehend that once a soul master manifests their true martial spirit, they stand invincible, impervious to harm, unless faced with a formidable soul, Douluo? Prepare to taste my imperial bell. The Emperor's bell in Jiang Chuan's grasp expanded with a surge of soul power, its imposing aura suddenly intensifying. The air coalesced around the bell, swirling into a circle reminiscent of the sun in the celestial heavens, descending forcefully towards the dragon's head. The momentum restored, Lu Erlong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a magnificent force! Boom! The crimson dragon stirred, summoning the heavenly clouds, enveloping itself in a tempest of blue flames, striking fiercely towards Jiang Chuan, leaping with vigor. Ready to face the challenge, Jiang Chuan, despite the diminishing soul power, directed the Emperor's bell, which in an instant surpassed his own silhouette, weighty as a mountain. Boom! The clash of these two potent forces ignited an earth-shattering explosion. The mountains and seas roiled, the ground trembled, and the sound of the explosion echoed relentlessly. Debris erupted, sending fragments flying. Even the nearby Millennium Soul beast scurried away, unwilling to linger in the vicinity. The intertwining of flames and the resonance of the bell created an atmosphere that was both enchanting and bewildering. With a powerful roar, the colossal dragon expelled a clear breath, dispersing the surrounding smoke, and fixed its gaze upon Jiang Chuan, who stood beneath the shade of the trees, its expression subtly shifting. A single strike from a true martial soul could rival even a soul Douluo, yet this young man remained unscathed. How could this be? Lu Erlong was filled with questions, utterly perplexed. Who are you? And what is the nature of your martial soul? It is so strange. Enlighten me, commanded Lu Erlong. Very well. What harm is there in sharing? Jiang Chuan replied with a teasing smile, leaping onto the back of the blue dragon. With a vigorous grip, he seized the dragon's horn, holding on tightly, pressing his body against its back. Although this was the true form of the martial soul, Jiang Chuan could distinctly feel the smoothness of Lu Erlong's back. No wonder. It was said that once Lu Erlong activated her true martial soul, flames would erupt from her body, incinerating her garments to ashes. He felt a certain fondness for this woman. Yu Xiaogang hesitated, but he decided not to hold back. You, Lu Erlong's indignant voice rang out, her fury ignited. In truth, feeling Jiang Chuan's warmth stirred a fierce energy within her, making her breath quicken. Roar! The blue dragon let out a thunderous cry, soaring through the starry forest. Chapter 56. A beautiful scene, the generous goddess Lu, the dragon flailed wildly, darting about with reckless abandon, causing Jiang Chuan to jolt along with its movements. Though this was the true form of her martial soul, it was not enough to shake him off. Rather, he clung tightly to the dragon's body, pulling in closer, which elicited a pained roar from Lu Erlong. Impudent rogue! How dare you treat me this way? Do not let me cast you aside, or the consequences will be dire, Lu Erlong threatened. Then feel free to attempt it. Jiang Chuan tightened his arms, and with a sharp crack, several dragon scales were crushed. The azure dragon's body immediately recoiled. With a thunderous roar, the colossal beast bellowed toward the heavens, careening through the trees, stubborn stones, mountains, and rivers, yet it failed to dislodge Jiang Chuan. Ultimately, as its soul power gradually dissipated, it transformed into a human figure, pale and imbued with a tantalizing allure. Has he finally resorted to desperation? Jiang Chuan mused with a light chuckle. When Lu Erlong turned fierce, she would even strike at herself, immediately releasing her martial soul manifestation, willing to expose her own body in a bid to shatter the entangled stalemate. Unbeknownst to her, however, relentless perseverance was not Jiang Chuan's most esteemed skill. He was far more adept at facing challenges head-on, resilient, much like Lu Erlong herself. Furthermore, Jiang Chuan now possesses the supreme weapon soul, the Emperor's Bell, which surpasses even the formidable Haotian hammer in strength. He harbors no fear of confronting Lu Erlong head-on. Although there exists a disparity in soul power, his soul ring's longevity and the unparalleled support nature of his weapon soul serve to compensate for any deficiencies. Moreover, Lu Erlong's fiery temperament can be deftly exploited. With the Emperor's Bell in his grasp, all he requires is to catch Lu Erlong off guard to subdue him. He is far from foolish enough to engage in a mere exchange of blows with Lu Erlong. What cunning little thief! To be able to force me to this extent at such a tender age, you ought to take pride in that. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Crimson Dragon Soul. Do not be surprised if my punch shatters you, Lu Erlong said, devoid of any compassion. As he swiftly advanced, raising his right fist enveloped in azure flames to strike at Jiang Chuan. Rest assured, dear teacher, I need only to unleash my full power. However, I fear that your punch will prove utterly ineffective beneath the might of my supreme weapon soul. Jiang Chuan spoke with unwavering conviction, as the Emperor's bell in his grasp spun incessantly, radiating a resplendent light that seemed to summon ancient forces. This transformation imbued him with an air of tranquility and composure. Ha! Such arrogance! You insignificant wretch, unwilling even to reveal your true martial soul. I am a soul saint of level 76. Lu Erlong chuckled with confidence, delivering a powerful punch that struck the surface of the Emperor's bell. The resounding boom echoed like thunder rolling from the horizon. The shockwave rippled outward, causing Lu Erlong to involuntarily take a step back. What is this martial soul? She exclaimed, disbelief etched across her features as she stared intently at the Emperor's bell. Her brows furrowed slightly, contemplating why she had never encountered anyone capable of withstanding her strike. Although she had employed only 30% of her soul power, it was more than sufficient to annihilate anyone below the Soul Saint realm. Yet this bell had thwarted her attack, an enigma that left her utterly perplexed. The bell's chime resonated continuously in her ears. Lu Erlong often exhibited such volatility. This was troubling, for there was no need for such hostility. I had already informed you that this is an extraordinary martial soul, rivaling even the Haotian hammer in potency. My intention in revealing this to you was due to our past connection. Had it been anyone else, my strike would have surely sent them to their demise. Jiang Chuan was the first to speak, offering an explanation. Lu Erlong stood there unabashedly, her extraordinary martial soul rivaling even that of the Haotian sect. How could you possibly know about the Haotian sect? Who exactly are you? In contrast, my curiosity about your identity deepened. The clock in your hand. Could it also be a mutated martial soul? No, the aura of a mutated martial soul does not resonate in such a manner. How peculiar. Truly peculiar. You're not the first to express curiosity about my identity. Yet such curiosity serves no practical purpose. Jiang Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. The two of them gazed intently at one another. It was not as if he was so naive as to blush at the sight of a woman in her natural state. Rather, he regarded her as a formidable beast, a being capable of unleashing catastrophic power with the slightest provocation. Lu Erlong's explosive nature was evident to Jiang Chuan. Their fortuitous encounter today naturally sparked a counter-curiosity within her. Why did Yu Xiaogang capture Lu Erlong's attention? Beyond curiosity, it was his diligent and studious spirit, along with his indomitable resolve that moved her. Comparatively, Jiang Chuan excelled even beyond Yu Xiaogang in this regard. Thus, it was not Jiang Chuan who was being overly persistent, but rather Lu Erlong who refused to let him go, employing every means to ensnare him, eager to uncover the truth. After all, having spent many years in solitude, she felt a pang of loneliness upon encountering such a youthful figure, which naturally piqued her interest. Today, let me show you just how unattainable the power of a soul sage truly is, sacred and inviolable. If you should fall beneath my fist, you must divulge your identity and the sect from which you hail. Lu Erlong raised her right fist before him, suddenly crushing it with a sharp crack. Her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chuan, a singular intent of conquest gleaming within her eyes, a fervor that ignited the atmosphere around them. Very well, you have lost. Do not blame me for dragging you to warm my bed. Jiang Chuan chuckled, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Clutching a person in his hand, the Emperor's bell continuously expanded, suddenly transforming into a colossal bell thrice his size, descending upon Lu Erlong's head with an overwhelming force, reminiscent of a mighty force capable of toppling mountains and conquering worlds. At my age, still remembered. Very well, if you can truly withstand this punch of mine, I shall grant your request. Lu Erlong declared with unwavering determination, for in her mind, a soul saint was an invincible entity. Anyone whose soul power fell beneath hers was destined to succumb to her might. This was a battle devoid of any suspense, a wager already settled in her favor. She was prepared to inquire about her opponent's lineage and sect, as such a prodigy could not possibly lack formidable backing. Moreover, it was almost certain that they hailed from one of the top 3 sections. Chapter 57, Erlong Suppression, Unable to Overcome the Soul Bell. The first soul ability, Tyrant Dragon Affinity. From Lu Erlong's right hand erupted a fierce yellow soul ring, resonating with a buzzing sound. Boom! The emergence of this soul ring not only summoned a terrifying and surging soul power, but also disturbed the very flow of the surrounding air. Tyrant Dragon Affinity. The dragon scales envelop the body, forming an armor that enhances strength, attack power, defense, and attack speed. As one's power increases, more areas of the body become covered by the scales until complete coverage is achieved. At the level of Soul Saint, the covered areas include the torso, right arm, right shoulder, both calves, and feet. This is indeed correct, isn't it? Jiang Chuan, known for his forthrightness, immediately articulated the formidable power that the Tyrannosaurus spirit conferred upon him. Rather than retreating, he resolutely advanced, stepping forward with his right foot to strike at Lu Erlong's brow. The Emperor's bell in his grasp absorbed the surrounding air, generating violent, swirling vortices that fiercely descended upon his opponent. How could you possibly know my first soul skill? There are certainly no more than 10 individuals across the continent who are aware of it, Lu Erlong asserted with unwavering confidence. Each soul master typically conceals their martial spirit, soul rings, and soul skills to avoid becoming targets for others, or worse, to escape the vengeance of enemies that could render them defenseless. This is an unspoken rule among soul masters. Yet, Jiang Chuan merely cast a glance at her, recognized her soul skill, and made an immediate judgment. What on earth could this signify? It was utterly bizarre. I recall that only Xiaogang could achieve such discernment over a decade ago. So what if you can see it? That doesn't necessarily mean you can counter it. There's at least a 50-level disparity in soul power between us. Do you truly believe that merely identifying my soul skill will enable you to withstand it? Lu Erlong's expression was resolute. She was convinced that regardless of whether it was a miracle or mere happenstance, the overwhelming disparity in soul power would ultimately dictate a decisive victory or defeat. This was the immutable law of the Douluo Continent, one that no one could contravene or refute. However, in the fleeting moment when the Emperor's bell collided with her, a chill enveloped her heart, followed by a moment of astonishment. The tangible essence emanating from his martial spirit left her unable to advance further. The material quality she had only experienced with the Haotian hammer now manifested in the bell he wielded, a realization that it could indeed rival such an exquisite martial spirit. But how could this be? To her knowledge, the Haotian hammer was the only martial spirit of its kind in existence. Yet, if another was to emerge that could stand alongside it, it would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the three great sects. Clearly, none existed. Could it be that he hailed from a secretive, reclusive lineage? Was their obscurity merely a guise of deliberate concealment? Lu Erlong pondered, considering this the only plausible explanation. With a resounding impact, she was forced to retreat as the bell reverberated. The clangor surged incessantly, echoing in her ears, its tremulous resonance leaving her dazed and shaken. Her hands trembling. What is happening? Isn't that a supreme martial spirit? How can such a martial spirit also inflict harm upon another's consciousness? What manner of martial spirit is this? Lu Erlong rested his forehead in a daze, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit the blood that surged within him. Although his physical constitution was remarkably robust, his mental fortitude was not immune to the haunting chimes that reverberated around him. Is this what they refer to as being strong on the outside, yet feeble on the inside? It appears that teacher Erlong's usual cultivation focuses solely on physical strength. Jiang Chuan's eyes, clear and unblemished, gazed intently at the human emperor bell in his right hand. Its surface shimmered smoothly, casting a hazy impression, while runes flickered with a piercing cold light, as if responding to him. The human emperor bell was not merely an exquisite weapon spirit. Even its chime possessed a formidable deterrent effect. However, it bore a significant flaw. When unleashed, it could harm even its own allies, rendering it ill-suited for team battles. Yet, he had never contemplated participating in such contests. Moreover, akin to the original character Tang San, he was currently unable to bestow soul rings upon the human emperor bell. Firstly, his soul power had yet to reach the level of a title de law. Secondly, there was no urgency in this regard. At the very least, his supreme support-type weapon spirit could also serve as a means of combat, and he had yet to encounter foes beyond his capacity to handle. How audacious! A cunning thief has outmaneuvered me in my moment of unpreparedness. Lu Erlong clutched her chest, coughing repeatedly, her expression one of disbelief. Jiang Chuan offered no response. Her nature was inherently fierce. To put it kindly, she was fearless, but less charitably. One might call her simple-minded and physically strong. Such a temperament in soul master combat, if not backed by absolute soul power or overwhelming spirit strength, would inevitably lead to her downfall or even death by treachery. In blunt terms, her talents have been solely invested in physical strength, leaving her intellect woefully lacking. In their recent encounter, her defeat was a foregone conclusion, devoid of any room for doubt. A realization Jiang Chuan had anticipated long before. Teacher, a female student rushed in. After absorbing a Millennium Soul ring, a purple ring now circled her waist. Radiating a soft violet glow and emitting a sound akin to piano keys being struck, resonating with a rhythmic clang. Her momentum steadily ascended, yet still paled in comparison to the soul power aura present. With a look of astonishment, she helped Lu Erlong to her feet. Her teacher was a formidable 76th level battle soul saint, a paragon within the continent, frequently lauded by the Spirit Hall and revered as a guest of honor. With requests to serve as an elder often declined. The fact that such a person could be defeated by a mere youth left the female student in utter disbelief, her face reflecting sheer terror. Who are you? How is this possible? Although you may be a prodigious disciple of significant talent, it is inconceivable for you to have injured teacher Lu Erlong, given the limitations imposed by age and experience, certainly not exceeding level 20. The female student found the situation exceedingly bizarre, unable to reconcile the scene before her. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your teacher has succumbed to me, a reality that renders your questions increasingly untenable. However, I shall honor your promise in due time. For now, I seek to hunt a soul beast. Until we meet again. Jiang Chuan, standing with the aid of the handrail, was about to depart. After taking merely 3 steps, he abruptly turned his head to cast a disdainful glance at Lu Erlong and remarked, "Indeed, it is your lack of understanding regarding soul rings that has inadvertently harmed your female student." Chapter 58. The Enigmatic Trojan Horse Pursuit. The Golden-Armored Angelic Maiden. Jiang Chuan felt it necessary to remind the other party, not out of genuine compassion, but rather due to the significant potential of the female student in the support system. Jiang Zhu, an auxiliary soul master, represented a valuable asset. If Lu Erlong were to squander such a promising talent due to his own ignorance, Jiang Chuan's future plans would inevitably falter. Lu Erlong paused momentarily, taken aback. How could you possess such profound knowledge about soul masters and soul beasts? It is well known that even Yu Xiaogang could not deduce her martial soul or the capabilities of her soul skills from mere fragments of information. Without thorough understanding or direct dialogue with a soul master to analyze, even Yu Xiaogang would find it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the synergy between martial souls and spirit rings. You need not concern yourself with that, Jiang Chuan replied with unwavering conviction. Then provide me with a compelling reason, Lu Erlong countered, taking a step back. Whether you believe it or not pertains to you. Jiang Zhu's martial soul is her staff, granting her auxiliary capabilities intended for healing the team. Yet, it has been misconstrued by you as a defensive auxiliary martial soul. Is this not a consequence of your own disillusionment and carelessness, leading to the misdirection of this student? The words spoken by Jiang Chuan plunged Lu Erlong into deep contemplation, even leading him to a state of self-doubt. Jiang Chuan's arguments were comprehensive and devoid of any implausibility. Observing Lu Erlong momentarily lost in thought, Jiang Chuan continued, "There is indeed a remedy. By hunting a 1,000-year-old 9-winged sky parrot during the 4th soul ring, all dilemmas can be effortlessly resolved. Should you harbor any skepticism, feel free to put it to the test." After Jiang Chuan finished speaking, he wished to avoid further entanglement and leaped gracefully, vanishing silently into the clouded expanse. How could he possibly know my name? Moreover, was what this young man, Teacher Lu, claimed truly accurate? Has there been an issue with the absorption of my soul ring? Jiang Zhu inquired, tilting her head. Lu Erlong merely turned his head numbly, at a loss for how to respond. By the way, teacher, Jiang Zhu broke the silence. What wager did you agree to with Jiang Chuan? Why did I notice your face flush upon hearing that you had lost? Is this young man perhaps threatening you? She asked, filled with curiosity and concern. It's nothing, Lu Erlong replied, his face reddening as he turned away. Observing his reaction, Jiang Zhu chose not to press further. The ancient soul beasts within the Stardow Forest are indeed restless. First soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats. Second soul skill, sacred shield. During my brief skirmish with Lu Erlong, I'd already sensed a meteoric wooden horse lurking nearby. Strangely, why did its presence suddenly vanish? This is truly perplexing. Could it be that this meteoric wooden horse possesses the ability to teleport instantaneously? Although Jiang Chuan is well-versed in the lore of Douluo Continent, there are certain pieces of information that remain beyond his grasp. He has leaped into the realm of 10,000-year soul beasts. Jiang Chuan's pupils transformed into a radiant gold, scanning his surroundings until, in the southeast direction, he beheld his prey. Before him, a woman clad in a golden brocade robe appeared with regal confidence. He raised the angelic holy sword in his hand, and, with a swift horizontal slash, instantly dispatched dozens of soul masters, who stood before her without the slightest chance to defend themselves. A battle among soul masters was ignited by humanity. The air was filled with the sound of countless soul rings, akin to the notes of a piano. as they soared into the sky alongside the members of this soul ring team, each gaining momentum and forming a standoff with the celestial maiden. The meteoric steed? This soul beast now belongs to me. If you wish to avoid demise, you may leave now, but those who remain shall find no chance of survival, declared the angelic woman, her words resonating with the weight of undeniable truth. Was sharp-tongued little girl. It was audacious enough for her to intrude upon our territory, but to rouse the meteoric steed that we had exerted such effort to capture, and to demand compensation while attempting to seize our soul rings, was truly outrageous. The middle-aged man at the forefront, adorned in golden armor, laughed heartily. Very well. Our soul master team has no need for this millennia-old meteoric steed, so you may have it, but you must offer a reasonable and enticing condition in return. A leering man beside him chimed in. You appear to be of noble descent. How about spending some time with us? When we are pleased, the meteoric steed will be yours. Of course, it wouldn't hurt for us to have a charming companion as well. Ha ha ha. His words sent a shiver through the crowd, and those behind him joined in laughter, leaving the matter unresolved. Another man stepped forward, gradually approaching the armored woman, and said, Do not say I did not warn you of the rules on this continent. The soul beast belongs to the one who captures it. To claim another soul beast without just cause requires a corresponding price. Consider your options. The woman's smile grew ever more radiant amidst their laughter, tinged with subtle mockery. Not to mention that the rules of this entire continent were established by me. Even by those rules, the meteoric steed remains mine. What need is there for a transaction with the dead? As she spoke, the woman drew forth an angelic sword from her waist, its golden light radiating fiercely around her right arm, embodying an unending source of sacred power. The ones you just killed were merely a few high-level soul masters, mere scapegoats brought from the outside. Do you truly believe we are on the same level as those worthless souls? The lecherous man stamped his right foot upon the ground, and in an instant, a yellow soul ring descended from above his head, swiftly followed by another yellow and 3 purple, totaling 5 soul rings. Yet this was far from the conclusion, as a leopard, bearing a scarred visage, emerged from behind him. As a 53rd level agility type battle soul king, Sulai, I advise you not to struggle in vain. Otherwise, should you incur harm, the enjoyment of my brothers will be diminished. The leading man laughed unabashedly. Suddenly, in a moment imperceptible to the crowd, a woman clad in armor swung her sword horizontally through the fabric of time and space. A flash of golden light, accompanied by a thunderous crack, vanished in the blink of an eye, almost impossible to perceive. With a sharp sound, the leading man felt an unsettling tingling at his neck. In an instant, his breath became labored, his face flushed crimson as if blood were surging within him. Who? With each agonized cry and struggle, he fell repeatedly to the ground, coughing up scarlet blood, his visage a grotesque mask of suffering. Chapter 59. Angel Soul King Battle. One punch to determine the outcome. In a silent yet bloody spectacle, Su Lai fell lifeless before them, a shocking sight to behold. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their astonishment palpable. How could this happen? Su Lai, a 53rd level Battle Soul King, has perished so easily, a fellow Battle Soul King pondered, brimming with confusion. What on earth transpired? Standing amidst the shade of the trees, Jiang Chuan held no doubts. It was said that Qianren Xue was born with the sacred martial soul of her father, the 6-winged angel, and possessed innate soul power of the 20th level. After all these years, she had surely come to obtain her 4th soul ring. Such power, combined with an unexpected strike, could undoubtedly annihilate a soul king in an instant, a feat that was both impressive and, in a sense, expected. It must be noted that the 6-winged angel martial soul had been wielded to its utmost by Qianren Xue, with the assistance of her grandfather, Qian Douluo. She even attained the divine status of an angel. Even during Tang San's peak, he could barely gain the upper hand against Qianren Xue with his hidden weapons. The forest echoed with the piercing, high-pitched sound of swords clashing, reverberating through the towering ancient trees. A brilliant golden light erupted from Qianren Xue's hand. All of you shall perish. With the holy sword in my grasp, I shall cleanse your tainted souls, Qianren Xue proclaimed in a voice reminiscent of a divine decree, as if her strike were a blessing upon the gathered crowd. Buzzing. Indeed, the 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings emitted a sonorous clanging, resonating like the sound of iron being struck. As they floated above Qianren Xue's head, with each step she took, a ring encircled her waist, and her aura of sanctity surged like mountains and seas. Within the trembling pupils of the lecherous man, he gazed upon the 4 soul rings, his voice tinged with uncertainty. 4-ring soul sect? How could this be? With such a youthful bone age, she has already attained the level of a 49th level soul sect? The crowd was perplexed, unable to comprehend the scene before them. In their eyes, this moment shattered the established rules of the Douluo Continent. Who then was this woman? Together with Brother Su, we had narrowly escaped death multiple times in the Stardew Forest, acquiring countless opportunities, and even chanced upon several rare herbs that elevated our soul power to over 50 levels. Yet, how could a mere child possess a soul power of 49 at such a tender age? The man's expression was one of panic as he turned his head, discovering that others shared his bewilderment. It was revealed that Jiang Chuan, a soul master of over 40 levels, stood in the shade of the trees, observing the battlefield with keen insight. He had initially assumed that Qianren sought to capture her 4th soul ring, only to realize she aimed for her 5th, thereby ascending to the rank of Soul King. Her rate of growth was indeed remarkable, capable of commanding respect across the continent. No wonder she had remarked that only Tang San was worthy of admiration within this realm. However, it was perplexing. How could a soul master so easily eliminate a soul king? The female soul master soon found herself embroiled in controversy. Before the crowd could fully digest the spectacle, dozens of angelic swords were unleashed from Qianren hands, resonating with a melodic chime. The soul master team fell like mere straw men beneath the golden blades, each clutching their chests stained with crimson. Among them were several soul masters of the same rank as Qianren. Yet due to the disparity in their martial souls and soul rings, they were dispatched with ease, like livestock. Who are you? What martial soul do you possess that I have never encountered? How can you so decisively incapacitate us? The wounded female soul master struggled to rise from the pool of blood, her voice strained. Is your martial soul of the utmost caliber? She believed this was the only theory that could explain the astonishing scene before her. Having uttered those words, the last of the female soul masters collapsed, lifeless. With a thunderous roar, the half-collapsed meteor horse released a long, thunder-like cry. Bolts of lightning surged toward Qianren. She smiled faintly, and, in that instant, 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, emerged around her, enveloping the angelic sword in a radiant golden light. With a swift motion, 6 long wings unfurled behind her. Angel's Judgment. The golden light engulfed the lightning without warning, crashing into the meteor horse's abdomen. Unable to withstand the force, the creature was sent flying, crashing into ancient trees with a resounding impact, barely managing to remain upright, groaning on the ground in a state of despair. Yield and become my 5th soul ring. Qianren brandished the golden sword, taking 2 steps forward, momentarily pausing. You, who have watched this spectacle for so long without intervening, now gaze hungrily at my soul rings. Have you been waiting to catch me off guard? As the words of Qianren fell, he swiftly swung his hand backward, and a radiant sword aura immediately severed dozens of fragments of time that lingered in the air, hurtling towards Jiang Chuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his golden longsword and swiftly advanced towards the meteor steed, for the soul ring must not fall into the hands of another. The ancient bloodline beckoned. As Jiang Chuan expanded his form, he resembled a reviving giant, radiating streams of golden light with an overwhelming presence. With a single punch, he shattered the golden sword aura, instantaneously appearing 100 meters away, where he fortuitously encountered Qianren. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his fist and struck directly at her head. "Are you?" Qianren, momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalled that the opponent did not recognize her true identity. In haste, she transformed her golden longsword into the 6-winged angelic sword, the 4 soul rings clanging in resonance as she executed a downward slash, unleashing a formidable surge of power. Boom! Under the might of his colossal fist, Qianren was forced to retreat several paces, realizing that her strength fell significantly short of her expectations. Even her speed was inadequate to surpass him. What monster? Qianren thought, candidly voicing her innermost feelings. She recalled witnessing him effortlessly slay the captain of the fierce god squad with a single punch the previous night. Finding it quite a spectacle, her assessment of strength had only led to silent astonishment until she felt the sheer force of his fist in that fleeting moment. How immense this brute strength was. Even with her martial soul activated, she struggled to contend with him. Buzzing, the angelic sword in her grasp trembled slightly, and her right hand was left numb from the impact. The meteoric horse, elusive and deemed a rare soul beast, held immense potential for me. Moreover, it would not be suitable for your martial soul, so I suggest you seek another elsewhere. After all, this soul beast was seized by you. So it is not a loss. Jiang Chuan spoke with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 60. Unable to withstand a single punch's might, an unintended sprout amidst willows. While I could vanquish my soul beast, it must never be given away. Qian Rinxue, with her right hand propped against the angelic sacred sword, lifted herself from the ground. Her gaze towards Jiang Chuan gradually filled with fervor, a blend of admiration and excitement illuminating her features. The expression of exhilaration was evident in her words. Before her, Jiang Chuan appeared exceedingly enigmatic. She could not ascertain his rank as a soul master, yet she was acutely aware of the formidable strength he possessed, warranting her utmost dedication in combat. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, propelled by her soul power, emitted a rhythmic clanging sound akin to that of iron being forged. Indeed, the immense force began to whirl around, enveloping the angelic sacred sword, which instantly radiated with a brilliant golden light, the intensely fervent sacred aura washing over her. The previous day, Qian Rinxue had already harbored intentions to engage with him, and by a stroke of fate, their paths crossed once more. She was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, intent on proving her mettle. She yearned for Jiang Chuan to surpass her, for in the vast expanse of Douluo Continent, she believed it to be a rarity to find a worthy companion to stand alongside her in this lifetime. Yet, simultaneously, her competitive spirit stirred within her, creating a tension that left her on the brink of breaking. With a swift motion, she propelled herself forward, the sound of thunderous lightning reverberating around her as the 6 wings of the angel soared gracefully. Surrounding trees and stubborn stones were cleaved in twain. As she raised the angelic sacred sword high, making a decisive sweep, the golden light cascading like a river of brilliance. The angelic judgment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan abruptly looked up, his right hand rubbing a green leaf. So, this is the epitome of the sacred angelic martial soul? Truly magnificent, with unparalleled speed and strength. Among martial souls, it possesses not only innate talent, but is indeed a natural sovereign of the continent. Alas, you have chosen the wrong adversary. Jiang Chuan was not jesting. As he slipped, he bent down, and with a sudden surge, akin to thunderclaps on a tranquil ground, he crashed into the resplendent golden waves. With an impressive thrust, he plunged straight in, his waist adorned with a black spirit ring, the sacred shield absorbing most of the impact. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore through the golden radiance with his bare hands, shattering it into fragments. Witnessing this, Qian Rinxue felt a surge of horror. Had her soul skill been so effortlessly dismantled, she had intended to force Jiang Chuan to reveal his martial spirit, but that was evidently no longer feasible. She had overestimated her own abilities and underestimated Jiang Chuan's prowess. This was not the time for dawdling. Her 6 wings flapped vigorously, slicing through the air, while the longsword in her grasp emitted a fierce shriek, enveloped in rolling indigo. This strike encompassed all of Qian Rinxue's strength. If Jiang Chuan could withstand this, there would be no need to continue the battle. Although she was a proud, 6-winged angel, undefeated in combat, she dared not recklessly wager her life in the face of such overwhelming power. Very well. A faint smile curled at the corners of Jiang Chuan's mouth as he struck boldly at the incoming blade with his bare hands, raising his right arm to surge forward. The sacred shield unleashed a staggering 300% of its retaliatory force. He feared not the holy sword in Qian Rinxue's grasp, yet the overwhelming might he wielded threatened to shatter it. A thunderous boom echoed as his fist, propelled by a tempestuous force, collided with the sword, producing a resounding crackle akin to lightning. Qian Rinxue was sent sprawling backwards by this tremendous force, crashing into a heap of shattered stones and withered wood before barely regaining her footing. Struggling to rise from the ground, she pressed her hand against her chest, directing her gaze downward, and with a gasp, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Raising her head, her disbelief was palpable as her crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Chuan. Realizing with horror that she had gravely miscalculated, Jiang Chuan is not a soul master who can be measured by ordinary standards. The opponent has reached a level that leaves her utterly astonished, yet she foolishly entertains the notion of withstanding even a single blow from him. Had it not been for the angelic holy sword shielding her from his might, she would have likely been shattered by his punch, her essence scattered, and flesh torn asunder. Merely surviving that encounter would have been a remarkable feat. Such a young prodigy must not be allowed to slip away. He must be brought into the spirit hall. Furthermore, this individual is not to be eliminated. Throughout the entirety of the spirit hall, it is doubtful that anyone possesses the capability to do so. What a magnificent 6-winged angelic spirit. Is this truly the extent of your power? With a flick of his right hand, the mist that enveloped the surroundings dissipated, revealing the towering figure of Qianren Shui beneath his gaze. If you have no objections, this exquisite wooden horse shall belong to me. Of course, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in locating this meteorite steed, which shall serve as the condition for sparing your life. Today, I shall not take your life. Depart. Jiang Chuan spoke and withdrew. Wait a moment. Oh, might there be some hidden skills yet to be revealed? No, you may not fully grasp who I am. I am Qianren Shui, the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the Douluo Continent, the granddaughter of Qian Daolu. And I possess yet another identity, the hidden prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe, brother to Shui. Just yesterday, we shared a boat and a bed. So how is it that upon waking, you no longer recognize me? Truly, this is an astonishing lapse of memory. Jiang Chuan's words were imbued with profound meaning. He vaguely sensed that Qianren Shui harbored ulterior motives. At that moment, Qianren Shui was taken aback, realizing her secrets had been unveiled, inducing an overwhelming sense of shame within her. Unconsciously, she raised her right finger, pointing it at Jiang Chuan's nose, momentarily rendered speechless. Subsequently, she let out a long sigh, burdened by the weight of his words. Qianren Shui felt utterly defeated, accustomed to the shock of Jiang Chuan's revelations. Regardless of what he articulated, she would find herself in a state of astonishment. How could you possibly know such things? Aside from a few title doll among the upper echelons of our Soul Hall, no one else is privy to this information. Jiang Chuan patiently elucidated. Rest assured, you need not concern yourself with how I came to know these matters. For the discord between your Spirit Hall and the Heavendo Empire bears no relevance to me. I remain indifferent to whichever party meets their demise and have no desire to intervene in the struggle. Moreover, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are extending an olive branch toward me in relation to the Spirit Hall. Allow me to make it unequivocally clear. I shall not consent to join your Spirit Hall. Qianren Shui understood that she would glean no answers from Jiang Chuan, who remained reticent. Resolutely, she bit her lip and proposed, I am merely inviting you, Brother Jiang, to serve as an advisor to our Spirit Hall. Your role would be nominal, requiring no exertion on your part, and you would receive monthly offerings. Furthermore, a titled law would even hunt soul beasts for you. Why not embrace such an opportunity? I see no reason for you to decline. Upon hearing the prospect of benefits, Jiang Chuan's eyes deepened in contemplation. What does your Spirit Hall seek? He inquired. I am placing a wager. What do you mean? I wager that you are the individual I have long awaited. Across the continent and beyond, I regard countless prodigies as mere insects. I have often lamented the silence of my heart, yet you may be the person I seek. You are too weak, Jiang Chuan stated bluntly. Unexpectedly, he had unwittingly captured Qianren Shui's sentiments, as if planting an unintentional seed that had taken root. Chapter 61. Advisor of the Spirit Hall, Absorbing Soul Rings. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's candid response, Qianren Shui smiled gently. No, you may not fully grasp the essence of my words. It is essential to understand that becoming a titled Douluo is not the pinnacle for soul masters. Rather, it marks the commencement of their journey. Qianren Shui shrugged her shoulders, a smile that was both playful and enigmatic gracing her lips. Within our Spirit Hall, there exists a deity reserved specifically for me. Thus, it is true that I currently lack your prowess, to the extent that it is a significant disparity. However, this does not signify anything definitive. In time, I shall ascend to divinity, becoming the sole deity of this continent. Level 100, with 10 soul rings. Do you comprehend what I am articulating? For common folk, reaching such a realm is nearly unattainable. Qianren Shui's words were tantamount to a premature revelation. At the very least, Jiang Chuan's impression of her was not unfavorable. Moreover, this was not an inconceivable secret, as deities are indeed scarce in the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, it is not merely a matter of being a renowned soul master. Even a titled Douluo can inherit divinity, albeit after undergoing examinations. The reason for her extraordinary capabilities at such a tender age lies in the subtle transformations that have commenced her angelic trials. Once a certain opportunity arises, she could achieve divinity and ascend to the divine realm. Such opportunities are rare for ordinary individuals, especially since she has been regarded as a deity since the beginning, nurtured as one far beyond the confines of this continent. This ambition has fueled the Spirit Hall's aspirations to rival both the Heavendo Empire and the Star Luo Empire, as those perched atop the clouds do not permit mere insects to stand alongside them. To Jiang Chuan's surprise, he was not taken aback. Instead, he nodded silently in acknowledgement. This time, it was Qianren Shui who became suspicious, her eyes glinting with curiosity as she inquired, Do you possess knowledge of divinity? How could it be possible to survey the entire continent? The number of individuals privy to this information cannot exceed 5. Within my knowledge, 2 have already met their demise, leaving only 3, all of whom are high-ranking members of my spirit hall. This implies that we are the sole bearers of this secret. How then? Are you aware of it? Qian Rinxue found herself provoked by the other party's words. Knowing is knowing. What significance does it hold? It seems I have no obligation to answer your inquiries. However, if you propose that our establishment offers a tribute and can provide me with resources each month, I certainly would not decline that offer. Jiang Chuan revealed a gentle smile. Should Qian Rinxue dare to deceive him, he would not hesitate to eliminate this six-winged angel. First and foremost, certainly, the other party belonged to the spirit hall and was destined to become the angel god, not to mention her unparalleled beauty. Yet, if she dared to infringe upon Jiang Chuan's interests, her demise would be assured. The atmosphere descended into a tranquil stillness. Autumn winds swirled, carrying with them the remnants of leaves, sweeping between Jiang Chuan and Qian Rinxue. With each step, the golden battle boots produced a crisp sound against the ground. She extended her right hand, a smile illuminating her face, her brow arched playfully. Very well, Jiang Chuan, the esteemed chief advisor of the spirit hall. This is your true name, is it not? Qian Rinxue gently covered her rosy lips, concealing a smile. The corners of Jiang Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, I have always presented myself openly. Jiang Chuan is my true name. In truth, a name is of little consequence. Surely, my face will remain etched in your memory, being the fallen general you are. As he spoke, Jiang Chuan prepared to take his leave, unwilling to linger any longer. Considering the time, Shrek Academy had commenced the training of new students. As a teacher, he could not afford to be late, especially since he received numerous gold spirit coins and various cultivation resources from Shrek each month. Extracting such treasure from Flinder's grasp was no easy feat. Hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Qian Rinxue's complexion slightly flushed, interpreting his insinuation regarding her reticence. Yet for the grand ambitions of the spirit hall, she would endure, even if she found such behavior distasteful. Very well, accompany me to the spirit hall today, she said, lowering her suspended right arm and tilting her head slightly. Haha, as long as you recognize me as the chief advisor of the spirit hall, do remember to augment my resources monthly. However, it will require some time. Farewell for now. Moreover, I can responsibly inform you that if you wish to select a 5th spirit ring, it would be wise to choose a flying-type spirit beast, such as the purple-winged wind bellbird. Upon finishing her words, Jiang Chuan gently patted Qian Rinxue's white, feathered wings, offering a reassuring smile before swiftly transforming into a fleeting breeze, dissipating from the spot. Are you suggesting that I enhance the power of my wings to increase my flying speed? What purpose does this serve? It is essential to acknowledge that the angelic martial soul is endowed with an innate ability to fly, representing the pinnacle of speed among all martial souls, rivaling even the force of tempest. When Qian Rinxue posed her question, Jiang Chuan had already vanished like smoke. With her angelic eyes fixed ahead, she discerned a receding shadow, which was none other than Jiang Chuan, propelling himself through the air like a cannonball while clutching a meteorite steed. It seems that he must be in pursuit of a secure location to absorb the 5th soul ring. In Qian Rinxue's recollection, Jiang Chuan's strength was comparable to her own, and since he was absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, it was reasonable to assume his soul power was on par with hers. However, the true nature of his martial soul remained a mystery. In reality, Jiang Chuan was merely preparing to advance to his 3rd soul ring. If Qian Rinxue were to discover this, one could only imagine her astonishment. Bang! Jiang Chuan held a meteor in his palm, and as the wooden horse trod upon the lakeside, it instantly sent splinters of stone and water cascading into the air. The autumn breeze whispered through the air, causing countless willow leaves to drift and fall. Jiang Chuan strolled leisurely in the surroundings. This place was exceptional, devoid of disturbances and imbued with ethereal energy, making it highly suitable for absorbing the soul rings of the meteor steed. When absorbing a soul ring, the environment plays a crucial role. Thus, a favorable setting greatly enhances one's ability to assimilate the soul ring. However, with the assistance of the chaotic azure lotus, which aids in the absorption process, he felt assured that failure was not a concern, nor was he at risk of being consumed by the lingering resentment left by the meteor steed. The absorption process was effortless for him. As the ancient bloodline awakened, his blood surged with fervor, visibly coursing through the meridians and collating within his entire being, connecting the minor circulatory systems to the greater one. Raising his right fist, he struck the forehead of the meteor steed like a pendulum, shattering flesh and bone with a resounding explosion. In the aftermath, a black soul ring materialized in Jiang Chuan's palm, emitting a melodious tremor. Jiang Chuan was well acquainted with the power of a 10,000-year soul ring, feeling an unsettling familiarity, particularly since his first soul ring had endured 10,000 years without any signs of waning pressure, now resting at his waist. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes to cultivate and absorb the soul energy. With a deep sigh, he exhaled a cloud of white, turbid air, instantly feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. The soul energy surged like blood, flooding through his entire body. Before him, the phantom of a meteor steed gradually filled his vision, expanding slowly. This was the manifestation of the vengeful thoughts from the soul beast. But the moment it touched Jiang Chuan's soul energy, it was instantly obliterated. Even the residual damage inflicted by the soul beast was gently dispelled by the chaotic azure lotus, shattering like glass with a crisp crack. Chapter 62. The Hundredfold Crushing Speed, the Descent of the Azure Dragonbone. It felt as if he had shattered his own shackles, granting Jiang Chuan a sensation of floating above the world, purely through sheer power. The soul energy swirled like smoke, intensifying rapidly, resembling tumultuous waves. This caused the surrounding soul beasts to scatter, retreating in fear. In a brief moment, the third 10,000-year soul ring coiled around Jiang Chuan's waist, radiating brilliant starlight with dark speckles, resembling a dense black stone, heavily augmenting his power. Following this, the rings clashed with a resounding chime, one red, two black, creating a harmonious resonance that echoed like divine decrees, both uplifting and majestic, exuding an aura of sanctity. This further intimidated the soul beasts within a radius of several kilometers, causing them to withdraw in trepidation. Some 10,000-year soul beasts eyed Jiang Chuan with intense scrutiny, their tiger-like eyes fixated upon him. Yet upon noticing the soul rings entwined at his waist, they found themselves swallowing hard. Was this the third soul skill? The power of the soul skill bestowed upon Jiang Chuan was nothing short of astonishing. Although this third soul ring was the weakest and the least aged among his current collection, the essence imparted by the soul skill remained unaltered, destined to ascend alongside him. The third soul skill, Radiant Starlight, boasted a remarkable 150 damage capability. Any target struck would have 200 of their speed, strength, endurance, and soul power siphoned away. Furthermore, at my will, these attributes could be conferred upon myself or any member of my team. It was truly breathtaking. Jiang Chuan, he felt a surge of astonishment. Such a remarkable enhancement left him somewhat embarrassed. The soul skills brought forth by the popular Trojan were entirely within his grasp, yet this magnitude of augmentation was unprecedented. It was only now that he comprehended that the chaotic azure lotus was not merely a supreme auxiliary apparatus. Rather, it was a spirit that, in tandem with the continuous growth of soul power and the elevation of soul skills, possessed even more extraordinary capabilities. He recalled the super auxiliary spirit of the supporting system. This level of enhancement could rival not only the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, but also the 9 Hearts Begonia, an unparalleled feat. With the acquisition of his third soul ring, he had essentially attained the prowess of a healing title dual-level soul master. He was eager to test his newfound abilities. Yet at present, he could not find a suitable soul beast. Once his divine level signing system concluded, he planned to return to Shrek Academy. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the Stardow Forest in the area of 10,000-year soul beasts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the left leg soul bone of the 10,000-year Sanghui dragon beast. The second soul bone. Moreover, it was yet another of 10,000 years. It is worth noting that this soul bone is far more valuable than a soul ring. Unfortunately, due to his current lack of soul power, he was unable to wield the skills contained within both 10,000-year soul bones. Otherwise, he could have battled against the soul saint. This was also the reason Jiang Chuan was able to engage in a prolonged stalemate with Zhao Wujin and Lu Erlong. The 10,000-year Sanghui dragon beast was nearing the pinnacle of dominance among soul beasts. This formidable creature resembled a dragon in appearance, with limbs that allowed it to traverse the ground swiftly, capable of devouring clouds and exhaling mist. It was said to possess the ability to traverse vast distances in a single stride, earning it the title of Angry Strike of the 9 Provinces, Celestial Wanderer. Jiang Chuan spoke softly, well-versed in the lore of Douluo, with a clear understanding of its intricacies. He recalled the countless titled Douluos who coveted the soul bone of the Sanghui dragon beast, yet its origin remained elusive. This soul beast was not only exceedingly rare, but also possessed a speed that was nearly impossible to match. Being a 100,000-year soul beast, coupled with its elusiveness, firmly positioned it at the pinnacle of invincibility. The likelihood of such a soul beast ascending to divine status was substantial, considering their resilience against death. The prospect of acquiring such a soul bone filled Jiang Chuan with elation. With an ancient bloodline, a six-winged right-arm soul bone, the left leg soul bone of the 100,000-year Sanghui dragon beast, the Emperor's clock 100,000-year spirit ring, and two 2,000-year spirit rings, alongside his abundant spiritual energy. Jiang Chuan could scarcely fathom the extent of his newfound strength. After all, engaging in a spar with him could exact a fatal toll. A surge resonated within his heart. With the enhancement of the 100,000-year Sanghui dragon beast soul bone, Jiang Chuan's soul power ascended dramatically, propelling him from a newly minted 30-level soul master to a formidable 35-level soul venerable. The system prompted him to utilize a soul power card. Over many years of signing in, he had amassed nearly 50 soul power cards. This meant that, should he so desire, he could effortlessly transcend to the rank of Soul Douluo in the blink of an eye. He could absorb 5 additional spirit rings that very day. Yet he refrained from doing so. Possessing a divine-level signing system had already bestowed upon him an extraordinarily advantageous existence in the Douluo Continent, rendering him virtually invincible among his peers. Engaging in battles beyond his level was not out of the question. Life and death struggles could be brushed aside with a smile. Even against the formidable soul Ning, he held his ground, and he could maneuver before the 94th level title Douluo Tang Hao. There was no need for haste in enhancing his strength at the expense of his foundational soul power. Should Yu Xiaogang learn of Jiang Chuan's actions, he would undoubtedly be struck with a profound shock. This was far from conventional soul master cultivation. It was an unprecedented and unheard of phenomenon. Jiang Chuan anticipated that he would adapt to the impact brought about by soul power every 10 days. By that time, Zhao Wujia would lead Tang San and others to the Star Doe Forest to hunt for the third soul ring, and it would be the perfect opportunity for him to procure the fourth soul ring, thereby ascending to the rank of soul sect. The two endeavors would not hinder one another. While the prospect of rapidly attaining the status of Soul Douluo in one go was indeed enticing, allowing him to experience the true might of a formidable warrior, Jiang Chuan felt there was no need for such impatience. Ding! The host's soul power enhancement has been successfully completed. Congratulations, you have become a level 39, 3-ring soul master. As he felt the invigorating strength coursing through his body, Jiang Chuan gently squeezed his hand. Buzz! The very air around him seemed to swirl in response. Having just acquired the left leg soul bone, he decided to test the speed of the Sanghui dragon beast to ascertain whether its reputation was merely superficial. Jiang Chuan chuckled, leaping into the air with a swiftness akin to a shooting star. His left leg ignited, emitting layers of smoke that gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue, intensifying with each passing moment. His speed was astonishing. Not only was his body light as a feather, but the ground beneath him seemed to retract as if in reflection, allowing him to traverse the distance to the outskirts of Soto City in the blink of an eye. One must acknowledge that the span between the two locations exceeded thousands of miles. Thus, it could be inferred that within this continent, as long as he locked onto a target, no matter how distant, he could reach it in less than an hour. This was undoubtedly swifter than a 6-winged angel, by hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times. Feeling the soul power ablaze within him, Jiang Chuan sighed, remarking upon the significant consumption of soul power. However, he deemed it non-fatal and manageable given his current reserves. Chapter 63. Surge of Soul Power. Possessing 2 soul bones invigorated Jiang Chuan's spirit, greatly enhancing his soul power. Recently attaining his 3rd repayment, he had already reached the rank of 39 soul master. Now he merely needed to consolidate his strength, and in a few days, he would acquire his 4th soul ring. Without further ado, he channeled his soul power into the Sanghui dragon bone of his left leg. With a resounding surge, akin to a dragon soaring, a wave of searing energy shot forth towards Shrek Academy, akin to thunder echoing across the plains. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. At Shrek Academy Square, 7 students and 3 teachers stood in silence, seemingly awaiting something. Xiaogang, why has our teacher Jiang Chuan been so uncharacteristically silent on the first day of school? Where could he possibly be? Did he inform you he would be absent today? Surely, he wouldn't tea jest at our expense, would he? Otherwise, he would be here, chattering endlessly, said the bewildered Duanlong, glancing at the furrowed brow of Yu Xiaogang. In response, Zhao Wuji merely supported his swollen cheek, remaining unresponsive. Perhaps we should allow the students to begin their training. The early bird catches the worm. We must not squander a single moment of training at Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji finally interjected, unable to hold back his counsel. Having endured a heavy blow from Jiang Chuan, he had become more subdued. The thought that someone so young could match or even injure him was disconcerting. If given time to grow, might he not become capable of utterly overwhelming him? Each time Zhao Wuji pondered this, a chill coursed through him. Particularly given Jiang Chuan's acquaintance with the Haotian Douluo, it felt as if a great weight pressed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. This cannot stand, Yu Xiaogang declared resolutely, raising his right hand to admonish the two, stating firmly, "Do you not yet understand the invaluable nature of cultivation methods? If our students are able to cultivate according to his methods, and even avoid certain unnecessary dangers as outlined in my tutorial, they will undoubtedly grow at a much swifter pace. As long as Jiang Chuan does not arrive, we shall not commence our lessons," declared Yu Xiaogang with unwavering resolve, as if Jiang Chuan's presence had already been firmly established. Observing his demeanor, Flandre understood that the other party had completely given up on Jiang Chuan, and thus refrained from further commentary, opting instead to wait alongside him. The cultivation methods of Jiang Chuan are undeniably precious, and he himself serves as the best testament to this fact. However, to have this soul saint wait here is rather excessive. Rest assured, in my recollection, Jiang Chuan is not one to employ flowery language only to vanish after securing his share. Moreover, he has no need to compromise his dignity for these golden soul coins. Yu Xiaogang is resolute in his conviction. Very well, Xiaogang, I will defer to your judgment, sighed Flandre. Within the esteemed Golden Iron Triangle, Yu Xiaogang has always been the cerebral core of battles. Flandre has grown accustomed to trusting his decisions. Following him is invariably the right choice. Esteemed teachers, please rest assured that Brother Jiang Chuan will indeed arrive. He merely departed due to unforeseen circumstances, smiled Tang San, displaying a profound understanding of Jiang Chuan. Ma Hongjun, bored, kicked at the gravel beneath his feet, remaining silent. In the past, he might have reacted with irritation, but as soon as he moved, the ache in his shoulder shot through him, rendering him reluctant to speak further. Boom! A wave of energy surged forth from the distance like a blazing torch. Fierce and unrelenting. Thud! A foot suddenly struck the ground, sending dust and debris into the air, obscuring the vision of those present. Who goes there? This force immediately piqued Flandre's alertness. He clenched his fists, his eyes transforming into brilliant violet orbs as he scrutinized the center of the mist, raising his right arm to shield Yu Xiaogang behind him. Oomph! Zhao Wujin emerged dramatically, leading the way before the others, first ensuring the safety of the students. Subsequently, the atmosphere grew tense, with a rhythmic thud echoing like piano keys cascading from above. A massive hand within the fog swept forth, dispersing the smoke and leaving only faint remnants. Flandre, do you not recognize me? Jiang Chuan said with a grin, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Wujin, causing the latter to shiver. It seems that Teacher Zhao's injuries have healed remarkably well. I look forward to our next sparring session. However, today marks the commencement for new students, so I shall refrain from prolonged engagement. As he passed by Zhao Wujin, Jiang Chuan gave him a pat on the shoulder, then turned with a serious expression towards Yu Xiaogang. Very well, Yu Xiaogang clenched his right fist, his excitement palpable. Jiang Chuan, please impart your cultivation methods to this cohort of students. I did not expect them to attain your strength, but if they could possess even a third of it, that would suffice, and I hope it aligns with my remaining students' plans. Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively. I comprehend your intention to motivate them to enhance their spirit abilities, but I must caution that my unique physique makes it quite challenging to ensure they can adapt to my training. Ha ha. Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter beside him. Jiang Chuan, have you ever trained anyone? Ha. I am immensely grateful. Let us employ your methods for our training. Xiao Wu was acutely aware that, while one might not label Jiang Chuan as lazy, his dedication to cultivation was far from commendable, with his only notable endeavor being his sporadic visits to the blacksmith's forge, which hardly constituted rigorous training. Wait a moment. A voice, rich with experience, interrupted the group. Flandre's eyes darkened to a deep purple as he fixed an intense gaze upon Jiang Chuan. You possess a spirit power of 39 levels. The astonishing rate of his advancement was nothing short of breathtaking. If memory served him correctly, during the last encounter with Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujia, Jiang Chuan had barely attained the second ring. How had he so swiftly ascended to the third ring of Spirit Master? Upon hearing this revelation, the onlookers cast incredulous glances at Jiang Chuan, utterly astonished. What? 39 levels of spirit power? Ma Hongjun was instantaneously rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tang San inhaled sharply. According to his recollection, just a few days prior, Jiang Chuan had only possessed a spirit ring of 29 levels. In the blink of an eye, he had acquired a third spirit ring, soaring to 39 levels of spirit power. Was it possible that one only needed to obtain the rings to reach maximum power? He felt that the assassins needed to take note of Jiang Chuan's spirit power, lest they face another overwhelming shock in the future. Ah! Ning Rongrong gently covered her lips with her hand, stepping back slightly, utterly astonished as she gazed at Jiang Chuan. How can this be possible? Her heart was filled with both reverence and admiration for him. Such a rapid increase in strength transcended mere genius. Even the term monster seemed inadequate. He could only be described as divine. Chapter 64, The Shrek Trials. Yu Xiaogang fixed his gaze on Jiang Chuan, his expression reflecting that he had indeed made the right judgment. He felt increasingly convinced of the efficacy of Jiang Chuan's training methods. Simultaneously, he exchanged a knowing glance with Flinder, who sighed in agreement and nodded repeatedly. Flinder cleared his throat and said, "Well, Jiang Chuan, since you have returned, let us review the training methods for the upcoming semester as students, identify any discrepancies, or perhaps we shall directly adopt your approach." Li Yusong slightly inclined his body, presenting the documents he held. Jiang Chuan casually flipped through the pages, arriving at a conclusion without any furrowed brows. It was evident that these writings must have been authored by Master Yu, employing a shock-inducing training method. I found no significance in this approach. Moreover, the unique constitution of these peculiar creatures eliminated any concerns regarding their potential failure in cultivation. Consequently, I held no value in such training, save for one singular point. Jiang Chuan, having reached a critical juncture, paused to create suspense. He turned to the crowd, seeking their opinions. Is there something amiss? If so, let us amend it. Flandra was the first to speak up. No, Jiang Chuan, your intellect far surpasses mine, a mere fraction of your brilliance. To call me a master is truly overwhelming. Please feel free to point out any shortcomings. The esteemed master, taken aback, waved his hand dismissively. Witnessing the master's flustered demeanor, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how he had spent the previous night entwined with Lu Erlong. It seemed he had made quite an impression, effectively placing a metaphorical hat upon the other. All tasks are to be doubled. Jiang Chuan, with unwavering resolve, raised his index finger, pointing at the crowd. Surely, Jiang Chuan, can you bear to witness my suffering? Ning Rongrong implored with her eyes. Ma Hongjun immediately displayed an exaggerated expression. His jaw dropped wide enough to accommodate an egg. Brother Chuan, we hold no grievances. Is this not a decree for our demise? Oscar remarked sullenly from the side. Dai Mubai raised his right hand to his brow, casting a reproachful glance at Oscar. And you still dare to speak? It may very well be your fault. Tang San and Xiao Wu remained silent. For their purpose in attending Shrek Academy was to enhance their soul power and skills. They understood that the arduous training was essential, as the diligence of the present would lay the foundation for the future, even if they couldn't match Jiang Chuan's pace. Merely being able to glimpse his form from afar was already commendable. Yu Xiaogang pondered deeply before finally voicing his concern. Jiang Chuan, I fear the students may not withstand this. As I mentioned earlier, given their physical constitution, this level of training will not cause any fundamental harm. At worst, they may faint. The cultivation of soul masters emphasizes mental fortitude, Jiang Chuan reiterated patiently. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang echo Jiang Chuan's conclusion, Flinder approached with an inquisitive expression, adjusting his reading glasses and blinking. Xiaogang, are you certain? They're not only my students here, but also yours. What if they end up incapacitated? This level of training is to be doubled, meaning they won't even be able to achieve normal rest in the coming months. Indeed, Ma Hongjun clasped his hands together, eyes pleading. Dean, we do not fear training, but our sole request is not to be pushed to the brink of death. With such intense training doubled, will there be anyone left to survive? Even Brother Dai may struggle. Dai Mubai cleared his throat beside them, remaining silent. Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively and remarked, President Flanders may have misunderstood something. During the forthcoming training of the students, I shall accompany them. I require you and Master Zhao Wuji to deliver food and water supplies for us. There will be no time for rest, nor any opportunity for relaxation. From this day forth, their sole focus will be on training, with no other matters to attend to. Jiang Chuan's intentions were straightforward. He sought to train them using methods that far surpassed conventional means. Furthermore, the offerings from Shrek were indeed substantial. Amidst the shocking revelations, Flinder leaned in closer, inquiring, no rest period? Indeed, there was none, not until they reached the brink of fainting. Moreover, None were permitted to utilize any soul power or martial spirits. The primary focus was to enhance their physical constitution, as the body serves as a vessel for soul power. Without expansion and rigorous training, it would be impossible to attain a higher level of soul power. What, then, is there to hesitate about? Jiang Chuan turned his head and faced the crowd, speaking with a tone of righteous authority. Now it begins. From this moment forth, he shall be your instructor. His commands carry the weight of a teacher's directives, all aimed at your training endeavors. Henceforth, all your training activities will be under Jiang Chuan's guidance, while we shall serve as support. Flander, suppressing the urge to glance at the onlookers, waved his hand for them to proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, particularly Ma Hongjun, who even pinched his ear to ascertain whether he was truly hearing correctly. Jiang Chuan hoisted a colossal curved stone, towering at 2 meters, upon his back. To his surprise, it felt as light as a mere piece of wood. With a resounding thud, clouds of dust rose from the ground, and by estimation, the stone weighed at least 100 pounds. The sight rendered the monsters of Shrek Academy and even its instructors utterly astounded. In comparison to Jiang Chuan, they were not even worthy of the title monster, let alone sheep. Quickly, follow teacher Jiang Chuan, you bunch of rascals. Zhao Wujia's voice rang out in reprimand as he raised his sturdy finger, gesturing forcefully at the faces of the crowd. Hurry up, if I catch anyone lagging behind. Humph. His threatening gaze sent a shiver down their spines, and with a couple of light snorts, his chest quivered slightly. Dai Mubai, burdened with the weighty stone from the ground, felt an immediate heaviness on his shoulder, as if a boulder pressed against his chest, hindering his movements. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to follow closely behind Jiang Chuan. Teacher Jiang Chuan is setting the standard for you. What are you waiting for? Flinder urged, gesturing for everyone to hasten their pace. With no other choice, the group trailed behind, while the master departed to procure ingredients intended to enhance the students' meals. After a quarter of an hour, Flinder paced anxiously, his expression fraught with concern, as if he feared the worst. I must catch up and see for myself. This could indeed lead to grave consequences. Moreover, Jiang Chuan's physique far exceeds that of the others, and his training may not be suitable for Dai Mubai and the rest. Flinder, wait for me, Zhao Wujia shouted as he hurried after him. Chapter 65, Combat and Annihilation. An hour passed. 2 hours, led by Dai Mubai. The students of Shrek Academy were utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Their throats were filled with a metallic sweetness, and traces of blood lingered, while their eyes were bloodshot with fatigue. The distinction between soul masters and ordinary individuals lies not only in soul power, but also in a physique that far surpasses that of common folk. The body serves as a vessel, while soul power flows like water. Do you understand? Jiang Chuan effortlessly raised his right hand, lifting a colossal boulder that towered 3 times his stature, weighing over 100 pounds, as Tang San estimated. Thus far, Jiang Chuan had replaced several stones, seemingly dissatisfied with their weight. Jiang Chuan's voice echoed like a stone sinking into the ocean, met with utter silence. Tang San and the others were drenched in sweat, their backs soaked, following behind in a state of exhaustion. I thought to myself, am I really on the brink of death? Ma Hongjun gasped for breath, his corpulent form pinned down by the stones behind him, as he painfully pleaded with a crimson tongue, just once, just once. Oscar repeatedly emphasized, dramatically pointing a finger at the others. Isn't this a matter of life and death? Moreover, as a support-type soul master, how can I possibly compare to you battle soul masters? Fatty, please lend a hand. One to you? Faced with Oscar's earnest appeal, Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, his fatigue clouding his senses. Dai Mubai lagged slightly behind, approaching Ma Hongjun with a measured tone. In this situation, it's pointless to waste your energy. Don't you think that saying all this only highlights our helplessness? As he spoke, Dai Mubai retrieved a stone from Oscar's bamboo cage, eliciting a mix of excitement and dismay from the latter, who shoved him playfully, causing Oscar's face to contort in surprise. Who did I think it was? It's just this ragtag bunch from Shrek. Ha ha ha, look at their pitiful state. It's absolutely hilarious. And that clumsy pig, the leader of the group, a boy with fiery red hair, pointed at the Shrek members, laughing uncontrollably, especially at the sight of Ma Hongjun's predicament, which only fueled his amusement. At this remark, a girl beside him let out a soft, playful laugh, her chest gently quivering, causing Ma Hongjun's heart to flutter uncontrollably, leaving him spellbound. Haha, I've been waiting for you all this while. How is it going? After running for so long, you must be exhausted. Do you still have the strength to struggle? A young man beside him clasped his hands, a mischievous grin on his face. You poor souls have been flaunting yourselves in front of me. I've been utterly displeased with you. especially that chubby redhead. With that, the young man from Sanghui Academy kicked Ma Hongjun to the ground, the latter letting out a soft groan as he collapsed, unable to rise again, nearly on the verge of shock from fatigue. Seeing him lie there like a defeated dog, the crowd erupted in raucous laughter and commotion. Aren't you quite the capable one? You dare to pursue our female classmates, which is simply courting death. Today, I shall leave an indelible mark upon your face. The young man, still smiling, ruthlessly stomped on Ma Hongjun's face, taunting, aren't you the loud one? Come on, keep it up. Under the relentless barrage of blows, Ma Hongjun shrank back, curling up in a trembling ball, too afraid to retaliate. The Shrek students were rendered speechless, their hearts filled with frustration as they found themselves powerless to intervene, struggling merely to protect themselves, let alone assist Ma Hongjun, forced to watch him endure blow after blow. Die louda, please save me. Can you really bear to watch me get beaten here? 3 individuals, including teacher Jiang Chuan and Ma Hongjun, were in a state of despair, pleading for mercy as they faced the imminent threat of severe injury. Their bodies were marred with bruises and abrasions, some areas even raw from the assault. Teacher Jiang Chuan, you need only permit me to unleash my martial spirit, one of them implored. Indeed, the reason the group hesitated to intervene was due to Jiang Chuan's strict admonition prior to their departure. He had cautioned them repeatedly against the use of martial spirits and soul power. Any breach of this rule would result in the failure of their trial, jeopardizing their chances of remaining at Shrek Academy. What? Without martial spirits and soul power, are you incapable of defeating this pitiful group from Sanghui Academy? If that is the case, what dignity remains in claiming to represent Shrek Academy? The name Shrek signifies extraordinary beings. Are you not aware that extraordinary means being anything but ordinary? As Jiang Chuan's heavy stone fell to the ground with a resounding thud, it stirred up clouds of dust, advancing unrelentingly towards the Sanghui Academy. The faces of the onlookers shifted as they forged ahead with a resolute gait, seemingly indifferent to all but their objective. Haha, look at his demeanor. Does he truly intend to confront me? One leader mocked, his finger pointed at Jiang Chuan, his face adorned with a sneer, as if the other were merely a jester in his presence, brazenly boasting. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through, carrying a chilling air that stirred the atmosphere. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, capturing the attention of the crowd, its significance lingering in the air, leaving many in contemplative silence. In the next moment, wails pierced the surroundings, not from Jiang Chuan, but from the captain of the Sanghui Academy, who cried out in desperation. The scene was drenched in blood, a severed index finger lying starkly on the ground. What? How audacious! A spirited female student from Sanghui Academy stepped forward, her chest puffed out as she approached boldly. With a gentle stomp of her right foot, she summoned her martial spirit, her flowing purple attire shimmering with radiant light, her aura ascending as if she were transcending into another realm. Bluebird, manifest. Activate your martial spirits, she declared, unfazed by the Shrek Academy group, who were unable to wield their martial spirits or soul power. Clearly, they required a lesson. A burly man from Sanghui Academy stepped forth, his fists clenched tightly as he summoned the power of wind and sand, channeling it through his fingers. His arms enveloped in a thick layer of energy that exuded a sense of aggressive power. Then a melodious sound resonated, akin to a symphony of piano keys being struck in unison, filling the air with enchanting notes. Dozens of soul rings ignited, even the weakest among them being a great soul master. To the ordinary observer, they appeared as celestial beings descending from the heavens, yet to Jiang Chuan, they were but fragile remnants, easily dispatched as one would a mere chicken. Now, the lesson at hand was a practical exercise, devoid of martial spirits or soul power. Watch closely. Chapter 66, The Rise of Malevolent Flames. A practical exercise without martial spirits? You must be jesting. The burly man laughed heartily, his large Sanghui Academy emblem shaking with mirth, tendrils of brown soul power swirling around him, amplifying his presence. In this realm, such outrageous claims would never be uttered without a significant disparity in soul power. Yet the audacity of his opponent left him incredulous, evoking laughter. But in the next heartbeat, a sudden silence fell. The man felt an overwhelming force strike his abdomen, and before he knew it, he was nearly knocked unconscious by this tremendous blow. With a thunderous crash, he fell to the ground, a metallic taste of blood lingering in his throat, a clear indication that his internal organs had suffered grievous harm, causing him to spit out clots of blood. His martial spirit was extinguished along with it, and his soul rings dissipated into nothingness. He did not even have time to let out a cry of anguish before succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers from Sanghui Academy were struck with astonishment. Their faces contorted in disbelief as they turned to Jiang Chuan, filled with suspicion. The man who had just fallen was a remarkable talent within their academy, possessing a soul power level of 32 at such a young age, adorned with soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple, indicating exceptional potential. Yet, this alone did not fully convey the strength he bore. With a 32 level, 3-ring auxiliary martial spirit, he had absolute defensive capabilities, capable of holding his own even against teachers. The sight of him being felled by a single punch from Jiang Chuan was utterly unfathomable. It was impossible. This could not be happening. And Mo Tai possessed 32 levels of soul power, while this young boy could at most have a mere evaluation level of soul power. How could he have knocked Mo Tai unconscious with 1 blow? A female student stepped back repeatedly, her expression not one of shock but rather confusion. In her mind, her senior was invincible, at the very least unbreakable. How could he be sent flying by a single punch? Ha ha ha! Ma Hongjun sprang up from the ground, bursting into laughter as he pointed a swollen right finger at the female student's nose. Is what you call fearlessness merely ignorance? The power of teacher Jiang Chuan is not something you can comprehend. Seeing Jiang Chuan effortlessly overpower the crowd and injure 2 of their own, particularly their bitter rivals at Sanghui Academy, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of satisfaction within. He even shamelessly laughed out loud. Observing his bravado, Ning Rongrong and others joined in, stifling their laughter. Dai Mubai relaxed his tightly clenched fists, a slight smile gracing his lips. Witnessing the fat boy take a beating, and knowing he was at least from Shrek Academy, he harbored some resentment, but felt a sense of relief seeing their adversaries falter under Jiang Chuan's might. Why don't you hurry and leave? Tang San's expression darkened as he spoke in a threatening tone, his pupils shimmering with a hint of purple light. Flecked with stars, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was a sight that sent a chill through the hearts of the students from Sanghui Academy, causing some to instinctively take a step back, their resolve wavering. Do not believe him. These individuals must have employed some nefarious tactics to harm Senior Mo Tai. Otherwise, how could such an event transpire? The female disciple feigned calmness, gritting her teeth as she retorted. A sudden chill enveloped the air, leaving only echoes in the surroundings. In that moment, a palpable aura of menace filled the atmosphere. Oscar sneered derisively, his expression morphing into one of malicious delight. Mao Nujun stifled Alaf, as if to suggest that their lives were on the brink of conclusion. Instead of seizing the opportunity to escape from this place during the momentary control they had, they continued to bicker and contest Jiang Chuan's power. This was not merely a display of disbelief in Jiang Chuan. It was akin to digging a grave for themselves, further entrenching their own demise. To challenge the latter's limits so brazenly, one could only fear the repercussions that would inevitably follow. Indeed, Jiang Chuan clenched his right fist and mercilessly struck the female student in the abdomen with a resounding slap. The impact reverberated, unleashing a wave of force that enveloped the air in swirling smoke. The female student's internal organs were severely damaged, her body left in a gruesome state, rendering her almost unrecognizable. In a more dramatic turn, she was propelled into the air, landing in a parabolic arc upon a tree 100 meters away, whereupon the immense force snapped a branch, causing her to crash heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Was this a jest? Lu Ruochi could hardly fathom that the opponent's might was so overwhelming that she could not even withstand a single blow. What kind of absurdity was this? Although she was not a defensive-type spirit master, her soul power was at level 35. The difference of a single level in soul power was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. How could she possibly resist such a punch? Who was this individual endowed with such formidable strength? I have never seen him before, nor have I heard of his name. The student from Sanghui Academy, still rooted in place, clutched his head and shouted in a frenzy. Even more astonishingly, he rubbed his eyes, as if mistakenly believing he was still trapped in an illusion. Not only he, but even the remaining female student trembled in fear, reluctant to approach. The sight of Jiang Chuan in such a fearsome state was akin to encountering a malevolent spirit, leaving her utterly petrified. The two exchanged glances, if not now, then when. With Jiang Chuan radiating such a solitary, fearsome aura, they dared not linger. Even the injured students from Sanghui Academy had no time to offer assistance. A portly boy with a mohawk of crimson hair leaned in, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin, and asked in a mischievous tone, "Teacher Jiang Chuan, what should we do about these students from Sanghui Academy? What else can we do? They must be taught a lesson for their audacity to humiliate us while we were off guard." if it weren't for teacher Jiang Chuan's presence. Who knows what might have transpired? Dai Mubai retorted angrily, advancing toward the students of Shanghai Academy. Ning Rongrong approached, her eyes gleaming with approval, her expression seemingly affirming that her judgment was indeed astute. Not so fast, big brother Dai. Ma Hongjun raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eye. I was referring to that female studentess appearance. She is quite exquisite. If I were to search outside, I doubt I could find someone so captivating, even for a price. Teacher Jiang Chuan, considering how hard we've been working, shouldn't we take a day off to enjoy ourselves before resuming this devilish training? Are you out of your mind? Do you dare speak like that in front of teacher Jiang Chuan? Are you possessed by some lewd spirit? Oscar admonished, nudging Ma Hongjun with his elbow, signaling him to refrain from further reckless remarks. Chapter 67. The Mystery of the Soul Bone. At this moment, the demands put forth by Ma Hongjun were truly astonishing, akin to challenging Jiang Chuan's limits in the gaze of the onlookers. The latter merely chuckled softly and approached with a measured pace, gently patting Ma Hongjun's heavy, burdened shoulder twice before revealing a warm smile. It seems I have underestimated your fervor. I did not anticipate it had escalated to this extent, lingering in your thoughts. In light of this, Ma Hongjun shall bear an additional 50 pounds. Tang San had foreseen the gravity of the situation, but was taken aback by Jiang Chuan's even harsher measures, which struck like a thunderous blow. At this rate, it would be a wonder if Ma Hongjun did not collapse under the strain. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's expression twisted into a grimace more grotesque than tears, as if he were on the verge of prostrating before Jiang Chuan. Xiaowu could hardly conceal her delight, wiping the sweat from her brow and gasping for breath. This cannot continue, teacher Jiang Chuan. At this rate, we shall all be rendered useless. By then, not only will we fail to become advanced soul masters, but we may struggle to keep our limbs intact, Ma Hongjun pleaded. Before he could finish, Jiang Chuan continued to bear the stubborn stone upon his back, slightly tilting his head and delivering a shocking pronouncement to Ma Hongjun with an impassive expression. An additional 500 miles to the journey. Day and night of relentless training ensued. The members of Shrek were utterly exhausted, gasping for air. After a full month, they had endured inhuman torment, unable to stand upright. Particularly, Ma Hongjun had ceased any mention of his fervor. After 2 days of sleep, the group finally regained their senses. They had not anticipated that the typically gentle Jiang Chuan would train them with such ferocity, instilling a profound sense of dread within them. The mere sound of Jiang Chuan's commands would instantly alert them. These little monsters have truly withstood it. This grueling training, which I never experienced myself, will surely lead them to achievements that will rival our own, Flender remarked, pushing up his glasses with a hand. Their potential is beyond my comprehension. Flender the old ghost felt trepidation just watching, fearing for their lives, Zhao Wuji admitted, recalling a particularly harrowing incident involving Shanghai Academy, where Ma Hongjun had nearly met his demise. You should count yourselves fortunate. It is estimated that last night, these little monsters experienced a significant increase in their soul power, with even Oscar and Tang San reaching an impressive level 29. This is a remarkable outcome of Jiang Chuan's training. Indeed, Yu Xiaogang, holding a thick black wallet, furrowed his brow in disbelief. What? Is it truly that terrifying? Flander's mouth slightly agape. He cast a curious glance at Jiang Chuan, his expression reflecting a myriad of emotions. Yu Xiaogang refrained from elaborating. The advantages of this rigorous training extended far beyond the surface. In fact, the resilience these students would develop in absorbing soul rings would be formidable. Although subtle and imperceptible, such potential is beyond the grasp of the ordinary, akin to the rarity of acquiring a soul bone. Yet, Jiang Chuan's training achieved precisely that. Should Tang San and his companions overhear this, their expressions would undoubtedly darken. For it is a lamentable circumstance. The soul power has been forcibly extracted by Jiang Chuan, leaving their bodies on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, after enduring relentless toil day and night, they have concluded the first phase of their trials. Currently, after a brief respite of 3 days, not a time for relaxation, but rather a necessity, as 2 students have reached level 29, we must venture into the Stardow Forest to procure 2 soul rings. As Jiang Chuan spoke, the air was immediately filled with jubilant cheers. For them, the opportunity to enter the Starry Forest without undergoing training was a privilege beyond measure, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold better. However, after capturing the soul rings, we, the Shrek, shall engage in practical combat training, with you as my sparring partners, Jiang Chuan stated in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in stunned silence, as if struck by an overwhelming blow, unable to process the gravity of the situation. Very well, let us set forth now, led by Jiang Chuan and Zhao Wuji. Flander waved his hand, anticipating your results with a hearty laugh. As Jiang Chuan prepared to embark on his journey, he aimed to seize the opportunity to acquire the fourth soul ring and ascend to the status of a four-ring soul master. Yu Xiaogang placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Chuan's shoulder, stating, the choice of which soul ring to pursue rests solely with you. It is not necessary for it to be the most suitable. As long as it falls within their capacity for absorption and poses no danger, it will suffice. Yu Xiaogang's message was clear. He was concerned that Jiang Chuan might exceed the absorption limits typical of soul master students, which could lead to dire consequences. History had seen instances where soul masters, in their pursuit of higher-level soul rings, met with fatal outcomes. Jiang Chuan nodded slightly. The choice of soul rings for the students was their own prerogative. As for the duration of the soul rings, he had no particular criteria for judgment. Whether one absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring or not made little difference to him, as he was accustomed to such soul rings, rendering the years of their existence almost inconsequential to him. Observing Jiang Chuan's demeanor, Yu Xiaogang felt a pang of concern, uncertain whether his words were comprehended by the extraordinary individual before him, whose capabilities far surpassed common comprehension. Rest assured, master, I shall provide insights for our little monsters from behind, Zhao Wuji said with a warm smile, casting a reassuring glance as he accompanied Jiang Chuan. The task of acquiring soul rings was straightforward this time, with the Shrek team organizing themselves while teacher Zhao ensured safety and managed any unforeseen circumstances. As for me, I would refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Chuan, swift and decisive, leaped with such speed that he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. This speed, how is it even possible? Ma Hongjun was left astounded, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. You all claim that teacher Jiang Chuan possesses a second martial soul, an ultimate flying-type weapon soul, and I believe it. But with this speed, why do I feel that even teacher Flinder couldn't catch up with him? Ma Hongjun's exclamation sent a shiver through the crowd as they turned their attention to Jiang Chuan's receding white figure, their eyes widening in disbelief. This matter, perhaps only teacher Zhao is privy to, Tang San remarked meaningfully. His words held weight, for estimating from the perspective of a soul sage. It was evident that Jiang Chuan's speed was beyond ordinary comprehension. This speed, I fear, even the old demon Flinder cannot match. I must concede, Zhao Wuji said, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. What could account for Jiang Chuan's incredible velocity? I have rarely witnessed such a phenomenon. Could it be attributed to a soul bone? The term soul bone rolled off Zhao Wuji's tongue with gravity. In chapter 68, The Envious Dean, the mention of soul bones was unfamiliar to most. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong experienced a jolt at the very notion. Many soul masters were likely unaware of such a concept. Some had perhaps never even heard of it. Yet, the higher one ascended within the ranks of soul masters, the clearer the significance of soul bones became. Soul bones originate from soul beasts, with a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of acquisition. Attaining a millennium soul bone was already considered a family treasure worthy of inheritance, let alone those over 10,000 years old, or even 50 or 60,000. Beyond that, such acquisitions became a matter of legend, for no one had ever laid eyes on them. If Jiang Chuan truly possessed a soul bone, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded. The rarity and value of a soul bone transcended monetary measurement. Even as heirs of prestigious sects or royal lineages, none among them could claim a soul bone for themselves. Ning Rongrong bit her finger in disbelief, exclaiming, "Goodness, the value of soul bone is sufficient to drive soul masters into madness." Even the title Douluo, my grandfather Jian and grandfather Gu, have long coveted them, yet they have no means to obtain them, nor do they even know how to acquire such treasures. According to my father, soul bones depend on serendipity and one's own strength. It is rumored that the Hao Qianduo possessed 2 soul bones, enabling him to battle beyond his level, even contesting against the spirit hall. As she spoke, a look of yearning crossed Ning Rongrong's face, and she slightly raised her head, gazing into the heavens. In that moment, Tang San felt a sudden pang in his heart as the name Hao Qianduo flashed in his mind. Rongrong, he paused, carefully organizing his thoughts before continuing. How do you know that the Hao Qianduo possessed 2 soul bones and fought against the spirit hall? Ning Rongrong replied resolutely. Hands firmly placed on her hips, these are all words from my father. I'm not fully aware of the specifics, but I believe my father would not deceive me, nor would he offer vague answers. What he says is undoubtedly the truth. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention Ning Fingji, the group fell silent. the conversation abruptly halting as they sank into deep contemplation. Zhao Wujia rubbed his forehead and turned slightly. These extraordinary youngsters not only boasted formidable strength, but also possessed terrifying potential. Their backgrounds alone could eclipse any faction within the Douluo Continent. Given time, they might well surpass the previous generation. He harbored a vague sense that under Jiang Chuan's guidance, Shrek might cultivate 7 titled Douluo. Of course, Jiang Chuan was an anomaly. He was not merely a prodigy among prodigies, but a true demon among monsters. Zhao Wujia found it nearly impossible to gauge the potential of his counterpart, feeling that for Jiang Chuan, becoming a titled Douluo was merely the beginning. With this thought, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but let out a long sigh, followed by a chuckle. He had once served alongside Jiang Chuan as a teacher at Shrek Academy. Should Jiang Chuan rise in prominence, he would surely bask in reflected glory. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he turned to Dai Mubai and He Sheng, commanding, "Mubai, lead the Shrek students in the Stardow Forest," striving to catch up to teacher Jiang Chuan. This will also serve as a test of your speed. Remember, do not pursue relentlessly. Otherwise, your stamina will deplete rapidly. And Shrek Academy cannot afford the luxury of horse-drawn carriage fares. With his instructions concluded, Zhao Wujia propelled himself forward like a cannonball, enveloped in a cloud of dust, racing towards the horizon. Watching the two depart, a wry smile crept across his face as he turned to Tang San, saying, "Alas, Xiao San, as a control-type soul master, it falls upon you to arrange our formation. Both teachers are disinclined to manage us unless danger arises. Thus, the strategy is yours to decide." The crowd cast their gazes towards him. Apart from Jiang Chuan, the only person they trusted was Tang San. Without hesitation, Tang San responded, "Since everyone has faith in me, I shall speak. Given the current circumstances, we have yet to enter the Stardow Forest. Thus, there is no need for a formation to control the danger level. Our primary objective should be speed. Dai Lao will lead the way, I will position myself on the right flank, and the rest will form a single line, utilizing our utmost strength to reach the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. We shall then adapt our formation based on the situation at hand." Tang San's thoughts were meticulous. Throughout his life, he embraced the philosophy of responding to change with consistency and vice versa. It was this ideology that allowed him to navigate the Douluo world with ease. One cannot deny that Tang San's eventual ascendance to divinity was inexorably linked to his inherent caution. However, his prudence was not born of indecision. Rather, it was the deliberate choice of what was most suitable and significant in the moment. Such masculine brilliance naturally captivated Xiao Wu and the others. Yet fortuitously, there appeared before him the extraordinary Jiang Chuan, who eclipsed all of Tang San's radiance, leaving no trace behind. Once Tang San made his decision, everyone nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to follow his lead. With a series of swift movements, figures leapt into action, akin to arrows released from a bow. Inside Shrek Academy, Xiaogang, "Are you certain you do not wish to join? You must understand that when it comes to the selection of spirit rings, this is your forte. Without your input, it could easily lead the students to develop an obsession with spirit rings." Flender raised his hand. "I understand what you wish to convey. If we solely rely on Jiang Chuan's account, I still feel a sense of uncertainty. Coupled with your insights, wouldn't that provide a more stable approach? You must carefully consider. Oscar, you are a rare food-type spirit master with immense potential, possessing a spirit power of 39 at such a young age. Within the entire Shrek Academy, you are among the elite. If we were to lose such a talented spirit master, we would truly become pariahs within the spirit master community." Flender spoke earnestly, patting Xiao Gang on the shoulder, continuing his discourse. Hearing this, Xiao Gang resolutely shook his head, adopting a didactic tone. "You see, you are unaware of spirit rings. I can unequivocally state that during the selection of spirit rings, one must not cause disruption. Such interference can not only disturb the spirit master's absorption, but may also lead to errors in spirit ring selection. Xiao Gang, your choices always carry weight, and your arguments are convincing. Perhaps in the matter of spirit rings, I fear I may never surpass you," Flender remarked with a tinge of envy, his words pointedly directed towards Lu Erlong. His feelings for Lu Erlong had only grown with each passing day. Chapter 69. Farewell, Shopkeeper. Yet, it remains a bittersweet secret, buried deep within the heart. Whenever thoughts of Lu Erlong arise, Flander cannot help but feel a restless yearning. At the same time, he finds himself lowering his gaze. Perhaps it is that which is unattainable that holds the most beauty. Lu Erlong may indeed be the one who most appreciates Yu Xiaogang's intellect. Contemplating this, Flander lets out a long sigh, shaking his head slightly. At least in this regard, he will never measure up to Yu Xiaogang. Ironically, the two share a blood relation. Otherwise, they might be considered lovers destined to be together. Despite Flanders' regrets, he would accept it willingly, yet alas, the two have not ascended to royalty, and Lu Erlong would undoubtedly refuse his affections. Ah, Xiaogang, Flander called out, extending his right hand to halt Yu Xiaogang's steps. Urgently addressing him, Erlong sent you an envelope a while back, seemingly entrusting some matters to you. Should he not respond? I suggest that now is not the time for such awkwardness. What of blood relations? Are they not the same in bed? If uncontrollable circumstances arise, we can address them then. After all these years, it is time to let go. Moreover, at 40, one is as fierce as a wolf. Consider your own endurance and that of Erlong. As a soul master, one cannot entirely forsake their desires. Can they? Let's not find ourselves in regret later. Flander nudged Yu Xiaogang with his elbow, raising an eyebrow in playful challenge. What of Yu Xiaogangs' fierce gaze, brow furrowed? As he turned away to scold Flander, you actually reveal my presence at Shrek to her? Look, just mentioning Erlong has set her off. The latter, rubbing his temples, adopted a lecturing tone. Thus, I informed her that Lu Erlong had entrusted me with the task of seeking you and delivering the envelope. She certainly did not know you were here. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing exhaled in relief, his heart finally settling. Flander immediately understood. If Yu Xiaojing had truly moved on, he would not be so agitated. It is a pity, this stubborn temperament. In the end, it will be difficult for Erlong to ensure her affections are not misplaced. Furthermore, from the content of the letter, it seemed to consist of greetings and words of a broad-minded nature, refreshing like a spring breeze, as if harboring a hint of romantic sentiment, though not directed specifically at them. In the tone of the writer, they had already been regarded as the best of companions. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojang's heart had drifted far away. One wonders how he will feel upon discovering this. Flander, you may respond on your own behalf. I shall not interfere further. What matters most now, Yu Xiaojang remarked with a hint of teasing, gazing upward while turning his back to Flander, taking a deep breath, is whether this group of little monsters can obtain the best soul rings. With Jiang Chuan, their combat strength need not be a concern. The real worry lies in whether they can withstand it themselves. Reassured, while acquiring a soul ring undoubtedly entails inherent risks, it remains a fortuitous endeavor. Flander echoed in harmony with his companion's sentiments. At the periphery of the Stardow Forest, a multitude of soul masters congregated in this locale, gathered at the sole available inn. Jiang Chuan's gaze momentarily sharpened, as an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the very wooden hotel he had previously destroyed. After waiting for a while, he finally saw Zhao Wuji trailing behind him, and as they awaited the arrival of Tang San and the others, the sky had already darkened, making it inevitable for them to check into the hotel. However, he did not display any dissatisfaction. After all, his speed was unparalleled. Even soul beasts might struggle to outrun him. It is worth noting that he possessed the Tsanghui dragon bone, which had existed for 100,000 years, endowed with profound heritage and remarkable swiftness, allowing him to cover vast distances in the blink of an eye. Tang San and the others were drenched in sweat, panting heavily as they clutched their chests. Their faces a mixture of panic and apprehension as they cast wary glances at Jiang Chuan, fearful of any outrageous remarks he might utter. During their grueling training, Jiang Chuan had been regarded as a formidable figure, a veritable demon in their eyes. His commands were akin to mantras, compelling them to traverse mountains and seas of fire without question. Reflecting on their prior training, they believed they had significantly improved their physical capabilities and stamina. While they did not expect to match Jiang Chuan's pace, they at least thought they would not be left gasping for breath. Yet, ironically, Jiang Chuan once again invigorated their senses. His demeanor suggested he had been awaiting their arrival for an extended period, even indulging in oolong tea. It was not difficult to discern from Zhao Wuji's expression that he had only just arrived, his neck flushed and panting, momentarily at a loss for words. "It's you." A young man clad in simple white attire emerged from within, fortuitously locking eyes with Jiang Chuan. He was taken aback, instinctively retreating, his astonishment palpable. This visage was so familiar that even if he were to turn to ashes, he would recognize it without fail. Noticing the peculiar tension, Zhao Wuji leaned closer with his rugged visage, puzzled, and inquired, "What is the matter? Is he in fully booked? Are you gentlemen soul masters?" The young man seemed at a loss for words, hesitating for a moment, still unable to articulate his thoughts. The mere gaze of Jiang Chuan left him trembling in fear. Silence enveloped them. He had not intended to allow Jiang Chuan and his companions to stay. The prospect of causing a commotion or shattering the inn's tranquility was a risk he could not afford. "What is going on?" Zhao Wuji queried, casting a wary glance at Jiang Chuan. Do you know each other? The two displayed an undeniable connection, and from Jiang Chuan's demeanor, Zhao Wuji seemed to have surmised the situation. Rest assured, there will be no issues this time. Just allow us to take a moment to rest. Jiang Chuan offered with a reassuring glance. Also, please prepare some provisions. We must carry supplies into the Stardow Forest, as you surely understand. At the periphery of the Stardow Forest, most individuals were soul masters, eager to enter the woods in pursuit of their soul rings, often unprepared with food. The innkeeper was undoubtedly aware of their needs. Very well, very well. The innkeeper acquiesced, nodding earnestly as he passed Jiang Chuan a soul guide device that shimmered with ethereal light. I implore you, esteemed sir, as soul masters, please show us mercy and spare us. In response to the innkeeper's pleas, Jiang Chuan assured him there was no cause for concern. Thus, the group was granted accommodation. After a day of exertion, the students were famished, and Jiang Chuan's stomach growled, prompting the innkeeper to bring forth delectable dishes. The group indulged heartily, particularly Ma Hongjun, whose voracious appetite was quite a spectacle. However, Jiang Chuan offered no criticism. Hunger warranted satisfaction. Chapter 70. The Resurgence of the Azure Radiance. At a nearby desk on the right, a young man and woman sat. The woman, witnessing Ma Hongjun's gluttonous display, could not help but stifle a giggle, delicately covering her lips. Xiaoya, let's not complicate matters. Those individuals are soul masters. Despite their youthful appearance, their spirit power rivals my own. We have come to the Stardow Forest solely to assist you in acquiring your soul ring. There is no need to involve ourselves in unnecessary affairs. The man wrapped his right hand against the table, adopting a didactic tone as he admonished Xiaoya. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted after a long day of travel. The jolting of the carriage has left my back aching. The foremost female student, clad in a crimson robe, consented to open the wooden door, rubbing her shoulders with an expression of palpable impatience. Junior sister, your senior brother can help relieve your tension. The man smiled broadly, leaning closer to her, his hands intentionally brushing against her sensitive areas. The girl, however, did not seem displeased. Instead, her autumn-like eyes rolled momentarily. Heavens! As she turned her gaze, she was confronted by the imposing figure of Ma Hongjun, causing her to stumble back in shock. She quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Is this the amount of food a person can consume?" Following closely behind were other students, all adorned in red garments emblazoned with the emblem of Shanghai Academy, led by a middle-aged man wearing glasses that reflected the light. Host, what are you waiting for? Can't you see who we are? Quickly bring forth the finest food and drink. This shout came from a student of Shanghai Academy, who tilted his head back and plopped down onto a wooden chair, grinning at Ma Hongjun. Is this a pig? It seems he hasn't eaten in ages, ha ha ha. As the students settled in, those behind him followed suit, their eyes drawn to Ma Hongjun. A middle-aged man, also wearing reflective glasses, sighed and took a seat beside him. Teacher Yi, please eat first. A female student poured a cup of tea for Yi Zhiqiu, bringing it to his lips, and then offered him a chicken leg. Yes, after you finish eating, rest quickly. Tomorrow, we must venture into the Stardow Forest to hunt for spirit rings. Prior to that, do not stir up trouble. Of course not, teacher. The female student replied gently, waving her hand dismissively. What about that last incident? You must remember the disgrace of Shanghai Academy. With a previous batch of your seniors, all lost their lives. Have you forgotten so soon? I even lost both my arms due to unnecessary conflict, Yi Zhiqiu emphasized. Remember, a sudden chill swept through the air. The students of Shanghai Academy nodded in agreement, their expressions indicating compliance, yet their hearts held no sentiment. The previous generation of students had faltered due to their lack of capability. They, however, were different, having achieved over level 20 in spirit power by their teenage years. They were among the elite of the Douluo Continent, and their teamwork far surpassed that of their predecessors. Though they addressed Yi Zhiqiu as their teacher, they had already diminished his stature in their hearts. What qualifications did a man who had lost both arms possess to speak so boldly before them? To speak candidly, Yi Zhiqiu's wife is rather commendable. Several students have taken a great liking to her, and as their soul power continues to grow, this teacher will no longer merely be a teacher. Very well, teacher. Seeing that Yi Zhiqiu has yet to finish her words, one of her students interjected. We are aware of the gravity of the situation. The journey has been arduous, and since you have accompanied us, we have arranged for a few rooms at the inn. Please, rest and take your repose, while I, as the captain, shall handle the remaining matters. Another voice chimed in, interrupting the conversation. Innkeeper, please bring me 10 more baskets of dumplings and 8 chicken legs. And do ensure there is ample broth. I can hardly fill my stomach otherwise. This remark from Ma Hongjun elicited laughter from the crowd, particularly the students from Tsanghui Academy, who could not contain their mirth. Ha ha ha, is he a pig? Those lion dragon dumplings could sustain me for 5 days. One male student from Tsanghui Academy exclaimed, doubled over with laughter. A female student followed suit. Huh. What is even more amusing is the 8 chicken legs. That S no longer just a pig. His appetite rivals that of an adult soul beast. I fear he might burst any moment now. The boisterous laughter from Tsanghui Academy reverberated throughout the inn. Upon hearing such remarks, the Shrek students turned to gaze at their counterparts from Tsanghui Academy. The fierce competition in the realm of souls was nothing new, but such brazen provocation was intolerable for Ma Hongjun and his companions. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in cheerful conversation about their previous training, but now their expressions hardened, their auras intensifying with an imposing presence. Dai Mubai, known for his fiery temper, could hardly contain his displeasure at the mockery directed at Ma Hongjun's appetite. Xuanji, too, wore an expression of indignation as she retorted. Is this the extent of the cultivation one possesses as a soul master? Truly, Tsanghui Academy is well versed in ridicule. Instead of wasting time here, perhaps you should devote yourselves to enhancing your soul power or expanding your intellect through study. Ning Rongrong added with a sarcastic tone. Humph. Just seeing the students of Tsanghui Academy irks me. What a bunch of timid turtles from second-rate school. Ma Hongjun, with his own fiery spirit, raised his voice in response. The words exchanged by Shrek's students were enough to incite the ire of those from Tsanghui Academy. Who do you think you are? Daring to call Tsanghui Academy a second-rate institution? Have you completely lost your senses? Are you unaware that Tsanghui Academy is affiliated with the Royal Heavenly Academy? It stands as a prestigious mid-level soul master academy in Soto City. You are courting death. The female student, filled with indignation, retorted with a resounding bang. Upon witnessing this, the male students were equally incensed, gritting their teeth in frustration. Just look at this rotund fellow. He is clearly here to provoke. Not only does he lack worldly experience, but he also dares to speak so brazenly. It's simply courting disaster. Sister Na, let us refrain from further words and allow them to witness the prowess of Zhang Hui. Indeed, another man, with his forehead raised in defiance, charged forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ma Hongjun's nostrils. I have long found this portly individual unpleasant. Allow me to teach him a lesson, branding the name of our academy, Tsanghui, upon his visage. Ha ha ha! The crowd erupted in laughter, their fury momentarily dissipated. Chapter 71, A Fortuitous Encounter. Hearing the insults hurled by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai towards Tsanghui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu could hardly contain his anger. He raised his brow and confronted the assembly. Which academy do you belong to that you dare to insult us to our faces? Such ignorance is tantamount to courting death. Oof. Ma Hongjun crossed his arms, puffing out his swollen belly, dismissing the challenge with a scoff, embodying a sense of disdain. What does a mere Tsanghui Academy have to boast about? Dai Mubai felt a surge of dissatisfaction as Tang San caught sight of Yi Zhiqiu. He was suddenly struck with a sense of familiarity. It felt as though he had encountered this middle-aged man before. He recalled a night spent at the Rose Hotel while traveling from Notting City to Soto City to enroll in Shrek Academy, where he had indeed crossed paths with this distinctly recognizable figure. His features were unmistakable, albeit somewhat disheveled, with a pair of glaring white spectacles and a notably diminutive stature. Most importantly, he was marked by the absence of both arms. Yes, the severed arms. Jiang Chuan has made a decision. To this day, I can still recall that this individual seemed to have been punished by Jiang Chuan, even having his arms severed as a consequence. The latter furrowed his brow, recognizing Tang San as somewhat familiar, yet unable to pinpoint where he had encountered him. Unable to reach an agreement, the female student clad in the attire of Tsanghui Academy shrugged her shoulders and scoffed. Let us settle this based on strength. Woohoo in possession. With that battle cry, the students behind her from Tsanghui Academy echoed her sentiments, their voices resounding throughout the tavern. In an instant, the establishment was once again filled with a tumultuous surge of soul power, an overwhelming aura that could rattle one's very soul. The proprietor's expression darkened upon witnessing the scene. Very well, since you initiated this confrontation, do not blame us later if you find yourselves in dire straits. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily. How could this group of Tsanghui Academy be compared to us? His words were pointed, under Jiang Chuan's devilish trials. Their physiques had long since become extraordinary, while it could not be said that they could battle beyond their ranks. Overwhelming these Tsanghui students was as effortless as a mere flick of a wrist. Observing the Shrek students exuding confidence, Yi Zhiqiu's attention was piqued. Why does that figure seem somewhat familiar? He displayed a glimmer of shrewdness, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. That silhouette. Before him stood a youthful boy with a slightly immature complexion, engrossed in his meal. Once Yi Zhiqiu discerned the boy's face, his heart raced, and he gasped in shock, paralyzed by disbelief. This, Yi Zhiqiu stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. That visage haunted him like a nightmare, an indelible fear that sent shivers down his spine whenever recalled. Jiang Chuan, sensing the commotion, lifted his gaze and furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. You? Who are you? Your Excellency. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the young man replied, kneeling before Jiang Chuan with an expression of earnest supplication, his voice quivering slightly. I never anticipated encountering you here today. Are you also heading to the Star Dogray Forest? Wherever you require assistance, I, Yi Zhiqiu, shall serve you to the best of my abilities. Ah, so, it is you, Yi Zhiqiu, teacher Yi? Jiang Chuan rose, wiping his mouth. I wondered which academy was so audacious. It turns out to be Tsanghui Academy. As for what you intend to do with these 7 students, I am indifferent. However, one of your students just spoke in an insolent manner. When Jiang Chuan uttered these words, Yi Zhiqiu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Jiang Chuan's temperament is akin to a hair trigger, devoid of any semblance of tolerance. Those who dare to offend him are doomed without exception. This very nature instills profound trepidation in Yi Zhiqiu. Across the expanse of Douluo Continent, one has seldom encountered such a person. His presence incites anger, yet stifles speech. My lord, they are but children, prone to speaking without thought. I implore your leniency. They are the most formidable group of soul masters from Tsanghui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu remarked, immediately regretting his words as he met Jiang Chuan's gaze, where he discerned a flicker of icy light. Since they are the most exceptional students of Tsanghui Academy, it is imperative that they undergo rigorous training. A gem must be polished to shine. Would you not agree? Jiang Chuan raised his right fist. Furthermore, does being a genius grant one the liberty to slander others, especially in my presence? If your students possess such confidence, allow me to witness the depth of Tsanghui Academy's legacy. Why are you being so courteous to him, teacher Yi? He is but a brash upstart, audaciously claiming enmity against us. How laughable. The leading female student cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chuan, as if to insult her own vision, shaking her head mockingly. You appear to be of similar age. How formidable can your soul power truly be? Perhaps you are merely a pretender, and as for backgrounds, we fear none. Indeed, a mere pup daring to obstruct a carriage, unaware of the vastness of the skies. Let Tsanghui Academy teach him what it truly means to be strong. Upon hearing the remarks from Tsanghui Academy, the Shrek team, led by Dai Mu Bai, retreated to the sidelines, whispering amongst themselves, soon bursting into laughter. Ma Hongjuan's reaction was particularly exaggerated as he pointed at a female student from Tsanghui Academy, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Enough, little brat. You are utterly outrageous. The youth, radiating a vibrant green glow, lunged forward, his claws converging around a yellow soul ring that danced between his arms, his strength surging as the green wind swept toward Ma Hongjuan's forehead. Your mouth is insufferable, and I feel compelled to tear you apart. Ha! Are you not going to unleash your martial soul? Surely my first soul ring has rendered you speechless. This is a 100-year martial soul, and I have long warned you. A mere pretender stands no chance against us. My lord, your establishment is on the brink of tears. Another robbery awaits. Yet Ma Hongjun remained steadfast. They all understood that once Jiang Chuan made his move, no one was permitted to interfere. Not only out of respect for Jiang Chuan, but also in accordance with the customs of Douluo Continent. Jiang Chuan appears to be an ordinary person, harmless to both humans and animals. However, once he takes action, it inevitably results in either death or injury. The principles established by Jiang Chuan evoke a sense of humility and trepidation, rendering them untouchable. Chapter 72. The Primal Bloodline. Tang San and his companions are acutely aware that any altercation with the students of Tsanghui Academy will elicit no response from Jiang Chuan. Their sole objective is to secure the wages allocated by Shrek Academy, nothing more. It would be unjust to label Jiang Chuan as unfeeling. Rather, the opposing party is devoid of any notion of camaraderie. Within Shrek, they are even bestowed with a title that is neither Shura nor Evil Eye, but rather the dread-inducing Yama. Indeed, they're truly deserving of such a moniker. Jiang Chuan's grievances are evident. He merely sought to impart knowledge through the golden soul coin. However, when Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun turned their attention to the dejected Yi Zhiqiu, their amusement dissipated. The demeanor of their companion suggested a familiarity with Jiang Chuan, hinting at a deeper connection. Yet why did this soul master appear so submissive? According to the students of Songhui Academy, he was referred to as Teacher Yi Zhiqiu. Given his position as an instructor at Songhui Academy, entrusted with the education of its most formidable students, it could be surmised that his soul power was considerable. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were unaware of Jiang Chuan's true strength. He had reached a point where he could contend on equal footing with Liu Xiaogang, a formidable soul emperor of the 63rd rank from Shrek Academy. Although he had relied on the power of the demon blade, Qianren, time had passed, and considering Jiang Chuan's rapid advancement in cultivation, he had likely surpassed that level. Even without external aid, he could engage in combat at the 63rd level. Could it be that this Yi Zhiqiu had also faced the pressure of Jiang Chuan? And what was the story behind his severed arms? Such thoughts inevitably led to speculation. You are not my enemy. Ma Hongjun wisely retreated, evading the green wind disc wielded by the other. He understood that Jiang Chuan would not come to his aid and could only rely on his own speed to escape. However, he was taken aback as the student lacked the swiftness to even graze his clothing. Ha! I mentioned that there are no students here. With your strength and the wedding, whether it be a century or even a millennium of soul rings, it would be futile to inflict even a scratch on our teacher Jiang Chuan. It would be best not to humiliate yourself further, Ma Hongjun scoffed. What did self-humiliation mean? There was clearly no basis for comparison. Dai Mubai slightly tilted his head. At the moment he acted, he should have implored teacher Jiang Chuan to restrain his power, lest he be met with a forceful punch that could easily break him. What a joke. Jiang Chuan is capable of vanquishing a multitude of Shrek Academy students effortlessly, easily overpowering the members of Songhui Academy without a hint of surprise. How foolishly unaware they are, boasting here. His first soul skill, Poison Extinguishing Skywolf, manifests as he spreads his palms, summoning a swirling wind imbued with a shimmering green radiance, highlighted by a striking yellow soul ring. With a swift motion, it expands 3 meters away. Tendrils of soul power intertwining and coiling around one another. Boom! The air reverberates with a thunderous explosion, shattering the surrounding tables and chairs into fragments. Before the battle commences, Jiang Chuan steps forward, and with a crack, the black soul ring resonates like the striking of piano keys, producing a melodic chime. This terrifying aura envelopes the entire hotel, as if a colossal weight has settled in everyone's chest, rendering them breathless and suffocated. The immense green wind disk, even before making contact with the black soul ring, disintegrates into nothingness, sending the male students soaring like a projectile, crashing through the wooden structure and tumbling into the courtyard, producing a resounding crash. Impossible. A black soul ring? Why does his soul ring possess such a hue? How can this be? In an instant, a thick haze shrouds the brows of all present. Confusion reigns as they fixate on the black soul ring, their gazes immobilized. Yi Zhiqiu grits his teeth, the haunting shadow of the black soul ring resurfacing in his mind. Only he comprehends the reality. This is no illusion. Judging by the power and velocity, this truly embodies the essence of 10,000 years. This is the very source of Yi Zhiqiu's astonishment. Who on earth is this young man? Very well, I shall graciously grant you a passage. Jiang Chuan bellows, primal bloodline. Instantly, a golden light erupts forth like a tidal wave, dazzling and blinding, enveloping the entire restaurant in its brilliance. A surge of immense force propels the members of Songhui Academy outward without hesitation. What? In that moment, my martial spirit embodiment has been obliterated? How can this be? This power, though we are the same age, why is there such a vast disparity between us? The fiery sparrow behind the girl dissipates, and even her 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings fade from existence, their presence diminished. Cough. The male student clutches his chest, his complexion ashen, desperately suppressing the crimson surge in his throat, but ultimately succumbs, coughing violently. He narrowly escaped a blood-soaked demise. What terrifying power! This can no longer be classified as mere soul power. How could soul power possess such ferocity? Could he possibly be a formidable assault-type martial spirit? The female student hoarsely exclaimed, "My strength has been utterly restrained. I cannot even manifest my martial spirit. How could this be? I understand now. This is an absolute suppression stemming from the martial spirit itself. In the face of such power from my opponent, we find ourselves with no room for resistance. Who on earth is he?" Jiang Chuan leisurely stepped out from the hotel entrance, his gaze calmly surveying the fallen students of Tsanhui Academy. Is this truly the so-called strongest generation? Is this what Tsanhui Academy stands for? Is this the essence of young soul masters? They are all nothing but worthless. Why are they so easily defeated? I have yet to exert any real effort. Jiang Chuan exhibited no signs of arrogance. He merely spoke the truth. Nothing more. The shopkeeper emerged, casting a grateful glance towards Jiang Chuan. A black soul ring? Jiang Chuan raised his right hand, upon which lingered a jet-black soul ring, exuding a crystalline shimmer that captivated onlookers. The air was filled with a continuous, melodious chiming, possessing an almost insidious power to ensnare hearts. If one were to assess its strength, his soul ring would indeed be the feeblest. The ancient bloodline, the 1,000 blades of the demon sword, and the Emperor's bell were formidable weapons, capable of vanquishing hundreds with a single strike, leaving desolation in their wake. Their might rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Haotian hammer. In the future, should he acquire a soul ring, it was likely to redefine the title of the strongest weapon spirit in the Douluo Continent. In contrast, a 10,000-year soul ring was hardly impressive. He did not boast. The disparity was stark. If you can withstand a single punch from the ancient bloodline, perhaps I might let you go, he proposed. Chapter 73, Redemption with Golden Soul Coins. To block Jiang Chuan's fist? Such a notion was laughable. The mere wave of soul power he emitted was already unbearable for them, let alone withstanding a direct blow. It was an absurdity, an impossibility. Yu Xiaogang emerged trembling, at a loss, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chuan. My lord, you vented your anger and struck. Surely this cannot be the end. They're the strongest assets of our Tsanhui Academy, and any harm to them is intolerable. Your recent display of power has already left them injured, some perhaps forever scarred. If the dean learns that these children have perished under my watch, I fear I may not survive the fallout. Furthermore, one of the students is the grandson of a senior teacher from Tsanhui Academy. Surely, my lord does not wish to invite unnecessary calamity upon yourself. You must know, he is now a soul sage. Oh, your tone suggests you are attempting to threaten me. Do you think I care for a mere soul sage? Jiang Chuan retorted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Regardless of whether you are a soul sage or a soul Douluo, you must adhere to my rules. However, I would not mind if you and your students shared the burden and attempted to withstand a punch from the ancient bloodline together. Jiang Chuan, regardless of their ability to withstand it, was merely experiencing a surge of excitement. Having possessed the ancient bloodline for so long, he had yet to unleash the true might of this singular punch. Its true ferocity remained shrouded in mystery. However, the present moment presented a perfect opportunity to demonstrate the ancient bloodline's prowess. No, please, the young lady implored, struggling to maintain her composure as she raised her head with great difficulty. She understood well what Jiang Chuan held in disdain. Any semblance of a threat was utterly unacceptable. Instead, she opted to present an enticing proposition. I merely wish to convey that should you require golden soul coins, I would be more than willing to offer you 100 or more as a token of respect. Furthermore, my brother's monthly resources could be at your disposal for your use. Jiang Chuan, with a hint of a smile, inquired, is there truly no intention of threat? Even if I grant you this opportunity, will you be able to seize it? Can you? Upon hearing these words, the female student felt as though her heart had turned to ashes. A chill enveloped her, and her mental state began to crumble. She feared that in the next moment, she would bear the brunt of Jiang Chuan's frenzied assault. The mere mention of his wedding had already inflicted severe wounds upon them. Coupled with the enigmatic Huan or the ancient bloodline he spoke of, she couldn't help but wonder whether a single blow might reduce them to mere dust. However, Jiang Chuan shifted his tone. Very well. However, I demand 1,000 golden soul coins. If that is not feasible, then there is nothing more to discuss, a firm price. Upon hearing this unexpected turn of events, the female student immediately broke into a smile. Yet, when confronted with the staggering sum of 1,000 coins, she found it difficult to bear such an outrageous demand. Nevertheless, for the sake of her safety, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. A wise choice indeed, he continued. However, if that is the case, the remaining students will find it even more challenging to withstand my ancient bloodline. I warmly welcome your offerings of golden soul coins to appease my wrath. Furthermore, any subsequent soul master seeking to preserve their existence must double the amount, 2,000 golden soul coins, a fixed price. If that is not acceptable, then there is nothing more to discuss. Jiang Chuan cast a scornful glance at them, his expression laden with disdain. It seemed that no one was willing to be the first to take a stand. Thus, let them all perish. As soon as Jiang Chuan's voice faded, a golden aura of primordial energy enveloped him, intertwining intricately and manifesting as an enigmatic rune that exuded profound complexity. No, no, no. Allow me to offer a fixed price of 2,000 soul coins. Spare me, please. Jiang Chuan applauded with enthusiasm, proclaiming, excellent. The ranks of those who stand against the primordial bloodline have once again dwindled, diminishing their chances of survival. Should you possess ample confidence, you may very well endure without expending any golden soul coins, provided you wield sufficient strength, defense, or speed to evade the onslaught of my primordial bloodline. Strangely, upon witnessing this, Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. It was an unadulterated assault that evoked no room for dissent, compelling even the most reluctant to strive for survival. Ma Hongjun, too, felt an unsettling shiver coursing through his entire being. The temperament of teacher Jiang Chuan is not merely unpleasant, it verges on the tyrannical. He is not to be trifled with. The current predicament has made the members of Shrek acutely aware that Jiang Chuan's position is untouchable, casting an indelible shadow over their hearts. Observing the disarray among the personnel of Shanghai Academy, one cannot help but wonder how they could withstand the formidable might of Jiang Chuan, especially in their prime. Given their current disunity, the challenge appears even more daunting. They find themselves in a perilous situation, where the only hope lies in offering gold soul coins to appease the crisis. Otherwise, survival may become exceedingly difficult. With gritted teeth, they collectively pledge 2,000 gold coins. I too am willing to contribute 2,000 gold soul coins. I beseech you, my lord, to spare me. I shall be eternally grateful and repay your kindness. I shall also offer 2,000 gold soul coins, a young man named Shinian declared, rising with a look of earnestness directed towards Jiang Chuan, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. If only you would release me, I assure you that I will not pursue any troubles regarding you afterward, and I shall dutifully present the gold soul coins to you. Should Jiang Chuan permit his return, he would promptly seek out Shinian. The latter boldly claimed to be unafraid even of a soul saint, a statement laden with bravado. Yet it is feared that his grandfather could extinguish him with a mere finger. For Jiang Chuan to demand gold soul coins is quite generous. It would be a stroke of fortune for the other party to merely retain his life. Jiang Chuan is not a fool. This grandson of the current era is certainly not to be underestimated. He is as cunning as his grandfather, and this particular medicine is exceptionally challenging. There may have been some misunderstanding. What I mean is a sequential increase. If the previous individual offers 2,000 golden soul coins, the next must present 3,000. As the younger generation of Shanghai Academy, the strongest among their ranks, how could they possibly lack even a handful of golden soul coins? With your esteemed identities, such prowess, and formidable soul power, surely the people of Shanghai Academy could procure golden soul coins to redeem you. Am I not correct? Therefore, it would be unwise to wear such troubled expressions. Jiang Chuan shrugged and remarked, let's see who among you is willing to offer these 3,000 golden soul coins. If we were to accumulate 4,000, I fear you may find that quite burdensome. This is outrageous. There are even those who would sow discord. However, Jiang Chuan held no regard for such tactics. He merely relished the sight of their grimaces, which brought him immense satisfaction. Chapter 74, Collecting Payment. My dear sir, each person is expected to utilize over 1,000 golden soul coins, not to mention that we are still young. Even if our families possess sufficient golden soul coins, it would be impossible to present them in their entirety. If the last individual were to contribute nearly 10,000 golden soul coins, then the youth fell silent, staring blankly at Jiang Chuan, seemingly at a loss for words. I implore you, sir, show us mercy. We never intended to offend, and we hope for your understanding. Jiang Chuan raised a finger and shook it mockingly before the youth, a scornful expression adorning his face. No, no, no. While I may tolerate the term adult, I shall not accept Hai Han, for I am inherently vast like the boundless stars. Should you fail to present the requisite amount of gold soul coins, the repercussions will be insurmountable for you. Do not dare to invite peril upon the Shanghai Academy, for should you wish to lament your choices later, it may be too late for regret. Jiang Chuan is acutely aware. The golden soul coin, either you provide it, or you do not. If not, it's of no consequence to him. It appears that unless you are compelled to take this matter seriously, you might mistakenly believe I am jesting, am I not? Jiang Chuan's lips curled in a slight sneer. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his entire body. An unparalleled golden light surged forth, enveloping his limbs and bones, traversing the extraordinary meridians, merging with his soul force, and reaching a boiling point of power, steeped in overwhelming intensity. A resounding roar erupted. The ground quaked in response. The terrain collapsing beneath the weight of this golden power, instilling a profound sense of dread that sent shivers racing down the spine. What level of soul force is this? Is this even human? The female student gasped in disbelief, her tone filled with incredulity. It's impossible. We are barely in our teens. He appears no older than us. Perhaps a year or two at most. There is no way he could possess such overwhelming soul force. What on earth has transpired? To withstand such a blow would surely result in shattered forms or total annihilation. Survival was no longer a mere desire. Even the hope of existence had turned into an unattainable luxury. I offer 3,000 gold soul coins, the youth declared, raising 3 fingers towards Jiang Chuan, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "What say you, my lord? This is all I possess, the sum total of my family's and the Sect Academy scholarship funds. I truly cannot procure any more gold soul coins." Jiang Chuan smirked and remarked, "Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise." He then turned to face the 3 students from Sect Academy, who were emanating an air of cold indifference, and continued, "However, should I discover any of you engaging in fabrications, defaulting on my gold soul coins, or attempting to take advantage of the situation, the outcome would be evident. You may certainly put it to the test." Although Jiang Chuan's gaze was remarkably tranquil, it cast an entirely different impression upon the onlookers, evoking an overwhelming sense of oppression. Their hearts chilled abruptly, and their bodies involuntarily convulsed. Those endowed with soul force, upon awakening their souls, would typically experience a renewed vigor and an indomitable spirit. Yet, before Jiang Chuan, they felt as insignificant as mere droplets of water, confronting an immense ocean, the celestial bodies, devoid of any capacity for resistance or rebellious thought. "Sir, how could we dare jest with you?" The female student trembled in fear, her body shivering uncontrollably. The 2 male students beside her had already been rendered speechless. Huddled in a corner, quaking in terror. "Let me see who the next challenger is, or have you all chosen to withstand the force of my ancient bloodline?" As he spoke, Jiang Chuan clenched his right fist, summoning a radiant golden aura akin to searing flames. The pressure intensified, causing the remaining students to tremble slightly. When Yu Xiaogang, too, sensed Jiang Chuan's murderous intent, he abruptly realized that he too had been marked as a target. These individuals are merely junior soul masters. How could they possibly possess over 1,000 golden soul coins? Instead, I could offer you 4,000 golden soul coins, and we could consider this matter resolved. What say you? Yu Xiaogang tentatively proposed, his eyes pleading for mercy, hoping to spare himself and his fellow students. Since you pride yourselves on being the strongest students of Sect Academy, you must demonstrate your strength. To claim such a title, while lacking even 1,000 golden soul coins, is rather embarrassing, Jiang Chuan mused, intrigued. As the number of you increases, the requirement for golden soul coins grows. Miss even a single coin, and you shall not leave here alive. What boldness! It was a brazen act of robbery. Yet they found themselves a loss for words. Even Yu Xiaogang felt a pang of trepidation. This predicament was exceedingly difficult. At the very least, he could not resolve it alone, and feared he would have to summon Shunyan for assistance. Otherwise, should this matter conclude unfavorably, the strongest generation of Sect Academy would be unable to present the requisite 1,000 golden soul coins, unless they resorted to extreme measures. Yu Xiaogang cast a glance at the female student, signaling her to flee and inform Shunyan to come to their aid. While it might not directly threaten Jiang Chuan, it could potentially save these few strongest students of Sect Academy, which would suffice. The latter nodded eagerly and addressed Jiang Chuan, "Esteemed sir, I shall return at Sect Academy immediately to arrange for your golden soul coins. How does that sound?" "Very well. Go to your regular academy and summon every resource available. I, Jiang Chuan, shall accept them all. Regardless of who you are, today you shall concede wholeheartedly. Let us see if the golden soul coins I obtain are worth the effort." He laughed heartily. Jiang Chuan chuckled nonchalantly, exclaiming, "The so-called strength you have summoned merely serves to augment my fortune with a few thousand soul coins. It is of no consequence." Jiang Chuan remained unconcerned, allowing the female student to flee without a second glance, while the male students hurriedly made their way toward the warehouse academy, their heads unwavering. At that moment, the words in Yu Xiaogan's mouth were abruptly stifled. Jiang Chuan, with his discerning eye, quickly realized that they were seeking reinforcements. They even audaciously proclaimed that the forthcoming individuals would merely serve to augment her collection of golden soul coins. Such arrogance was indeed daunting. However, considering that a decade had passed, and he was now nearly at the level of Soul Master, facing a soul sage from the Douluo realm, Jiang Chuan was confident that he would at least hold his ground, if not triumph outright. With this unshakable assurance, They might as well take the plunge and test their mettle. In any case, this matter could not be overlooked. Otherwise, the thousands of golden soul coins would undoubtedly be funneled into Jiang Chuan's possession. Furthermore, when considering the number of individuals involved, it was evident that the sum exceeded not merely thousands, but even ventured into the tens of thousands. Such a vast amount of golden soul coins would not only signify wealth beyond measure, but also position one as a power of Sect master caliber within the realm of the Douluo Continent. Even in Soto City. Chapter 75. The Arrival of the Strong. The formidable prospect of such a vast fortune left them at a loss for how to respond. Over 10,000 golden soul coins, an amount that even a soul sage registered with the Spirit Hall could scarcely accumulate in a month, was what they sought to amass in a single day. This was no mere lion's share. It was akin to being swallowed whole by a whale. It seemed that if they did not take decisive action, they might be mistaken for jesting. With a smile dancing upon his lips, Jiang Chuan formed his right hand into a fist and, with an effortless motion, struck the face of a young boy before him. The force surged forth like the undulating waves of mountains and seas, an overwhelming power that was utterly unresisting. Even Yu Xiaogang had no time to intervene before the resounding slap landed squarely on the boy's visage. The impact was explosive, sending shards of rock flying and causing the very mountains to sway. The boy's body arched backward in a parabolic arc, crashing heavily through dozens of towering ancient trees, dragging down a cascade of fluttering green leaves as he fell silently to the ground. Was that merely a fraction of my strength? A hint of amusement flickered at the corner of Jiang Chuan's mouth. Could it be that the younger generation of Sect Academy cannot withstand even 1/10 of my primordial bloodline's might? Wang Ping and Yi Zhiqiu instinctively shouted out the boy's name. That single blow had nearly brought Wang Ping to his demise. He now hung precariously on the edge of life. With a sudden gasp, Wang Ping collapsed, blood spewing from his mouth, and, judging by his condition, urgent medical attention was paramount if he were to survive. You insolent fool, do you not know who Wang Ping is? He is the nephew of Lord Sachuo. I assure you, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. Another boy, his hair disheveled, sprang up from the ground, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Jiang Chuan. Madness etched upon his features. To oppose the Lord of Sachuo City. Surely, you must be insane, despite your unparalleled strength. Jiang Chuan stroked his chin. As the air once again brimmed with tension, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Yi Zhiqiu hurriedly grasped the young man's arm, yet he had already spiraled into chaos. It seemed yet another soul had come seeking their demise. Since you refuse to offer me the golden soul coins and dare to provoke me, I cannot allow you to depart unscathed. Be it in this year or in dreams past, I, Jiang Chuan, shall bear the consequences. Standing resolute, he then delivered a powerful kick to the young man's chest, sending him hurtling into the distance, beyond reach, his form fading from sight. The uncertainty of life and death hung in the air. Having slain numerous spirit beasts, one begins to realize they are not so different from humans after all. Jiang Chuan's psychological state has not undergone much transformation. Instead, he remains composed. Furthermore, the fate of the opponent is still uncertain. The Shrek Academy students stand immobile to the right, observing the unfolding situation with astonished eyes, deeply impressed by Jiang Chuan's resolute and unyielding decisiveness. This incident has surely escalated. Ma Hongjun stammered, his large, copper bell-like eyes wide with disbelief. Has it merely escalated? Dai Mubai, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and shook his head, exclaiming, "This has transcended the ordinary conflicts among students, elevating to a struggle between academies. If this continues, we might witness a conflict among the instructors of the academies." Ning Rongrong covered her lips in shock. Surely not. Dai Mubai cast a weary glance at her, responding with a tone of resignation. Can you not see that this involves tens of thousands of gold soul coins? It undoubtedly pertains to the rivalry between academies. Not everyone is like the seven-treasure Glazed tile school, treating wealth with disdain. Dai Mubai, I have no desire to debate with you, Ning Rongrong retorted, her hands on her hips, gritting her teeth. Where's Teacher Zhao? If they truly summon a renowned teacher from Sect Academy, the situation will become exceedingly difficult to manage. Though teacher Jiang Chuan's talents far surpass ours, even rivaling Li Yusong, a six-ringed soul emperor, can he truly contend with the esteemed instructors of Sect Academy? Xiao Wu interjected urgently from his side. In Jiang Chuan's mind, he is akin to a divine being, an existence that cannot possibly be vanquished. Should he truly be crushed, it would utterly subvert his worldview. However, out of a sense of camaraderie, it is imperative for teacher Zhao to intervene. Otherwise, the situation would be arduous to resolve. Regrettably, what many are unaware of is that Zhao Wuji even under Jiang Chuan's command, could only manage a stalemate. And this was prior to Jiang Chuan acquiring the Tsanghui Dragon Bone, should he gain the enhancement of 2 soul bones and 3 soul rings. It is likely that even Zhao Wuji would find himself unable to contend with the current Jiang Chuan. In truth, Zhao Wuji is well aware of this reality. If Jiang Chuan cannot resolve certain matters, how could he possibly tackle them? Moreover, in the entirety of Suatawa City, including the city lord, who possesses the authority to restrain Jiang Chuan's actions, he himself is emboldened by his formidable prowess. Did not Song Hui once bestow upon him a token of the martial soul hall? With this token in hand, he can effortlessly overshadow a mere novice. In Song Hui Academy, who else stands in comparison? Very well, I, Yi Zhiqiu, am willing to offer my entire fortune, tens of thousands of gold soul coins. As a gift to you, esteemed sir, I implore you, please show mercy and do not kill again. If you do, Yi Zhiqiu's words suddenly caught in his throat. He was truly astonished by the opponent's power, which was even more terrifying than what he had witnessed a few months prior, having incapacitated a second-ring soul master with ease. This strength is truly formidable. Ah, splendid. Jiang Chuan smiled and gave a heavy pat on Yi Zhiqiu's shoulder. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. You are indeed worthy of being an honorary teacher at a conventional academy. Oh, I almost forgot. You're not yet an honorary teacher, are you? Yi Zhiqiu was left bewildered by these words. What did it mean that he would one day become an honorary teacher? Could it be that the other party possessed prophetic abilities? What could his martial soul possibly be? However, it mattered little whether he was an honorary teacher or not. As long as he could produce tens of thousands of gold soul coins, they would all be permitted to leave. Jiang Chuan's words proved prophetic. Today has truly opened my eyes. I cannot fathom that there are individuals audacious enough to extort from the members of Tsanghui Academy. Who could be such a reckless fool? A dignitary? Nonsense. If you can defeat me, what would it matter if I bestowed upon you 10,000 gold soul coins? The sound of a sardonic laugh echoed, resonating in the air like a siren's call, chilling the very souls of those whose strength fell below the second ring. In a flurry, Ma Hongjun rushed over, seizing Jiang Chuan's right arm. Teacher Jiang, a true hero does not lament his losses before the foe. We must make haste and flee. What if our adversary is a formidable soul emperor? What shall we do then? Chapter 76. A soul sage? The condescending tone left no room for doubt regarding the identity of the newcomer. Upon hearing such words, the students of Tsanghui Academy were filled with joy, as if liberated from chains. Many silently rejoiced in their past associations with the grandson of Xinyan, hoping that in this dire moment, he would extend a helping hand. With a triumphant grin, the youth pointed at Jiang Chuan and proclaimed, "Prepare to meet your end. My grandfather is here, a soul sage of over 70 levels. Killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog. I suspect you are driven mad with desperation, attempting to plunder the possessions of the students of Tsanghui Academy. I shall ensure that you have no way back today. Otherwise, I do not bear the surname Sure." The boy spoke with unwavering conviction, as if it were an undeniable truth. Jiang Chuan wore an enigmatic smile, his gaze not even gracing the youth before him. A mere waste of breath, not worthy of his attention. His eyes, deep and contemplative, were fixed upon the heavens. Suddenly, an elderly man with flowing white hair approached, his steps gliding upon clouds, gazing down with a condescending air. Most striking were his irises, which bore the imprint of a brilliant azure hue, bestowing upon the venerable elder an aura of the extraordinary. The air was filled with the incessant chime of delicate bells, resonating as 2 streams of blue spiritual energy converged from the sky, ultimately coalescing into a series of soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black. Black, 7 soul rings in total. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but murmur in disbelief. Ma Hongjun's eyes trembled with shock, leaving him unable to form a coherent sentence. Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, clearly taken aback. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at Tang San before observing the unmoving Jiang Chuan, the disparity between them stark as day and night. For the former, interest waned suddenly. Oh! The lips of the elder stirred slightly. In the Douluo Continent, there exists a soul master audacious enough to meet my gaze? Truly a reckless child. Ha ha, very well. Let me show you the might of my martial spirit. Jiang Chuan tilted his head, locking eyes with his counterpart. A faint smirk graced his lips as he spoke in a tone laced with mockery. As a soul sage of the 7th ring, regardless of your level exceeding 70, the soul power you possess merely means that half of your being has already been consigned to the earth. Moreover, I fail to see anything worthy of admiration. You have simply lived a longer life. I truly cannot fathom how someone like you, who resorts to using soul rings to oppress the younger generation, could possibly ascend to the status of a soul sage, revered by thousands. Ha! Do not misunderstand. I do not intend to ridicule you. Rather, it is merely a matter of sarcasm. You are not worthy. Jiang Chuan spoke of resilience. In that moment, his gaze bore an imprint of golden brilliance. Suddenly, his grandson erupted into laughter, clutching his belly, as if Jiang Chuan had amused him immensely. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? You dare to claim that a soul saint is worthless? Then what are you? The students of Shanhui Academy found Jiang Chuan's words utterly insane. Could a person utter such nonsense? It seemed this individual had truly lost his mind, boldly declaring that a soul saint was mere refuse. The words of a female student burst forth, only to be choked back as she turned her gaze towards Jiang Chuan, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Although they were all Shrek Academy students, they too felt a flush of embarrassment. Teacher Zhang's remarks are astonishing, and this is not the first day. However, such a shocking statement is unprecedented. Perhaps, Jiang Chuan had previously refrained from articulating his thoughts, believing it unnecessary. Meanwhile, the other party harbored such an intention all along, not to mention the scarcity of soul masters in the Douluo Continent. Those who manage to transcend into great soul masters are revered as respected figures, let alone the exalted soul saints, whose lofty status seemed trivial when spoken of by Jiang Chuan. Regardless of how esteemed a soul saint may be, they are ultimately akin to soul Douluos, the pinnacle of existence that remains unparalleled. Oscar's lips curled into a subtle smile, teasingly remarking, "How will teacher Zhao feel about this?" Haha. Naturally, Ning Rongrong, with her lofty aspirations, found herself increasingly intrigued by Jiang Chuan's words. It is worth noting that within the 7-treasure Glazed tile sect, there exist several powerful soul saints, and having spent considerable time alongside 2 titled Douluos, she felt little fear regarding the concept of soul saints. Isn't that right? Jiang Chuan retorted unexpectedly. His words sent a shiver down Yi Zhiqiu's spine. Upon hearing that a soul saint had arrived at Shanhui Academy, why should he still feel trepidation? It was implausible that the present Jiang Chuan was devoid of fear even toward the soul saint. This truly stretched the limits of credulity. One who is already half buried in the earth yet continues to create a ruckus in the external world. After all, the martial soul merely allows manipulation of others' dreams. I am curious to see what kind of nightmare lies beneath the ancient bloodline that could obscure my dual pupils. Almost forgotten is the fact that if your martial soul's dream is shattered one by one, it will indeed inflict damage on your soul power. Should you not hastily kneel? Jiang Chuan's voice roared like thunder, and as his tone deepened, his pupils transformed into a resplendent golden hue. The decade-long dream, yet to unfold, was firmly suppressed by the ancient bloodline of his adversary, rendering him incapable of rising. The smile on Tianyin's face froze, swiftly replaced by a profound change in expression. How could this be? What on earth just transpired? Why is my martial soul unable to manifest? And what is the nature of your pupils? Confusion enveloped him. In an instant, he found himself unable to sense his own soul power. If you were a fierce assault-type battle soul master, perhaps you could contend with me. However, if we were to focus solely on the realm of dreams, Jiang Chuan revealed a cruel smile. Even with 3 of you, you would scarcely be my match. As for what has defeated you, you lack the right to know. Do you understand? The gaze of the ancient bloodline, regarded as the eye that shatters all laws. Nevertheless, should we truly discuss the art of vision, Jiang Chuan found himself yearning for the supreme eye of ancient times. He pondered whether he would one day encounter it during his sign-in ritual. The 2 figures hovered in midair, while the soul rings adorning Shernyan's body gradually faded. 7 rings, one after another, slowly dissipated until they were devoid of light. Meanwhile, the Shrek Academy students stood rooted to the ground, gazing skyward, oblivious to the unfolding events. All they could perceive were the 2 individuals locked in an intense gaze. My dreams are invincible. No one can escape their reach, nor can anyone emerge from their depths. Even a soul sage of equal rank may not prevail. Who are you truly? And what sorcery do you wield? Shinian was momentarily taken aback, his complexion turning ashen. Grandfather, what is happening? Chapter 77, The Stardow Forest. Shernyan's body trembled, abruptly freezing in place. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening to the soul sage? Suddenly, everyone found themselves caught off guard. Jiang Chuan spoke with a hint of amusement. As for the grievances between you and Shrek, I have no interest. That is a matter for another time. He hesitated briefly before continuing. However, There is one thing to consider. If you wish to preserve your life, you must present the golden soul coins. As a soul sage of over 70 levels, it is hardly plausible that you cannot produce at least 10,000 golden soul coins. Therefore, whether it concerns your grandson or the students of Shanghai Academy, it is incumbent upon you to furnish their golden soul coins first. In that moment, Xinyan found himself at a loss for words, as though a chilling wind had pierced his very soul. 10,000 golden soul coins. Jiang Chuan's mouth was agape, as if he had just faced a lion. His life was at stake. Although the soul sage's compensation was substantial, it had not reached the point of casually tossing out over 10,000 gold soul coins. This was akin to stripping him of his entire fortune. As the performance concluded, the members of Shanghai Academy fled in disarray. In the end, under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Xinyan surprisingly drew out over 10,000 gold soul coins from his sleeve and handed them to Jiang Chuan. Dai Mu Bai and the others stared in disbelief, their jaws dropping to the ground. What was even more astonishing was that Jiang Chuan commanded Ma Hongjun to brazenly unleash his soul skills upon Xinyan. In the past, even Xinyan would not have dared to imagine a soul sage level powerhouse performing soul skills. Was this not akin to courting death? Yet, Jiang Chuan declared that this was a training task from Shrek Academy. 7 Shrek team members surged forth, activating their soul rings and directing their martial spirits towards Xinyan, who, under Jiang Chuan's threat, dared not move an inch. The intention was unmistakable. It was clearly meant to humiliate him. Ultimately, a soul sage was utterly reduced to a turtle, huddled in a ball, trembling and covered in bruises. His old bones were nearly broken, causing Yu Xiaogang to shudder in fear and tightly shut his eyes, unwilling to witness anymore. The following morning, on the road, I found it utterly perplexing that Xinyan, a dignified soul sage of over 70 levels, was rendered motionless before me. The sensation was indescribably delightful. Ma Onwujun laughed, even jiggling his substantial belly as he gestured animatedly, seemingly relishing the moment. Ha ha ha, a living soul sage turned into a mere turtle. Dai Mu Bai elbowed Ma Hongjun's pudgy waist, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Chuan. Who else could it be but teacher Jiang Chuan? I cannot conceive of another possibility. At the very least, we have not seen teacher Zhao make an appearance, have we? The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Jiang Chuan was the first to sense it. His delicate face tilted slightly as he met the gaze of dozens of onlookers, perceiving their astonishment through their expressions. Just moments ago, their whispers had been hushed and secretive. Could it be that Jiang Chuan, from such a distance, had overheard every word? His demeanor remained impassive as he turned away, striding towards the starry forest. Had that old fellow from earlier truly underestimated Jiang Chuan? Zhao Wuji shook his head in resignation. Perhaps it was for the best. The enmity between Shanghai Academy and Shrek had deepened, and Jiang Chuan's actions had undoubtedly cast a shadow over their adversaries, eliminating a potential threat. Yet, the martial soul of that old man was particularly peculiar, seemingly akin to a dreamlike entity. Though Jiang Chuan possessed a formidable assault-type martial soul, it held no efficacy against the realm of dreams. How had the opponent managed to unravel such a mystery? Standing amidst the dappled shade, Zhao Wuji gazed at Jiang Chuan's retreating figure, his mind clouded with doubts. Tang San stared in astonishment at Jiang Chuan's back, murmuring in disbelief. What just transpired? That was a powerhouse with the strength of a soul sage. Surely, he could not have been defeated so effortlessly by Brother Chuan. Moreover, why had he sensed a peculiar force, one that seemed to transcend this world? Had he not already been profoundly astonished by Jiang Chuan? He might have even contemplated delving into the nature of Jiang Chuan's constitution. It was, in fact, the boundless shock elicited by Jiang Chuan's actions that repeatedly led them to believe that the very notion of miracles was tailored for him. It is noteworthy that the shock only deepened, becoming increasingly bizarre with each occurrence, leaving them in awe. Even a soul sage was left unable to retaliate, reduced to mere wooden stakes, enduring the blows. Yet, they all understood that it was not Jiang Chuan providing them with training opportunities. Rather, he was simply disinclined to expend effort on eliminating the likes of Xinyan. Under Jiang Chuan's gaze, he far surpassed the soul sage. Yet astonishingly, his opponent indeed possessed such formidable power. Tang San and Dai Mu Bai, you must be well aware of how to navigate the forthcoming circumstances in the Stardow Forest, right? Jiang Chuan spoke with unwavering resolve. From this moment forth, Zhao Wujia and I shall no longer accompany you. The ensuing situation shall be dealt with by yourselves. At this juncture, Zhao Wujia leapt from the verdant shadows, drawing closer to Jiang Chuan. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? We are, after all, within the Stardow Forest. Zhao Wujia gestured towards the dense, mountainous foliage stretching endlessly before them. Although we are merely entering the 1,000-year spirit beast zone of the Stardow Forest, there is a significant possibility of encountering 10,000-year spirit beasts. Moreover, these beasts are not domesticated. They possess a potent wildness. I fear that Dai Mubai and the others may find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the might of these feral spirit beasts. Thus, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise for me to remain in the rear, maneuvering through the situation. Before them lay a formidable mountain range, following the line of sight towards the peaks. They looked up at the horizon. Jiang Chuan lightly inhaled, sensing a dampness in his nostrils. He discerned that the air within the vast starry forest was not only imbued with a moist humidity, but also carried a whisper of refreshing clarity intermingled within. A profound silence enveloped the group as they hesitated to interrupt one another. Jiang Chuan shook his head. When one truly finds themselves at the brink of life and death, it is better to address the matters then, rather than exercising undue caution. Tang San, do you believe we require teacher Zhao to navigate the situation behind us? Dai Mubai stepped forward, asserting confidently, there is no need. If we can maintain our formation as per Xiao San's strategy, we should be able to survive in the 1,000-year spirit beast region. This was not merely a display of confidence. It was a profound sense of trepidation. Before Jiang Chuan, the word cannot was utterly taboo. Furthermore, witnessing Jiang Chuan's demeanor, he felt unable to voice such thoughts. Thus, let's commence. As Jiang Chuan was about to leap, he was halted by another chime of bell. Hey, I want to join too. Upon hearing this, he turned his head and cast a displeased glance at Ning Rongrong. With impassive expression, he retorted, what makes you so special? Or do you believe that a support-type soul master does not deserve a place within the team? Confronted by Jiang Chuan, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of guilt. This individual evoked feelings of both affection and resentment within her. She loathed his indifference, which masked his inability to discern her heartfelt affections, leaving her slightly anxious. Chapter 78. The Dual-Pupiled Path to Invincibility. It is worth noting that she was not alone in her feelings. Even Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Jiang Chuan with eyes full of wonder, while the eager Xiao Wu stomped her feet in frustration. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai stifled a laugh, covering his mouth as he produced an awkward yet polite smile. Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong stepped closer, pushing him back 2 paces. A true gentleman does not quarrel with women. Dai Mubai chose to walk away, unwilling to engage further, but not before adding, don't provoke me. The two remained at odds with one another. Jiang Chuan savored a piece of cured meat, his eyes subtly catching the glimmer of a pair of clear, unblemished orbs, causing him to furrow his brow ever so slightly. The young maiden possessed a figure that was truly remarkable, her cherubic face adorned with strikingly delicate features. At merely a tender age, she exuded an alluring charm that was impossible to overlook. Zhu Zhuqing, this taciturn and rarely smiling girl, had gazed upon him more than once. Jiang Chuan leaned against the shade of a tree, heaving a deep sigh. The feel of the Zhu Zhuqing was indeed exquisite. During training, the former had inadvertently gravitated towards him. However, in comparison to Lu Erlong, he fell significantly short. The latter was seasoned and astute. The sensation was altogether different. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Jiang Chuan cleared his throat, striving to feign composure. In truth, he was not as terrifying as others perceive him to be. In his battles against Li Yusong, he had relied on a century-old soul bone and the formidable demon blade, while in his encounter with Zhao Wuji, he utilized his second martial soul and another ancient soul bone. Similarly, in his clash with Lu Erlong, he had deftly exploited her weaknesses. All these instances, if it came to a true battle of strength, would reveal a different narrative. Jiang Chuan seems ill-equipped to cope. He possesses a mountain of gold and silver, along with inexhaustible resources, yet he has yet to fully assimilate them. In other words, he is no different from Tang San at this moment. With 2 10,000-year soul bones, he has barely managed to unleash even a fraction of their power, let alone the speed. Beneath the Douluo Continent, the Min family, the Wind God Academy, and the 9-tailed Wind Bell Bird Martial Spirit represent the pinnacle of speed among martial spirits. His velocity is merely on par with Feng Xiaotian. Though he can harness the power of the ancient bloodline with pride, he still requires time for refinement. System, sign in. Jiang Chuan murmured softly. The wind swept through the remnants of leaves, endlessly swirling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the 1,000-year soul beast zone of the Starry Forest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme dual pupils. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Chuan's mind. He abruptly straightened his posture and swallowed a piece of cured meat. Could it be that the supreme heavy I had indeed arrived? This ancient relic, passed down from the celestial sages, was said to possess unparalleled power. There exists a saying, born as a heavy eye, why must one borrow the bones of others? Nevertheless, Jiang Chuan's expression shifted slightly. This supreme heavy eye, which should have been confined to another realm, had inexplicably manifested in the Douluo Continent. If that were the case, he mused while stroking his chin, does it not imply that I could wield powers that far exceed those of this dimension, much like Tang San, who brought forth the control crane and seized dragon technique? The purple extreme demon eye and the Tang sect's hidden weapons from another world, including the Guanyin tears and the Buddhist fury Tang lotus? One must acknowledge that Tang San's eventual ability to stand alongside the god of slaughter and the angel god was heavily reliant upon the Guanyin tears, an extraordinary power that transcended this world's limitations. Otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. In comparison to the ancient bloodline's crimson eye, Jiang Chuan nodded in judgment. Undoubtedly, the former holds the advantage, for the ancient bloodline is specifically tied to the physique, rendering its spiritual power in the eyes comparatively weaker. The only reason he could suppress Xinian last night was due to the latter's carelessness. Once Xinian regained his composure, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. However, that was of no concern. The time of their next encounter would coincide with the Soul Master Tournament. As for any potential grievances, Jiang Chuan was prepared to accept them all. The Supreme Heavy Eye, your arrival is indeed fortuitous. A subtle smile graced his lips as he expressed his admiration. Before the Soul Master Tournament, he would diligently cultivate the Supreme Heavy Eye to its utmost strength. While it may not suffice to contend with the likes of the City of Slaughter, it would be more than adequate in dealing with Xinian. The Supreme Heavy Eye. As Jiang Chuan opened and closed his exquisite eyes, it seemed as though they contained the profound mysteries of the universe, radiating with the vibrant starlight of life. Exuding an extraordinary charm, his pair of eyes transformed into a striking dichotomy of black and white, adorned with a shimmering brilliance. His vision was remarkably clear. Even from a distance of hundreds of meters, he could discern the scenery with precision. He could even penetrate through the leafy canopies, unveiling the entirety of the surrounding landscape. This feeling of omnipotent control compelled Jiang Chuan to clench his right fist slightly, releasing a breath of heated, impure air. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan retracted his supreme, heavy pupil. The divine aura emanating from him gradually faded away. Wait, has the Millennium Soul Beast territory already arrived here? Before Jiang Chuan Zue could finish his words, a series of swift, rustling sounds emerged from the southeast, moving with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Could it be that, with the acquisition of the supreme divine eyes, my hearing has now extended to a distance of 100 meters? Jiang Chuan's eyes sparkled with clarity, a slight furrow forming on his brow. A dazzling golden light illuminated the surroundings, resembling the celestial expanse of a sacred forest, where towering verdant trees thrived in the realm of ancient soul beasts. The 7 companions of the group were currently incapacitating a mountain tortoise soul beast, aged over 90 years. On the ground, with a thunderous crash, the nearly 2-meter creature was forcefully subdued by Dai Mubai's white tiger's radiant wave, plunging into the earth's soil and debris with tremendous force, its brilliance both blinding and alarming. The ground trembled with a resonating thud, unmistakably signaling an approaching colossal entity. A collective shudder coursed through the hearts of all present. From the commotion, it was evident that they were dealing with a 1,000-year soul beast, though the specifics of its nature remained uncertain. If it were suitable for a soul ring, their expedition would not be in vain, and it would certainly simplify matters. Tang San, always the strategist, remarked, "We have merely grazed the periphery of the 1,000-year soul beast territory. Venturing deeper poses significant danger. At which point we would require the assistance of Teacher Zhao and Teacher Jiang Chuan." With his astute mind, honed by years of knowledge gleaned from Jiang Chuan and the master regarding the behavior and physiology of soul beasts, Tang San had developed a certain level of discernment. Nonetheless, he remained composed in the face of peril, instinctively shielding Xiao Wu behind him, his expression grave. No matter the danger, he was resolute in protecting his sister from even the slightest harm, be it verbal insults or otherwise. Xiao Wu, visibly agitated, clutched Tang San's sleeve tightly and, after a brief scan, spotted Jiang Chuan leisurely sipping green tea beneath the shade of a 3-meter tree. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Jiang Chuan, what kind of soul beast is this? Please enlighten us so we may prepare accordingly." They had grown accustomed to relying on Jiang Chuan's guidance. Chapter 79. The Terrifying Teacher Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, with a smile, mentioned the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. He merely hinted at it, leaving the rest to the crowd's response. Ma Hongjun opened his mouth and exclaimed, "What kind of soul beast is this?" Everyone was taken aback. Only Tang San, with his violet eyes wide open, concealed the vast stars of the heavens within, their brilliant hues swirling, perceiving the dense jungle several meters ahead. How terrifying! Tang San felt a surge of apprehension. He was not referring to the soul beast, but to Jiang Chuan. Possessing the purple extreme demon eye, he could see 10 meters ahead. However, he had not detected the presence of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Yet Jiang Chuan could discern it clearly. This left Tang San pondering. Was what Brother Chuan described truly real? He stroked his chin, his gaze deepening. Regardless, Tang San paused, slightly tilting his head, and spoke in an undeniable, grave tone. Dai Lauda is approximately 100 meters to the southeast. Good. Dai Mu Bai sensed the severity of the situation and leaped forth with vigor. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, seek concealed locations. Remember, regardless of whether you can deal a heavy blow to the target, you must first display the characteristics of an agility system soul master. If you cannot fight, then flee. Had it not been for the presence of the agile soul masters within Shrek's 7 monsters, including Xiao Wu, Tang San would not have arranged it this way. He would have sent Zhu Zhuqing first to deliver a fatal strike to the soul beast's weakness, albeit with considerable risk. Thus, he dare not take that chance. All right. 2 distinct chimes responded. Subsequently, a black and a pink radiance shot forth, darting toward the shadows of the trees in the northwest direction. Zhu Zhuqing did not dissent Tang San's command, given that he had been instructed by Jiang Chuan. The rest will handle the soul beast on the ground. Ning Rongrong, stay close behind me and, if necessary, amplify everyone's strength. Tang San turned to gaze at her, asking, "Is that all right?" "Sure." Ning Rongrong clenched her fists. Generally, she would only venture into the soul beast forest under the protection of several soul saints. Yet at this moment, aside from Jiang Chuan, she was uncertain of the reliability of the others, and the former might not necessarily intervene. "Third brother, how many years has this soul beast existed?" As the opponent moved, I could feel the ground trembling beneath me. How exaggerated must this creature's size be? Ma Hongjuan's spirit tightened, his fists clenching unconsciously as the heated ground thudded ominously, growing increasingly intense. It was palpable that the colossal entity was rapidly approaching. Everyone's hearts raced with suspense. What were we waiting for? Activate your martial spirits, Tang San shouted angrily. Immediately, a thread of blue radiance emerged from his hand, shimmering with a spiritual essence. It burst forth, revealing a glimmering blue-silver grass imprinted with a golden totem, exuding a profoundly pure life force. The blue-silver grass. In an instant, an array of terrifying auras erupted forth. Some exuded an air of sanctity, while others surged with ferocity, and still others blazed like a fierce sun, burning with intensity. The white tiger manifests. The phoenix appears. The illustrious 7 treasures reveal their first soul skill, the abyssal 100 claws. The jade rabbit materializes. Its first soul skill, grilled sausage, followed by its second, grilled sausage links. The Shrek 7 monsters stand fully equipped, resplendent in hues of red, orange, blue, green, cyan, indigo, and violet. In that fleeting moment, these vibrant colors filled the forest, lingering in the air. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed. Everyone be cautious. From my perception of soul power, the phoenix-tailed crown snake will arrive within no more than 10 seconds. Tang San prepared himself, his brow furrowed tightly. His right hand, with its blue silvergrass, was poised for action, the azure strands unwavering. For now, await my command. Assess the situation and act accordingly. If I do not issue a command, or if I find myself in peril, expand the battle zone and retreat towards the safe area. He conveyed his instructions with urgency and swiftness. A sudden flare of flames ignited. Zhuqing, I urge you to conceal yourself in the shade of the trees. Not merely for the purpose of assassination, but also to assist us in broadening our field of vision. Now, I implore you, what exactly is that creature? Please describe its appearance to me. Jiang Chuan took a step back, gazing upwards in inquiry. Soon, a chilling voice, reminiscent of a flying serpent, resonated from the tree above. It appeared to be a creature that could soar, albeit only a few meters above the ground, adorned with a striking crimson crest that was disproportionately large. Glistening like fresh blood, its tail was uniquely shaped, resembling a fan. The sound of the wind grew increasingly pronounced, creating an atmosphere of pristine clarity, as if the surrounding scenery had come to a standstill. Upon hearing this, Tang San cast an involuntary glance at Jiang Chuan. Indeed, it was the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. He then murmured in a voice only he could hear, marveling at Jiang Chuan's accurate deduction, which confirmed that he spoke the truth rather than mere fanciful words. Could it be that Jiang Chuan's spiritual power had reached a level that even my purple extreme magic eye could not fathom? How terrifying! Oh, you fortunate little rascals have managed to attract a phoenix tail coxcomb snake. I believe it would serve as an excellent third spirit ring for Oscar, Zhao Wuji remarked. His hands clasped before him, his eyes brightening. Yet I wonder how old this serpent is. If it is merely a century old, it wouldn't suffice. After all, Oscar is a top-tier food-type spirit master on the continent, and his third spirit ring should ideally be a millennium or more. Witnessing his students grow gradually was a significant joy for Zhao Wuji. To witness a food-type spirit master absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring was akin to witnessing a miracle, filling him with immense delight and excitement. Is it truly for me? Oscar asked, taken aback, scratching his head with his right hand and offering a polite smile to Zhao Wuji. Indeed, young Oscar, you are in for a treat, Dai Mubai interjected with curiosity. What is the length of this phoenix tail coxcomb snake, and what color are its wings? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes gleamed as she responded. The wings are a light red hue, and the length is approximately 6 to 8 meters. Tang San calculated briefly in his mind before interjecting with certainty, making a decisive conclusion. This is a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake. The light red wings signify its 1,000-year evolution. Considering its length, it must possess a cultivation age between 1,300 and 1,800 years. Oscar is perfectly suited for you. Are you sure? Oscar asked, exhilarated and somewhat foolishly adding to the conversation. What do you think? Tang San smiled back. The prospect of soon acquiring a third spirit ring stirred excitement in anyone, not just because of the immense potential of one's spirit abilities, but also due to the hope of becoming a stronger individual in the future. Moreover, despite Oscar's exceptional talent, he had been negligent in his training until he encountered Ning Rongrong, which prompted him to refine his image and dedicate himself to rigorous practice. Chapter 80. The Celestial Net Ensnaring the Serpent. However, it is evident to all that Ning Rongrong harbors deep affection for Jiang Chuan. Oscar, too, is entangled in unrequited love. Yet he is acutely aware of the reality, burdened by a stubborn unwillingness to concede. It is as if something most precious has been taken from him, leaving an emptiness within. Contemplating this, Oscar's gaze fell, revealing a shadow of sorrow upon his countenance. Little Oscar, why do you linger? Boom Dai Mubai, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing through the air as he beckoned Oscar to distribute the sausage supplies. Oh, right, Oscar replied hesitantly, shaking off his reverie. With a quick motion of his right hand, he produced several grilled and cured sausages, tossing them in the 4 cardinal directions. With a flurry, dozens of sausages soared through the air, landing firmly in the hands of the remaining members of Shrek, who grasped them tightly. Oscar's complexion turned pale in an instant, the depletion of his soul power weighing heavily upon him. Here they come, a chilling voice alerted, causing every heart to skip a beat. Good. These Millennium Soul Beasts are beyond your capabilities, but I can intervene if necessary, Zhao Wuji declared, pressing his left hand against his right shoulder and shaking it vigorously. The sound resembling a bear awakening, exuding a wild energy. With a nonchalant tone, he continued, there is no need for that. Teacher Jiang Chuan. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a violent tremor surged forth. The thicket before them was torn apart as if it were mere fabric, revealing a massive brown figure, blotting out the sun, accompanied by a whirlwind of debris that swept towards them like a mountain pressing down, leaving a profound impression upon Shrek's 7 members, their hearts racing in response. Tang San managed to maintain his composure, his purple-black eyes narrowing slightly. He then shut his eyes tightly, involuntarily exhaling a breath of white mist. Internally, he mused, so terrifying. It truly matches Zhu Zhuqing's description. It must be between 2 to 3 meters long, undoubtedly a Millennium Soul Sage. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Tang San spoke. The temperament of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is exceedingly gentle. How could it suddenly attack a soul master? Moreover, it approaches us with murderous intent. Before Tang San could ponder further, Dai Mubai's roar surged forth, meeting the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with a tremendous force. First soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. With a rush, blinding radiance consumed the surrounding air, coalescing within Dai Mubai's mouth as he assumed a posture reminiscent of a whale preparing to swallow, his hands framing his mouth, shining brilliantly like gold. Boom! The scorching winds, akin to waves of molten gold, swept across the ground, churning up layers of muddy debris and striking fiercely against the abdomen of the phoenix-tailed cock-comb snake. To everyone's surprise, the vibrant crimson crest atop its head flashed, and its supple body arched deftly, skillfully evading the tumultuous assault. Realizing that the white tiger's radiant strike had missed, Dai Mubai hastily withdrew his soul power. Tang San, even at this moment, what are you hesitating for? Quickly take control of the phoenix-tailed cock-comb snake. Otherwise, none of us will have a chance. If it escapes again, Oscar's third soul ring will be forced to find another target. Dai Mubai's voice was tinged with urgency. Tang San sighed. Very well. Blue Silvergrass, first soul skill. Fine. Blue Silvergrass, second soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasite. The blue silvergrass spiraled upward, forming an expansive net from all four cardinal directions, completely enveloping the area. Under the dense and inescapable bindings, the phoenix-tailed cock-comb snake found its range of motion utterly confined. It twisted and prepared to flee, only to be besieged by the crimson particles released from the blue silvergrass. The ghost vine parasite activated, and the red strands of blue-silver grass coiled tightly around the phoenix-tailed cock-comb snake, ensnaring it completely and making escape exceedingly difficult. Excellent! Zhao Wujin exclaimed with enthusiasm, clapping his hands together forcefully. This is the true utility of a control-type soul master. Oscar clenched his right fist and cast a look of affirmation towards Tang San. This is dire. Its strength is formidable. If the phoenix-tailed cock-comb snake unleashes all the energy within its crest, it will surely break free from its confines. Tang San stated gravely. In terms of speed alone, it could rival a soul sect. However, if we strike its fatal weakness, the scarlet crest, one misstep could kill the phoenix-tailed cock-comb snake, and we would lose our opportunity to harness Xiao Ao's martial soul. Therefore, we must focus our attacks solely on its wings to restrict its movements first. No, Dai Mubai interjected, a cold glint flashing in his dual-colored eyes. I've spotted it. There's a long, lethal scar beneath its armpit, 3 inches from its abdomen. Everyone, attack with all your might. Indeed, all eyes were drawn to the vulnerability of the phoenix-tailed cock-comb snake. Ma Hongjun raised an eyebrow at Oscar, and the two exchanged glances of delight. Only Tang San wore a serious expression, sensing that there was more to this situation than met the eye. He speculated that other soul masters might also be pursuing this phoenix-tailed cock-comb snake. A myriad of soul skills converged, with hues of red, orange, blue, green, cyan, indigo, and violet launching a deadly assault towards its abdomen. Jiang Chuan no longer observed the ground battle. Instead, he reclined heavily upon a branch, occasionally sipping green tea with a sense of wonder. It appeared that the Shrek's 7 monsters, having undergone his training, had transformed the original rules of the Douluo Continent. In the original narrative, Tang San was initially oblivious to the weakness of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, and it was Zhao Wuji's intervention that ultimately subdued the colossal serpent, rendering it nearly lifeless and allowing Oscar to absorb its essence. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan recalled, gently rubbing his chin, that if memory served him correctly, it was indeed the Dragon King and Serpent Empress who were pursuing this millennium-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, intending to present it to their granddaughter, Meng Aran, as her 3rd soul ring. That scar beneath its abdomen was also inflicted by the Dragon King. One cannot help but wonder if such an occurrence will truly manifest. Jiang Chuan chuckled softly. What a remarkable group of youngsters, truly worthy of the effort invested in nurturing you. Merely 7 individuals. Yet you have managed to subdue the millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, an extraordinary achievement. If that old Ghost Flanders were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be beside himself with excitement. Zhao Wuji's smile radiated warmth. Jiang Chuan furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glance at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia, with his coarse disposition, was even less refined than Tang San in terms of temperament. It was no surprise, considering that when Zhao Wujia ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, he was relentlessly hunted by the Spirit Hall, ultimately fleeing due to the troubles caused by his indiscreet tongue. The vast expanse echoed with a haunting roar, tinged with a subtle hint of sorrow. Xiao Wu clenched her delicate fists tightly, biting her lip in anxiety, unable to meet anyone's gaze. At the moment, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake fell, its piercing eyes fixated on Xiao Wu, who could only turn her head away. Chapter 81. Jiang Chuan's Soul Beast Education. The Oracle, Xiao Wu. Tang San approached, softly calling out to her, only to find Xiao Wu lost in thought. He gently patted her shoulder, rousing her from a reverie, to which she responded with an awkward smile. What is it, Xiao Wu? You don't usually behave this way, he inquired with concern. It's nothing, Xiao Wu stammered, her face slightly pale, clearly distressed. What's wrong? At that moment, everyone gathered around. Xiaowu, are you injured? If you're truly hurt, please don't hesitate to tell us. Concealing it could lead to lingering ailments, which would inevitably hinder your future as a powerful soul master. Don't be shy with us, Dai Mubai expressed with genuine concern. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Xiaowu, you look unwell. Oscar produced a sausage from his sleeve and offered it to her, saying, have a sausage to replenish your soul power. I've noticed you've been restless and have not had a proper rest for several days. Thank you for your concern, Xiaowu replied bashfully, turning her head away. But that's not the reason. You little rascals, have you bound the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake yet? Quit your chatter and absorb the soul ring. Zhao Wujia raised his right hand, forming it into a fist and lightly struck Oscar's forehead. Oscar, are you not going yet? Do you have any idea how much effort Tang San and the others exerted to help you capture the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Ouch! Oscar exclaimed, cradling his head in pain. Xiao Wu's distress stemmed from an emotional burden, unrelated to her soul power or any physical injuries. With a firm voice, Jiang Chuan stepped down from the shade of the trees, drawing closer to the group. Am I not correct, Xiao Wu? He inquired. Emotional turmoil? The 6 members of Shrek voiced their skepticism in unison, their gazes converging upon Xiao Wu. To their surprise, she nodded in agreement with Jiang Chuan. After a moment's hesitation, she parted her lips but refrained from uttering a word, as if the matter were too difficult to articulate. In truth, the rampant slaughter of soul beasts by soul masters is an overwhelming concern, a dilemma that lingers in the minds of every soul master. The question remains, to kill or not to kill, for without slaying soul beasts to obtain soul rings, one cannot grow stronger. Yet, such actions jeopardize the delicate balance of ecological laws. Jiang Chuan's words resonated profoundly, awakening a realization among the crowd. They began to comprehend the root of the matter. Could it be, Xiao Wu, that your melancholy stems from the situation? Tang San inquired with genuine concern. Xiao Wu's delicate, pinkish-white rabbit ears slightly curled inwards. Surely, you harbor some worries about witnessing soul masters slaying soul beasts, am I correct? However, have you considered that within the realm of soul beasts, there also exist greedy and tyrannical entities? Without formidable soul masters to hunt them, the soul beast domain would remain unbalanced, with ancient soul beasts subjugating their younger counterparts, turning them into mere slaves. Such a scenario would not only disrupt the ecological balance, but could also lead to unimaginable consequences. Jiang Chuan spoke candidly, but for nearly a century, it has been manageable. His gaze was clear and unclouded. He noticed that Xiao Wu's eyes began to shimmer with uncertainty, a hint of mist reflecting memories of the past. Indeed, Deming and Erming were oppressed by a powerful soul beast. Had I not fortuitously rescued them, they would have surely become your prey. Xiao Wu murmured in a daze. Eventually, they relied on their potent bloodlines to penetrate the heart of the Stardow Forest, becoming sovereigns of their domain. Had it not been for their gentle nature and aversion to conflict, the entire Stardow Forest might have long been under their dominion. What? Tang San, who was near Xiao Wu, interjected with surprise. Who is Deming? His confusion was evident as he cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Wu. Zhao Wuji also expressed his astonishment, raising his left hand to scrutinize the patterns on his palm. Perhaps, as Jiang Chuan suggested, given time, the profession of soul master might indeed vanish. A silence enveloped the group. Now I understand why you have been favored and why Shrek Academy has remained resilient over time, Jiang Chuan remarked with depth. It is because you reflect. Wisdom often arises from contemplation. Zhu Zhuqing experienced a sudden clarity, while Dai Mubai offered a wry smile in agreement. Teacher Jiang Chuan, you exaggerate. We have not been favored by anyone, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment, scratching his head. Oscar, with wide, astonished eyes, retorted, how can you be so certain that Shrek Academy will endure? Jiang Chuan remained silent and did not respond. How could they possibly know about events a century or even 100,000 years into the future? Unexpectedly, Teacher Jiang Chuan possessed profound knowledge of the Soul Master lineage, prompting Ma Hongjun to flatter him. Indeed, one could not help but admire the legendary Flander, a mentor sought at the cost of one's life. Zhao Wujia commended Jiang Chuan. I acknowledge your capability to instruct the Shrek students. In truth, on that day, the year when they arrived at the hotel on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, Zhao Wujia had already been vigilant from atop the building. He understood well that the former was adept at killing through illusions and feared Jiang Chuan might fall victim to his adversary, just as he intended to offer assistance. He noticed a mere glance that had already ensnared the young man. This fellow was an enigma through and through. Zhao Wujie chuckled heartily, moving closer to the two. Little 3. Lend Oscar the Demon Blade 1,000 edges to assist him in severing the crest of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and let him directly absorb the spirit ring. Do not linger here any longer. Jiang Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief, yawning widely as he stretched luxuriously. Before long, the formidable duo arrived, bringing with them yet another wave of troubles. It was not that he feared them. Rather, it was the sheer inconvenience they represented that irked him. Just as he pondered this, a thought crossed his mind. Who could have inflicted such grievous injury upon our esteemed phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake? And now, to audaciously attempt to bypass us and covertly seize the soul ring of this creature is indeed a display of reckless audacity. The voice of the elderly matron, though slow and deliberate, resonated with a clarity that commanded respect, sending shivers through the crowd. You insist on wasting time, and now, as fate would have it, the rightful owner has appeared. To forcibly absorb the soul ring will necessitate intervention, either from Zhao Wujie or myself. All present shall return to Shrek Academy and face the consequence of 30 laps as punishment. Jiang Chuan was enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. Chapter 82. A dependable support behind Jiang Chuan. Teacher Jiang Chuan. Oscar forced a pained expression. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Ma Hongjun clutched his head and exclaimed in agony. No way. It's all your fault, Oscar. Dawdling here instead of hastily absorbing the soul ring. Silence, please, Zhao Wujie commanded, his focus unwavering. The sound resonated with him. He lowered his gaze and savored it, his lips moving as if he had heard it before. It felt so familiar. Furthermore, Zhao Wujie noted an intriguing aspect. This voice harbored a subtle soul power, perceptibly only slightly inferior to his own. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was also a soul sage. Another soul sage? Tang San's eyes widened. Recently, it seemed that either a soul emperor or a soul sage had been present. Those revered titles, often spoken with admiration, appeared with increasing frequency. His village had gained a reputation as a sacred soul. Clack, clack. A wooden cane rhythmically tapped against the ground. Two indistinct figures gradually materialized. The first to emerge was a young girl, her complexion slightly pallid, yet strikingly beautiful, clad in a black serpentine attire. She moved with a graceful poise that accentuated her proud stature. Her radiant eyes sparkled with brilliance. She slightly bowed, supporting the left arm of an elderly woman beside her. Her demeanor respectful. Grandmother, please take your time. Very well, very well. The elderly woman's tone softened abruptly as she smiled affectionately at the girl. Rest assured, my dear, I shall advocate for you. Let me see who dares to covet my granddaughter's soul ring. Do they truly believe that our Dragon King and Serpent Lady have idled in the world of soul masters for so long? How audacious to bully me. In that instant, a gust of autumn wind swept through, rustling the leaves, and sending a refreshing chill that penetrated the hearts of all present, leaving their hands and feet icy. Teacher Zhao, what is happening? Tang San stepped back a few paces, moving closer to Zhao Wujie. His gaze fixed on the approaching duo of grandmother and granddaughter. He slightly pursed his lips and whispered cautiously in Zhao Wujie's ear. Teacher Zhao, from what you just said, it seems you know these two? Who are they that they can stand against your soul power? I am the elder of the Tianxiang clan, a level 72, 7-ring soul sage specializing in assault-type battle souls. The elderly woman advanced slowly. Her dragon tongue came tapping rhythmically against the ground. 7 radiant soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, glimmered brilliantly, and with each tap, the sound resonated like the striking of iron, even sparking in the air. Soul sage. Zhu Zhuqing's cool voice faltered momentarily. A 7-ringed, 72-level soul sage? Who could she possibly be? Surely, she was no ordinary individual. We may be facing a grave situation. Demu Bai's expression turned solemn. His right fist, encased in a luminous white aura, was tightly bound to his arm, emitting a crackling sound reminiscent of bone fractures. Everyone be cautious. The overwhelming aura of the soul saint suddenly surged forth. The old woman, once unremarkable, was suddenly enveloped in boundless brilliance, exuding auspiciousness from all around her. 7 soul rings interwove in a mesmerizing display. These soul rings reflected in Zhao Wujie's eyes, his brows furrowing in concern as he gravely addressed Tang San and the others, revealing a truth they were unaware of. In the realm of soul saints, most possessed their own factions or affiliations with sections. Particularly, this woman, Chao Tianxiang, a rank 73 soul saint, held significant influence. I cannot elaborate further at this moment. Earlier, I sense through my soul power that they have been relentlessly pursuing this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. What? Does that mean that the hunted soul beast will incite further conflict? Ma Hongjun, disheartened, suggested, why not Teacher Zhao? Aren't you a rank 73 assault system soul saint? You not only surpass this old woman in soul power, but your combat prowess surely exceeds hers. Let's seize it forcefully, what do you say? After all, in the realm of soul masters, who truly owns a soul beast? There are no fixed markers. Since we have slain it, it should rightfully belong to us. I am eager to see who dares to leave today. Chao Tianxiang activated her 7 soul rings and her 72 levels of soul power, gaining control over the sounds and sights within hundreds of meters. To her, everything appeared as transparent. Naturally, Ma Hongjuan's words reached her ears. The authority exuded by Chao Tianxiang rendered Ma Hongjun momentarily stunned, causing him to take a slight step back, nearly overwhelmed by the pressure of her soul power. Fortunately, he was a formidable beast martial soul, the evil fire phoenix. Otherwise, he might have been shaken to his core by the mere presence of this soul saint. To his surprise, it was Sister Chao Tianxiang. Ha ha, what a twist of fate. Zhao Wuji chuckled, rubbing his hands together lightly. Suddenly, the 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and black, descended around him. The soul power of a rank 73 battle soul saint immediately lingered amidst the dense forest. As the soul rings alternated, a melodious sound akin to guitar strumming resonated through the air. Oh! Upon witnessing this scene, Chao Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback, her gaze discerning Zhao Wuji's figure. He was of short stature, muscular, sporting a buzz cut, with a somewhat rugged appearance and a stubbly face. Oh, so he's a respected soul saint. Chao Tianxiang mused, losing herself in thought. In the world of Douluo, strength commands respect. Little did she know, this esteemed soul saint was none other than Zhao Wuji, revered in the soul master community as the immovable king. It is impossible not to recognize Zhao Wuji, for his appearance is undeniably striking. Haha, Sister Xiangxiang. I did not expect you to remember me. Zhao Wuji rarely displayed a Na'vi expression, scratching the back of his head with a hint of awkwardness. Naturally, Xiangxiang teased him lightly, intending to buy some time. How could I possibly forget you, the illustrious mindless king? I have heard you are teaching at the rather unremarkable Shrek Academy. Haha, who would have thought the mindless king would now send his own students to assert dominance over me? Xiangxiang? Zhao Wuji was not foolish. He understood the implications behind her words. Sister Chao Tian, if I may speak candidly, the soul beasts within the Stardow Forest are not merely a matter of cultivation. I believe that whoever slays them can claim them as their own. His tone suddenly grew firm, for Jiang Chuan was standing behind him. You did not hunt the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It can only be deemed a missed opportunity. My student managed to capture this soul beast solely through his own strength. The two had yet to engage in combat, yet the tension between them sparked like fire. Chapter 83. What? Do you look down on Jiang Chuan? The atmosphere among Shrek's group was tense. Only Ma Hongjun gazed greedily at the young maiden, then raised his swollen right arm to wipe the drool from his mouth. Days had passed without any interaction with women, igniting an uncontrollable desire within him. Fatty, you insufferable fool, Dai Mubai continuously called out to him. Yet the latter's gaze remained fixated on Meng Iran, seemingly unable to look away. With a helpless smile, Dai Mubai elbowed Ma Hongjun sharply in the side, startling him. Are you seeking your own demise? Can't you see Xiangxiang's expression is rather unpleasant, staring at her granddaughter like that? Do you wish to meet your end? Oh, Boss Dai. Ma Hongjun quickly composed his expression, feigning calmness, and dared not look at the two again. Observing this, Meng Iran chuckled softly, turning her head away with a smile. As a young girl experiencing the first stirrings of affection, who would not wish to be admired for their beauty? Little did she know that Ma Hongjuan's prolonged absence from female company had led to his unruly behavior, his mind wandering to inappropriate fantasies. Xiangxiang cleared her throat, casting a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun. Oscar, do not waste time here. Dai Mubai, accompany young Ao to hunt down the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Absorb the soul ring outside the battle's residual energy at a distance of 300 meters. Jiang Chuan instructed, his right fist cracking as he moved closer to the center between Zhao Wuji and Xiangxiang. Oh, Meng Iran, feeling rather bored, cast a disinterested glance at Jiang Chuan. Rolling her eyes in disdain, what a grandiose statement. You appear quite presentable, yet your intellect seems lacking. Do you honestly believe there's a place for you in the realm of soul masters? Upon receiving Jiang Chuan's command, they dared not defy it. Dai Mubai pulled Oscar aside. As Meng Ran had described, Jiang Chuan possessed a strikingly handsome countenance. Though not conventionally exquisite, he was, however, remarkably refreshing. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, fixating her gaze on Jiang Chuan, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Unfazed by Zhu Zhuqing's scrutiny, Jiang Chuan remained composed. Dai Mubai, fully aware of the situation, felt utterly helpless. His self-destructive tendencies had led him to a myriad of romantic entanglements, indulging in a life of revelry, which ultimately cost him Zhu Zhuqing's affection. Both Zhu Zhuqing and he hailed from noble families within the Star Luo Empire, having forged a bond in their youth, with the prospect of marriage appearing inevitable. However, due to his elder brother's pursuit of the throne, Dai Mubai chose to leave the Star Luo Empire, seeking refuge at the Shrek Academy in Soto City, intent on severing ties with Zhu Zhuqing. To his astonishment, she followed him to Shrek Academy. Upon their reunion, it felt as though they had been separated by an entire era. Zhu Zhuqing quickly discerned Dai Mubai's actions. She was a girl who cherished cleanliness, possessing a hint of obsessive-compulsiveness. Regret washed over her, accompanied by a surge of irritation. The world had changed, and perhaps even Jiang Chuan himself was unaware of the impact his bold and carefree demeanor, coupled with his sense of responsibility, had on Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, she had little affection for those who were exceedingly handsome. A refreshing disposition was more than sufficient. Jiang Chuan remained nonchalant. Stepping back, Zhao Wuji cast a vigilant gaze towards Tianxiang and cautioned, "Be exceedingly careful. Do not let your guard down. The lives of several young ones are at stake. We are up against the Soul Saint. While our combined efforts should suffice to thwart her, the Dragon King and the Snake Lady are inseparable. You may not fully grasp the intricacies of the Soul Master realm, but I fear that the Soul Da, the Dragon King, is likely nearby. Moreover, this young maiden could very well be Meng Ran, the cherished granddaughter of the Dragon King and the Snake Lady." Teacher Jiang Chuan, exercise caution, Oscar remarked with concern as he passed by. Jiang Chuan nodded in silence, feeling a stir of emotions regarding Oscar. It was peculiar that Ning Rongrong was flirting with him. Yet Oscar expressed gratitude towards him. The atmosphere was tense, charged with an unspoken conflict. The presence of the formidable Ming Wang suggested that matters were about to escalate. Chao Tianxiang gripped her serpent staff tightly, the sound echoing ominously. With her left hand, she gestured towards the void, summoning a black soul ring that spun in the air like a mystical wheel, shimmering with a captivating glow. The aura of a soul sage enveloped the surroundings. "Still, you should step aside," Chao Tianxiang remarked, her gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Chuan, her tone unmistakably clear. Jiang Chuan extended his left finger to halt Zhao Wuji's counsel, urging, "You all should depart. Lingering here will yield no benefit for you. Alternatively, you may all choose to stay." Jiang Chuan spoke with unwavering determination. According to the customs of the Spirit Master Realm, the one who slays the Spirit Beast rightfully claims it. The Serpent Matriarch, relying solely on her spirit power and formidable connections, sought to subdue them and seize the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Serpent, striving to avoid any loss of face before her granddaughter. Jiang Chuan harbors a particular fondness for individuals who are unreasonable, as he himself embodies this trait. "You, Chao Tianxiang, with a quiver in your pupils, clench your teeth and enunciated each word with precision. Very well." Jiang Chuan, holding back, cast a wary glance at Zhao Wujia. The couple, Long Gong and Shipa, hold an illustrious reputation in the realm of soul masters, capable of executing soul fusion techniques that rival the might of a tidal Douluo strike. My heavens, a tidal Douluo? Ma Hongjun clutched his head, as if struck by lightning, and cast a fearful glance at Chao Tianxiang. Tidal Xiao Wu took a cautious step back. "A Douluo?" Although Zhao Wujia made an effort to suppress his voice, Chao Tianxiang still caught every word, a slight smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. Yet, in the next moment, her smile faded. "So what if that is the case?" Zhao Wujia looked at Jiang Chuan with astonishment, as if he were a creature of myth. The potential of the latter was indeed unparalleled, yet he remained merely a second-ring soul master, far from having fully developed his abilities. Currently, he was still quite distant from challenging Chao Tianxiang. "Oh, is this indeed Zhao Wujia's disciple?" Chao Tianxiang inched closer to Jiang Chuan, speaking candidly. "It seems he is rather naive about worldly affairs." "Sister Chao Tianxiang, he is not my disciple," Zhao Wuji interjected, extending his left hand toward Jiang Chuan. A bitter smile gracing his lips as he elaborated. "Jiang Chuan is also a teacher at Shrek Academy." "What? A teacher? Is it true that your struggling Shrek Academy cannot even afford proper instructors? You have resorted to employing a mere teenager for teaching?" Chao Tianxiang exclaimed, her laughter tinged with mockery, while Meng Yiran covered her lips with her hand, chuckling derisively at the remark. Jiang Chuan remained reticent. The great soul master of the second ring? The mythical teacher of Shrek? Indeed. In the face of the martial soul fusion technique of the Dragon King and the Serpent Empress, even the formidable 90th ranked Chrysanthemum Douluo Jugua would find himself in a stalemate before achieving victory. He is currently unable to contend with them. However, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran were entirely oblivious. The disparity between him and the Shrek students was already vast. Even Zhao Wujia was unaware that he had acquired his third soul ring. Chapter 84. A soul ring of 10,000 years? Jiang Chuan preaches. Jiang Chuan, unperturbed, exuded confidence. Zhao Wuji, understanding the situation, was bound to support him. Observing this, she huffed indignantly. How dare that immovable king bully an old woman like me? Alas, if only my husband were here, I would certainly confront you on this matter. Chao Tianxiang, with a gentle grip on Meng Yiran's right arm, strode away with her serpent staff. Grandma, Meng Yiran exclaimed, stamping her foot in righteous anger. They stole my phoenix tail, chicken-crowned snake, and spoke so disrespectfully, particularly that lecherous little chubby one who stared at me, as if he were about to pop. Are we to let this go? Chao Tianxiang hesitated, patting the delicate back of her hand. Be good. We shall find your grandfather and discuss this matter further. We will not rest until it is resolved. Subsequently, all eyes were drawn to Meng Yiran's hawk-like gaze, which they met with averted eyes. And the two gradually faded from view. Having narrowly escaped the gates of hell, Zhao Wuji placed a hand upon his chest, feeling as though he had been reborn. He quickly urged Xiao Ao to absorb the soul ring. Once the snake lady located the dragon prince, retribution would surely follow, making it exceedingly difficult for them to extricate themselves, especially after tensions had escalated. Tang San, tapping his fingers habitually, became pensive. I propose that everyone activate their martial souls to guard against all directions. This will serve to fend off soul beasts and expand our field of vision. Agreed. The group responded in unison. Zhu Qing, we require your assistance as our eyes. Your role as a scout among soul masters is essential. Tang San instructed. Certainly. Zhu Qing replied coolly. In an instant, she leaped forth with the grace of a shooting star, her form gliding elegantly through the air. I will accompany you. Xiao Wu volunteered eagerly, not waiting for Tang San to object. Jiang Chuan and Zhao Wuji leaned closer, with the latter opening his mouth, struggling to find words. After a moment, he chewed on dried meat, washing it down with green tea, and sighed in relief. He looked up, meeting Zhao Wuji's gaze. Ah, Teacher Zhao, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Very well. Why is your soul power and strength so peculiar? Zhao Wuji inquired. One could say it is a matter of differing nature, Jiang Chuan said, raising a finger dismissively. Possessing power that transcends the laws of this world. There is no need to adhere to the rules of Douluo. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained, so let us eat. Once we are satisfied, there are tough battles ahead. What do you mean? Zhao Wuji was left bewildered by the response. At this, Ma Hongjun chuckled, raising his head inquisitively. I too require a soul ring, and so does Tang San. We must venture deeper into the Stardow Forest. What other course of action do you propose? Jiang Chuan retorted, meeting Zhao Wuji's gaze defiantly. Are we to return to Shrek Academy in such a disheveled state? Upon concluding his thoughts, Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback. Being naturally inarticulate, he coughed softly, struggling to articulate his thoughts for an extended period. At that moment, Tang San, burdened with concern, returned. He ventured to offer counsel. The situation is dire, Brother Chuan. My suggestion is to wait for Xiao Ao to retrieve the third spirit ring. We should take a step back and await a few days at the hotel outside the Stardow Forest. Once the Dragon King and the Snake Lady depart from the forest, we can then venture into hunt for spirit rings. What do you think? Tang San, with his meticulous mind, conceived this alternative strategy. Zhao Wuji and the others nodded in agreement, finding the plan viable. However, Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, Tang San felt a twinge of doubt. Isn't this approach somewhat inappropriate? Jiang Chuan, I believe we can afford the wait. After all, it won't delay us for long. The Dragon King and the Snake Lady cannot linger in the Stardow Forest indefinitely. In no more than 3 days, Zhao Wuji raised 3 fingers of his right hand, his tone resolute. They will surely depart, and, at that juncture, procuring any spirit ring will not pose a challenge. Indeed, Ma Hongjun concurred, Teacher Jiang Chuan. Let us not remain obstinate. They are capable of executing martial soul fusion techniques. They all assumed Jiang Chuan was merely being stubborn and unwilling to yield. Jiang Chuan, having lived 2 lives, was not prone to childishness. Upon hearing their words, he couldn't help but chuckle. No, What I mean is there's no need. Tang San interjected. No need? Indeed. I am already a 39th level soul master of the third ring. Moreover, with Zhao Wujia by our side, why should we waste time fleeing? Jiang Chuan spoke with remarkable calmness, embodying a spirit of non-contention. As soul masters, we cannot merely weigh our options superficially. We are all soul masters who have come to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings, who decreed that soul beasts are to be raised like livestock. Should we retreat to an outside the forest based solely on a few words from the other party? It is not as if we cannot fight. Jiang Chuan harbored no competitive spirit. He simply deemed it unnecessary. What? Brother Chuan, you have truly ascended to the realm of Soul Master? And at the illustrious rank of 39? Tang San gazed at Jiang Chuan as if he had encountered a ghost. He vividly recalled that merely half a month prior, Jiang Chuan was a mere Soul Master of but 20-some levels, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 3-ring Soul Master? How on earth had he cultivated so rapidly? A wave of unease washed over him. A 39-level, 3-ring auxiliary Soul Master? Ma Ongjun, with both hands probing Jiang Chuan, continuously speculated in disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Teacher Jiang Chuan, what manner of physique do you possess? Even Big Brother Dai cannot match your pace, let alone keep up with your soul power. Ma Hongjun was well aware that when Jiang Chuan was merely a soul master, he had decisively bested Dai Mubai, a 3-ring soul master. Yet now, the latter could hardly keep pace with Jiang Chuan's advancements. In the pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing's affections, Dai Mubai had faced one defeat after another. Jiang Chuan, your potential indeed lives up to expectations. You truly are the strongest teacher of our Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia exclaimed with fervor, his gaze lingering on Jiang Chuan as though he had stumbled upon a new continent. In response, Jiang Chuan nodded slightly. Whispers circulated within Shrek Academy, proclaiming him the strongest teacher, attributing this unfounded title solely to him. No, Teacher Zhao, you may have misunderstood once again. Jiang Chuan spoke with a rhythmic cadence, as I honed my martial soul, never yearning for expectations, but rather allowing things to unfold naturally, as water flows into place. If that is the case, you have come to seek the 4th soul ring. Zhao Wujia rubbed his stubbled chin, stating that it was essential to venture into the heart of the Millennium Soul Beast territory to procure one for you. Jiang Chuan shook his head and mused to himself. Once the 3rd soul ring is acquired for the mistress, you may take your leave. At that time, I shall personally embark on the quest for the 4th 10,000-year soul ring. What? The 4th 10,000-year soul ring? Exclaimed the Shrek group in unison. Fortunately, Dai Mubai and the others were not present. Otherwise, they would have been left utterly astounded, their jaws agape. Chapter 85. Longing for the unattainable. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true purpose of their journey. The 4th soul ring of Jiang Chuan, a millennium. This surpasses the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Now that a decision has been made, we can proceed. Zhao Wujia clenched his right fist tightly, bracing himself for what lay ahead. However, Jiang Chuan, I would advise against absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching. It was Oscar, hurriedly striding forward with exuberance, raising his right hand as he dashed towards Jiang Chuan and the others, exclaiming with delight, "Hey, haha!" Witnessing his demeanor, everyone couldn't help but smile brightly in unison. Dai Mubai followed closely behind, bewildered by the speed of the boy after acquiring his 3rd soul ring. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and shook his head slightly. This little rascal, Zhao Wujia chuckled, playfully tapping Tang San with his left fist. Having obtained his 3rd soul ring, who knows how long he will bask in his glory. Xiao Ao, what soul ring did you acquire? Tang San inquired with curiosity. You'll never guess, Oscar replied, his eyes sparkling. As he activated his 3rd soul ring, a purple, glimmering ring materialized above his right hand, and he murmured continuously, imaginative mushroom sausage. Under the curious gazes of the others, they leaned in closer. In a flash, Oscar's martial spirit appeared like a fleeting dream, a robust, shimmering sausage adorned with vibrant colors. Remarkably, a pair of lively, translucent wings wrapped around the sausage. This is quite surprising, Ma Hongjun remarked, his expression one of disbelief as he curiously poked the sausage. It felt soft and meaty to the touch. Zhao Wujia, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Xiao Ao, why is your martial spirit still so peculiar? What exactly is the purpose of this sausage? Dai Mubai, adjusting his disheveled hair, maintained an air of nonchalance but urged Oscar, Xiao Ao, just tell everyone, do you not realize where we are? With several pairs of eyes upon him, Oscar raised an eyebrow playfully at the crowd and then, in a tone of ostentation, declared, "It's no trouble to tell you. This is a soul skill that enables flight. Once consumed, one can gain the flying ability of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake." As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, pretending they were wings, and twirled in place. "What? Flight? Xiao Ao, you can't be serious," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency as he leaned towards Oscar's hand, only to be thwarted by the latter's outstretched left hand. With a crunch, Oscar popped the imaginative mushroom sausage into his mouth, chewing with delight as fragrant flavors filled the air. In a stunning turn of events, a gust of wind enveloped Oscar, and to everyone's astonishment, a radiant, flowing aura emerged from his back. Suddenly, a purple soul ring manifested, enveloping Oscar's entire being and bestowing upon him a pair of wings as ethereal as the wind, truly magnificent. "Oh my heavens!" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. "Is this really happening? Flight?" "Certainly, Xiao Ao, you have indeed justified our efforts." Just moments ago, the fierce demeanor of Chao Tianxiang and Meng Iran suggested they were about to forcefully seize the opportunity. Had it not been for Jiang Chuan's timely intervention, Zhao Wuji, with a resolute gesture, stated, "Your chances of absorbing a soul ring are 0. At this moment, Oscar felt a tremor within his spirit. He bowed deeply to Jiang Chuan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher Jiang Chuan. Your kindness will forever be etched in my memory." Upon hearing Oscar's thanks, the latter waved his hand to dismiss it. His presence was not for Oscar's sake, but rather for his own 4th soul ring. "Excellent," Zhao Wuji proclaimed, giving Oscar a thumbs up. "Our team of soul masters now boasts a flying martial spirit. Truly, you are worthy of the esteemed recognition by the venerable Flander, the strongest support-type soul master in the entire continent. Xiao Ao, your growth symbolizes a significant advancement for Shrek Academy." Hearing this, Oscar felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him. However, facing the eager gazes of his companions, he was aware that the duration of this flying soul skill was rather limited. "How short is it?" Ma Hongjun inquired, his expression shifting. Zhao Wuji remained fully attentive. Oscar, his gaze wavering with uncertainty, finally replied, "Only 1 minute." "What?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed. "1 minute? No way, Xiaowao. How can your flying duration be as brief as your sausages?" Dai Mubai appeared disheartened, feeling their efforts had been in vain. This should not be the case. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is among the rarest of 1,000-year soul beasts. Such a lackluster soul skill is unexpected. Tang San, stroking his chin, fixed his gaze intently on Oscar's wings. Indeed, it is a tremendous fortune to encounter a soul beast like the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Yet why is this soul skill so inadequate? Zhao Wuji was equally perplexed. "Ha!" Jiang Chuan chuckled softly, awakening the group to the reality. "Perhaps you're not fully aware of the soul skills derived from soul beasts. The wings behind Xiao Ao are remarkably aligned with those of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Thus his flying speed must possess the essence of its power. Am I correct?" "Yes, yes." Oscar nodded vigorously, filled with both joy and admiration. He felt a profound respect for Jiang Chuan. Just a glance was sufficient for him to discern the nuances of his soul skill. Truly terrifying. "What? Is it really so?" The others, witnessing Oscar's acknowledgement, felt a shared sense of astonishment. Jiang Chuan's dual pupils are exceedingly unique. Nothing escapes his gaze. Does this not imply that during the battles of soul masters, everything is transparent to Jiang Chuan? After all, he can anticipate his opponent's soul abilities, leaving nothing unmanageable. Alas, such is the fate. Jiang Chuan is a teacher at Shrek Academy. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, he is unlikely to participate in the soul master competition. I must concede, it was indeed a wise decision for the old ghost, Flinder, to spend a considerable sum to invite you here. After all, it is difficult to find another individual across the entire continent who possesses such profound knowledge of soul beasts and their abilities. Zhao Wujia humbly acknowledges this fact. Now that we have acquired the soul ring, let us summon Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, and continue our quest to procure Tang San's 3rd soul ring and Jiang Chuan's 4th soul ring. Ma Hongjun, with his characteristic bluntness, exclaimed, "Let us go." Gulp. Dai Mubai and Oscar were left dumbfounded, their eyes widening in disbelief. Suddenly, they fixed their gaze on Jiang Chuan, their thoughts exploding like a dam breaking, scattering in all directions as if the sea had evaporated. While what? Teacher Jiang Chuan is already going to hunt for his 4th soul ring? This is impossible. Just a short while ago, the fatty was sparring with teacher Jiang Chuan, and at that time, he was only a level 29 second ring support type soul master. How could he have progressed to level 39 in the blink of an eye? Oscar felt dizzy, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Jiang Chuan is in essence an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 86. Embracing Jiang Chuan? I once believed that I could, in terms of soul power, surpass Jiang Chuan. To my utter astonishment, I found myself to be a mere jester. Suddenly, a thunderous boom resounded, akin to the collapse of a mountain. The ground trembled, trees swayed, and a damp aura of spiritual energy rushed towards me, invigorating yet alarming. What transpired? Dai Mu Bai's expression turned frantic as his dual pupils scanned the surrounding chaos of fleeing soul beasts, some aged a century, others a millennium, even those surpassing 2,000 years. The unusual movements of the soul beasts hinted at a foreboding sign. The heartbeats of the crowd quickened, a tremor resonating from deep within. This is dire. Retreat swiftly. The ominous signs of nature cannot be ignored. Tang San, frowning in concern, raised his voice to alert the others. Retreat, quickly. Where are Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu? Summon them back at once. Oscar, if you possess the flight sausage of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, please hurry and inform them to return. Boom, boom, boom. With the violent quaking of the ground, Ma Hongjuan's excess flesh trembled. He hastily clutched his abdomen, his face paling, a look of distress written across his features. This is bad, very bad. Two figures, one dark, one pink, flashed into view, executing rapid teleportations. Unbeknownst to one another, they each emitted 2 yellow soul rings, which adorned their left and right feet. Their speed reached its zenith. With a whoosh, Xiao Wu emerged from a cloud of pink mist, her delicate face flushed from exertion. Breathless as she pounded her chest, struggling for air. Zhu Qing, what on earth happened up ahead? Or what extraordinary being has appeared to send you fleeing in such disarray? Tang San asked, concern lacing his tone as he drew Xiao Wu close, raising his forehead to gaze at Zhu Zhuqing. Hurry, we must leave. Zhu Zhuqing, equally fatigued, placed her hands on her slender waist, panting heavily, urgency evident in her voice. That soul beast is terrifyingly close. Its size rivals that of a small mountain, and everything around it appears as mere toys, being swept away in its wake. Noticing the others still in shock, Zhu Zhuqing's tone intensified. Such a formidable entity is beyond our capability to contend with. We must flee. Just as her words fell, a deafening roar erupted. Life unfolds like a series of distant roars echoing from ancient times, creating ripples of crimson that resonate clearly along the periphery of this vast starry forest. Zhu Qing, instinctively raising her right hand to offer support, was gently rebuffed as it was brushed aside by her companion. Ah, the earth trembles and the mountains shake. Zhu Qing stumbled momentarily, inadvertently collapsing into Jiang Chuan's embrace, her arms curling around him like a delicate bird seeking refuge. In a reflexive motion, he instinctively wrapped his right arm around her slender waist. How could one not understand? The touch was silken, and once her figure reached its full elegance, she would undoubtedly captivate all. Just her pair of long, slender legs alone was enough to leave an impression. Yet, it seemed there was a knot of unease in her heart. Zhu Qing, possessing a penchant for cleanliness, was well aware of this. Dai Mu Bai's long-standing associations with various women had inevitably bred a fissure in their relationship. Dai Mu Bai found himself at a loss for words, his gaze wavering uncertainly. He could only blame himself for the situation. How could he possibly place the blame on others? With a slight turn of his head, he murmured softly, "Thank you, Jiang Chuan." Zhu Qing's clear, untainted eyes shimmered with the essence of spring as she blinked twice. In a bold gesture, her hands reached towards Jiang Chuan's abdomen, enveloped by a wave of comforting security. The proximity to Jiang Chuan made her feel remarkably at ease, as if her very soul was invigorated, instilling within her a desire to succumb to a blissful slumber beneath the warm sun. Astonishingly, even her earlier injuries seemed to be healing gradually. Could this be the innate ability of support-type soul master, to heal even without activating one's martial soul? Her curiosity piqued. What indeed was Jiang Chuan's auxiliary soul? To this day, neither the faculty nor the students of Shrek Academy had any inkling of Jiang Chuan's martial soul, nor were they privy to the nature of his soul skills. Jiang Chuan released Zhu Zhuqing, who immediately understood and shyly turned her head away, a flush of crimson blooming on her cheeks. Do not hesitate here. Even I can sense the impending threat of this soul beast, which is at least 10,000 years old. I cannot provide a precise estimation, so we must depart swiftly. Oscar, prepare more of your sausages. Zhao Wuji's face was stern, nearly shouting in frustration. The intensity of his voice made his neck bulge and his face redden. Who is Zhao Wuji? A formidable soul sage of the 73rd rank. a manifestation of the unmoved king, capable of withstanding the pursuit of several soul saints from the spirit hall. The sheer force that could push the adversary to such extremes was enough to ignite one's imagination. Oscar hastily summoned his martial spirit, while Tang San and Dai Mubai flanked him, bracing for what was to come. Jiang Chuan gazed thoughtfully at the leaves whisked away by the wind, his forehead glistening with an unsteady light. He spoke with a sense of resignation. It is already too late. What? Zhao Wuji stammered in bewilderment. I mean, we cannot escape. You are well aware that the adversary is a 10,000-year soul beast. Not even the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake could evade its speed, Jiang Chuan replied, his eyes tightly shut. Gradually, strands of golden light emanated from his feet, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The sounds of wind and rustling leaves were suspended in the air. The soul beast took a single stride, covering a distance of over 1,000 meters. If we were to employ Oscar's flying sausage, I fear that before our wings had even flapped 3 times, we would already be pursued by it. Jiang Chuan and Zhao Wuji clenched their fists tightly, the latter exclaiming in excitement, "Even you cannot escape?" Having witnessed Jiang Chuan's speed, he knew it was unparalleled. I can indeed. Jiang Chuan opened his eyes and turned his head towards the group. If you activate all 7 rings and enhance your speed to the maximum, even manifesting your martial soul's true form, you may still manage to evade. Jiang Chuan's intentions have been made abundantly clear. If you choose to flee, you may survive. If not, we shall fight. I will never abandon my students. Even in death, they represent the hope for the future of the Soul Master World. In terms of potential, they surpass even the students of the 4 great elemental academies and the prestigious royal institutions. Zhao Wujing resolutely stepped forward, declaring, "Little monsters, stay close behind me. Do not lag behind. Once the battle commences, utilize Oscar's sausages to make your escape. Remember, do not let yourselves be caught in the aftermath of this soul beast, for even a trace of energy left behind by it is far beyond your capacity to endure." Chapter 87. A desperate gamble. The Emperor's bell stirs restlessly. Boom! The resonating roar, akin to that of an iron war chariot, reverberated through the air, instilling a sense of dread. It drew ever closer. If the commotion caused by the phoenix-tailed cockatrice was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, then this ancient soul beast, reminiscent of a primordial era, was like a cataclysmic tide tearing through the heavens. It was terrifying beyond measure. Suddenly, everything fell eerily silent. In that moment, an unprecedented tension gripped everyone's hearts. They understood that this was the calm before the storm. Awaken your martial spirits. Dai Mubai's face turned pale, his voice gradually drowned out by the howling winds. And all that could be seen was his lips moving in a whisper. Simultaneously, a phoenix engulfed in raging flames soared into the sky, while strands of blue silvergrass, adorned with golden runes, surged up from all directions. Finally, from the depths of the forest emerged a massive, reddish-brown stone, as large as a small mountain. Upon seeing this colossal head, Zhao Wujing felt a chill run down his spine. The air turned suddenly cold, the previous heat now suffocating, as if one were being scorched by flames. Looking up, he beheld this immense creature. Tang San's heart raced, shattering the stillness with the realization that it was a Titan great ape. The mere mention of the Titan great ape reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. The king of the forest, the Titan great ape? Zhao Wujing nearly gasped in disbelief, his veins bulging with tension. Roar! The enormous head fully emerged from the woods, its cavernous mouth gaping wide in a ferocious roar that shattered the tranquility of the mountain forest. The 9 members of Shrek stumbled, finding it a challenge to even stand firm against the force of the ensuing shockwave. Before them stood a soul beast as immense as a mountain, its body encased in thick, resilient black skin, with powerful muscles bulging, concealing immense strength. Red totems flowed across its frame, resembling a colossal ape. It exuded an aura of authority without even displaying anger. Enemies are unnecessary. Jiang Chuan's voice was chillingly calm. The Shrek's 7 monsters have departed. Their objective does not involve you. Zhao Wuji interjected, "Teacher Jiang Chuan, this is the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, renowned across the lands. If soul beasts are indeed categorized by rank, then the Titan Great Ape undoubtedly occupies the apex of his pyramid of terror. You must be aware of this, surely?" He struggled to swallow his parched throat, his lips dry. Such a soul beast should reside in the deepest marshes of the Star Doe forest, yet it has suddenly appeared on the outskirts. There must be a reason for this occurrence. Jiang Chuan gazed intently, resembling a colossal Titan gorilla. The timelines converged. This Titan gorilla sensed the presence of Xiao Wu and hastily approached, initially believing that she was under the control of a soul master, which incited its furious wrath. In truth, the adversary harbored no intention of harming Tang San and the others. As for Zhao Wujia's claim of soul masters engaging in indiscriminate slaughter, that had indeed provoked the wrath of the Forest King. Daiming likely did not anticipate this, for Xiao Wu occupied 99 of its mind. No, Jiang Chuan, you and Tang San take everyone and leave first. This is a Titan gorilla, Zhao Wujia exclaimed in fear, roaring immediately. Daimu Bai, take Rongrong and Xiao Ao and leave. Jiang Chuan nodded. Ma Hongjun and Oscar trembled, huddling together. Let Ma Hongjun take them away. I will stay behind, he declared. With the white tiger's spirit manifesting, Daimu Bai struggled to suppress the Titan gorilla's overwhelming pressure stemming from its innate martial spirit. The royal character script flashed from his brow, and as the massive tiger behind him continued to grow in divinity, his body swelled as if inflated, ultimately tearing his garments and revealing his sculpted physique. Rongrong and Oscar, wary, reached to pull Ning Rongrong's hand, only to be dismissed with a disdainful flick and a roll of the eyes from the latter. I will not leave. The 7 treasures are renowned. For 1 day, strength. For 2 days, speed. Ning Rongrong channeled the 7 hues of her 7 treasures' glazed tower into the bodies of Tang San and the others. The more individuals supported by the tower, the stronger they became, but the personal consumption increased exponentially. She had only released 2 supportive soul skills before she weakened and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Upon witnessing this and sensing the fluctuation of soul power, the Titan gorilla was further enraged. A terrifying roar erupted, signaling its fury and intent to strike. The results were evident. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, the 7 did not get blown away by its roar. Thud! Thud! The Titan gorilla charged at Zhao Wujia and the others with great agility. There was no other option. Zhao Wujia gritted his teeth fiercely and was the first to charge forward, unleashing his martial spirit, the mighty diamond bear. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 7 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, dazzlingly bright. With a powerful resonance, the 7 rings echoed harmoniously. It was as if a colossal force was compressed tightly beneath them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the intense activation of soul power, the black and yellow soul rings intertwined, while the purple and black soul rings surged back and forth, continuously expanding, creating a controlled domain of starlit brilliance. The 73rd level, 7-ringed Battle Soul Saint, unleashed its full power. Boom! 7 soul rings intertwined, radiating a golden brilliance, enveloping Zhao Wujia completely. His physique exaggeratedly expanded, resembling a balloon being inflated. Golden fur, eyes like amber, and arms as robust as mountains transformed him into a colossal golden bear, towering 5 meters high, exhaling flames of gold. Reaching the 30th level as a soul master marks a significant threshold, while the 70th level represents an even greater barrier. Upon attaining the 70th level, a soul master possessing a martial soul's true form experiences a substantial enhancement in power, serving as a desperate measure in critical moments. Once this true form is manifested, an invincible effect lasting half an hour is bestowed. Soul abilities below the 7 soul rings can be utilized without limit, with their potency amplified to 150 times the usual strength. More alarmingly, the might of the Great Strength Diamond Bear boasts an additional 200 in defensive attributes. However, forcibly invoking the martial soul's true form exacts a considerable toll on Zhao Wujia. Nonetheless, when compared to the augmentations he receives, they pale in comparison to Jiang Chuan's ordinary soul abilities. With his first soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats, he could easily crush Zhao Wujia's defenses. This is dire. Dai Mubai's gaze gleamed as he focused intently on the golden bear that was Zhao Wujia, his voice resonant. Teacher Zhao has actually unleashed his martial soul's true form. Martial soul's true form? Tang San was taken aback. Indeed, Dai Mubai affirmed, elaborating, although formidable. Once teacher Zhao has utilized it, he will be left with only 50% of his energy for the next 7 days, rendering him exceedingly vulnerable. This is indeed a gamble. Coupled with the amplification from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Zhao Wujia now possessed the strength to contend with the soul Douluo. Jiang Chuan remained silent, his expression inscrutable. In his right hand, the Emperor's bell stirred with an almost palpable energy. Could it be that encountering a formidable adversary for the first time has awakened a sense of excitement within you? Jiang Chuan's voice was profound as his gaze fell upon his hands. In an instant, he unleashed his second soul skill, Ghostvine Parasite, followed by his second soul skill, White Tiger's blazing light wave, and then his second soul skill, Netherworld Stab. The Phoenix Fire line emerged. Chapter 88. The first glimpse of brilliance, the million-year soul ring. The air resonated. A sphere of soul skills coalesced, enveloping the colossal stone form of the Titan Great Ape like a whirlwind. The Titan Great Ape, its body flushed crimson as blood, unleashed a thunderous roar, emitting a series of scarlet ripples that shattered all these soul skills with a crack. With a slight furrow of his brow, he cast a glance at the golden brown bear beside him. For it, the most formidable threat at present was this 5-meter-tall, giant golden brown bear, conjured by Zhao Wujia. Given Zhao Wujia's current state, it posed a significant danger. Without a moment's hesitation, the golden brown bear struck with a powerful fist towards the Titan Great Ape, only to have its blow met by the latter's stone fists, which not only held firm, but also exerted tremendous force to overpower the golden brown bear. In terms of sheer strength, the Titan Great Ape far surpassed the golden brown bear by several folds. The golden brown bear, adorned with golden fur, felt its robust arms being crushed. Turning its head to meet the gaze of Tang San and the others, it bellowed, "You bunch of little rascals, hurry and flee." Under the immense pressure exerted by the Titan Great Ape, the golden brown bear was being gradually pressed into the earth. Coughing violently, blood spewed from its mouth, scattering around as it teetered on the brink of collapse. Jiang Chuan remained composed and unruffled. With his left hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, his eyes glimmered with contemplation, fully aware of the underlying motives. The summoning of Air Ming was solely for the sake of Xiao Wu, a situation that had devolved into an absurdity. His singular purpose was to engage in a duel with Air Ming, to gauge the disparity between himself and the ancient soul beast. The golden brown bear's fur fell away, its pupils growing dimmer, as the Titan giant stone fists relentlessly hammered it into submission, leaving a gaping hole. Zhao Wuji's complexion turned pale as he plummeted from heights. A roar erupted from the Titan Great Ape, its fists mercilessly pummeling the crimson chest adorned with ancient runes, echoing its majestic might. It extended its hand towards the startled Xiao Wu. "No, Xiao Wu." Tang San propelled himself forward with a vigorous leap, yet he was perpetually a moment too late. A sudden chill enveloped the air as dark currents surged forth, seemingly freezing time in that instant. Buzz! A long, resonant blade song pierced the stillness, akin to a dawn's blade slicing through the darkness. Before all eyes, it carved a sharp, chilling arc through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! With deft precision, 9 strikes were unleashed in rapid succession, weaving a web of intersecting blade marks. With a resounding thud, one strike landed on the Titan Great Ape's right arm, leaving a faint, elongated scar. The demon blade, Qianren, shattered upon colliding with the Titan's stone palm, scattering shards that sparkled like stars across the ground. The Titan, in pain, withdrew its arm, tilting its head towards the night sky, revealing a refreshing visage. Jiang Chuan, Zhao Wuji, clutching his chest, struggled to rise from the ground, coughing violently, crimson droplets escaping the corners of his mouth, his face a portrait of distress as he gazed at Jiang Chuan's retreating figure in white attire. "Brother Chuan." Tang San's earlier anxiety suddenly eased. He replied, gripping the purple hilt of the demon blade, Qianren, with a voice that was both chilling and solitary, exuding an air of calm determination. "I shall take over from here." Simple yet swift, his words concealed an ominous intent. The Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, had spoken, and Jiang Chuan's grip on the hilt tightened, producing a resonant crackle. The blades on the ground clinked together, piecing themselves together as he solemnly declared, "I humbly seek your guidance." "No, it cannot be. The disparity in soul power between you is far too great. Even if a soul Douluo were to intervene, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand against the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape. Jiang Chuan, this is an existence you cannot withstand. Depart at once. Take Tang San and the others away. I shall hold them off." Zhao Wuji, having personally felt the Titan Great Ape's formidable strength, grasped the true extent of its terror. It was the pinnacle of soul beasts. It is no jest. Even he, a soul sage of the 73rd rank, finds himself somewhat incapable. How much less so for Jiang Chuan? At this point, he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, his complexion turning ashen. "Jiang Chuan, no!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, raising her hand in concern to halt him. "You stand no chance against the Titan Giant Ape." Roar! The Titan Giant Ape, well-versed in human speech, sensed Jiang Chuan's provocation. It frantically pounded its chest, producing a thunderous sound, while malevolent flames spewed forth from its chest, igniting sparks in all directions. "Oh!" With a subtle arch of his left brow, Jiang Chuan gently grasped the air with his left hand. A A crisp sound resonated as white soul power spiraled from his palm, ultimately intertwining to form a black rune, which took shape in a mere 3 seconds. A flicker of starlight danced, resembling a black 10,000-year soul ring that materialized from thin air, accompanied by the rhythmic clicking of its rotation. 10,000-year soul ring. My heavens! The 10,000-year soul ring left Ma Hongjun looking bewildered, his lips incessantly murmuring. Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chuan's hand. Goodness! Zhu Zhuqing delicately covered her lips with her slender, fair fingers. Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and the others looked up, retreating slightly. A soul master at the 39th level possessing a 10,000-year soul ring. What a jest! Across the entire continent, how could such a soul master possibly exist? Zhao Wujia, however, maintained a calm demeanor, for he alone was privy to Jiang Chuan's secret. On that fateful day, Jiang Chuan, however, has acquired a 100,000-year red soul ring. Yet, due to the formidable authority of the Hao Qian, he is compelled to carry this secret to his grave, buried deep within, choosing to remain silent even in the presence of the old ghost Flender. Another 10,000-year soul ring? No, Zhao Wujia's expression became vacant. A 100,000-year red soul ring, alongside another black 10,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan, a 39th level 3-ring support type soul master, can only possess 3 soul rings. This realization struck him. He seemed to have uncovered an astonishing secret. Jiang Chuan, it is highly likely that he is not merely human, but a deity. Otherwise, the presence of the soul rings adorning him would be inexplicable. With a flourish, the 10,000-year soul ring emerged, unleashing a torrent of swirling black luminescence from his left hand, akin to flowing sand drifting through his fingers, embodying an ethereal grace. This spectacle left Zhu Zhuqing entranced. The second soul skill, Sacred Shield. This was the first occasion for the crowd to witness Jiang Chuan's soul skill, and astonishingly, it was his second. Sacred Shield? In an instant, the black soul ring encircled the back of Jiang Chuan's head, as if a divine being had descended. The intertwining of black and white formed a protective barrier, enveloping him in a layer of otherworldly energy. Nodding, he beheld an enormous stone fist, ablaze with raging flames, continuously magnifying before him. Wind leaves stones, and we were all swept up in the gale of this mighty fist, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence, as an oppressive aura bore down, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Chapter 89. Jiang Chuan is truly not human. A monstrosity. Zhu Zhuqing regained her senses, finally exclaiming in astonishment. The suffocating atmosphere was even more lethal than the pressure emanating from the Titan giant ape. Did the laws of Douluo still hold? There was no hint of hesitation. Tang San's expression was one of exaggerated disbelief as he stared at the impending clash between Jiang Chuan and the Titan giant ape, nearly gasping in shock at the sheer audacity of Jiang Chuan's approach. Was he truly willing to confront the Titan giant ape with a 10,000-year soul ring so boldly? Boom! At that moment, it was as if thunder roared, reminiscent of mountains and seas in tumult. An endless surge of soul power erupted, creating ripples that interwove and exploded outward. The winds surged and the clouds gathered, merely caught in the aftermath. Tang San and the others were swept away by the force of the soul power. Could it be? Was Jiang Chuan truly this ruthless? Oscar was taken aback, his voice drowned by the colossal wave. Was he charging towards the Titan giant ape without regard for his life? Just as he spoke, the weight of the soul power bore down heavily upon his already strained brow once more. It was over. Jiang Chuan might not survive this, Ma Hongjun lamented, tears welling up as he spoke. With such a ferocious attack, even the soul skills granted by a 10,000-year soul ring would find it exceedingly difficult to endure. What kind of power is this? Dai Mu Bai strained to prop himself up from the ground, veins bulging, grappling with the sheer force of it all. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the misty clouds above. Zhao Wujia, bewildered, instinctively gazed upward. Then came a series of thunderous crashes. Each collision sparked celestial fireworks. What? Tang San's voice turned hoarse, nearly a roar of disbelief. How could this be? How is it even possible? The battle rages on, Brother Chuan, and you are still alive. How can this be? Everyone gazes resolutely at the heavens as the world spins around them. Jiang Chuan possesses merely 39 levels of soul power. Yet he can contend with the soul sect on equal footing, considering the opponent wields a 10,000-year soul ring, an entity beyond common comprehension. At best, he could survive a single strike from a soul emperor, falling drastically short of the realms of soul saint and spirit Douluo. Moreover, he is far removed from the dominion of one of the titans of the Star Doe Forest, the Titan Great Ape. The sacred shield must be the source of Jiang Chuan's strength to withstand the Titan Great Ape. It must be so. Tang San, with his meticulous thoughts, swiftly organized his words and resolutely asserted this belief. The crowd suddenly understood. How terrifying! Just how formidable is Jiang Chuan's defensive capability as an auxiliary martial soul. It is worth noting that even under the full manifestation of his martial soul by Teacher Zhao, with all 7 rings activated and augmented by the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the defense reached an astonishing 250, rivaling that of a peak spirit Douluo, yet still unable to withstand the Titan Great Ape. And yet, Jiang Chuan endured. Is he a monster? No. Such talent and such power transcend mere monstrosity. He is not a monster. At last, Zhu Zhuqing's misheard voice shattered the tranquility. He is a deity. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily into the ground. As the dust settled, a silhouette emerged, completely unscathed, his pristine white robe billowing gracefully, dancing with the fierce winds. Jiang Chuan extended his right index finger and flicked a speck of dust from his white collar, his expression remarkably serene, devoid of any fluctuation. Excellent, he remarked, his tone unexpectedly profound, catching everyone off guard. What a damper! Was this truly a monster? Daimobias eyelids twitched. At this moment, Jiang Chuan resembled a primordial beast, rendering the term monster far too inadequate. His second soul skill, the Holy Shield, bolstered by years of accumulation, had now become a soul ring of over 70,000 years, augmenting his defense by 300. To think that beneath such formidable protection, you could still strike me, truly remarkable. As the clouds of battle dissipated, Jiang Chuan's right hand revealed the hilt of the demonic blade, Qianren, tightly gripped behind him. Truly, the Titan Great Ape, the king of the forest, had brought me countless surprises. He acknowledged that his battles with Zhao Wujie and Tang how paled in comparison to the exhilaration of confronting the Titan Great Ape. 300 defense. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter as water spewed from her mouth. She coughed repeatedly, clutching her tumultuous chest, nearly choking. How much? A defense of 300? Such formidable defense. Is he a devil? What face does this give the 7-treasure glazed tile school to exist? Where does this place our 7-treasure glazed pagoda martial spirit? 300 defense enhancement. Even his father, Nie Fangji, as a rank 79 soul Douluo, could barely achieve such a feat. It is essential to understand. What Jiang Chuan employs is indeed the second soul skill. Upon hearing such formidable defensive capabilities, Ma Hongjun was utterly astonished. Are you certain this is defense and not an iron physique? A defense value of 300. What does that even signify? Even if he were to unleash the Phoenix Fire line for 3 days and nights, he would still be unable to breach it. This statement was shocking. Dai Mubai, taken aback, remarked with a twitch of his lips. Teacher Jiang Chuan's second soul skill, the Sacred Shield, possesses a defense of 300? Good heavens! That surpasses my White Tiger Guardian barrier by more than tenfold. Tenfold! No wonder, after his initial astonishment, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming heaviness. It all made sense. Having previously sparred with teacher Jiang Chuan, even when employing the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, I could not inflict any damage upon him. I never imagined that teacher Jiang Chuan's soul skill could wield such incredible defensive power. Had I known at that time, even with 100-fold courage, I would never have dared to strike at him. The heart raced. Tang San interjected, how much? 300. That is nearly comparable to the defense of a 10,000-year soul beast, the iron-armored dragon tortoise, isn't it? This is simply unfathomable. Zhao Wujie, in a daze, scratched his head in confusion. Absolutely impossible. Even a 10,000-year spirit beast could not possibly possess such elevated defensive capabilities. This is approaching the might of the strongest supportive soul master on the entire continent, the 7-treasure glazed tile school. No, based on this momentum, it might even surpass the 7-treasure glazed pagoda. Wait a moment. A realization dawned upon everyone. Given the formidable nature of his soul skill, it must be attributed to the essence of Jiang Chuan's martial soul. What could his martial soul possibly be? It seems you're all quite curious about what my martial soul is. Well then, allow me to reveal it to you today. Jiang Chuan unfurled his right hand, revealing a resplendent emerald lotus that gradually blossomed, its delicate petals poised to unfurl. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the very essence of life had been unleashed. Chapter 90. The soul ring of 100,000 years, shattering heaven and earth. The chime echoed, the chaos azure lotus fluttered, shedding glistening stardust. In an instant, Jiang Chuan underwent a profound transformation, radiating a sanctified and majestic presence. The intertwining of soul power coalesced into a formidable web. With a decisive motion, a black soul ring materialized from Jiang Chuan's right hand, bursting forth with a cascade of starlight that illuminated the ground, fully taking shape. A palpable surge of dark energy emanated from the soul ring, coursing up his right arm to his forehead, enveloped in a fierce black luminescence. The life force generated from this martial spirit was astonishingly vigorous, akin to that of a newborn infant. Such an overwhelming vitality was truly unfathomable. Ning Rongrong, also an auxiliary soul master, felt an unshakable resonance and remarked, though the seven treasures glazed tower possesses such life force, it is only after becoming a titled Douluo that one can wield such power. Yet Jiang Chuan is merely a soul sovereign. The atmosphere was electric, and the members of Shrek Academy collectively exhaled deeply, inhaling the essence of life that surged forth. Instantly, they felt invigorated, their spirits lifted, as if the burdens of their injuries were healing. The alternating warmth and coolness of this radiant energy was so refreshing that it compelled them to dream. It felt as though their mental fatigue was being replenished. Zhu Zhuqing, with a composed demeanor, placed a hand on her chest and took a deep breath. Her nostrils filled with a refreshing clarity. A smile graced her lips as she expressed, "This power is pure and revitalizing, allowing me to feel rejuvenated beyond anything I experienced in the palace. It surpasses the enhancements provided by the auxiliary soul masters there by several folds." It is noteworthy that the auxiliary soul masters in the palace, who had healed Zhu Zhuqing, were all formidable beings at the title Douluo level, possessing soul power exceeding Jiang Chuan by more than 40 levels, yet they paled in comparison to Jiang Chuan's potency. This revelation sparked a cascade of thoughts and imaginations, particularly for Zhao Wujia, who felt the captivating vitality nourish his own being. The negative effects stemming from his martial spirit were significantly mitigated, ensuring he was no longer teetering on the brink of despair. "I shall reveal to you my martial spirit, known as the chaotic blue lotus," Jiang Chuan said with a light-hearted smile. "Presently, I possess 3 soul rings. Titan Giant Ape, come forth. Unleash the chaotic blue lotus." Not only has Jiang Chuan's vitality been nourished, but his defensive prowess has also ascended to unprecedented heights, reaching a level that is utterly astonishing. Engaging with the Titan Ape was merely an endeavor to gauge the limits of his own capabilities. Chaos? What is chaos? He had never encountered such a phrase before. Is it some ineffable entity? Zhao Wuji found himself momentarily perplexed, filled with questions as he sought answers. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, having never heard such terminology. Only Tang San's eyes revealed a flicker of understanding. His expression subtly shifted, as one who has lived twice. He could easily infer the meaning of the term chaos. It is a legendary essence from his former world, said to be the primordial energy that nurtures the growth of all things. It is formless, intangible, tasteless, and impartial, an enigmatic existence akin to the tears of Guanyin. In Jiang Chuan's mind, he was akin to an insurmountable mountain. The deeper Tang San delved into understanding, the more he felt shrouded in an impenetrable mist, unable to discern the essence. The chaotic energy, the chaotic azure lotus. His thoughts were in disarray. Merely 3 minutes had elapsed since the onset of this battle. Once again, the conflict ignited. Boom! With a powerful push from his feet, Jiang Chuan cracked the ground beneath him, soaring into the heavens. A plume of black smoke enveloped his form, and a thundering aura surged skyward. Crack! In that moment, the eyes of all present were filled with a tumultuous interplay of red and black, colliding every 3 seconds, generating a terrifying cacophony of thunder and fire that left even Oscar reeling with a ringing in his ears. Waves of flames cascaded forth, and soul power lingered in the air, creating an atmosphere of whimsical unpredictability. Xiao Wu slightly parted her lips, momentarily dazed. Had her Ming truly weakened? Or was Jiang Chuan simply unfathomably powerful? How could such a situation arise? Even the Titan Great Ape displayed a hint of human-like skepticism from a perception of soul power. This young man before him seemed to be over 10 times weaker, yet he navigated effortlessly amidst the onslaught of his attacks. Why was this? Roar! The Titan Great Ape's eyes transformed into a fierce crimson hue. The landscape was vividly clear, as the opponent was about to unleash an ability akin to a soul skill. In the realm of soul beasts, those of a pure bloodline at the soul beast level can awaken their own unique soul skills. Moreover, this was a Titan. a dominion soul beast that stands atop the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Indeed, boundless crimson flames erupted from the Titan ape, swirling and dancing like a tempest across the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chuan advanced rather than retreating, his demeanor calm and composed. His right foot lightly tapped in the air, while his left foot was slightly elevated. With a chime, a black soul ring surged forth, followed by another tremor and a melodious sound as yet another black soul ring emerged, even brushing against the starlight. Beneath the sparse moon and stars at last, a resounding cry echoed amidst the swirling clouds, drawing everyone's attention to an undeniable crimson radiance. This brilliance enveloped all, fiery and vivid as the dawn, piercing through the mist. Upon a colossal, grotesque rock atop the mountain peak, this red light struck with a crack, shattering it into fine powder, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. With the emergence of the 100,000-year soul ring, a shadow of dread fell over the Douluo forest. The three soul rings exerted their overwhelming soul power, extending their influence for over 100 meters. In the central region of the Douluo forest, a lake was shrouded in the fiery glow. Suddenly, a massive, bull-headed creature burst forth from the water, droplets cascading from its form, glistening under the moonlight like crystal. Just the act of this soul beast breathing generated significant gusts of wind around it, a testament to its ancient lineage. Its body was a shade of deep green, and the sheer power it emanated signified it was indeed a 100,000-year soul beast. To everyone's astonishment, this creature, possessing a bull's head and a serpentine body of verdant hues, spoke in a coarse yet human voice. Why does it feel so real? Has another 100,000-year soul beast emerged within the Douluo forest? Such formidable power. Yet, it appeared that this ancient beast was somehow constrained, unable to unleash its full potential. If a true 100,000-year soul beast were to roar, it might very well cause the Douluo forest to collapse. Additionally, within the 1,000-year soul beast zone of the Douluo forest, Rongrong, Shipa, and Meng Yiran were in a heated discussion. What did you say? Someone dares to brazenly seize my granddaughter's phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. 1,000-year soul ring? How audacious! Rongrong fumed, his white mustache bristling with indignation, his right hand gripping the dragon's staff tightly, a white wind swirling around him without a breeze. Chapter 91. The Terrifying Power of the 100,000-Year Beast. Grandfather, you must stand up for me, Meng Yiran pleaded, wrapping her delicate arms around Rongrong's right arm, swaying back and forth, evoking a sigh from him as he displayed a mix of exasperation and indulgence. Beside them, Shipa couldn't help but smile kindly. Is what you say true, my dear? Dragon Lord Meng Shu slowly withdrew his gaze, turning towards Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. While his affection was palpable, he could not confront the situation without understanding its context. Unexpectedly, she nodded slightly. With a gentle bow of her head, she recounted, just as I was in pursuit of that phoenix-tailed chicken snake, I was taken aback when it suddenly evaded capture. To my surprise, it was Zhao Wuji, a renowned disciple of the immovable king in the Spirit Master realm, who apprehended it. Oh, is that so? Meng Shu's expression gradually hardened. He had heard of the immovable king, a figure reputed to stand out among the formidable spirit saints of the Spirit Hall. His martial spirit, the great strength king Kong Bear, boasted unparalleled defense. Chao Tianxiang seemed to be somewhat inferior in comparison. It was no wonder that he could seize the spirit beast from the Snake Lady's grasp. A mere disciple of the immovable king, Meng Shu mused. Could he withstand even a few exchanges with me? Our martial spirit fusion technique alone would be sufficient to reduce him to mere dust. How audacious! Filled with righteous indignation, Meng Shu glanced at his granddaughter Meng Yiran, guilt flickering across his face as he proclaimed, Come, no one in this spirit master world shall bully my Meng Shu. If I do not receive an explanation, today Zhao Wuji and his Shrek Academy shall pay the price for this. I will not allow Iran to suffer injustice. Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang's gaze sharpened towards the heavens, her aged eyes reflecting the luminous moonlight. Meng Yiran exclaimed with a hint of bravado. And that brazen Shrek teacher, how arrogant! Grandfather, let us depart swiftly. In an instant, the fierce crimson radiance pierced the sky, rippling through the clouds. Meng Yiran was caught in its wake, stumbling and falling to the ground. Who? Meng Shu reacted instinctively, his 8 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 bursting forth, forming a protective barrier around him. Upon witnessing this, Meng Yiran murmured in awe, Is this the defense of Soul Douluo? But wait, what is that crimson hue in the sky? Her beautiful eyes were enveloped by the magnificent glow. This power instilled within her a sense of trepidation. Old man, Chao Tianxiang remarked with a grave expression. Turning to Meng Shu, that red, it is red soul power. Could it be? Dragon Lord Meng Shu eagerly interjected. 100,000-year spirit ring, undoubtedly. But something seems amiss. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, plop. It fell upon a blade of blue-silver grass at his feet. This life force was far more than merely a spirit ring. It resembled that of a living 100,000-year spirit beast. With an incredulous tone, Meng Shu spoke, struggling to believe his own words. Meng Yi, still alive, swallowed hard, his expression exaggerated as he stared at Meng Shu. 100,000-year soul beast. Such a being exists only in legends, at the very least. Even I, from a prestigious family, have never witnessed one nor seen anyone possess it. Not even my grandfather. A soul Douluo is deemed worthy of such a creature. It is worth noting that even the highest-ranked spirit hall in the entire continent has only the supreme pontiff Qiandaolu, who possesses a single 100,000-year soul ring. This is a soul ring that only those who have reached the title Douluo level might have a chance to acquire. This is dire. We must leave quickly, old woman. This place has become a cauldron of chaos. Meng Shu frowned and urged. All right, Kao Xiangxiang readily agreed. Just as the words left their lips, the power of 100,000 years dissipated, gradually coming to a close, akin to a fleeting moment. Meng Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, her long eyelashes fluttering twice as she gazed at the vanishing crimson hue, unable to calm her racing heart. She could easily discern from her grandparents' expressions that they were filled with trepidation. Was it possible that even the martial soul fusion technique of the Dragon Duke and Snake Lady could not contend against a 100,000-year soul beast? 100,000 years. What an unattainable existence this is. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia and the others looked up, feeling a sudden burst of red light emerging from the misty layers above. The first soul skill, borrowing arrows with grass boats. The second soul skill, sacred shield. The third soul skill, glittering starlight. Two streaks of crimson clashed, enveloping the surroundings in chaos, leaving Zhao Wujia and the others dazzled. Why did this aura feel so familiar? What was that blood-red energy? Dai Mubai was lost in thought. Zhu Zhuqing had a bold guess, but hesitated to voice it. At that moment, a colossal figure suddenly broke through the clouds, extending a massive fiery red stone arm. In that instant, it felt as though the hand of the heavens had appeared before them, shrouded in clouds and mist, shaking the very earth. The target was none other than Xiao Wu, who was seized by the stone-red giant hand and abruptly grasped in midair. Jiang Chuan held a crimson soul ring that had existed for 100,000 years. Suddenly, he realized that the Titan Great Ape had vanished before his eyes. With a sweep of his supreme gaze, he observed it moving with astonishing speed, clutching Xiao Wu as it delved deep into the Stardow forest. Had it departed? Jiang Chuan was taken aback. It appeared that the Titan giant ape was unwilling to continue entangling with him. No, Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes were crimson as blood. On the night of the bright moon over 24 bridges, hidden weapons were rendered ineffective. The delicate rain fell like pear blossoms. Yet the techniques of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, the Mystic Jade Palm, and the blue silver grass, all his secret weapons, failed to leave even a scratch on the Titan giant ape. Why? It intended to strike Xiao Wu. No. Tang San howled in despair, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a solitary mark shot down from the clouds. As Jiang Chuan's feet plunged into the ground like javelins, they left behind deep grooves resembling turtle shells. Jiang Chuan, the esteemed teacher, Ma Hongjun, wiped away the mucus flowing from his nose, feeling a chill run through his entire being. In a moment of realization, he recalled that he had once dared to challenge Jiang Chuan. If his opponent were to unleash his full strength, a single blow would reduce him to mere dust. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San knelt, crawling towards the path where the Titan Great Ape had vanished. His head bowed in a howl. Xiao San, you should recover your soul power first. Do not pursue any further, Zhao Wujia advised kindly, knowing that continuing the chase would be futile. His words were spoken with good intentions. Who could snatch away the prey captured by the Titan Great Ape? It was likely that Xiao Wu had already become its meal. No, one must see the living, and the dead must be accounted for. Xiao Wu was still alive. A spark of determination ignited within Tang San as he struggled to rise, pleading with Jiang Chuan, Brother Chuan, please save Xiao Wu. I can offer you an unparalleled treasure. Chapter 92, An Endless Debt of Affection, Bound by Souls. Tang San's near-pleading request echoed through the air. Jiang Chuan understood the situation clearly. A rare treasure? It could either be the Buddha's wrath or the king's decree. To be frank, Jiang Chuan genuinely had no means to create such items. As for the system's sign-in rewards, They were entirely random. Observing Jiang Chuan's silence, Tang San added, "Is there a condition under which you would risk everything for me, Brother Chuan? I know you're the only one here with such capability." It seemed Tang San was truly anxious. After all, he had once implored the Dragon Lord Meng Shu, hoping that the latter could rescue Xiao Wu from the Titan Great Ape, sacrificing his own promising future and offering to join the Dragon Lord's family, pledging to serve them for generations. Xiao Wujie hung his head low, not out of distrust in Jiang Chuan, but because Xiao Wu might have already met her demise. "Xiao San, do not fret. Once I recover some soul power, I will accompany you in searching for Xiao Wu," Dai Mubai began. But Jiang Chuan raised his hand to halt him. His gaze sharpened slightly. "Are you certain? This was merely a misunderstanding. There is no question of life and death." Xiao Wu was completely fine. Effortlessly, he retrieved the hidden weapon from Tang San. "If it is free, I shall take it," he declared resolutely, his eyes sincere as he addressed Jiang Chuan. The latter nodded with a smile, slightly bowing his form. With a crack, his waist tightened, and with a sudden leap, he unleashed a torrent of swirling soul power. The ground where Jiang Chuan had stood moments before erupted, creating a deep pit over a meter wide. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing awkwardly tugged at her water pouch, lowering her head and refraining from pursuing further. "Hey!" Ning Rongrong hurried after them, hands on her hips. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she turned her head sharply. "Given your unpredictable nature, shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? What is the meaning of the black soul ring on you?" She desperately wished to believe she had misinterpreted the situation. Fortunately, the others were unaware of Jiang Chuan's red 100,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, it would surely have stirred up a considerable uproar. Oscar approached with a smile. "Rongrong, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. You should have a sausage. Eat your own big-headed ghost," she retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Oscar, before playfully slapping the sausage against his forehead. "I still have 2 pieces of bread." In truth, many believe that Jiang Chuan's second soul ring is merely a black 10,000-year ring acquired by sheer chance, when a soul beast is on the brink of death. As long as the age of the soul ring and the soul power do not exceed what the soul master can absorb, it can indeed be assimilated. Jiang Chuan is an anomaly, possessing an extraordinarily powerful physique. Thus, his second soul ring, which can contain 10,000 years of energy, is just barely within the realm of possibility. The other 2 soul rings are likely of the ordinary yellow and purple variety. Otherwise, it would be far too terrifying. "Little San, fret not," Zhao Wuji said, delivering a firm pat on Tang San's shoulder, subsequently gripping his collarbone to prevent him from bolting. "Just take a moment to rest and recover your soul power. Let's not forget, we ventured into the Stardow Forest primarily to assist you in acquiring a soul ring." His gaze deepened as he contemplated the distant horizon. Entrusting the rescue of Xiao Wu to Jiang Chuan should pose no issues, for he possesses a black soul ring. While it may not suffice to vanquish the Titan giant ape, it is certainly adequate to save a life. Confidently, Zhao Wuji asserted that the claim of possessing a single black soul ring was merely a facade. That individual, indeed, harbored 2 black soul rings and 1 red soul ring. A terrifying existence. It remains uncertain whether he could triumph against the Titan giant ape, yet snatching a person should be well within his capabilities. Ma Hongjun gazed wistfully at Jiang Chuan's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of envy. Who would have thought that teacher Jiang Chuan possesses not only exceptional talent, but also extraordinary fortune? According to what he has shared, the likelihood of encountering a soul beast willing to be absorbed by a soul master is nearly non-existent, with the odds standing at a mere 0.001, especially for a 10,000-year soul beast. "Third brother, put your mind at ease. Teacher Chun will undoubtedly bring Xiao Wu back," he said, clicking his tongue. "Such incredible luck to have a 10,000-year soul ring. Why did I not encounter such fortune? It's frustrating and laughable." Little Ao thought that absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring would allow him to gain the upper hand before Ning Rongrong. Yet who could have imagined? Jiang Chuan bore the weight of millennia upon him, an unexpected revelation that the jester was none other than himself. The rotund figure, at that moment. What would he possibly say? Jiang Chuan, the esteemed teacher, encountering a 10,000-year soul ring was merely a stroke of fortune. Why harbor envy here? Could there be ulterior motives at play? Dai Mubai delivered a heavy tap upon Ma Hongjuan's forehead, eliciting a wince from the latter, who instinctively clutched his head. Turning his gaze to provide solace, Dai Mubai spoke. "Little 3, do not be overly anxious. Since teacher Jiang Chuan claims he will assist in rescuing Xiao Wu, you can rest assured he will succeed. Focus on regaining your soul power swiftly. We must prepare to hunt for your 3rd soul ring before reuniting with teacher Jiang Chuan." Xiao Wu, too, was among the Shrek 7 monsters, and they all shared a collective anxiety. Yet, haste would not resolve their predicament. It would only exacerbate the chaos. Dai Lauda, you must not speak carelessly. What thoughts could I possibly entertain? Ma Hongjun protested, waving his hands and retreating slightly, his expression one of grievance. However, his demeanor shifted as he approached with feigned sincerity. Dai Lauda, since Zhu Zhuqing has grown quite impatient with you, it would be wise to cease the charade. I know you can hardly contain yourself. The training over the past few days has likely left you more restless than I. Qingqing from Soto City asked me to inform you that tonight at the Rose Hotel. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful provocation. Dare you speak so recklessly? Dai Mubai retorted, his words deliberate and filled with restrained fury, his authoritative gaze commanding her to depart. A fleeting glance towards Zhu Zhuqing revealed her indifference, causing his heart to plummet. The slightest hint of her disdain indicated that even the most fundamental affection had vanished. Realizing this, Dai Mubai felt despondent. Dai Lauda, you truly instructed her to leave? He questioned, incredulous. Dai Mubai replied curtly, is that not permissible? It is permissible. Yet she insists on additional compensation. The latter's finger raised, and their defenses crumbled. Although their conversation was hushed, the souls present were all adept and could discern the exchanges. Tisish, Ning Rongrong scoffed, rolling her eyes and departing without further ado. Ma Hongjuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Wujie observed the scene with a sense of resignation. While Xiao Wu had Jiang Chuan to rescue her, offering her a chance at survival, discussing emotional debts in their presence felt excessive. Silence. Our next course of action is to venture into the area of Millennium Soul Beasts to procure a toxic soul beast for Tang San, Zhao Wujie declared, glancing around. Tang San, where are you? Where has little San gone? Chapter 93. The Fourth Soul Ring, The Hunt. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Zhu Zhuqing and the others began to look around, bewildered. Where could Tang San have gone? This was quite unexpected. Just moments ago, I witnessed Sengu seated cross-legged, rejuvenating his soul power, yet in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. How peculiar. Ma Hongjun, supporting his bulging belly, expressed his astonishment. What transpired just now? A sense of bewilderment enveloped everyone. Only Dai Mubai, with a sly glint in his eyes, noticed Oscar fidgeting, occasionally scratching his head and clapping his hands, appearing exceedingly uneasy and casting furtive glances in his direction. Xiao Ao, what did you just do? Dai Mubai inquired, closing in on Oscar with determined strides. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance, a pair of resplendent purple wings, shimmering with ethereal light, unfurled from behind a towering tree 100 meters away. As the wings beat vigorously, a pale visage ascended gracefully. I apologize. My hesitation is not a lack of trust in teacher Jiang Chuan, but rather an earnest desire to ensure my sister's safety. Teacher Zhao, please do not blame Xiao Ao. In this perilous venture, my life hangs in the balance, Tang San declared, his eyes glistening with tears, resolutely spreading his wings and launching forth, calling out Xiao Wu. He had gauged the fleeting minute allowed for the fantastical mushroom sausage. There was no room for indecision. Teacher Zhao, please impose any punishment you deem fit, Oscar declared, shouldering the burden alone. Ah, you lot. Zhao Wujin sighed, tilting his head in exasperation, letting out a long, deep sigh. With an irate gesture, he pointed an admonishing finger at the noses of the group, lamenting their disorganization, lack of discipline, and absence of teamwork. At such a critical juncture, still bickering. When we return to Shrek Academy, I shall ensure teacher Jiang Chuan remolds you thoroughly. Xiao Ao, prepare more mushroom sausages, salami, and bratwurst to replenish my strength. And then we shall pursue them. Teacher Zhao, are you certain? What is there to doubt? I, Zhao Wujin, shall never abandon my students. The group huddled together, drawn closer, contemplating the fantastical mushroom sausage. Plop. Jiang Chuan's figure resembled a parabolic arc as he firmly planted his feet on the air sea. With a resounding splash, he leaped from a height of over 10 meters, creating a formidable spray of water that surged a foot high in the lake. His expression remained serene. At this moment, Xiao Wu should be awakening her third soul skill. Thus, notions of redemption were entirely irrelevant. All that was required was to finish hunting for the soul rings before returning to retrieve Xiao Wu. Furthermore, I would be rewarded with the rare treasures bestowed by Tang San. It is unlikely that there exists a more advantageous opportunity in the world than this. The ability to seize such benefits is undoubtedly rooted in my foresight and keen awareness. Jiang Chuan pondered deeply, furrowing his brow. Once again, he found himself within the familiar confines of the starry great forest, specifically in the ancient soul beast region. He inhaled, savoring the moist and refreshing spiritual aura that filled his lungs. Moments ago, as he unleashed his 100,000-year soul ring, he had sensed the presence of a formidable 10,000-year soul beast suitable for his fourth soul ring. To his surprise, it had now retreated into hiding. Muttering to himself, he surveyed the surroundings. Yet, he deemed it of little consequence. If the hunt for a soul ring were so easily accomplished, it would surely lose its allure. Jiang Chuan had already formulated a vision for his fourth soul ring, one that would bestow defensive capabilities upon his martial spirit. This was not akin to the Sacred Shield soul skill. Rather, it would enable him to summon the chaotic Blue Lotus, transforming it into a barrier capable of withstanding various incoming soul skills. After all, he already possessed soul skills that restore vitality, such as the borrowing arrows with grass boats, and skills that enhanced his defensive power, like the Sacred Shield. Even the ability to absorb an enemy's life force to bolster his own was at his fingertips, exemplified by the Radiant Starlight. Thus, it was time to employ his martial spirit as a defensive soul skill, adding a layer of intrigue to his endeavors. Were others to learn of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be astonished. In the world of Douluo, auxiliary soul masters, represented by the 7 treasures Glazed Pagoda, were known for their singular supportive prowess. Much like the 9-heart sea butterfly, which could only restore vitality from 1 to 9 soul rings, they lacked defensive capabilities. The 7 treasures Glazed Pagoda shared this limitation as well. In contrast, the evolution of the chaotic Blue Lotus was progressing towards perfection. Moreover, the public remained unaware that Jiang Chuan's soul skills were designed for team assistance. They assumed his abilities were solely for personal use. If such soul skills and martial spirits were deployed in battles among soul master teams, or during the biennial Soul Master Academy competition, they would be an unparalleled force, capable of dominating all opposition. I am invincible. You are free to act as you will. With invulnerability, immunity to harm, and boundless stamina, what could they possibly lose to? Even if a soul master of formidable rank were to confront them, overpowering Ma Hongjun, the group's auxiliary skills from Jiang Chuan would make it exceedingly difficult for him to sustain any injuries. Yet, the story unfolds further. Jiang Chuan would undoubtedly refuse. The title of champion in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition is a mere illusion to him, of no significance whatsoever, like smoke dissipating in the air. His focus is solely on profit. The 9 Xian 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad is your fate. This peculiar soul beast resides in marshy regions, preferring cool and damp environments. It is simultaneously regarded by many soul masters as the poison of the soul master realm. For merely touching this jade toad would subject one to a chilling toxin that invades the entire body. Within a mere 3 seconds, the cold poison would infiltrate the 8 extraordinary meridians, leaving one in an excruciating icy grip beyond the reach of any remedy. And just 3 steps would lead to a bloody demise on the spot. This soul beast is indeed strange. It requires sustenance daily, with 3 meals being indispensable. Should it go hungry, it becomes a threat to other soul beasts. Its dietary preferences are not particular. It consumes whatever it can catch. It harbors a peculiar penchant for devouring entire families. Thus, it is not only infamous within the Soul Master community, but is also reviled in the realm of soul beasts. Any soul beast that encounters the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad will undoubtedly retaliate with great force, not relenting until it has been slain. A duty that has become a significant responsibility within both the Soul Master and Soul Beast realms. Fortunately, such soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Those that reach 100 years of age are but 1 in 1,000. It is possible that the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad that Jiang Chuan aims to hunt is the sole 10,000-year-old Jade Toad within the Stardow Forest. Engaging with this creature necessitates maintaining a safe distance and exercising utmost caution, for its body is laden with lethal toxins beyond any cure. Jiang Chuan earnestly declared. Turning away, a slight smirk graced the corners of his mouth as he wickedly chuckled. I possess a method to compel this Jade Toad to emerge. Does he not have an affinity for food? This time, I shall ensure he feasts to his heart's content before sending him down to the underworld as a final supper. Chapter 94. A Millennia's Soul Beast? The Jade Toad, 1 strike is sufficient. Jiang Chuan stood in contemplation. His gaze lowered as he observed a cluster of rabbit burrows at his feet. Within them resided a diverse assembly of a dozen or so century-old spirit beasts. The Jade Rabbits. The flesh of these rabbits is particularly tender and delectable, a favored delicacy of the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad. He merely needed to wait patiently for the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad, which feasted thrice daily, would soon make its appearance. This was also contingent upon the elusive whereabouts of the 9 Xian 8 treasures, which had faded into obscurity, regardless of its intended quarry. Whether it be this very hutch of jade rabbits, any disturbance would surely attract its attention. Jiang Chuan quickly perceived the situation, waiting idly for opportunities. Moreover, he could seize this moment to quietly replenish his spiritual energy. Time passed swiftly. The luminous moonlight gradually faded. As dawn approached, a faint blush of pale white appeared on the horizon, atop a small hill only 100 meters high, adjacent to the ancient soul beast region. As Jiang Chuan opened his eyes, a few glimmers danced within his pupils, intertwining in a mesmerizing display. His gaze, sharp as that of an eagle, fixed intently ahead. The rhythmic sound of thundering clouds approached, echoing softly. This was no insignificant soul beast. Yet, to Jiang Chuan's ears, it resonated differently. Only the 9 mysteries and 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad would move with such grace. It was time. He had initially planned to seek it out after a brief interval, but to his surprise, you had ventured forth on your own. How fortuitous! For it spared him the effort of pursuit. As Jiang Chuan cast his gaze upon the trembling multitude of jade rabbits, their delicate ears fluttering anxiously, he observed their entire bodies cloaked in a soft pink fur. It was evident that these creatures had sensed the impending arrival of the venomous soul beasts, rendering them restless and agitated. Peering intently, he noticed the curled-up, tender young rabbits nestled within their burrow, which illuminated the reason for their reluctance to flee. Could this be the 9 mysterious 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad? Externally, it appeared somewhat adorably Na'vi, resembling closely the embryonic form he had encountered in his previous life. Its grotesque features were evident, though its appearance still bore a semblance to that of a toad. The creature was covered in numerous festering sores, its skin a lustrous golden hue. Towering at approximately 2 meters, it approached a weight nearing 200 pounds, gradually revealing itself against the backdrop of the setting sun. Jiang Chuan lost his patience. Once he had pinpointed the whereabouts of the 9 profound 8 treasures belonging to Jade Chuan, the latter had no reason to flee. Come forth and meet your demise. At the 39th level of the Jiang Chuan 3 rings, and with his soul power fully unleashed, he felt no trepidation here. There was no need to worry about his soul rings or the various hidden cards he possessed being discovered. The 3 soul rings resonated in unison, signaling the commencement of battle with a lethal intent. With soul rings that had existed for 100,000 years, the use of intricate footwork or sword techniques seemed unnecessary. Such complexities were burdensome. A single, powerful punch would suffice to vanquish his foe. If he were to dally and hesitate even against a 10,000-year soul beast, it would be a grave disservice to his illustrious soul rings, his ancient bloodline, and his supreme dual pupils. Witnessing Jiang Chuan's imposing presence, Yu Xiaogang was left in a state of shock, his body rendered numb and unresponsive. It would be better to shake off this stupor from his feet to his core. Suddenly, with a loud sound, he expelled a foul, viscous yellow substance from his mouth. A noxious poison, emblematic of a 10,000-year soul ring. Jiang Chuan remained calm and composed as he extended his right palm towards the void. In an instant, brilliant starlight erupted, and shards of black soul rings from all directions converged with a resonant hum, snapping together above the head of the 9 mystical 8 treasures returning Jade Toad. The intertwining starry radiance danced with fervor. Suddenly, an invisible pressure emanated, forming a shimmering aura that descended from the mouth of the black soul ring, forcefully pinning the 9 mystical 8 treasures returning Jade Toad to the ground, causing the earth beneath its feet to crack, with its toad-like limbs sinking into the soil. A fearsome roar erupted as the 9 mystical 8 treasures returning Jade Toad, with a menacing visage, struggled to crawl towards Jiang Chuan. The latter, with his left hand resting against his abdomen and his right hand aglow with dazzling starlight, deftly manipulated the suspended black soul ring above him, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. Indeed, this 9 mystical 8 treasures returning Jade Toad displayed remarkable resilience. Jiang Chuan's piercing gaze assessed the situation with an air of authority. He inclined his head slightly. Very well, I shall provide you with even more compelling material. Jiang Chuan's right hand hung in the air, gently closing in a whisper. A black soul ring, swirling with ethereal energy and continuously expanding, was grasped within his palm, emitting a rhythmic sound akin to a mechanical click. With a casual flick, the dark yellow ring encircled the head of the 9 mysteries 8 treasures returning Jade Toad. Shall I crush you to death with my soul power? Very well, that would spare me much trouble. With the addition of another black soul ring, his aura surged dramatically, pressing down upon the 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning jade toad until its body creaked under the immense pressure. In that moment, it was reminiscent of the time when Jilin and Tai Long had similarly employed their soul power to oppress Tang San, nearly costing him his life. Now, revisiting old events, the 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning jade toad was firmly under his control, shielded by the holy shield. Jiang Chuan found himself ensnared by a duality of black and white. Resolutely confronting the venom of the 9 mysterious 8 treasures returning to the jade toad without flinching. With a sharp sound, the golden toxin, resembling a viscous liquid, splattered against his chest. As the acrid smoke rose languidly like willow wisps, the potency of the poison became apparent. Suddenly, the chaos blue lotus spun sharply to the left, releasing wisps of ethereal chaotic white flames, infusing vital essence into his chest, facilitating his recovery. Indeed, the formidable nature of this toxin attested to the fact that this age-old soul beast had surpassed the threshold of 20,000 years. Thus, one could discern its potential splendidly. It was destined to become my 4th soul ring. Jiang Chuan gazed at the 9 mystical 8 treasures returning to the jade cicada, his eyes alight with astonishment. Upon making eye contact with the spirit beast, a chill coursed through its being. There was something amiss in that gaze, leaving it feeling utterly uneasy. In Jiang Chuan's perception, the stronger the spirit beast, the more exhilarated he became, devoid of any fear. To him, the spirit beast appeared as nothing more than a transparent entity, merely a living soul ring, and nothing beyond that. Time had already been squandered too long. Jiang Chuan, growing weary, thought it was time to conclude this tiresome battle. The 10,000-year soul ring emerged with a flourish. The crimson soul ring barely manifested before he pressed the creature's head into the ground, forcing it to ingest a mouthful of dirt, while it whimpered and struggled, its yellow legs flailing helplessly, sending plumes of dust into the air. Perish! Echoed the resonant command, for soul rings struck like piano keys, unleashing a colossal wave of soul power that cascaded downwards. The pressure exerted was overwhelming, surpassing 300 pounds and continually escalating, approaching the threshold of Zhao Wuji's gravity-increasing soul skill. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. A mere teenager effortlessly subdued the 9 mystical 8 treasures returning to the jade cicada, which found itself devoid of any chance to struggle before him. 3 frenzied strikes intertwined, delivering sharp blows from above and below. Finally, with a resounding crash, golden blood erupted forth. Chapter 95. Seizing the soul ring, the spirit beast coveting Jiang Chuan. The 9 mystical 8 treasures returning to the jade cicada hung by a thread, teetering on the brink of peril. Jiang Chuan gently waved his hand. The soul power, soul rings, an ancient bloodline rippled through the void. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds echoed from afar. Something extraordinary was certainly afoot, given the intense life force sensed moments ago. It was evident that some rare treasure had emerged. I am convinced that if we continue our search, we may uncover more remarkable artifacts. The rugged male voice conveyed a mix of urgency and excitement. This group of soul masters was irresistibly drawn by the allure of the 100,000-year soul ring. They surveyed their surroundings. Jiang Chuan regained his composure, realizing the astonishing turn of events. He had not anticipated that amidst the fierce battle, they had actually pushed through from the realm of the 10,000-year soul beasts to that of the 1,000-year soul beasts. This particular group of soul masters had come in search of 1,000-year soul rings, fortuitously encountering his own band of soul masters. Jiang Chuan's expression gradually solidified. Before him stood a team of 7 soul masters. At the forefront was a wild man, his robust chest bared, clad in leather shorts and sleeves, with legs as thick as barrels and a towering, muscular frame. His waist alone was comparable to a wheel, adorned with a yellow crest. He bore a devilish grin on his rugged face, exuding an aura of bravado. To his left was a woman in a form-fitting black combat suit, her movements swaying alluringly, her physique accentuated, with her hair styled in a black spiderweb. Next to her was a man striking a monkey fist pose, while another soul master stood impeccably groomed, his left hand resting behind his back and his right hand holding a compass. To the right stood a man with a flourishing sheep spirit, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Chuan. Lastly, there was a man with white hair, his gaze vacant, exuding an aura of lethargy. The group comprised of the wild rhino, twin sheep, twin monkeys, the compass, the spider-woman, and the white-haired man. What a remarkable coincidence. These 7 individuals were famously known as the Mad Fighting Team in the Soto City Soul Arena, reputed for their 10 victories with no defeats. They had also been the first team to be defeated by the Shrek 7 monsters, which had garnered a hefty bounty in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Indeed, it was a stroke of fate. The Mad Fighting Team derived its name from the wild rhino, leading many to believe he was the main combat force. However, few recognized that the true mastermind was the Spider-Woman. In the final moments, had it not been for Tang San's possession of 8 spear bones, leading his Shrek team to victory would have been a formidable challenge. These matters held little significance to Jiang Chuan. After all, the potential of the Mad Fighting Team was evident. Apart from the Spider-Woman, the rest were utterly useless in the world of Douluo. Captain, look! There's a living being ahead, one of the twin sheep exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Chuan's nose, casting a doubtful glance at the wild rhino. No surprise there. With rare treasures appearing, there are bound to be pursuers. The wild rhino paused, his tone shifting as he focused intently on the 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that a soul beast? A soul beast on the brink of death, yet to have its soul ring extracted, its age uncertain, but he was precisely in need of a 1,000-year soul ring." His eyes gleamed with fervor, nearly overwhelming him. From its appearance, this soul beast was resplendent and extraordinary. "Fool!" A cold voice interrupted their discourse, chilling the air. The Spider-Woman stepped forward, her long black eyelashes fluttering, her expression grave. This is the 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad." "What?" The crowd was taken aback, with a long sigh directed at them. The Spider-Woman spoke. "The 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad is an exquisite soul beast. It is understandable that you are unaware of its significance. For such soul beasts are exceedingly rare and elusive in both the realm of soul masters and soul beasts. The lineage of the Jade Toad is on the brink of extinction, and it is a remarkable feat for those that survive to grow into a 1,000-year soul beast, let alone a 10,000-year one, which is exceptionally scarce and valued as highly as a 100,000-year soul beast. However, where there is pity, there is also something to loathe. The existence of such a soul beast in this world is a calamity. It is not only brutally savage, but also possesses a peculiar obsession with devouring entire families." "What does that mean?" Double Sheep asked impulsively. "Literally, whether it be a soul beast or a soul master. The 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad would consume one of them whole, even to the point of bursting. It would devour the entire family of that soul master or soul beast. This peculiarity is too bizarre for me to elucidate." "Spider-Woman, how did you acquire this information?" the wild rhinoceros inquired, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "Isn't its quality exceedingly rare? What would happen if I absorbed its soul ring?" At that moment, the Rui plate pushed forward, its gaze fixated on the fallen 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad, eagerly interjecting, "Captain, it's not just the soul ring. Just look at the skin and bones of this soul beast. How much can it fetch in gold soul coins?" Everyone turned their attention to the Spider-Woman, their meaning clear. They sought an answer. The Spider-Woman was the core of this battle team, and they had long since grown accustomed to submitting to her commands. The evidence proved that her experience was indeed worthy of such a position. She was the tactical core, the strategic mind. The Spider-Woman nodded in agreement with the crowd. A 10,000-year, 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad is likely non-existent in this world. The one before us must be a 1,000-year variant, her pupils narrowing. To absorb its soul ring is a double-edged sword. What does that mean? The wild rhinoceros could not help but press further. The soul ring of the 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad is difficult to absorb. And while it may indeed be 100 years old, to absorb it requires one to ascertain whether your body can withstand such overwhelming soul power. Moreover, from a perception of soul power, this one is already 1,000 years old. As for how I know this, I owe it to my teacher from a decade ago. So, do you comprehend? It will undoubtedly bring formidable soul power and abilities, but one must also possess the fortune to endure it. The Spider-Woman was torn. Encountering the 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad was a matter of uncertainty, fortune or misfortune. Upon hearing this, the wild rhinoceros could hardly contain himself. "This 9 mysteries, 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad is mine." They seemed oblivious to Jiang Chuan, each of them encircling the creature eagerly. Jiang Chuan wore a smile that was neither genuine nor entirely absent of mirth. "I apologize, but this 9 arcane, 8 treasure returning Jade Toad is a creature I have hunted, and I intend to absorb its soul ring, so I must ask you to step aside." His tone was steady and composed. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from Shuang, shattering the stillness. "How could this possibly be your soul beast? Once we, the frenzied battle team, have set our sights on it, it belongs to us, and you have no claim to it whatsoever." The frenzied battle team had always been notoriously domineering, particularly when it came to coveted treasures. The Spider Lady chuckled. You must be in quite a state after severely injuring the 9 arcane 8 treasure returning Jade Toad. Surely, you are not alone. I sense a formidable team of soul masters lurking behind you. Chapter 96. Jiang Chuan share the spoils? Are you jesting? The Spider Lady asserted. The 9 arcane 8 treasure returning Jade Toad, renowned for its poisonous nature, is a challenge to approach, let alone to slay. Could it be that your team of soul masters has already been consumed by the toad's belly? Upon hearing this, Guangxi and the others drew closer. Their expressions a blend of mockery and scrutiny directed at Jiang Chuan. Realization dawned upon him. They were intent on committing murder and plunder. Jiang Chuan descended gracefully, settling beside the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning Jade Cicada. He let out a prolonged nasal sound and, in an instant, retrieved a soft, yellow bread from the soul guiding device at his neck. As he tore off a piece and chewed it, satisfying his hunger, he nonchalantly raised a hand towards Guangxi and the others, exuding an air of tranquility, as if to say they could do as they pleased. Begone, before I finish this piece of bread. Upon witnessing this, Guangxi exchanged glances with the Spider-Woman, both bursting into laughter, regarding Jiang Chuan as if he were a simpleton. Ha, you want us to leave? Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Guangxi laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide, tilting his body to face the crowd, his left hand pointing at Jiang Chuan as if he were a clown. The remaining members of the Guangzhan team could not help but stifle their laughter. Their amusement was neither genuine nor sincere. Setting aside the fact that Jiang Chuan was merely a teenager, the Guangzhan team outnumbered him significantly in terms of soul masters. Furthermore, it was evident that his team had been utterly annihilated. What could possibly grant him such composure in this moment? It was clear he was merely putting on an act. Yet, unexpectedly, words continued to spill forth from him. If I were you, I would laugh until I drop dead, for if I take action, not only would I find it troublesome, but you would also meet a grim fate. His expression turned grave, as if he were stating an undeniable truth. The dual monkeys erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves, their laughter rising and falling, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Is he a fool to utter such madness? He must have lost his wits, threatening the captain even at this juncture. Young man, you seek death. They continued to jeer at him, implying he must come from a prominent family or sect. Let me remind you, this is the Stardow Forest. Even if you belong to a lower sect or a higher one, you will find no assistance here. Regardless of your esteemed identity, you are at our mercy. With a wicked grin, they pressed closer to Jiang Chuan. We shall take this 9 Xian 8 treasures returning Jade Cicada Soul Beast as our prize. Thank you for your efforts. As a token of our gratitude, you shall leave your life here. The rules of the Guangzhan team were clear: kill and plunder, leaving no survivors. Should any news of their actions escape, they would undoubtedly attract a host of enemies. This principle was the foundation of their survival. In essence, the Guangzhan team had always walked the perilous path of blades and swords, a band of madmen, albeit devoid of reason. Their recklessness paled in comparison to that of Shrek Academy. Oh, Jiang Chuan regarded Rui with a disdainful smile. That line should come from me. If you possessed any wisdom, you would leave now. In due time, someone will escort you to hell. I merely find it unnecessary to intervene. He spoke candidly. To slay the Guangzhan team? Wasting time. Considering the lifespan of the 9 mystical treasures returning to the Jade Toad, it is on the brink of peril. There is no time to squander with them. The smile of the Spider-Woman froze as she languidly remarked, "This audacity is truly extraordinary, befitting one capable of slaying the 9 mystical treasures returning to the Jade Toad. I find myself somewhat admiring it." Jiang Chuan cast a meaningful glance at her before closing his eyes again. The Spider-Woman, it seemed, possessed a certain discernment. Her martial spirit was commendable, yet regrettably, it was overshadowed by her association with the frenzied battle team. Upon hearing this, Guangxi fell into a moment of silence, a twinge of bitterness stirring within him. Was it merely a youth? What merit was there to commend? Even if he were a prodigy, what of it? I, Guangxi, take greatest pleasure in crushing such talents and paragons beneath my heel, relishing the sound of their bones snapping. With a menacing expression, Guangxi directed a threat towards Jiang Chuan. The Spider-Woman interjected, her demeanor alluring as she inquired, "Young man, may I ask your identity?" Regardless of whether Jiang Chuan feigned profundity or exuded confidence, the courage and composure he displayed were undoubtedly rare qualities. Such a countenance she had only witnessed in the esteemed Master Ning of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and it was indeed worthy of admiration. Jiang Chuan savored the soft bread with a deliberate slowness. "Jiang Chuan, what is there that cannot be said? Are you willing to join our fierce battle team?" Not only could this spare your life, but we might also become a united team of soul masters in the future. As for the 9 mysterious 8 treasures, the Jade Toad, you could forget about the soul ring. Given your current physique, it would be quite challenging to absorb. However, we can certainly share a portion with you, considering it a benefit of joining the Soul Master team. I eagerly anticipate your participation. The Spider-Woman abruptly posed her question, leaving the rest of the fierce battle team momentarily stunned. Spider-Woman, are you feeling unwell? You actually want him to join our fierce battle team? The first to speak was Guangxi, incredulity evident in his tone. What are you doing? Silence, the Spider-Woman retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Guangxi, adopting a lecturing tone. What do you understand? Just as everyone assumed Jiang Chuan would acquiesce in a bid for survival, he interjected, pardon me, I didn't quite catch that, extending his index finger to tap Guangxi lightly, before sweeping his finger to the tip of the Spider-Woman's nose. Join your Guangxi battle team? Are you jesting? Without even discussing resource division, I must remind you that I was the one who defeated the 9 mysterious 8 treasures, so what claim do you have? Moreover, do not blame me for not informing your captain, Guangxi. I fear he might not even qualify to become food for the 9 mysterious 8 treasures, let alone absorb its soul ring. Jiang Chuan found it amusing. A 29th level mad rhinoceros actually sought to absorb the millennium-old 9 profound 8 treasures, returning Jade Toad for its 3rd soul ring. Was that not akin to courting death? Indeed, Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of their lack of discernment. They mistakenly believed that the inverted Jiao Xian Ba Bao Gui Yu Chan lying on the ground was merely a millennium old, disregarding its true significance. This was akin to delivering a slap in the face to the members of the Guangxi combat team. The dual-faced monkeys flushed with anger, gritting their teeth in frustration, while the expression on the Rui Pan was equally grim. Their combat team was renowned far and wide, celebrated in the Soto Great Spirit Arena as the undefeated Soul Team, boasting a record of 10 victories without a single loss. Countless Soul Masters had sought to challenge them, only to return defeated and humiliated. Now, with the Spider-Woman extending an olive branch, they had the audacity to reject it with disdain. Guangxi was the first to surge forward, seething with rage. How dare you refuse our goodwill? You are courting death. Even the Spider-Woman's countenance fluctuated between anger and uncertainty as she spoke, with Guangxi at the forefront, followed closely by the dual-faced monkeys and other soul masters. They surrounded Jiang Chuan tightly. Chapter 97. You set the terms. In no time, tensions escalated. Wait a moment, young man. Do you actually know Guangxi? You must be from Soto City, then. Perhaps you've even visited the Soto Great Spirit Arena? If you've been there, you should understand the stature of the Quang combat team within Soto City and the arena, the Spider-Woman remarked, her tone laced with hostility, harboring resentment from the earlier rejection. Are you referring to their infamous reputation? Jiang Chuan feigned mystery, retorting to the Spider-Woman. The crazy battle team, a mere name without substance, had yet to encounter a true monster. How do they compare with the Shrek Academy? How do they stand against the Spirit Hall? Young lad, you possess quite the audacity. I shall render you powerless now. The crazy rhino, brimming with intent, reached out to seize Jiang Chuan. Why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? Jiang Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. I have stated that this 10,000-year soul beast is beyond your grasp. Depart. A 10,000-year soul ring. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Jiang Chuan, indeed. What an insufferable madman you are, to utter such nonsense as a 10,000-year soul ring. Setting aside your current soul power, how could you possibly contend with a 10,000-year soul beast alongside your Spirit Master team? The twin rams could hardly contain their amusement, gazing at Jiang Chuan as if he were a madman. A 10,000-year soul beast? It is preposterous that you would even dare to speak of it. The white-haired one hastily added a remark. Jiang Chuan shook his head with a sense of helplessness. The audacity of the reckless was beyond count. Is this what they call the fearless ignorance? Jiang Chuan spoke in an exceedingly calm manner. Suddenly, he vanished in a flash, his form dissipating into thin air in an instant. It was as if he had become a wisp of smoke, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. How could this be? Where had he gone? Just as the Spider-Woman finished her words, a sharp crack echoed from behind her, causing everyone to turn their attention to Shuangyang. Their focus sharpened and their astonishment palpable. There, they beheld Shuangyang's right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, broken in two. He let out a wail of anguish, a cry that pierced the hearts of all who heard it, sending shivers down their spines. Jiang Chuan's expression remained tranquil, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. What a remarkable young man, possessing such formidable strength. It appears he must be a soul master of the agility type. Surround him from all directions. Ensure he does not escape, commanded Quan Shi, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Jiang Chuan, consumed by desire to tear him apart. Resolute in his intent to ensure his demise. An agility-type soul master? As Jiang Chuan observed the fog enveloping them, particularly the Spider-Woman, he spoke with a hint of righteous indignation and authority. If you are unafraid of death and possess the courage, then come forth. I shall accept all 39 auxiliary spirit masters, but I fear you may not withstand the consequences. Auxiliary system? Their expressions momentarily faltered, but soon turned cold and grim. The first to charge forward was the dual monkey, his fists transformed into claw-like formations, as a faint silhouette of a small brown-furred monkey materialized behind him. With righteous fury, he exclaimed, "Since you are merely an auxiliary spirit master, how dare you be so arrogant? You seek your own demise." In a swift motion, a yellow claw mark, interwoven with solitary scars, descended upon them with lethal intent. Jiang Chuan nonchalantly extracted a piece of cured meat from the sleeve of his robe, leisurely savoring its flavor. "I am a person who delights in solitary indulgence. Upon witnessing the merits of others, I yearn to claim them for myself. It is out of the question to share a morsel with you, yet I can certainly agree to receive offerings each month in exchange for your mere existence." Preposterous. It appears you possess the audacity to prattle in such a manner. Come, let me rend you to shreds. The furious beast, never having encountered such arrogance, was thoroughly incensed. As it charged forward, a tempest of gas akin to sand and stones surged forth. From the very beginning, you have misconstrued the situation. This is not a matter of murder and plunder, nor am I courting demise. A glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Chuan's eyes. It is you who have been courting death all along. With a piece of cured meat clenched between his teeth, he raised his left hand and forcefully slapped the incoming dual monkeys, producing a resounding crack. With a resounding thud, the dual monkeys, full of fervor, were caught off guard by the massive palm that struck them squarely in the face. Instantly, pain surged through them, and with a sickening crack, their pelvis was shattered, sending them hurtling backward, drenched in blood, unworthy of even contending with Jiang Chuan. The youth, excessively arrogant, will not endure long at this rate. The Spider-Woman, unable to bear the spectacle, unleashed her webs, ensnaring the area and exerting direct control. For you feeble beings. Jiang Chuan effortlessly severed the resilient threads that glimmered before his eyes, shaking his hand dismissively. The resilience is commendable, yet utterly futile. There are issues with your physique. Upon hearing this, the Spider-Woman's face flushed crimson, infuriated as she stomped her foot. Let me go. My hand is about to break," howled the dual sheep. Jiang Chuan, spare my life, do not kill me." In response, he delivered a powerful kick, enveloped in a golden aura, striking the beast's abdomen with such force that it was driven back several paces. Leaning closer to the dual sheep's ear, he intoned, "Awaken. Your right arm is already broken. The next will be your leg. Choose one of the three." Jiang Chuan had never shown any signs of weakness. Since today was a day for competition, he decided to unleash his full potential. When faced with the unreasonable and the boorish, one must respond with equal ferocity, disregarding all caution. "What have you done to him?" Quan Shi appeared utterly incredulous, as if questioning Jiang Chuan's sanity. "Are you out of your mind? What do you think?" Jiang Chuan remained unfazed, indifferent to the notions of sanity or madness. Now that the wild warriors had gathered, he was ready to confront them. Jiang Chuan harbored no objections to having another individual deliver benefits to him. Over the past few years, the frenzied team had undoubtedly garnered substantial rewards from their victories. Contemplating this, Jiang Chuan raised his head, his eyes glinting with a frosty light. If one possesses true skill, why resort to covert attacks? What kind of ability is that? Let us engage in a soul master duel. Are you an imbecile? Jiang Chuan retorted disdainfully. I am here to plunder, not to compete with you fools. With that, he stomped down, shattering all three legs of the dual sheep. The latter grimaced in agony, losing consciousness while frothing at the mouth. Is this truly insufficient? Jiang Chuan curled his lips in disdain, displaying a complete lack of interest. Useless. The Spider-Woman grew increasingly uneasy. There was something peculiar about Jiang Chuan. He had slain the 9 Xian 8 treasures, Gui Yu Chan, alongside his soul master team, yet his soul power remained remarkably abundant, unbeknownst to others. He had effortlessly dealt with the twin goats. The twin goats were indeed a level 30, 3-ringed soul venerable, although they had just recently ascended. It was inconceivable that a youth could rival such prowess. This situation was fraught with too many enigmas. Jiang Chuan stroked his chin, his gaze contemplating the remaining 6, amusement dancing in his eyes. Who shall be next? If you possess the courage, release Shuangyang. With a scornful tone, he added, Why should we? We have an upcoming soul duel tournament in Suodo City, and Shuangyang must not sustain any injuries. Otherwise, with no substitutes available, it would be futile. Release Shuangyang, and we shall engage in a duel of soul masters. Should you emerge victorious, the term shall be yours to dictate. The Spider-Woman treaded carefully. Chapter 98. The Glimmering Gold Soul Coins. Before her stood Jiang Chuan, an enigmatic figure. Regardless of how he had managed to wound Shuangyang, the mere intensity of his piercing gaze unsettled her. Very well, Jiang Chuan concluded. Upon hearing the prospect of profit, he readily acquiesced. What a discarded Shuangyang! What harm could it bring? Who among you wishes to court death first? I must forewarn you, my appetite is considerable, and I fear you may not be able to satisfy it. Moreover, should your threats be mere bluster, I would not hesitate to claim a few more lives. Jiang Chuan chuckled, his demeanor radiating confidence as he provocatively gestured towards Guangxi, taunting. Guangxi? I believe you have been yearning for this moment, have you not? Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Why not all come forth, and see how many blows you can withstand from me? These words incited a wave of fury among the crowd, their tempers flaring. Haha, Jiang Chuan, you truly possess a foolish charm. You just threatened Shuangyang, and now, devoid of any hostages, you still wish to parley with us? How audacious you are to boast so brazenly. It seems you have no desire to live, thought the double monkeys, preparing to bury him. In Guangxi's mind, Jiang Chuan was already as good as dead. Clap, clap, as Ruipana applauded mockingly. Well done, Jiang Chuan. Even at the brink of death, you still consider our interests. Jiang Chuan let out a cold, silent sneer. Who would ultimately meet their demise? He raised his hand, grasping at the void above. A surge of white soul energy cascaded down, striking the back of Shuang Ho and instantly bending his waist. The onlookers remained silent, their mouths agape, fixated on Shuang Ho's grimacing expression, which seemed all too genuine as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead like a leaky faucet. What had transpired? The first soul skill, the wild rhinoceros, was unleashed with fervor. His right hand tore through his half-sleeve, revealing a robust, brown chest. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward, enveloped in a crimson aura, charging at Jiang Chuan. A yellow soul ring descended upon Shuang Ho's brow, emanating a glimmering cold light. Before he could complete his soul skill, his throat became constricted, leaving him gasping and unable to utter a single word, his body numb and consciousness fading, unable to regain clarity. To his astonishment, Jiang Chuan's left palm had clamped down on his throat with the strength of an iron vice. Was this support-type soul master truly so easy to bully? You. The wild rhinoceros found himself at a loss for words, his gaze locking with Jiang Chuan's, and for the first time, he felt a chill. This youth before him was extraordinarily uncanny, evoking an unsettling sense of losing control. Are you perplexed? Jiang Chuan's expression remained indifferent, as if all of this were destined to unfold. He observed the visage of the wild rhinoceros and smirked disdainfully. What? The latter was taken aback. In the next instant, with a thud, the wild rhinoceros fell to his knees, collapsing towards Jiang Chuan. Just moments ago, darkness had clouded his vision, as he felt an overwhelming force constricting his neck, rendering even the act of breathing a luxury, leading him to briefly lose consciousness. How could this be? Who on earth are you? Witnessing this, the Spider-Woman took a step back, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chuan with trepidation, as if she had encountered a ghost. In that moment, a palpable tension filled the air. In their minds, Jiang Chuan's visage resembled that of the ruler of the underworld. As you have rightly pointed out, within this vast Stardew forest, the demise of one or two individuals is a commonplace occurrence, whether devoured by soul beasts, slain by them, or meeting with any number of unfortunate events. Moreover, you belong to the notoriously infamous Frenzied Battle Team, whose reputation is held in disdain at the Soto Great Soul Arena. It is feared that should all members perish here, no one would bat an eye at Jiang Chuan's mockery. Are you so certain of this? The Spider-Woman feigned composure, even puffing out her chest as she approached. A support type, audaciously declaring that they would spare none of our Frenzied Battle Team? In the Spider-Woman's eyes, Jiang Chuan had merely seized an opportunity, causing her team to repeatedly suffer defeats. Frenzied Rhino, what has transpired with you? Why are you just sitting there idly? Quickly, strike him. The Spider-Woman turned sharply to glare at the kneeling Frenzied Rhino, her tone sharp. What is the matter with you? My legs feel weak. Frenzied Rhino managed to prop himself up with great effort. The Spider-Woman, concerned and irate, exclaimed, I must tell you, we are on the verge of battle, and especially in a place as unpredictable and perilous as the Stardew Forest. Why on earth would you venture out at night to chase after women? Will you perish if you do not engage in such trivial pursuits? In her strategy, Frenzied Rhino was the primary target. The latter struggled to provide an explanation, but weakened, could not muster refusal. Unbeknownst to the Spider-Woman, just moments ago, under the veil of secrecy, Jiang Chuan firmly grasped the neck of the furious beast. A miracle in itself that it was still alive, let alone entertaining the notion of rising. The Spider-Woman's sole master, Ru Yipan, was utterly futile in her resistance. Jiang Chuan's gaze, laden with malice, fixated upon Ru Yipan as he let out a cold snort. In an instant, a wave of soul power enveloped her, pinning her harshly to the ground. As a support-type soul master, her strength was insufficient to withstand Jiang Chuan's might, and she was swiftly rendered unconscious once more. At this moment, the Spider-Woman had already lost one of her soul masters, a white-haired figure. It was likely that she would never comprehend how Jiang Chuan had managed this feat. Her eyes trembled with terror. With a slight tilt of his head towards the Spider-Woman, he declared, "A wager must be honored. Spare yourselves the efforts. I am Jiang Chuan, a teacher of the Shrek Academy. I welcome you to bestow upon me your monthly offerings, and, in addition, I demand all the prize money you acquire in the soul arena of Soto City. Do you understand? Since you have so generously chosen to present me with your golden soul coins and various resources, I shall grant you a few breaths of life, allowing you to linger in this world to earn gold from me." Observing the Spider-Woman's astonished expression, Jiang Chuan continued in a didactic tone. "Remember this well. Do not attempt to flee, believing that escaping Soto City will absolve you of your debts to me. If you doubt my words, feel free to test them." The threat inherent in Jiang Chuan's words sent a chill down the Spider-Woman's spine. "You teacher?" she stammered. "Is that not impossible?" Jiang Chuan grinned, chewing on a piece of unfinished cured meat. Her eyelids twitched in disbelief. Such a person could be a teacher, and at such a young age. To boot, it was utterly inconceivable. Surely, she must have misheard him. The audacity of demanding all the prize money from the Soto City Soul Arena was beyond comprehension. It was an offer they could not accept. If I were to do so, Jiang Chuan's foot pressed down on the chest of the second monkey, causing blood to splatter as he neared the brink of death. His gaze fixed menacingly upon the Spider-Woman. "Can you accept this?" Chapter 99. Fourth Soul Skill. Blue Lotus Protection. A killer is always hunted. This has long been Jiang Chuan's philosophy. One should never attempt to tame a beast with kindness. The only way to eliminate danger is to eliminate the enemy or to subjugate them. The Spider-Woman watched helplessly as the second monkey lay dying, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her silver teeth grinding with anxiety. "Fine, I accept your terms. A wager must be honored." Upon hearing the words of the spider, the crowd could not help but feel a sense of relief, albeit mingled with profound disappointment. Although they had secured considerable rewards through ruthless tactics within the soul arena of Soto City, the effort expended had been minimal. Yet they had amassed over 1,000 gold soul coins, sufficient to nurture a team of high-ranking soul masters. The abrupt transfer of such wealth left them with a bitter sense of injustice, and they felt powerless to express their frustration. Gazing at Jiang Chuan's departing figure, the Spider-Woman shot him a fierce glare. "Are you truly a support-type soul master? Given the circumstances, you should have no reason to deceive us further. Nor would you stoop so low. Do you think I jest regarding the nature of support-type soul masters?" Jiang Chuan slightly tilted his head and candidly stated, "As a 39 rank, 3-ring auxiliary soul master, I have made a preliminary estimation. 3,000 gold soul coins is the minimum, and it cannot be less. Remember this." The Spider-Woman could not help but feel a surge of dread as she gazed into the side of Jiang Chuan's eyes, akin to plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. Deeply ensnared, she found herself unable to extricate from the situation. How could he possibly know that they had acquired 3,000 gold coins within the Soto City Grand Soul Arena? It was eerily unsettling, evoking a sensation of having her secrets laid bare for all to see. Jiang Chuan, clutching the 9 profound 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad, strode forth with a commanding presence, his powerful strides carrying him effortlessly over 100 meters in an instant. The autumn breeze whispered softly, rustling the vibrant green maple leaves as it swept across the lake, creating ripples that danced gracefully upon the water surface. The surrounding landscape unfolded into a verdant expanse, the air thick with refreshing moisture. The breathtaking scenery invigorated Jiang Chuan's spirit, and he inhaled deeply, resolving that this was the perfect spot to absorb the soul ring. He sought a place free from disturbance. With unwavering determination, he unleashed a forceful punch, shattering the 9 profound 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad, ending its existence without hesitation. Scanning his surroundings briefly, he settled down his left hand tightly gripping a pitch-black soul ring adorned with enigmatic runes. It instinctively ascended above his head. The moment it made contact, a surge of power coursed into his dantian, radiant and overwhelming. Yet this force was destructive rather than a means to elevate Jiang Chuan's soul power. Just as the 9 profound 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad's resentment sought to wreak havoc upon his body, it was suddenly gripped by an even more formidable force. Its spirit dampened. Ding ding ding. The discordant chimes of 3 piano notes resonated simultaneously, effectively restraining the Jade Toad's soul ring. The 3 rings, black, and red, exceeded the Jade Toad's ring in both aura and age, heralding an overwhelming confrontation where the 9 profound 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad was rendered powerless, awaiting its demise. At last, with an ethereal burst, a blue lotus flower blossomed magnificently, radiating an aura of sanctity that enveloped the surroundings. This crystal-clear blue lotus appeared almost otherworldly, exuding holiness. The resentment embodied by the 9 profound 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad lingered within Jiang Chuan's mind. Upon encountering such immense power, the soul beast's resentment dissipated, willingly transforming into Jiang Chuan's 4th soul ring. Any thought of resistance was futile. It was far too inexperienced to challenge him. Thus it obediently accepted its fate as his 4th soul ring. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of soul power surged from his spine, filling him with an exhilarating sense of freedom. Clenching his right fist tightly, he gazed ahead, a level 40, 4-ringed auxiliary system soul master. Indeed, after attaining the status, he felt fundamentally transformed, as if shackles within him had been shattered. The strength bestowed by the soul ring resonated deeply within him. 4th soul technique, Blue Lotus Guardian? With a heart full of anticipation, Jiang Chuan sensed his 4th soul skill, Terror Incarnate. This formidable ability could summon the chaotic Blue Lotus, transforming it into a colossal entity resembling a diamond-like behemoth, designed to withstand external harm. Although its duration was a mere 3 minutes, the damage it could endure was an astonishing 300 of his own vitality. Furthermore, it served as a protective skill for multiple soul masters simultaneously. Even for the seasoned Jiang Chuan, this revelation left him momentarily astonished. Such an enhancement was indeed remarkable, evoking a sense of humility in him. It was not mere self-praise. In the vast realm of Douluo, such a soul skill had likely never been witnessed before. Nonetheless, Jiang Chuan lightly stroked his chin, contemplating that he still required additional time to cultivate his 4th soul skill. With the support of several years, his defense could potentially reach a staggering level upon the repayment of 100,000. One could only imagine the terror it might invoke. It would likely surpass even that of specialized defense soul masters. Such words were astonishing. With a defense of 300, he still dared to aspire for further enhancement. This was akin to embarking on a journey toward divine prowess. Jiang Chuan's soul power surged unexpectedly, reaching the remarkable level of 45. The system, a remarkable entity, facilitated this extraordinary enhancement. Inside the system's repository, only a few soul power enhancement cards of level 5 remained. However, Jiang Chuan remained composed, understanding that an excessively rapid increase in soul power could undermine his foundational skills. Moderation is key. This progress was already substantial, placing him in a league far beyond his peers. Even the previous generation of soul masters could not help but feel a sense of inferiority in comparison. When it comes to practical combat, Jiang Chuan now possesses a newfound confidence to engage in a duel with Zhao Wuji. The outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. The elevation of his soul power to the 5th level has caused his bright, piercing eyes to shimmer momentarily. This overwhelming sensation of strength fills him with immense exhilaration. In the realm of soul masters, the mere act of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is no small feat. Even the absorption of a 1,000-year ring can prove to be quite arduous. What more can be said of encountering soul rings akin to the exceedingly formidable faceless demon spider? Such encounters are fraught with peril, potentially placing one's life in jeopardy. Jiang Chuan's actions were nothing short of miraculous. This is an event worthy of being inscribed in the annals of Douluo. Alas, no one is aware of it. From a moment of absorption to its conclusion, it took merely 3 fleeting minutes. Before the earth beneath him could grow warm, Jiang Chuan rose to his feet. This astonishing feat would undoubtedly leave Flender, the architect of miracles, utterly astounded, his jaw likely to drop in sheer disbelief. It was time to seek out Xiao Wu. Based on estimations, she could not be far from his position. Jiang Chuan was well versed in the Douluo world, having meticulously studied the Star-Doe forest, which felt like home to him. He moved with ease, his gaze penetrating the clouds on the horizon, towards the depths of the Star-Doe forest, where the marshlands lay. Chapter 100. Is it all over in an instant? The Star-Doe forest, a vibrant domain teeming with thousand-year soul beasts. The waters flowed with brilliance, and the flickering fireflies painted a picturesque scene. Enough, Ming. You need not guard me any longer. My third soul skill has been activated, and I must return to my team immediately, or else Shrek's friends will be in a state of panic, Xiao Wu said with a sweet voice. Her carrot-red eyes filled with urgency. The Shrek group would undoubtedly be in disarray, especially Jiang Chuan and Tang San, who would likely be frantic with worry. Ming averted his gaze, scratching his head in shyness, reluctant to part ways. His heart brimmed with questions. It had been years since he last saw Xiao Wu, and she had changed significantly. Why was she still with the Soul Master? Shouldn't Soul Beasts and Soul Masters occupy opposing sides? Moreover, Xiao Wu had repeatedly instructed him to conceal his aura and not harm others. It was all very peculiar. In a moment of astonishment, a purple soul ring illuminated around Xiao Wu, and she grew taller, acquiring an air of newfound allure. For a Soul Master, obtaining a soul ring signifies a qualitative transformation, and the same holds true for soul beasts as they age. Xiao Wu, 100,000-year soul beast, was now merely waiting to ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo and ultimately evolve into a deity. Even with this graceful progress, she could not match the prowess of Jiang Chuan. The disparity between them was vast. Even she, 100,000-year soul beast, couldn't help but regard Jiang Chuan as an anomaly. His sincere nature was something Xiao Wu greatly admired. After all, for a soul beast, the sense of security is paramount. Although Tang San remained earnest, his strength paled in comparison to Jiang Chuan's. Roar, roar. The Titan Great Ape growled. I understand. Once all of this concludes, I will return to the Star-Doe forest. How is Ming? How did his injuries fare? Xiao Wu whispered softly. I remember leaving some herbs for Ming before I departed. Did he consume them? The latter nodded dully in response. With that reassurance, Xiao Wu patted her chest, exhaling a long sigh of relief, her expression reflecting a sense of having narrowly escaped danger. Indeed, Ming was a soul beast nearly 100,000 years old. How could it possibly sustain injuries so easily? As she spoke, a pink mist enveloped her. In an instant, Xiao Wu teleported 100 meters away, leaping onto a branch, turning her head to wave goodbye to the Titan giant ape. The creature understood and ceased its pursuit. With her third soul skill, the teleportation flickered past, covering over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. However, Xiao Wu felt a sense of unease. Her speed was considered swift among her peers in the agility-based soul masters, but compared to Jiang Chuan, this so-called pseudo-support soul master, it was a chasm of difference. She immediately shook her head, dismissing further thoughts. That fellow was simply inhuman, a true monster. Xiao Wu huffed in frustration, lamenting that in comparison to him, she would eventually exhaust herself. Perhaps at the new Oding City Soul Master Academy, she would have had the confidence to contend with Jiang Chuan. But this anomaly had grown stronger over time, having undergone a qualitative leap. Even she, a soul beast of 100,000 years, could hardly keep up, and she no longer wished to pursue the comparison. Instead, her attention was drawn to a commotion several hundred meters away, where a resplendent emerald light burst forth, illuminating the surroundings completely. With 1,000-year soul beasts truly this weak, they couldn't even withstand a single strike. Pathetic to be deemed a reaper among soul beasts. The nightmarish evil tiger? This was unacceptable, the youth proclaimed with righteous indignation, his face emblazoned with the word pathetic. He stood upon the massive head of the tiger, questioning, Can you even manage this? Are you still pursuing me? Where has that relentless determination gone? The sinister tiger lay prone on the ground, emitting soft whimpers, its pupils glistening with tears. It had sensed a flicker of life and rushed over, only to discover Jiang Chuan, which made its stomach rumble with the anticipation of a meal. However, it soon realized that the power of this soul master was overwhelming, far exceeding its own. Brandishing a verdant crystal lotus, the soul master charged forth. The dark night, sinister tiger swore it had never witnessed such an expression on a soul master's face, one akin to a famished being longing to flay its very skin. The intensity in the master's gaze was matched only by the raw power he wielded. With that mysterious crystal lotus, the tiger was thoroughly subdued. A single blow sent its head spinning, and by the second strike it was utterly dazed. The third impact plunged it into the earth, leaving it weak and seeing stars. Should the outside world learn that Jiang Chuan utilized an auxiliary spirit weapon in such a manner, Their reactions would be intriguing indeed. As a 1,000-year dark knight, sinister tiger, it ranked among the top 10 of soul beasts. Jiang Chuan, eager to test his fourth soul skill, the Lotus Shield, had not anticipated that his opponent would prove so feeble, unable to withstand even a single strike, let alone inflict any damage with its claws against his 300% defense of the Lotus. The only sentiment Jiang Chuan felt was one of disappointment. Go away. Jiang Chuan delivered a swift kick, sending the Dark Knight demon tiger flying. Slaying it proved fruitless, as his soul rings were sufficient. Nurturing vegetables seemed a more prudent pursuit, for it posed no real threat. Jiang Chuan, Xiao Wu, illuminated by the shimmering light, presented a visage as delicate as a ripe peach. Her long twin braids cascading down her back. With a powerful push of her feet, she descended gracefully before him, standing in a wide stance and gazing upward, locking eyes with Jiang Chuan. How did you end up here? And what of Tang San and the others? Such inquiries should be directed at you. How is it that you find yourself in this place? Jiang Chuan feigned ignorance, though he was acutely aware of the intricate circumstances. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu faltered, her gaze darting left and right, evading his scrutiny, unsure of how to respond. You were captured by the Titan Great Ape, Jiang Chuan revealed, providing her with an excuse. He tore open a bread pouch, savoring the contents as his eyes remained fixed on Xiao Wu. Are you unscathed? Of course, I, Xiao Wu, am the leading figure of Nodding City. How could anything befall me? She replied, nodding slightly, playfully poking her nose with her thumb. That Titan Great Ape, as if preoccupied with pressing matters, suddenly discarded me and departed alone. By sheer coincidence, I encountered a soul beast on the brink of death, allowing me to absorb its 1,000-year soul ring. From misfortune came fortune, and I even acquired my third soul skill. Her carefully structured words flowed forth. Noting Jiang Chuan's unwavering belief, a sense of comfort washed over her, and she released a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Chapter 101. There's physical work to be done tonight. Care to join? Let us go, Jiang Chuan declared, turning to stride forward while offering the bread in his right hand to Xiao Wu, mumbling incomprehensibly. Xiao Wu caught the bread, puzzled. What is this for? To eat. We have work tonight that will require considerable energy, Jiang Chuan replied, slightly tilting his head and raising an eyebrow at her. You're acting strangely, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face flushing. Rongrong likes you. Jiang Chuan found himself momentarily bewildered by the other party's words, retorting, what does this have to do with her? What are you even thinking? A scornful gaze was cast upon him, causing Xiao Wu to shyly avert her eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan experienced a moment of clarity. It was not uncommon for a rabbit to possess a peculiar thought process after living for 100,000 years. He began to explain, I meant to say that Tang San might currently be facing some troubles. You mentioned earlier that by a stroke of luck, he acquired the third spirit ring. One must be well fed and nourished to tackle such challenges. When the time comes, you will have to lend your support. What? Tang San is truly in danger? Xiao Wu's expression turned slightly anxious, as she had grown accustomed to placing her trust in Jiang Chuan's words. His prophetic insights had proven accurate on more than one occasion. A sense of concern for Tang San began to take root within her, her delicate hands intertwining as they gently swayed. In response, Jiang Chuan remained silent. He plunged into the lush greenery, leading Xiao Wu towards the periphery of the 1,000-year spirit beast zone. If memory served him correctly, Tang San should now be in the presence of Long Gong Meng Shu, and it was likely that they had already become entangled in a confrontation. Outside the 1,000-year spirit beast zone, Meng Shu observed Tang San, a young lad possessing the remarkable spirit power of level 29 at such a tender age, and even adorned with 2 yellow spirit rings over a century old. Such talent was a rarity in his lifetime. Indeed, it would be a pity to extinguish such a genius. Rather, it would be better to utilize him. Young man, what do you think? Meng Shu's eyes sparkled as he scrutinized Tang San's countenance, his earlier words emanating from the depths of his heart with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman, Shi Pe, approached with a puzzled expression, her gaze fixed on Meng Shu as if incredulous. She wondered, aren't we here to advocate for our granddaughter's cause? Why the sudden shift to seek an addition to our family? It struck her as peculiar that the old man's thought process had taken such an unusual turn in recent days. You need not interfere in these matters. I see something extraordinary, Meng Shu asserted with unwavering determination, his warm gaze fixed upon Tang San. So, young man, do consider this proposal. Joining our family would indeed be an honor for you. Once you become a part of us, not only will you receive corresponding resources and gold spirit coins monthly, but I can also temporarily overlook any obstacles regarding the absorption of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake and the human-faced demon spider. How's that sound? Such sincerity is likely unparalleled across the entire Douluo world. I doubt anyone would refuse. Just as Tang San was about to pursue Xiao Wu, he unexpectedly encountered a predator among the soul beasts, the faceless demon spider. In a desperate attempt to escape, Tang San could no longer restrain himself and struck it down with a Haotian hammer. Coincidentally, at that moment, Long Gong Meng Shu, accompanied by Chao Tianxiang, rushed over in haste. In a single blow, he was defeated and fell to the ground. However, Meng Shu, for reasons unknown, suddenly brightened his gaze, fixating intently on Tang San, as if perceiving something subtle and extraordinary, which led him to consider an alliance. Tang San understood that in the realm of soul masters, this was indeed a significant concession. Having repeatedly seized soul rings from others and still receiving clemency was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Yet, he was unwilling to acquiesce. Indeed, he could not agree. With a fleeting glance, he sighed and spoke in a slightly hoarse tone. I take full responsibility for repeatedly interrupting Miss Meng's absorption of the soul ring and sincerely apologize. I am willing to extend my apologies to Miss Meng Iran. However, within the Stardow Forest, the soul beasts are countless and free-ranging. To claim that I took away Miss Meng Iran's opportunity to absorb a soul ring is somewhat unreasonable, don't you think? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Meng Shu let out a muffled grunt, glaring at him with disdain. Gripping his cane tightly, he summoned a tempest of soul power that pressed against Tang San's throat, as if to strangle him. You are quite audacious, young man. Do you know that I possess little patience? If you continue to refuse, I shall not waste any more time here. Your life will suffice as compensation, along with Miss Iran's 2 soul rings. Meng Shu spoke decisively, believing that a talent unable to serve him was better off destroyed. Just as he was about to act, Tang San, struggling to breathe under the pressure, shouted urgently, "If you would grant me a single request, I would willingly join your family, even if it meant living as a servant or a slave. However, if you refuse, even if you were to flame my skin and peel my muscles, I would find it hard to accept." As he spoke, a faint aura of menace surrounded him, his darkened countenance locking eyes with Meng Iran and the others, instilling a deep fear within them. Was this the aura that a young man could exude? Oh, Long Gong Meng Shu chuckled, sensing a change in the winds of fate. You are becoming increasingly intriguing. Young man, I wonder what your request could be. Do share it with me. There is nothing that Meng Shu cannot accomplish. His confidence suggested that he already considered Tang San a disciple of his clan. Noting that Meng Shu was not merely jesting, a glimmer of hope ignited in Tang San's eyes, realizing that Xiao Wu might be saved. Old man, are you not always meticulous with your calculations? Why, all of a sudden, would you make such a promise for just one disciple? The fragrant aroma of the sky wafted through the air, yet a subtle pain lingered on Chao Tianxiang's face as she gazed at Meng Shu, as if she scarcely recognized him. Grandfather, grandfather, Meng Iran huffed in frustration, stamping her foot, her arms crossed in displeasure, turning her head away like a petulant child. Hey, Iran, be good. Grandfather is attending to important matters. Please do not interrupt. Trust that I will procure a spirit ring far superior to that of the man-faced spider for you. Meng Iran had always been the Achilles heel of the Dragon Lord Meng Shu. Witnessing her discontent stirred a twinge of sympathy within him, redirecting his frustration towards Tang San. He urged, "Speak up. What is it that you desire? There is nothing I cannot fulfill." Very well, then I request that you, esteemed elder, venture to the deepest reaches of the Stardow Forest to retrieve my sister, Xiao Wu, from the Titan giant ape. As long as I can see that she is alive, I will willingly join your family, without a single complaint. Tang San's declaration was resolute, yet upon finishing, he noticed the astonishment etched on the faces of the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady, as though they had encountered a specter, their eyes filled with incredulity. Chapter 102. You are far too audacious. Meng Shu, torn between anger and amusement, let out a hearty laugh. To suggest such nonsense simply because you do not wish to join my family? Do you truly think yourself the greatest under Douluo? Very well. Let your life serve as an apology to my dear Iran. The Snake Lady, with an exaggerated huff, cast a cold glance at Tang San, remaining silent as she leisurely advanced with her serpent staff. Wait, esteemed elder, why do you insinuate that I jest? I genuinely have a sister who has been captured by that Titan giant ape. If you can rescue her, before Tang San could finish, he was struck heavily in the abdomen by Meng Shu's dragon staff, causing him to cough up blood and spasm in pain. His face contorted as he looked up at Meng Shu. Listen, whether you're truly foolish or merely pretending, I must tell you this. Within the depths of the Stardow Forest, there exists but one Titan giant ape. its age surpassing 50,000 years. Do not think that a single spirit Douluo can contend with it. Even if a tidal Douluo were to arrive, Meng Shu resolutely shook his head. At the very least, 3 tidal Douluo would be required to have any hope of subduing that Titan giant ape. The notion of rescuing a spirit master from its grasp is sheer folly. Meng Shu exhaled deeply and remarked, I fear that your sister may have already succumbed to his burdens. In recent years, the indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts has escalated alarmingly, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. Even the Titan great ape, perched at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, can no longer remain passive. It has emerged to inflict harm. The Stardow Forest is indeed fraught with peril, and it seems on the brink of becoming a desolate wasteland. We should hasten to depart from this situation, my dear. Upon hearing of the Titan great ape's emergence, the snake woman shuddered involuntarily. Her mind involuntarily conjured the horrific crimson glow from yesterday, sending chills down her spine. Old man, she mused, do you think that yesterday's crimson light could have originated from the only brother of the Titan great ape, the formidable sky blue bull python, which is perilously close to being 100,000-year soul beast? Upon hearing the mention of the Titan great ape's brother, Tang San was taken aback. What? His pupils gradually dilated in disbelief, realizing that Xiao Wu might be in grave danger. Though Jiang Chuan possessed an ancient soul ring and his innate power far exceeded that of his peers, he believed the risk of rescuing Xiao Wu from the Titan great ape was exceedingly high, nearly impossible, and the most pressing issue was the relentless passage of time. A sudden voice interrupted, cold yet faint. Let us set aside the matter of rescue for now. Meng Shu, I suggest we cease our discussions regarding these 2 soul rings. You merely indulge your granddaughter's whims. What does the young girl truly understand? How can a soul sage of over 70 levels and a soul Douluo of over 80 levels allow themselves to be used as mere pawns by a little girl? Is your intellect truly lacking? The sarcastic retort was piercing, followed by the approach of a refined young man, composed and remarkably daring. The air suddenly chilled. All gazes turned towards the white figure trailing behind them, moving with a leisurely grace. Dragon Lord Meng Shu focused intently, realizing the youth was not only young, but possessed an extraordinary aura, more captivating than Tang San, a rare sight indeed, leaving him astounded. Meanwhile, Chao Tianxiang seethed with indignation. What? Who does this audacious child think he is to speak so recklessly? Does he wish for his own demise? In the realm of soul masters, soul sages and soul Douluos were revered figures, akin to ancient sovereigns, their status divine and untouchable. Yet now, a young boy boldly claimed that these esteemed beings were mere tools, an unprecedented affront. How dare you? Who are you? Meng Iran narrowed her eyes. Recognizing the white figure several hundred meters away, suddenly enlightened, she inhaled sharply, pointing at Jiang Chuan with righteous anger. It's him. He's the young man who claims to be a teacher at Shrek Academy, speaking with utter disdain for you all, having encountered those who would deceive enemies. She had never seen someone deceive their own grandfather. Jiang Chuan, amused, chuckled lightly, as if entertained by Meng Iran's fervor. What of the soul sage and the soul Douluo? A timid soul master dares not utter such claims, let alone achieve them. They are soul masters, not merchants. Why must they tread so cautiously? If pressed, I would easily dispose of them. It is not arrogance. It is merely a refusal to accept their bullying, especially under the whims of this brainless girl Meng Iran. Had she not encountered Tang San and met her match, she might have grown into a delicate young lady, capable of exploiting her family without remorse. What did you just say? I did not quite catch that, Chao Tianxiang remarked slowly, leaning on her cane. I said, whoever slays the soul beast claims it. You failed to defeat the soul beast and instead blamed Tang San. Is this not a frivolous dispute? Jiang Chuan scoffed disdainfully. Tell me, are you not the ones instigating trouble? That was indeed the soul ring, and a spark of brilliance illuminated Chao Tianxiang's eyes. Understanding, of course, I understood. Jiang Chuan shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, it's merely a case of calling a deer a horse. Your granddaughter has a powerful backing, so she can say whatever she pleases. Naturally, those of you who are soul saints and soul Douluos will support her. Jiang Chuan harbors no malice towards Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. However, when their actions infringe upon his interests, it becomes an entirely different matter. After all, he requires Tang San to forge the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus for him, or to unravel the secrets that lie within. As the protagonist, Tang San embodies a treasure trove, and would Jiang Chuan willingly relinquish such significant gains? Furthermore, his interactions with Meng Shu amount to mere trifles, lacking even the courage to confront a soul Douluo. In such a case, Jiang Chuan could very well retreat to the Holy Soul Village, engaging in leisurely games of chess with Elder Jack while tending to the fields and forging iron. Yet, it is whispered that Elder Jack possesses an undisclosed identity. What was it again? Our mission to rescue Xiao San is of utmost importance. Let us not provoke unnecessary disputes here. Upon witnessing Jiang Chuan's tense demeanor, Xiao Wu felt a surge of anxiety, as if she were observing a madman. She instinctively clutched his sleeve, exclaiming, "You are far too reckless. Are you seeking death? Am I truly so audacious?" Jiang Chuan replied, casting a sidelong glance, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Is this not considerable? Shouldn't you aim for the heavens instead? What if you anger Soul, Douluo?" Xiao Wu promptly interjected, her voice crisp. "It feels as though every word you utter is imbued with a certain audacity." Jiang Chuan blinked. Chapter 103. Enticing Jiang Chuan to serve the family? Haha. Long Gong Meng Shu feigned profundity, stroking his beard with a mocking grin, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Chuan, and mused that at such an age, he was not likely to quarrel with a child. "You are quite amusing, audacious indeed. It seems you harbor an abundance of contempt. Seeking death." The 7 soul rings atop Qiu Xingxiang's head fell with a resounding clang that echoed through the heavens, their brilliance mesmerizing. "What?" Meng Yiran exclaimed in shock. "You dare to be so brazen in front of my grandfather after having incapacitated this boy? Was it not Zhao Wujia's support that allowed you to survive until now?" Tension thickened the air. To Meng Shu's astonishment, Jiang Chuan remained steadfast even under the oppressive force of Qiu Xingxiang's soul power, revealing himself as a promising talent. Perhaps even more so than Tang San. The solution seemed straightforward. "You hold disdain for Iran, do you?" Meng Shu chuckled. "Let me enlighten you. Iran may have a bit of a temper, but in the realm of Douluo, her talent cannot be deemed unparalleled. Yet she undoubtedly ranks among the top 100 prodigies. Surprising, isn't it?" Meng Shu, stroking his beard meaningfully, fixed his gaze on Jiang Chuan. "Since you are unconvinced, we shall grant you an opportunity for fairness. Neither I nor my wife will intervene, lest the world think we are bullying you. Therefore, Iran, make him submit." Meng Shu chuckled softly, as if he had already envisioned the outcome. "Is such complication truly necessary?" Qiu Xingxiang stepped forward, glaring at Jiang Chuan. "Just kill him, old man. Do not forget, the Stardow Forest is no place for lingering." My dear, Iran is our family's hope and future. If she remains overlooked, she will undoubtedly lack prestige in future Soul Master competitions. Presenting her prowess to the world not only showcases our family, but also secures substantial resources for Iran in the future. What joy there is in that. We are situated at the periphery of the Millennium Soul Beasts. Should danger arise, I will hold the rear. Since this boy is unconvinced, why not grant him a chance? He will be compelled to yield. The final words from Long Gong Meng Shu were articulated with clarity, as if he were narrating the inevitable conclusion, already presuming Jiang Chuan's defeat. At this juncture, the fainted Tang San gradually regained consciousness. Through a hazy vision, he gazed up at Xiao Wu and instinctively uttered, "Xiao Wu? You?" He furrowed his brow, glancing at Jiang Chuan beside him, and suddenly everything dawned on him. Could it be that Jiang Chuan truly rescued Xiao Wu? It was beyond belief, even he was taken aback. "Little San, do not be agitated. It was merely a misunderstanding. I am perfectly fine now, quite secure. So do not worry." Xiao Wu spoke softly, her concern evident as she gently supported the hesitant Tang San, casting a reassuring smile. Though they were not siblings, the bond they shared was akin to that of blood relatives. "Xiao Wu, take Xiao San to a safe place. Leave the remaining matters to me," Jiang Chuan declared, turning his gaze to meet Long Gong Meng Shu's. He readily agreed, "All right." The atmosphere grew tranquil, catching everyone off guard as Jiang Chuan unexpectedly accepted. Just as I had hoped." Meng Yiran laughed exuberantly, her spirits soaring. She delicately covered her lips with her left hand, mockingly chuckling. "I was wary of that creature named Zhao Wujia, the bear, but now you are without assistance." With a firm grip on her serpent staff, she declared clang. 2 yellow soul rings fell away, radiating a brilliant glow that illuminated Meng Yiran's teasing visage. Her opponent was already eager to engage. Jiang Chuan stepped forward, unabashed, even choosing to confront Meng Yiran without summoning his martial soul. "How audacious! I hope you can withstand at least one strike," Meng Yiran scoffed, twisting her serpent staff lightly as dust swirled around her feet, a subtle purple haze rising slowly. She proclaimed assertively, according to the age-old rules of Soul Master duels. "I am Meng Yiran, a level 29, 2-ringed assault-type Soul Master with a martial soul of a serpent staff. Are you stunned, young man?" Observing Jiang Chuan's impassive expression, She assumed he was merely dazed, and could not help but emit a series of light-hearted giggles. Pray tell, what is your martial soul? I hope it piques my interest. Chaos Blue Lotus, a support-type weapon soul master, level 40. Before Jiang Chuan could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by a cold snort from Chao Tianxiang, who turned his head away in disdain. When arrogant auxiliary soul master, I knew this lad was merely pretending. How dare a support-type soul master boast so brazenly? Is he courting death? Oh, ha ha. Meng Shu chuckled with a profound meaning, casting a glance at Jiang Chuan. Young man, becoming an auxiliary soul master is indeed a coveted position in the Douluo Continent. Even a high-ranking auxiliary soul master is accorded immense respect, for such soul masters are exceedingly rare. However, to be so brazen in actual combat, young man, you are merely striking a rock with an egg. Since you have offended Iran and slandered a soul sage, you are left with two choices. 1, to die in atonement, or 2, to serve our family. Grandfather. At this point, you still give him a choice? Meng Iran's face flushed with anger as she stamped her foot vehemently and turned her head away with a huff. Iran. Meng Shu smiled indulgently, gently brushing his granddaughter's dark hair, and imparted his wisdom. Jiang Chuan is an auxiliary soul master. We could bring him into our family to assist you in the future. Just think, with the support of an auxiliary soul master, how powerful you could become. As Meng Shu continued to enlighten her, a spark ignited in Meng Iran's eyes. She envisioned Jiang Chuan as fuel, tirelessly aiding her day and night. What joy that would be. Very well, since grandfather is so magnanimous, spare this lad's life. Should you express your gratitude quickly? How bold of you to speak so frankly. Your temperament resembles that of a stubborn mule. You shall certainly have your share of trials ahead. In Meng Iran's mind, Jiang Chuan had no chance of refusal. With his hands clasped, he raised his proud neck, anticipating a knee and an apology from the other party. Unexpectedly, a sudden voice interrupted the crowd. Are you all joking? This question left them momentarily stunned. Wait a moment, lad. Has your brain turned to mush? You are an auxiliary soul master, while Iran is a powerful assault-type soul master. Who among us is truly jesting? Meng Shu couldn't help but laugh, his old eyes quivering with amusement as he focused intently on Jiang Chuan, as if he were observing a peculiar creature. This lad has quite an unusual thought process indeed. Jiang Chuan is not merely acting irrationally. Rather, he possesses no cards at all, yet he exudes an air of calm confidence that leaves others in disbelief. There is something almost uncanny about it. Chapter 104. What of support-type soul masters? How much stronger can they become? What is the matter with support-type soul masters? Have we not yet engaged in battle? You have breached our agreement, Long Gong Meng Shu. As Jiang Chuan pressed forward, drawing closer to Meng Iran, the latter felt an unsettling tremor at their shared gaze, prompting her to instinctively take a small step back. Brother Chuan, you have already assisted me immensely, and it is unnecessary for you to become entangled in this. Tang San managed to straighten his posture with great effort, gently placing his right palm upon Jiang Chuan's shoulder, and murmured, Let us depart. I have shouldered the blame alone. Brother Chuan, Meng Iran may not be your adversary, yet with Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Pichao Tianxiang present, the situation is bound to be fraught with uncertainty. Take Xiao Wu and leave. I shall hold the rear. Jiang Chuan averted his gaze, his expression a mixture of confusion as he locked eyes with Tang San, remaining silent. There must have been some misunderstanding. Why had he become the scapegoat for another? He chose not to respond, for both Tang San and Xiao Wu understood Jiang Chuan's steadfast nature. Once he made a statement, it was as unyielding as a nail. However, they duly noted his kindness. At that moment, Meng Iran spoke up. Do you still wish to fight? You must be out of your mind. A support-type soul master stands before me, and without relying on my martial soul or soul power, I could easily overpower you. She ceased her mocking, her expression hardening as she declared that Jiang Chuan had truly lost his sanity. Very well, if that is the case, Iran, you may take action. Long Gong Meng Shu's face remained impassive, convinced that Jiang Chuan was beyond saving. With a long sigh, he followed Zhao Tianxiang as they slowly departed, leaving Jiang Chuan without even the dignity of retreat. In the next instant, a resounding clash echoed. The interplay of starlight and flames burst forth, enveloping the surroundings in a haze, as a voice of disorientation emerged. With a thud, Meng Iran collapsed heavily into the thicket several meters away, ultimately sliding down silently. Meng Shu and Zhao Tianxiang turned their heads in unison, spotting the shadow curled upon the ground, exchanging astonished glances. Meng Iran struggled to regain her composure, her expression defiant. I merely refrained from using my soul skills. How dare you seize the opportunity to ambush me? You are finished. Boy, first soul skill, second soul skill. Employing 2 soul skills in succession demonstrated her growing panic, a desperate gamble. She charged at Jiang Chuan with a ferocious visage, wildly brandishing her staff enveloped in purple smoke, unleashing waves of toxic gas that restricted his path, cornering him to the brink. You should plead for mercy quickly. This strike could very well be your demise. The toxins contained within my first soul skill, the serpent staff, could even overwhelm a soul sovereign. From a moment Jiang Chuan revealed the chaos green lotus, Meng Yiran's heart fluttered. She became intrigued by a support-type martial soul, secretly wishing to take him under her wing as her own furnace for cultivation, nurturing him day and night. This was her only intent in offering a warning. A defeated general need not plead, Jiang Chuan replied with a slight sneer, boldly advancing. To their astonishment, he chose to grasp Meng Yiran's serpent staff with a single hand, leaving Long Gong and the others in a state of shock, their minds reeling. Mystic Jade Hand. Since the system had granted him the Mystic Jade Hand, Jiang Chuan had never activated it until now, intending to use it to counter Meng Yiran's toxins. To take it a step further, even if he were to succumb to the poison, the Chaos Green Lotus would protect him, making the healing of mere toxins a trivial matter. With a resounding grip, the Mystic Jade Hand firmly clasped the serpent staff, refusing to yield regardless of her attempts to pull it away. You've lost your mind. You are utterly insane. Meng Yiran's gaze bore into Jiang Chuan, now infused with swirling purple toxins. Grasping my serpent staff means certain death or injury, even as a support-type soul master. You cannot escape this fate. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. As Tang San anxiously extended a hand, he lamented that had he known Meng Yiran would resort to poison, he could have prepared himself for the confrontation. Should Jiang Chuan succumb to the venom, it would indeed be akin to an elephant being toppled by an ant. In a hazy twilight, Tang San discerned an additional layer of jade-like luminous mist enveloping Jiang Chuan's hand, stirring an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, yet he could not immediately recall its significance. Xiao Wu hastened towards Jiang Chuan, intending to intervene and halt the confrontation, but found herself powerless. She implored, Jiang Chuan, cease this. In terms of strength, you could easily overpower Meng Yiran, yet the poison is something beyond your capacity to withstand. Strangely, as time progressed, Jiang Chuan appeared unscathed and remarkably composed. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he forcefully cast aside the serpent staff, exuding an aura of effortless might. However, only Tang San understood that it was merely a display of disdain from the latter. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang San exhaled a long sigh of relief, his weary eyelids drooping. It seemed his concern for Jiang Chuan had been unwarranted after all. Indeed, with a firm stamp of his right foot, Jiang Chuan unleashed a surging wave of white energy, composed of soul power, directed towards Meng Yiran, causing her to shudder with a sharp gasp. In the next moment, Meng Yiran cradled her abdomen, her expression filled with disbelief as she exchanged glances with Jiang Chuan. How could this be? How could it be possible? It was utterly mysterious. How could you suddenly possess such formidable soul power, and even more astonishingly, not flinch in the face of my toxins? Her expression was rich with emotions, akin to that of discovering a new continent. Not only Meng Yiran herself, but even Meng Shu's eyes gleamed with surprise. One might consider Jiang Chuan's auxiliary spirit martial soul as a remedy against toxins. Yet, what was the source of this overwhelming soul power? From the perspective of perception, although Jiang Chuan's soul power was not as potent as hers at the soul saint level, it undeniably exhibited a fierce and tumultuous potential, a stark contrast to that of an ordinary great soul master. Accept the outcome of the gamble, for it is only fair. Jiang Chuan stood beneath the moonlight, resembling a celestial being clad in white garments. With a calm and steady hand, he lightly tapped. Meng Shu furrowed his brow, approached Jiang Chuan, and circled around him. With a grave tone, he nodded and remarked, Once again, you have lost. Let's depart. I never anticipated witnessing such an abundance of talent within Shrek Academy. It truly astonishes me. Indeed, a master begets exceptional disciples. Not only does Tang San possess an extraordinary innate ability to vanquish the faceless demon spider, but his composure is also remarkable, displaying a maturity akin to that of an adult. Furthermore, with the sudden addition of Xiao Wu, not only did he escape the clutches of the Titan Great Ape, but he also obtained the third soul skill after a millennium. Particularly terrifying is their youthful instructor, Jiang Chuan, whose prowess undeniably surpasses that of many. Upon hearing Meng Shu's words, Meng Yiran suddenly exclaimed, What? Grandfather, how could I possibly lose? Surely you must have misjudged. He is merely an auxiliary soul master. Yet his soul power far exceeds yours, Long Gongmeng Shu explained, affectionately patting his granddaughter's head. How much higher could it be? Even if he exceeds me by 10 levels, being a rank 39 soul master, what of it? Auxiliary soul masters inherently lack any offensive capability. Chapter 105. A close call, gaining a soul ring. Meng Yiran was correct, and Meng Shu nodded in agreement. He genuinely exclaimed, "But Yiran, those are merely ordinary auxiliary soul masters, while before you stands a true prodigy." Meng Shu's clarity only deepened the confusion among the onlookers. "If you insist on seeking an answer, then I shall not hesitate to become your source of motivation and cultivation." In that fleeting moment, do you have any idea how much soul power that young lad unleashed? He is of an age similar to mine, at most 35 levels. Moreover, the growth rate of auxiliary soul masters is exceedingly slow. A soul power of 35 levels is unprecedented in Douluo's history. I may have even overstated it. Meng Yiran asserted with righteous conviction. She was not foolish. She sensed from the earlier display of soul power that it was above level 30, and within her heart, a desire to conquer Jiang Chuan began to blossom. At most 35? Long Gongmeng Shu teased, lifting his left hand and extending 4 fingers, speaking in a solemn tone. "From my perspective, it is at least around level 40. Tianxiang gasped, "How much?" Xiao Wu assisted Tang San to sit beneath a towering ancient tree, signaling him to rest. Both of them looked up, witnessing the astonished expressions of Long Gong and Shi Pe, perplexed by their discourse. Meng Yiran's lips twitched in disbelief. "Grandfather, you are not deceiving me, are you? A level 40 soul master? How could he possess such immense soul power at his age?" She swallowed hard. "When have I ever deceived you?" Nonetheless, his soul power undoubtedly astonished those present, which was the reason for my momentary surprise. However, he remains merely a support-type soul master, destined to find it challenging to achieve greatness in the future. Long Gongmeng Shu raised his head with a profound demeanor and cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Chuan, before uttering slowly, "Young man, it is often said that genius meets an early demise. In the entirety of Douluo Continent, encountering someone like you is a rarity I have seldom witnessed. I can keep your information confidential from others, but inevitably, your martial soul and soul power will be discovered by others, and it will be coveted in due time. Take care of yourself. However, I can assure you that you are always welcome to join my family, with open arms at any moment. Indeed, the status of a support-type soul master on the continent is immensely prestigious, as evidenced by Ning Fengji. Yet, this is only possible because Ning Fengji has the backing of a title de law and is affiliated with a top-tier sect, like the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. In contrast, should someone like Jiang Chuan encounter a formidable soul master, he might quickly be subdued and treated as a mere vessel, at which point even a prodigy could be reduced to mere fuel, serving to elevate another while depleting himself. Still, let us depart. Chao Tianxiang also regarded Jiang Chuan with a knowing glance, ultimately linking her arm with Meng Yiran's, using her own soul power to heal the latter's injuries as they gradually moved away. Jiang Chuan remained motionless, allowing them to depart unimpeded. "Jiang Chuan?" Initially, a rough voice bellowed, and suddenly, 5 figures as swift as lightning appeared in midair, soaring towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhao Wujia and the others, adorned with phoenix-tailed, crown snake wings, which instantly lifted Xiao Wu's previously troubled expression. "Teacher Zhao," Tang San exclaimed weakly. "Xiao Wu, I am so relieved to see you unharmed." Ning Rongrong, dressed in a flowing azure gown, rushed over, her face alight with the joy of having narrowly escaped disaster, and embraced Xiao Wu tightly, reluctant to let go. The members of Shrek gathered together, their expressions a mix of shock and relief as they consoled one another. "Xiao Wu, your return is such a blessing. We were nearly terrified, especially Jiang Chuan and Tang San, who ventured deep into the Star Dove forest for your sake," Ma Hongjun said, patting his chest in relief. Oscar chimed in, Indeed. "Apologies for causing everyone worry," Xiao Wu said, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness from the concern shown by her friends, her rabbit ears twitching adorably. She then proceeded to explain the circumstances of what had transpired. "What, a blessing in disguise? How wonderful, Xiao Wu. To think you have become a soul master at level 30, and with a 1,000-year spirit ring too. Congratulations. I certainly don't have such good fortune." Dai Mu Bai congratulated her with a respectful gesture, to which she playfully stuck out her crimson tongue and smiled mischievously. "Congratulations to you too." Zhu Zhuqing, accustomed to Jiang Chuan's shock, responded with a calm demeanor, maintaining her composure. "This is splendid. We now have another soul master among the Shrek 7, further enhancing our strength. Moreover, Xiao Wu is an agile attack-type soul master, which will greatly bolster our efforts on the battlefield." Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the two lively characters, approached with excited smiles, adopting a cheerleading stance. Among them, only Zhao Wujia wore a furrowed brow. He scanned the surroundings and inquired with concern, "What on earth happened here? And why do I sense remnants of a battle, even traces of a soul, Douluo's power, lingering in this place? What exactly transpired?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu recount the appearance of Meng Shu, the soul Douluo, the group was once again gripped by fear. However, when they learned that Jiang Chuan had decisively defeated Meng Shu with a single punch, winning the wager and driving him away, laughter erupted among them. "That young lady Meng Iran is bound to face consequences for her temper. I never imagined she would fall into our brother Chuan's hands so swiftly. Ma Ongjun chakul brightly. And she actually dared to challenge teacher Jiang Chuan to a duel. It's like striking a stone with an egg. After all, our teacher is a level 39 soul master. In terms of physical prowess, he could easily overpower two of her." The crowd buzzed with chatter, their faces radiant with joy. Jiang Chuan remained silent, unaware that he had already attained the prestigious rank of Soul Master at level 45. His innate talent was indeed commendable, with continued cultivation. Zhao Wujia patted Jiang Chuan's shoulder, speaking in a low, grave tone. "It would be prudent to temper your ambitions. The Soul Sage and the Soul Douluo you encountered earlier are not adversaries you can contend with at this stage. Their power is formidable. Utilize these years at Shrek Academy to diligently enhance your soul power." The concern expressed by the others was evident, yet Jiang Chuan responded with nonchalance. Was the Soul Sage truly unattainable? He was determined to test the waters. This was not a matter of Jiang Chuan lacking sense or being reckless. Rather, as a transmigrator endowed with a system and possessing an intimate understanding of Douluo Continent, he knew that if he dared not challenge a Soul Sage, he might as well dash himself against a wall. "Fear not, opportunities will arise in due time." Zhao Wujia, hearing Jiang Chuan's resolute declaration, stammered, You cannot be serious." Chapter 106, Practical Training. For reasons unknown, Zhao Wujia feared that Jiang Chuan might go astray. They awaited Tang San to absorb the millennium-old, man-faced demon spider. In silence, a cocoon-like layer began to envelop Tang San, and to the astonishment of many, 8 spider legs sprouted from his back, leaving onlookers, especially Ma Hongjun, utterly speechless. Eventually, Tang San lost consciousness, and upon awakening, he struggled to regain control over his 8 bone spears. In his predicament, he sought Jiang Chuan's insight into the matter. The latter responded effortlessly, "This is a soul bone. The power of these 8 bone spears should not be underestimated." Tang San's extraordinary fortune had granted him a soul bone, which would undoubtedly bring him immense advantages and guide him through numerous perilous encounters in the future. The group did not linger, hastily exiting the Stardow Forest and returning to Shrek Academy. Their journey was devoid of peril, and fortunately, no student was injured or perished, much to Zhao Wujia's relief in reporting back to Flanders. Glancing back, he noted that none of these youngsters came from ordinary backgrounds. If anything were to occur, it would not only be difficult for him to explain to Flanders, but Flanders himself would struggle to account for the powerful figures behind them. A multitude of strong eyes were fixated on Shrek Academy. Each of them had powerful individuals backing them, or were at least affiliated with titled Douluos. Aside from Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who lacked any significant influence, the rest were formidable beings not to be trifled with. The training continued. In particular, the Shrek students are notably lacking in practical combat experience. The following morning, Flanders surveyed the room with a discerning gaze. Indeed, among our Shrek 7 monsters, we have now gained 3 additional soul masters of the 3rd rank, and even acquired a soul bone, significantly enhancing our collective strength. It is time to advance to the next phase of our training. However, I have heard from Zhao Wujia that your experience and audacity in actual combat still leave much to be desired. Teacher, interjected the innocent voice of Ma Hongjun, who raised his right hand. After locking eyes with Flinder, he shyly averted his gaze, his fingers nervously tapping together as he protested. "This cannot be entirely our fault. That was the Titan Great Ape, a legendary soul beast of immense power. Even ordinary soul masters tremble before it. Many would be terrified to the point of death. The fact that we managed to escape is a testament to our fortitude." Upon witnessing this, Yu Xiaogang let out a sigh. "My training is intended to make you stronger, not to indulge in heroics. Combat is essential, but it must be structured." Flinder lamented, his frustration palpable as he clapped his hands together. "Aimless combat will inevitably lead to chaotic outcomes. Enough of this. Teacher Jiang Chuan will oversee your practical training. Understood? You have 3 days to complete it." after which we will proceed directly to Soto City for the next training mission. With that, Flinder unfurled his purple wings and soared into the sky. I will take charge of compiling the students' data, Yu Xiaogang stated sternly as he stood to the side. Little rascals. You should be grateful that Flinder has allowed you some time for practical experience. Once we reach Soto City, such opportunities will be scarce. You must improve quickly. Zhao Wujie chuckled ominously. Soto City? Only Dai Mubai seemed to grasp the implications, his eyes widening with curiosity. What are we going to Soto City for? Is the teacher inviting us for a meal? Ma Hongjun asked, bewildered. Suddenly, a spark of mischief lit up his eyes as he leaned conspiratorially against Zhao Wujie's shoulder. Arching an eyebrow. Teacher Zhao, what are we going to Soto City for? Can't you give us a heads up so we can prepare? Prepare? There is no point in preparing for such a place. You'll understand once we arrive. Stop speculating and focus on your training, Zhao Wujie retorted, pushing Ma Hongjuan's face away before striding off to observe the combat test training. Seeing Zhao Wujie's demeanor, the Shrek students felt a chill run down their spines. They would readily believe that they were being sold off in Soto City. All right, Jiang Chuan broke the silence. The practical training is quite simple. It is primarily designed to cultivate your resilience and determination in the face of formidable foes. When confronted with overwhelming strength, never concede easily unless your soul power is undeniably inferior. This is the second lesson I wish to impart to you. Now let us commence. As the crowd absorbed Jiang Chuan's earlier words, the final statement struck particularly clear, reverberating in their ears and leaving them momentarily bewildered. The members of Shrek's 7 exchanged glances, some scratching their heads, while others averted their gazes, struggling to grasp the meaning. Shall I elucidate further? Jiang Chuan inquired, gesturing towards them. All 7 of you from Shrek, come forth to challenge me. I shall identify your flaws and shortcomings, for only through addressing these can we grow stronger. Is that not so? Upon hearing the phrase identify flaws, Tang San couldn't help but chuckle. Little San, why are you smiling so joyfully? Xiao Wu teased, playfully poking his cheeks and leaning in closer, her bright, mischievous eyes scrutinizing him. What does identify flaws mean? Before Tang San could respond, someone chimed in enthusiastically. Are you joking? Teacher Jiang Chuan? You want us to fight you? As long as you refrain from using your Millennium Spirit Ring, we would dare to contend with you until the end. Ma Hongjun declared, giving a thumbs up, a broad grin gracing his lips. Oscar rushed over as if struck by lightning, covering Ma Hongjun's mouth and casting a wary glance at Jiang Chuan before quickly averting his eyes, urgently whispering, Fatty, have you lost your mind? Teacher Jiang Chuan could easily overwhelm you. Claiming to be beaten to a pulp would not be an exaggeration, and yet you dare to boast like this? Oh, Xiaowao, why are you so timid? Ma Hongjun retorted, pushing Oscar away with a carefree gesture, shaking off his red attire. Jiang Chuan is merely testing our combat capabilities, which is closely related to our resolve. Moreover, whether we emerge victorious hinges on you. Xiao Ao. Jiang Chuan, lost in his thoughts, approached the wooden table and brewed a cup of green plum tea. He took a few delicate sips while observing the Shrek 7 devils engaged in hushed whispers, boldly declaring, I shall not utilize my martial soul or spirit rings. You may act as you wish. This marked his inaugural encounter with the Shrek 7 devils. Having perused the original text, he noted their formidable strengths, yet he harbored a flicker of uncertainty, wondering if they would disappoint him. After all, how could one venture into the Douluo world without confronting Tang San, without clashing with the Shrek 7? Nevertheless, in the face of overwhelming power, everything else seemed trivial. Chapter 107, Tactical Contest. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's consent, Ma Hongjun revealed a sly grin, suggesting a sense of accomplishment. He whispered, to achieve victory over teacher Jiang Chuan, one only needs to avoid his brilliance. Why toil to confront him directly? Wouldn't you agree? Thus, the next phase relied entirely on the whimsical mushroom sausage possessed by Xiao Ao. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun raised an eyebrow, locking eyes with Oscar's enchanting gaze. Are you suggesting, Fatty? Dai Mubai interjected, seizing Oscar's words. We could use Oscar's sausages to soar through the skies, preventing teacher Jiang Chuan from landing a blow on us. Let us not forget how teacher Jiang faced the Titan giant ape, using his martial soul to ascend into the air. Tang San stood silently nearby, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation as if weighing something profound. At that moment, Ma Hongjun continued, waving his finger. Dai, I must say your observations lack nuance. You rely too heavily on brute force. What do you mean by lacking nuance? Dai Mubai retorted, raising his fist, his expression slightly menacing as he shot a glare at Ma Hongjun, who quaked in fear. Have you not noticed that when teacher Jiang Chuan soared, there existed a significant speed disparity with the Titan giant ape? Under any circumstance, it was the Titan that first met teacher Jiang Chuan's 1,000 blades of magic. Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's assertion, Oscar clapped his hands in realization, affirming, thus, teacher Jiang Chuan can indeed ascend into the air, but that is inconsequential. We employed the dual wings of my phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, allowing us to slip past in the first minute. The prospect of surviving even a minute in Jiang Chuan's presence brought a collective sigh of relief among them, granting them additional time to adapt and perhaps even control Jiang Chuan. Precisely. Hence, I propose we strive to minimize teacher Jiang Chuan's utilization of our abilities. Moreover, his agreement implies that my strategy holds merit, Ma Hongjun concluded, turning to glance at Tang San. Of course, the final decision rests with you, Sengo. As you are the control-type soul master, my insights and combat strategies may not necessarily align perfectly with our circumstances. What do you think, Sengo? All eyes converged upon Tang San, the control-type soul master who had long established himself as the leader of the team. Although not the captain, his capabilities rendered him more than competent for the role, as his decisions directly influenced the outcome of their endeavors. Moreover, the trust he had fostered among the members of Shrek over time was substantial enough to warrant their belief and commitment. Tang San stroked his chin thoughtfully, speaking with a tone laden with meaning. Since Brother Chuan wishes to test our practical combat abilities, we must present ourselves well, showcasing each individual's greatest strengths, complementing one another's weaknesses, and fulfilling our respective roles. Indeed, fulfilling our respective roles, Dai Mubai interjected, unable to contain himself. Naturally, they would employ Ma Hongjuan's strategy, ascending into the air for a minute, and, within the remaining 59 seconds, doing everything possible to thwart Brother Chuan's actions, striving to confine him entirely. With a unified spirit, everyone surged forward. Upon witnessing the renowned 7-member Soul Master team, led by the first-generation MV, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but smile gently. Are you ready? He inquired. In response, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors illuminated the air, as the Shrek members, spearheaded by Dai Mubai, unleashed their martial spirits. Each individual activated their soul rings, filling the vicinity with a tempest of dangerous and formidable soul power that dazzled Jiang Chuan as pupils. Excellent, excellent. Zhao Wujing applauded from the side, his eyes gleaming with approval as they fell upon the Shrek 7. This momentum is promising. At least we haven't made the trip to the Star Doe Forest in vain. Within the ranks of soul masters, mental fortitude reigned supreme. In Zhao Wujing's over 30 years of experience, he had never witnessed a soul master team exuding such an aura. Lost in reverie, Oscar clasped his hands together, softly murmuring his soul ring's secret incantation, his voice ethereal and soaring, akin to a divine oracle. In an instant, 7 sausages erupted from his hands. However, the excessive expenditure of soul power caused Oscar to cough violently, his complexion paling. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. He swiftly divided the sausages among the 7, launching into the air until they reached a safe altitude of 20 meters, where they dared to pause and gaze down at Jiang Chuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A lingering sense of emptiness filled Oscar's heart, as if something was still amiss. It seems I cannot unleash my full strength just yet. Otherwise, I would overwhelm you all at once, and you would not discern your strengths and weaknesses. Gulme, let me first observe your offensive capabilities. Jiang Chuan did not even need to speculate. The duration of Oscar's bone-chilling technique was a full minute, with 59 seconds undoubtedly tailored for him. This was a tactic commonly employed by Tang San. Indeed, before Jiang Chuan could finish his utterance, he looked up to behold 6 radiant beams of light descending like the sun, enveloping him from all directions, leaving no avenue of retreat. Supreme Heavy Eye. As Jiang Chuan articulated this phrase, the air around him fell into a brief stillness. A chilling glint flashed. This marked the first occasion he utilized the Supreme Heavy Eye since its inception. The power exhibited by the 45th level Soul Master, endowed with the dual eyes of supremacy, was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only were soul techniques rendered transparent before his gaze, but even the soul rings suspended around Tang San and his companions were dissected with precision. Time seemed to decelerate for the air, the leaves, the soul techniques, and the individuals present. Every movement he made carried an inherent grace. With a sweeping motion of his right arm, the black and white energy emanating from the Supreme Heavy Eye surged forth like celestial stars, directly consuming the soul technique, resulting in a series of explosions that sent plumes of smoke spiraling into the air. Onlookers were left agape. Their throats emitted hoarse sounds of disbelief. This spectacle was profoundly stirring, their hearts racing in tandem, resonating with a fervor that flooded their veins, as if witnessing a genuine powerhouse in battle. Too slow. Judging by the soul techniques displayed moments ago, your execution was tinged with hesitation. Do you not understand that once the battle commences, one must unleash their full soul power? Jiang Chuan admonished, initially pointing at Dai Mubai. As the captain, you should have unleashed the white tiger shockwave first, thus granting your teammates a more favorable opportunity for attack. After all, as a strength-type assault soul master, you are the backbone of the team. How could you possibly manifest such feeble power? Chapter 108, The Assault Strategy. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback by this critique. Indeed, what purpose did it serve to retain so many soul techniques? One should bombard the enemy with a triple-strength white tiger shockwave, or even quadruple or quintuple, contingent upon the identity of the adversary. One need only conserve a fraction of their soul power for support. In essence, the role of a strength-type assault soul master is merely to initiate the battle, to break the stalemate and allow the remaining teammates to unleash their full potential. Far more effective than any other strategy. Jiang Chuan discerned the intentions of Dai Mubai and promptly took the conversation forward. Indeed, in the heat of battle, an aggressive spirit master occupies an indispensable position. However, one must not overlook their own defensive capabilities. Is it not possible to maneuver within the battlefield even after exhausting one's spirit power? What say you? I can utilize the synergy among our team and employ the timing of control cycles to aid in your recovery of vitality. This implies that within the dynamics of this conflict, you possess the formidable spirit power of dual aggressive spirit masters. His words rendered the group silent. For each statement was cogent, leaving them at a loss for a rebuttal, yet they sensed an underlying discomfort that made it hard to voice their thoughts. However, if such strategies could indeed be implemented during combat, wouldn't everyone be inclined to embrace them? The crux of the matter lies in the difficulty of executing such intricate collaborations and in the inability to empathize with the decision-making process. If the adversary's spirit power far exceeds ours, such tactics become even more challenging to realize. Ma Hongjun cast forth his greatest concern. To this, Jiang Chuan responded with a wry smile, lightly raising his right index finger and pointing at Tang San, casually remarking, "This will depend on how the control-type spirit masters orchestrate their strategies. Nonetheless, I believe Tang San is more than capable." His confidence in Tang San stemmed not from sheer faith, but from a profound understanding of the tactics, having delved into the original text. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. He had never engaged with such strategies personally and had not contemplated them. Yet, Jiang Chuan's insight served as a clarion call, prompting him to consider future arrangements in this direction. He was also intrigued, realizing that Jiang Chuan, as a support type, possessed an extraordinary understanding of spirit masters and spirit beasts, surpassing even his own teacher, Yu Xiaogang. Furthermore, Jiang Chuan's ability to elucidate tactical maneuvers was enlightening, revealing him as a true prodigy. Tang San couldn't help but fantasize about the potential of such an individual joining the Tang sect, which would undoubtedly elevate its stature. However, judging by Jiang Chuan's temperament, the likelihood of him desiring to join the Tang sect seemed minimal, for he appeared to be a genius unwilling to be constrained. One could only ponder what Jiang Chuan, regarded as a genius by Tang San, might think in his heart. No matter, without prior attempts, one might as well gradually experiment, starting from this moment to orchestrate arrangements. Rest assured, Jiang Chuan declared with righteous conviction, in the course of 3 moves, I shall not bring you all down at once. Particularly the crucial aggressive and control-type spirit masters within the team. Upon hearing the remarkable proposal, the group felt a surge of excitement. Their understanding of tactical concepts within the Douluo world refreshed. They were on the verge of putting these ideas into practice, which left many feeling perplexed, uncertain of how to proceed. Their gazes inevitably turned to Tang San, awaiting his command. All right, Boss Dai, let us proceed according to Brother Chuan's directives. I cannot guarantee that everyone will achieve success in their first attempt. As Tang San concluded his words, his pupils suddenly transformed into a deep violet hue, brimming with an ethereal essence, and he uttered a rugged incantation. 5-fold white tiger's radiant wave, fatty, 5-fold phoenix's fire line, a comprehensive encirclement, sealing off all escape routes for Brother Chuan, preventing him from evading the assaults of Boss Dai and Fatty. Simultaneously, Tang San commanded in unison. Within merely a few minutes, he had mentally evolved the strategy employed by the Shrek Academy, and once executed, it possessed a 50% likelihood of success. However, The adversary was Jiang Chuan, which significantly diminished the probability of triumph. Presently, he held only a 30% assurance. At this moment, the Shrek 7 monsters were all in, leaping down from midair with a resounding thud. Clad in hues of red, orange, blue, green, cyan, indigo, and violet, they all dutifully followed Tang San's directives, unleashing a torrent of energy. The rumbling clouds loomed, stirring a ripple of unease in Jiang Chuan's heart, prompting him to exclaim, "Such power will at least prevent me from feeling weary and drowsy." He spoke candidly, devoid of any intent to mock. Suddenly raising his right hand towards the celestial clouds, he invoked the supreme I, declaring, "All laws shall perish." With a thunderous crash, two colossal forces collided, sending Zhao Wujia, who sat nearby, tumbling over. This immense power surged like a tidal wave, ebbing and flowing. These little rascals, are they intent on purging Shrek Academy once again? As Zhao Wujia pondered, his consciousness momentarily paused, suddenly recalling the fierce battle he had fought with a group of students during the recent assessment as the fourth examiner. Unfortunately, an ominous bell, presumably summoned by Jiang Chuan, nearly brought Shrek Academy to its knees. Should another incident occur, not only would he struggle to withstand it, but even Flander would find it challenging to gather the necessary funds for repairs. Yu Xiaogang's lips curled into a subtle smile. This situation was now secure. Indeed, employing Jiang Chuan stood as his most astute decision. Although the cost was considerable, the value was evident, not only in the guidance on spirit masters and spirit beasts, but also in the intricate strategies imparted to the team, surpassing his own philosophical realm. He felt a genuine admiration for the young man. Yu Xiaogang found himself intrigued by Jiang Chuan's origins. He had never heard of such a prodigious talent on the continent. It was almost embarrassing. If he were merely a rising star among the youth, it would be one thing, but even the older generation now found themselves outclassed. In Yu Xiaogang's estimation, within 3 years, Jiang Chuan would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Soul Sect, if not higher. Even Yu Xiaogang struggled to gauge his potential. This was not mere hyperbole, but a sincere assessment. After all, the variables surrounding Jiang Chuan were manifold, whether in terms of spirit power or spirit rings. Everything remained shrouded in mystery, making it exceedingly difficult to predict. Yu Xiaogang preferred not to dwell on it. Provoking the young man could lead to catastrophic consequences. Each of the Shrek 7 monsters harbored their own secrets, yet Jiang Chuan remained the most enigmatic among them. Chapter 109. Layered Trials. Who will come first? Drink. The heavens roared incessantly, descending like smoke. At that moment, the phoenix-tailed, coxcomb snake's wings, which had been behind the Shrek 7 monsters, lost their effect. Their suspended feet gently touched down as they gazed at the colossal entity amidst the clouds, radiating hidden brilliance while continuously showering down shimmering mist. Did the boss perhaps exert too much force? Just now, third brother mentioned utilizing 5 times the white tiger's splitting light wave, yet appeared you unleashed 10-fold power. Ma Hongjun gazed incredulously at Dai Mubai, who was panting heavily beside him. You truly exerted 5 times your strength against teacher Jiang Chuan? Dai Mubai's breath came in rapid succession, his voice tinged with urgency. Did you not hear him say that bold offense requires no hesitation? If we do not unleash 10-fold power, we may not even have a moment to catch our breath. Remember, on the battlefield, there is no room for mercy. It is either you who perishes or the enemy. As the powerful assault-type battle spirit master of our team, I must ensure the safety of all members and coordinate your actions. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, none were fools, particularly Dai Mubai, who understood the harsh laws of the Douluo Continent all too well. He would never allow the enemy even a fleeting moment to breathe, especially since Jiang Chuan had explicitly stated he would not employ his soul rings or soul power. Under such circumstances, a bold offensive was imperative to preempt any sudden attack from the adversary. Indeed, Dai Mubai's tactical approach was commendably astute. It highlighted that the commands of control-type soul masters are not absolute. The strength of our team lies within the 7 of us. You should all recognize that in varied combat situations, relaying all pertinent information back to me will allow us to respond more effectively. Tang San praised Dai Mubai's actions, but added a caveat about the importance of prior communication. Failing to relay feedback is a significant fault. Observing their serious demeanor, Oscar retracted his previously smug expression, now wearing a serious countenance. Faced with an adversary like Jiang Chuan, they could not afford the slightest lapse in diligence. Otherwise, they would find themselves ensnared. Is that so? Ma Hongjun mused thoughtfully, realizing that he had indeed lacked adaptability in the previous encounter. His contributions to the team must extend beyond mere aggression. They must also encompass strategic thinking. He made a mental note of this. Ning Rongrong's brows knitted together with concern. You all must be extremely cautious. What is it? Tang San asked, turning his head in suspicion to see Ning Rongrong's troubled expression. What troubles you? I sense a surge of life force emanating from this cloud of smoke. To be precise, it feels sanctified beyond our comprehension. Even you, the wielder of the 7 treasure glazed tile, cannot discern this power? Tang San replied solemnly, feeling both respect and trepidation toward Jiang Chuan. How many secrets did he conceal? No, this force is unlike anything I have ever encountered. It far surpasses all else. I cannot fathom what Jiang Chuan is unleashing, yet it has stirred something within me, causing the 7 treasure glazed tile to instinctively enter a protective state. Ning Rongrong raised the 7 treasure glazed tile, which radiated a blue light, and with a sudden burst, a shimmering mist enveloped her. The protective aura of the 7 treasure glazed tile? This revelation sparked a flurry of thoughts. What on earth was happening? Exercise caution, everyone. I sense something within that may explode. This is a tactic often employed by Jiang Chuan, who delights in lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a lethal blow that could vanquish us in an instant. Zhu Zhuqing's solemn words roused Tang San from his reverie. He immediately raised both hands, summoning dozens of ethereal blue-silver grasses that swirled around him. Quickly, everyone retreat. The farther from Jiang Ji's position, the better. Dai Lauda, take the right flank. I will lead the assault. Fatty, you shall now assume my role as assistant. Sister, maintain heavy fire for a while. Unleash nearly tenfold of the Phoenix's fire line until we exhaust ourselves completely. The 7 treasures glazed tile's strength lies in its speed. Observing the Shrek 7 devils standing resolutely, Zhao Wujia felt a flicker of intrigue. After all, I have yet to witness Jiang Chuan's untapped power, which piques my curiosity. It was not only Tang San, responsible for the 7 treasures glazed tile and the purple extreme magic eye, who discerned the inherent flaws. Even Zhao Wujia, a formidable soul sage at the 73rd rank, could sense the sacred aura concealed within a mist. Terrifying, it could only be described as unfathomable. Suddenly, the void seemed to fracture as a magnificent dragon and tiger emerged, surging forth with an insatiable hunger to consume. A blinding white light enveloped everything, dazzling and overwhelming. No, this cannot be. Oscar's gaze fixated on the impending surge, his previously resolute expression faltering as his legs trembled in fear. He implored, this power is beyond our control, isn't it? Are we truly not concerned about lives being lost? Oscar's sentiment resonated with the others, who also felt the sacred energy. This radiance threatened to penetrate their very beings, piercing their skin and pervading their souls, a truly harrowing experience. The chilling aura sent shivers down their spines, reminiscent of the Titan giant ape they had encountered in the Stardow forest. Retreat. Dai Mubai assumed a defensive posture, his yellow soul rings flickering uncertainly. Yet, upon encountering the searing white light, a wave of trepidation washed over him. This was a fear born from the depths of the soul, an insurmountable chasm of disparity. The rest of the group, unwilling to admit their apprehension, felt their scalps grow numb. The instinctive urge to shout retreat was a reflexive decision. You concede. Tang San called out twice, acknowledging defeat. According to the rules of the Soul Arena, any team that concedes is exempt from further combat. Jiangge, we concede. The resonant voice echoed through the arena. I invited you to test the synergy among Soul Masters. Although theoretically, it has indeed opened my eyes. This combat methodology is rather impractical. Furthermore, my intention was to evaluate your strength, not to lead you to surrender. He presented 2 choices to Shrek. First, concede defeat and leave Shrek Academy at once. Second, fight to the death and unleash your utmost strength. Let me witness the extent to which you can push me. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware that the members of Shrek were far from weak. In Chapter 110, the flaws of the Shrek 7 monsters, with the evil eye white tiger, the Nether cat, the blue-silver emperor, the Haotian hammer, the 7 treasures glazed tower, the phoenix true form, Oscar sausage, and the 100,000-year soul beast. Their potential is boundless, capable of being relentlessly exploited. At present, they have yet to be pushed into a perilous situation. Having read the original work, Jiang Chuan naturally understands the flaws and weaknesses inherent in each of them. However, this perspective is limited. The true circumstances of a confrontation remain uncertain. In such scenarios, it is only by forcing the Shrek 7 to fight for their lives that the disparity in their strengths can be vividly discerned. 8 extraordinary martial souls, each adorned with their standard soul rings, are proclaimed as unparalleled prodigies. Among the 4 great elemental academies, they would be no more than that. If such soul masters cannot be summoned to fight fiercely, then what purpose do they serve? Merely to be regarded as objects of admiration? That would be a grand folly. Jiang Chuan's actions, words, and demeanor were akin to forcing the Shrek 7 monsters into a corner from which there was no escape. The concept of burning bridges resonates profoundly with this situation. In a moment of fierce determination, the white tiger possessed him. Flames erupted from Ma Hongjuan's mouth, his hair and eyes igniting with a fervent blaze. He was now the embodiment of the phoenix. Could it be? Oscar, pressed into a corner, swiftly extracted several hidden sausages, revealing a resolute countenance. It was all or nothing. Each member was allotted 4 sausages. Zhu Zhuqing, with her silver teeth clenched, propelled herself forward with the force of a spring. The first to confront Jiang Chuan. She had always been decisive. With no path of retreat, only the path of destruction remained. At the very least, it was how she operated within the imperial court. As the ominous purple-black claw marks approached, Jiang Chuan remained unperturbed, effortlessly summoning a billowing wave of energy that shattered the claw marks like a tempest, sending Zhu Zhuqing flying. It was a mere flick of his wrist. The 28th level agile attack spirit master, Zhu Zhuqing, was thus subdued with ease, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Ma Hongjun and the others, initially brimming with fervor, suddenly found themselves swallowing hard, beads of sweat cascading from their foreheads. Zhuqing, Dai Mubai called out, his body tensed like a bow, prepared to intercept. However, he was abruptly grasped by a colossal hand of mist conjured by Jiang Chuan. From the previous exchange, he had already gauged Zhu Zhuqing's full strength. This indicated a reliance on speed, devoid of any substantial power. With just a casual wave, she could not withstand the onslaught. The essential training for physical endurance could be paused to focus on offense. While you are an agile attack spirit master, your utility on the battlefield must transcend mere speed. If one continues to cultivate with such a frail physique, encountering a formidable opponent would spell doom, leaving no chance to escape perilous situations, nor the ability to engage in a desperate fight where both sides perish. Jiang Chuan rendered his judgment, setting Zhu Zhuqing aside, his expression devoid of emotion. Who is next? Although enveloped in flames, Ma Hongjun trembled with fear, beads of cold sweat dampening his attire. The Phoenix Fire line, magnified tenfold. This immense power was sufficient to deplete all of Ma Hongjuan's soul power, including that of the 4 Oscar sausages. This was his ultimate gambit, a desperate act of total annihilation, leaving no avenue for retreat. To his astonishment, Jiang Chuan, shrouded in a billowing white mist, neither dodged nor evaded, but firmly grasped the oncoming malevolent flames, renowned for their all-consuming nature. At this moment, even the Phoenix Fire line was rendered impotent in his hands. Was the might insufficient? The tenfold Phoenix Fire line possessed only grandeur without true force? Ma Hongjun, you have dispersed the very essence of the Phoenix Fire line, compromising its concentrated assault. Furthermore, as a powerhouse of offense, your attack serves as your most formidable defense. Such a lack of awareness is lamentable. Do you not even possess the courage to meet your adversary's gaze? Having completed his assessment, Jiang Chuan suddenly tore through the flames, sending Ma Hongjun crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. Take a good look at what real combat entails. Next, Oscar and Dai Mubai rushed forward, the former relentlessly stuffing sausages into Dai Mubai's mouth, replenishing the soul power he had depleted. It was evident that they intended to fight valiantly to repel Jiang Chuan. After all, a support-type soul master could never confront Jiang Chuan alone. At the very least, Oscar lacked the confidence to do so, which is why he chose to cooperate with Dai Mubai. With a 5-fold increase in power, the White Tiger's light wave descended upon Jiang Chuan with overwhelming force. In the context of ordinary battles, they would never exert themselves to such extremes. After all, excessive output could severely harm a soul master's internal organs and, in severe cases, could damage their soul power and physical constitution. To compel them to unleash their techniques at such magnitudes throughout the day, Jiang Chuan was indeed unparalleled. The explosive golden radiance bore down upon Jiang Chuan, his attack unleashed without reservation, leaving no remnants of the White Tiger's protective barrier. It was a gamble with everything on the line. He harbored no illusions of inflicting grave injury upon Jiang Chuan, merely wishing to push him back, even if just a single step. Had Jiang Chuan been privy to his thoughts, he would surely have smiled wryly, for as a powerful assault-type soul master, he had the audacity to merely seek to force a step back from this support-type soul master. It appears that the shadows I have left on their hearts only grow more profound with each passing day, showing no sign of diminishing. He is acutely aware that the Shrek 7 devils secretly refer to him as the King of Hell, while they serve as his underlings. Their every command a decree to be followed. Even the typically proud Dai Mubai and the boisterous Ma Hongjun cannot help but display a solemn countenance. Each member of the Shrek 7 possesses their unique strengths and weaknesses. In the presence of Jiang Chuan, all these flaws seem to dissipate. How disappointing. When I urged you to unleash your full power, it was to showcase your abilities within the team, but instead, you approached me alone with your utmost strength, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. This not only drained your entire soul power, but also laid bare your most significant vulnerabilities before me. Moreover, should your White Tiger's Radiant Wave fail to strike me, would it not render your efforts futile? Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's admonition, Dai Mubai immediately grasped the implication. It was too late. There was no chance for regret. Only the inevitability of witnessing Jiang Chuan tear apart the light and charge towards him with the ferocity of a dragon and tiger. This overwhelming aura he had only seen emanating from his father. Chapter 111. Third Brother's Practical Use of Hidden Weapons. Now it is time for Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. The three of you. He is no stranger to these individuals. After all, their paths have intertwined for several years, spanning from the Nodding City Soul Master Academy to the Shrek Soul Master Academy, and he is well acquainted with their tactical approaches and collaborative strategies. They have engaged in private sparring sessions, and regardless of whether they fought in pairs or as a trio against Jiang Chuan, they have never emerged victorious. In truth, among the Shrek 7, he holds high hopes for these three, for if they were to truly synchronize their efforts and all reach the soul ancestor level, they would undoubtedly be a formidable presence in battle, especially given that they each possess 4 exceptional martial souls. The significance of 4 is well understood by all. Does the Haotian hammer not care for its reputation? Indeed, from the very beginning, Ning Rongrong exerted her full strength, bestowing the auxiliary powers of her 2 soul rings upon Tang San and Xiao Wu, enabling them to manifest a more formidable combat prowess. The synergy between Tang San and Xiao Wu lies in their exquisite technique. Although their offensive capabilities were not inherently lethal, their collaborative efforts unveiled an assault far surpassing the realm of soul masters, employing every peculiar and unpredictable angle to vanquish their adversaries. Once they struck, it was challenging to ensure that lives would not be lost, especially with Tang San wielding the rainflower needles, complemented by Xiao Wu's graceful techniques and the 8. The damage inflicted upon any level of soul master was devastating. It is noteworthy that even during his time as a soul master, Tang San was capable of utilizing the Mystic Jade Hand and the Yama letter to eliminate his opponents with a single move. His hidden weapons demand utmost caution. However, at this moment, Jiang Chuan, contemplating a direct confrontation with Tang San's concealed arms, faced the daunting threat that such weaponry posed, an insidious danger that was nearly impossible to anticipate. It resembled a fly buzzing around a powerful being who possessed the might to overturn the seas, yet found it futile to strike this elusive insect. Comme fort. He now wielded the power of the supreme dual pupils with increasing finesse, effortlessly discerning the vulnerabilities and gaps of his enemies. This formidable ability also happened to counteract Tang San's hidden weaponry. If it comes to facing you, Brother Chuan, I shall not hesitate to reveal all my trump cards, he declared. Tang San's combat experience is exceedingly profound, and his physique is remarkably agile. After all, he hails from the Tang Sect. Even in his reincarnation, it would be implausible for him to lack any remarkable techniques. The blue-silver grass significantly amplifies this advantage, allowing Tang San to navigate through numerous adversaries with the grace of a fish in water. Even the elite of the Spirit Hall find themselves perplexed by his nimble movements, akin to that of an elusive loach, ultimately forcing the formidable Xiaoyu to reveal his full arsenal. As the battle ignites, Xiao Wu and Tang San engage in a captivating display of teamwork. Their synergy is impeccable, masterfully employing the technique of leveraging strength against strength. Initially, Tang San utilizes the blue-silver grass to launch Xiao Wu with great force, striking Jiang Chuan squarely in the face. In the wake of this assault, a familiar glint of cold light emerges, revealing the lethal silver needles under the scrutiny of the supreme heavy pupil. Confronted with the whistling silver needles, Jiang Chuan remains undeterred, seemingly oblivious to the threat, and prioritizes neutralizing Xiao Wu. In the face of Tang San and Xiao Wu's tactical approach, hesitation is unwarranted. One must not afford the opponent a moment's respite. The optimal strategy is to strike decisively. He swiftly extends his right hand, seizing Xiao Wu's ankle. She immediately senses a chill coursing through her, realizing the precariousness of her situation. Xiao Wu, your glaring flaw lies in your excessive confidence. While there is nothing inherently wrong with self-assurance, it is imperative to recognize that your current state lacks the pinnacle of your former power. Continuing on this path of overconfidence may lead to encounters with formidable foes, hindering your ability to collaborate effectively with your team. With that said, it would be wise for you to take a moment to reflect. Jiang Chuan struck a swift blow to the back of his opponent's neck, rendering her unconscious. Tang San was taken aback, astonished that Xiao Wu had been incapacitated so swiftly upon entering the fray. With their trio's performance now impossible, he felt a surge of anxiety, panting heavily, his expression betraying an undeniable seriousness. As he observed Jiang Chuan approaching, he instinctively took 2 steps back, a grave transgression within the Tang sect. For one must never falter before an adversary. His mind raced, meticulously analyzing Jiang Chuan's potential next move. With all his cards laid bare, he unleashed a barrage of attacks from every conceivable angle. The Silent Sleeve Sword, the Rain of Pear Blossom Needles, and the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. At that moment, the efficacy of his techniques mattered little. He was acutely aware that such strength could hardly inflict any real harm upon Jiang Chuan, merely a trifling annoyance. Propelled by Ning Rongrong's soul ring, the hidden weapons in Tang San's grasp surged forth as if endowed with wings, hurtling towards their target with a fierce whistle. Or these instruments he wielded. This technique seemed entirely unfamiliar, the hallmark of some grand sect whose origins remained inscrutable. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in exaggerated astonishment as she covered her slightly parted lips, overwhelmed by the spectacle before her. Little San, you truly harbor many secrets, Dai Mubai mused, equally astonished. Aside from Jiang Chuan's enigmas within Shrek Academy, the mysteries surrounding Tang San were the most perplexing. His imagination knew no bounds, and his ingenious tactics were ever evolving. It was no wonder he could command the battlefield as a control-type soul master. This was not merely a testament to trust, but also a reflection of capability. It was hard to fathom that if talents like Tang San and Jiang Chuan had not joined Shrek Academy and instead became adversaries, Dai Mubai felt a shiver of dread. The chasm between them would be insurmountable, an unbeatable foe. There was no exaggeration in this sentiment. They had already grown formidable, displaying remarkable composure under pressure and an extraordinary disposition, which, if nurtured over time, would surely rival even the most seasoned soul masters. A future adorned with titles and accolades was not beyond the realm of possibility. Little San, I believe it is prudent for you to exert your full strength. Otherwise, our battle may conclude rather swiftly. Do you comprehend my intent? Unleash all your hidden prowess. Jiang Chuan did not threaten him. Rather, he spoke candidly. Should a confrontation arise, it would result in either death or injury. At that moment, if Tang San did not wield the Haotian hammer, he would be unable to withstand even a single strike, and consequently, the ramifications of his shortcomings would be incalculable. Chapter 112. The practical combat gradually draws to a close. It seemed that Tang San comprehended the underlying implication of Jiang Chuan's words, instinctively glancing from his right eye to his left hand. For soul masters, their souls and soul rings are as vital as life itself. Only the closest friends or family are privy to such intimate knowledge. His twin martial souls constituted a staggering secret. Aside from his mentor, Yu Xiaogang, and his father, Tang Hao, no one else was aware. Even the one he cherished most, Xiao Wu, remained uninformed. Not due to a lack of trust, but because the existence of twin martial souls was extraordinarily rare in the world, potentially inviting calamity, and he wished to shield Xiao Wu from any ensuing turmoil. Shaking his head, Tang San promptly dismissed the notion that Jiang Chuan had uncovered the truth about his second martial soul. The idea was simply too unfathomable. All right, Brother Chuan. The forthcoming offensive techniques will be remarkably incisive. Tang San hesitated momentarily before continuing. This power is something I have yet to fully master. It may very well spiral beyond my control. However, if my adversary is you, I can unleash my full potential without restraint. In the next instant, Tang San was enveloped in a tempest of lightning and thunder, with blue electric sparks intertwining around him, creating a spectacle that appeared to elevate him to a transcendent state. The formidable aura radiating from him struck the onlookers like a bolt of lightning, piercing through their very souls. Little San, what is this power emanating from you? Do not tell me it is the force derived from the blue-silver grass martial soul. Ma Hongjun did not underestimate the blue-silver grass martial soul. On the contrary, under Tang San's nurturing, it had transformed into a formidable controlling martial soul that commanded deep respect. Yet in terms of temperament, No evolution of the blue silver grass could possibly exude such an imposing presence. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai rubbed his forehead and chuckled wryly. The power that little San possesses is not solely derived from the blue silver grass, is it not? His myriad of ingenious tactics continually dazzled onlookers, leaving them to ponder the origins of his concealed weaponry. At this moment, Xiao Wu raised her right index finger, adding her thoughts to the discourse. The members of Shrek collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes fixated upon Tang San. This battle was undeniably a fierce contest. However, it was only under the condition that Jiang Chuan could not utilize his martial soul and soul rings that they dared to label it as such. Otherwise, a mere single 10,000-year soul ring from Jiang Chuan would render Tang San incapable of lifting his head. Thus, the battle commenced with great fanfare. Indeed, from the perspective of the purple extreme magic eyes, any attempt to attack Jiang Chuan appeared futile. He seemed as impenetrable as a solid stone, devoid of any discernible weaknesses. At least, at the current level of Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, he could not perceive any vulnerabilities to exploit. Given this reality, Tang San clenched his silver teeth. In his previous life, he had faced countless life and death crises and formidable adversaries. Despite not being as powerful as Jiang Chuan, he had also found it challenging to overcome obstacles. In such circumstances, the only solution was to create openings where none existed. Even Zhao Wujia's ascension to a rank 77-ring soul sage had revealed some flaws. So Tang San could not believe that he could not discern a single weakness from his opponent, unless Jiang Chuan were a deity. But does such a divine being truly exist in this world? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chuan had already anticipated Tang San's deductions. Under the supreme heavy eye, nothing concealed itself. There were no secrets to be found. The power of the purple extreme magic eyes appeared insignificant in comparison. Regardless of the situation, the supreme heavy eye could always counter the purple extreme magic eyes preemptively. Tang San exerted all his strength, drawing the Haotian hammer with a swift motion, striking it against the ground with a thunderous crash. Dust and debris erupted into the air, cloaking the surroundings in chaos. This was not only to obscure Jiang Chuan's line of sight, but also to prevent anyone from observing his Haotian hammer. As he had contemplated earlier, his concern did not stem from the fear of his former comrades from Shrek Academy plotting against him, but rather from the realization that the secret of the dual martial souls was not a boon for them. In their vulnerable state, it was a calamity that needed to be concealed. He resolved that unless he reached the Soul Sage realm, he would not reveal his Haotian hammer. Of course, he would take it out if faced with a life-threatening moment, adhering to his father's command and Master Yu Xiaogang's prudent counsel. Oh, do you think that by obscuring the surrounding view, I cannot deduce your point of attack? Truly, as a control-type soul master, your tactical acumen on the battlefield is impressive, displaying meticulous thought and thorough consideration. Excellent. Jiang Chuan stroked his chin and rendered his judgment. Within the illustrious Shrek Academy, although you may only rank second, and your prowess is merely a reflection of your age, when it comes to actual combat, it is likely that even Dai Mubai would find himself outmatched by you. The words of Jiang Chuan possess significant referential value, subtly reflecting the circumstances faced by Tang San and the vulnerabilities of the opposing party. In the next moment, suddenly, an eerie visage emerged beneath Jiang Chuan's eye, prompting a grave expression to manifest upon his countenance. It was as though, in that fleeting moment, the very air quivered with an unsettling intensity. This figure was Tang San, cloaked in darkness. In an instant, Tang San was also taken aback, for despite having perfected his Xiantian technique to its utmost extent and wielding the Haotian hammer with the finesse of a masterful dragon tamer, he firmly believed that no one could detect his presence within 3 seconds. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Chuan's perceptive abilities were remarkably acute, and he immediately sensed his presence, causing a momentary jolt of shock within Tang San's heart. It became evident that their understanding of Jiang Chuan was still woefully inadequate. Without further hesitation, he clenched his teeth and pressed both palms against the colossal Haotian hammer. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed it like a tempestuous gale. Even someone as steadfast as you seemed to falter in the face of this encounter. Indeed, since our time at the Nodding City Academy, we have engaged in countless battles, each resulting in your defeat. It is only natural that a seed of trepidation would take root within your heart. However, what perplexes me is that, despite grasping the Haotian hammer, you still harbor reservations. How could one hope to truly comprehend the formidable power of the Haotian hammer under such circumstances? As Jiang Chuan spoke, his right fist clenched into a golden claw, crashing down upon the oncoming Haotian hammer with a resounding thud that echoed deafeningly. Chapter 113. Defeated beyond repair. Not only that, But even your most adept technique, the chaotic cloak hammer method, went unutilized. It was evident that you had lost your composure. Wisdom and meticulous calculation can indeed lead to one's demise, a hallmark of Tang San's pride. However, if he were to lose such capabilities, it would be akin to a youth possessing the mightiest martial soul, yet rendered incapable of wielding it, an experience that evokes a sense of helplessness and even sorrow. How did it come to this? Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Tang San found his mind further entangled, reaching a state of utter helplessness. After all, facing an adversary devoid of any flaws makes it exceedingly difficult to summon the spirit to fight and the confidence of victory. Very well. I have observed enough of this battle for now. Let us conclude for the time being. Tang San, your predicament is particularly significant. Your excessive emotional involvement is apparent. I trust you can comprehend the essence of my words. What Jiang Chuan articulated was comprehended intuitively by Tang San, as he alluded to the turmoil within Tang San's heart, which stemmed from Xiao Wu's distressing past. This turmoil led Tang San to obsess over achieving victory at any cost. Yet he relinquished his most formidable and cherished asset, his wisdom and strategic calculations. Should this situation remain unaddressed, I cannot predict your survival in future battles. Jiang Chuan cleared his throat, acknowledging that Tang San was not so easily doomed. However, in the face of unavoidable combat scenarios, your mind will become increasingly chaotic, causing even a potentially favorable outcome to slip through your fingers. Remember, in the future, when the Shrek Academy represents the Heaven Do Empire in the ultimate contest of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, they might unexpectedly encounter the Spirit Hall's title Douluo Chrysanthemum Pass, who has long been lying in wait. It was Tang San's emotional instability that rendered him utterly defeated, nearly costing him his life. Had it not been for the heartbreaking red on Xiao Wu's person, which afforded them a precious moment of delay, the members of Shrek Academy would undoubtedly have perished before reaching the realm of Soul Sage, let alone achieving the moment of inheriting the divine position of the Sea God. Of course, this should also be closely tied to the protagonist's halo. Xiao Wuji, having witnessed a splendid battle, applauded enthusiastically and approached Jiang Chuan with a cheerful demeanor. Very good, very good. Indeed, from a theoretical standpoint, your experience, Jiang Chuan, surpasses even mine. You have skillfully exposed the shortcomings of these little monsters to perfection. Had I been in your position, I could never have achieved such a level. You have truly impressed me, old Zhao. There is no need for further flattery, since you all perceive my teaching to be effective, and I concur with that assessment. Along with the students receiving appropriate guidance, should we not consider augmenting the allocation of gold soul coins and training resources this month? Jiang Chuan has always prioritized self-interest above all else. When approached by those seeking to curry favor, he typically disregards them, yet he readily accepts tangible benefits. This left Xiao Wuji momentarily speechless. Judging by the demands of the other party, they were indeed more exorbitant than even the notorious old ghost of Flanders. The extent to which Shrek Academy provided Jiang Chuan with soul coins and training resources far surpassed that of certain royal academies, yet the other party remained unsatisfied. Although what he imparted was knowledge unattainable by anyone else across the continent, such a price was burdensome for them to bear. Teacher Jiang Chuan, they implored, would you consider deferring payment for now? Once these little monsters mature, will Shrek Academy not attract illustrious figures to reside here? At that point, suddenly, Jiang Chuan interjected, raising his hand to halt his interlocutor. By that time, I fear the situation will be utterly hopeless. Moreover, while I still lack soul coins and cultivation resources at that point, he required gold soul coins, the hard currency of the continent, which could be used to procure all manner of resources and confer a prestigious status. He also needed cultivation resources to ensure his steady growth. If time were to elapse, who could say how much the Spirit Hall would be able to supply him? Would he still care for these trifles by then? Xiao Wujia scratched his head awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile, yet feeling powerless. Observing Xiao Wujia rubbing his hands together, Jiang Chuan refrained from further comments and instead turned to face the Shrek's 7 monsters, announcing, what I have imparted to you today has come to an end. Upon your return, take the time to reflect and strive to overcome your habits or any flaws you may possess. Of course, rectifying these shortcomings is not something that can be achieved overnight. I do not expect you to amend them in just half a day or a single night, but you must indelibly remember these mistakes to ensure they are not repeated in the future. As soul masters, you must forge ahead relentlessly. You are dismissed. The group nodded in response to Jiang Chuan's admonition, each falling into a contemplative silence. Yu Xiaogang busily scribbled in his thick black notebook, finally pausing to put away his fountain pen, his expression turning serious. He strolled closer to Jiang Chuan and addressed the crowd, his voice chillingly calm. Tonight, each of you shall receive 10 chicken legs. You are not permitted to sleep until they are finished. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on the second phase of training. 10. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled at the mention of chicken legs. He immediately pushed aside Dai Mubai and Oscar, peering through their shoulders with an astonished expression. Master, has Shrek Academy won the lottery? Why are we suddenly being treated to such a lavish feast? Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, the remaining 6 members of Shrek shook their heads in exasperation. It was clear that the mere mention of food had sent him into a state of unbridled joy, leaving him momentarily oblivious to everything else. Such feasts at Shrek typically occurred under 2 circumstances, either as a celebratory banquet honoring the Academy, or in anticipation of an impending crisis that could involve casualties. One could only imagine how grueling the second phase of training would be. To warrant the Master's declaration of 10 chicken legs, with the stipulation of not being allowed to sleep until they were consumed. Just sensing Dai Mubai's response made him tremble all over. Ma Hongjun, too, grasped the underlying tension and shivered with trepidation, casting a pleading glance at Jiang Chuan. They all looked to Jiang Chuan simultaneously, uncertain of what trials awaited them in the second phase. The first phase had nearly cost them their lives. Would this time truly lead to fatal consequences? After all, facing such a formidable figure, they felt a profound sense of unease. Jiang Chuan is a person of unpredictable nature, capable of anything under any circumstances, rendering him uncontrollable. Not even the astute Tang San can fathom his thoughts, for he is, in essence, beyond humanity. Chapter 114. 2 letters, gold soul coins. To put it nicely, one might say he is carefree. To put it less kindly, he is a madman, more monstrous than a beast. With a chuckle, Jiang Chuan, savoring a fragrant chicken leg, tore a piece off and chewed thoughtfully before raising his head to explain. The tutorial for the second phase was not established by me, so there is no need for you to fixate on me. Just heed the Master's guidance moving forward. Remember, if you find yourselves in a predicament during battle, do not forget to compensate for your shortcomings as best as you can. It may yield unexpectedly favorable results in your situation. Jiang Chuan had said all that needed to be said. The performance had concluded. How long the Shrek 7 monsters could linger in the Soto City Soul Arena would be their fortune. However, having read the original work, Jiang Chuan understood that this group had once created miracles in the arena, though he wondered if they could advance this time. Teacher Jiang Chuan, there are 2 letters for you outside. One bears the emblem of the Spirit Hall, and the other appears to be a pouch, quite substantial in weight, which I estimate to contain over 1,000 gold soul coins. I wonder who sent this to you. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached, carrying a large bag of gold soul coins on his back, while clutching a red and a white letter in his left hand, panting heavily as he neared Jiang Chuan. Oh, they are indeed obedient. It seems they are genuinely intimidated by me. This is fortuitous, as it aligns with my intentions. With these gold soul coins, I can avert many troubles, Jiang Chuan remarked as he accepted his belongings from the man's hands. How much trouble, you good sir? To visit the bank and deposit these gold soul coins into my Soul MasterCard. Not a bother at all, the gatekeeper replied. A resident of the area who routinely managed trivial affairs for Shrek Academy. He took pleasure in the work, having little else to occupy his time. Rumor had it that a new teacher had appeared at the academy, possessing extraordinary talent and being a soul master. Goodness, to be called a soul master is no small feat. Such individuals are far from ordinary, and I dare not be negligent in their presence. The words from Jiang Chuan were akin to divine decrees in the gatekeeper's ears, leaving him no choice but to comply. Jiang Chuan, how is it that you suddenly possess such a significant amount of gold soul coins? Who on earth has sent this to you? Care to share? Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as if ready to burst into flames, jabbing his bear-like head into Jiang Chuan's embrace. Just imagine, if I were to acquire gold soul coins as well, it would not only resolve the Academy's financial crisis, but could also repay the debt owed to you by Shrek. Do you truly wish to know? Jiang Chuan retorted with a hint of sarcasm, creating an air of suspense. The latter nodded vigorously, his gaze fixed intently upon him. It is quite simple. Are you not a level 73, 7-ring battle soul saint? Engaging in thievery would be effortless. The only requirement is to target those whose reputations are tarnished yet possess a considerable amount of golden soul coins. Jiang Chuan wore a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of one. With a casual utterance, he had already appeared several meters away, departing gracefully from the sight of the onlookers. The golden soul coins that the Mad Warriors had prepared were sufficient. However, there had been no response from Songhui Academy, not even a single letter, indicating a clear intent from the opposing side to renege on their commitments. It was hardly surprising. The old man, upon returning to Shanghai Academy, would surely fall into a state of dullness and sudden realization, understanding that his earlier setbacks were merely temporary misfortunes. And thus he would not be inclined to compromise or hastily gather the golden soul coins. On the contrary, he harbored great hopes that Jiang Chuan would approach the gates of Shanghai Academy, at which point he could set up a dreamscape to ensnare Jiang Chuan. Little did he realize that had it been the Jiang Chuan of the past, such tactics might have had a chance of success. However, the current Jiang Chuan had already obtained the Supreme Twin Eyes and, as a level 40 Soul Master, possessed powers that were more than adequate to shatter the dreamscape and even to eliminate the opponent. Indeed, Jiang Chuan suddenly recalled that this old fellow possessed a piece of soul bone. Although it was not a 100,000-year-old relic, it remained a treasured item, valuable for auctioning for gold soul coins or exchanging for certain cultivation resources. It would certainly be considered a gem. It seemed imperative to eliminate this old man swiftly and extract the bone from his head. Such is the convenience of being a transcendent. One is intimately familiar with the hidden cards of characters, effortlessly manipulating the situation as if it were child's play. He was even acutely aware of who would drop soul bones upon their demise. The night had deepened, with the autumn breeze chillingly crisp. The members of Shrek had donned additional layers. At this moment, the Shrek 7 were indulging heartily in the kitchen. Osmanthus cake, chicken legs, beef, steamed eggs, bread, buns, milk, everything one could desire was in abundance. This scene evoked a peculiar sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of a farewell gathering. In solitude within his dormitory, Jiang Chuan unfolded 2 letters and glanced through them. The crimson envelope from the Mad Warriors conveyed a message regarding the offerings of the past month, expressing a fervent plea for mercy with a multitude of prayers that hinted at the Spider-Woman's words. Bored, he set it aside and then grasped the white letter belonging to the Spirit Hall. His only significant connection to the Spirit Hall was with Xue Qinghe, or rather, accurately speaking, it should be Qianren Xue. The latter candidly revealed her identity and even elaborated on the rules governing the Spirit Hall, which Jiang Chuan was already well aware of. In her letter, Qianren Xue extended an invitation for Jiang Chuan to visit a CAF in Soto City, hoping to introduce a friend and discuss the matter of spirit beasts. The notion that a spirit beast could catch the attention of the Spirit Hall instills a sense of dread, leaving one to ponder whether it is a millennium-old or even a century-old creature. However, based on Qianren Xue's words, it seemed unlikely that it involved a spirit beast of such immense age, as they lacked the requisite strength. Did they truly believe that a century-old spirit beast could be dealt with so casually? Without dozens of tidal Douluo to support them, victory would be far from assured. It is more plausible that they were strategizing for a certain soul master of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall regarding their soul ring. Jiang Chuan felt indifferent, for the enticing offer presented to him included a mature 8-pointed ice grass, a gesture of sincerity that was quite sufficient. The letter explicitly stated that his mere presence and guidance would suffice to reap the benefits. In truth, assisting the Spirit Hall or Shrek Academy was merely their private vendetta. Jiang Chuan deemed it unwise to interfere or stir the pot. Nevertheless, he believed it prudent to maintain a certain stance. Chapter 115, The Great Soul Arena of Soto City. The capricious nature of the situation indeed posed some challenges. Yet, he did not intend to align himself with anyone at present. Both Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall harbored their own ulterior motives, leading to divergent starting points and, consequently, a clash of interests and fierce confrontations. Perhaps, he should seize the opportunity to transform Lu Erlong's academy into his own sect, cultivating a loyal faction. However, he soon shook his head, recognizing that his primary reliance lay with the signing-in system. Thus, his clear objective was to seize resources, successfully sign in at various locations, and consequently obtain corresponding rewards. So, the pressing question remained, should he pursue this soul ring or not? Jiang Chuan has always been a resolute individual, never one to dither. After much contemplation, he decided to wait until tomorrow, when he would lead the members of Shrek Academy to the Soul Arena in Soto City. Only after that would he prepare to meet with Qianren Xue and others of the tea house. In the words of Tang San, wherever resources could be acquired, there was no reason to refuse them. The following morning, Flinder personally guided Tang San and the others as they gradually approached the Soul Arena along the main road of Soto City. This left Ma Hongjun and the others puzzled, unsure of Flinder's intentions. Hey, why do I feel like we're heading into the heart of Soto City? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but speak up, scratching his head in naive confusion. Teacher, if we continue on this path, are we not supposed to be training for the second phase? Why are we suddenly going into the city for a meal instead? Ma Hongjun's words elicited laughter from the group. You really are an idealist, fatty. If the dean would grandly treat us to a meal, then he wouldn't be the dean anymore, Dai Mubai bluntly remarked. Only he understood what Flinder truly intended. Oomph. Flinder responded with a snort, casting a disapproving glance at Dai Mubai. Of course, if you manage to complete this second phase of training, I would mind treating you all to a good meal. At Flinder's coaxing, Ma Hongjun quickly fell into the trap. For him, it was simple. As long as there were good things to eat, he was satisfied. Dean Flinder, what kind of training requires us to enter Soto City? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but inquire. You'll find out soon enough, Dai Mubai said, having overcome the previous awkwardness with Ning Rongrong through their cooperation, recognizing her as part of their team. After all, in this team, no one could be left behind, and, as the leader, he could not afford to be petty with a young girl. With this consideration and the guidance from Tang San, he realized he would have been lost otherwise. Little monsters, you should prepare yourselves mentally. What you are about to face may refresh your senses. However, do not be afraid. Whatever happens, your safety is guaranteed with the teacher's support. But as long as you are not incapacitated, you must fight until the last moment, Zhao Wujin commanded, his tone leaving no room for doubt. It was evident that his words carried a weight of solemnity. What do you mean by life safety being at stake? The imaginative language here is truly vast. In no time, a group of individuals came to a halt, for before their eyes loomed a colossal structure, seemingly standing amidst the clouds. The edifice before them, resplendent in golden hues, appeared as if it were a magnificent canopy reaching for the heavens, illuminating the sight of all who beheld it, even in the daylight. This was none other than the central building of Soto City, the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. My goodness, Ma Hongjuan's expression was one of exaggerated astonishment. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate 3 eggs. Indeed, little monsters, your training for the second phase will take place within the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Flander chuckled, urging them to enter without delay. No need for hesitations. Little monsters, Zhao Wujin said, waving his hand as he hoisted the trembling Ma Hongjun and proceeded inside. A grand procession entered the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Inside, they were met with layers upon layers of spectators, the opulence of the surroundings rivaling that of the exterior. All around were cheering fans, fervently rallying behind their favorite teams. The members of Shrek were not naive. They understood all too well why Flander had brought them here. This was certainly not a mere visit for observation. Little monsters, you have engaged in numerous practical battles thus far. And having ventured into the Stardow Forest, the emergence of the Titan Great Ape has undoubtedly bolstered your courage. Thus, I thought it prudent to arrange for you to engage in some real combat, armed with genuine weapons, Flander candidly explained. Upon hearing the prospect of actual combat, they were taken aback, instantly alert, aware that injuries were an inevitable consequence in such circumstances. Very well, I shall conclude my remarks here. The rest will be conveyed by Dai Mubai, who has now earned the Silver Spirit Badge. Should you have any uncertainties or inquiries, feel free to approach him for answers. That is all I have to say. Zhao Wujin, you and I shall proceed to the VIP room and await further developments, Flander declared, leading Zhao Wujin upstairs. With their departure, Dai Mubai remained as the only dependable figure in the arena. Facing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Dai Mubai cleared his throat. Well then, since the dean has entrusted this task to me, you may speak freely. However, I must inform you in advance of the regulations of the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Regulations? Tang San could not help but interject. ISNT, it's simply about battling here. As long as we defeat our opponents, ISNT, that's sufficient. Xiao Wu sweetly remarked. Xiao Wu, it's not that simple, Rongrong said with a bitter expression. Indeed, Dai Mubai pondered for a moment. The situation is certainly not as straightforward as Xiao Wu suggests. It is not overly complicated either. As you mentioned, all that is required is to defeat the enemy. However, before that, you must register for the soul badge. Something akin to this. Dai Mubai retrieved a gleaming silver token from his sleeve, gesturing to the group. Chapter 116. The Soul Badge. Then let us fight. The radiant silver badge immediately captivated everyone's attention. Ma Hongjun was the first to exclaim in astonishment. A silver soul badge? After some discussion, it became clear to everyone that the so-called Soul Arena in Soto City involved a soul master wielding a soul badge to accumulate points through battles, thereby gradually earning the eligibility for advancement. Big Brother Dai, is this place meant for combat? Tang San inquired. Jiang Chuan elucidated on behalf of Dai Mubai, stating that we must soon collect our badges, which will be upgraded according to our accumulated points. The hierarchy of badges, from the lowest to the highest, includes iron, copper, silver, gold, platinum, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Mr. Jiang Chuan, you have been here before? How do you know this so well? Dai Mubai remarked, relieved, indeed, as Mr. Jiang Chuan has articulated. The esteemed dean also mentioned that before graduation, we are required to attain at least a silver soul badge. As for Mr. Jiang Chuan, his prowess is exceedingly formidable, and being at level 40, he must secure no less than a gold soul badge prior to graduation. Failure to do so would preclude him from obtaining the qualifications to be a Shrek professor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan smiled gently, realizing that the old devil, Flanders, had included himself in the equation. If he were unable to obtain the soul fighting badge, then the promised reward would dissipate like a fleeting dream. However, a mere badge would not deter Jiang Chuan. Tang San and Xiao Wu pondered, as they were still unaware of how to acquire these precious points. What if I expose my spirit rings at the Soto Great Spirit Arena? Tang San pressed, for this question was of utmost importance. Moreover, there was the matter of spirit power. A 12-year-old boy possessing spirit power, exceeding level 30, seemed utterly implausible. One could not help but wonder if there existed any scholars on Douluo Continent dedicated to the study of the human body. If such individuals were to exist, they would undoubtedly take a keen interest in him. The dean had instructed that this place was shrouded in darkness, and one could not afford to refrain from using spirit techniques. Otherwise, self-preservation would be impossible. Furthermore, the virtue of restraint was not the hallmark of Shrek Academy. He encouraged them to unleash their full potential and fight with vigor, assuring them that he would address any ensuing issues. Dai Mubai clapped Jiang Chuan on the shoulder. With such reassurance from his companion, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. The acquisition of the soul fighting badge should not be overly challenging. So, Brother Chuan, do you know how one obtains these points? If it involves combat, how many points are awarded per match? Tang San inquired. Jiang Chuan nodded. After all, he was Tang San, whose intellect was notably sharp, immediately discerning the crux of the issue. Victory in a match would yield 1 point, yet a defeat would deduct 1 point. Moreover, each soul master could engage in only 1 match per day, albeit across various categories, solo, duo, and team. Thus, the maximum number of matches one could participate in daily was 3. To elevate from Iron Soul to Copper Soul required 100 points, while ascending from Copper to Silver demanded 1,000 points, and from Silver to Gold necessitated 10,000 points, and so forth. Jiang Chuan remarked. Dai Mubai, increasingly perplexed by Jiang Chuan, realized that the latter had surely participated before. Winning the first match would grant 1 point, but a consecutive victory would yield 10 points. Should one achieve more than 10 consecutive wins, the reward would escalate to 100 points, and surpassing 100 consecutive victories would result in 1,000 points. Continuing in this manner. Is that so? Tang San pondered. Dai Mubai, what is your current point total? Dai Mubai's face flushed crimson as he replied. I currently possess only 2 points, along with the Iron Soul badge. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others were taken aback. With Dai Mubai's prowess, he was still merely at the Iron Soul level? How formidable must the Soto Great Soul Arena be? They certainly wouldn't falter within its confines. Dai Mubai, elucidated. I began participating in the Great Soul Arena battles at level 29, having completed a total of 56 matches thus far. My record stands at 29 victories and 27 defeats. Initially, when I was at level 29, I mostly secured wins. However, upon reaching level 31, my opponents became soul masters, all above level 37, and my victories dwindled significantly. I see. It became clear that upon becoming a soul master, one could no longer compete in the arena designated for great soul masters. Fortunately, Dai Mubai's explanation prevented the group's morale from plummeting. Nonetheless, Jiang Chuan remained at an advantage. Dai Mubai slyly glanced at Jiang Chuan. You are at level 40, yet have yet to acquire your 4th soul ring. According to the rules, you would still face soul masters. With your skills, you should be more than capable of navigating the challenges at level 40. His words awakened those who were unaware. Dai Mubai was indeed correct. As long as Jiang Chuan refrained from obtaining his 4th soul ring, he would be able to maneuver freely, leveraging his superior soul power and combat techniques to secure consecutive victories, rendering him virtually invincible. However, one must consider the circumstances. There may be exceptionally powerful contenders lurking among the level 40 ranks. With a knowing smile, Jiang Chuan observed the group, revealing that they were still oblivious to the fact that he had already acquired his 4th soul ring, thus elevating him to a level 5 auxiliary soul master. Soon, everyone registered their soul badges and promptly signed up for the competition. To their surprise, the first participant to take the stage was none other than Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan stepped into the number 8 soul arena, surveying his surroundings. The arena was expansive, featuring hundreds of soul platforms, each a miniature venue, all enclosed in a protective barrier. The host, flamboyantly dressed and sporting an extravagant hairstyle, stood atop a flying platform, exclaiming in a captivating and animated manner, "Welcome to the number 8 platform, where two competitors, both formidable soul ancestors, will face off." Though the audience presumed that Jiang Chuan had not acquired his 4-soul ring, he remained indifferent, intent on winning the present match. Being recognized as a soul ancestor was of little consequence to him. It was uncertain how his opponent would react. Faced with a formidable adversary wielding the power of a level 45 soul, capable of overwhelming him with a mere surge of soul energy. The battle information illuminated the screen. Auxiliary System Soul Master Jiang Chuan versus Agility System Soul Master Su Ling. As soon as this announcement concluded, a woman clad in a purple qipao gracefully ascended the stage, exuding a beguiling presence. Her beauty was undeniable, and though she took only a single step, it seemed as if the ground itself had contracted beneath her, swiftly vanishing behind her. It was common knowledge that an auxiliary system soul master could hardly contend in direct confrontation. They lacked any means of self-defense, let alone offensive capabilities. This was a battle devoid of suspense. Thus, the outcome of this match appeared predetermined. Was it a jest that the Soto City Soul Arena could not find other competitors? How could they possibly have summoned an auxiliary system soul master? This was no longer a joke. It felt like an affront to their intelligence. Suddenly, some spectators openly scoffed, their laughter resonating through the air. Chapter 117, Auxiliary versus Agility. The gathered crowd felt as though the Soto Soul Arena was mocking them. Whether it was due to a shortage of competitors or unresolved disputes within the arena, they could not fathom why an auxiliary system soul master had been dispatched. Moreover, her opponent was an agility system soul master, which provoked uproarious laughter among the multitude. How could such a match be sanctioned by the officials? How could it even commence? The fear was that a single strike from the agility system soul master would send the auxiliary system soul master sprawling or worse, lead to her demise. There was nothing to behold. It felt as if they were being teased. At that moment, not only the audience but even the referee gripped the microphone tightly, staring at Jiang Chuan, momentarily at a loss for words. After a stammer, he finally declared the match to begin. Su Ling was the first to shatter the silence. As an auxiliary system soul master, are you not aware that you lack the strength to contend with me? Or do you wish for me to toy with you? With that, she chuckled gleefully, unable to contain her amusement. Jiang Chuan possesses a certain understanding of his martial spirit. Regardless of the type of soul master he faces, as long as they are not of the support type, they will inevitably regard him as lacking the qualifications to engage in battle. However, for an ordinary support-type soul master, they may as well come forth and test their mettle. I can assert in advance that unless you succeed in defeating me, I shall never concede. Prior to that, feel free to unleash your attacks, and let me see how many of my moves you can withstand. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Su Ling was momentarily taken aback, regarding him with an expression akin to that reserved for a madman. This youth, apart from exuding an air of confidence and possessing a pleasing countenance, displayed no other remarkable traits. What could possibly embolden him so? Are you jesting or seeking to provoke my mercy? As a support-type soul master, what qualifications do you possess that warrant my engagement? Su Ling could hardly contain her laughter. She had never encountered a soul master quite like Jiang Chuan, whose audacity was almost laughable, while his demeanor was indeed steady, as if he held some hidden card. What depth could a support-type soul master possess? Their attacks would surely be inconsequential, and hitting her, a swift attack-type soul master, would be a daunting task. From their vantage point on the observation platform, Dai Mu Bai and the others wore expressions that mingled amusement with mockery, not targeting Jiang Chuan, but rather focusing on his opponent, Su Ling. It was apparent to them that this battle lacked any suspense. Not only was this swift attack soul master over level 40, even at level 50, they doubted she could land a hit on Jiang Chuan. Seated upon a red wooden chair, Ma Hongjun swayed back and forth, his ample belly jiggling as he remarked on Su Ling. This swift attack soul master possesses a commendable physique, and her appearance is quite remarkable. Is it a common trait for swift attack soul masters to be so well endowed? In his mind, an inappropriate image began to take shape, contemplating the possibility of seeking a swift attack female soul master for future indulgences. However, the thought of Jiang Chuan's visage made him utter, "If the next time the blood and fire run deep, feel free to seek my assistance to temper your fervor." Hearing such candid words from Ma Hongjun sent a chill down his spine, causing him to feel a sudden discomfort. He promptly abandoned his plans for frivolous pursuits. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's blunt comments, Dai Mu Bai shot a piercing glare at him. A fierce expression that bore a hint of menace, You'd best cultivate some virtue with your words, fatty. Do not engage in reckless talk here, lest my wrath befall you. Zhu Zhuqing held a special place in his heart. As a fellow Swift Attack Soul Master, did she also fall into the category of those deemed frivolous in Ma Hongjuan's eyes? At this moment, Dai Mubai, regardless of Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, keenly perceived the affection that Chuan Jiang had cast upon her. Yet, he felt indifferent. He could only blame himself for weaving such an inextricable web, leading to this chaotic outcome. There was no room for grievances or regrets in his heart. After all, he had what he possessed. Was it not time to relinquish his delusions? Sensing Dai Mubai's gaze, Ma Hongjun promptly covered his unfiltered mouth with both hands and apologized. I am truly sorry for my indiscretion. A soft chuckle escaped Xiao Wu's lips as she witnessed Ma Hongjun in such an embarrassing state for the first time. Let us proceed, Tang San said, turning to make his way to another platform. What's wrong, Xiao San? Do you not intend to continue watching? Ning Rongrong inquired softly. I have never witnessed Chuan Ge falter in the face of any circumstance or adversary. Tang San sighed deeply, observing the puzzled expressions around him. In a tone that roused their attention, he continued, I understand you all came to observe Chuan Ji's match with the intention of learning his combat techniques. But I must inform you that such learning is utterly unattainable. Unattainable? Oscar exclaimed, his eyes gradually losing their luster, revealing a profound disappointment. Everyone understood the source of his dismay. As a support-type soul master, Oscar yearned for the ability to launch attacks akin to Jiang Chuan's. If Jiang Chuan could do it, why could he not? This longing stemmed from the undeniable affection he held for Ning Rongrong, and it was clear to all present. Should Oscar fail to acquire formidable power or the ability to contend with Jiang Chuan, he would inevitably lose his confidence, thereby hindering his ability to confess his feelings to Ning Rongrong. Although he knew he would likely face defeat, at least he would have made an effort. However, now he was deprived even of that opportunity. Unfortunately, none among the group could alleviate his woes. After all, matters of the heart are inherently mutual. One cannot simply bind Ning Rongrong against her will. What puzzled them most was Jiang Chuan's complete lack of emotional expression, as if he were a cold, unfeeling stone. Indeed, when it comes to Chuan Ji's power, not only can you not learn from it, but you might also struggle to comprehend it, Tang San jested, straightforwardly declaring, I have cultivated a technique somewhat akin to a soul skill that allows me to perceive the essence of Chuan Ji's power. The final revelation I encountered left me profoundly astounded. Dai Mubai and the others were taken aback by Tang San's newfound penchant for ambiguity. Except when faced with something utterly shocking and undeniable, they widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting Tang San's elaboration. Chapter 118. The Left-Handed Agile Attack Type, Soul Master. What astonished me most was that the power residing within Chuan Ge did not belong to this world. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun also ceased his playful demeanor and adopted a serious expression. What could this power, foreign to this world, truly be? Third brother, what have you witnessed? Surely it cannot be merely a figment of your imagination? Oscar persistently inquired. Most notably, Ning Rongrong quietly added her own observation. Indeed, I too can sense a hint of flaw within Jiang Chuan. It is well known that there exists no martial spirit in this world capable of surpassing the 7 treasures Glazed tile pagoda. At this juncture, the members of Shrek Academy, intrigued by the residual energy of the battle in the arena, turned their gazes toward Jiang Chuan. They observed him exuding an indomitable aura, overpowering Su Ling with ease. Even more striking was the fearsome glint in Su Ling's eyes, reminiscent of a monstrous gaze. As she drooled slightly, clearly terrified, you. Su Ling's right arm trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with profound dread, as if she sensed the chilling horror of silence. In that fleeting moment, after Jiang Chuan had spoken, he moved with a swiftness that defied comprehension, surpassing her in speed. And in the blink of an eye, her right arm was dislocated. What manner of being could possess such velocity, exceeding even that of a speed-type battle spirit master? This was unfathomable to her. The youth before her, designated as a support-type spirit master, could he truly be classified as such? Su Ling even entertained the notion that perhaps this was an error in the official designation of his spirit master classification. Otherwise, the current situation was utterly inexplicable. Even the spectators above were abuzz with discussion. Goodness, what speed was that just now? It seems Su Ling had no chance to react. Her right arm was rendered useless in an instant. What transpired? My word, is this supposed to be a support-type spirit master? Faster than a speed-type spirit master? You must be joking. This is incomprehensible. A sense of disbelief spread among the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the astonishing events that had unfolded. I say, my good fellow, One can indulge in wild imaginings within their mind, but to voice them is quite another matter. The referee, positioned on the flying apparatus, adjusted his glasses, his voice laced with incredulity. What on earth is happening? Due to a multitude of spectators vociferously demanding a reassessment of Jiang Chuan's identity as a soul master, the referees found themselves compelled to report upwards on 3 separate occasions. However, they steadfastly asserted that Jiang Chuan is indeed an auxiliary-type soul master, as unequivocally designated by the Wuhuan Hall's insignia, leaving no room for deception or deviation. It is simply a matter of fact. Nevertheless, this situation fortuitously piqued the interest of a president from the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Upon hearing of Jiang Chuan's exploits, he immediately became intrigued, stepping out of his office to observe the unfolding battle, as if beholding a scene of unparalleled splendor. I have already extended you an opportunity, yet you continue to dawdle. Do you truly believe my time is so easily squandered? Since you hesitate to take action, I shall cast you down instead. At this moment, you possess no chance whatsoever. Even your attempts to employ your agility are rendered futile, as your right arm is incapacitated, severely hampering the speed of an agility-based soul master. Jiang Chuan, with clarity and decisiveness, rendered an astute judgment that silenced Su Ling's words, leaving her utterly defenseless. This was an inevitable defeat, devoid of any room for hesitation. You. There is something amiss about you. Which of our expressions appears, some would ask you. Very well, allow me to engage in a life-and-death struggle with you. Though I am perplexed as to how a support-type soul master like yourself possesses such speed and strength, along with impeccable judgment, I must ask, what if I were left-handed? My left hand would not hinder my speed at all. In fact, deprived of my right hand, I could unleash 120% of my usual speed. I am grateful to you for opening this direct passage to the agile attack-type soul master within me. With that, the first soul skill, Lightning Hummingbird, the second soul skill, Wing Expansion, and the third soul skill, Thunderous Momentum, manifested instantaneously. 3 soul rings of yellow and purple burst forth from above Su Ling's head, resonating with a delightful sound akin to the striking of a wind instrument. At that moment, an elusive aura enveloped Su Ling, as if the boundless winds were under her command. Now, prepare to experience the tempestuous dance within the wind. Upon uttering these words, Su Ling transformed into a diminutive wasp, buzzing thrice before vanishing from sight, leaving the surroundings in a profound silence. The gentle caress of the breeze brushed against Jiang Chuan's cheek, and he discerned that it was not merely an ordinary zephyr. Rather, it was the manifestation of Su Ling's martial spirit, transformed into a fierce yellow wind. Indeed, it represented an unparalleled martial essence, coupled with a soul technique of remarkable swiftness, elusive and difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, under the scrutiny of the supreme heavy eye, Su Ling's figure was laid bare before him, distinctly visible, devoid of any means of concealment. What was merely the last gasp of a faltering effort? Even if her speed were enhanced by an astonishing 120%, it would amount to little more than a drop in the ocean. In the face of the overwhelming disparity in soul power, strength, and speed, no matter how much she attempted to augment her abilities, it would be akin to a firefly competing with the brilliance of the full moon, a chasm insurmountable, a bridge of immense proportions that induced a sense of shame. Let me observe what other stratagems you may wish to employ. Previously, you merely took advantage of my moment of vulnerability. Now, ensnared within the confines of my soul technique, your chances of survival are utterly extinguished. Should you choose to concede at this moment, it would not be too late, Su Ling menacingly declared. In her view, since Jiang Chuan had severed one of his own arms, she too would take the measure of severing both of his, thereby avenging her grievance. Jiang Chuan, weary of further meaningless discourse, realized he had already squandered too much time. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a radiant beam of golden light, akin to the force of apprehension, effortlessly sending Su Ling hurtling away, leaving no room for hesitation. Thus, the battle concluded with remarkable finesse, leaving onlookers in a state of disbelief, for the scene before them was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 119, invited to speak only for gain. The skirmish between the level 40s transpired in the blink of an eye. Moments ago, they had been anxiously sweating for Jiang Chuan, as survival amidst such a swift and powerful tempest seemed an arduous task. Many had claimed that Jiang Chuan was prepared for the direst outcome, even contemplating self-mutilation. Yet unexpectedly, he countered the adversary. With merely a flick of his arm, the spectators, unable to discern the intricacies of the combat profession, only perceived a flash of golden light that erupted with a startling brilliance, seemingly threatening to overwhelm their vision. Subsequently, Su Ning was sent flying, blood spurting from her mouth, as if her life was on the brink of extinguishment. Did I just witness that? In the blink of an eye, the combat reached its conclusion, and the victor was none other than Jiang Chuan, an auxiliary spirit master. Was there some form of deceit involved, or perhaps illicit methods employed? Surely not. How could a level 40 Su Ning, a striking maiden, be so effortlessly dispatched with a single strike? In such a frenetic and rapid encounter, we could scarcely perceive how Jiang Chuan so swiftly and accurately locked onto his opponent to deliver a decisive blow. Surely you jest. This is beyond jest. It is akin to a grand farce. An auxiliary spirit master besting an agile attack spirit master? Has the very fabric of the Douluo Continent's laws been shattered? What the established notion that all types of spirit masters would counter auxiliary spirit masters? Incredible. The auxiliary spirit master, Jiang Chuan, has indeed achieved instantaneous fame. Following this day, he will undoubtedly become a figure of omniscience. Yet, I cannot help but notice his profile. How astonishingly youthful it appears. Oh, my friend, you may not be aware that few can attain the rank of auxiliary spirit master, and those who do find it exceedingly difficult to reach a high spirit power level. Current estimates suggest that across the continent, very few auxiliary spirit masters have ever transcended to the title Douluo realm, and even fewer have achieved the rank of Soul Douluo. Such resources are exceedingly scarce. The youthful visage you observe may well belong to an elder with a head of white hair, merely concealing his true identity behind a mask. Indeed, one would struggle to believe that an auxiliary spirit master, particularly one above level 40, could be so young. This is no secret, as the path of cultivation for such individuals is notoriously arduous. Nevertheless, attaining the 40th level is already a remarkable feat. He must surely be a treasured disciple of a notable family. As the crowd engaged in a lively exchange of guesses, their collective gaze and conversation were inexorably drawn towards Jiang Chuan. There was no escaping it. This battle was nothing short of breathtaking. Events that leave an indelible mark upon the heart can indeed be aptly described as astonishing. Congratulations are in order from Master Jiang Chuan, who has triumphed in this contest and earned a point. The host, seemingly oblivious to his own discomfort, articulated this in a manner that felt rather awkward. How utterly bewildering it was. The host even touched his own cheek, questioning whether he was lost in a dream. Jiang Chuan received the response regarding the competition and promptly turned away from the stage, with no hesitation. To him, the Soto City Arena was merely a score-boosting machine, a fleeting affair. There remained one task to accomplish, to visit a particular tea house in Soto City. Should it consume the 8-pointed ice grass, it would endow him with an additional elemental power, augmenting both his martial spirit and soul force, resulting in significantly greater damage. Moreover, his martial spirit was the chaotic blue lotus. Once unleashed, even in a defensive stance, any contact with an enemy would inevitably expose them to the corrosive chill of poison. A highly skilled soul master would naturally not fear death from toxins, yet they would certainly suffer lingering physical afflictions. Thus, Jiang Chuan found himself well protected. Upon hearing of Jiang Chuan's initial victory, Tang San and the others did not exhibit joy, but rather a sense of clarity, as if this conclusion was a natural outcome. As Jiang Chuan exited the Soto City Arena, a familiar ringing echoed in his ears. Next contestant, Tang San. Although the members of Shrek were still young, their training had adequately prepared them to face soul masters lacking practical combat skills or any semblance of strategy. Particularly, Tang San was bound to emerge victorious. Observing Jiang Chuan's departure, Zhao Wujin, standing on the observation platform, narrowed his eyes and directed an inquisitive gaze towards Flanders, who merely waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Chuan is our academy's advisor. We cannot expect him to accompany the students daily. He has his own matters to attend to. Flanders, I never claimed such things. Zhao Wujin scoffed. Clearly, you are the one with fanciful thoughts. Do you not find this lad peculiar? Of course. How could one enter Shrek Academy without being extraordinary? Flanders replied resolutely. Not to mention Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Each one of them is among the elite. Only those who are exceptional can overshadow the rest and emerge unscathed from countless battles. If we can harness their uniqueness, it transcends mere talent. No, Jiang Chuan is not that kind of anomaly. He is different. Moreover, I distinctly remember being soundly beaten last time. He even had an encounter with the Haotian crown. I cannot fathom this individual, and I wonder what you think. Zhao Wujin reflected on the earlier events, feeling a chill run down his spine as he instinctively placed his right hand on his aching forehead. It was precisely here that Jiang Chuan had dealt him a severe blow, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The toll of that bell still reverberated in his mind, leaving him disoriented, as if he were on the brink of vomiting blood. What? He even recognizes the Haotian crown? Flander was taken aback. It seemed that Jiang Chuan was not merely formidable in strength. His background likely rivaled that of several minor powerhouses. After all, such profound depth of heritage was hard to ignore, leading one to speculate whether he possessed even greater hidden resources. The two men focused intently as they watched Jiang Chuan depart. Just as he exited the Soto City Soul Arena, a figure hurriedly approached, panting, "Excuse me. May I ask if you're Mr. Jiang Chuan?" Jiang Chuan, filled with suspicion, inquired, "What is the matter?" Just moments Angola. A noblewoman presented me with a golden soul coin, claiming that the person depicted in the photograph had emerged from the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. The individual retrieved a photo from his sleeve, revealing none other than Jiang Chuan himself. Sensing the malevolent gaze directed at him, the man swiftly concealed the image and slightly bowed, stating, "Allow me to escort you to the tea house in Soto City." Without further elaboration, it was evident that the individual was none other than Qianren. Jiang Chuan nodded, silently following the other person. Chapter 120. The Tool Misu Prophet Jiang Chuan. The carriage moved swiftly, and within a few short minutes, they arrived at the Grand Tea House in Yizhuang. This magnificent structure reminded Jiang Chuan of a particular scene. The Master Ning hosting Tang San for a conversation at a tea house, while simultaneously introducing his prized disciple, Shui Qinghe, to Tang San as a sworn brother. However, that encounter took place in Silva City, while now they stood in Soto City, resolutely stepping into the establishment. He had come here for this very purpose. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to two striking figures. One was the elegantly attired Qianren in resplendent golden robes, and the other was Hulaina, who donned the ceremonial attire of the Spirit Hall. They were seated together in the southeastern corner, delicately holding a teacup adorned with blue and white porcelain, taking gentle sips while simultaneously raising their heads to gaze at the approaching Jiang Chuan, both rising in unison. It was Hulaina who first shattered the tranquility, appearing flustered as she glanced at Jiang Chuan, then shot an incredulous look at Qianren, as if the confusion in her heart was insurmountable. She had heard that a rare guest was to arrive soon, one of the most enigmatic advisors of the Spirit Hall, which piqued her curiosity. In private, she and Qianren were as close as sisters and were well aware of each other's temperaments. Qianren was not one to indulge in idle chatter for amusement, yet what connection could this advisor possibly have with Jiang Chuan? With such a contemplative expression on her face, Qianren suddenly spoke up. "Do you know him?" At that moment, Hulaina wished to express that their acquaintance went beyond mere familiarity. They had clashed fiercely, nearly resulting in a fatal incident, prompting even the ninth elder of the Spirit Hall to intervene anonymously in an attempt to quell the situation. Rinxue, he is the mysterious youth I mentioned earlier, who not only completely suppressed all my soul skills, but rendered my strength futile in his presence, as if I were under a spell. Xiaoyu, she continued. Before Qianren could interject, the three soul skills of Xiaoyu, along with his long blade, were utterly dismantled by him, resembling an invincible war god. "Is this the advisor you spoke of? How was I unaware of this?" Upon hearing Hulaina's urgent words, Qianren turned her head, her pupils narrowing as they focused on Jiang Chuan, seemingly searching for any flaws. Indeed, it appeared that wherever he went, calamity followed, as he had managed to overpower the two outstanding talents of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. The expression she cast towards Hulaina suggested that a shadow had been cast in her heart. "The ninth elder has personally intervened. Your influence is indeed remarkable. On your very first day, encountering members of our Spirit Hall, you fortuitously crossed paths with the ninth elder, a figure shrouded in mystery and renowned as the fastest tidal Douluo in the world. To have evaded her watchful gaze is no small feat, Jiang Chuan. Once again, you have left me in awe." Qianren words were crystal clear as she settled gracefully onto a chair, pouring herself a cup of tea and gesturing invitingly. Jiang Chuan cast a glance at the two women, observing their expressions with a hint of contemplation. It was understandable. As daughters of the Spirit Hall, they were obliged to reveal their true selves while hosting him, rather than relying on Shui Qinghe's identity. Otherwise, it would leave them vulnerable to criticism. The soul beast he intended to hunt was already a concern, and given that the unicorn spirit had been bestowed upon him, it would be futile to absorb it, thus wasting the lifespan of the soul ring. Jiang Chuan sat amicably before Qianren, lifting his teacup to take a few delicate sips, then spoke candidly. "Pray tell, what is it that you seek from me? As for the offerings from the Spirit Hall, I remain quite satisfied." Regardless of what Qianren thought internally, Hulaina, upon witnessing Jiang Chuan's composed demeanor, felt an uncontainable surge of ire. Clenching her fists tightly, she struck the table with a resounding thud, exclaiming, "The offerings of our spirit hall are not to be taken lightly, and neither is Shue's identity." Jiang Chuan raised his hand to halt the conversation, signaling his interlocutor to remain silent. "Since you hold yourselves in such high regard, there is no need to label me with the title of a spirit hall consultant, nor to arrange a meeting in this tea house," he remarked. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he pointed meaningfully at Qianren. "Is your choice of this location perhaps a consideration of this fellow's temperament? Drinking more tea may calm your agitated spirit, allowing you to temper your impatience, which might prevent a swift demise in battle. If memory serves, Hulaina would later enter a place known as the City of Slaughter. Driven by indignation after suffering defeat at the hands of nameless Shrek Academy during the high-level Soul Master competition across the continent, with the instigator being the unassuming Tang San. Once in the City of Slaughter, Hulaina's wrath intensified as she consumed Bloody Marys one after another, her temper worsening as time passed. Strangely enough, she was ultimately saved by Tang San. "Now, Laina, we are here to discuss matters, not to vent our frustrations. Let bygones be bygones. I extend my apologies on behalf of the Spirit Hall to you, Jiang Chuan." Qianren, with a generous spirit, lifted her teacup and slightly bowed to Jiang Chuan, her tone laced with sincerity. The very act of such a noble figure lowering herself stirred a heavy storm within Hulaina's heart. "So, how about an additional 10% for the offerings from the Spirit Hall?" Hulaina was utterly taken aback. Was the Spirit Hall so flush with funds that they felt compelled to lavishly bestow upon this mercenary-minded individual? Indeed, she conceded that Jiang Chuan's prowess in actual combat was astonishing, and at such a young age, he possessed the strength to completely overpower both her and her brother. Xiaoyu. Yet that was the extent of it. Were there not formidable soul masters within the Spirit Hall? There were numerous titled Douluos at their disposal, 9 of whom stood as pillars of strength for the Spirit Hall. Why was there such desperation for a mere Jiang Chuan? The lack of understanding was truly disheartening. One must recognize that the level of offerings being discussed was akin to the benefits afforded to a soul sage within the Spirit Hall. Am I such a miser? Just a 10% increase in offerings? Speak plainly, Jiang Chuan, who would pursue something without gain, given that he has slain spirit beasts, claimed spirit rings, and amassed wealth. Having even bested the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, what more is there to discuss? Chapter 121, Brother Yu's Soul Ring? How intriguing, indeed. Jiang Chuan is indeed exceedingly principled. Does he truly believe he would assist the Spirit Hall without reason? He shares no familial ties with them. Moreover, Qianren and Hulaina have always prioritized the interests of the Spirit Hall and would not exhibit the same unwavering loyalty as Tang San and Ning Rongrong, who wholeheartedly invest their affections in him while discussing camaraderie. He is well aware of the complexities of right and wrong, as well as the intricacies of vested interests. Undoubtedly, the Spirit Hall has devolved into chaos due to the reckless interference of Qian Xuanji, resulting in their disarray and repeated defeats. Yet, it is also evident that Bibi Dong's meddling has contributed significantly to the disintegration of their once great enterprise. Regrettably, they have unwittingly chosen the wrong adversary, one who bears the fortune of the son of destiny, Tang San. It would indeed be a miracle if they were to prevail. What kind of organization would serve Jiang Chuan? Once they have extracted all they can from him, it is certain they would seek to suppress or even eliminate him. Thus, Jiang Chuan's role as an advisor to the Spirit Hall has always been a means to continuously extract their profits while undermining their power. After all, when resources are offered at one's doorstep, it would be illogical to refuse them. If one wishes to gain favor with Jiang Chuan, it is certainly possible. All that is required is to manipulate the tasks assigned within the Spirit Hall. Who would be the wiser? After all, aligning with the Spirit Hall could provide him the opportunity to engage with 2 divine positions, that of the Shura God and the Angel God, allowing him to stir the pot and potentially usurp their roles, perhaps even achieving dual or multiple divine statuses. Observing Jiang Chuan calmly, tending to his tea, Qianren felt a sense of relief. It seemed his composure was indeed remarkable, as he appeared unperturbed by their presence. It is known that an ordinary person, faced with the pursuit of the 9 elders of the Spirit Hall, would likely be seized by terror, yet he remained so unfazed, a rarity in a century. With this thought, Qianren hesitated no longer, slightly inclining her head to convey a perceptive glance to Hulaina. Realizing the implication, Hulaina nodded in acknowledgement, recalling their purpose, and spoke candidly. Our golden generation of the Spirit Hall is preparing to enter the Stardow Forest to hunt for a 10,000-year spirit ring. Yet we lack certain protective measures. Your strength is formidable, Of this there is no doubt. We wish to invite you to accompany us as a guardian. Your sole duty would be to ensure our safety. Should no crises or life-threatening situations arise, you need not intervene. Jiang Chuan was almost amused by the words of the other party. Was he truly serious? The Grand Spirit Hall would not begin its gradual decline for several decades. At this moment, it was at the pinnacle of its power. The number of titled Douluo alone exceeded 5, a quantity Jiang Chuan could scarcely estimate. Would they truly lack followers? There was something amiss. Perceiving Jiang Chuan's disdainful gaze, he noticed the man's lowered brow and downcast eyes, leisurely holding the pre-made teacup in his hand, as if hesitating. A sudden chill filled the air, and calmness descended. Observing this, Qianren cleared her throat. Lina, before Jiang Chuan, you should refrain from further hesitation. Simply state your intentions directly. Otherwise, he will not believe you, nor will he take action. Though their encounters have been brief, Qianren has discerned the true nature of Jiang Chuan. Any slight misstep or ambiguity can incite suspicion within him, leading to a potentially lethal outcome. She is not inclined to witness who Lina fall prey to Jiang Chuan's ruthless hand before she has even emerged from the Stardew forest. It is evident that this individual does not exhibit a propensity for tenderness. When provoked, he might even dare to assault the Spirit Hall. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Qianren is enveloped in a sense of foreboding, as if Jiang Chuan embodies boundless possibilities. Lina, displaying evident impatience, tapped her fingers on the tea table twice in a habitual manner and furrowed her brow. Given your adeptness in hunting soul rings, it is reasonable to deduce that you are an exceptionally efficient and practical master of martial spirits. In simpler terms, we require your assistance in procuring the most suitable 10,000-year soul ring for my brother, the man you previously gravely injured, Xiaoyu. Lina's intent is clear. Within the Spirit Hall, there exists an abundance of formidable individuals. Yet when it comes to acquiring soul rings or understanding the intricacies of spirit combinations, they possess only a superficial grasp. Furthermore, with the myriad of martial spirits available, Xiaoyu's unique and peculiar spirit presents a challenge that even the Ninth Elder finds daunting, leaving them unable to reach a conclusion. In desperation, they have sought Jiang Chuan's insight, hoping for even a fragment of understanding. Jiang Chuan could not suppress a light chuckle. Upon witnessing his smile, Qianren and Lina's expressions darkened, as they were acutely aware of the reason behind his amusement. Having encountered them twice while hunting soul rings, and having taken them from their grasp, it was understandably infuriating. However, with their need for assistance, they were compelled to stifle their frustration. Unfortunately, my time is quite limited. Jiang Chuan shrugged, his enthusiasm waning. Were he in need of his next soul ring, he might consider venturing into the Stardew forest. Yet, this endeavor would merely position him as a subordinate, trailing behind the so-called Xiaoyu to procure a soul ring, regardless of the resources offered. I am aware of your current endeavors at the Soto Great Soul Arena regarding the Soul Fighting Badge. Simply state a rank, and I shall have the President procure it for you, along with the corresponding Soul Fighting Badge. This is but a trivial matter for the Spirit Hall, especially considering your prowess. Entering there would be akin to a mere exercise in domination. Hardly a weighty responsibility, Qianren asserted, stroking her jade-like chin with conviction. The resources the Spirit Hall can provide you are truly finite. Without the leverage of your status as a saintess, we could never offer such a price. Even Qianren felt a pang of regret. The mere appearance of Jiang Chuan had incurred such a hefty cost, along with the wearisome task of negotiation. This left her, a daughter of the Spirit Hall, utterly fatigued. Yet in the vast expanse of the Douluo world, it seemed that apart from Jiang Chuan, there was truly no one who could assist Xiaoyu in discerning the appropriate soul ring to pursue. Rarity begets value, and thus, they resignedly acquiesced to whatever the other party proposed. Upon realizing this, Jiang Chuan understood that Qianren must have assumed he intended to raise the stakes further. With a wry smile, he decided to speak up, stating that he could resolve matters concerning the Soul Duel Badge on his own, sparing the Spirit Hall from intervening. Although he could not accompany them, Jiang Chuan tantalizingly withheld further details, successfully igniting the curiosity of the two women. Chapter 122, Jiang Chuan's Training Results. Everyone defies the odds. However, I previously encountered Xiaoyu and am well aware of the soul ring he ought to pursue next. Therefore, I merely need to inform you of the next steps to achieve our goal, while also securing the resources provided by the Spirit Hall. Is that not so? Jiang Chuan cast a dispassionate glance at the two women, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's remarks, Lina abruptly pressed her brow, deeming him nothing short of scoundrel. In his quest for resources, he had conjured a plethora of flimsy justifications, implying that he would pursue whatever was most convenient for him. Truly remarkable to presume that with such scant evidence he could extract substantial resources from the Spirit Hall. Only Jiang Chuan would dare to undertake such an audacious endeavor across the entire continent. Qian Rinxue, still reeling from Jiang Chuan's earlier words, questioned whether he truly believed that mere encounters with Xie Yu were sufficient to predict the most suitable soul ring for his next hunt. Observing the incredulous expression on Qian Rinxue's face, Jiang Chuan nodded resolutely and, with an air of ennui, explained that Xie Yu's capabilities were hardly exceptional, and the soul beasts he hunted were not particularly formidable. A 10,000-year soul beast? He could choose anyone at whim without concern. To Jiang Chuan, Xie Yu's prowess was merely average, especially when compared to the likes of Dai Mubai and Tang San, rendering him as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Spirit Hall regarded Xie Yu as having the potential of a title Douluo, meticulously nurturing him at every step. Such words, when they reached the ears of the two women, provoked an immediate and visceral reaction, stirring their ire. Qian Rinxue, in particular, was taken aback, her thoughts racing as she silently chastised, is it truly acceptable to speak of others in such a manner behind their backs, especially in front of their own sister? To suggest that Xie Yu is as inconsequential as any random individual plucked from a blacksmith shop on the Douluo Continent is utterly preposterous. Unable to contain herself, Hu Laina rose abruptly, slamming her hand on the table in frustration. Jiang Chuan's persistent provocation had long since ignited her anger, and now to involve Xie Yu, who was a figure of utmost admiration and respect for her, was simply intolerable. My brother was merely careless, and you revel in his momentary lapse? How brazenly arrogant! In that instant, Hu Laina's eyes flashed crimson, a transformation as sudden as it was fierce. Jiang Chuan was bewildered. He was merely speaking the truth, yet he had somehow provoked the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. It was utterly perplexing. A woman with such a temper ought to drink more tea to soothe her nerves. If the soul beast I select does not sufficiently correspond with the martial spirit possessed by Xie Yu, then it is inevitable that there will be a sense of rejection. Is it not? At that juncture, if you still choose not to believe me, it would be entirely understandable. Do you grasp my meaning? Jiang Chuan did not harbor any hope for their understanding, for, after all, the gap between different professions is as vast as the mountains. These individuals were solely versed in the cultivation of martial souls, utterly oblivious to the delicate interplay between martial souls and soul rings. In simpler terms, within this domain, they were akin to fools. Were it not for the promise of 1,000 gold soul coins and the elusive 8-cornered icy grass, would he truly squander his breath here? Did they genuinely believe he was idling away his time? Indeed, Qian Rinxue suddenly grasped the situation, her eyes reflecting contemplation. She lightly blinked, then decisively stated, "Very well, I shall heed your guidance." At this juncture, none were hesitant. He forcefully suppressed Hu Laina's inclination to prioritize the greater good and calmly resumed his seat, continuing to comply with Jiang Chuan's directives. That was more like it. What a splendid display of fervor. Jiang Chuan leisurely sipped the oolong tea he had earned, the fragrant taste lingering on his palate, as a sudden idea surged within him. A playful smirk graced his lips as he suggested, "Let us select the ancient armored tortoise beast." This was not intended to harm Xie Yu. Should he manage to absorb the ancient armored tortoise beast, Xie Yu's power would ascend dramatically, whether it be the brilliance of blade or soul skills, or even the essence of his very being. A substantial enhancement would ensue, an undeniable boon for the martial soul hall. But could Jiang Chuan truly be so benevolent as to serve the martial soul hall? He was not so easily swayed. Once Xie Yu absorbed the armored tortoise beast, his offensive capabilities would undoubtedly receive a significant boost. However, at that moment, he would face a critical flaw, the necessity of charging his attacks. Such a deficiency would prove fatal for Xie Yu, as his sole means of attack would hinge upon this. If his adversaries learned of his need to charge, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Even those with lesser soul power could turn the tide against him. Jiang Chuan remained astute, recognizing that should he find himself in a precarious situation in the future, he could leverage this knowledge to restrain Xie Yu. Thus, he would not only keep the other party in check, but also acquire valuable resources. What a splendid arrangement. The ancient armored tortoise beast? Hu Laina murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Very well, it is settled. If upon our return from the Stardow Forest, we ascertain that Xie Yu can indeed absorb such a cycle, we shall then provide you with the corresponding reward. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue stood and offered Jiang Chuan a gentle smile. Their negotiations had reached a conclusion. Both parties were merchants, utilizing one another. Though there lingered a sense of admiration and faith in their hearts, this was not the moment for such sentiments. The two departed with laughter and handshakes. Yet as they left, Hulaina cast a threatening glance, as if to say, "Next time, you shall be prepared." Jiang Chuan let out a wry smile, feeling a sense of ennui as he paused at the tea house. He delicately grasped the teapot and tilted his head back to quench his thirst with a few sips. Upon stepping outside, he realized it was already evening. With a long sigh, he mused that the competition among those little monsters must be drawing to a close. Though he remained curious about the progress of their duo tactics. After my rigorous training, they should not suffer a humiliating defeat, should they? In reality, the situation exceeded Jiang Chuan's expectations. The Shrek 7 had undergone trials akin to Hellfire, seamlessly navigating diverse adversaries in the Soto Great Soul arena. Their practical experience surged impressively, leaving both Flinder and Zhao Wujin profoundly astonished. They exchanged glances, wide-eyed and speechless. This was indeed audacious. Such a strategy made Flinder question whether the criteria for obtaining the Silver Soul badge and graduating was perhaps too lenient, hinting at a subtle disdain for these little monsters. Chapter 123. The Shrek students who dazzle all Brother Chuan stated that my greatest shortcoming in battle is my recklessness. I should never strike without accurately locating my target. Ma Hongjun declared solemnly from the 8th arena. Suddenly, he sees an opportunity against an opponent who is also a 25th level soul master with an ultimate beast spirit and the ability to fly. The opponent's wings flared wide, unleashing a torrent of icy brilliance that cascaded down upon Ma Hongjun. The latter smirked slightly, his fists clenched into arcs, and proclaimed, "First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline." The ice under the searing blaze dissipated like steam. It is worth noting that the hefty individual possessed an ultimate beast martial soul with the capacity to unleash extreme flames, making it exceedingly simple to vanquish these impure bloodline martial souls. After all, the overwhelming power directly dictated the outcome of the battle. What was there to hesitate about? Splendid, Zhao Wujin exclaimed, his excitement propelling him to leap up, gazing at Flinder with fervor. "Flinder, did you see that? Your disciple has surpassed a level to defeat his opponent." Flinder nodded appreciatively, not contesting Zhao Wujin's words, but sincerely praising. This is a testament to Jiang Chuan's guidance, which helped Ma Hongjun harness his pride and suppress the malevolent flames within him, rather than recklessly unleashing them. This not only greatly benefits Ma Hongjun's martial soul, but also minimizes the likelihood of similar malevolent flare-ups in the future. Indeed, trusting Yu Xiaogang's recommendation has consistently proven to be the wisest decision for our Golden Iron Triangle. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun could indeed restrain his inner fire and strike precisely at his adversaries without succumbing to external pressures, Zhao Wujia was overwhelmed with excitement, grabbing a teacup from the table and downing its contents in one swift motion. Both men held immense admiration for Jiang Chuan. They were astonished that what had previously seemed insurmountable was resolved after merely 2 or 3 months of training. It was nothing short of remarkable, and they hoped Jiang Chuan would continue to serve as a mentor at Shrek Academy. With his guidance, these young prodigies were bound to showcase even greater potential. Old Ghost Flander, I believe that under Jiang Chuan's tutelage, this group of young monsters possesses extraordinary potential. It's quite possible that one of them may even emerge as a soul Douluo, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. His words were not without merit, and he sighed in awe. Zhao Wujia, your vision is rather limited. I foresee that among them, there is a strong likelihood of several becoming titled Douluos, Flander retorted, noting the naivety in Zhao Wujia's expression, akin to someone who had never witnessed the world's wonders. This is all thanks to Jiang Chuan, Zhao Wujia, ever the eager supporter, chimed in. Indeed, it is all Jiang Chuan's credit. The arena matches continued, and the astonishment brought forth by Tang San and his companions was overwhelming for Zhao Wujia and Flander. They had only just joined Shrek Academy. Yet in a mere 3 months, they had undergone a complete transformation. They felt like entirely different individuals compared to before. "Ah, Dai Mubai, you possess a soul power of level 31, while I hold level 32, specifically designed to counter your sensitive attack type. Sooner or later, I will wear you down. How do you intend to defeat me?" Before them stood a captivating woman with alluring curves, delicately holding an orchid, seductively approaching Dai Mubai. Her gaze laced with playful provocation as she playfully brushed against him. Yet, Dai Mubai found himself utterly helpless, as though he were striking a mosquito with a mighty fist, completely ineffective, which left him feeling utterly frustrated. How infuriating! I struck my white tiger shockwave with precision. Yet why could she evade it? Dai Mubai fumed, slamming his fist into the arena floor, creating a significant dent that somewhat alleviated his lingering disappointment. Boss, don't be foolish. Have you forgotten what Master Jiang Chuan pointed out as your flaw? You are easily angered and agitated. You must devise a strategy to overcome this. Although she counters you as a soul master, how can a mere ordinary beast martial spirit compare to your evil white tiger? Ma Ongjun exclaimed, leaning over the arena's edge, frustrated by his friend's lack of resolve. Silence. No distractions allowed during the battle. The referee, with flowing black hair, raised a hand to intervene, urging Ma Hongjun to step back. My flaw. Indeed, I was born into the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, inheriting the continent's most elite martial spirit. The evil white tiger with the purest bloodline. How could I possibly be defeated by one with an ordinary martial spirit? You, chubby one, dare to claim that my martial soul is worthless. Such a declaration is tantamount to courting death. With a frown etched upon her brow, the woman, engaged in the arena with Dai Mubai, cast a lingering glance at Ma Hongjun, imprinting the sight in her memory. Though Jiang Chuan had pointed out several flaws in Ma Hongjun, there remained one aspect immutable. His incessant chatter had garnered him numerous adversaries. All right, White Tiger, embody. Upon uttering this command, Dai Mubai's muscles swelled as if inflated, his attire bursting at the seams. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward, gliding across the ground in a tempestuous manner, sealing off all avenues for the woman before him. I had thought this rotund fellow had imparted some secret to victory, but it appears to be nothing more than a haphazard display of random strikes. How tedious! Allow me to unleash my third soul skill and put an end to you. As her voice resonated with unexpected clarity, a magnificent purple soul ring emerged from her waist, shimmering brilliantly like a radiant amethyst. An unceasing wave of energy surged forth, transforming her right hand into a colossal crocodilian claw. Her third soul skill, Crocodile Devastation. With a graceful arch of her form, she darted towards Dai Mubai, her eyes glimmering with intent. Yet, Dai Mubai remained steadfast, invoking his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, alongside his first, White Tiger's Protective Barrier. A resplendent light enveloped him, forming an impenetrable shield that seemed to defy the very air itself, indicating his resolve to withstand the woman's onslaught. Fool! Do you truly believe you can withstand my third soul skill? Even a relentless barrage of strikes, 10 or 20, will suffice to shatter your shield. The woman proclaimed with unwavering confidence. As she completed her declaration, her violet radiance struck Dai Mubai's barrier, and suddenly, she felt her left hand ensnared, as if by an unseen force. Chapter 124. Nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days, employing them for a moment. The woman's expression shifted dramatically, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Blinking in disbelief, she beheld her left hand, which had been seized by Dai Mubai's formidable claws, tearing through her shield with a vice-like grip, rendering her unable to escape. What is this? Are you playing tricks? It appears you have yet to grasp the identity of your adversary. We have been trained by a formidable ruler of the underworld, whose theories and practical skills have profoundly transformed us. You are destined to lose, declared Dai Mubai, his voice chillingly resonant. When he lifted his gaze once more, the woman was astonished to find his eyes filled with an ancient, enduring coldness. This aura of frost and lethal intent was capable of obliterating all in its path, igniting infernos. Indeed, from the very outset, this was not a battle between equals. The advantage has never belonged to him, but rather to the Dai Mubai who has yet to awaken his true potential. Teacher Jiang Chuan's intentions were abundantly clear. I have always lacked an understanding of tactics. Thus I resorted to cunning and subterfuge to assess how a third party might navigate such a predicament. Deceit is an essential tool of war. Dai Mubai spoke with unvarnished honesty, as if revealing an undeniable truth. As he activated his soul rings to defend against the onslaught, the 32nd level Agile attack Spirit Master before him would incessantly assail him. Dai Mubai merely needed to fabricate the illusion of defense and then strike decisively, ensuring that this Agile Soul Master would have no chance of survival. You dare employ the cunning techniques of a control-type Soul Master against me? Such a strategy left the woman momentarily stunned, and she faintly overheard the mention of being trained by a ruler of the underworld. Who could this figure be, and why had she never heard such a name before? Yet, to produce disciples of such caliber certainly indicated a master of extraordinary expertise. The thought sent chills down her spine, instilling a profound sense of shock within her very core. With a thunderous sound, it felt as though a hammer had brutally pierced her abdomen. The piercing, icy sensation dulled her pain, replaced by a suffocating void that rendered her consciousness blank, leading her to lose awareness entirely. Excellent, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, thumping his thigh in excitement. Flinder was utterly astounded. What sort of training could enable Dai Mubai, a powerful attack-type spirit master, to prevail against an agile spirit master? This was truly astonishing. In that moment, he felt compelled to voice his admiration for Jiang Chuan, who consistently accomplished the remarkable and extraordinary. Yet, this was even more fitting for his tastes, as Shrek Academy is a sanctuary for nurturing monsters. If you were a normal person, why would we even accept you? Dai Mubai had indeed triumphed over an agile spirit master. Flinder chuckled, deciding that nothing more needed to be said. Tonight's celebration would be on Zhao Wujie's shoulders. Zhao Wujie shot a disdainful glance at Flinder, as if to suggest that even Flinder's notoriously greedy nature had softened, much to his delight. Splendid, simply splendid. The golden and heavy door creaked open, pushed by a rough hand, revealing a bearded man who entered with a weathered black leather notebook clutched tightly, as if it contained profound secrets. Xiaogang. Upon seeing Yu Xiaogang, Flinder was overjoyed. This individual had once been the strategist of the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle, and now he stood as the esteemed leader of Shrek Academy, the embodiment of wisdom, a true gem. Had it not been for his recommendation of Jiang Chuan, his disciples would have never shattered their respective barriers. Dai Mubai and Tang San would not have achieved such remarkable results without delving into other matters. Today alone, they had amassed a staggering 40 gold soul coins. Not only could they enjoy a lavish feast in Soto City, but it would suffice to treat all the students and faculty of Shrek for an entire day. I just witnessed it. Yu Xiaogang hesitated momentarily before murmuring, his voice heavy with gravity. I can see that had I been the one to instruct the Shrek 7 monsters, I doubt I could have matched half of Jiang Chuan's astounding accomplishments. He is, without a doubt, a creator of miracles. Moreover, I propose that after the completion of the second phase of training, the responsibilities for the third and fourth phases, as well as all future training, be entrusted to Jiang Chuan. Does anyone have any objections? Zhao Wujie was the first to shake his head, expressing his agreement. After all, witnessing the remarkable talents of these young prodigies left him feeling somewhat at a loss for guidance, fearing that any misstep could tarnish their potential, a burden he dared not shoulder. It is essential to recognize that in terms of background, strength, and potential, as well as martial souls and soul rings, this group of young prodigies had already ascended to the pinnacle of the soul master realm. Should they be allowed to falter, the consequences would be dire. Not to mention the other prominent families. Even a titled Douluo of over 90 levels could easily crush him with a single hammer blow, reducing him to mere pulp. As for Jiang Chuan's teaching, have I ever voiced dissent? Flinder stated, Xiaogang, this matter should be resolved between you and Jiang Chuan directly. Your decision is my decision. From now on, the authority of Shrek will rest in your hands. Flinder, believing himself to be quite significant, affectionately patted Yu Xiaogang on the shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, you no longer oppose this? Yu Xiaogang countered, aware that previously, when I chose Jiang Chuan, you were quite vocal, expressing doubts about his capabilities. What has prompted this sudden and complete reversal? Strength is indeed paramount. Jiang Chuan has imparted his teachings so effectively that I doubt I could achieve such results myself. It is no simple task to tailor approaches for each individual. Since he possesses such remarkable abilities, he ought to continue his endeavors. Flinder wholeheartedly agreed. The three of them nodded in unison, observing as the small monsters on the arena completed their challenges. Only Zhu Xing faced a singular misstep, while the others emerged victorious in all their encounters, amassing a substantial fortune in gold soul coins, leaving the group in high spirits. Previously, during our training under teacher Jiang Chuan, I harbored a degree of disdain. But now it is clear that my perspective was rather shallow, nurturing warriors over 1,000 days only to employ them in a moment of need. Ma Hongjun gleefully waved his fists in the air, his face aglow with pride, boasting, "You all missed it earlier. I turned that guy into a pig's head." He dared to provoke me, unaware that after relentless training under teacher Jiang Chuan, we have become adept at enduring any challenge. The frost he spoke of felt merely like a tickle to me. Chapter 125, Inexplicable Flattery. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, the group erupted in laughter. What? You dare to hold teacher Jiang Chuan in contempt, fatty? Haven't you suffered enough already? Dai Mubai scoffed, wearing a smile of relief. You really ought to amend that big mouth of yours. Haven't you learned from your past misfortunes? At this, Ma Hongjun shivered, recalling how Jiang Chuan single-handedly severed the phoenix evil fire from his grasp without a moment's hesitation, as if a divine being had descended. The shadow cast by that encounter lingered deeply within him, indelible and terrifying, particularly the piercing gaze of Jiang Chuan, which seemed capable of extinguishing life itself. The thought sent another chill down his spine. Let us cease the discussion here. If teacher Jiang Chuan hears this, Fatty is sure to face dire consequences, likely upping his training regimen by 50% or more. For the sake of his safety, we should remain discreet. Oscar chimed in, stifling his laughter. Ma Ongjun stood frozen, momentarily dazed, entirely forgetting the victorious scenes from earlier battles, as the rigorous training continued, irrespective of the weather's temperament. Meanwhile, the small monsters emerged as Flinder strolled out with an air of calmness, though internally he was tumultuous upon seeing Tang San and the others. This indeed is the future of the Douluo Continent. If this group of monsters can be cultivated, it will be an honor not to be overlooked, both for the world of soul masters and for the Douluo Continent itself. All pride is owed to Jiang Chuan. Fortunately, he chose to trust Yu Xiaogang, or else a true genius would have been missed, and Tang San and the others would not have undergone such transformation. Flinder, the esteemed dean, Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with delight as he slightly nodded. Following closely behind him was a throng of individuals, the Shrek's 7 monsters, gathered around Tang San and his companions. Flinder could not suppress a broad smile, exclaiming, "You have all performed exceptionally well, little monsters. Just now, as I watched alongside Zhao Wuji on stage, I could only describe your display with the word astonishing. Today, we have earned a remarkable sum of gold soul coins." At this juncture, Oscar, filled with excitement, clenched his fists tightly, slightly bowing and exhibiting an exuberant demeanor. Ma Hongjun, shedding his previous gloom, expressed his joy unabashedly. "Dean, please do take us out for a meal. I'm absolutely famished." His tone bore a hint of playful reproach, as he spoke with a weary yet light-hearted tone. In truth, the greatest victor of this encounter was teacher Jiang Chuan. Without her gentle guidance, it would have been exceedingly challenging for us to secure this battle, not to mention that we might have faced a complete defeat, rendering our very survival a distant hope. Surely, you all understand this fundamental truth, do you not? Regardless of how the other 6 from Shrek perceived the situation, Dai Mubai recognized the perilous path they had traversed to achieve victory. Without Jiang Chuan, the outcome would undoubtedly have been a loss. They had successfully shattered his record of 100 defeats in the Iron Fighting Soul badge. What a relief it was to finally breathe freely. Suddenly, Tang San, who had been silent until now, spoke up, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "In truth, Brother Chuan has imparted to us far more than mere combat prowess. Beyond practical strength, there exists something far more invaluable. Our senses." "Senses?" Ning Rongrong questioned, taken aback. Jiang Chuan has truly become increasingly exceptional, evoking a sense of inferiority in her peers. How could one possibly pursue her? There seems to be no opportunity at all. Indeed, Tang San spoke with unwavering conviction, much like the formidable Dai, as he distinguished himself among the agility-focused spirit masters. His triumph was not a result of brute force or cleverness, but rather a moment of clarity in a critical situation, where he suddenly grasped the teachings imparted by teacher Jiang Chuan and deftly exploited the vulnerabilities of the agility-based spirit masters. Without a doubt, the meticulous Tang San's words resonated profoundly, awakening everyone to the realization that the best counter to agility-focused spirit masters is none other than control-type spirit masters. As Zhu Zhuqing astutely remarked, control-type spirit masters thrive on adaptability through consistency. In a pivotal moment, I suddenly comprehended that teacher Jiang Chuan is a mentor I deeply respect. Without him, victory in battle would have been an arduous task. Dai Mubai, facing the fading sunlight, resolutely declared, "If I truly undergo a metamorphosis here and return to my family, I shall repay teacher Jiang Chuan handsomely." His tone was resolute, and no one doubted his sincerity. The assembly was acutely aware that Dai Mubai harbored a shadow in his heart, though the nature of it remained a mystery. His pain stemmed from an elder brother destined to become a prince. Once he seized power, it was inevitable that he would send someone to eliminate Dai Mubai. At that juncture, Dai Mubai's training was not merely a quest for the throne, but a means of self-preservation. However, circumstances had shifted. With the practical experience and profound knowledge imparted by teacher Jiang Chuan, he felt as though he had been granted a second chance at life. Perhaps in a low, contemplative tone, Dai Mubai mused, "It is indeed possible for me to surpass my brother." Currently, the prevailing sentiment among the Shrek crew was one of anticipation and boundless aspiration for the future, igniting a fervent spark of hope within them. This not only shattered their internal barriers, but also laid a robust foundation for what lay ahead. Perhaps, under Jiang Chuan's guidance, They could transcend the long-standing restrictions of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the crystal-clear tower in her hands, radiating a blue luminescence. In an unexpectedly whimsical tone, she remarked, "I can sense that under continuous refinement, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is gradually undergoing some changes. Although it may not yet be applicable in battle, its quality is subtly evolving." Just as the crowd buzzed with anticipation, a figure suddenly emerged, expanding within their line of sight. Jiang Chuan, with a beaming smile. "I heard that Dean Flender is treating us to a meal today. How could I possibly miss out on such an occasion? I intend to eat you out of house and home," Jiang Chuan quipped. Unbeknownst to him that in the hearts of the Shrek Seven, he shone as brightly as the peak of a mountain. He shot a curious glance at them and urged, "What are you waiting for? Let us go." A sudden chill enveloped the atmosphere, and the group fell silent until Flender broke the tension. "All right, today we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Jiang Chuan, I must toast to you with a few mugs of beer later." Jiang Chuan found himself bewildered by Flander's unexpected request for him to toast with ale, leaving him perplexed as to what he might have done to warrant such a gesture. In Chapter 126, has the fat man met with misfortune? Enveloped in Flander's warm embrace, Jiang Chuan was whisked away towards the dining hall, bewilderment etched upon his face. He relished the meal, yet the peculiar behavior of his companions for Shrek, who lavished him with dishes and flattery, left him in a state of confusion, utterly unaware of the underlying motives. As the group indulged in their feast, Jiang Chuan, patting his satisfied belly, was discreetly drawn aside by Yu Xiaogang. The earnest gaze directed at him stirred an unsettling feeling within. "Jiang Chuan, to which sect do you belong? This personal secret is not something I should divulge, but what I wish to convey is that I bear no ill intentions. However, there lies an important question. If you were to design the third phase of training for Shrek Academy, how would you proceed?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan experienced an epiphany, finally grasping why both Flander and Zhao Wujuan had been so effusive in their praise of the table. Initially sensing something amiss, he now realized that they were awaiting his insights to continue training the students of Shrek. "Isn't the second phase currently underway? Let us discuss this after it concludes." Jiang Chuan deflected, yet upon noticing Yu Xiaojing's slight worry, he added, "My suggestion is to take a few days to rest after the second phase wraps up, and then continue simultaneously with the first phase. For Soul Masters, combat is life. There can be no pause. Comparatively, as they approach graduation from Shrek Academy, it's crucial that each member fulfills their respective roles in training." Yu Xiaogang nodded gravely at Jiang Chuan's words, neither affirming nor dissenting, recognizing the wisdom in his decision. Such foresight is essential in ensuring the students possess the resilience and adaptability to face the abrupt challenges of a third phase, making it an excellent suggestion. "Indeed, Jiang Chuan, your conclusions are astute." At that moment, Yu Xiaogang gazed deeply into Jiang Chuan's eyes, acknowledging the honor of having encountered such talent. A youth like this surely harbors the potential to establish his own sect. He is undoubtedly not inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. His future is boundless, and Yu Xiaogang found himself filled with anticipation. However, he unwittingly overlooked one crucial point. Jiang Chuan is of the same age as Tang San and the others, yet in his subconscious, he had already begun to regard Jiang Chuan as his equal. No, as a senior. Even if I don't voice it, your conclusions regarding the third phase of training will ultimately align with this. Jiang Chuan shrugged nonchalantly, leaving Yu Xiaogang in a state of amusement. This statement seemed somewhat dissonant. Could it be that Jiang Chuan possesses a prescient insight? Soon, the meal concluded with everyone enjoying themselves, and to everyone's surprise, Ma Hongjun refrained from suggesting seeking out women to relieve his desires, which brought further comfort to Flander. It is well known that fulfilling one's desires is an easy endeavor. Yet exercising restraint is the true challenge, a lesson well imparted by Jiang Chuan. In the following days, the Shrek 7 monsters rested at the hotel, rising early to train at the Soto Great Spirit Arena, engaging in intense battles. With Jiang Chuan's guidance, their combat prowess saw a significant enhancement, enabling them to confront foes 2 levels above their own. This progress reassured Flander, allowing him to entrust the Shrek 7 monsters to Jiang Chuan's capable hands. As night fell, exhaustion set in. "Oh dear, I'm utterly worn out, Dai Ge. When we team up for the pair competitions, could you possibly slow down a bit? I can hardly keep up," Oscar lamented, collapsing onto the bed with a look of despair. "Little Ao, this predicament is unavoidable. You know speed has always been my shortcoming, and if I do not rectify it now, it could lead to mistakes later on. Thus, you must endure a bit more for now. However, Should I increase my speed in the future, I will inform you in advance to prepare a mushroom sausage, so that we may coordinate better after you've had your fill. Dai Mubai replied. After days of rigorous training, not only had Dai Mubai dramatically improved his speed, but his temperament also transformed. He was no longer impulsive. In fact, he exuded an air of calmness and composure. This change was sparked by a profound insight from Jiang Chuan. The dragon hides amidst the clouds. The wind flows from the tiger, remains still, yet ready to strike with lethal precision. This revelation awakened the noble bloodline within Dai Mubai. Sighing, Oscar chose not to continue the conversation, as fatigue threatened to close his eyes. Where has the gone? He wondered aloud as the wooden door creaked open, revealing a weary Tang San. After months of trials, he appeared considerably more mature, standing at around 1.7 meters, resembling an adult. I wonder, given the circumstances, his battles have likely been quicker than mine, achieving 10 victories in a row. Considering the time, he should have returned by now, yet he is still absent. Dai Mubai mused, stroking his chin while gazing at Ma Hongjuan's empty bed. Oscar buried his head in the pillow, weakly chiming in, he must have gone to find women. That seems unlikely, Dai Mubai countered. Teacher Jiang Chuan has imposed a ban, urging him to exercise caution. Furthermore, after 10 grueling battles in a day, even I feel utterly drained. How could he possibly have the energy for such pursuits? Although Tang San was not particularly fond of Ma Hongjuan's demeanor, he chose to remain silent, considering that they were all members of the Shrek's 7 devils, individuals to whom he would entrust his back in the future. Indeed, Dai Mubai's eyes reflected deep contemplation. His dual pupils fluttered back and forth until, with a decisive motion, he struck his right fist against his left palm and proclaimed, "This is bad. The fatty must be in trouble. Leader Dai, you are being overly anxious. What trouble could the fatty possibly be in? He possesses a supreme beast martial soul. It is others who might find themselves in a predicament," Oscar remarked dismissively. In response to Oscar's skepticism, Dai Mubai pressed his forehead and, with a resolute tone, replied, "You know well that the fatty has a tendency to blabber. If he stirs up trouble, it won't take long before he brings back a dozen teams of soul masters." Upon hearing this, both Oscar and Tang San were instantly alert, their drowsiness vanishing in an instant. Just as Dai Mubai had predicted, it was highly likely that the fatty had indeed encountered some trouble. At that moment, the wooden door was forcefully flung open, and Ma Hongjun stumbled in, his body covered in bruises, blood trickling from his mouth as he lamented, "Oh, it hurts terribly." Chapter 127. The Bridge-Cutting Fatty. Fatty? Oscar exclaimed in shock, rushing to extract a sausage from his sleeve and thrusting it into Ma Hongjuan's mouth, while asking with concern, "Fatty, what on earth happened to you? How did it get this bad? Did you get into a fight over a woman?" Oscar's abrupt inquiry only served to infuriate Ma Hongjun further, causing him to turn away in frustration. Observing Ma Hongjuan's evident exhaustion, Dai Mubai lost all inclination to tease him. He wrapped his powerful arms around the fatty's corpulent frame and asked gently, "Fatty, try to catch your breath. What exactly transpired?" "Well," Ma Hongjun gasped, struggling to regain his composure. After a few deep breaths, he hesitantly replied, "Leader Dai, do you not recall my 10 consecutive victories?" As he uttered these words, Dai Mubai inadvertently slapped his forehead. At such a juncture, he still sought to boast about his own achievements. Tang San and Oscar exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of exasperation. How could he still be concerned with such trivial matters at this moment? Realizing that the three of them had misinterpreted his words, Ma Hongjun hastily clarified, "It was precisely because of my 10 victories that I inadvertently offended some individuals. Upon exiting the Soto Great Soul Arena, I was suddenly confronted by a rather unsavory man." He paused to catch his breath before continuing, "Not only that, but he struck me with great ferocity, leaving me in this state. If it weren't for my supreme beast martial soul and the suppression of the Phoenix Fire line, I fear I would have already been killed." The tone and demeanor of the other party did not suggest deceit. Moreover, the sight of their disheveled appearance immediately startled Tang San and the others. They exchanged alarmed glances, perceiving the look of horror etched on the other's face. It was not difficult to surmise that once one's brilliance becomes apparent, it would inevitably attract the attention of envious foes, leading to potential adversities. It seemed that Ma Hongjun had indeed suffered an unjust beating. What? Although Dai Mubai often expressed disdain for Ma Hongjuan's demeanor, there was no denying that the plump fellow was cold in appearance yet warm-hearted, a person of considerable trustworthiness. Furthermore, having achieved 10 consecutive victories in the Grand Soul Arena through his own prowess, it was inconceivable that he would let this betrayal slide. As the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, if he could not resolve such matters, then perhaps he was unfit to lead at all. Fatty, let us go. Indeed, Fatty, where exactly did you suffer this beating? Take us there. Who dares to bully the head of our Shrek 7 monsters? Oscar, standing nearby, raised his hand in support of Dai Mubai. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, he shared the deepest bond with Ma Hongjun, thus feeling compelled to step forward. Witnessing the two, filled with righteous indignation and vowing to avenge him, moved Ma Hongjun to tears, leaving him a loss for words, scratching his head, unsure of how to begin explaining. Oscar, with a nasal tone, interjected, "What's this, Fatty? Are you not pleased that Dai and I are willing to help you deal with that guy? Why this hesitant demeanor? Could it be that a female soul master was the one who attacked you, reluctant to strike back?" "Oh no," Ma Hongjun stammered, clutching his swollen face and laboriously crawling onto the bed, gasping for breath. It seemed he did not know where to start. Tang San teased him before speaking. "All right, Fatty, I'll ask, you answer." Ma Hongjun appeared relieved, confirming Tang San's suspicions. Yes, exactly. It's such a pleasure to communicate with someone as astute as Third Brother. It's efficient and straightforward, allowing my thoughts to be easily discerned. Fatty, you're rather tearing down the bridge behind you, implying that Dai and I are fools? Oscar, displaying childlike playfulness, lunged towards Ma Hongjun's forehead, entangling with him. In response, Tang San maintained an impassive expression. Fatty, your ultimate beast martial soul can counter a soul master. It likely involves agile attack type or control type soul masters. From the injuries you bear, it is evident that you have suffered assault from multiple angles, suggesting a control type soul master with considerable power, akin to the grasp of an eagle. Indeed, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, pushing Oscar away with urgency, addressing Tang San with a fierce tone. You have no idea how repugnant that guy was. He suddenly summoned a pair of pitch-black giant hands, smeared with a sticky substance. I was nearly sickened to death, even before the beating. Moreover, that fellow possesses an exceedingly affable appearance, with an unmistakably lewd expression, revealing large buck teeth and donning a black hat. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's incessant chatter, a spark of recognition flickered in Tang San's mind, as if conjuring the image of a familiar figure. However, having not encountered him personally yet, he could not ascertain whether his thoughts were indeed about that individual. "Ah," Oscar exclaimed, retriting cautiously, pinching his nose and distancing himself from Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai's lips twitched slightly, feeling as though his worldview had been irreversibly altered. He could not help but comment, "Fatty, what kind of individual have you come across? From your description, I would assume it to be a monster emerging from a foul sewer. Did you experience an ambush at the entrance of the Soul Arena in Soto City?" "Indeed, Brother San. However, I wonder if we would still be able to locate him if we went there now." Tang San pondered momentarily, questioning whether the individual would be waiting in place for them to confront him, which seemed rather unrealistic. "Brother San, this guy is exceedingly sneaky. I've had my eye on him for quite some time. His name seems to be something like Bulu. He lurks around the Soto City Soul Arena, leering at the female soul masters with ill intentions. There are even rumors circulating that this Bulu is waiting outside the arena to prey upon unsuspecting women. If they consent, they would be released the following day, but if they refuse, he resorts to coercive tactics. Such a despicable character has emerged." Dai Mubai's fury was palpable as he smashed his fist into the nearby wooden table, his brows furrowing tightly in evident agitation. To him, it was unacceptable. While he had indulged in some romantic escapades in the past, they were always consensual, and he would bestow some form of financial compensation afterward. He would never resort to such oppressive methods of coercion, which he deemed a breach of his moral boundaries. A true scoundrel. In other words, even if Ma Hongjun had not been so brutally assaulted today, Dai Mubai would have undoubtedly sought retribution against that individual, even if it meant lying in wait until he could deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 128. The Bulu? Are you referring to Bulu? Tang San's lips curled slightly in confirmation. It must be him. I never imagined this fellow would ultimately arrive in Soto City. I still remember the scene vividly. I call Bulu a 39th level, 3-ring control system soul master. Today, I intend to escort this young lady to a hotel. Care to challenge that? Then strike me first, you bunch of little rascals. This phrase still reverberates in Tang San's ears, profoundly illustrating the undeniable significance of strength in the Douluo Continent, where might reigns supreme. Fortunately, with Jiang Chuan stepping in, a mere punch and kick sent Bulu fleeing in disarray, nearly leading to his demise on the spot. Witnessing Tang San's deep emotions sparked a sense of curiosity among Dai Mubai and the others. Why did it appear as if he recognized the opponent? The latter, sensing their scrutiny, candidly explained that Bulu had originally roamed alongside his team in Notting City, but one fateful night, he had abducted a female student from their academy. In their helplessness, their spirit power was no match for him. Thankfully, Brother Chuan intervened and thoroughly defeated him. At this juncture, Tang San suddenly recalled an important detail. He fixed his gaze on Ma Hongjun with a serious expression. Doesn't Beluo lack an arm? Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately perked up and hurriedly affirmed, yes. What about it? He pondered which arm it could be, suspecting that Ma Hongjun too had his own conjectures. After all, teacher Jiang Chuan was not one to suffer losses. If Beluo was indeed his enemy, losing an arm would be a mere trifle. Tang San, meeting the gazes of the three, nodded subtly, neither confirming nor denying the speculation. This incited great excitement in Dai Mubai, who clenched his fists tightly. As expected of teacher Jiang Chuan, his actions are so gratifying. This wicked fellow deserves to be punished and must not be let go. Oscar, enraged, stamped his foot in frustration, lamenting how Beluo had grown even more arrogant after losing an arm, brazenly flaunting his power in the Soto City Soul Arena. It's unbearable. Why don't we take over from teacher Jiang Chuan and deal with him ourselves? At this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Dai Mubai inquired, little AO, are you suggesting we render him incapable of being a man? Why not? All right, let us go for it. Ma Hongjun declared, his spirit surging as he swung his right fist fiercely. Then let us ascertain whether Beluo is still lingering outside the Soto City Soul Arena. Remember, even before the battle commences, we must adhere to my commands in executing our tactics. This is essential to ensure we remain unscathed, especially since this Beluo is a soul master of over 30 levels, and only Dai Mubai can barely contend with him. We must exercise caution to avoid any missteps, lest we tarnish the reputation of Shrek Academy. Tang San stated solemnly, leading the trio through the door, where they were greeted by the radiant smile of Xiao Wu, followed closely by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu spoke first. The fatty just returned, and I caught sight of him right away. I'm not sure what transpired, but regardless of the circumstances, the Shrek 7 should not be absent. If you're seeking revenge, take us along. Our chances will be much greater. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing leaned gracefully against the pillar behind her, her voice cool and composed. Should we call for Jiang Chuan? I believe it is best not to disturb Brother Chuan's slumber. With a few of us, we can certainly handle it. However, should we encounter an unruly team, it would indeed require teacher Jiang Chuan to step in. Tang San said softly, I have heard that the companions of Beluo have all gone off to enjoy themselves in various places, leaving him to wander alone in the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Ma Hongjun interjected, providing clarification to the others. Very well, if that is the case. Let us set off, Ning Rongrong said, uncertain of the situation but encouraged by the confidence that the Shrek 7 monsters could resolve the matter. She felt the need to prove her own strength, worthy of Jiang Chuan's regard, lest she find it exceedingly difficult to pursue him. Regardless, Jiang Chuan must return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School soon. Meanwhile, outside the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, a rather unsavory scene unfolded. A man with yellowed teeth and a leering expression, rubbing his hands together, inched closer to the woman responsible for the registration of spirit masters at the arena. He licked his lips suggestively and leered, such a rare find. I struck gold today. Just imagine the beauty of a night spent in pleasure. He. You, the woman, her heels clicking nervously against the ground, stumbled as she hurriedly made her way to the other end of the bridge. She was uncertain of what had just transpired, only aware that since finishing her shift at the arena, she felt someone trailing closely behind her. Glancing back occasionally, she caught sight of Beluo's grotesque face, which filled her with disgust. Quickening her pace, she realized that he was still following her. Panic surged within her as she began to run, fearing that this Beluo intended to make an advance. She was acutely aware that he was a spirit master, far surpassing her in both speed and strength. Her pupils widened in terror, her mind momentarily paralyzed, not knowing what to do, especially upon hearing his unabashed laughter and words. Her heart sank into despair, fearing that she might lose her virtue this very night. Who are you? Do not come any closer. I warn you. I am from the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. This young lady, I am Beluo, a 38th level 3-ring control spirit master. I wish to invite you to my home tonight for a visit. Why are you so flustered? I want to harm you. He chuckled wickedly, and then, with a flourish, summoned 3 spirit rings that materialized into a pair of dark, ominous hands that seemed to exude malevolence, suddenly reaching out toward the young woman. Caught off guard, the young woman felt a chilling grip seize her back, her spirits plummeting as she realized her predicament. This night was destined for disaster. Let her go. The voice was chillingly cold, imbued with an air of frost that seemed to keep others at bay, subtly hinting at an aloof elegance. However, when such a voice fell upon Beluo's ears, it could only be described in 2 words: sheer astonishment. Having encountered countless women, he could discern from a woman's voice that she was a beauty. Indeed, upon casting a startled glance, he beheld Yu Xiaogang clad in tight-fitting battle attire, her expression as frosty as her demeanor, yet her countenance bore the regal elegance of a queen. Below was left dumbfounded. Chapter 129, Provocation. The background of the Shrek 7 monsters. His speech faltered, eyes widening with excitement. The pupils fixated on Yu Xiaogang were infused with a vibrant thrill. Despite his extensive experience in the pursuit of beauty, he had never encountered a maiden such as this, flawless in both figure and visage. Perfection reigned supreme, and unbeknownst to him, drool had begun to escape his lips, leaving him in an unseemly state. Yu Xiaogang, noticing his reaction, furrowed her brow in disapproval. Such individuals were the very ones she detested. With a swift motion, her delicate hands unfurled, revealing 10 glistening black claws that emanated a chilling aura, seemingly infused with a hint of lethal intent. Just then, another set of hands pulled her back to prevent her from acting impulsively, accompanied by a subdued voice whispering in her ear, "Xiaogang, do not be agitated. It is not yet time to strike. When the moment comes, you shall have ample opportunity to unleash your fury." Turning to see who it was, she discovered it was Ning Rongrong. Yu Xiaogang retracted her claws, crossing her arms with a disdainful tone. "To strike him would tarnish my hands." Suddenly, another woman of equal beauty to Yu Xiaogang appeared, igniting a fiery spark in Bulli's eyes. She embodied the pure and innocent type he adored. Clad in a resplendent azure gown, Ning Rongrong exuded an air of freshness and elegance, her innocent visage nearly ensnaring his gaze completely. "My heavens, what day is it?" Bulli's voice trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by the presence of so many beauties, wondering if they were all gathered for him. "Ha ha ha, Bulle, pitish." Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself, exhaling a searing line of phoenix fire that surged forth amidst a cloud of purple smoke, launching a surprise attack from behind Douluo. For the Shrek 7 monsters, regardless of the tactical approach, as long as victory was the outcome, the specifics mattered little. Moreover, facing someone as unscrupulous as Douluo did not necessitate a fair fight. Sensing the intense heat of the phoenix fire behind him, Bulli's demeanor softened slightly, but upon hearing the familiar voice, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, it's you, little fatty. I see you've brought a whole entourage to deal with me. I thought you'd be bettered in for days after our last encounter. Humph, unlucky. Today shall be your demise. How dare a defeated foe speak so boldly in this place? Witness as I reduce you to a state of utter helplessness." The flames within Ma Hongjun surged in response to the provocation. Although Unlucky was wary of the phoenix fire line emanating from Ma Hongjun's mouth as a control-type soul master, how could he hope to evade it? A mere soul power barrier would grant him the precious seconds needed for escape. Indeed, from behind him emerged a pair of ominous black hands, seizing the stone bridge beneath him, lifting a massive boulder to collide with the phoenix fire line, resulting in a thunderous impact that shook the ground. Seizing the moment, Unlucky deftly turned aside and successfully evaded. The Shrek 7 monsters sprang into action. Tang San, perched atop a lamp, surveyed the unfolding scene. From his left hand, clusters of blue-silver grass erupted, leaving no opportunity for his adversary to escape, restricting any potential movement. As a fellow control-type soul master, he understood the inherent weaknesses of their craft, and thus, he adeptly ensnared Unlucky in a trap. What remained was the final struggle of a cornered beast. With his second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave, a brilliant golden light coalesced, surging forth from the east. Under the onslaught of this terrifying radiance, even the furniture in its path was reduced to mere splinters. The resounding crash obliterated Unlucky's sinister hands, the force penetrating to his heart, leaving him in a state of disarray, blood spilling from his mouth. Did you think this was the end? The blue-silver grass ensnared Unlucky, who, sensing imminent danger, appeared desperate to flee. Would Tang San allow such an opportunity? Having arrived, escape was no longer an option. As imparted by Jiang Chuan's teachings, leaving a potential threat unaddressed was simply unacceptable. One strike must be lethal. Not only did Tang San embrace this philosophy, but having been nurtured by the Tang sect since childhood, he understood that granting an enemy a moment to recover was akin to inviting one's own ruin. The more Oscar and the others engaged with the outside world, the more they recognized the profound truth in Jiang Chuan's words. He was not misleading them. "Ah, you, Unlucky," suspended in midair, his tongue lolling grotesquely, looked down in panic. "Release me. I warn you to let me go at once, and return those women to me. Otherwise, when my soul master friends return, you shall find yourselves facing an insurmountable foe." In a moment of desperation, unlucky attempted to threaten Tang San and his companions. It had been years since he last encountered this group, yet he still appeared as repugnant as ever, a source of disappointment. Brother Chuan shattered your arms, and you remain unrepentant? Not only do you oppress the populace, but you also flaunt your arrogance without remorse. Thus, I shall ensure your incapacitation first. As Tang San spoke, the blue-silver grass in his hand radiated brilliance. His voice was as soft as a whisper, and his gaze, profound and penetrating, fixed on Douluo. With a gentle squeeze of his right hand, the blue-silver grass ensnared Douluo's throat, nearly cutting off his breath under the force of his soul power. This instilled a sense of panic in Douluo, who immediately began to struggle fiercely. However, ensnared by the blue-silver grass, escape was simply impossible. No, I no longer desire those women. They may remain with you. Just let me go. If you take my life, my friends will undoubtedly retaliate, ensuring the annihilation of your entire family. He insisted, not as a threat, but as a statement of fact. They are all from the Four-Ring Soul Sect. The Shrek 7 devils initially believed he was about to say something significant, but upon hearing Douluo threaten them in such a tone, they couldn't help but chuckle. The first to laugh was Ning Rongrong. The audacity of some insignificant soul masters claiming they would invade her family was utterly absurd. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? It was a laughable jest, one that could almost bring one to tears. Not to mention, could they withstand a single strike from her esteemed ancestor's sword? The Four-Ring Soul Sect was merely composed of inner disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, not even true successors. Chapter 130. It's better to disable the lecherous man. Mubai shrugged, offering a nonchalant smile. The audacity of their claims was indeed commendable. However, if they truly intended to invade his home, they would have to slaughter the citizens of the Star Luo Empire, as well as its royal family and nobility. Indeed, their courage was commendable, but one wondered if they would be reduced to nothing the moment they crossed into the borders of the Star Luo Empire. The Shrek 7 devils were not afraid of retaliation, as they had little to lose, particularly Ma Hongjun, who was a solitary figure. Killing him would mean eradicating his lineage. What Tang San was unaware of was that he himself was the greatest backing of all, for behind him stood the formidable Hao Yanlaw, a level 90 soul master and a 9-ringed, assault-type soul master. One feared that a single blow from him could cast even heaven and earth into shadows, let alone the insignificant Four Rings Soul Sect, which was hardly worth consideration. The only exception was Jiang Chuan. Such matters were beyond their concern at present. They should worry about how much longer they could survive. Tang San relentlessly pressured Douluo, who broke into a cold sweat from fear. What are you still babbling about? Now, let us cast him aside. Sister Xiao Wu, I can no longer bear to witness this. Suddenly, a flash of pink darted from a distance, racing towards us with an almost unfathomable speed. With a swift motion, the pink figure surged forward, and all that could be seen was a lightning-quick right foot, which rose high and struck fiercely against his chin, the sound of his pelvis cracking echoing painfully in his ears. Douluo felt that he was barely clinging to life at this point. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Emerging from the black mist was Xiao Wu's delicate visage, her beauty so striking it seemed to radiate moisture. Today, Sister Xiao Wu could no longer endure, and she declared, "Let me show you my series of 8 consecutive throws. Perish. I shall assist you." Zhu Zhuqing raised her hand, her sleek, dark claws glistening ominously as she surged forth. She adopted a bowing stance, propelled herself upwards with a powerful leap, and ascended towards the heavens. In the end, a pink blur and a streak of black intertwined, their coordination seamless and their speed blinding. Their strikes were ruthless and precise, targeting every vulnerable point on Douluo's body, rendering him utterly incapacitated. This scene was utterly shocking, causing the members of Shrek to flinch, particularly as they witnessed the despair etched upon Douluo's face, a visage that seemed to embody a fate worse than death. At this very moment, Ma Hongjun felt a chilling sensation in his lower body. It seemed one truly should never provoke a woman to her limits. The destructive power was such that one could only wonder how teacher Jiang Chuan would choose to respond. Oscar, observing the two women, felt a deep-seated fear, not exaggerated but genuinely rooted in his core. The cries of anguish gradually faded. At last, the tumult stirred by the fierce battle dissipated into the air. With a clang, Douluo lay on the ground, tongue lolling, appearing as if he were on the brink of death, barely drawing breath. Thud! The first to land was Xiao Wu, her pigtails bouncing as she descended. The murderous intent concealed on her face had yet to diminish, a clear reflection of her disdain for Douluo's despicable behavior. Douluo was truly infuriating, Bullying a girl in such a manner was utterly intolerable. Xiao Wu pouted, raising her delicate fist towards Bulu, who lay on the ground like a lifeless corpse. What now? Shall we finish him off? Zhu Zhuqing approached, retracting her claws, which bore traces of the struggle, her expression stoic. Having witnessed countless deaths in the Star Luo Empire, she had never personally taken a life. But she would not mind testing her hand, especially against someone as loathsome as Bulu. What do you think, Tang San? Xiao Wu did not immediately respond to Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry. Instead, she turned to look for Tang San, the cornerstone of their team, the control system sole master and tactical leader. Ignoring his counsel would be foolish. Would they heed Ma Hongjun instead? That would be absurd. Tang San stroked his chin, deep in thought. Although eliminating him posed no challenge, he felt it would be too lenient. After all, one could only imagine the countless atrocities he had committed, leaving many victims in his wake. He could not simply let him go unpunished. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was fitting for this task, since he had already been incapacitated by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Why not display him at the entrance of Soto City as Grand Soul Arena, as a warning to others? Furthermore, they could even render him limbless. As Tang San articulated this notion, a chill in his tone sent shivers through those present. One would not expect such ferocity from the usually composed Xiao San. Truly, you are worthy of the title thousand-handed Azura, Dai Mubai remarked as he took a couple of steps forward and patted Tang San on the shoulder. Your methods are truly astonishing. I wholeheartedly support Brother San's suggestion. Let us proceed with this plan, Ma Hongjun echoed enthusiastically, his spirits soaring after having played the hero and delivering a sound thrashing to the despicable figure. It was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, this is my forte, I assure you. He will be bound so securely that he won't be able to escape for 3 days and nights. Oscar chimed in, his expression mischievous as he leaned closer, raising an eyebrow playfully. We could strip him of his clothing, and soon everyone in Soto City will know that this despicable wretch is utterly powerless. Little Ao, your laughter always strikes me as somewhat unsettling, Ma Hongjun teased, exchanging knowing glances with Oscar, clearly in sync with his companion's sentiment. We are merely considering the well-being of the women of Soto City. Oscar's tone shifted to one of seriousness. If we do not take action, who would dare to linger outside at night, especially with this villain around? He has tarnished the reputation of our soul master community. Such disgrace cannot go unpunished. Soon, under the arrangements made by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, they hoisted the wretched figure and gradually made their way down the winding, secluded streets, while the remaining members of Shrek tidied the damaged surroundings. Having concluded their business, they departed, laughter echoing behind them. Chapter 131. The mountain may shift, but one's nature remains unchanged. The following morning, under the guidance of Yu Xiaogang, Tang San and his companions, their faces adorned with smiles, continued to stride into the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, following closely behind their leader. They were quite familiar with this place, having passed through it numerous times, and many Soul Master teams greeted them along the way. The Shrek 7 monsters were undeniably brilliant, making it nearly impossible for anyone to remain unaware of their presence. Although most of them wore masks, achieving an extraordinary record of 10 victories in 10 battles was no small feat, naturally drawing attention from all quarters. Some merchants even contemplated offering sponsorship to Shrek Academy. Master, did you not mention that you would announce something significant to us today? Tang San inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he observed the enigmatic expression on the master's face. Indeed, you will understand in due course, the master replied, cryptically, offering no further explanation. We've come to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, yet we are not permitted to engage in soul battles. I can hardly fathom what other purpose this place serves. Could it be that the master intends to play matchmaker for us? Ma Hongjun, having abstained from meat for several days, expressed his urgency with a sly grin while rubbing his hands together. In response, Oscar shot him a disapproving glance. Ha, fatty. I've come to understand a certain truth. What? Old habits die hard. Hey, Xiao Ao, you're not exactly innocent either. You're merely weaker in physique, which prevents you from indulging like I do. If you were truly set free, who knows, you might outdo my extravagance and become the next troublemaker. What? Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately embraced Ma Hongjun, and the two became entangled in a friendly tussle, each playfully pinching the other, creating a scene that was both amusing and exasperating. Enough of this nonsense. The master is here to discuss serious matters, and you two are truly a handful. Dai Mubai, displaying impatience, pulled the two apart and continued to follow the master's footsteps, casting a glance at them with an expression that seemed to convey both amusement and exasperation at their childlike antics. With a haughty tilt of her head, Ning Rongrong revealed her alabaster neck, disregarding Oscar as he passed by her side. Noticing the disdainful look in her eyes, Oscar's shoulders drooped, as if he had swallowed his pride. "Let us listen to the Master's instructions," said Xiao Wu, her calm voice soothing the restless spirits of the group. As the noise subsided, they were suddenly ushered into a grand hall by the Master. The first sight that met their eyes was an assembly of soul masters. A formidable team of over 100, each exuding vigor and readiness. Tang San, perceptive as ever, sensed the underlying currents of the situation. "Follow me," the Master said, pushing open a door marked for VIPs, leading the Shrek 7 and Jiang Chuan inside, before firmly closing the door behind them. With a serious tone, he announced, "This is an exclusive VIP room, specially opened for us by Soto City. Here, you may rest, enjoy tea, and indulge in pastries. Essentially, all your needs will be met, even those of a more personal nature." At this point, Yu Xiaogang raised a finger in emphasis. A chuckle escaped from Oscar, the first to break the tension. It was clear that Yu Xiaogan's jest was directed at Ma Hongjun, prompting the rest of the Shrek members to exchange knowing glances. However, upon meeting the Master's stern expression, they quickly subdued their mirth. Surely, even Soto's Grand Soul Arena, no matter how affluent, could not offer such generous amenities. If every Soul Master team were granted such privileges, would the arena not be engaging in charity? Thus, one could only assume there was an ulterior motive. "Do not laugh," Yu Xiaogang continued. "I expect each of you to exhibit 100%, no, rather 120% of your usual capabilities in the upcoming battles. For a single moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and the others lost their amusement, rising abruptly from the sofa, their expressions now serious and attentive, as if struck by a sudden realization. Yu Xiaogang then addressed Ma Hongjun directly. "If you find it impossible to contain that fiery spirit within you, I can arrange for companionship from the Grand Soul Arena. With an hour until the next bout, there is ample time for you to indulge." Turning to Oscar, he instructed, "From this moment on, consume 5 chicken legs to replenish your energy, and I have even secured some beef jerky for you. As for you, Ning Rongrong, your task for the next hour is simply to eat, drink, and rest." The Master is not a whimsical jester. His words are often steeped in truth and necessity, causing the previously cheerful Oscar to immediately retract his smile, his heart heavy as if struck by a hammer. "Master, what is it that we are to do next?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her competitive spirit ignited by curiosity. "What I must convey is quite simple," he replied. "Due to the pressing nature of time, I shall be brief. Through these past few days of practical experience, I have discerned the latent potential within you. Furthermore, the battles among your current ranks pose no significant challenge to you. Therefore, Flander has accepted a bounty from the Great Soul Arena of Soto City on your behalf." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment as he interjected, "A bounty?" "Indeed," Yu Xiaojiang affirmed with a nod, taking a seat at the right side of the chessboard. He subtly probed further. "Have any of you heard of the Berserker Squad?" The mere mention of the Berserker Squad struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving them momentarily dazed. It was Tang San who remained the most composed, stepping forward with conviction. The Berserker Squad comprises 7 members with no substitutes, each possessing an average strength exceeding level 20, commensurate with our soul power levels. Only their captain and the vice-captain, the Spider-Woman, have attained level 30. This squad is exceptionally formidable. Defeating them would equate to vanquishing the most powerful team within the Great Soul Arena. Realization dawned upon the group. It appeared that the Master intended to lead them into a match, perhaps a team battle, and a 7-person one at that, which stirred anxiety within each of them. Thus far, they had never engaged in such a team battle, although they had practiced extensively and their coordination was notably close-knit. None could claim absolute confidence in performing at their best under real combat conditions. Chapter 132, A Beauty Appears? Charge forth with valor. The first to laugh upon hearing the name of the Berserker Squad was Jiang Chuan. Considering the timeline, it was indeed the moment when the Berserker Squad would confront the Shrek 7 Devils. However, that battle was fraught with peril, largely thanks to Tang San, utilizing his 8 spider lances, narrowly triumphed over the Spider-Woman. Otherwise, Shrek would undoubtedly have faced defeat, and not only would they have struggled to claim the bounty of soul coins, but their very lives would have been in jeopardy. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang San all wore grave expressions as Yu Xiaojiang spoke. Indeed, the adversaries you are to face are those infamous for their brutality, the Berserker Squad. Their rampant behavior has led to substantial losses of soul coins for the Great Soul Arena, prompting them to issue a bounty, hoping that our Shrek team can overcome them and eliminate this crisis. With that, he raised an eyebrow and called out, "Come in." At that moment, Dozens of young women entered, gracefully carrying platters of food, fruit, beverages, and tea. Among them was a familiar figure, the young lady from the Soul Arena of Soto City, who had been responsible for registering soul masters for their soul badges just yesterday. She was adorned in a stunning dress adorned with osmanthus petals, captivating in her elegance. This sight left Ma Hongjun momentarily awestruck, causing a few drops of saliva to escape him, much to his embarrassment. Feel free to express any desires you may have. After all, what lies ahead may exceed your expectations. I assure you that I will do my utmost to satisfy your needs in terms of provisions. Whether it be women or food, the master implied, making it clear that today was about breaking free from all constraints and allowing them to perform at their best in the 7-member team competition. In reality, given the inherent dangers involved, I believe it would be best to have Jiang Chuan in the arena. Regardless of what transpires, your lives would not be at risk as long as Jiang Chuan stand behind you, alleviating any concerns you may have. As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang gently raised his left hand towards the relaxed and unperturbed Jiang Chuan seated on the sofa, only to frown slightly. However, if Jiang Chuan is present, it becomes challenging to ensure that you can unleash the potential within you, which may hinder your growth. Crazy battle team? Jiang Chuan mused, casually crossing his legs, pondering the recent peculiarities he had encountered. The monthly provisions from the crazy battle team had inexplicably increased, a consequence of the Soul Arena's desperate attempts to profit. This situation seemed almost comical. Jiang Chuan, what are your thoughts on this matter? Yu Xiaogang, also a teacher at Shrek Academy and responsible for the coordination and training of Shrek students, felt it necessary to seek Jiang Chuan's opinion. Master, surely we cannot be sent to confront that group of lunatics from the crazy battle team? Ma Hongjun managed to muster a rather unsightly expression, suddenly feeling parched. Fatty, what happened to your earlier bravado? Have you surrendered before the battle even begins? Dai Mubai teased, raising an eyebrow at Ma Hongjun and playfully nudging his chest with his elbow, as if to say he was merely boasting. Indeed, but we, the Shrek 7 monsters, are not equipped to challenge any soul masters, even if they are from the crazy battle team, Ning Rongrong declared, raising her head with a sense of righteous indignation. This statement was also intended to showcase her abilities in front of Jiang Chuan, seeking to impress him. However, Jiang Chuan, engrossed in savoring a perfectly grilled pork chop, paid her little mind. This matter can be easily resolved, Jiang Chuan said, continuing to enjoy his pork chop, crunching down on a particularly crispy bone. Just designate me as a substitute. Should any situation arise, I will step in. Yu Xiaogang nodded, recognizing Jiang Chuan's meticulous handling of the situation. Designating him as a substitute not only allowed the Shrek 7 monsters a moment to catch their breath, but also provided a means to concede instantly should anyone falter, thereby ensuring Jiang Chuan's swift replacement. This arrangement preserved the practical synergy of the Shrek 7 monsters while alleviating concerns regarding potential casualties. I concur. Yu Xiaogang should proceed with this plan, as there are no alternatives at this juncture. With this decision, Dai Mubai felt liberated to act decisively, his gaze intensely fixed upon his right fist. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the grand door adorned with golden patterns was forcefully pushed open. Entering was a towering figure. Standing over 2 meters tall, his muscular physique reminiscent of a mountain in motion, imposing yet exuding raw strength. Following closely behind him were 6 soul masters, each casting mocking glances that swept over the members of Shrek. While it was impossible to ascertain the age of Tang San and his companions merely by their bone age, their youthful physiques indicated they were undoubtedly young, and further investigation revealed that most of the Shrek 7 monsters were merely at the 20-something level of soul masters. Only their captain boasted a rank of over 30 in battle spirit, but what did that matter? They possessed 2 battle spirit sovereigns on their side, rendering them unperturbed. Currently, they found themselves in a dire financial situation. The esteemed individual demanded an exorbitant sum of over 1,000 gold soul coins, leaving them heavily in debt and incapable of enduring such pressure. In desperation, they resorted to ruthlessly plundering the resources of gold soul coin from the Soul Arena of Soto City to meet the demands of that individual. Interestingly, it seemed that this individual resided near Shrek Academy, as indicated by the address attached to the dispatched gold soul coins. Perhaps it was mere coincidence that this esteemed individual happened to dwell nearby. It was unlikely that he was affiliated with the Shrek team, at least not according to the information they had gathered. Oh, could these be the adversaries we are about to confront? It appears that you are still quite fragile. To contend against us, you remain rather inexperienced. However, fear not, for I shall impart to you the true essence of a soul master. Quan Shi displayed a menacing grin, his teeth gleaming white. Engaging in verbal onslaughts prior to combat Instilling fear in the hearts of their opponents was a customary tactic of their frenzied battle team, one that had proven effective time and again. Haha, Captain, look, those young ladies have truly splendid figures. I wonder what their faces look like beneath those masks. The twin sheep gazed greedily at Zhu Zhuqing, their eyes seemingly fixed in a trance. Upon hearing the words of the twin sheep, Guangxi immediately turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, judging by her figure, she surpassed their vice captain, the Spider-Woman, by several magnitudes in terms of innate talent. Chapter 133, The Allure of Beauty. Wait, who is he? Guangxi's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Zhu Zhuqing's figure, which was undeniably alluring. Instinctively, he reached out his right hand, driven by an uncontrollable urge to grasp her shoulder. The brazen intrusion of the Guangzhou team left the Shrek crew in shock. As they witnessed the audacity of the intruders targeting Zhu Zhuqing, their anger ignited. Any lingering apprehension transformed into fury. Just as Guangxi had anticipated, the psychological pressure exerted on their adversaries far outweighed any physical blows they could deliver on the battlefield. However, they had unfortunately chosen the wrong opponents. The Shrek 7, ever the fearless and unyielding, were either nurtured in privilege or had endured numerous trials, betrayals, and assassinations. These experiences had instilled in them a sense of pride and the courage to persevere. The actions of their adversaries were nothing short of a provocation, pushing them to their breaking point. Ma Hongjun was on the verge of exploding in rage. Dai Mubai stepped forward with a menacing glare fixed on Guangxi, his tone threatening. What do you intend to do? Are you courting death? Do you believe I won't make you eat your teeth right now? Oh, by the way, you must be the captain of the Guangzhou team, Guangxi, right? No matter, since you seek death, I can oblige you now, saving you the embarrassment of having to face me in the arena later. What did you say? Guangxi's right hand was firmly grasped by Dai Mubai, his teeth clenched in a display of rage. Sparks flew between the two as members from both sides emerged behind them, each poised for confrontation, ready to clash. Are you seeking death? What do you think you're doing? Ma Hongjun challenged, pushing against the twin sheep with his imposing belly. Feeling emboldened by the confrontation as he forced them back 2 steps, Tang San noticed the Spider-Woman glaring at Ma Hongjun with a furrowed brow, seemingly ready to strike, and quickly positioned himself to block her path, declaring, "Your opponent is me. Do not interfere with them." Such insolence. You are truly courting death, the Spider-Woman retorted, her eyes wide with fury, unwilling to let the matter rest with Shrek. Ha, look at how cowardly some of their soul masters are, cowering behind a woman. It's utterly laughable, and they think they can contend with our Guangzhou team? They should hurry home and drink their milk. A man, holding a compass, pointed his right index finger at Oscar's nose and laughed heartily. Following his gaze, the crowd beheld the timid Oscar, who had retreated behind Ning Rongrong in fright. However, considering her role as a support-type spirit master, no one uttered a word of reproach. Do you still wish to engage in combat? The imposing demeanor of Dai Mubai evoked amusement in Guangxi. Did he not possess even a modicum of self-assessment regarding his own strength? One ought to consider the vast disparity in spirit power that lay between them. With scorn, he remarked, although you two are a 3-ring soul master, the difference in our spirit power is akin to 4 or 5 levels. To think you could best me in strength is sheer folly. Are you still slumbering in ignorance? With a wicked smile illuminating his eyes, Dai Mubai responded, I could easily take your life. It is well known that I am the evil-eye white tiger, revered as the most perilous and fearsome beast spirit in existence. If you still harbor doubts, you are indeed presuming far too much. It would be wiser to seek your own demise. Listen well, young one, you may not comprehend our ways, but our team thrives on gain. Anything I, Guangxi, set my sights upon shall belong to me. What do you intend by inserting yourself into this matter? Do you not fear for your life? He continued, indeed, if you were to graciously offer us these women for our amusement, we might even consider sparing your wretched life in the arena. Tang San, filled with exasperation, approached them and declared, what manner of beings are you, that you would demand we surrender our own teammates? You are courting death. With that, Tang San did not merely engage in idle threats. He summoned the blue-silver grass in his hand, which radiated a golden brilliance as intricate runes erupted from his body. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped in blue-silver grass, poised to ensnare Guangxi and his companions at his command, heralding the onset of a fierce battle. Brother, this rabble dares to unleash their spirit abilities. They mean to strike, shouted Shuang Ho, calling out as they activated their spirit forms. In the ensuing clash, the Shrek 7 and the members of the Guangzhou team unleashed their soul powers, creating a colossal magnetic field of spirit energy that crackled in the air, signaling an imminent confrontation. Suddenly, a clear, crisp sound resonated, accompanied by the delightful crunch of chewing that stirred appetites. The tantalizing aroma of roasted pork chops wafted through the air, causing the Guangzhou team to involuntarily swallow. Through the gaps between Tang San and Dai Mubai's shoulders, Guangxi caught sight of a young boy who, with his head down, was savoring the delectable feast before him, igniting the hunger of all present. Guangxi's anger flared. They had approached with swords drawn, intent on provoking this group, yet this boy blatantly ignored them, wearing an air of indifference. What did this mean? Did he truly look down upon them? A confrontation is imminent, yet he remains unfazed, calmly savoring his pork chop. It is nothing short of reckless. Do they truly believe the members of the frenzied warriors are insignificant? I exclaimed, do you dare disregard us? The formidable Guangxi, with his right fist raised, strode forward, each step radiating a wave of heat, his eyes blazing with intensity as they bore down upon Jiang Chuan's nape. Ma Hongjun, hands clasped over his mouth, betrayed an expression of profound terror. His concern was not for Jiang Chuan, but rather the realization that should Guangxi unleash his fury in such a manner, it was likely that Jiang Chuan could retaliate with a single devastating blow. One must understand that the adversary he faced was an entity far more fearsome than the king of hell himself. Boom! The fierce wind of Guangxi's punch abruptly halted just as it was about to strike Jiang Chuan's neck. A hand, as solid as granite, clamped down on his arm, the pressure causing a sharp pang of discomfort that nearly brought tears to his eyes. Was this truly the strength of a mere mortal? Surely, what stood before him was not a human, but rather a soul beast. At this moment, Guangxi was on the verge of tears. Chapter 134. The Howl of the Rampaging Rhino. Up until now, he had only experienced such overwhelming force from one individual. That nightmarish man who haunted his memories, none other than Jiang Chuan. Upon seeing this youth, clad in white, Guangxi was engulfed by a wave of unease. Had he inadvertently crossed paths with the fabled harbinger of doom? If that were the case, he felt he might as well resign himself to fate. It was over for him. Ma Hongjun gazed ahead, suddenly struck by the audacity of Guangxi, who dared to raise his hand against Jiang Chuan. It was a clear indication of his intellectual deficit. Presently, it was a time for respite amidst the clamor and chaos. Jiang Chuan emitted a muffled sound from his nose, a prolonged cry that made the hair on the back of Guangxi's neck stand on end. He raised his clear, untainted eyes, causing a palpable shock. What the hell? The first to exclaim was Shuang Ho, who nearly spat out his drink, hurriedly retreating several steps in astonishment. The Spider Woman, even in her ignorance, could not fail to recognize Jiang Chuan. How could she forget such a countenance? The members of the Kuang battle team were left speechless, with Dai Mubai being the first to express disdain. What was happening? Jiang Chuan? The man bearing the compass elucidated the enigma, alerting everyone. Their gazes now fixed on Jiang Chuan, then shifting to the Kuang battle team. The mere utterance of Jiang Chuan's name implied a prior acquaintance. My lord. Shuangyang was the first to kneel, his face reflecting a profound sense of loss, evoking an intense visual impact. Shuangyang kneeling? Surely, there was a backstory to this. Such exaggerated behavior could not be without reason, prompting deep speculation. Moreover, the address had changed, referring to Jiang Chuan as my lord, accompanied by a posture of subservience. There was undoubtedly more to this situation. What on earth has transpired? They directly knelt before teacher Jiang Chuan. There must be a significant connection between them. Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance, suddenly feeling that what Jiang Chuan had revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Everyone understood that what they had seen of Jiang Chuan was likely only a fraction of the truth. Jiang Chuan could not possibly have any ties with the Kuang battle team, thought Ning Rongrong, perplexed. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Jiang Chuan slowly spoke. Why has this month's offering diminished? My lord, there are still thousands of gold soul coins, none less. Guangxi's face bore an unusual bitterness. Indeed, there are thousands of gold soul coins, but Jiang Chuan, as foot pressed down on the chair as his gaze fixed on Guangxi. But calculate how much gold soul coin you earned at the Soul Arena in Soto City, and what benefits you gained. My lord, Guangxi interjected. Without allowing him to continue, Jiang Chuan interrupted. Just relying on the gambling of the Soul Arena is sufficient to fill your Kuang battle team's coffers. At this revelation, not only the Shrek 7 devils, but even Yu Xiaogang appeared bewildered. What was going on? The Kuang battle team was providing Jiang Chuan with thousands of gold soul coins each month? What was transpiring that they were unaware of? But my lord, we need living expenses. If the brothers cannot eat well or dress warmly, 100 gold soul coins could buy hundreds of cattle. Is that not enough for your Kuang battle team? Do you think you are pigs? Jiang Chuan's face flushed with anger, the audacity of tax evasion occurring right under his nose. Had it not been for Yu Xiaogang leading the Shrek 7 monsters to the arena, he would have remained oblivious. Monthly tribute in gold soul coins, coupled with the extortion of the Shanghai Academy students and the monthly contributions from Shrek. One could only imagine the extent of Jiang Chuan's illicit earnings. Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom the wealth Jiang Chuan possessed. This man, often regarded as a pauper, turned out to be a genuine tycoon. However, one could not help but wonder at his remarkable discretion. Everyone believed Jiang Chuan was in dire financial straits, which justified the exorbitant tuition fees at Shrek Academy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he also received tributes from the Spirit Hall. If they were to discover this, they would likely choke on their astonishment. This was an extraordinary money-making scheme. It seemed that no major faction in the Douluo Continent had escaped his financial grasp. In Jiang Chuan's words, extortion sounded too harsh. He preferred to call it borrowing a little money. This description seemed more amiable, but to Tang San and the others, it was even more jarring. Jiang Chuan was truly affluent, a fact that caused Xiao Wu's lips to twitch. She suddenly realized how understated this hidden magnate was. Compared to him, Tang San appeared rather ostentatious. This was disastrous, Ning Rongrong thought, her expression vacant. Zhu Zhuqing, concerned, asked, "What is wrong?" "I have been contemplating using wealth to entice Jiang Chuan to accompany me back to the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, but now it seems utterly implausible," Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation. Meanwhile, from another corner, a voice exclaimed, "You dare to embezzle?" Jiang Chuan delivered a powerful kick, his foot striking like a muffled thunder, resonating with a deafening clang as it embedded the frenzied rhinoceros into the crevice of the stone wall. No, the rhinoceros stammered. "Is there? Just a little. How much exactly?" As Jiang Chuan observed that the opponent showed no signs of repentance, he tightened his fists and advanced menacingly towards the frenzied rhinoceros. This intimidating stance instilled a deep fear in the rhinoceros, as if its life were in imminent danger. With merely 1,000 gold soul coins remaining, the prospect of a violent end loomed large. "Destruction awaits," Jiang Chuan declared, raising his fist. "Those who seek to take a life shall be met with the same fate. If you intend to strike against me in the Starry Forest, be prepared to appease my wrath with adequate resources. And no, my lord Jiang Chuan, please spare him. We still need him for the soul battles ahead," pleaded the Spider-Woman, the tactical leader of their team, unable to hesitate any longer. Otherwise, in the next moment, the rhinoceros's head would surely resemble a watermelon, shattered beyond recognition. Despite the rhinoceros being the backbone of their team, they could not bear to witness its demise, for it still held value. In truth, the Spider-Woman bit her crimson lip, reflecting on the fact that they had greedily acquired nearly 2,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing that the Berserker team had amassed a fortune, aside from the tribute paid to Jiang Chuan, they still had a substantial sum of 2,000 gold soul coins left. The potential for profit was undeniable, making Ma Hongjun feel a pang of jealousy. The next moment, a sharp pain pierced the rhinoceros's abdomen, as if struck mercilessly by a hammer, leaving him breathless and icy with shock. 2,000 gold soul coins? Is this what you call greed? This is outright robbery. Jiang Chuan, with an imposing aura, delivered yet another punch to the midsection of the raging rhinoceros. After enduring another blow, the rhinoceros found itself spitting blood, lamenting its own foolishness for being the sole target of Jiang Chuan's fury. Why did the entire team not intervene? Fixated solely on him? With each strike, one might fear for a life extinguished, a grave injustice indeed. Yet it could only blame its own reckless charge. Chapter 135. The Master's Anticipation. The two monkeys trembled in fear, glancing back at their comrades in the raging squad, as if to convey, "Do you see this? The one who sticks his neck out first pays the price, and I am merely grateful to escape unscathed. Lord Jiang Chuan, please leave some sustenance for your brothers. Had you not pressed so relentlessly, we would not be scrounging for coins in the grand arena, would we?" The raging rhinoceros, its spirit waning, regarded Jiang Chuan with a most unflattering expression, blood trickling from the corners of its mouth, a sight both pitiful and tragic. This disheveled appearance nearly provoked a chuckle from Tang San, who could not help but find the once arrogant rhinoceros now resembling a wilted eggplant. Utterly subdued by Jiang Chuan's prowess, how comical it was. "I previously stated that the distribution of rewards was based on your monthly shares, not merely 1,000 gold soul coins. Are you mocking my intelligence?" Jiang Chuan let out a soft grunt, firmly planting his foot on the chest of the raging rhinoceros, nearly crushing him to death. He began to comprehend the fervent money-raising tactics of the crazy battle team, which had even inflicted certain damages to the soul arena of Soto City. It became evident that their intent was to deceive him in order to amass golden soul coins, and fortunate for him, he had managed to catch them red-handed. Lord Jiang Chuan, we assure you we shall not act so arrogantly again. Spare us this once, and we promise there will not be a next time. Upon meeting the pleading gaze of the Spider-Woman, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Your arrogance is of no concern to me. As for the golden soul coins you have earned this month, I shall take 100% as your punishment. 100%? The words struck the dual rams like a thunderbolt, leaving them in a state of despair. Did it mean their efforts this month were in vain? Lord Jiang Chuan, do you intend to take away our very sustenance for the month? This is utterly unacceptable. The man holding the compass struggled to maintain his composure, his expression betraying a near impulse to weep. In an instant, the members of the crazy battle team wore expressions of bitter resignation. Even the raging rhinoceros, lying on the ground and clutching his bleeding nose, bore a grimace of anguish. Suddenly, the Spider-Woman let out an angry shout, casting a threatening glance around the room. Although the raging rhinoceros held the title of captain within the crazy battle team, true power resided with the Spider-Woman, a controller soul master whose decisions commanded the absolute obedience of the team. Calm and collected, the Spider-Woman understood that this was not a moment for negotiation. Moreover, as Jiang Chuan had pointed out, they were the ones who had first provoked him, leading to the subsequent chain of events. To quell Jiang Chuan's wrath would require more than mere supplication. Soul Masters required resources and golden soul coins. Failing to meet these essential conditions rendered all else moot. Lord Jiang Chuan, we are willing to surrender 100% of our profits and humbly request your mercy. The Spider-Woman revealed a surprisingly submissive side. In the world of Douluo Continent, strength ruled supreme. The powerful commanded respect, and in such dire circumstances, one had no choice but to bow their heads, lest they face death. Had they possessed greater strength, they could have inflicted harm upon Jiang Chuan. It was likely that he would have already extinguished them without hesitation. Very well, be gone. Jiang Chuan certainly could not eliminate those wealthy patrons who delivered tributes each month. With a swift kick, he sent the rampaging rhinoceros flying, while the members of the fierce battle team hastily lifted the creature and retreated to a nearby VIP lounge to recuperate. Oh, Teacher Jiang Chuan, you are truly remarkable. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, the quintessential sycophant, was undeniably present. Clenching his robust fists tightly and raising them to his neck, he bore an expression of fervent excitement. Accelerate your cultivation. Do you wish for me to prepare your funerals in the next match? Jiang Chuan's expression was ominous, casting a gaze that foretold doom upon them. Teacher Jiang Chuan, I never anticipated that the wild battle team would all be your vanquished foes. Flattery is unnecessary. Be gone. Very well. Dai Mu Bai and the others promptly assumed their respective duties, preparing themselves in the best possible condition to face the impending battle. Jiang Chuan, to be candid, did you have any previous interactions with the wild battle team? Why do they harbor such fear of you? Have you instilled fear in them through your prowess? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. Do you believe me if I say no? He chuckled. Enough of your nonsense. Let us see. Jiang Chuan gently tapped Ning Rongrong's snow-white forehead and cast her an exasperated glance. Jiang Chuan, could you step outside for a moment? Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow and beckoned to Jiang Chuan. The latter smiled knowingly, following Yu Xiaogang as they walked out together. Upon closing the door, they could hear Yu Xiaogang's voice, barely containing his concern. Jiang Chuan, will the tyrant team refrain from using lethal force against the Shrek 7 monsters because of you? This is our training, and if we cannot ensure its quality, just as he was about to continue, Jiang Chuan raised his hand to stop him. Master, you worry too much. They will not hold back. In fact, they will fight with all their might against the Shrek 7 monsters. Not only will they strive to defeat Tang San and the others, but they will also give their utmost effort. Jiang Chuan remarked, I am aware of your concerns. Imagine this. I am coercing and enticing the fierce battle team for their golden soul coins. Now, having been caught in a predicament, they will inevitably clash fiercely with the Shrek 7 monsters, perhaps even to the death. You imply that Yu Xiaogang is not foolish and can discern Jiang Chuan's intentions. Jiang Chuan's threats to the crazy battle team are not mere outbursts of frustration. Rather, they serve to galvanize them into greater valor, thereby unlocking the immense potential harbored by the Shrek Academy students. Is this truly the demeanor of a mere adolescent? In terms of temperament, not even Tang San, nor the esteemed Yu Xiaogang, could aspire to such heights. It is not that they lack the insight, but rather that their soul power constrains their ability to act upon it. Understanding this, Jiang Chuan patted Yu Xiaogang on the shoulder and stepped into the VIP room. The opponent's intellect is formidable, unparalleled even in the world of Douluo, and there is no need for excessive elucidation. They are perceptive enough to grasp the implications. Indeed, with great power comes an equally profound capacity for control. For Yu Xiaogang to express such admiration is no small feat, especially considering that even his cherished nephew, Yu Qianhong, has not received such recognition. Tang San himself has yet to earn such praise. It is worth noting that Yu Xiaojiang's reserved nature is not a recent development, and he rarely displays other emotions or words. Concurrently, he harbors the highest expectations for Jiang Chuan. Although the Shrek 7 monsters possess extraordinary talents, Jiang Chuan, despite not being among the Shrek students, is undeniably a young man of comparable age to Tang San and his companions, and his brilliance deserves reverence. The meticulously arranged arena of the Soto Great Soul Arena now hosts the two opposing teams, fully assembled for battle. Chapter 136, Burning Bridge, Sworn Alliance. After indulging in a hearty meal provided by Yongzhu, Oscar and Ning Rongrong took the opportunity to enjoy a refreshing nap, awakening with renewed vigor. In summary, the members of Shrek are poised and ready to confront their foes in optimal condition. Conversely, the crazy battle team approaches with an intensely oppressive demeanor, their spirits taut as they regard Tang San and his companions as formidable adversaries. If they fail to triumph over the Shrek 7 monsters, their reputations will be irrevocably tarnished, and they will be unable to compensate for the losses sustained against Jiang Chuan, a fate they're desperate to avoid. Why don't you paper tigers just admit defeat? Ma Hongjun taunted, raising his thumb in provocative fashion and gesturing towards his nose, cautioning them about the uncontrollable wrath of his fiery prowess, which could reduce them to ashes. At this moment, Dai Mubai, still harboring resentment over the earlier incident involving Zhu Xing, chose to disregard Ma Hongjun's actions entirely, opting instead to remain aloof. It was then that Tang San spoke, in a tone discernible only to the Shrek 7 monsters. Fatty, while your provocations may be entertaining, do not underestimate this group of crazy battle team members. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a dire predicament. Why, Brother San? One might ask. Look at them, each bearing traces of bloodshot eyes and appearing as if they have not rested well. How could they possibly stand against us in our prime? Previously, I harbored a certain trepidation towards their domineering demeanor. Yet now, with a dismissive snort, I pondered if the petite third party might have been overly cautious. The frenzied warriors are nearing their limit, severely suppressed by Brother Chuan, and I doubt they possess even the courage to strike at us. As a sole beast of 100,000 years, Xiao Wu has yet to tread upon human territory and remains oblivious to the nature of humanity. She prides herself on her intellect, yet when juxtaposed with Tang San, she appears as naive as a mere adolescent. This sentiment is echoed even by Oscar. Upon noticing the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly, Tang San shook his head in exasperation. Yes, we are indeed well prepared, but there is no way we can prevail against a group that has resolved to fight to the last. Furthermore, let me clarify that Brother Chuan's recent actions will not incite the frenzied warriors to show us mercy or refrain from attacking. Rather, they will come at us with bloodthirsty fervor, hoping we can withstand their initial onslaught. Hearing Tang San's words, confusion spread among the group. He felt compelled to elucidate. Indeed, what I mean is that the true test of difficulty lies in their first wave of assault. And Brother Chuan has merely opened the floodgates for us to learn as much as we can. The efforts they have already expended are considerable. At this juncture, Tang San tightly grasped the blue silver grass in his right hand, visibly brimming with anticipation and gravity, a countenance the remaining 6 of Shrek had never witnessed before, leaving them perplexed. On what grounds can you assert that the frenzied warriors are truly desperate? Dai Mubai inquired, not with skepticism, but curiosity. Should Tang San choose to proceed with his cautious approach, Dai Mubai would remain silent, recognizing him as the tactical linchpin. In any case, there is no harm in exercising caution. As the arena competition approached, Tang San dared not be vague, observing the expressions of his comrades with trepidation of a potential misstep. He solemnly emphasized, if the frenzied warriors cannot best us, they will face dire consequences for Brother Chuan. It is entirely plausible that he may choose to incapacitate one of them or sever their limbs. Thus they will come at us with all their might in battle. Moreover, upon hearing this, the Shrek members were roused, for even a single point of concern was sufficient to awaken them. They each shed any underestimation, their faces now solemn. Witnessing their attentive demeanor, Tang San pressed on without delay. Should the frenzied warriors fall before us, they will not only suffer disgrace, but may find it impossible to survive in the ranks of soul masters, for their adversaries are few, and it is well known that a collapsing wall invites a multitude of pushers. Enough, Tang San, refrain from speaking further lest you disturb the tranquility of our comrades. Dai Mubai interjected hastily, raising his claw to silence Tang San's words. He turned his gaze away, particularly emphasizing to Ma Hongjun, especially you, the plump lady. Do not recklessly influence the rhythm of our strategy. The tactical core is the responsibility of Tang San. From the mere fragments of conversation earlier, one can discern the shortcomings in your considerations. Ma Hongjun yearned to retort, Dai, we were clearly aligned moments ago. Why now do you cast blame upon me? However, upon locking eyes with Dai Mubai, he swallowed his words and acquiesced. After all, he was the leader. Whatever he decreed must be accepted. This moment revealed a crucial truth. A team devoid of a figure like Tang San would inevitably resemble a disarrayed mass, incapable of cohesion and vulnerable to the machinations of adversaries. Faced with the uncertainty of Jiang Chuan's fate, combined with the dire stakes at hand, they were destined to encounter formidable beasts. Awaken your martial spirits, Ning Rongrong proclaimed, summoning her soul power and activating 2 soul rings. The 7 treasures are renowned, 1 for strength, 2 for speed. As she unleashed her power, Oscar found himself swept up in the momentum, blurting out his thoughts spontaneously. Although he understood the situation, Ning Rongrong continued, Next, Shrek must exhibit not merely 120% of our optimal state. I believe even 150% may struggle against a horde of these primal beasts. Their onslaught will be unprecedented. The term unprecedented resonated profoundly within Tang San, affirming Ning Rongrong's keen combat awareness and strategic vision. Truly, as the princess of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School, she possessed considerable insight. Brother San, I erred earlier. My sincere apologies. I nearly led our Shrek team into peril. This fault rests solely with me. Ma Hongjun confessed, his head bowed in embarrassment. At that moment, the referee's hand descended decisively. Begin. With a thunderous crash, the formidable team surged toward the Shrek 7, their soul rings illuminating with a piercing brilliance. Chapter 137, A Battle of Dragons and Tigers. You chase, I pursue. All are prepared for battle. Martial spirits unleashed, without any excessive hesitation. And even before Tang San could fully accept Ma Hongjun's apology, he boldly unleashed a series of blue-silver prisons that rapidly enveloped the surroundings. The sound of blue-silver grass rising from the ground echoed, growing at an astonishing pace, with most of it advancing towards the ferocious rhinoceros. Wise and astute, Yu Xiaogang observed his proud disciple with a sense of gratification. Tang San displayed remarkable spatial awareness in the heat of battle. The primary target for the frenzied team's charge was indeed the raging rhinoceros. If they could successfully restrain it, the claim of invincibility for the frenzied team would crumble without resistance. This tactic would be beneficial both psychologically, undermining the enemy's morale, and strategically, providing a distinct advantage. However, it must be noted that Tang San was expending considerable energy, although he had successfully thwarted the initial wave of attacks. Their conservative approach raised concerns about how they would manage the subsequent engagements. Without prior notice, Jiang Chuan articulated his judgment, his words undeniably possessing merit. From the outset, Jiang Chuan embarked on an invincible journey, relying on his own sign-ins, and the tactical assessments he provided were remarkably astute, necessitating merely the consideration of team coordination without any need to calculate the consequences. This was all attributable to his formidable prowess. However, Tang San and his companions were not afforded such luxury. They were compelled to attend to every minute detail and ensure absolute precision, for failure would result in utter annihilation. Yu Xiaogang was acutely aware of this reality and, in response to Jiang Chuan's remarks, chose silence. Below the arena, Oscar's voice pierced through the chaos. I urgently require assistance. Please hold off this dual monkey. Its speed is overwhelming and it is nearly upon me. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the approaching creature, ensnared with no means of evasion or retreat. In contrast to the tactics employed by their team, which featured 6 assault-type spirit masters alongside 1 support-type spirit master, they were able to allocate 1 individual to hunt down the auxiliary spirit master from Shrek. The lively dual-throated monkey was the prime candidate capable of inflicting significant disruption upon the Shrek 7, which incited Tang San's ire. Utilizing his second spirit ability, Ghost Vine Parasitism, Tang San was left with no choice but to deploy his most formidable trump card, as losing it was preferable to allowing Oscar to be ensnared. Should Oscar find himself in peril, not only would they lack resources for replenishing soul power, but they would also be short-handed. Before long, the dual monkeys were firmly restrained, its limbs captured and subsequently bound into a large package. Now, seize the opportunity. Do not allow them a moment's respite. Tang San urged, charging ahead with his blue-silver grass, continuously exerting control, working in tandem with Dai Mubai's White Tiger Lightwave to catch the dual monkeys off guard. Can you believe it? A control-type Spirit Master and an assault-type Spirit Master are ganging up on me? Do you have no shame? The dual monkeys lamented on the verge of tears. It was evident to the discerning that the Shrek 7 aimed to swiftly eliminate a key player from the frenzied battle team. The chances of hunting the Spider-Woman were slim, given her status as a control type, tightly shielded by numerous allies, making an assault exceedingly difficult. The frenzied rhinoceros was tough-skinned and resilient, posing a challenge despite having recently suffered severe damage from Jiang Chuan. However, even a malnourished camel outweighs a horse, as it was still a sole master of over 30 levels, not to be underestimated. Thus, only the dual monkeys remained in the fray. Strike with all you might, Ma Huazhang exclaimed, unleashing a piercing cry as he expelled a torrent of explosive flames, sealing the dual monkeys' escape route. Another ultimate martial soul has arrived? The countenance of the twin rams was nearly in tears, utterly shameless. The spectral claws of Yum appeared unexpectedly behind them, unleashing a cascade of inky ripples from her palm, ruthlessly directed towards the twin rams, leaving them with no avenue for retreat despite their formidable power. Damn it! The Spider-Woman could no longer bear to watch. She immediately gestured, releasing a strand of spider silk in an attempt to assist the twin rams, but was abruptly intercepted by a strand of blue-silver grass. The star compass, held by a man radiating golden light, was poised to channel his soul power. Unfortunately, he was suddenly swept by a fair, elongated leg. Though he did not believe that this kick could prove fatal, it would certainly be a considerable nuisance, prompting him to swiftly leap back to avoid the blow. Jiang Chuan had mentioned that support-type Soul Masters could also serve as Battle Soul Masters. For everyone being a support-type Soul Master, this was equivalent to wielding the power of a Battle Soul Master against him. Ning Rongrong spoke confidently. Yet her legs were a whirlwind, her toes striking the air with a rhythmic thud, catching the star compass off guard with a series of relentless kicks. After delivering a flurry of blows, she indeed forced him back several paces. Gritting her teeth, she raised her delicate leg and aimed a direct kick at the star compass's vulnerable area. Goodness, are the members of Shrek Academy truly this ruthless? The star compass, though unwilling to admit defeat, could not afford to be complacent in the face of such destructive potential. If he were to suffer any damage there, it would be a lifetime of repercussions. The girl before him, with her innocent sweetness and angelic visage, displayed a ferocity that far surpassed that of Shrew, leaving him to wonder who had raised her. Initially, he had presumed her actions to be mere feints, yet Ning Rongrong indeed aimed for his most sensitive area. This spectacle elicited a mixture of embarrassment and astonishment from all onlookers. Having witnessed numerous battles in the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, none had ever encountered a Soul Master team employing such tactics to pressure their foes. If this were the new norm in combat, battles would certainly become far more entertaining. Haha, I wager 3 golden soul coins that this fellow's vulnerable spot will be shattered. And this fighting style? Quite devious. I certainly wouldn't dare provoke such misfortune. The spectators on the viewing platform buzzed with conversation, finding this scene novel and expressing their astonishment at Shrek Academy's audacious tactics, which clearly indicated a willingness to go all out. Excessive, and yet they come again? The star compass evaded time and again, initially believing that the opponent would relent. Yet, to their astonishment, the adversary pressed on with relentless vigor. His feet teetered perilously at the edge of the arena. A mere nudge would send him tumbling down. In a stroke of desperation, he retaliated by seizing Ning Rongrong. The latter, caught off guard by the thunderous assault, swiftly pivoted and delivered a punch to his face. Unprepared for the strike from a young girl, the man wielding the star compass was unexpectedly hit, resulting in a bloody nose and a sense of bewilderment that left him momentarily dazed. Chapter 138. The battle approaches its conclusion. The tactics employed by Shrek Academy were indeed peculiar and multifaceted, particularly those of their female students, who could devise such audacious maneuvers. Did they not possess a sense of shame? Cursed be their underhandedness. Just as the double sheep lamented this, he was abruptly struck by a kick from Ma Hongjun, causing him to spit blood. Did he still have the audacity to care for others? Oomph. Dai Mubai scolded, his right index finger crackling with energy as he unleashed the White Tiger's lightwave. A sudden interruption ensued. Do you think we are invisible? The mad rhino charged forth, meeting Dai Mubai's fist head-on, even using his iron head to absorb the onslaught of light, resulting in a bloodied head. Star compass. Failing to overcome even a woman is truly disgraceful. Are you contemplating defeat? The Spider-Woman could no longer contain her scorn. How pathetic it is to be relentlessly pressured by a little girl. She keeps kicking me. The star compass lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Star compass is incapacitated. We must alter our strategy. Double monkeys, if you're still alive, rally to assist the star compass. The Spider-Woman commanded. Understood. With a swift movement, the double monkeys, bound by the blue silvergrass, sprang to action, targeting Ning Rongrong first. Fatty, where's your fire? Reinforce now. Should the Mad Battle team gain any support, we shall find ourselves in dire straits, Tang San asserted, his fingers emanating a cold glimmer as he thrust into the void, aimed at the Spider-Woman. Of course, he had no intention of killing her. That would be unrealistic. A temporary hindrance would suffice. All right, the fire is coming. Triple Phoenix fire line. Ma Hongjun ignited with fervor, flames erupting from his mouth as he directed the inferno towards the double monkeys. How shameless. How could you Shrek 7 monsters resort to such tactics? The double monkeys screamed in agony, inadvertently engulfed in flames. I shall send you down first. Ma Hongjun intensified his power, the flames soaring several meters high, singeing the double monkey's fur. I can't take it anymore. I concede. I require a replacement. The double monkeys, rendered unconscious, collapsed beside the arena, to be carried away by medical personnel. The Spider-Woman scoffed. The Mad Battle team has only ever consisted of 7 members. Where will a substitute come from? Are you still asleep? However, upon witnessing the charred and ghastly visage of the twin monkeys, one had no choice but to relent. No need to panic. With 2 support members on Shrek's side, even in the absence of the twin monkeys, victory may still be within our grasp. Now, heed my instructions. Kaiju, assist me in subduing Tang San. He is far too persistent. Dai Mubai has imparted wisdom upon you, and if we cannot overcome this adversary, you ought to reconsider your position as the leader of the fierce battle team. In a tone of unwavering resolve, the Spider-Woman swiftly evaded the silent dagger wielded by Tang San. Star Compass, are you capable? The first priority for the Spider-Woman was to rescue the Star Compass. With a flick of her wrist, she shot forth a strand of spider silk, striking just behind Ning Rongrong. Be cautious, Rongrong. Oscar possesses a pair of exuberantly flourishing wings, akin to those of phoenix-tail chicken. With a rush, she whisked Ning Rongrong to safety. Although Ning Rongrong had previously gained the upper hand, she had also endured her fair share of scratches from the Star Compass, and a single sausage was sufficient to mend her wounds. What? They possess flying spirit abilities? The intelligence we received was erroneous. The Star Compass was taken aback, bewildered by the array of monstrous capabilities displayed by this group. Observing the purple spirit rings adorning the individual, the Spider-Woman discerned, speaking in a subdued tone, this person is also a spirit master of level 30. What? Kaiju gasped in shock. Enough with the delays, Dai. Tang San may provoke further complications. Understood. Dai Mubai bent forward and surged ahead, leaving behind a trail of brilliance. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely, her figure flickering like black lightning. Ghost shadow mysterious steps. Tang San, unwilling to be outdone, managed to keep pace with his agile movements. The trio formed a line, landing simultaneous kicks upon Kaiju's face. Ha! A contest of strength? Kaiju clearly remained undaunted. Fool! Tang San gritted his teeth, causing the blue silvergrass in his grasp to morph into a cage, ensnaring Kaiju. With a leap into the air, Dai Mubai appeared, radiating a fierce golden light. Coalescing with immense power, threefold strength, White Tiger's fierce light wave. Did they think that was sufficient? The first spirit ability, the second spirit ability, the third spirit ability. Kaiju, undeterred, let his 3 spirit rings cascade downwards, instantly amplifying his vitality and strength. He unleashed a mighty punch that shattered the blue silvergrass, colliding directly with Dai Mubai's fierce light. Phantom Claw of the Underworld. Zhu Zhuqing's body stretched like a noodle, wildly slashing at Kaiju's neck. Seeking death? Kaiju stomped his foot, unleashing a crimson wave of energy that swept her aside. But it was not over yet. Pink lightning crackled and burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, one could see a pair of rabbit ears. Let my sister Xiao Wu provide support. A decisive kick struck the neck of the frenzied rhinoceros, causing it to convulse as if electrified. Immediately thereafter, it was confronted by the blinding radiance of the white tiger, rendering the rhinoceros momentarily dazed. In a desperate attempt to regain control, it grasped tightly onto Xiao Wu, but neither could escape the onslaught of the white tiger's fierce light wave, resulting in both being hurled off the stage. Although Dai Mubai intended to mitigate the force at the last moment, it was already too late. Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted in fury. The onlookers felt beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, filled with concern for themselves. The Spider-Woman echoed the despair. The double monkeys and double sheep had suffered a crushing defeat, and now their captain, the frenzied rhinoceros, had fallen alongside Shrek Xiaowu. What a calamity this was. At present, the only fighting force left in the frenzied battle team was her. The Star Compass, with its first, second, and third soul skills, unleashed torrents of crimson soul power as if it were free, bestowing enhancements upon the Spider-Woman and her companions. The intensity of this power caused their eyes to redden with terror. Fatty. Tang San's eyes were similarly bloodshot. Can we still fight? It's no use, third brother. My voice is hoarse, and I can't unleash the Phoenix Fire line, Ma Hongjun lamented. Then step down. It will be perilous ahead, Tang San commanded, fearing that Ma Hongjun might suffer a grievous blow. Zhu Zhuqing, what about you? Third brother, I'm still capable. Xiao Wu's situation was an accident. I do not need to blame myself. I will avenge her, Tang San stated, furrowing his brows as he glanced at Ma Hongjun, urging him to look after Xiao Wu. Em me finitu, Daimubai interjected. In truth, he was feeling the effects of fatigue. His soul power was waning due to the force suppression of the White Tiger's fierce light wave, which had inflicted thrice the internal injuries upon him. The upcoming battle was straightforward. They were all out of strength. The Spider-Woman's voice was laced with an unspoken chill. Remove the Star Compass from the rearguard. The rest of you fight alongside me. Tang San frowned. Xiao Ao, Yu, and Rongrong should withdraw as well. Oscar had sustained significant injuries while rescuing Ning Rongrong from the Spider-Woman's relentless pursuit, his clothing tattered and his mental energy severely depleted. Chapter 139. The battle concludes. Deposits surge. Only a few remained on the battlefield, engaged in a desperate struggle. Such fierce combat was truly captivating, was it not? Indeed. Usually we only witness the frenzied battle team overwhelming their opponents. Seldom do we see a match so fervent. This is the essence of a Soul Master-esque battle. The audience exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Chuan remarked, not bad, as he made his way toward the deposit house in Suatawa City. Jiang Chuan, where are you going? Yu Xiaogang inquired, puzzled. If even he could not discern the intricacies of the match, how could Jiang Chuan appear so unfazed? Jiang Chuan turned his back to the crowd, raising his hand. Of course, I'm betting on the Shrek 7 monsters to make a profit. Yu Xiaogang, after hearing this, glanced at Jiang Chuan and then at the Shrek 7 monsters beneath the arena. The Academy was short on funds. Perhaps it was time for him to place a bet as well. He believed in Jiang Chuan's judgment. In the betting house, a starving camel is larger than a horse. I shall wager on the frenzied battle team. The newcomers are also impressive. I bet 100 golden soul coins on the Shrek 7 monsters. I wager 1,000 golden soul coins on Shrek. Upon hearing this declaration, everyone instinctively turned to look behind them, where a young man was approaching, holding a golden soul coin card. Some sharp-eyed individuals pointed out, that is from the Soto City Bank. A card for golden soul coins that can only be obtained by soul masters of rank Great Soul Master or above. This remark caused many to turn back, regarding Jiang Chuan with astonished eyes. 1,000 golden soul coins on the Shrek 7 monsters? Are you certain? Asked the man responsible for the soul betting, his expression serious. Proceed. Jiang Chuan waved his hand, slapping the soul master card onto the table. Such extravagance. Although the battle performance of Shrek indicated they possessed certain capabilities, the stakes from a frenzied battle team were considerably higher. 1,000 golden soul coins? That amount could sustain a major sect for several months, someone remarked enviously. I too shall wager 500 golden soul coins. Yu Xiaogang also placed his card on the table, his demeanor solemn. He did not trust the Shrek 7 monsters. Who would dare to? After all, they were his own disciples. Though Jiang Chuan took the lion's share, it did not diminish his hard work. The growth of Shrek to this extent was also intertwined with his efforts. A crowd stared at Jiang Chuan and Yu Xiaogang as if they were fools. Indeed, they were Na'vi yet wealthy. Soto City had no obligation to guide their choices as bets were placed one after another. Meanwhile, on the Shrek side, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had already eliminated 2 members of the frenzied battle team, but now they found themselves in dire straits. At this moment, only the breathless Tang San remained in the arena. He realized that if he wanted to secure victory, he would have no choice but to unleash the ultimate techniques of the Tang sect. Jiang Chuan's wager rests upon this very notion. The current strength of Shrek Academy is inevitably unable to rival that of the Mad Warriors. However, there remains the reborn Tang San. The arcane skills of the Tang sect, despite their shortcomings, should still enable him to challenge a foe beyond his level, should it be necessary. This is sufficient. Young man, your fate is sealed. The Spider-Woman holds the upper hand. The arena is ensnared in her webs, leaving Tang San trapped and unable to move. Leaves drift by, only to be severed in twain by the silken threads. With a flicker of shadows, Tang San performs a sudden leap, soaring across the stage, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the Spider-Woman. Do you wish to escape? As the Spider-Woman extends her hand, the web of entrapment falls away. Jiang Chuan resolutely meets the strands with his own, and at the moment of contact, sparks fly from his palm, revealing the razor-sharp nature of the threads. He then declares with unwavering conviction, "Control the crane, seize the dragon." The web is cast forth towards the celestial compass above. Is there no shame? The celestial compass feels a twinge of indignation. Moments ago, it had been struck below the belt. Now it faces the humiliation of being ensnared once more. How is it that he, an immobile support type on the stage, is compelled to partake in this fray? The Spider-Woman senses a hint of danger. His hands exhibit an unusual resilience, for they remain uncut. Pear blossom in a torrential rain. 6 steel needles are unleashed, their sharp tips slicing through the air and aiming directly for the Spider-Woman's face. The first soul skill, Web Prison, and the third soul skill, Web Binding, unfold dramatically. The torrential needles are confined within the web, and a radiant purple web materializes, ensnaring the Spider-Woman. Down you go. Tang San delivers a decisive kick to the celestial compass, now marred by spider silk, and rushes towards the Spider-Woman. What? How could you employ web binding? Does this astonish you? Tang San shrugs nonchalantly. Did you think this was the end? The Spider-Woman's voice resonates softly, her 3 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, emerging and wrapping around her arms and abdomen, a shroud of dark energy enveloping her. She breaks free from the web's constraints, gradually rising from the ground. At this moment, the arena is cloaked in darkness, visibility plummeting. Boom! The crimson glow in her eyes flares as she slowly raises her brow, an aura of menace surrounding her. At that instant beneath the celestial compass, she invokes her final 3rd soul skill, and the Spider-Woman is fully rejuvenated. There is no recourse left. Tang San has reached his limits, panting heavily as he resolves. 8 spear bones. With a crack, purple, glistening spider legs emerge from his back, expanding ominously. What is this? The Spider-Woman stares, astonished, enunciating slowly. Why does she feel an overwhelming pressure, one that resonates deep within her heart and bloodline? Whoosh! A spider's bony leg sliced through the air with a swift motion. The left shoulder of the Spider-Woman was pierced, and a purple toxin rapidly spread, rendering her immediately poisoned. There was no time for her to ponder, as Tang San coldly inquired, "Do you concede?" Almost instantly, another bony leg of the spider struck into her right shoulder. "You concede? You concede?" The referee on the platform was utterly astonished. It had been rumored that the president of Soto City personally sought the Shrek team for negotiations, hoping they could vanquish the Mad Warriors. To everyone's astonishment, they truly emerged victorious. The Shrek 7 had triumphed. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, a man in the viewing area scoffed, "Is this really a win? I expected the match to escalate further. Do you not understand? When masters clash, it occurs in an instant. Prolonged exchanges serve little purpose. Indeed, every move must be lethal. Do you presume this is merely a contest of spells, where one strikes and then another responds in a display match? Observe, the Spider-Woman is already bleeding. This battle was not in vain. Tang San took a deep breath, retracting the 8 spear-like bones from his back, and proceeded to assist the Spider-Woman in dispelling the toxin. "We have actually lost?" The Spider-Woman appeared incredulous. The head of the betting arena was left wide-eyed in shock. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Chuan lightly tapped the table, rousing the other party from their reverie. "Don't dawdle. We have a wager of 1,000 gold soul coins. Let's settle up." Chapter 140. The Imperial Battle Team. The matter concluded, Yu Xiaogang also reaped substantial rewards. Most delighted was Flender. "While you may not have incurred losses, I have undoubtedly profited handsomely." The Soto City Great Soul Arena directly dispensed gold soul coins. A most efficient and effortless exchange. In the opulent dining hall of Soto City, an array of dishes was laid out on the table. Ma Hongjun immersed himself in his meal, oblivious to the world outside. Tang San took it upon himself to tend to Xiao Wu, relieved that her earlier injuries were not grave. "Slow down, fatty. I feel like there isn't enough food to satisfy your appetite," Oscar mumbled with a mouthful of cured meat. "Little A.O., if your appetite is small, don't force yourself," Ma Hongjun retorted, snatching the beef from Oscar's hands and playfully pushing his forehead away before taking a hearty bite. "Fatty, I won't let this go." Flender adjusted his glasses, observing the Shrek 7 monsters burst into laughter. This lively group truly embodied vigor. "What are our plans for the next match?" Yu Xiaogang, not one to lament fate, preferred to raise issues at the dining table for collective resolution. "You are responsible for the allocation of students. I shall solely assist in their acquisition of soul rings and take no further responsibility." Zhao Wujia, sensing Flinder's gaze, promptly turned his head away. Jiang Chuan sighed deeply upon witnessing this. He finally understood why Zhao Wujia had served as a teacher at Shrek Academy for so many years without a salary increase. His non-competitive nature meant Flinder felt no pressure. Mere words would not suffice. Jiang Chuan, what are your thoughts? Flinder had ceased to regard Jiang Chuan as merely a child, but as a partner in discourse. I've already briefed the master on the specific matters. Jiang Chuan replied, the rest is up to you. Oh, have you discussed this previously? Flinder inquired, his tone fluctuating. Yu Xiaogang was forthright, stating, Flinder, if we proceed with the first and second training combined to cultivate the students, would you agree? Upon hearing this, Flinder raised his hand. Xiaogang, how many times must I say that you can discuss matters of training amongst yourselves without needing to report to me? My concern lies only with the students' temporary assessments. Very well, then let us settle on this. Yu Xiaogang nodded. Additionally, winning against the frenzied battle team is not the end. Several little monsters have also earned silver soul badges, so for future team battles, you will be advancing to the second tier. Flinder clearly hesitated, and it was evident to everyone present. Director, please express your thoughts candidly and refrain from withholding information. It would better prepare us. I must say, if we endure a few more such shocks, Ma Hongjun is undoubtedly the most curious among us. In response, Flinder spoke frankly, the second-tier teams are few, yet each consists of the finest elites. Among those I know, there is a team known as the Royal Fight Team. The mere mention of the Royal Fight Team caught the attention of many, revitalizing their spirits. Jiang Chuan, in particular, felt a surge of emotion. The name Royal Fight Team was strikingly clear, from memory. They were not only formidable rivals of Shrek at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, but would later become one of their most formidable adversaries in the Continental Soul Master Tournament. The inclusion of Royal in their name suggested that the team comprised descendants of nobility. Are you referring to the Royal Fight Team? Yu Xiaogang gasped softly, followed by a nasal hum, clearly realizing the identity of this formidable group, the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do Empire, established by his nephew, Yu Tianheng. However, as he contemplated further, his shock diminished. The educational resources of the Heaven Do Empire were undoubtedly superior to those of Shrek Academy by a considerable margin. Nonetheless, the quality of instruction they received paled in comparison. It was essential to recognize that, in contrast to Jiang Chuan, they were still leagues apart. In a direct encounter with the denizens of the Heaven Do Empire, the Shrek 7 might not necessarily face defeat. I urge you to approach this matter with a calm mindset. The Royal Fight Team is not an impregnable fortress, nor are they invincible. Should we encounter them, we can adapt. We need not resign ourselves to inferiority. Yu Xiaogang endeavored to bolster the morale of the Shrek students psychologically. However, to his surprise, the group shrugged nonchalantly, with Ma Hongjun being the first to speak up. Regardless of whether they're the Royal Fight Team or the Yellow Bean Team, it matters not. Teacher Jiang Chuan has said that we grow stronger in the face of strength and weaker in the presence of weakness. The frenzied warriors are still too feeble for us. If we can select from this cohort of so-called geniuses, it would certainly be far more engaging. Indeed, Dai Mubai chimed in. We're not afraid of this so-called Royal Fight Team. Only by defeating them can we truly embody the title of Shrek 7. Wouldn't you agree? Dai Mubai truly embodies the role of captain among the Shrek 7 monsters, exuding an inspiring aura. He possesses profound insights and harbors resolute thoughts. Guided by Jiang Chuan, he is not only compensated for his shortcomings, but now stands fearless, gazing into the depths of his own heart. Facing 10 raging rhinoceros, he would charge forth without hesitation. Hesitation has never been the task of an assault-type battle soul master. Very well, since you lack such determination. I shall convey my message in its entirety. Flinder has just dropped a hint. Tomorrow we shall accept the challenge from the Royal Battle Team. I can assure you, should you triumph in this battle, each student will be rewarded with 20 gold soul coins. 20 gold soul coins? Ma Hongjun instinctively dismissed the gravity of the impending showdown with the Royal Battle Team, his hands gripping the chair, his eyes wide as saucers. Flinder nodded at him. The Royal Battle Team comprises 7 esteemed soul masters of the Third Ring, celebrated as the elite of the elite, and they are poised to compete in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Furthermore, this team is backed by formidable resources and a daunting reputation. Reputation? Dai Mubai smiled slightly, undaunted. To him, such connections were of little consequence. After all, could any power rival that of the Star Luo Empire? Flinder understood Dai Mubai's perspective well. He too felt the profound depth of the backgrounds behind the Shrek 7 monsters, each a paragon of excellence. Formidable in their own right, with several even holding the title of Douluo. Could it be the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do Empire? The silent Tang San. stroking his chin, arrived at his own conclusion. Chapter 141. Revealing the hidden cards, sharpening the sword before battle. Soon, the Shrek 7 monsters underwent a series of rigorous training sessions. In Jiang Chuan's words, even a hastily prepared sword can shine. In light of the current situation against the Royal Battle Team, the odds appeared evenly matched given their age. If the Shrek 7 monsters were granted a year for training, they could very well overpower the Royal Battle Team with ease. However, if such words were merely the musings of cowards, then the Shrek 7 monsters would hardly deserve to be called monsters in the first place. In any case, Jiang Chuan would continue to train you until the soul battle with the Royal Battle Team concludes. Flinder, feeling a sense of relief, entrusted the Shrek 7 monsters to Jiang Chuan, looking at him as if a weight had been lifted. Brother Xiao Chuan, it is essential that you provide these children with further instruction. The morale observed during today's inspection is commendable. Keep up the good work. Xiaogang and I are currently negotiating some benefits for you all, if circumstances permit. Benefits? Ma Hongjun scampered over, eyes gleaming with mischief. Does that mean we'll have chicken legs to eat every day? Eat. How much food do you have in that head of yours, fatty? Is it possible that in your perception, our welfare consists solely of sustenance? Perhaps Dean Flander, observing our profound solitude and desolation, might consider introducing a few female students. Oscar, renowned for being in cahoots with Ma Hongjun, jestingly teased. TCH so vile. Ning Rongrong's ears are exceptionally perceptive. With a disdainful glance, she dismissed the two. Flander had already advised against speaking prematurely, especially since the chances of recovery are still rather bleak. The master approached him and took Flander away. At present, within the plaza of Shrek Academy, only 2 teachers, Jiang Chuan and Zhao Wuji, remain. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of their words, yet he paid them no heed. Instead, he turned his attention to rigorously training the Shrek 7 monsters, akin to a stern ruler. Time swiftly slipped away, and before long, the night had deepened. Teacher Zhao, he commanded, please take Dai Mubai and the others to practice their next objective. Tang San, remain behind. I have matters to discuss with you. Jiang Chuan wore a countenance that suggested he was accustomed to bearing the burdens of others. Observing this, Dai Mubai gently shook his head and, with a sympathetic pat on Tang San's shoulder, remarked, Xiao San, take heed of yourself. I sense that your forthcoming circumstances may not bode well. The facade of composure that Tang San had been trying to maintain faltered instantly upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. What else with all this drivel, Dai Mubai? Zhao Wuji interjected in a reprimanding tone, gesturing for the 6 of them to hasten their departure from the training grounds. Brother Chuan, I don't mean to imply much by this, but in your current predicament, it is imperative to contemplate acquiring the next soul ring to elevate your potential for growth. Furthermore, this demon blade, Qianrun, is entrusted to you. It may be wielded during your battle with the royal fighting team. However, exercise prudence in its use. Unnecessary bloodshed could lead to complications for you, not to mention that such excess is unwarranted. Treat this soul battle as mere training. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement of Jiang Chuan's advice. He certainly did not intend to brandish the demon blade indiscriminately upon entering the fray. After all, this exquisitely sharp weapon could even slice through the phoenix fire line of the robust fatty. Regardless of the opponent, anyone who fell within its reach would meet their demise with a single stroke. Additionally, I will apply as a substitute. Really? That would be splendid. Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. His concern did not stem from the battle itself, but rather from the safety of Xiao Wu, which had cast a shadow over his features. He was acutely aware that during the recent skirmish with the frenzied team, Xiao Wu had sustained injuries, a lapse on his part that he was determined not to repeat. Facing formidable adversaries like the royal fighting team filled him with trepidation. Yet with Jiang Chuan standing behind him, he felt a sense of security that allowed him to compete with greater confidence. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in the mind of his counterpart and chose not to elaborate further. Thank you, Brother Chuan, Tang San declared as he accepted the enchanted blade, Qianrun, from Jiang Chuan's grasp, seamlessly stowing it within the confines of his waist. Nestled among the 24 bridges under the moonlit night. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan erupted into hearty laughter, remarking that the phrase a desperate gamble was a serious understatement. If he truly allowed you to unleash your full potential and employ every stratagem at your disposal, it would be unlikely that Yu Qianheng and his companions could stand as your equal. Jiang Chuan spoke with unwavering certainty, for this was indeed the truth. The techniques of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, the heavenly hammer, and the chaotic wind hammer method, these trump cards had never been employed by Tang San, undoubtedly representing the opponent's most formidable moves. As the ancestral teachings of the Tang sect suggest, An adversary whose strategies you fail to comprehend is the most perilous. Reflecting on this matter brought a faint smile to his lips. Within the Spirit Hall, Tang San was known by the moniker the Hedgehog. Any movement could trigger hidden poisons or concealed weapons, rendering one utterly defenseless. Consequently, many soul saints and soul Douluos who had ambushed them in the Stardow Forest were grievously wounded or met their demise. At that time, Tang San, relying on his status as a soul emperor, was far from capable of engaging in a prolonged battle with such a formidable group. In other words, without those concealed weapons, survival would have been impossible, let alone achieving divinity. However, having a background is a facet of strength, and that does not imply Tang San resorted to deceit. If one were to speak of cheating, Jiang Chuan would certainly concede to Tang San's son-in-law, Yu Xiaogang, who was truly a prodigy. Starting with the companionship of a million-year soul beast, even before attaining divine status, he had already acquired several million-year soul rings, making him no less than a favored child of destiny. Shaking off these thoughts, Jiang Chuan cleared his throat and organized his thoughts. Yu Tianheng? Tang San did not become disoriented by Jiang Chuan's praise. Instead, a grave expression crossed his face as he interjected, "Brother Chuan, from your tone, just now, do you happen to know someone from the Imperial Fighting Team? Otherwise, how could the opponent so readily mention the name of the Imperial Fighting Team?" He was suddenly taken aback, realizing that Jiang Chuan was the one with the deepest secrets, even possessing comprehensive knowledge about the Imperial Fighting Team. If this were the case, Jiang Chuan could serve as a breakthrough point, revealing matters concerning the Imperial Fighting Team that would be beneficial to them, laying the groundwork for it. Noticing Tang San's gaze, Jiang Chuan could easily surmise his thoughts. "Remember, regarding the Imperial Fighting Team, I shall not utter a word beyond this, for this is your trial. Is that clear, little San?" His tone was resolute, devoid of any room for negotiation. If he were to divulge Yu Tianheng's weaknesses to them, there would be no need for the upcoming battle. They could simply crush the opposition outright. Chapter 142, Shrek vs. Imperial Fighting Team. Moreover, Jiang Chuan was well aware of the weaknesses and shortcomings of most soul masters beneath the Douluo Continent. Would he then disclose all these vulnerabilities to Tang San and his companions? What purpose would that serve? With a solitary effort, Jiang Chuan could potentially elevate Douluo to divine status. Without further ado, the dawn of the following day arrived, marking the moment of the decisive battle against the Imperial battle team. The Shrek's 7 monsters stood ready, their confidence seemingly bolstered by Jiang Chuan's guidance, or perhaps the grueling training they endured the previous day. Leading the charge was the proud and defiant Ma Hongjun, whose expression was laced with sarcasm as he strode confidently into the arena, locking eyes momentarily with the captain of the Imperial battle team, Yu Tianheng. "Xiao San, do you not find something peculiar about this Captain Yu Tianheng of the Imperial battle team?" Dai Mubai's eyes widened as he fixated on the injuries adorning Yu Tianheng's palm, wounds that were nearly fatal, the origin of which remained a mystery. Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes widened in astonishment. It was evident that a formidable expert had inflicted such injuries, marked by a flair for ruthlessness and cunning. The familiarity of this injury evoked a sense of recognition within him. One could only wonder what thoughts would arise in their hearts if they were to learn that these wounds were inflicted by Jiang Chuan. As if sensing their scrutinizing gazes, Yu Tianheng clenched his right fist, concealing the injury while casting a threatening glance towards Tang San. It appeared he was but a shadow of his former self. One could hardly gauge the true prowess of a captain from the Imperial battle team. Ma Hongjun, ever the opportunist, seized the moment to provoke, which immediately ignited Yu Tianheng's fury. Simultaneously, a significant weight of concern lifted from Yu Tianheng's heart, for battling against one who was half-crippled would hardly incite trepidation. "What did you say, you chubby one?" Before Yu Tianheng could respond, a young maiden approached with fervor, adorned in a vibrant green robe and sporting strikingly short hair. Her fierce gaze fixated on Ma Hongjun, as if she intended to memorize his features for the impending duel. Though Ma Hongjun was known for his infatuations, the haughty demeanor of Dugu Yin had yet to capture his interest. It was clear that even before the contest of souls commenced, a fiery clash had already ignited between them. "Isn't curious, Shrek? I advise you to choose your words with care. Otherwise, not only will you meet a grim fate, but you may also find your dignity utterly shattered. Do you truly believe that having vanquished a lackluster team like the Mad Warriors qualifies you to challenge us, the Imperial battle team?" Spoke a tall man clad in a white brocade robe, presumably a swift attack spirit master from the Huangdo team. "Silence, silence." The referee sharply struck the table, signaling the fervent anticipation within the Soto arena. It was evident that the audience relished the fiery spirit igniting between the Soul Master teams, even before the battle commenced. Such fervor not only stirred the emotions of the spectators, but also promised a more enriched sensory experience and exhilarating soul battles ahead. However, such fervent clashes must be tempered. Excessive animosity could spiral beyond control. After all, in the realm of Douluo Continent, soul masters remain an unpredictable variable, and should things veer out of hand, the consequences will be dire. No one wishes to witness such an unfortunate turn of events. The soul battle was about to begin. The referee, eschewing any further ambiguity, recognized the urgency. It was apparent that the Shrek 7 Devils were on the verge of clashing with the Royal Combat Team. Master, typically composed, found himself at a loss for words in front of Jiang Chuan, an unprecedented display of discomposure. After a few deep breaths to regain his composure, he addressed Jiang Chuan with a steady demeanor. Jiang Chuan, I entrust the forthcoming soul battle to your capable hands. I shall await news from you in the VIP room and devise the next strategy for the Shrek 7 Devils. Jiang Chuan did not impede his opponent, allowing him to depart. On one hand, he was his nephew. On the other, his most cherished disciple. Even for Yu Xiaogang, he found himself at a loss as to whom to support in this conflict. Thus, choosing to turn a blind eye and flee the scene seemed a prudent decision. Yu Xiaogang took a few steps towards the VIP room when suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he turned and inquired, by the way, Jiang Chuan, do you currently possess the Silver Soul Badge? During this period, Jiang Chuan had participated in numerous battles, emerging victorious in every arena without a single defeat. He was similarly revered as a divine figure. In fact, the president of the Soto Great Soul Arena had approached him multiple times, seeking to offer substantial gold soul coins in exchange for his assistance in resolving some intricate issues within the arena. But Jiang Chuan had temporarily rebuffed these overtures. The Gold Soul Badge. Jiang Chuan raised the golden badge in his right hand, gesturing briefly before tucking it back into his sleeve. He paid little heed to the rank of the Soul Douluo badge. However, such insignias conferred upon him a sense of identity and status. Most importantly, a continuous stream of resources and golden soul coins. What? In just a month, you have already attained the Golden Soul Douluo badge? Yu Xiaojiang's face paled, revealing a look of sheer astonishment. He was acutely aware that Jiang Chuan frequently trained the Shrek 7 monsters, often observing from the Soul Arena, and surmised that his participation in competitions was limited. Yet under such circumstances, he had managed to acquire the Golden Soul Douluo badge. Indeed, he was a young man adept at manifesting miracles. One could only wonder how Flinder would react to this revelation, whether he would share the same astonishment. The Golden Douluo badge, so close to ascending to the next level. However, it appears that no soul masters in the Great Soul Arena are willing to challenge me, and I find myself lacking interest. Jiang Chuan shrugged. Well then, Yu Xiaogang replied dryly, still reeling from the shock. Presently, the Shrek 7 monsters were engaged in a battle on the second level of the arena. Immediately, the crowd erupted with excitement. I specifically came to witness the Shrek 7 monsters in action. Shrek is facing the Imperial Battle Team. What can one say? Just watch. It is bound to be exhilarating. Why does it feel like a group of young individuals with such formidable strength has emerged recently, effortlessly overpowering various teams? What? Have you seen the true faces of the Shrek 7 monsters? No, but I can gauge from their voices and heights that they are quite young. Regardless, I can see the Imperial Battle Team make their entrance, and they all appear to be students. Moreover, it is said that they hail from the Heaven Do Imperial Empire's team, which implies a notable background. Of course, who enters the Heaven Do Imperial Empire without some form of backing? Perhaps some of them even have soul saints behind them. Not to be trifled with, indeed. Chapter 143. Heavy losses, substitutes take the stage. Upon hearing this, De Guyen scoffed derisively. What is a soul saint, anyway? My grandfather is a titled Douluo. If not for my father's unfortunate encounter with toxic gas, he would have become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Such a lineage is hardly comparable to these Shrek 7 monsters. One must understand that the bloodline she bore was unparalleled, noble, and esteemed. In the eyes of the continent's elite, only Yu Xiaogang was worthy of her regard. Come on, bring on. Maon Gijun provocativity, talented. Seeking death, I've long found you displeasing. Yu Xiaogang was the first to respond, his right hand clenched into a claw, blue lightning crackling forth, striking directly at Ma Hongjuan's brow. Seeking death? Your opponent is me. Dai Mu Bai would not remain indifferent. His fists erupted with golden light and fiery energy, crashing forcefully against Yu Xiaogang's lightning. Thus the battle commenced. The collision of soul power crackled and shimmered, a dazzling array of colors. The Shrek 7 displayed an unwavering resolve, as if a tidal wave was rushing forth. Were these individuals from Shrek mad? Such an expenditure of soul power would surely leave them severely weakened before the first round of combat concluded. Graphite was suddenly struck by Tang San's relentless series of kicks. Huh, you seem perplexed, do you not? We have substitute members, and, as instructed by teacher Jiang Chuan, we are to unleash each individual's combat strengths. Ma Hongjun, unabashed, spewed forth phoenix flames that engulfed Yu Feng, relentlessly suppressing him beneath a fiery whirlwind. The intensity of the flames was overwhelming. This plump fellow had truly lost his mind, as evidenced by the sheer force he wielded, at least 3 times greater than before. Yu Feng, with a furrowed brow, cursed inwardly. Had he encountered a band of lunatics? It was said that substitute members served as trump cards, as Yi Lingling chimed in. Regardless of their roles, the priority was to execute a flawless collaboration without chaos. Yu Qianheng, undeterred, declared he would handle the tiger before him, while leaving the rest to Yan Zi's command. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the air, swiftly approaching Yu Qianheng. Sans signe impending danger. Yu Qianheng immediately summoned a yellow soul ring with his left hand. First soul skill, whoosh. To his left, a pink mist appeared, and the first to emerge were 2 pairs of rabbit ears, moving with astonishing speed that matched his lightning. Did she intend to unleash a soul skill? That would require consulting sister Xiao Wu first. Xiao Wu raised her long leg and delivered a fierce kick, striking Yu Tianheng squarely below the belt. Indeed, the Shrek 7 had proven themselves ruthless, seemingly intent on incapacitating their foes. Graphite was taken aback. However, within the chaos of battle, there were no explicit rules against such tactics, as Sure Mo observed coldly. 3 individuals encircled Tianheng. Shrek's Duguyan clenched her fists tightly, a faint trace of toxic energy emanating from her, swiftly permeating the area. Understand him. Dai Mubai commanded through gritted teeth, unleashing his first soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. With his waist arched and claws poised, Yu Qianheng initially evaded Xiao Wu's kick, sneering. Truly a band of oblivious children. With 7 of you, it is reckless to send 3 against me, especially with 2 being support-type soul masters. Only 2 can truly contend, as long as I can draw you out. The remaining 4 will be swiftly dispatched by my comrades. Is this the strategy of Shrek? It appears rather unimpressive. After a moment of mockery, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted to fury. Thunder Dragon Claw. His hands gradually transformed into claw-like appendages, entwined with blue lightning, and he struck toward Xiao Wu, who was unable to withstand the force, and was sent flying. A chilling tone resonated from Yu Tianheng, his gaze lifting slightly as if emerging from the depths of the abyss. The roaring fire dragon surged forth, intensifying as it engulfed the battlefield, forcing Oscar to retreat step by step, his body marked with wounds and blood, a pitiful sight. 9-heart begonia. Yi Lingling could no longer contain herself, presenting the sacred begonia flower with both hands, its petals shimmering as she unleashed her soul power. To hinder her, Oscar was struck in the chest, and having never encountered such ferocity, Yi Lingling panicked. As most soul masters she faced only targeted her abdomen. Get lost. Ning Rongrong struck from behind, delivering a kick that caused Yi Lingling to stumble. The 3 auxiliary soul masters were entangled in a fierce struggle. Audacious. Othello's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged at Oscar like a leopard. But Oscar sprouted a pair of wings resembling those of a phoenix-tailed cockatoo, soaring into the air, leaving Othello helpless. Xiao Wu's fall from the stage ignited Tang San's fury, yet he found himself momentarily restrained by the brothers Sure Mo and Sure Mo. This Yu Tianheng is exceedingly formidable. Dai Mubai had already employed his 3rd soul skill, yet Yu Tianheng seemed impervious to defeat, wielding lightning with abandon. My soul power. Zhu Zhuqing gently caressed her chest, aware that her physical and soul energy had been severely depleted. The others understood that the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was one of the most powerful beast martial souls, renowned for its lethality and speed. A true machine in combat. Zhu Zhuqing had to not only attack, but also evade the relentless lightning. Thunderous might. As this voice echoed, the surrounding air fell into silence, enveloped in an aura of night. White Tiger Barrier. It was evident that Dai Mubai intended to withstand the blow. For avoiding, it was not an option for Zhu Zhuqing. Shrek's captain. Such tactics are hardly impressive. This was not the first time Yu Tianheng had mocked Dai Mubai. His thunderous might was too swift, slicing past Dai Mubai's cheek and striking Zhu Zhuqing in the chest, sending her crashing out of the arena. Losing 2 team members in an instant? This is dire. Zhao Wuji's fist slammed heavily against the railing, revealing his agitation. He turned to Jiang Chuan. It seems I must trouble you to step in. Jiang Chuan held a delicate blue and white porcelain teacup, nodding slightly as his gaze fixated on the arena. I, Fatty, could single-handedly deal with this group of weaklings. In truth, Ma Hongjuan's voice was nearly hoarse, and everyone could discern the raspiness that characterized his speech. Fatty, it's time to step down. There's no need to add to the injuries. You've done your best, Tang San commanded. Despite Ma Hongjuan's reluctance to concede and his desire to continue fighting, he trudged away, dejected. In their team, the orders of a control type, Soul Master, superseded all else. Little Fatty, why don't you keep fighting? Come on, why are you backing down? Yu Feng, who was poised to retaliate, saw Ma Hongjun leave and exclaimed in frustration. Black charcoal, do your own thing, Ma Hongjun retorted, clenching his right fist in a threatening manner. Yu Feng's expression was rather comical. He truly resembled a piece of charred coal. Chapter 144. Substitutes take action. Resolute decisions. Keeping Ma Hongjun would merely result in another injury. Yu Feng, stop chattering. I must hurry to assist Yi Lingling with her predicament. We need to suppress those two support-type soul masters. If we cannot defeat them, then you might as well not return, Duke Guyan admonished, clearly incensed. At such a critical moment, Yu Feng was still spouting nonsense. Was his mind muddled? Almost too late to respond, a gust of wind surged forth, with Oscar, imbued with the speed of phoenix-tailed serpent, not pursuing but instead lunging towards Ning Rongrong. With a swift strike, he sent her flying out of the arena. Just as she was about to tumble out, Ning Rongrong shouted urgently, 7 treasures glazed tile, 1 for strength, 2 for speed. 2 soul rings chimed melodiously, their collisions unleashing a cascade of ethereal soul power, which infused the remaining 3 members of Shrek. They were doomed. The outcome of this battle was sealed. The Shimo brothers held Tang San tightly, even risking severe injury from the control-type Soul Master to bring him down. After all, facing 2 Soul Emperors, Tang San's energy reserves were severely depleted. Dai Mubai's situation was even more dire. With the combined strength of these 3, they could not directly crush Yu Tianheng. Now that he was left alone, it was evidently unsustainable. It was not that he was outmatched in terms of martial soul rank, but rather that Yu Tianheng was exceptionally courageous, growing stronger with each clash. Although this was a soul fighting tournament, he fought with an intensity that suggested he was willing to risk everything, coupled with his ferocious and formidable martial soul. Dai Mubai was being pushed back relentlessly. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was undoubtedly one of the most powerful beast martial souls in the Douluo Continent, and its potential was utterly intimidating. In summary, the situation was exceedingly precarious. Shrek was caught off guard and overwhelmed. Jiang Chuan still vividly remembers that Tang San narrowly triumphed by leveraging his concealed weapons and astute tactical discernment. Ha ha! Shrek's 7 monsters, your time is up. I am eager to see what tricks you still possess in your waning moments. Yu Tianheng, with unwavering conviction, has already envisioned the dawn of victory. Just as he surmised, the remaining members of Shrek's 7 monsters are indeed on the verge of retreat, their soul power dwindling significantly. Thud! Thud! The sound of footsteps resonated powerfully, capturing the attention of all present as Jiang Chuan stepped onto the arena. Frankly, no one believed Shrek could stage a comeback. Even with substitutes, it was too late. With Jiang Chuan's arrival, Shrek's team was reduced to just 4 members on the stage. In stark contrast, the Huangdo team suffered minimal losses, with some members still at full soul power, such as Yi Lingling, who could restore the team's vitality entirely, while the young girl from the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School had already fallen from grace. Even a fool could discern the impending outcome of the forthcoming battle. Unless this proud substitute player of Shrek's could single-handedly take on 7 opponents, the odds were decidedly against them. Dai Mubai and the others, upon seeing Jiang Chuan take the field, displayed expressions of relief, their previously anxious hearts finally at ease. For Jiang Chuan, this match was merely a formality. Overpowering the Huangdo team would be a trivial task, likely achievable with just a flick of his wrist. The members of the Huangdo team were not oblivious. They noticed the sudden uplift in Shrek's spirits, their gazes fixated on Jiang Chuan, as if they had never heard of him before. Yet, upon observing the expression on Dai Mubai's face, it was as if this individual, Jiang Chuan, could indeed take on 7 adversaries. And they were the elite of the Tiando Imperial Empire. I must say, you are celebrating far too prematurely. Does the presence of a mere substitute elate you this much? Ha ha! Dugu Yin was the first to mock. Yin, you should be cautious, Yu Tianheng immediately retorted, casting a serious glance at Jiang Chuan. He felt an uncanny familiarity with Jiang Chuan, though he could not quite place it, and inquired, You are Jiang Chuan, the substitute for Shrek, correct? Given his physique, he must be a powerful attack-type soul master. If that is indeed the case, we must prepare ourselves, for having 2 attack-type soul masters on a team is formidable, and judging by the expressions of the Shrek members, This individual may be quite extraordinary, potentially possessing an exceptional martial soul. Yu Qianheng's earnest words commanded respect, prompting everyone to take heed. An auxiliary soul master, the chaotic Blue Lotus. Jiang Chuan did not conceal his intentions, lightly raising his hand. The remaining Shrek students shall continue. You have not yet lost this match. Should the moment arise when you can no longer endure, I will intervene. As he spoke, Jiang Chuan crossed his arms and stood to the side, adopting a posture reminiscent of an audience member at a play. What? An auxiliary spirit master? Dong Guoyan scoffed repeatedly, echoing Yu Qianheng's words. So, it is merely an auxiliary spirit master. What is there to fear? Even if he can resurrect the Shrek students to full strength, so what? Behind us stands Yi Lingling as well. Their abilities merely cancel each other out. I wonder what trump cards they truly possess. How laughable. The White Tiger's fierce lightwave. Dai Mubai fought with all his might. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's command, he dared not disobey. However, his target was not Yu Qianheng, but rather he lunged towards Yi Lingling and landed a devastating blow, inadvertently falling victim to the third soul skill of Yu Feng, which forced him out of the arena, grievously injured and unable to continue the fight. Little San, the dreaming mushroom sausage. Oscar tossed the purple sausage he held, aiming for Tang San, but it was swiftly intercepted by the lightning-fast Othello, who subsequently kicked it towards Oscar's head, sending him flying as well. Lileo. Tang San had no time to save his comrade, and instead drew his magic blade, Qianren. With a metallic clang, he unleashed 3 strikes, cleaving Othello's dreaming mushroom sausage into 3 pieces and leaving deep gashes across Othello's chest, crimson blood oozing forth. What weapon is this? I cannot evade his blade. Othello was taken aback, bending down to brace his chest, his gaze filled with trepidation as he stared at Tang San. He had previously trained his speed, even rivaling the renowned Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Yet, to his astonishment, he could not evade Tang San's attack, which was utterly bewildering. Wait, where did that Shrek substitute go? How did he vanish from the arena? If not for the reminder from Shimo, even the referee would not have anticipated Jiang Chuan's sudden disappearance. As everyone turned their heads back and forth in confusion, they failed to locate Jiang Chuan's figure. Whoosh! Thud! A shadowy figure streaked past. A large hand struck Shimo's abdomen, producing a cracking sound against the greenish turtle shell as Shimo was forcefully knocked out of the arena without hesitation. Chapter 145. Defeating the opponent in 3 seconds. The mournful cries echoed far and wide. Since their acquaintance with Shimo, they had never witnessed him in such a dismal predicament. What has transpired? Be careful. Yu Qianheng, despite his naivete, is acutely aware of the unfolding events. It is undoubtedly the mischief of that substitute player. The identity and prowess of the opponent are far from ordinary, perhaps transcending their comprehension of the auxiliary spirit masters. As the control spirit master within the team, your temperament renders it challenging to maintain a grasp on the overall situation. The repeated failures of the Huang Do team in future battles are inextricably linked to your actions. The enigmatic Jiang Chuan materialized behind Du Guyan, gently raising a palm to rest upon her back. Before she could even react, blood gushed from her mouth as she succumbed to exhaustion, feeling a searing pain radiate from her spine. It was him, this Jiang Chuan. Sure Mo's words remained unspoken as he fell silent, instantly feeling darkness envelop him, collapsing onto the stage. At this juncture, one could hardly ascertain whether the referee understood the situation. Even the onlookers were unable to discern when Jiang Chuan had struck. Incredible. This was astonishing. It was as if anyone who met his gaze would meet their demise. How could this old master named Jiang Chuan be so formidable? Why had he never been mentioned before? Wait, Jiang Chuan. That name sounded familiar. It was rumored that he had swiftly acquired the Golden Soul badge at the Grand Soul Arena. The reason for his obscurity was his infrequent participation in competitions, boasting an unparalleled record of victories, leading to few challengers daring to invite him. How could such a figure suddenly emerge from the Soto Grand Soul Arena? How was I unaware of this? Yet he was merely a support-type soul master, even if he showcased extraordinary skills. How could he instantaneously eliminate 2 soul masters wielding ultimate beast martial souls? Everything about him remained a mystery. This battle caught the attention of Qin Ming in the VIP room. Jiang Chuan. I pride myself on my extensive knowledge of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena and have meticulously studied every exceptional soul master, yet I had overlooked him. Judging by the speed he exhibited just moments ago, he was undeniably at the level of a soul master of the Soul Sect. Moreover, such power was sufficient to rival that of ultimate beast souls. A support-type soul master like him was simply unheard of in Douluo Continent. Qin Ming was left speechless, overwhelmed by the strangeness of it all. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. Truly a monster among monsters. No wonder Shrek Academy produced such extraordinary talents. It had been a while since I last visited Dean Flander. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to lead the students in a visit. Qin Ming mused. On the stage, he proclaimed, I shall grant you 3 seconds to unleash all your spirit rings and martial souls. Jiang Chuan's voice resonated with an icy chill, as if he were merely recounting an inconsequential matter. His intention was not to grant the Royal Combat Team an opportunity for defeat. Rather, he recognized that his actions could easily endanger lives. In such precarious circumstances, it would be prudent for them to activate their martial souls and soul rings to alleviate some of the impending pressure and safeguard their own existence. The intensity of the pressure was formidable, with Yu Xiaogang at the forefront, enveloped in the thunderous might of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, unleashing the full extent of his soul power. His first, second, and third soul skills ignited simultaneously, while 3 soul rings adorned his body, summoning a frigid tornado from his being. Unable to contain himself, Othello brushed back his golden locks and dove towards Jiang Chuan, bellowing in defiance. How arrogant! Tang San stood by, utterly astonished. He had never envisioned that the soul battles could unfold in such a manner. It had truly become indistinguishable from a mere formality. Very well, you may go first. Jiang Chuan moved with an elegance that defied the very laws of nature, his form flickering like a specter. In the face of his prowess, Othello's speed was rendered utterly inconsequential as he delivered a single, decisive kick that sent his opponent tumbling off the stage. Next, with the force of thunder, the Thunder Dragon Claw proved futile. Jiang Chuan advanced boldly, paying no heed to the tumultuous storm of lightning before him. With a swift motion, he flung Yu Xiaogang aside, sending him crashing onto the arena floor, where he had an intimate encounter with the ground. What? At this sight, Douluo Yin was utterly dumbfounded. Was this a battle of souls, or merely a harvest of chaff? Why did it seem that anyone who dared to touch Jiang Chuan met with certain doom? Even the formidable Yu Xiaogang was sent flying with a single strike from him. Could anything be more absurd? At least Douluo Yin could not conceive of it. Oh no! Yi Lingling cried out in alarm. Jiang Chuan's actions had transpired in an instant. Within a mere 3 seconds, their Imperial battle team had already suffered the loss of 4 members, leaving her profoundly shaken. Clearly, this was not the time to ponder the source of Jiang Chuan's immense power. Immediate action was necessary to restore the strength of the remaining teammates. 9-Heart Begonia. The power of 9-Heart Begonia surged forth, hastily healing the wounds on Yu Xiaogang's face and the injuries on Douluo Yin's back. Incredible. This was truly astonishing. No wonder he was referred to as Teacher Jiang Chuan. The Yellow Bean team seemed as fragile as scarecrows before him, swept away with a single blow. You should have seen the look on Yu Xiaogang's face when he was sent flying. It was utterly comical, with drool spilling from his mouth. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun exclaimed gleefully from the sidelines. As he had stated, the dramatic scene indeed unfolded before the audience. But wait, what had just transpired? The referee promptly intervened. Jiang Chuan, the Golden Soul Badge. What? He possesses the Golden Soul Badge and is cheating? A soul master who ascends to the 2nd level cannot possibly wield such a high-level soul badge. Someone interjected. Ladies and gentlemen, we have previously discussed with the president of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Our student Jiang Chuan ascended the stage without utilizing any soul power, martial soul, or even soul skills. If, under such circumstances, you cannot defeat him and instead resort to disparagement, then I have nothing more to say. Zhao Wujia chuckled softly. His continuous reference to the Shrek Academy was precisely to bolster the institution's reputation. After all, it was free publicity not to be overlooked. This was outrageous, truly beyond the limits. To not employ a martial soul or soul skills and still treat the Yellow Bean team as mere chaff to be harvested. Akin to straw figures. Was it that the Imperial battle team was incompetent, or was this individual simply too formidable? Chapter 146. A dominant display. The battle concludes. One must admit, I just witnessed Yu Xiaogang's thunderous strike, which, despite its grandiosity, seemed utterly ineffective against Jiang Chuan. It felt more like a mere tickle than an actual threat. You are all mistaken. The Imperial battle team is not weak. Their previous encounter with Shrek revealed that their strength far exceeds that of their peers. It is merely that this soul master named Jiang Chuan is exceedingly captivating. What significance does it hold to return to the original state? Jiang Chuan's voice was soft and unobtrusive, and before one could notice, he had already arrived behind Yi Lingling. He extended his right arm and swiftly embraced her, causing her to tremble slightly. The fragrant scent of flowers wafted towards her, pleasantly captivating her senses. You should join me as well. With a forceful push, Jiang Chuan sent Yi Lingling tumbling off the stage. It was clear that the disparity between them was insurmountable. Defeating him was utterly impossible. Tianheng, what should we do now? Du Yin lamented. She had encountered more formidable soul masters than themselves before, but Jiang Chuan's prowess made it evident that he belonged to a realm far beyond their comprehension. The existence of hidden masters within the continent was well known to her, yet she had never heard of anyone as powerful as Jiang Chuan, whose strength was truly astonishing. Tianheng, this is not the time for bravado. What should we do? Yin, step down, Du Yin declared, her pride as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan preventing her from conceding defeat. All right, I will stand with you. It was merely a struggle of a cornered beast. What was there to fight for? Continuing to resist was futile. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was unwavering. Jiang Chuan shrugged, choosing not to strike first, but instead raised an eyebrow at Tang San. Little San, these two are currently in a semi-victorious state. They have already been weakened. In facing such adversaries, I hope you can provide me with a different outcome. Effortlessly, Jiang Chuan could obliterate a group from the Imperial fighting team. But such an act held no significance for him. He intended to utilize these two for Tang San's training. What? How infuriating. He dares to treat us as practice dummies? Du Yin exclaimed, her indignation palpable. She had always been revered as a precious gem by titled Douluos. Even soul emperors and soul saints bowed before her. And never had she been used in such a manner. Fine. Tang San was resolute, brandishing his magic blade, the 1,000 blades, and with a thunderous momentum. He struck at Yu Xiaogang. I have yet to settle the score for the earlier injury inflicted on Xiao Wu. Now, at this very moment, I shall avenge her hurt. Dare to harm my sister, and your fate is sealed. You shall die. With a swift motion, a solitary scar was carved, and to everyone's astonishment, the blue lightning in Yu Tianheng's grasp was cleaved by the blade. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. The pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's lightning was utterly vanquished before the might of Tang San's blade. Until this day, Yu Qianheng had endured too many blows, leaving his heart deeply wounded and in disarray. Tianheng, if you do not retreat, then neither shall I. Du Yin remained steadfast, her heart still set on Yu Qianheng. She unleashed 2 streams of poison from her hands, enveloping Jiang Chuan and Tang San. To have forced me to this extent, I must commend your prowess, Shrek Academy. The concoction I brewed personally is lethal. Anyone who comes into contact with it is doomed. You would be wise to concede now. Yin. Qin Ming raised his voice in the VIP lounge, recalling that he had previously warned Du Yin not to utilize the toxin within her body. It was, after all, developed by a titled Duo of the 92nd rank, a master whose expertise was beyond what one of the same tier could withstand. The mere touch of it could lead to instant death. Jiang Chuan and Tang San are doomed. Such a venomous force instills great trepidation even in him, let alone these 2 young ones. Who could have anticipated this? The second soul skill, Sacred Shield. Jiang Chuan's fingertips deftly grasped a minuscule and elusive soul ring. Tang San, charge forth without hesitation. Relinquish all concerns regarding the ensuing factors, including these toxins and external variables. Such audacity. Suddenly, everyone seemed to forget that Jiang Chuan was an auxiliary-type soul master. To their astonishment, the opponent's martial soul exhibited an extraordinary resistance to toxins. This was nothing short of invincibility, capable of both offense and evasion, possessing formidable attacking power, while simultaneously providing timely support and resource adjustments. Such an auxiliary soul master raises the question, how many teams across the Douluo Continent can claim possession of one? Alas, Yu Qianheng fell beneath Tang San's blade, tumbling off the stage in a flurry of disgrace. Du Yin stood in stunned silence, her lips murmuring incessantly, impossible, impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. This is the venom of the green scale serpent, handed down through my grandfather's lineage. If you can neutralize such a toxin. She suddenly found herself at a loss for words, her throat constricted as though choked by an unseen force, leaving her utterly speechless. Jiang Chuan's actions not only shattered the pride harbored in Yu Tianheng's heart, but also pierced through the convictions of Du Yin. In summary, the Imperial fighting team was left utterly devastated, caught unawares by the sudden emergence of Jiang Chuan. This was particularly true for Othello, who, after receiving a single kick from Jiang Chuan, remained bedridden and has yet to awaken, likely to bear the shadows of this encounter for a lifetime. Shrek Academy emerged victorious. The referee exclaimed with fervor, the substitute from Shrek Academy, contestant Jiang Chuan, has truly delivered a breathtaking performance in this soul battle, leaving us enthralled. Such a dramatic reversal in combat is rare. Congratulations to you, Shrek. Is that it? No way. They won just like that? At least let us see how that young man made his move. The spectators buzzed with chatter, many lamenting that they hadn't seen enough. The crux of the matter was that Jiang Chuan's strikes were executed with such swiftness that they barely registered. When you struck Yin just now, you hesitated for a split second, Xiao San. You have never been one to waver, yet you faltered momentarily. In the realm of soul battles, a slight misstep can lead to utter defeat. Do you believe you could have prevailed in this fight had I not intervened? Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Tang San earnestly shook his head. Without Jiang Chuan's timely rescue, victory would have been absolutely unattainable. Chapter 147. Senior Qin invests 100-fold. It was precisely due to your mismanagement that you felt secure, wielding the demon blade Qianren, believing you had an ace up your sleeve and thus lowered your guard, granting the enemy an opening. If you were to truly employ the 8 spider lances and all your hidden cards, defeating the 4 members of the Imperial fighting team would pose no challenge. However, such efforts would remain futile, as their sole master team included Yu Lingling, who possessed the 9-heart begonia. Jiang Chuan spoke with remarkable clarity, yet he chose to be succinct and refrained from elaborating further. He pointed out the flaws of the Shrek's 7 monsters, indicating that their issues were merely a few shortcomings, and the rest depended on their own insights. Excessive discussion would prove futile. The matter soon reached a conclusion, as it had already come to an end. The Shrek's 7 monsters triumphed in the competition, earning a substantial sum of gold soul coins, along with a generous reward for their soul master team. With a beaming smile, Flinder led his students directly to a luxurious hotel in Soto City, where a sumptuous banquet was lavishly arranged. Ma Hongjun was in high spirits as he indulged in the feast. Fatty, save some for me. Xiao Ao, why are you fretting over the dean's money? Why compete with me? He eagerly called for the menu, ordering stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, ed bamboo shoots, and lotus root corn soup. Flinder raised an eyebrow upon noticing that Ma Hongjun had opted for the cheapest dishes, chuckling to himself. Truly my disciple, always mindful of my purse. To everyone's surprise, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, I don't want any of these dishes, just bring them all out. Flinder was left in shock, as were the restaurant staff, astonished that these soul masters treated the served dishes as mere appetizers. How long had they been starving? Xiao Chuan, what are your thoughts on the Imperial fighting team? Flinder gathered his thoughts. Fortunately, every team has its corresponding weaknesses. However, they can rely on the control-type soul masters to wield authority, compensating for the team's shortcomings. Regarding the Imperial fighting team, Jiang Chuan shook his head, expressing his skepticism. Is Yin not capable? Flinder pondered. It's not that she lacks ability. Rather, she is impulsive and too youthful. Yet, they are indeed quite young. If their youth leads them to be unaware of their roles within the team, resulting in losses in the spirit battles, then what is the point of participating in the arena? Wouldn't it be better to focus on cultivation at home? Jiang Chuan has always been straightforward. He could hardly be bothered to mention Yin, offering a few evasive remarks instead, as he prepared to return to his cultivation and ready himself for the acquisition of the 5th soul ring. So this is the newly appointed teacher of Shrek Academy? Indeed, he is extraordinary. Clad in a resplendent robe, Qin Ming emerged from behind the curtain, gazing at Jiang Chuan with admiration. Greetings, I am Qin Ming. Also hailing from Shrek Academy, Jiang Chuan was well aware of the situation. Due to the interference of the royal Tiando Empire, which sought to undermine Shrek Academy, he ultimately returned to Shrek Academy as an instructor, possessing commendable strength and talent. Teacher Qin Ming served as the captain of the royal Douluo team. As Flandra introduced him, he remarked, Qin Ming, my boy, I did not err in my judgment. Not only have you become a teacher for the royal Tiando Empire, but your soul power is nearly on par with ours. Zhao Wujia's voice resonated with authority. The gentle teachings of the faculty were etched in Qin Ming's heart. He humbly responded, What surprises me is that the Shrek 7 monsters emerged from the training of a mere youth. Quite remarkable indeed. Furthermore, I have witnessed your 1 against 7 in the arena. Haha, we too did not anticipate that the Shrek 7 monsters would be trained so proficiently under Jiang Chuan's guidance. Flandra candidly acknowledged. Moreover, the Royal Douluo team had not performed well due to my influence, and I apologize for that. Qin Ming said as he deeply bowed to Jiang Chuan. His implication pointed towards the incident involving Yin and the release of the Biling Serpent's poison. The methods of attack in the arena were indeed varied, and such toxins were not particularly daunting to Jiang Chuan. This was not an exaggeration, but rather a mere fact. Everyone understood that what Jiang Chuan claimed was indeed true. After all, they had witnessed Jiang Chuan release his spirit rings, effectively neutralizing Yin's toxins, an extraordinary feat. Greetings, senior. Led by Ma Hongjun, the younger students politely greeted Qin Ming. Hello, junior brothers and sisters, Qin Ming replied with a calm demeanor, though his heart surged with emotion. It was astonishing to see the Shrek 7 monsters unmasked, appearing so youthful, truly a surprise. I envy you all, Qin Ming blurted out. What do you mean? Senior Qin Ming? Oscar cleverly seized upon the intriguing phrase. Do the younger students not know? Qin Ming's words left everyone puzzled. What was it that they should know? The next all-continent Soul Master competition was about to commence, and coincidentally, you all were present for it. I too had once emerged from Shrek Academy. But due to my age, I missed that performance competition, Qin Ming boasted. The all-continent Advanced Soul Master competition? Tang San murmured to himself. Precisely. And this is a matter that weighs heavily on my mind. To participate in the all-continent Advanced Soul Master competition, the Academy must possess the credentials of an Advanced Soul Master Academy. Yet, Flanders' words suddenly faltered. Shrek had always been modest. The question of whether they even qualified as an Advanced Soul Master Academy was a significant concern. Qin Ming immediately grasped Flanders' implication, his expression grave as he declared, Dean, Shrek Academy represents the future of Soul Masters and stands as a paragon of the Academy's ethos. We absolutely cannot close our doors. Certainly, we are well aware. Zhao Wujia let out a resigned hum, turning his head away. Even if I refuse the monthly subsidy of gold soul coins, Shrek Academy cannot continue to operate. The two did not speak much further, casting their gaze upon the group of little monsters at Shrek, almost all of whom were affluent, either possessing influential backgrounds or capable of producing substantial sums at will. Yet, as Shrek Academy, they held disdain for such actions. As for Jiang Chuan, although he withdrew considerable sums from Shrek each month, he was a man of a cold exterior but a warm heart. Not only did he provide the little ones at Shrek with meat, but he also dedicated extra time to train them. Jiang Chuan's actions were beyond reproach, even by Flinder. However, despite these contributions, Shrek Academy was still on the brink of closure. The first issue was a lack of funds. The second was the absence of a simulated training environment. The third, the lack of qualifications as a high-level Soul Master Academy. It could be said that Shrek had reached its end. The teachers, with their extensive knowledge, were sought after by various great empires. If it weren't for the education of talents, why endure this? Qin Ming spoke with unwavering determination. Thus, I am willing to allocate all profits from the Imperial teaching staff to sponsor Shrek Academy. Chapter 148. A New Landscape. Target Jiang Chuan. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the atmosphere abruptly turned chilly. Qin Ming, although Shrek is in dire need of funds, we cannot accept your sponsorship. Otherwise, we would be undermining our principles, Flinder stated tersely. He acknowledged Qin Ming's goodwill, yet insisted that the established rules must remain intact. In that case, I suggest that Dean seeks sponsorship from the Tiando Royal Empire as a form of alliance. What do you think? The Tiando Royal Empire? Flinder appeared contemplative, his gaze drifting to Yu Xiaogang and Jiang Chuan. I advocate for the alliance. Master, Zhao Wujia frowned. Flinder, if you truly wish to realize your Soul Master ambitions, you must understand the essence of sacrifice. I believe you're more aware of this than I am. If we cannot sustain Shrek Academy, what will become of the remaining students? How will training proceed? Yu Xiaojing's question was pointed and unyielding. Undoubtedly, no one could deny the validity of his words, as they reflected the truth. Flinder, for the sake of these children, you cannot be selfish. The name of Shrek has endured, but the future of these children is not something you can afford to jeopardize, especially not for such exceptional youths. Can you bear to let them down? Flinder found himself at a loss for a sincere response to Yu Xiaojang's addition. He could only resign with a heavy sigh. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Dean? Qin Ming felt a deep reluctance. Very well, for the sake of these little ones, we have exerted considerable effort. Currently, this is the only viable solution to our predicament. Qin Ming, I must trouble you to report to Shrek Academy. We have concluded our training here and will seek fellowship at the Imperial Academy of Tiando. Zhao Wujing took the initiative to address the matter, assuming responsibility. All right, no problem. Qin Ming readily accepted Zhao Wujing's directive. The matter was swiftly resolved, leaving no room for the Shrek 7 monsters to interject. Jiang Chuan, what is your perspective on this situation? Flander inquired, still seeking input. If Shrek Academy could establish a connection with the Tiando Imperial Academy, your teaching salary might indeed see an increase. Dean Flander, Jiang Chuan responded. Habitually keeping his cards close to his chest, time will provide a satisfactory answer. This was not merely an act of pretentiousness. Rather, Jiang Chuan found himself unable to articulate a clear explanation. Surely, one could not assert that Shrek Academy was on the verge of extinction, destined to fall under Lu Erlong's dominion. Could they? Zhao Wujing raised his mug and drank deeply, while Jiang Chuan suggested, then let us pay a visit. There is little to lose. The group unanimously agreed. Although they were initially reluctant about this rather opportunistic plan, it at least ensured the continuity of the students' training. In the days that followed, everyone remained diligent. Despite being part of the Golden Soul team, they continued to participate in soul battles daily, augmented by the devilish training regimen introduced by Jiang Chuan. In the deep of night, Yu Xiaogang walked along the iron bridge, his expression somber. Second uncle, second uncle. A young man approached from behind, adorned in luxurious brocade robes, his noble bearing unmistakable. Tianheng, why do you seek me instead of returning to the Tiando Imperial Academy? Yu Xiaogang sighed, feeling a mix of affection and frustration for this nephew, particularly due to his haughty demeanor. Second uncle, I heard you were the leader of that recent group from Shrek Academy? The leader is someone else, Yu Xiaogang replied. Could it be that, with your knowledge, you are the chief advisor above the leader? Tianheng, the leader of Shrek is Jiang Chuan, as you have witnessed yourself. I fear you may harbor jealousy. But in terms of knowledge and understanding of soul beasts, Jiang Chuan surpasses me by a considerable margin. Yu Xiaogang spoke earnestly, his sincerity palpable. What? He appears to be our age. Yu Xiaogang met Yu Tianheng's gaze and asserted, to be precise, he is younger than you. Moreover, the students of Shrek Academy are formidable. Tang San is my direct disciple, and aside from him, the rest are exceptional martial spirits. Second uncle, had it not been for Jiang Chuan's intervention, we would not have faced defeat. Shrek Academy is now left with only Tang San. This time, the command was indeed a misstep by Tang San. However, Tianheng, if he were given another chance, the Royal Combat Team might not necessarily be able to counter Tang San. Just as you can unleash the venom of the Bailin snake, Tang San can also deploy his demon blade, Qianren, in advance. At that moment, would the Shimo brothers be able to withstand it? Yu Xiaogang elucidated. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng recalled the blade in Tang San's hand, which could even slice through the lightning unleashed by the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul, a thought that sent chills down his spine. Yet, the presence of Jiang Chuan ensnared him further, leaving him in disbelief. I know you wish to inquire about Jiang Chuan, but even I cannot articulate the essence of this individual. His background is likely more formidable than that of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. What? Yu Tianheng was utterly astonished. However, upon reflection, it seemed only natural. Such immense power, one could hardly believe it was solely the result of personal cultivation. Uncle, could you teach me? Or perhaps guide me? Yu Tianheng gazed at Yu Xiaogang, whose deep-set eyes were tinged with sorrow, raising his hand slightly before letting it fall again. Tianheng, your greatest issue lies in your inability to relinquish the pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. And furthermore, your talent is lacking, Yu Xiaogang articulated with stark clarity. Talent? Talent? Yu Tianheng was left dumbfounded. This period had been one of his most tormenting, first being utterly defeated, and now hearing his own uncle declare that he lacked talent. Indeed, do you believe your talent is exceptional? You are revered by your clan as the heir to the next generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Yet the clan cannot escape the grasp of the three great sects, cannot break free from the Spirit Hall, nor transcend the Douluo Continent. You remain confined within limitations. Yu Xiaogangs words were steeped in melancholy, and at that moment, an epiphany struck Yu Tianheng. Perspective. His vision had always been too narrow, confined to the three great sects, where he felt unparalleled. But what are the two great empires? In comparison to the Spirit Hall, when juxtaposed with the Douluo Continent, it appeared even more insignificant. For years, I have pondered one question: what is the limit of a soul master? Yet upon witnessing Tang San and his companions, clarity dawned upon me. They embody the future of soul masters. If we were to measure talent, Tianheng, you would merely be considered ordinary, while Tang San and his peers possess spirit, perseverance, and creativity destined for a path that is higher and farther. As for perspective, I sensed it through Jiang Chuan. In his presence, what do the three great sects amount to? Have they achieved the pinnacle of soul mastery? What are the two great empires? Without reaching the peak of soul mastery, the journey remains eternally incomplete. Thus, Tianheng, you have erred from the very beginning. Chapter 149. The Celestial Claw emerges. Yu Tianheng gradually found himself lost in thought, primarily due to the piercing words of Yu Xiaogang, which left him bewildered. Upon observing the expression of his interlocutor, Yu Xiaogang chose to halt his discourse. Echoing Tang San's sentiment that excess can be counterproductive, relentless pouring of wisdom does not necessarily yield efficient results. Moreover, Yu Tianheng possessed his own strategies for coping. The counsel offered by Yu Xiaogang was tailored specifically for the peculiar talents of the Shrek Academy, rendering it but a mere veil obscuring his vision. Furthermore, within the family, Yu Tianheng was indeed regarded as the next successor, and given his current potential, there was little doubt about his ability to inherit the family legacy seamlessly. Uncle, have I truly fallen so far behind? At this moment, Yu Qianheng contemplated the seemingly insurmountable prowess of Jiang Chuan, the young man who could effortlessly place him in defeat on the arena. A sense of fear had vanished from his heart, for who would tremble before a deity? Such figures were merely unattainable. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. He bore the weight of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, should any flaws manifest. Not only would he fail to advance to the next rank of Soul Master, but it could also jeopardize the strength of his martial soul. Such a scenario would be dire indeed. I believe our meeting should conclude here, Yu Xiaogang declared, turning away without a backward glance. A mere hint was sufficient. Uncle. At that moment, Yu Qianheng found himself unable to voice his plea, the words lodged in his throat, for he understood that any attempt to retain him would be futile. He was well aware of Yu Xiaogang's temperament within Shrek Academy. Jiang Chuan was thoughtfully stroking his chin, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Could it be that my presence has hindered the manifestation of the fusion technique of the spectral white tiger martial soul? Perhaps a different perspective is warranted. Is there truly no way to compensate for the resurrection fusion technique of Ning Rongrong and Oscar? The current state of the chaotic blue lotus is already capable of causing death and reviving the deceased, not to mention attaining the rank of Soul Duo, possessing resurrection abilities. Upon reaching the level of title Douluo, he found it hard to believe that a martial soul as extraordinary and supportive as the chaotic blue lotus would lack a soul skill capable of bringing someone back to life. In essence, his existence has already instigated a transformation within the Douluo realm. The extent of this alteration remains uncertain, as it is not something within his control. In other words, the absence of the spectral white tiger's fusion technique results in no loss whatsoever. After all, as long as he relies on it, all problems will be effortlessly resolved. Suddenly, he recalled that Tang San led the Shrek team in their fierce contest against the Imperial Combat Team, significantly aided by the power of the spectral white tiger, which turned the tide of battle in their favor. Yet, the spectral white tiger did not manifest, and the martial soul fusion technique became a mere fantasy. This necessity for his intervention arose from that very circumstance. Perhaps this is merely the beginning. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. With a loud thud, the wooden door of the Shrek Academy dormitory burst open, revealing Tang San's beaming face, a sharp weapon clutched in his hand, gleaming with a cold light under the dappled sunlight. At last, success. Tang San had always been a man of few emotions, but the joy radiating from his face indicated he had accomplished something exceedingly challenging and of great value. Upon seeing Tang San, the Shrek 7 felt an inexplicable warmth, crowding around him, joyfully calling out, "Third brother, Xiao San, what have you created to make you so happy? You Haven Tea secretly snuck off to eat radishes without us. Have you?" Xiao Wu giggled sweetly, her innocence shining through as she playfully sucked her finger at the corner of her mouth, her large eyes brimming with childlike wonder. In terms of age, Xiao Wu has existed for countless years, yet she has never ventured into the human world, having only accompanied Deming and Erming, leaving her somewhat disconnected from the Douluo Continent. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wu, to be fair, third brother doesn't particularly enjoy radishes. As I recall, he prefers meat. Maon Bijun interjected. But what has third brother truly created? I can hardly contain my excitement to give a try. Before Tang San delved into his studies in seclusion, Ma Hongjun persistently pestered him for some concealed weaponry. Unable to resist the sweet talk of his friend, Tang San ultimately claimed he was preparing to craft an exceptionally powerful hidden weapon, which Ma Hongjun would be the first to practice with. It was his latest creation, a refined concealed weapon named the Flying Claw of the Heavens. Tang San raised his nose in pride, presenting the Flying Claw to Ma Hongjun, who stared at the small device in bewilderment, unable to comprehend its purpose. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he inquired, "What is this called? The Flying Claw of the Heavens? What exactly does it do?" It doesn't seem capable of flight. Not only Ma Hongjun, but even Dai Mubai stroked his chin, equally perplexed by its enigmatic nature. However, he was well aware that Tang San was not one to seek fame without merit. Whatever he created would undoubtedly possess corresponding effects and capabilities. Meanwhile, Oscar teased from the side, resting his hands on the stout fellow's shoulders. "Ha! With a physique like yours, not even the heavenly claw could lift you, let alone the Flying Claw of the Heavens." "What? Little Oscar, are you outright belittling me?" Ma Hongjun retorted angrily, gripping Oscar's throat and continuing to press him. "Little San, at this point, stop being coy. We're all quite curious about the weapon you've created, so please enlighten us." Dai Mubai, the elder brother, gestured toward Tang San with an amused smile. "All right," Tang San replied without hesitation, swiftly withdrawing the Flying Claw from Ma Hongjun's grasp. He examined it closely, but found no corresponding mechanism. Fortunately, his gaze was drawn to a towering tree several hundred meters away. Internally affirming, "This is it." He raised the flying claw toward the treetop. With a swift motion, the arrowhead of the flying claw shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, embedding itself into the tree's crown with a resounding thud. "Wow!" Oscar exclaimed, first astonished. "This is incredibly sharp. It rivals the claw power of an agile attack type, Soul Master. The destructive force is astounding. How on earth did you accomplish this, Little San? Do you have any more? Would you consider gifting me one?" As the others chimed in with their praises, Tang San remained composed. He acknowledged that the successful creation of the flying claw owed much to Jiang Chuan. "This matter truly requires my gratitude towards Brother Chuan." Upon hearing Tang San's words, everyone immediately perked up, especially Oscar, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is there more to the story involving teacher Jiang Chuan? He truly seems to be capable of anything, seamlessly connecting everything. Little San, does teacher Jiang Chuan also practice forging? After uttering these words, Dai Mubai couldn't help but regretfully press his lips together, offering a self-deprecating smile. If Jiang Chuan were incapable of mastering the art of forging, then from whence did the exquisitely sharp demon blade, Qianren, in her grasp originate? The onlookers, hearing Dai Mubai's jest, could only surmise that his thoughts inevitably wandered to Jiang Chuan's formidable blade. The mere thought of the razor-sharp edges of the demon blade sent a shiver down Ma Hongjuan's spine. His once proud phoenix evil fire, capable of incinerating all with its crimson flames, had been cleaved in twain by that remarkably sharp blade. What a profound irony! In truth, even Tang San felt a twinge of astonishment. Although the forging technique wielded by Jiang Chuan was a craft he had imparted, the latter's skill surpassed his own by tenfold or more. In all honesty, it was undeniable. The enchanted blade, crafted by Jiang Chuan, known as the 1,000 Blades of Demonic Steel, could easily rank among the top 10 hidden weapons of the Tang Sect. This fact alone speaks volumes. Brother Chuan is truly a marvel in the realm of forging. Tang San, filled with genuine admiration, drew forth the exceptionally sharp 1,000 blades of demonic steel from behind him and continued. As you can observe, the surface of the 1,000 blades is adorned with jagged shards, which exemplifies an extraordinarily peculiar forging power. Why use the term peculiar? It is because there are no weapons that are the sharpest. There are only those that are indestructible. Even if the 1,000 blades were to break, they would mend themselves. While I find it difficult to replicate Brother Chuan's forging techniques, I have discerned the structure of the blade's edge. It appears to have been shaped by relentless hammering, precisely 81 strikes to achieve such a result. At this, Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, her shock intensifying as she exclaimed, 81 continuous strikes? Who could guarantee such precision and stamina? This is outrageous. Ning Rongrong voiced the collective disbelief of the group. They had initially thought Jiang Chuan merely possessed formidable combat prowess. Yet they were astounded to discover that he was nearly at the pinnacle of forging as well, leaving them feeling both humbled and skeptical. Was Jiang Chuan truly a soul master of their age? Particularly, Tang San felt a surge of shock. He began to wonder if Jiang Chuan, like himself, might be a time traveler. The usual atmosphere grew tense, ultimately broken by Oscar, who cleared his throat and pressed Tang San for further details on his creative process. It is quite simple. I could never achieve 81 consecutive strikes. Even if I possessed the stamina, I could not attain such precision. Therefore, in the development of my flying claw, I executed 53 strikes. The outcome was astonishing, exceeding my expectations in terms of destructive power. According to Tang San's assessment, the destructive capacity has surpassed that of the top hidden weapon of my previous life, the flying claw of the Tang Sect. In terms of sharpness, speed, destructive force, and tensile strength, it exceeds the flying claw by more than threefold. This shocking revelation left Tang San in a state of disbelief. Should such a global masterpiece be presented to the Tang Sect, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of an esteemed disciple, perhaps even the direct disciple of the Sect Master. Yet, alas, all of this remained a bittersweet regret, for he could never return to that Tang Sect again. The most precise forging method does not lie in relentless hammering, but rather in mastering the necessary force of each strike. Contemplating this, Tang San gazed intently at the razor-sharp edge of the demon blade, silently marveling. Perhaps a masterpiece like the demon blade is beyond imitation. Furthermore, I have crafted a flying claw for each of you, which can be readily employed for escape or when facing formidable foes. Tang San has always been generous to his teammates, meticulously preparing 7 flying claws, reserving one for Jiang Chuan, not out of belief that the latter would necessarily need it, but as a token of goodwill. The exquisite craftsmanship of these flying claws is largely attributed to Jiang Chuan. And Tang San also wishes to receive feedback on any imperfections that might require refinement. Third brother, Ma Hongjun, seized upon an intriguing point. Does this mean the flying claw can indeed allow us to soar? He pondered, struggling to fathom how the flying claw could enable flight. A soft chuckle escaped Ning Rongrong's lips at Ma Hongjun's bewildered expression, finding his antics delightfully amusing. The demonstration merely showcased one of the flying claw's capabilities. Should we pull the trigger, the propulsion from the flying claw would transport us instantly to a location 300 meters away. If we were to swing, one might fear we could soar even higher and farther. As Tang San pulled the trigger, his body instantly transformed into a light and airy butterfly, vanishing from sight and reappearing atop a tree several hundred meters away. Wow! Oscar exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. To think that such a small device can propel 300 meters away. It's comparable to the speed of my phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent's wing beats. Everyone understood that the duration of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent's effect was merely 1 minute, yet the flying claw could be utilized indefinitely. Truly a remarkable tool. Soon, the flying claws were distributed, and everyone gathered nearby, heeding Tang San's advice to practice before use, lest they accidentally harm themselves or misunderstand the mechanism during an escape or attack. Jiang Chuan also received his flying claw. Hearing Tang San connect his own demon blade to the potential elevation of forging techniques, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but smile with appreciation. The intent behind Tang San's effort was indeed extraordinary, displaying remarkable craftsmanship. If Jiang Chuan were to offer some guidance, it would be to share a few insights, which Tang San found immensely beneficial, prompting him to return to the forge and continue his crafting endeavors. Jiang Chuan leaned pensively against the windowsill, his chin resting in contemplation as he observed Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Their relationship had evolved from an engagement to a deep brotherly bond. In such circumstances, how could one possibly summon the ethereal white tiger? The crux of the matter lay in Zhu Zhuqing's affections being elsewhere, leaving Dai Mubai with no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 151. Entering the capital of Sylves. Zhu Zhuqing, though taciturn, was acutely aware of her desires. Yet, she harbored a certain pride and reticence, akin to Tang San's offering of the exquisite heartbreak red flower, which she declined, wishing to reserve such a splendid gift for Xiao Wu instead. Days swiftly passed, and the deadline for the assembly of the Shrek Academy's members approached. All faculty and students gathered in the square. Clearing his throat, the Academy's headmaster, Flinder, could no longer evade the moment. With a hint of embarrassment, he addressed the crowd. Due to our faculty's research and the Master's counsel, we intend to employ a strategy of leveraging external resources. Therefore, Shrek Academy must temporarily close its doors. Although many were already aware of the headmaster's intentions, the announcement of the Academy's closure still cast a shadow over the crowd, their eyes losing their luster. It matters not, teacher. Even if Shrek Academy cannot continue, I shall follow you and continue my studies, encouraged Ma Hongjun. Flinder, however, could not help but retort gently, nonsense. Through Jiang Chuan's guidance, I have discerned a crucial factor, the recruitment of talent. Qin Ming and Jiang Chuan are indispensable resources for our Shrek Academy. What you gain by following me, Flinder, is merely practical experience, and we must amalgamate the strengths of many. Now, let us not linger on idle chatter. Our intent is straightforward, to seek sponsorship from the Tiando Royal Academy, while we, the Shrek faculty, shall continue to serve as your instructors without interruption. Furthermore, both I and that old rascal, Flinder, are aging and find ourselves increasingly weary. Perhaps it is indeed time for Shrek to draw its final chapter. Qi Ming has already recommended us to the Tiando Royal Academy, and they warmly welcome our presence as teachers. Zhao Wuji's expressed all the thoughts that had been pent up within him. Yu Xiaogang nodded silently. Every decision they made was for the sake of the next generation of Shrek. The initial contemplation was born out of necessity. As the intellectual cornerstone of the once famed Golden Triangle, even he could not conceive of a solution, leaving him with no choice but to proceed in this manner. They first settled the tuition for the semester, and then, surrounded by the group, they made their way toward the capital of Sylvis. They chose to walk rather than take a carriage, partly for financial reasons, and partly to train the Shrek students through this journey. As they approached Sylvis, Yu Xiaogang turned to the others and said, "Before we enter the Heavendo Empire, I must conduct a final psychological resilience test, which is, in essence, a form of training. I hope you can prepare accordingly." Upon hearing these words from Master, Tang San felt a sudden surge in his heart, a momentary pause, as he sensed that his teacher was about to undertake something exceedingly perilous. Considering the timing, it was indeed time to confront the fierce god team. However, in the meantime, Jiang Chuan had already encountered the fierce god team ahead of time. Fortunately, they had managed to escape swiftly, or else they would have faced complete annihilation, eliminating the necessity for Master to challenge the fierce god team here. Conversely, one could argue that without the fierce god team, an even more ferocious group might emerge, akin to the malevolent spirit masters that would arise a million years hence in Douluo Continent. They could defy fate and manipulate their destinies, utilizing some peculiar forces to absorb spirit rings beyond their level and rapidly augment their spirit power. Yet, such matters were far removed from Jiang Chuan's concerns, as he cared little for what lay a million years ahead. The 6 members of Shrek harbored doubts in their hearts, but refrained from further probing Tang San. Though they could discern from his gaze that he surely knew certain factors, they pondered, even if they were aware in advance. Would it alleviate the challenges they were to face? It is evidently impossible. At this moment, everyone is bracing themselves, having prepared for the swiftest contingencies. Little do they realize that what lies ahead is a psychological training that is even more terrifying than their worst fears. After all, this is a matter of life and death in the truest sense. The members of Shrek set forth on their journey, undeterred and unhurried, and, through mutual cooperation, they traversed several thickets, soon arriving at the outskirts of Sylves. After trekking several kilometers, they lifted their eyes to behold the splendor of Sylve City. This is a place of remarkable architectural grandeur. However, the throngs on the streets are chaotic and disorderly. Some appear drowsy, collapsing onto the pavement in a state of oblivion. Others, scantily clad maidens, are engaged in soliciting clients. A significant portion of the area exudes an air of decadence. The master could not help but furrow his brow, clearly disapproving of such a place. Yet, in the interest of training the students' psychological fortitude to ensure they possess the resilience required when facing the arena, they had no choice but to enter this underworld market. This is the fringe of Sylves, where disorder is somewhat inevitable. However, once they truly step into Sylves, they will be under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Army, where law and order are far more stringent. The purpose of their visit here is to enter a venue akin to the Grand Soul Arena. Yu Xiaogang cast a knowing glance at Flender, who immediately understood and let out a reluctant sigh. Xiaogang, is this truly wise? Could this adversely affect the children's mental state? Flender, I feel far more anguish than you do, yet there is no alternative. If we do not proceed this way, can you bear to witness them in the future battlefield, incapacitated by the sight of blood due to their lack of physical resilience, thus jeopardizing their lives? Would you not feel a sense of shame should such a scenario unfold? The master, a master of argumentation, skillfully turned Flender's words against him, leaving him speechless, resigned to lead the Shrek 7 into the Grand Soul Arena. I had anticipated something far more significant. It turns out we are merely attending a battle at the Grand Soul Arena. Your mysterious demeanor had me intrigued. Recently, Ma Hongjun has accumulated countless victories at the Grand Soul Arena, being quite familiar with the place. It is merely a change of venue. Observing Ma Hongjun se quere demeanor. Oscar patted his chest, feigning calmness as he exhaled. In my view, matters are far from simple. Dai Mubai's gaze has been scrutinizing the arena. Silver chains crisscross the area, seemingly symbolizing chaos. The surroundings are shrouded in gloom, and most importantly, the scent of blood lingers heavily in the air. Considering the expressions on the faces of the master and Flender, Dai Mubai has surmised the truth, his heart chilling in dread. Chapter 152. Invitation to the fearsome battle team. But what is it about this arena that sets it apart from the others? With such perplexity in their hearts, the Shrek 7, led by Jiang Chuan and their esteemed teachers, stepped directly into the Sylves arena. Upon their entrance, a thunderous spectacle unfolded. There a strikingly beautiful woman lay on the ground, her forehead glistening with sweat, her right arm severed and bleeding profusely, collapsing lifelessly. Ma Hongjun, his mouth slightly agape, sensed that the woman's soul power was not inferior to that of a 3-ring soul sovereign, perhaps even slightly stronger. How, then, had she sustained such grievous injuries? The nature of her wounds suggested they had been inflicted by an overwhelming force. This left many in the academy shivering in dread. What profound enmity could have led to such a bloodbath? What they witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Fortunately, the female soul master had surrendered early, or else her head might have been severed, leaving nothing but a mangled corpse behind. Enter. The master's figure receded, revealing the dark underbelly of the Sylves arena, where a thick stench of blood lingered, permeating the air. Severed limbs, shattered bones, and traces of blood were ubiquitous. This place was as grotesque as one could imagine. A veritable slaughterhouse, where the cries of the wounded were silenced by the merciless blades of passing soul masters. Xiao Wu gasped in horror, her fear palpable. It was not only Xiao Wu. Even the noble Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing merely frowned, too afraid to look further. Ultimately, they were still merely teenagers, and their emotional maturity fell woefully short. Sensing the gazes upon him, the master became even more resolute in his decision to guide them into the Sylph's arena. If Shrek Academy were to cultivate a cadre of invincible monsters, yet they perished suddenly in the arena or in battle, or were driven to retire due to the brutality of it all, what purpose would there be for nurturing such prodigies? They could not merely be paraded as a showcase of ultimate martial spirits. That was evidently impractical and unreliable. The true essence of a soul master is that of a born warrior, destined for combat. Such scenes would only become more commonplace in their future, nevertheless. He hoped they would open their eyes and truly observe. The master's words were piercing and unyielding, rendering even the vivacious Ma Hongjun silent. Arriving at the registration area for battles in Sylph's arena, Yu Xiaogang slammed down a stack of over 100 golden soul coins on the counter, addressing the staff with righteous indignation. Which team here is the fiercest and most formidable? The ideal team would be one devoid of mercy, steeped in malevolence, and one that harbors a desire for retribution against all. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, the attendant chuckled lightly, initially taken aback, before receiving a tip from Yu Xiaogang. He then spoke. Sir, every team in the Sylph's Grand Soul Arena has engaged in battles where lives have been lost or harmed. Who among them does not deserve punishment? You may choose any team at random. I desire the most ruthless, Yu Xiaogang replied with unwavering resolve. Observing Yu Xiaogang's demeanor, the attendant recognized the seriousness of his request and gestured toward the plaque of the fearsome deity team, stating nonchalantly, in our Sylph's Grand Soul Arena, the most renowned and vicious team is undoubtedly the fearsome deity team. In countless arena matches, they are known solely for their acts of violence. They either leave opponents dead or severely injured. Furthermore, all members of this team are of the 4-ring Soul Master rank. I can inform you in advance that they consist entirely of Assault-type Soul Masters, employing a strategy of kill or be killed to achieve victory in every battle. Do you dare to challenge such a team? Noticing that Yu Xiaogang did not appear to possess extraordinary soul power, the attendant whimsically shook his attire. Very well. We shall select the fearsome deity team. Yu Xiaogang pushed 100 gold soul coins toward the attendant, stating, our team is called the Shrek 7 Monsters, and we have an additional reserve member called Jiang Chuan. These 100 gold soul coins will serve as a deposit. Please register us for the next match. As a substitute player, Jiang Chuan had communicated this arrangement in advance. Yu Xiaogang was not so audacious as to allow his disciples to face the formidable Xiongxin team without caution. Should an uncontrollable situation arise, he would naturally step in to resolve it. Upon hearing that the master intended for them to confront the Xiongxin team, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned pale, not out of fear, but rather due to her distaste for the atmosphere of bloodshed. In contrast, Ning Rongrong, with her delicate charm, clung to Jiang Chuan's right arm. Despite being the little witch of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, she found herself incapable of taking action in such a dire situation. This is a path you must tread, Jiang Chuan asserted, gently brushing away Ning Rongrong's slender hand with an air of unyielding authority. I'm a substitute player for this match. There is no need for concern regarding any eventualities. I offer these words not to soothe you, but to embolden you to attack boldly and act decisively. However, the Shrek 7 monsters could not adopt Jiang Chuan's nonchalant attitude towards life and death. Even the sight of blood left them trembling with fear. How could they possibly strike? Previously, the master had instructed that upon entering the arena, the Shrek 7 monsters were to utilize the hidden weapons, the Zhuge God crossbow and the Flying God claw, bestowed upon them by Tang San, with the objective of swiftly eliminating their foes. The task seemed straightforward, yet the simplicity of it sent shivers down the spines of the Shrek 7 monsters. I cannot overcome this hurdle, Ning Rongrong lamented, clinging stubbornly to Jiang Chuan, which allowed him a fleeting whiff of her youthful fragrance. No one mocked Ning Rongrong. After all, everyone experiences trepidation in such circumstances for the first time. The usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing appeared equally helpless, her lips turning a deep shade of purple from biting them. Suddenly, a warm hand rested on her shoulder from behind, providing a measure of comfort. Zhuqing, you are intelligent, though you may not confront this now. Such challenges will surely arise again in the future. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, you are the one capable of taking decisive action, Jiang Chuan encouraged. He did not imply that Zhu Zhuqing was ruthless, but rather that she was a wise woman, well aware of the balance of risks and benefits, all for her own well-being. Yes, thank you, Brother Chuan, Zhu Zhuqing responded sincerely. Soon, he had reassured the entire group before sending them off to the competition area at the Xia Weici Grand Soul Arena. Jiang Chuan, Flender beckoned from the VIP room. I entrust the students to you. His confidence in Jiang Chuan was absolute. Chapter 153. The Xiongxin team's astonishment. Someone dared to challenge the Xiongxin team, explicitly naming them. And the demeanor of their leader suggested that this was no jest. They even placed a wager of over 100 gold soul coins against the Shrek team. What? Are they mad? Wait, did you say the Shrek team? Could it be the one from the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, composed of young soul masters? The man immediately became vigilant, as if he had discerned a notable detail. In recent days, the Shrek team's reputation had soared, garnering the attention of those who delight in witnessing the battles between soul masters. Sachuo City is not close to Sylves, and even if it were indeed that very Shrek team, what of it? It must be noted that the fearsome god team shows no reverence and is notoriously brutal. They are not adversaries that this group of young soul masters could withstand. In any case, anyone daring to challenge the fearsome god team is deemed to be engaging in a futile endeavor. They have witnessed firsthand the captain of the fearsome god team tear a woman's arm from her body with his bare hands, subsequently slaughtering the powerful assault-type soul masters of that team, leaving a trail of death and injury in their wake. Meanwhile, the spectators roared with applause, their calls echoing incessantly. They had come seeking exhilaration. The brutal methods employed by the fearsome god team provided them with an overpowering sense of thrill. Consequently, the deposits for the fearsome god team increased significantly, bringing substantial gold soul coins to the Sylves Grand Soul Arena. Considering this, Jiang Chuan's expression shifted slightly. When he had defeated the fearsome god team outside the Stardow Forest, he had not contemplated using them to earn gold soul coins for himself. It is worth noting that the income from this team far surpassed the monthly offerings he received from the Celestial Radiance Academy and the Berserk team combined. Such oversight. If the currently distressed and anxious Shrek 7 monsters were to discover Jiang Chuan's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, their reasoning peculiarly unorthodox. Next, I must grandly announce that a team known as the Shrek 7 monsters has issued a challenge to the fearsome god team. Let's extend them a warm welcome. The referee, clad in a black leather outfit reminiscent of a raucous biker gang and sporting a string of glistening black iron rings in his nostrils, spoke with unrestrained fervor. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, their demeanor akin to that of individuals eager to climb over the railing and rush forth, not out of anticipation for the outcome of the battle, but rather because they were about to witness the demise of 7 youthful souls. The newly appointed captain of the fearsome god team stepped forward, his legs stout as tree trunks, planting one foot firmly on the arena floor as he fixed his gaze upon the Shrek 7 monsters. Only Dai Mubai, at the forefront, could barely match their strength. The remainder were like withered branches, easily snapped. Slaying them would require no effort whatsoever. He even imagined in his mind the angles from which he could dispatch them to further excite the audience. Let the battle commence. The rules of the Sylves Grand Arena are characterized by their absence, regardless of one's readiness. If the spectators in the viewing area declare the commencement, the arena will unconditionally comply. Just moments ago, Jiang Chuan wagered all of his remaining 1,000 golden soul coins on the Shrek 7 monsters, whether it was out of trust in Tang San and the others or his role as the final act. The outcome of this battle was assuredly in favor of the Shrek 7 monsters. The task at hand was straightforward. The Shrek 7 monsters simply needed to simultaneously activate their heavenly claws or the Zhuge crossbow and aim at a member of the fearsome god team to take their shot. Of course, Yu Xiaogang did not expect the Shrek 7 monsters to triumph over a team whose strength far exceeded their own. Their sole training had been in fortifying their mental resilience. What does one feel after vanquishing a formidable soul master? Cough, cough, splutter. The Zhuge crossbow trembled in their hands, and they quickly switched to the heavenly claws, their hands still quaking. They could hardly grip their weapons steadily. Among them, only Tang San and Dai Mubai managed to maintain a semblance of composure, while the others' legs turned to jelly, particularly Oscar, who sank to the ground, eliciting uproarious laughter from the fearsome god team. Ha! The white-haired boy from Shrek Academy has crumbled. I wonder if he has wet himself. Ha! The viewing area erupted in laughter, fingers jabbing at Oscar's back, but he clearly had lost his temper and was unable to retort. Even breathing had become a laborious endeavor. Kill. What are you waiting for? Did I ever tell you during training about the concept of striking first? Jiang Chuan has always been opposed to the strategy of counterattacking. He greatly favors taking the initiative, ensuring that the reins of power remain firmly in his grasp. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's fierce command, the Shrek 7 monsters felt as though they had been pricked by needles. They dared not disobey the orders issued by their opponent. and it was Tang San who first engaged with the flying heavenly claws. The captain of the fearsome god squad was charging directly at him, and should he fail to launch a timely offensive, it would surely be his demise. Do not allow them the opportunity to surrender. These 7 must perish on the arena, commanded the captain of the fearsome god squad. While a sense of doubt crept into his mind, why did he feel such trepidation towards the weapons wielded by these 7 little monsters? Bang, bang, bang. The sharp tips of the flying heavenly claws swiftly shattered the protective barrier of the fearsome god squad captain, piercing through his chest in a single, fatal thrust. In quick succession, the weapons in the hands of the Shrek 7 monsters began to unleash a torrent of attacks. Blood splattering as one after another of the fearsome god squad members fell to the ground, as though a magic trick had been performed. Unexpectedly, due to the trembling hands of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, 2 members of the fearsome god squad were merely grazed. And upon witnessing their comrades being grievously harmed by such concealed weaponry, their expressions turned grave. Kill them, they cried, leaping towards the Shrek 7 monsters. Despite the substantial disparity in soul power and the presence of an additional soul ring between them, even with the newly devised team tactics from Shrek, it would be impossible to rival these 2. In this moment of peril, Jiang Chuan stepped onto the stage to replace Oscar. Substitute player Jiang Chuan, he announced. Sylvis would not concern himself with whether a substitute was present. They only recognized the excitement of the Soul Master battle unfolding before them. The substitute had been informed in advance. Sylvis did not intervene, nor did the fearsome god squad object. The 2 fighters from the fearsome god squad charged towards Jiang Chuan. But as they drew near, they were struck with astonishment, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Stunned, they remained frozen in place before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 154. Who is this esteemed individual? What has transpired? Flander, leaning against the railing of the VIP room on the 2nd floor, clenched his hands tightly. It is improbable that Jiang Chuan possesses such strength that a mere glance could compel the members of the fearsome god team to kneel before him. Not only is Flander bewildered, but even the spectators, who have witnessed countless battles of the fearsome god team from the viewing platform, express profound astonishment. What kind of approach is this, to kneel before the fight has even begun? Jiang Shan gazed at the 2 individuals before him with a bemused expression, their actions surprising him. It seemed that their previous beating had left a profound impression. My lord, one of the members of the fierce god battle team tentatively inquired, directing his words toward Jiang Chuan. He swore he could not have misremembered that face. Although the term my lord was uttered in a mere whisper, it reverberated through the hushed Sylvis Grand Soul arena, making a significant impact on every listener present. Could it be false? A scene so submissive from the fierce god battle team, addressing this young lad as my lord? Was I hallucinating? If hallucinations were involved, then surely everyone else had misheard as well. Why on earth would they refer to this youth as my lord? Moreover, judging by the expressions of the fierce god team members, it appeared they were not merely bowing in respect, but perhaps even groveling. At that moment, the referee, clad in a leather outfit reminiscent of a biker, twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. Previously disdainful of the Shrek 7 monsters, he found himself utterly perplexed by the current situation. What kind of game is this? So, it is you? I cannot believe you're still alive. Since you have recognized me, I might as well refrain from taking action. Would it not be more delightful to let the enemy eliminate themselves? Jiang Chuan responded. And it was not only the Shrek 7 monsters who understood. Even Flanders and others were aware of the deep connections involved. Moreover, it appeared that Jiang Chuan had previously dealt with a number of individuals from the fierce god battle team. At that moment, someone from the spectator platform interjected, recalling that the captain of the fierce god battle team had undergone a replacement a few months prior, allegedly due to some upheaval. I had thought it was a consequence of being hunted down by enemies, leading to his demise. Could it be that this young lad before us was somehow involved? At this point, the spectator hesitated, realizing the gravity of the implications, especially since jesting about soul masters is no trivial matter. It could cost lives. However, his words had already sufficed to ignite the imaginations of those present. Sir, is this your soul master team? I humbly apologize for any offense. A member of the fierce god battle team prostrated himself lower, embodying utter humility. Another member cautiously lifted his head, but upon meeting Jiang Chuan's impassive gaze, quickly recoiled. Jiang Chuan gestured towards Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, his expression darkening. Are you all too timid to strike at this living target? The purpose of the Shrek 7 monsters' visit to the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena was to cultivate their character. The members of the fierce god battle team bowed before Jiang Chuan. Yet the countless lives and souls lost at their hands warranted no sympathy. Their fate was sealed. The revelation sent a chill through the hearts of the 2 team members. Not because they feared the 2 women, but rather the lethal intent resonating from Jiang Chuan's tone. It became evident that there would be no peaceful resolution today. A desire to retreat flickered in their eyes as they considered escape. Suddenly, they felt an overwhelming weakness, and as they raised their heads, they met Jiang Chuan's supreme gaze, a pressure that seemed to bind their very souls. What was this sensation? It was as though their spirits were held captive. The team member on the right side of the fierce god battle team opened his mouth, only to realize he had lost even the right to speak. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were not lacking in awareness. They understood that Jiang Chuan acted for their benefit, as he continually created opportunities for them to act. If it were not for their mother's merciful nature, how could they have been slain by soul masters? Cornered to the point of familial disarray, Xiao Wu felt a stirring in her gums. When it was time to act decisively, one must indeed break through their own defenses, akin to the Ming dynasty's resilience. Without a firm hand, one cannot stand among the ranks of soul beasts. Zhuge's divine wrath and the celestial claws were unleashed simultaneously, striking directly at the formidable members of the fearsome god battle team before them. The latter let out a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground, blood spilling across the arena. Ning Rongrong, too, had steeled her heart. Deep within, she was reluctant to remain merely the little princess of the seven-treasure Glazed tile school. But her dignity compelled her to act. With a decisive motion, she released all 8 arrowheads from her Zhuge crossbow, rendering the fearsome god battle team utterly incapacitated, leaving them with no hope of ever opening their eyes again in this lifetime. The Shrek's 7 monsters gasped for breath on the platform, accepting the enthusiastic applause and astonished faces surrounding them. Xiao Ao, my feet are numb. Could you lend me your support? Ma Hongjun weakly glanced at Oscar, only to find him lost in slumber. After a brief moment, the Shrek's 7 monsters finally made their way to the rest area together. Flinder had been waiting for them for quite some time. Upon their arrival, he initially greeted them with a smile, which soon turned solemn. In a measured tone, he remarked, "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused today? You nearly led the Shrek's 7 monsters to total annihilation. Fortunately, this is not a battlefield, and your adversaries, the fearsome god battle team, chose to hold back, likely due to your youth, opting instead for mockery and carelessness." Taking a breath, Flinder continued, "Initially, I was opposed to the suggestion made by Xiaogang, but after witnessing today's events, I believe that such psychological resilience training must be conducted monthly. Furthermore, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, do you realize that had Jiang Chuan not appeared at the last moment, not only would you have faced dire consequences, but the remaining members of Shrek would have also perished? This notion of showing mercy to the enemy is, in fact, cruelty to oneself. I hope you comprehend this lesson. The Shrek's 7 monsters are a single unit, and emotions must not cloud your judgment in battle," Xiaogang added earnestly. The earlier encounter had indeed been fraught with danger, leaving him drenched in sweat. Thankfully, Jiang Chuan's swiftness had allowed him to swiftly navigate the substitute process within mere seconds. Had it been otherwise, the fate of Shrek's members would have been sealed. "We were wrong," Ning Rongrong sighed, assuring that such a situation would not recur. "I do not ask for much, only that you understand the good intentions of your teacher." Zhao Wujia cast a comforting glance at the Shrek's 7 monsters as Flinder and Xiaogang gradually distanced themselves. Chapter 155. Signing in at the Royal Academy of the Heavendo Empire. To attain the vocation of a soul master is to embrace the art of combat. Not to mention that some among them may also face the upheaval of a royal dynasty. However, confronting a soul master who is disheartened leaves them utterly at a loss. The adversary seeks your very life, yet they retreat time and again, ultimately rendering their monstrous or peculiar talents futile. Even possessing a higher soul power is no safeguard against being countered. Their objectives are fundamentally misaligned. If the meticulously nurtured monsters are merely tools for vanquishing weaker foes, what purpose do their efforts serve? The Shrek 7 are hardly a jest. This consideration led Flanders to acquiesce to Yu Xiaogang's counsel. To his astonishment, this seemingly simple experiment unveiled the most significant deficiency within the team. Even the Shrek 7 required a moment to catch their breath. After a brief respite, they finally entered a hotel in Silvis. Yet at that moment, even Ma Hongjun lost all appetite upon seeing the chicken legs on the table. Having absorbed the teachings of their instructors and the directives of the dean, they reigned in their fluttering hearts. After trekking over 1,000 meters on foot, they finally arrived in the capital of Silvis. Here, opulent buildings adorned the skyline, and Western-style furnishings graced the tea tables, where couples engaged in affectionate banter over cups of tea. "Unbelievable!" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyelids twitching. The disparity between the capital of Silvis and its outskirts was astonishing, like a glimpse of paradise juxtaposed with a vision of hell. He remarked sincerely, his gaze fixated on a female employee at a tea house. Fatty, Oscar quickly nudged Ma Hongjuan's shoulder, his eyes conveying a silent warning towards Jiang Chuan. Are you out of your mind? Teacher Jiang Chuan has made it clear. If you cannot control the evil fire, you can always seek him out. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Ma Hongjun immediately faltered. The thought of even the fearsome god squad submitting to Jiang Chuan, their demeanor so subservient, sent a shiver down his spine. He dared not provoke the man. They continued to meander, taking in the diverse scenery around them. At last, upon Flanders' utterance of those words, every member of Shrek Academy instinctively looked up. Before them lay the Bishi Water Manor, an edifice of extraordinary opulence, with serene pavilions standing tall, and a picturesque scene reminiscent of cascading sands. Even from a distance, the air felt refreshingly invigorating, captivating the senses. The grand sign prominently displayed the elegantly inscribed characters, the Tiando Royal Empire. Wow! Oscar's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his excitement palpable and radiant. The discomfort he felt from departing the academy dissipated in an instant. To be a student at the Royal Academy of Tiando seemed quite appealing. Ma Hongjun, too, remained speechless. Everywhere they looked, they were surrounded by youthful and vibrant beauties. In the coming years, not only would their eyes be feasted upon, but they would also be spared from the torment of malevolent flames. Of course, this was not a manifestation of their disdain for poverty or a preference for wealth, but rather an acceptance of their current circumstances. If they were to seize the opportunity, they might as well utilize the resources of the Tiando Royal Academy to further the illustrious reputation of Shrek. The moment they stepped into the Tiando Royal Academy, they were immediately met with dozens of scrutinizing gazes. Who dares intrude upon the Tiando Royal Academy? Do you seek death? A brazen voice rang out, followed by a figure with hands firmly planted on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. The young man, clad in royal finery, looked down upon them with disdain. Trailing closely behind him were numerous aristocratic young men, their expressions a mix of mockery and superiority as they regarded the Shrek group with contempt. Witnessing their demeanor, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Was this not an avalanche? Suddenly reminded, he recalled that during this period, the avalanche was merely masquerading as a dandy. Whether genuine or feigned, Jiang Chuan found it beneath his notice. He was well aware that the Shrek 7 would soon be expelled from the Tiando Royal Academy, and his presence here was but a futile endeavor. Upon arriving at the Tiando Royal Academy, his intentions lay elsewhere. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Tiando Royal Academy. Ding. You have received a soul ring with a duration of 10,000 years. Ding. You have acquired the Holy Knight's sacred sword. The rewards bestowed by the system were remarkably fitting, granting the most formidable sacred sword within the territory of the Royal Academy. Its power was likely not inferior to that of the Demon Blade, Thousand Cuts. At this moment, Avalanche, flanked by his entourage of aristocratic young men, approached Dai Mubai and the others with a brash demeanor. Observing this, Flender first displayed a hint of indignation, criticizing the Tiando Royal Academy's hospitality, which left much to be desired. Furthermore, he pondered why this group of nobles exhibited such low levels of soul power. Dai Mubai, uninterested in engaging them further, raised his fist, his soul power surging forth, enveloping him in a golden radiance like flowing smoke. With a powerful thrust, he struck a massive granite boulder beside him, shattering it effortlessly as if it were mere foam. At the sight of this, Avalanche and his companions, who had approached with an air of arrogance, were rendered speechless. The once brazen Avalanche stuttered, his expression transformed into one of disbelief. Who are you? What do you seek here? Another noble pointed at Flender and the others, signaling them to refrain from advancing. Go inform your teacher, Qin Ming, that we are here for a social gathering from Shrek Academy, Flender said, his tone measured yet revealing his waning patience. Flender possessed a sense of dignity. Though he lacked formidable soul master prowess, he took pride in his role as an educator. If the individuals he was to instruct were nothing but fools, he would rather meet his end than endure such a fate. He had anticipated that the students of the Royal Heavendo Empire would be as impressive as those from the Heavendo Royal team, leaving one in awe with their formidable strength. Yu Tianheng, Yi Lingling, and Duguian were all powerful soul masters, each teeming with potential and opportunity. Yet, what were these dandy youths before him? Disappointment washed over him. Ha ha ha! Shui Peng erupted into laughter. You wish to meet our teacher, Qin Ming? Have you looked in the mirror? Do you think you can waltz into the Heavendo Royal Academy at your whim? Even though the punch thrown by Dai Mubai had startled them, it did not elevate them to the ranks of the respected. Moreover, they audaciously claimed they wished to see Qin Ming. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted their banter. "Apologies, Dean Flender. I am late." The respectful Qin Ming stood at the spot, slightly bowing to Flender and the others before reproaching Shui Peng and his cohorts with palpable anger. "What are you still doing here? Do you dare obstruct our esteemed guests? Can you bear the consequences?" The reprimand from Qin Ming sent Shui Peng and his companions into a fluster, momentarily dazed before retreating to the side. After all, Qin Ming was the leader of the royal combat team. It would be unwise to provoke him. Furthermore, Duguian had a title Douluo as a grandfather, and even Shui Peng himself knew better than to cross that line. Flender was momentarily stifled, suppressing his thoughts before finally following suit. Yu Xiaogang wore a troubled expression. In his recollection, the students of the Heaven Do Royal Academy should have been able to take on 100 foes single-handedly. At the very least, they ought to be of Yu Tianhing's caliber. Yet, the likes of Shui Peng were, at best, mediocre soul masters, hardly distinguishable from the students of Tsanghue Academy. In an instant, the enthusiasm of Ma Hongjun and the others deflated. They had expected the Royal Academy to be an imposing force, harboring a competitive spirit, only to discover such disappointing mediocrity. What a profound letdown. Jiang Chuan had long anticipated this moment, his expression remaining unfazed. "Xiaoming, how could the prestigious Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire produce such a lackluster group of individuals? Is the faculty's strength exceedingly weak?" Flander voiced his concerns with palpable skepticism. Otherwise, why would the Royal Academy of Tiando accept teachers from Shrek Academy? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming seemed to have expected such a reaction. Letting out a wry smile before continuing, "Director Flander, the individual who led earlier is Xu Eping, currently the second prince of the Royal Tiando Empire." "What?" Ma Hongjuan's face reflected astonishment and a profound sense of disappointment. "Our Royal Tiando Empire's prince is so inept? Moreover, he is a complete slacker, lacking any real knowledge." The memory of Xu Eping's grotesque demeanor deepened Ma Hongjuan's disillusionment. Is this truly the future of our Tiando Empire? How utterly corrupt. Good heavens, he is a prince. Even Tang San, typically reserved, could not conceal his disappointment. This is hardly princely behavior. He appears to be a fool. Previously, one had heard little of the corruption within the royal family of the Tiando Empire. I once believed that reaching the pinnacle of the Tiando Empire was beyond our grasp. But today's revelation has left me profoundly disheartened, Oscar remarked with a shrug. If a nation relies on such a prince, it is surely doomed. Tang San spoke candidly. Xiao San, Yu Xiaogang quickly interjected, urging caution. Although what he said was true, the Tiando Royal Academy is a place rife with scrutiny. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively towards Yu Xiaogang, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he looked at Tang San. "It's all right, master. The number of students at the Tiando Royal Academy is quite sparse, hardly exceeding 100, so speaking freely poses no issue. The Royal Combat Team I lead has openly reprimanded Xu Eping numerous times." Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, everyone from Shrek Academy exchanged incredulous glances. Such a grand institution, with such ample resources, yet fewer than 100 students? Zhu Zhuqin could not contain herself. There's no choice. The Tiando Royal Academy places excessive emphasis on noble offspring. Yet many among them are utterly unlearned, with a significant number even repeating their years. Qin Ming sighed as he spoke, regretting his decision to teach there, yet acknowledging the institution's rich resources, stating that the monthly offerings he received were comparable to running his own enterprise. "Wait a moment," Flander interjected, raising his hand with a serious expression as he looked intently at Qin Ming. "Xiao Ming, please speak candidly. What level is required to graduate from the Tiando Royal Academy?" "One merely needs to possess a third soul ring to ascend to the rank of Soul Master. However, even under such seemingly lenient conditions, each year a considerable number of students find themselves repeating their studies, with some even assigned to external duties." Qin Ming's face flushed slightly, as he hesitated to continue this line of discussion. "What? If it only requires becoming a third-ring Soul Master, does that imply that every student of the Tiando Royal Academy could graduate effortlessly?" Xiao Wu mused, gently tapping her chin with her finger, her bright eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Qin Ming did not refute her assertion. At this moment, even the exceptionally composed Yu Xiaogang found himself at a loss for words. "However, esteemed teachers of Shrek Academy, you need not worry. Upon arriving at the Tiando Royal Academy, I've already informed the 3 esteemed deans of your arrival, and they are more than willing to welcome you and provide all necessary resources for your junior students. The role of teachers remains yours to fulfill. It is merely a change of venue, and you shall receive the benefits afforded to educators of the Tiando Royal Empire." Qin Ming expressed their sentiments candidly. I could never entrust this group of little monsters to the teachers of the Tiando Royal Academy. They would surely ruin them. Flender thought of those ignorant instructors, imagining the havoc they might wreak on the Shrek 7, and felt a surge of anger rising within him. The qualifications of the teachers here are commendable. It is just that the scions of this academy are rather overbearing, Qin Ming explained, gesturing toward the resplendent central tower. We have arrived. The 3 deans have been awaiting you with great anticipation and are eager to meet you, Dean Flender and others. Upon hearing that the 3 deans were indeed awaiting them, Flender's expression softened slightly, and though he harbored considerable discontent, he managed to suppress it for the moment. Let us proceed, Xiaogang. I shall require your insights shortly. Certainly, Yu Xiaogang replied with firm conviction. The future of the Shrek 7 is at stake, and we cannot afford to be careless. Yet, from the very moment they entered the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Xiaogang had been assessing the architecture surrounding them, particularly the simulated training facilities. It must be said that the resources of the Tiando Royal Empire are exceedingly abundant. He had never encountered such an impeccably designed simulated training ground, rivaling even that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. In terms of resources, he was exceptionally satisfied. If we can continue to serve as instructors for the Shrek 7, then all other conditions become trivial. This was his final conclusion. Chapter 157. Have you exhausted your full potential? Upon witnessing the Shrek group step into the Imperial Academy, Bang's eyes widened, and he felt a pang of distress in his heart. Shrek? He articulated each syllable with disdain. The Crown Prince of Bang dismissed them as a ragtag bunch, no doubt hailing from some obscure village, hardly worthy of concern. The female student scoffed, supporting Avalanche as she spoke. Indeed, Shrek Academy? I have never even heard of it. They probably lack the privilege to register with the Spirit Hall. Ha ha. The youth sneered, unable to tolerate the impoverished Shrek. I shall seek out my royal uncle. Just wait, Shrek. With that, Avalanche strode away towards the noble mansion without a backward glance. Welcome to our Tiando Royal Imperial Academy, Director Flander. An elderly man draped in a noble cloak greeted warmly, stroking his black beard. Allow me to introduce, this is the committee member of the Royal Tiando Academy, Dream Machine, a control system spirit master. Qin Ming raised his hand, adopting a formal tone. It is our honor to receive a remarkable talent, such as Director Flander. Dream Machine replied with a smile. I am an 86th level control system spirit master. A spirit Douluo? The crowd was taken aback, while Xiao Wu's ears slightly curled, discreetly retreating behind Jiang Chuan. It was hard to believe that under the leadership of a spirit Douluo, the students of this Tiando Royal Imperial Academy were so lackluster. Ha ha, to produce an outstanding student like Qin Ming, we have long held interest in Shrek, a man with a rotund figure exclaimed, his excitement evident as he fixated on Flander. I am by Baoshan, an 85th level defense system weapon spirit master. Pleased to meet you, Director Flander. Next, another committee member stepped forward, slender and gaunt. Lin, an 82nd level control system spirit master, with a martial spirit of the celestial green vine. 3 spirit Douluos? Maongjun gasped. The crowd was equally astonished, not expecting 3 spirit Douluos to personally welcome them. The courtesy exhibited was commendable, which relieved Flander. Yu Xiaogang observed Lin, pondering. Such a control system spirit master would be perfect for Xiao San to learn from. Please, come in. Dream Machine glanced at Shrek and remarked, Didn't Qin Ming mention there would be 7 teachers and 7 students? This number seems off. Could it be that the most distinguished teacher has a sudden obligation? Did you recruit another student on the way? Bai Baoshan inquired suspiciously. Oh, Flander and the others were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Even Qin Ming could not suppress his mirth. Allow me to formally introduce this individual, who serves as the tactical training instructor at Shrek Academy, Jiang Chuan. His age is not different from that of the Shrek students. What? Lin was the first to widen his eyes in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? A mere 20-year-old is appointed as a teacher for an academy. Self-proclaimed tactical master? It is noteworthy that Qin Ming's return has caused quite a stir, captivating Jiang Chuan and igniting their interest. It is said that the counterpart is relatively young, but one cannot fathom just how youthful they truly are. This is no longer merely youth. It borders on childhood. How could it be possible that such a young child possesses an extensive knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts? Moreover, they are entrusted with the responsibility of teaching and training. Meng Xinji was taken aback, unable to conceal his astonishment at Flender's audacity in employing such a young individual. Jiang Chuan's knowledge is undoubtedly impressive. Even I seek his counsel. Furthermore, his prowess is exceedingly formidable, as he is a support-type soul master with an extraordinary weapon spirit. Observing the tense atmosphere, Yu Xiaogang intervened to alleviate the situation. Baoshan wore a look of disbelief, as if he were being jested with. Is this the master? Meng Xinji inquired with curiosity. Who is unaware of Yu Xiaogang's illustrious background, a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. However, due to an unforeseen incident, his martial spirit underwent a mutation, transforming him into a scholar. The fact that even he seeks guidance from Jiang Chuan, this child, draws everyone's gaze towards the impeccably clean visage of the young lad. Esteemed members of the Education Committee, Jiang Chuan offered a polite smile, serving as a greeting. Upon entering the opulent loft, delectable desserts and fragrant tea were presented. Jiang Chuan savored his meal with great delight. Soon, I too shall seek the guidance of Master Jiang Chuan. Baoshan chuckled, noting that they were both support-type soul masters. The sole distinction being that one excelled in defensive capabilities while the other specialized in healing abilities. Jiang Chuan merely nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon after, Dugu Bo arrived, signaling that it was time for them to depart. Hearing that teacher Jiang Chuan possessed a formidable soul power, I felt compelled to test the waters. Albeit in a manner that might be deemed intrusive. Jilin spoke of offense, yet his actions were anything but mild, his right hand enveloped in layers of emerald light. He unleashed a forceful pressure towards Jiang Chuan. Nevertheless, the latter remained unfazed, continuing to sip his tea with unperturbed composure. Baoshan found Jilin's approach rather disrespectful. To resort to force so readily was hardly the manner of hospitality. However, Jiang Chuan simply waved his hand, signaling his acquiescence. Since the other party had consented to a partnership with Shrek Academy, it was only fitting to test their mettle. Moreover, Jilin's soul power was insufficient to pose any real threat to him. It should be noted that Jiang Chuan was currently endowed with 2 10,000-year soul rings and 2,000-year soul rings. Such meager soul power was little more than a mere tickle to him. Under these circumstances, Jilin ought to exercise restraint. Dream God Machine also believed that one should not hastily allocate resources to Shrek Academy based solely on Qin Ming's vague remarks. It was essential to assess their educational potential. Yet, Jilin found himself in a dire predicament, drenched in sweat as his soul power drained rapidly, while Jiang Chuan remained entirely unscathed. Levels 50, 60, 70, 80, Jilin's exertions were evident, leaving those watching in awe and trepidation, while Jiang Chuan leisurely indulged in pastries. A modicum of impact would have been acceptable, but none was forthcoming. What a remarkable lad, truly a source of pride for our teacher. Zhao Wujia clasped his hands before his chest, beaming with satisfaction. Brother Chuan, are you truly this formidable? Tang San's purple extreme magic, I scrutinized the soul power surrounding Jiang Chuan, realizing that had he been present, he would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to them all, Jiang Chuan possessed twin martial souls, the Emperor's Bell. The soul power displayed was insufficient to even summon the Emperor's Bell. It was hardly worth mentioning. The most amusing remark slipped from Jiang Chuan's lips. Teacher Jilin, have you made your move? Upon hearing this, Jilin felt a pang of anguish. Had he not exerted every ounce of his strength? His soul power was cascading away like a torrent, sweat soaking his back. He felt as though he might be drained completely. Dream God Machine observed in disbelief. He had not anticipated Jiang Chuan's strength, as Jilin's 82 levels of soul power seemed utterly futile. Chapter 158, an invitation to Jiang Chuan, bestowing triple resources. With a stifled chuckle, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain his amusement, while Oscar joined in with a mischievous giggle. In terms of knowledge, regarding soul masters and soul beasts, Jiang Chuan was unparalleled. Although Jilin was an auxiliary soul master, his prowess rivaled that of a formidable assault-type soul master. Attempting to test the other's strength with soul power was akin to shooting oneself in the foot. It was impossible. Jilin's voice rose in a desperate scream, his composure utterly shattered. With an astonishing soul power of 83, one would expect that even the most exceptional support-type spirit masters, let alone the most formidable beast martial souls, will be brought to their knees. Yet, the individual remained unperturbed, calmly sipping tea. What could possibly be the reason for such composure? Just how high is your soul power? Jilin could no longer contain his curiosity, a slight ache forming in his liver. I possess a soul power of 43. Jiang Chuan's words were astonishing, leaving the entire assembly in a state of bewilderment. Not only the representatives from the Tiando Royal Academy, but also those from Shrek Academy were momentarily stunned. What? Brother Chuan, weren't you just in your 30s? How have you reached over 40? Tang San's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, Flinders sprang from his seat, his eyes wide open, staring at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. At merely a teenager, a soul master at level 43? My heavens! I have prided myself on my extensive travels through Douluo Continent for many years, yet I have never encountered such a prodigy. It is simply impossible. Dream God Machine could no longer remain seated, and the most comical sight was the Shrek group, each one rendered speechless, as if unaware of the gravity of the situation. Teacher Jiang Chuan, when did you ascend to Soul Master? Oscar mused, contemplating how he could revel in the world with such an extraordinary mentor as his backing. I just recently advanced, Jiang Chuan replied modestly. Yet, such a statement detonated in everyone's ears. To have just ascended to Soul Master and already possess level 43? This signifies boundless potential. Bai Baoshan wore a serious expression. Some Soul Masters flicker briefly, exhausting their potential only to fade away. However, Jiang Chuan's brilliance made it difficult for them not to ponder this notion. But for someone to reach level 43 immediately after advancement? What does this imply? Teacher Jiang Chuan, you must stay with us at the Tiando Royal Academy and represent the Empire in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Dream God Machine urged eagerly, adding, of course, the benefits you would receive are unparalleled, at 3 times the usual student rate. 3 times? Ma Hongjun stuffed his hand into his mouth, his expression exaggerated. Oscar's jaw dropped. How many resources would that entail? Yu Xiaogang and the others said nothing. This was Jiang Chuan's own decision. Regardless of his choices, there were his rights to exercise. Certainly, if Shrek Academy were to lose such a knowledgeable master, it would be an immense loss. Do you agree? However, to everyone's surprise, upon hearing Dream God Machine's words, Jiang Chuan did not hesitate to decline. No. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's outright refusal, Flinder's face broke into a joyous smile, his heart soaring. Look at this, our teacher from Shrek Academy, sharing both honor and disgrace, a true brother. Dream God Machine's brow furrowed as if burdened by a great weight, and he quickly inquired why. As far as he knew, Shrek Academy was barely surviving, unable even to provide bonuses for its teachers. Why would anyone choose to endure hardships alongside this so-called Flinder? Could it be that these individuals truly were dedicated to the next generation? But Jiang Chuan is but a mere youth himself. Everyone awaited his response, their hearts tightly clenched. For the students of the Tiando Royal Empire Academy are undeniably inept, as all can witness. Despite the Academy's abundant resources, it has fostered a group of such unremarkable individuals. My knowledge seems futile to them, perhaps destined to remain unutilized in this lifetime. And I am reluctant to squander my time. The meaning of Jiang Chuan is quite simple and rather evident. A group of inept individuals, akin to mud that cannot support a wall, is hardly worthy of instruction. Ha ha! Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, as Jiang Chuan articulated his innermost thoughts. Although Ma Hongjun was also suppressing his own frustrations, he refrained from openly confronting the academic committee. Yet, Jiang Chuan's candid remarks were refreshing. At that moment, Daimu Baitu was not merely admiring Jiang Chuan's prowess. He held a deep appreciation for his forthrightness. Ahem, Yu Xiaogang pretended to clear his throat awkwardly, signaling that Jiang Chuan's words were rather severe. The countenance of the Dream Machine was grim. Yet the truth remained. Did the incompetent fools of Avalanche truly deserve to receive guidance from Jiang Chuan? Our Tiando Royal Academy has its own first team, while Avalanche and others belong to the second team. Bai Baoshan was filled with trepidation. The academic committee may have misconstrued my words. Jiang Chuan unexpectedly resumed speaking, leaving everyone perplexed. Did he intend to elucidate something? I do not refer to the Avalanche. Rather, I speak of the distinction between the students of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do and those who instruct the 7 divine beings. It is not that Jiang Chuan considers himself a deity. His words were already quite tactful. However, when declining others, one must be resolute. The complexities of relationships cannot be easily disentangled. Thus, it is better to decisively close off the discussion. Would he waste his breath explaining matters to Yu Tianheng and the others? Unless Jiang Chuan were foolish, such an endeavor would be futile. Could they possess the same spirit as the Shrek 7 monsters? A sudden chill enveloped the air. At that moment, Flinder bore an expression that seemed to say, just as I expected. Yu Xiaogang took a delicate sip of tea. Very well, he said, breaking the silence. We agree to allow Shrek Academy to reside within the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, granting you access to all resources. This is all for the future of the Empire. However, I have one request. What is it? Zhao Wujin's face lit up at the prospect of entering the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. We hope that our Academy's members can attend classes, particularly those taught by teacher Jiang Chuan, and perhaps receive a bit of guidance. Would that be permissible? No problem. Jiang Chuan readily acquiesced, eager to respond to Zhiling's request. After all, Shrek and the others would soon be expelled by the old poison. The matter of attending classes was merely a fleeting consideration. Zhao Wujin did not anticipate Jiang Chuan's prompt agreement, finding it somewhat unusual. Nevertheless, he assumed it was likely for the benefit of the students of Shrek Academy. At that moment, the atmosphere was joyful. The hosts and guests were ready to celebrate. Suddenly, the grand doors burst open, and several figures emerged from the golden sunlight. Jiang Chuan smiled knowingly, chewing on a plum cake, and remarked, "I must say, the Empire's cuisine is quite delightful." "Fatty, eat more," Jiang Chuan said, patting Ma Hongjuan's shoulder. Ma Hongjun, with a chicken leg in his mouth, furrowed his brow in confusion, as if puzzled by Jiang Chuan's strange remarks. With the sound of footsteps echoing, a procession of royal guards clad in silver armor, wielding long spears, surged forth. Standing solemnly on either side, who are the members of Shrek Academy? A voice, coarse and imbued with an air of menace, boomed. Chapter 159. Shrek humiliated, labeled as beggars? Everyone turned to behold an elderly man with a mane of white hair, dark circles beneath his eyes, striding with the grace of the wind, his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings with a lofty gaze. You are. Dream Machine, upon encountering the elder, was utterly astonished, stammering for quite some time, struggling to utter even half a sentence. Such formidable soul power. Tang San was taken aback, his gaze fixed upon the silhouette of Douluo Bo, as if he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss. As Douluo Bo passed by a flower bed, the once vibrant and crimson petals of the Linghua flower withered instantly, a testament to the potency of his toxic aura. How terrifying! Who could this man be, possessing such an overwhelming soul power? Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment, their breaths quickening with shock. Xiao Wu was the first to perceive the terrifying soul power emanating from him, undoubtedly surpassing that of a soul Douluo. He was likely a title Douluo of over 90 levels. She immediately concealed herself behind Jiang Chuan, peering cautiously, fearful that Douluo Bo might see through her presence. It was known that only soul masters above the soul Douluo level could discern her concealment techniques, rendering her utterly defenseless against this formidable figure. Flander furrowed his brow tightly. The stronger the soul master, the more acutely he could sense the terrifying aura radiating from the elder. He pondered if he had inadvertently offended this old man. Surely, there couldn't be any grievances. Why had he specifically sought out Shrek Academy? And what had transpired? "Esteemed sir, I am the Dean of Shrek Academy. Is there something you wish to clarify?" Flander slightly bowed towards Douluo Bo, voicing his questions. "Oh, a mere soul sage, so you're the Dean of Shrek Academy. How arrogant!" Douluo Bo scoffed, his nasal voice thick with disdain. With a shift of his right foot, a cacophony arose. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black shimmered to life, radiating a terrifying brilliance, the momentum of the Lubian nation escalating as if it were climbing a ladder to the heavens. Mr. Douluo Bo as companions, Meng Xinji by Bao Shan, and Jiling, all stood up, respectfully retreating a step, their eyes filled with profound caution. There was hostility in the air. Flander's heart sank. It was evident that the opponent had come prepared, seemingly harboring grievances against Shrek Academy. He immediately braced himself. However, facing a title Douluo, the pinnacle of soul masters on the Douluo Continent, he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. "Esteemed title Douluo, I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. As this is our first encounter," Zhao Wujia ventured cautiously. The students under his tutelage were either titled Douluo or princes of the Star Luo Empire. Their backgrounds formidable enough not to be easily suppressed by a single title Douluo. "Get lost. This is not a place for you to speak," Douluo Bo retorted with an accusatory demeanor, turning his gaze towards Meng Xinji. "I believe Chairman Meng should first clarify matters regarding the Avalanche Prince." Upon hearing the name Prince of Avalanche, a chill instantly ran through the hearts of the crowd. Undoubtedly, his arrival was prompted by the recent dispute. To their astonishment, a mere act of intimidation compelled this formidable figure to reveal such a powerful trump card, highlighting his exceedingly narrow-mindedness. Tang San's heart brimmed with resentment as he withdrew his prize Yuga crossbow from his sleeve, prepared to unleash lethal force should circumstances shift. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a noble robe and wielding a golden cane strode in, casting a disdainful glance at Flander and the others, his demeanor exuding arrogance. "Your Highness," he addressed, referring to the group from Shrek Academy, particularly the one with the striking golden hair who dared to intimidate him. "They must be shown their place. Such audacity is a blatant disregard for the law and a gross underestimation of the stakes." If they can threaten me today, they might betray the Heaven Do Empire tomorrow. They could very well be lackeys of the Spirit Hall. I have investigated their backgrounds, and a significant number have received the Spirit Hall's golden soul coins in substantial amounts. The Prince of Avalanche flattered and boasted, reveling in his power. So, he mused, should I uncover the truth, he will certainly pay dearly. The middle-aged man, emboldened by the presence of the title Duo, regained his confidence. In normal circumstances, Flander would have dismissed such insolence, but with the title Douluo present, he found himself in a precarious position. He had already formulated the worst-case scenario, which included pushing his students out of harm's way. Dugubo. Yu Xiaogang murmured this name, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation as if recalling a significant figure. In the world of Douluo Continent, only a select few could attain the title of Title Douluo, and he had heard of the infamous Dugu family, known for their mastery of poison. It was indeed the poison Douluo. To think that these young prodigies would encounter a title Douluo in the Heaven Do Imperial Empire was both a stroke of fortune and a source of sorrow. His fists clenched tightly. Yu Xiaojiang's right hand turned pale. His students must not face any peril, especially Jiang Chuan, who was the most likely candidate to become a title Douluo or even greater in the future. However, his brow furrowed as he unexpectedly observed Jiang Chuan indulging in a cluster of grapes with great delight. One could not help but marvel at his audacity. Was he truly so composed? My heavens, Teacher Zhang, a title Douluo has arrived. 9 soul rings, and you're still eating. Ma Hongjun raised an eyebrow at Jiang Chuan, his heart racing at the thought of a title Douluo who could easily obliterate the Shrek's 7 monsters with a single strike. Jiang Chuan harbors a certain disdain for Avalanche. It is hard to fathom that, in the aftermath, Tang San would still be willing to serve as the national master of Avalanche, although this was ostensibly to deceive Qian Rinxue and ensure his own survival. Can one truly claim that there is no hint of arrogance in such a fade? Your Excellency, Prince of Snowstar, your sudden presence here is most unexpected. What brings you to our humble abode? Chairman Ming bowed respectfully towards him. Thud, thud, thud. To everyone's astonishment, the Prince of Snowstar, brandishing a golden staff, struck it against the ground. I say, Chairman Ming, do you not regard us nobles at all? You indiscriminately admit beggars into the Academy without consulting us. Have you already resolved to declare yourself king? His words were laden with disdain, immediately casting the Shrek members in the role of beggars. This provoked Zhao Wujia, who was not one to endure such indignities. Chapter 160. The Threat of the Title Douluo. As Zhao Wujia prepared to retort, Flandra placed a hand on his shoulder and cast a cold glance. Do not jeopardize our position. Sometimes, violence can resolve issues. Yet one must also learn to endure humiliation. Old Ghost Flandra, Zhao Wujia hissed through clenched teeth, opting instead to shut his eyes. Esteemed Prince of Snowstar, you may have misunderstood. The Dean of Shrek Academy and his faculty are exceptionally talented, and their students are of the highest caliber, even comparable to those from the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire, such as Yu Qianheng. You may not be aware, but in the recent battle at the Soto City Arena, Shrek achieved a resounding victory. Before Chairman Ming could finish, Prince Bloodstained, in a fit of rage, shattered a porcelain teacup on the table. Chairman Ming, I invited you here to instruct the students, not to form factions. What right do you have to allocate resources from the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire to this group of beggars? And you even injured my nephew. The Prince of Snowstar raised his hand, pointing towards Avalanche's face. It was evident that he intended to intimidate Dai Mubai, though he had not yet resorted to any substantial aggression. Nonsense. I did not injure him. Had he truly withstood my punch, he would have been utterly incapacitated. Dai Mubai stepped forward, embodying the spirit of accountability. Mubai, step back, Flandra admonished, fearing that the situation might escalate. Oh, Shrek Academy truly excels in its teachings. That a mere commoner dares to reprimand us nobles in public. You have no place to speak here. It is utterly reckless. The Prince of Snowstar, now visibly angered, exuded an aura of menace. Young man, you appear quite arrogant. Dugu Bo flashed a sinister smile. Do you know that with just a mere flick of my hand, your very soul could be shattered, and your flesh would rot away? Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words, unable to express his own noble lineage. After all, if he were to encounter peril, it was unlikely that any formidable figure within the Starry Empire would come to his aid. Such is the sorrow of a prince in decline. His fists were clenched tightly, resembling a ferocious lion. Even as he made a move, the avalanche of accusations fell squarely upon him. Prince Shueshing, must we allow some trivial disputes among the younger generation to escalate to such an impasse? Dream Machine inquired. The Shrek Academy holds significant prestige, Should we forge an alliance with our Tiando Royal Academy, our combined strength would undoubtedly be enhanced. Furthermore, I do not consider myself above you. Rest assured, I shall share any ensuing benefits with you, and once both parties consent, we shall unveil our joyous collaboration. After all, it is all for the future of the Empire. Dream Machine spoke earnestly, accompanied by a rare smile, which softened the atmosphere. Who is pleased with this arrangement? Retorted Prince Xuesheng, dismissing the proposition outright. His demeanor left no room for negotiation. Dream Machine was momentarily speechless. Prince Xuesheng was renowned for his protectiveness. Could he truly abandon the promising talents of Shrek Academy due to the petty grievances of the younger generation? Most importantly, they could not afford to forsake Jiang Chuan, whose knowledge, strength, and potential illuminated a path to a glorious future. I have stated that I do not agree to this matter. You are to leave as you came. If you seek alms, go elsewhere. Should you continue to prattle on, I will not hesitate to take action at the Tiando Royal Academy. Prince Xuesheng articulated the phrase, take action with distinct clarity, thickening the tension in the air. Oh, you're not convinced? Then become a powerful soul master and defeat me. Douluo challenged, gazing at the Shrek 7 monsters with a smirk that was both mocking and provocative. You have gone too far. Ning Rongrong was the first to step forward, unafraid of any background. As the little princess of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, with 295 level title Douluos and a father who wielded the most potent auxiliary weapon spirit on the continent, she felt no need for any external power. Witnessing the bullying of her companions, she rushed to their defense. Not to mention, even her beloved sword grandfather could easily subdue this old toxin. Little girl, if you're willing to stay, I would not mind, provided you withdraw from this so-called Shrek Academy. Xuebing grinned lewdly. Amidst this charged atmosphere, a series of crisp chewing sounds unexpectedly broke through. Everyone turned to see Jiang Chuan holding a piece of fried chicken, his mouth smeared with grease. I must say, this is quite absurd. If you wish to bully someone, at least find a valid reason. He immersed himself in his meal, oblivious to the anxious glances of his companions from Shrek Academy. In such a tense atmosphere, how could he still possess an appetite, devouring his food with such relish? What fortitude must his heart possess? Gulp. He tilted his head back to wash down the greasy morsels with a sip of tea. If one were to sustain grave injuries, it would surely be in this manner. At some point, Jiang Chuan had mysteriously vanished from his original position. In the next instant, a loud crack echoed. With a spray of crimson, a figure fell to the ground, having lost 3 teeth in the process. Delightful. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists, exclaiming with palpable excitement. Truly, Jiang Chuan is a man of vengeance. He never forgets a grudge and possesses formidable strength to match. Oscar nodded in agreement, affirming that this was indeed characteristic of him. While the others from Shrek Academy could quietly hold their breaths, Jiang Chuan remained an exception, unafraid of any power. Not even a single slap could you withstand? How had you trained? Such ineptitude, and yet you dare to aspire to royalty? Jiang Chuan, seizing the moment, stamped down forcefully, leaving behind 4 distinct shoe prints. What are you doing? How dare you lay a hand on a prince of the heavenly royal empire? Exclaimed Prince Xuesheng, rising abruptly, his face a portrait of astonishment. Who is this uncouth villager? Such dishevelment and disregard for decorum. In my decades traversing the Douluo Continent, I have never encountered such an individual. To strike before the royal family, to slap the face of the crown. Who is he? What esteemed titles stand behind him? How does he dare to be so brazen? So audacious? Douluo advanced a step, exerting pressure towards Jiang Chuan. Yet to his astonishment, the latter remained utterly unmoved, devoid of even the slightest hint of trepidation. You brat, from whence do you hail? Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. 70 level soul power, 80 level soul power, 86 level soul power, pushing all the way to 89 level soul power. Jiang Chuan remained unfazed, his demeanor as composed as ever, despite the avalanche of hostility directed at him. Chapter 161. Do you think you have the Empire to back you up? The onlookers witnessed a tempest of energy swirling chaotically from the hands of those unable to comprehend the situation. Yet Jiang Chuan remained indifferent. Jiling, taken aback, silently marveled at the fact that his soul power could not compare to that of this titled law of over 90 levels. Even so, Jiang Chuan exhibited no signs of fatigue. What peculiar strength did this young man possess? Who are you? Prince Xuesheng could no longer contain himself, fixated on Jiang Chuan's silhouette. Quickly, Senior Douluo, save Xuepeng, or he will truly be killed. As Xuepeng lay on the brink of death, bloodied and battered, Prince Xuesheng's anxiety escalated. Young man, I care not where you hail from, nor do you seem to grasp the royal protocols. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Douluo advanced with relentless determination, personally intervening, confident that he could subdue this youth. The expressions of Shrek and the others darkened. They had anticipated that this titled Douluo would refrain from bullying Jiang Chuan due to his age. To their astonishment, he was willing to take matters into his own hands. And who could Jiang Chuan possibly be against such a foe? The situation grew increasingly dire. This is bad. It appears Xiao Chuan is in jeopardy. Flandra and Zhao Wujia both stepped forward. No, Senior Douluo, he is a genius of the Empire. How can you bear to extinguish such potential? Even Meng Xinji and the others pleaded, their eyes filled with tears. Dealing with your royal family requires a different approach. As Jiang Chuan raised a smile like a gentle spring breeze, he announced, my royal friend is also arriving. Who would have thought that at this moment? Ning Rongrong would step forward. I dare anyone to act recklessly. If you have the audacity to harm a hair on Jiang Chuan, I assure you, you shall face dire consequences. The protective frenzy ignited within her as she brandished her weapon, embodying the guise of a little sorceress. Where did this child come from? To dare to make noise before me is akin to courting death. On the palm of Douluo, a layer of verdant poison coiled ominously, reaching towards Ning Rongrong. Just as she prepared to shatter the token within the 7-treasure glazed tile to summon the sword Douluo and others, a resounding crash echoed. The golden gate burst open once more as a throng of royal guards composed of soul masters surged in. Among them stood a young man clad in golden attire, his right hand poised casually, exuding an air of nonchalance. I ask, in the Heaven-Do Empire, who dares to lay a hand on my esteemed guest? Are they seeking their own demise? The appearance of Shui Qinghe immediately captivated the attention of all present, and the atmosphere turned abruptly frigid. Shui Lang, already in a daze, gasped sharply upon seeing his elder brother, utterly bewildered. How did his brother appear here? And what did he mean by esteemed guest? It is known that Shui Lang harbored the deepest apprehension towards this elder brother, the crown prince, whose power was overwhelming. Crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. I have heard there are those who wish to strike at the Shrek Academy. Such hospitality from the Empire may indeed sadden some talents. The voice was exceedingly gentle, yet one could detect a hint of ire beneath the polished tone. Hud, hud, hud. The exquisitely crafted diamond cane struck the ground, echoing with each deliberate step as a refined man entered, his expression dignified yet furrowed with concern. Prince Xuexing, are you not aware that your actions diminish the might of the Heaven-Do Empire? And Prince Shui Lang, do you not comprehend the wisdom in embracing diversity and magnanimity? Shrek Academy, as far as I know, is an institution of immense potential, yet you choose to rub salt into its wounds. This is not only a humiliation to the Empire, but also a betrayal of the lessons of the Heaven-Do Royal Empire. Such individuals are unworthy of the royal title. Ning Fengji rarely exhibited fury unless provoked beyond measure. Upon the arrival of these two significant figures, accompanied by their personal guards, an immediate hush enveloped the crowd. Even the old poison master hesitated slightly. The Heaven-Do Royal Empire was not devoid of title Douluo. With just these two, for title Douluo could be summoned. All above level 95. Should a conflict arise, he would have to retreat. Yet, why had these two suddenly appeared? It was utterly perplexing. Brother, Shui Lang weakly called out, promptly kneeling and bowing his head to Shui Qinghe. Jiang Chuan conveyed a message through the soul token left to him by Shui Qinghe. The latter, well aware of Jiang Chuan's presence at the Royal Academy of the Heaven-Do Empire, understood the nature of the troubles he faced and thus brought his troops to assist. As Jiang Chuan had previously stated, matters of the royal family must be resolved by the royal family. He was indifferent to whether Shui Qinghe was a mere prince or if Shui Lang was merely feigning collapse. In any case, if he was met with hostility, it was the duty of the royals to intervene. Brother Jiang Chuan, I did not expect to meet you so soon. On behalf of the Royal Academy of the Heaven-Do Empire, I sincerely apologize for the rudeness displayed by our nobility, Shui Qinghe has said, bowing deeply to Jiang Chuan. His words earnest and heartfelt. What? Almost everyone exclaimed in unison. The esteemed Prince Shui Qinghe of the Heaven-Do Empire, a figure destined to become the next emperor, would bow to a mere villager and even address him as a brother? This revelation left everyone astounded, particularly Shui Lang, who felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Who was he? Flinder and Zhao Wujia had not yet encountered Shui Qinghe, though they were also soul saints. They had not fully recognized the royal entourage. However, witnessing Shui Lang and Prince Xuexing being rendered speechless by the exchange allowed them to infer the significance of the individual before them. It turns out he is of royal lineage, Yu Xiaogang remarked, realizing that such a figure could command a sizable escort. Flinder had presumed Xue Qinghe was merely an uncomplicated emperor. No, if he chose to, he could mobilize the entire imperial army. For he was the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire. And more importantly, the future heir apparent, Yu Xiaogang emphasized with heightened gravity. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Chuan wielded such influence? To be allied with the sovereign of the Heavendo Empire? Such a background was indeed formidable. What? The heir apparent? Zhao Wujia exclaimed involuntarily. Wujia, do not be overly agitated, Flinder reassured him, patting his shoulder while casting a knowing smile at Jiang Chuan. It was indeed unexpected for the prince to come to their aid, maintaining his customary boldness. How could Brother Chuan have connections with the heir apparent? What other secrets remain hidden? Tang San mused, contemplating that Jiang Chuan's mysteries outweighed his own. What a false alarm. I thought I would need to step in for you. Ning Rongrong sighed in relief as her gaze fell upon Jiang Chuan. Chapter 162. The Imperial Prince comes to the rescue, the old poisoner pressure. Teacher, this is the Jiang Chuan brother I often mentioned to you, the one who bravely ventured into the Star Doe Forest alone. He is truly a young hero. Xue Qinghe has stated, raising his hand towards Jiang Chuan with a gentle tone. Oh, Jiang Chuan, it is you. I initially thought that Qinghe had merely befriended someone with the same name, but it truly is you, he continued. Ning Fengji nodded slightly towards the familiar Jiang Chuan. Observing this, Meng Shunji and the others were utterly perplexed. This remarkable young man, Jiang Chuan, not only had connections with the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, but also shared a significant rapport with Ning Fengji. Who exactly is he? Oh, you know him, master? Xue Qinghe inquired curiously. Indeed, this Jiang Chuan is a distinguished guest of our seven treasure, Glazed Tile School. The injuries sustained by the Sword of Awe were healed by him. Ning Fengji stated, his words tinged with a hint of embellishment. However, it was true that Jiang Chuan had utilized the Chaos Blue Lotus to mend the Sword Douluo's wounds, leading to a gradual recovery, without any drastic deterioration. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo immediately etched the word healing deeply into his memory, casting a penetrating gaze at Jiang Chuan. This was of immense significance to him. A support-type soul master capable of healing a title level powerhouse. What could his martial soul be? Could it possibly be even more formidable than the Nine Hearts Sitang? What? He can heal the injuries of a title Douluo? Bai Baoshan's puffy face trembled in shock. He vaguely recalled having mentioned wanting to exchange knowledge regarding auxiliary-type martial souls with Jiang Chuan, and his face flushed with embarrassment. When did Jiang Chuan heal a title Douluo? Flinder was utterly bewildered, unaware of such circumstances. He knew that his soul power had stagnated due to the severe injuries he had sustained in a past battle. Had he received assistance, he would have already achieved the rank of soul Douluo and might even have touched upon the realm of title Douluo. Little did he know that brother Jiang Chuan had a heroic past, having saved the sword Douluo. Impressive indeed. Xue Qinghe chuckled slyly, aware that he would soon request Jiang Chuan's assistance again. As the crown prince of the royal Tiando Empire, I hereby decree that all resources of Shrek Academy shall be provided by the Imperial Academy. Any request for collaboration shall be approved, all for the future of the Empire. Xue Qinghe's declaration garnered considerable admiration from the assembly. This was the demeanor of sovereign. Who would have thought that this youthful emperor possessed such foresight? The future of the Tiando Empire is secure. Even Zhao Wujia voiced his sincere admiration. Flinder silently nodded in agreement from the sidelines. The reason Xue Qinghe could be named crown prince at such a young age, even as the heir apparent, was intricately tied to his exceptional abilities. The entire royal family was in complete subservience to him. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such attention from the Tiando Emperor, who is said to regard him as an extraordinary talent of monumental potential. Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up. Today's encounter indeed revealed his extraordinary nature. Prince Xue Qinghe, you truly need to reflect deeply and strive to improve yourself, for the future holds great promise for aiding your elder brother. Ning Fengji, filled with a sense of frustration, patted Xue Peng's shoulder. Indeed, the words of the sect master Ning hold truth, Xue Peng replied, shaking off his previous despondency and nodding repeatedly. At that moment, Prince Xue Xing's face flushed a deep shade of purple, a subtle ache resonating within him. How could Xue Qinghe place him, one of the esteemed leaders of the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire, in such a position? Yet, he found himself compelled to suppress his indignation. If it came to summoning individuals of the title Douluo caliber, Xue Qinghe could easily call upon two formidable allies for support. Jiang Chuan, consumed by resentment, gripped his golden scepter tightly, producing a sharp crackle. The dreaming mechanism, upon noticing the emergence of an enlightened figure, responded with a smile and ready compliance. This cannot be. As one of the esteemed leaders of the Royal Tiando Academy, I may permit the Shrek Academy to be orchestrated, but I shall never allow for any form of camaraderie. Prince Xuexing stood resolute in his position, utilizing the Empire's offerings and resources while participating in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition under the banner of Shrek Academy was something he vehemently opposed. Prince Xuexing, are you contravening my wishes? Xuexing's tone was firm yet gentle. Very well, after this encounter, I shall not retain Shrek Academy any longer. Flanders, realizing that further argument would yield no fruitful outcome, prepared to lead his students away. While Xuexing wielded greater authority than Prince Xuexing, he had yet to seize power, and the assets of the Imperial Academy undeniably belonged solely to Prince Xuexing Shirley. The Imperial Prince would not dare to directly imprison his own uncle. Prince Xuexing, however, persisted stubbornly, his demeanor revealing an unwillingness to relent. At this juncture, it would be wiser to depart. The intervention of a noble prevented Du Gubo from taking action against them, a significant achievement for Jiang Chuan, who dared not hope for further concessions. Wait, have I permitted your departure? An unsettling voice interjected, as Du Gubo's gaze fixated on Jiang Chuan, determined to capture him to see if his supportive martial soul could aid in alleviating his granddaughter's affliction. Mr. Du Gubo, Shrek Academy is my ally. Are you truly prepared to act against them? Xuexing, declared as a guard clad in golden armor, stepped forth from behind him, poised for confrontation. Mr. Zhu Gubo, what purpose does this serve? At your advanced age, why must you contend with the students of Shrek Academy? Ning Fengji sighed, shaking his head, as he staunchly supported Shrek Academy, especially considering his daughter was among them. I shall only exert my soul power, if you can withstand it. What harm is there in allowing your departure? Do you dare? Du Gubo was evidently addressing Jiang Chuan. Without awaiting Jiang Chuan's consent, he unleashed a torrent of soul power equivalent to that of a tidal Douluo, directing it forcefully towards Jiang Chuan. This overwhelming aura reverberated throughout the entire Grand Hall. It was not merely the younger soul masters who would falter. Even a formidable soul Douluo would find it impossible to withstand such a tumultuous wave of soul power, as it could easily reduce them to a state of fragility akin to osteoporosis, rendering them mere remnants of blood. No, Ning Fengji bellowed in anger. Jiang Chuan is not merely a prodigious soul master. He embodies the future of the Empire and is also an indispensable presence within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Who could have imagined this? Jiang Chuan stood leisurely in place, exuding an aura of serene composure that captivated the attention of all present. Even Xuexing felt a pang of concern, yet he was astonished to see that the other party remained unscathed. Jiang Chuan, are you certain you are unharmed? Ning Rongrong whispered softly, holding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile in her hands, which shimmered with the warmth of the sun. I have even summoned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, and this is what you choose to show me. Chapter 163. The Soul Ring of 100,000 Years. Victory is assured. What could possibly be amiss? Jiang Chuan subtly nudged Ning Rongrong, signaling her to maintain a respectful distance, for the soul power emanating from him, akin to that of a tidal Douluo, was potent enough to render her utterly vanquished. Level 91 Soul Power. Jilin could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. The scene before them was nothing short of breathtaking. Soil and stones erupted, buildings crumbled, and even a piece of mysterious iron was compressed into a concave shape. Yet Jiang Chuan stood firm like a towering pine. Level 92 Soul Power. Dream Machine nearly exclaimed an expletive, incredulous at the notion that the youth before them could withstand such immense energy. How formidable must he be? Or perhaps it was the exceptional configuration of his soul rings that enabled him to resist the ferocious tide of soul power. Brother Jiang Chuan, you truly delight me with surprises. Xuexing's appreciative gaze spoke volumes. This should not be possible. Even if a support-type soul master possessed a certain level of resilience, it would be utterly implausible to withstand such formidable soul power. Yu Xiaogang pondered that he still had much to learn about Jiang Chuan, whose depths concealed innumerable secrets. You clever lad, you have successfully provoked me. Du Gubo bellowed, his white hair billowing with fervor as his voice was gradually engulfed by the surging waves. A turquoise of soul power surged toward Jiang Chuan. Clang! 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black cascaded down, radiating dazzling brilliance as they encircled Du Gubo's hands, causing his soul power to surge dramatically. Underneath Jiang Chuan's left palm, for soul rings of crimson and ebony danced ethereally as he smiled coldly. 100,000-year soul ring, even a single one, is sufficient to withstand the provocations of the old poison master. Naturally, Jiang Chuan exerted tremendous restraint to suppress the aura of the 100,000-year spirit ring. Otherwise, its power would have certainly caused the very ground beneath them to collapse. Moreover, he ensured that no one perceived the existence of a spirit ring. This young man possessed an extraordinary physical constitution. How could he remain utterly unperturbed with a spirit power of level 92? What a monstrous being! In the depths of Douluo's heart, astonishment surged, leading him to question whether Jiang Chuan was human or ghost. Ning Fengji initially believed that this former Jiang Chuan had undergone a complete transformation, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that he had indeed been reborn from the flames. To withstand the suppression of a spirit power from a titled Douluo of level 92 is nothing short of miraculous. Who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Douluo could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. From the moment Jiang Chuan made his move, he sensed the boy's peculiar aura, which instantly piqued his interest. Jiang Chuan, he replied, turning away and disregarding Douluo's spirit power suppression as he led the Shrek crew out the door. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Douluo did not linger. With a powerful push, he shot forth from his position. Look at how much of our empire's main force you have lost, due to your narrow-mindedness. To have someone like him join the alliance with the Tiando Royal Academy is our privilege. Prince Xuexing, do you believe that if Shrek had sufficient funds to create a simulated training environment, he would have sought alliance with the Tiando Royal Academy? Xuexing had cast a disdainful glance at the foolishly dazed Prince Xuexing, who had been utterly astonished by the previous scene. It completely shattered the limitations set by spirit masters. A youth barely in his teens had actually withstood the spirit power of a titled Douluo exceeding 90 levels. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Prince Xuexing would surely have doubted his own senses. Your Highness, if this is the outcome you desire, to destroy the pillars of the Empire, then I have nothing further to say. I resign. Dream Machine departed gracefully, slightly bowing before vanishing hundreds of meters away, claiming to influence the Empire's development. The hounds of the Spirit Hall have always been the ones diminishing the Empire's military strength. Shrek is a group of potential that cannot be overlooked. This is akin to self-mutilation. If this continues, Your Highness, will your position still be secure? Ning Fengji's voice was gentle, yet he sighed deeply. Thankfully, the Tiando Royal Empire was not under the sway of Xuebing. Otherwise, his 7 treasures Glazed sect would also need to seek refuge elsewhere for survival. At present, Xueqinghe was his sole pillar, as nurturing the true emperor of the empire was essential for its greater glory. With the Spirit Hall poised to make a move, it was time to prepare defenses. What have I done? Xuebing trembled, his entire being quaking. He had pretended to be a frivolous royal prince and inadvertently provoked the Empire's genius. If his father were to find out, would it not spell his doom? The members of Shrek no longer concerned themselves with the happenings at the Tiando Royal Imperial Academy, wandering aimlessly in the capital of Sylves. Dean Flander, repeatedly called from behind, was hastily pursued by Qin Ming. He bore upon his shoulders a satchel, representing his entire fortune. Xiao Ming, why have you followed us? Return at once. Flander waved his hand dismissively, having an inkling of Qin Ming's intentions. Dean Flander, I am willing to stand with Shrek through thick and thin. Since the Tiando Royal Imperial Academy cannot accommodate us, I shall depart with you. I no longer wish to serve as a teacher here, Qin Ming stated decisively, leaving no room for rebuttal. Good lad, quite the loyal spirit. It seems I did not misjudge you, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, embracing Qin Ming's shoulders and laughing heartily. Zhao Wujia, this is absurd. We are struggling to provide for ourselves, and you wish to involve Xiao Ming? Return at once. Do not follow us. Flander firmly rejected, turning his head away with a heart softened nonetheless. Like teacher Jiang Chuan, I have nothing left to impart at the Tiando Royal Imperial Academy. Let me join Shrek Academy. The junior students are so outstanding. I do not wish to miss out, Qin Ming insisted, his determination evident. And I know where we will be welcomed. What? Everyone turned to him in unison. Xiao Ming, mightiest. Sylves is the capital of the Tiando Empire, and common places only admit nobility, Flander replied gloomily, lamenting the state of the Tiando Empire. No. Qin Ming shook his hands repeatedly within this capital of Sylves. There exists a peculiar academy that only accepts impoverished soul masters, entirely excluding the nobility. What? Such an academy exists? Yu Xiaogang was the first to respond, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Yes, it is called Lamba Academy. It is said that the dean is affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Seeing the interest of the others, Qin Ming elaborated, I believe they will not refuse our admission, especially with such excellent teachers among us. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Xiaogang, we must rely on you this time, Flander nudged Yu Xiaogang's shoulder, speaking in a somewhat ingratiating manner. Can you guess who established the academy? Chapter 164. The Beautiful Second Dragon, Jiang Chuan the Model. Yu Xiaogang shook his head in response, indicating his lack of knowledge. Members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family are often elusive, and many have established academies. I'm not certain who it could be, but meeting someone from the family is something I am not particularly keen on. Nonetheless, for the sake of Shrek Academy, I must endure this. Yu Xiaogang sighed deeply, bracing himself to step inside. What do you think, Jiang Chuan? Flander inquired. Is our choice of this academy the right one? I believe that all options are acceptable. After all, the teachers remain our own. There have been no significant changes. No one can guarantee that their choices are infallibly correct. Each may take what they need. As Jiang Chuan hurriedly entered the Blue Tyrant Academy, he was acutely aware of the identity of its dean. Well then, let us give it a try. Flanders led the group of students inside. One cannot help but remark on the grandeur of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Its opulent decor is astounding. Look, there lies the simulated training ground. What wealth must this institution possess? Is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan truly this affluent? Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with wonder, as even the statues within the academy appeared to be crafted at great expense. Oscar darted about, touching and exploring, exclaiming, "This is on par with the Royal Imperial Academy of Tiando." Soon, a middle-aged man with black hair emerged from the teaching building. Though not tall, his demeanor was amiable. "Greetings. May I inquire about the whereabouts of the dean? We are from Shrek Academy and wish to establish a connection, aspiring to become instructors here." Yu Xiaogang, as the leader of the academy, engaged in conversation with the middle-aged man. "Oh, I see. The dean has long been detached from worldly affairs. I am responsible for all matters within the academy. Since you seek to connect, please follow me to assess your soul master strengths, which will determine the resources you may obtain at our institution." The middle-aged man responded readily, guiding the Shrek teachers into the spacious Soul Master testing chamber. With no other option, Flanders and the others decided to proceed with the evaluation. I shall go first. Level 63, 6-ring Dragon Pattern Staff, Assault-type Battle Soul, Li Yusong. Excellent. The acting steward was taken aback by Li Yusong's prowess. The Blue Tyrant Academy was clearly superior. Level 72, Food-type Soul Saint, Xiao Xen, he declared, elegantly demonstrating his soul power, which sparkled like stars. Zhao Wujia, level 73, 7-ringed Assault-type Battle Soul, with a martial soul of the mighty Golden Bear. 4-eyed Cat Eagle, Flanders, level 78, 7-ringed Agile-type Battle Soul Saint. Upon hearing this, the acting steward gulped in disbelief. What on earth is happening here? Are you all either Soul Emperors or Soul Saints? Is this acceptable? Flanders inquired. Absolutely. This is more than acceptable. You are all even more powerful than our academy's instructors. However, I must report this to the dean. Please accompany me. The acting steward wiped the sweat from his brow, initially expecting Flanders, whom he believed was leading a bankrupt academy, to be feeble. Who could have anticipated that they were a group of soul saints? How on earth did Shrek Academy fall into bankruptcy? Very well, please lead the way. Yu Xiaogang expressed a desire to converse with this member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, hoping that some old connections might lead to their acceptance. Flanders exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Xiaogang, recognizing the significance of his wisdom at this critical moment. Old Ghost Flanders, what if we fail again this time? Zhao Wujia asked anxiously. Then it shall truly be the calamity of Shrek. Flander was at a loss. Dean, you cannot simply abandon us. Ma Hongjun lamented immediately. They had all paid their tuition. It was unthinkable to expel them all. After a winding journey, the group arrived at the back garden of the Lamba Academy, a veritable paradise adorned with fragrant herbs and blooming wildflowers. There stood a woman clad in a black dragon scale robe, watering the plants with a watering can. Feeling a sudden chill from behind, she turned abruptly, revealing familiar faces. "You all," Flander exclaimed, interrupting the woman. "Erlong? You to Erlong, who had not been seen in many years, was still as captivating as ever." "Boss Flander?" Lu Erlong surveyed the group, astonished. Xiaogang. Upon witnessing the unexpected reunion between their dean and Flander, Dai Mubai and the others sighed in relief. Otherwise, they would have been left to wander aimlessly. "What brings you here?" Lu Erlong's expression changed abruptly as she locked her gaze on Jiang Chuan, a hint of crimson blooming on her cheeks. Jiang Chuan. How do you know each other?" Flander inquired, perplexed, his voice laced with uncertainty. Jiang Chuan refrained from discussing the matter of the Dragon Knight, merely offering a vague response. "Fortuitously, during our encounter in the Starry Forest, my student, under his guidance, unexpectedly soared in strength." At this point, Lu Erlong couldn't help but feel profound admiration for Jiang Chuan's insight. Returning to the matter at hand, Big Brother Fu, how did you find your way here? Moreover, I just overheard the acting steward mention that you are representing a Shrek Academy for a gathering. Lu Erlong furrowed his brows in concern. Dean, after a full day of travel, we are utterly famished. Ma Hongjun lamented, clutching his swollen belly, looking as if it were about to burst. Very well, let's dine while we converse. It has been years since we last met. We must indulge in a hearty discussion. Lu Erlong promptly rallied the acting steward to prepare a feast. Casting a glance at Yu Xiaogang, with a sense of resignation, the two, bound by blood ties, found themselves at an impasse. Yu Xiaogang nodded with a sense of openness, choosing not to elaborate, yet a vague unease lingered within him. First and foremost, he could never breach the moral code of humanity. Any further actions from the other party would be futile. The banquet continued into the night, filled with merriment, particularly for Ma Hongjun. Having indulged in meat for the first time today, could hardly contain himself, even straining his leather attire. What? A slender hand slammed onto the table, causing a reverberation that rattled the dishes, sending Lu Erlong's glass of water tumbling. The Tianshou Royal Academy has gone too far, branding you as beggars. How audacious! I know which Prince of Shueshing this is, but relying solely on his title without an army is utterly disgraceful to you. Big Brother Fu. Lu Erlong's fury was palpable as he struck the table again. What can we do? The moral decay of society is evident. The Tianshou Royal Academy has descended into such corruption, Flander added with a bitter tone. If it weren't for Jiang Chuan's intervention, calling upon the crown prince of the Tianshou Empire, I fear for the safety of these little monsters and our teacher. Reflecting on that earlier scene sent chills down Flander's spine. If Dugu Bo had intervened, only they would have perished. Chapter 165, Teacher Erlong's Meat Account. Flander's words rang true. Had it not been for Jiang Chuan, they would likely have met their end. Who could have imagined such a formidable background concealed behind Jiang Chuan? Moreover, it was evident from Shueshing's expression that he held Jiang Chuan in high regard. With the crown prince of the Tianshou Empire as his backing, his future seemed boundless. Lu Erlong cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chuan, who was absorbed in his soup, pondering, who would have thought this lad had such connections? Unfazed by glory or humiliation, I find myself somewhat admiring him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the serene visage of Jiang Chuan appeared even more tranquil, captivating my attention. Suddenly, I was reminded of that day when I found myself pinned beneath the other, my form barely concealed, and my face flushed with embarrassment as I averted my gaze shyly. Ere long, Flander interjected unexpectedly, casting a sly glance at the retreating figure of Yu Xiaogang outside. He then lowered his voice, asking, "What are you two planning to do?" At the sight of Flander's demeanor, the ears of the Shrek members perked up, each one brimming with curiosity. Could it be that this esteemed elder, Lu Erlong, share an intricate past with Yu Xiaogang? What else can we do? Lu Erlong shrugged despondently, then resolutely declared, "Let it be. There's no need for us to be tied together. It's perfectly fine for us to return to our golden triangle. It would be a shame to sever even this slight bond." Upon uttering these words, a hint of melancholy lingered in her tone. She had waited for Yu Xiaogang for many years, remaining unmarried all the while, only to be met with his cold indifference. Bound by blood, she found herself powerless to help him overcome this hurdle. Jiang Chuan paused slightly with his spoon as he recalled the relentless pursuit of Lu Erlong by Yu Xiaogang. Despite his fervent efforts, never laid a finger on her. It is undeniable that such a stunningly beautiful woman was tragically coerced by Yu Xiaogang into remaining untouched until her dying day. Now, Lu Erlong felt a shift in her emotions. Could it be that a mere encounter had forged some sort of bond? Lu Erlong, proud and aloof, found herself with an urgent desire regarding matters of the heart, as it is merely a physiological need. Otherwise, she would not have unleashed her wrath upon the Earth King of the Stardow Forest, who had thwarted her in Yu Xiaojing's plans, resulting in his brutal demise. With her temperament, her desires would only intensify. The reason she had suppressed them was simply because she had yet to meet another whom she cherished more deeply. Once she does, all her dilemmas would dissolve effortlessly. Well, Erlong, you are no longer young. Seize the opportunities that present themselves. Flander, upon uttering these words, took a hearty swig of potent barley wine, sighing deeply while gazing out at the vibrant blossoms outside, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia. Flander, do not concern yourself with my affairs. Let us return after this meal. The previously jovial members of Shrek Academy, now sensing a palpable aura of hostility from Lu Erlong's words, immediately fell silent and turned their gazes upon her. Cough, cough, cough. Flander could not contain himself, spraying the wine that had lodged in his throat. You intend to go to the Tiando Royal Academy? Otherwise, when have we, the Golden Iron Triangle, ever endured such indignity? Regardless of him being a title d'oie, even if they were to dispatch an enhanced escort with our spirit fusion techniques, could we not prevail? Lu Erlong confidently asserted. Her slender, pale hand clenched tightly in the air. That may not be wise, Zhao Wujing interjected, attempting to counsel her. Sister Erlong, with Jiang Chuan support. We have already regained our dignity. There is no need to fan the flames further. Although Zhao Wujing held grudges, he could still discern the gravity of the situation. Charging forward would surely pit them against the entire empire. Indeed, however, I must express my gratitude that the Tiando Royal Academy did not accept us into their ranks. Otherwise, how could we have gathered here today? All right, my little monsters, you have heard too much idle chatter. Return to rest. Tomorrow we shall commence the third phase of training. Flander issued a dismissal order, quietly tapping the table as he persuaded Tang San and the others to leave one by one. Lu Erlong was not one to cause unnecessary trouble. She nodded in silence. Very well. Since you, Flander, have arrived, this school shall be entrusted to you. With that, she generously produced the principal's token from her bosom and handed it to Flander, adding, once the matter is settled, we will formally transfer the principal's duties. And the Blue Tyrant family will name it Shrek Academy. The training of students and the use of simulated training will be entirely at your discretion. Flander, holding the principal's token, felt a peculiar sensation, as if he were being pampered. No need to push and shove, Flander. We, the Golden Iron Triangle, are already like family. Why bother with distinctions? With that, Lu Erlong resolutely slapped the table, declaring, it is decided. Suddenly accepting the responsibility of such a large academy caught Flander off guard. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chuan gulped down the last spoonful of matsutake soup. You there, don't leave. We haven't settled our previous score. Lu Erlong suddenly exclaimed, her delicate fingers grasping Jiang Chuan's right arm. To her surprise, his strength was formidable, as even her soul power couldn't break his grip. Flander, still in a state of shock, furrowed his brow, confused. Do you know each other? His mind was in turmoil. Who in Douluo Continent could Jiang Chuan not know? Oh, if you don't remind me, I almost forgot about our previous encounter, Jiang Chuan replied with a mischievous grin. The other party had indeed agreed that the loser would serve the victor. Lu Erlong met Jiang Chuan's wicked smile and suddenly recalled that she indeed owed him a debt. However, was she really going to fulfill such an obligation? Flander felt rather superfluous at that moment, as no one responded to him. A seasoned individual, he could easily discern the shyness on Lu Erlong's face. Flander, how is this fellow associated with you? Upon hearing this, Flander straightened up from his seat, clearing his throat. Allow me to introduce, this is our tactical master at Shrek Academy, a master of soul master knowledge, a soul master training master, and a guide for soul master teams. Moreover, he is also a reserve member of Shrek, prepared to confront any uncontrollable dangers. At this point, he couldn't resist adding, he is also the highest paid teacher, earning nearly 1,000 gold soul coins each month. If it weren't for inheriting Blue Tyrant Academy, Flander would have been intimidated by Jiang Chuan's teaching fees. Chapter 166, granting Jiang Chuan triple rewards. To his surprise, Lu Erlong calmly nodded, teasingly stating, this fellow is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression darkened. It had been many years since Lu Erlong had shown appreciation for anyone. Noticing Flander's demeanor, Lu Erlong evasively murmured, did you forget what I mentioned earlier, Flander? One of my female students, having merely received a few words of guidance from this young man, unexpectedly acquired a soul ring that was far more suitable for her, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of her strength. It must be said that the insights of a master in the selection of soul rings and cultivation are indeed invaluable. Naturally, one could avoid a great many detours, Flander asserted with unwavering confidence. Just consider how many gold soul coins were spent to engage such a master. When discussing this young man, I, Erlong, cannot help but interject. Even Xiaogang follows him day and night, seeking the opinions of numerous soul masters. Each time Xiaogang visits my chamber, he wears an expression of profound benefit. Flander chuckled heartily, adjusting his slightly drooping eyeglasses. I have never seen Xiaogang so joyous, laughing like a child. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong felt a sudden pang in her heart. This young man possesses such extraordinary talent that he can inspire even Yu Xiaogang to humbly seek his counsel. The more she delved into Jiang Chuan, the more astonished she became. The principal is indeed praising me, Jiang Chuan remarked, pointing a finger at Flander in reproach. Such a fine young man. You shall one day serve as a guiding master for our Shrek Academy. Reluctantly, I replied, 7 is already my limit. Jiang Chuan did not acquiesce merely because the other party was a beauty. Speaking of which, he remained indifferent even when Ning Rongrong half-heartedly pushed him away. I shall increase your reward by 30% in gold soul coins. I keep my promises. Money is of little consequence to me, as long as you can gather all the students from Shrek Academy. I assure you, your resources will be ample, declared Lu Erlong with a resolute demeanor. You may consider it, though I must caution that if your academy's students prove to be unworthy, it shall not be my concern. That will not be the case. Lu Erlong shook her head. Even if they receive just a modicum of your guidance and reap some benefits, it will be enough for them to gain lifelong advantages. Jiang Chuan awkwardly stretched his lips into a silent smile. Such trust in his abilities. Yet, one could hardly blame them. In the realm of Douluo, there truly existed no one who understood the intricacies better than he. You may rest assured in entrusting this young man with significant responsibilities. Do not allow his age to overshadow his capabilities. After a century has passed, Shrek Academy shall undoubtedly belong to him, Flander asserted with unwavering conviction. He had been repeatedly humbled by the harsh realities stemming from underestimating Jiang Chuan's youth. Well, since you, Flander, have spoken thus, I shall leave the Academy's students in Jiang Chuan's capable hands, though I shall ensure he is not overburdened, Lu Erlong remarked in a consultative tone, imploring Jiang Chuan to remain. I have mentioned that I will consider it, but I shall not assume the role of the head of Shrek Academy. Jiang Chuan resolutely declined. Flinder, disdainful of his lack of ambition and strength, let out a cold snort. If I were to hand over the Shrek Academy to you before, I would feel somewhat reluctant and unfair to you. However, the current Shrek Academy has not only flourished, but multiplied in prestige. What is there to hesitate about becoming the dean of such a renowned institution? Flinder was incensed. In 100,000 years, with Jiang Chuan presiding over Shrek, it would prosper for millennia, and simultaneously, the other party would reap corresponding honors and boundless wealth. Lu Erlong had already transferred the academy to Flinder. How he managed it was his affair, and Jiang Chuan had no objections. I simply do not wish to become the next Moon. In any case, this is non-negotiable. Jiang Chuan foresaw that the 183rd president of Shrek Academy, Moon, had not yet ascended to divinity, toiling day and night at Shrek, thus missing the opportunity for godhood. It was also due to a scar upon his chest that he bore an old ailment, preventing him from achieving godhood. This is not to dismiss the noble intentions of Moon, the ancient dragon, nor is it a matter of Jiang Chuan being unable to vanquish formidable foes from a million years hence. Rather, it was simply too cumbersome. He had come to attain divinity, with no inclination towards other matters. Moon. Flanders pondered this name, finding it vaguely familiar, yet could not resist inquiring of Jiang Chuan. Who is Moon? Lu Erlong's expression mirrored his curiosity. However, upon observing Jiang Chuan's demeanor, which did not suggest frivolity, he kept his questions at bay. In any case, Shrek Academy was under Jiang Chuan's purview. He deftly sidestepped inquiries regarding Moon, clearly reluctant to continue that discourse. I shall not concern myself with this lad. In 100 years, Shrek Academy will be yours, Flanders huffed, collapsing weakly into his chair. His once proud academy, meticulously managed until this day, was barely comparable to the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire, yet Jiang Chuan seemed indifferent. More importantly, entrusting it to Jiang Chuan left Flanders, feeling uneasy about handing it over to others. Lu Erlong's gaze fixed upon Jiang Chuan's retreating figure, perceiving no exploitation of vulnerability in his actions. Creak. With a sudden shove, he flung open the door, only to discover Tang San and the others leaning against it, eavesdropping. Caught off guard by Jiang Chuan, they awkwardly chuckled. It appeared that everyone had dined well this evening, brimming with energy. I have decided that from this night onward, the third phase of training shall commence officially. We will set off from the academy and run 20 laps around the surrounding forest. Without pausing for breath or receiving any water, he stated coldly, leaving no room for dissent. Wait, teacher Jiang Chuan, we just finished eating and it is nighttime. Can we not begin tomorrow? Ma Hongjun, having not endured Jiang Chuan's rigorous training for some time, immediately began to plead. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's supplication, Dai Mubai's heart tightened in alarm. Very well, let us increase it to 25 laps, continuing until dawn. Shrek, sharing both fortune and adversity, you all shall run 25 laps. Come to my room tomorrow morning, Jiang Chuan declared. Jiang Chuan gently raised his hand and strolled to the riverbank, leisurely resting his hands behind his head, casting a half-smile as he gazed at the grim faces of the Shrek's 7 monsters. With a sense of resignation, the group could only trudge off to complete their 25 laps. As time passed, the air suddenly turned cooler. A flurry of peach blossoms brushed against Jiang Chuan's eyelids, revealing the striking figure of Lu Erlong. The rain softly drizzled by the banks of the dripping river, stirring one's emotions deeply. You rascal. I have yet to avenge the blow you dealt to my abdomen last time, but today, the tables have turned. Yu Xiaogang approached with an air of authority, casting a threatening glance at Jiang Chuan. I have no interest in a spar. You cannot defeat me. In the depths of the forest, Jiang Chuan sensed an exceedingly terrifying aura, leaving him disinterested in engaging in banter with Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 167. Confronting a tidal Douluo. Our transaction. A faint noxious gas wafted through the forest's heart. The chaotic azure lotus flickered, dispersing the poison and forming a protective barrier around him. Jiang Chuan discerned the presence of the old poison master. During the day, he had noticed the relentless pursuit of his adversary and did not anticipate such swift follow-up. It was evident that the tidal Douluo had already roamed the Douluo Continent, overlooking all, having reached a point of recklessness. Within the shadowy thicket, the Shrek 7 were breathlessly fatigued, particularly Tang San, who was panting heavily. Was this a suppression of soul power? Someone was using soul power against me. Could it possibly be a test from Brother Chuan? However, upon reflection, Tang San shook his head, immediately dismissing the thought. If it were teacher Jiang Chuan, he would never strike from the shadows. Could there be an external threat to Shrek? With this notion, Tang San deliberately slowed his pace, signaling Dai Mubai and the others to advance ahead. In a fleeting moment, a flickering emerald light appeared before him. You must be Tang San. I've heard tales of how you severely injured Yin Yan at the Soul Arena in Soto City. Very well, today I shall settle both old and new scores. The aged voice was both domineering and perilous, with a sinister chill that filled the air. Tang San, perceptive as ever, recognized this voice and the accompanying aura. It could only belong to the tidal Douluo known as the Poison Douluo. So, the elder had come seeking retribution related to the Soul Arena affair. In competitions, there are winners and losers, each relying on their own abilities. Who could one blame? Breathing heavily, Tang San mustered his courage to argue back. You possess a silver tongue, much like your teacher. You cannot lay hands on us, or the Tiando Imperial Empire will not let you off easily. Do you think I care? Remarkably, Douluo remained unfazed. Hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of frustration and contemplated his escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The emerald poison mist materialized, revealing the elder with white hair, wrinkled skin, and resilient, yet lightweight emerald armor. His keen eyes glimmered with a faint green hue. Douluo, you dare to severely injure Yin Yan? I shall make you wish for death. Douluo glided forward, swiftly grasping Tang San's throat from several meters away, tightening his grip until the latter's face flushed and he struggled for breath. Tang San, realizing the gravity of his predicament, managed to utter, even if you kill me, it will not change the fact that Yin Yan was defeated by my hand. Moreover, if you take my life, my teacher will undoubtedly seek vengeance. That Jiang Chuan? I admit he surprised me with his soul power, but as a mere teenager, I have no reason to fear him. Spare me your attempts to intimidate me. They are futile. Douluo's expression remained composed, his eyes narrowing slightly. He exhibited no fear. A sonorous voice filled the air, interrupting Douluo's negotiations. Beneath the moonlight, Jiang Chuan donned a sleek black outfit, his refreshing visage exuding vitality. Observing Douluo's demeanor, Jiang Chuan offered a faint smile. There is no need for you to feign surprise, Senior Poison. My presence here is undoubtedly drawn by your toxic aura. Ha ha ha, indeed. You are a prodigy, Douluo replied with a non-committal smile. To withstand my poison and scathe is quite impressive. Jiang Chuan, you are precisely the one I seek. Is it because I can cure the toxins you unleash? Jiang Chuan inquired, feigning ignorance. Precisely, Douluo answered succinctly, regarding Jiang Chuan as a captive turtle in a jar. Very well, we can strike a deal. What do you mean? Douluo was taken aback, as the initiative inexplicably shifted to Jiang Chuan. The toxins within you require my assistance to cleanse, and in return, you possess treasures that I seek. Thus, I propose a trade. How could you possibly know about the toxins within me? I can only assure you that I can eliminate the toxins you bear. As for how I came to this knowledge, that is not for you to inquire. Very well. I have lived for over half a century and have never encountered anyone like you, Douluo said, his spirit invigorated. Ha ha ha. If you wish to negotiate with me, you must prove your worth. With that, Douluo cast aside Tang San and fixed an intrigued gaze upon Jiang Chuan. Shall we test it? Douluo provoked. Let us indeed test it. Jiang Chuan did not refuse. He gently nudged Tang San, signaling him to keep his distance. The autumn breeze whispered through the air, and neither of them made a move, instead engaging in a profound exchange of glances. I shall not employ my soul power, nor shall I resort to any offensive tactics. You need only to counteract the venom of the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor upon me. Should you succeed, our transaction will be fulfilled. Aware that Jiang Chuan was an auxiliary-type soul master devoid of any offensive or defensive capabilities, Douluo naturally refrained from employing overwhelming force against him. After all, Jiang Chuan would be unable to withstand even a single blow from him. No, esteemed poison Douluo, you may unleash your full assault. I shall endure it all. In Jiang Chuan's hand, a translucent green lotus blossomed, radiating a vibrant life force, shimmering like emeralds. Upon hearing that Jiang Chuan dared to command the poison Douluo to attack boldly, Tang San was taken aback. Yet, knowing Jiang Chuan well, he understood that the latter was far from reckless. Could it be that there was something profound at play? This is your martial soul? Douluo failed deeply. The fragrance of the lotus enveloping him, subtly alleviating the toxins within his body. What do you think? Jiang Chuan remained steadfast. Young man, I can incapacitate you with a single blow and take you with me. Douluo's voice lingered in the air as his figure darted towards Jiang Chuan, delivering a strike that silenced everything around them. What unfolded next was nothing short of astonishing. Douluo's right hand was firmly restrained. A wave of golden light erupted from within, as ancient bloodline runes spread across Jiang Chuan's entire being, extending to his face, exuding a remarkably formidable aura. Since he was to confront a titled Douluo, Jiang Chuan held nothing back. Ancient bloodline. With a forceful push of his right hand, followed by a flurry of left punches, he pushed Douluo, who was still in shock, back a step. You, what is this power? Something is amiss. You are not right. Douluo's mind was in disarray, profoundly shaken by this sudden turn of events. Ancient bloodline. Jiang Chuan clenched his enormous fist, resembling a colossal hammer, and struck towards Douluo's forehead. Was his combat strength truly this formidable? Douluo grasped Jiang Chuan's right fist, scrutinizing him intently. To his astonishment, this young man possessed not only the abilities of a support-type soul master, but also formidable offensive capabilities. The clash of their battle reverberated through the forest. Each time Douluo encountered Jiang Chuan's right fist, it felt as heavy as a mountain, leaving him increasingly astounded. With this realization, he summoned his first soul skill, the Emerald-Scaled Illusion. With a display of fury, he unleashed a yellow soul ring from his hands, which transformed into a serpent's head that lunged towards Jiang Chuan, aiming to engulf him entirely. Chapter 168. The Bewildered Old Poison Master. Boy, if you can withstand this attack, I shall acquiesce to your request. Douluo had held back slightly during his strike. Yet even so, Jiang Chuan tore through the emerald serpent's head, leaving him utterly shocked. For his third soul skill, he activated the Azure Lotus Shield. A magnificent emerald lotus bloomed, effectively isolating the toxic gas. After a moment's hesitation, Douluo managed to utter, "Is this your soul skill?" However, recalling Jiang Chuan's martial spirit's capability to grant him immunity and mitigation against his emerald-scaled serpent's venom, he found some solace in his understanding. Douluo invoked his third soul skill, the true form of the emerald-scaled serpent king. With a chilling command, a purple ring emerged from behind him, radiating vibrant purple light and producing a resonant sound. Suddenly, a gigantic phosphorescent serpent lunged forth. Supreme Heavy Eye, 10,000-year dragon bone of the right leg, 10,000-year purple crystal wing of the right arm. Knowing that he was to engage a titled Douluo in battle, Jiang Chuan prepared himself in optimal condition, utilizing the 10,000-year soul bones along with the Supreme Heavy Eye to elevate his state to one of fervor and excitement. As a titled Douluo of over 90 levels, Douluo was not oblivious to the sudden shift in Jiang Chuan's aura, which had transformed completely, as if he were unrecognizable. With a swift motion, Jiang Chuan glided like the wind, arriving before Douluo in an instant. He unleashed a punch, accompanied by a cataclysmic wave of purple energy, striking Douluo squarely in the head. What a lethal strike! Douluo exclaimed in pain, his right arm enveloped by 5 soul rings of yellow and purple as he retaliated with equal force. What manner of creature are you, to withstand the output of my over 50-level soul power? Let's settle this swiftly. Jiang Chuan did not linger. The skill from his right arm soul bone erupted forth, propelling Douluo like a locomotive. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of intense combat, as trees and earth were obliterated, leaving behind a massive chasm carved by the two warriors' fierce engagement. Such formidable power in battle was truly terrifying. Tang San marveled in astonishment, unable to fathom that Jiang Chuan possessed the qualifications to contend with a titled Douluo. He had underestimated Jiang Chuan's potential. The right arm soul bone. Douluo was rendered utterly shocked, his gaze fixated on Jiang Chuan's right arm. It was clearly impossible to conceal the existence of his soul bone from title Douluo. However, Jiang Chuan made every effort to mask the reality of his right leg soul bone. Moreover, it was at this moment that Tang San also revealed his second spirit ring and the 8 spider lances embedded within him. In the face of formidable foes, one must not feign weakness. Otherwise, one might truly become the prey. A sentiment echoed in the Xintian treasure record. The Emperor's Bell. Jiang Chuan removed his left hand, forming a virtual grasp, and with a series of crackling sounds, faint strands of lightning coalesced into fragments of runes. With a resounding boom, the Emperor's Bell appeared in Jiang Chuan's left hand, as if conjured by magic. Upon seeing the Emperor's Bell, Douluo's gaze narrowed with intensity. He sensed an immense threat emanating from it, one that could even endanger his power as a title Douluo. This is your second martial soul. Your second martial soul. It had been ages since Douluo had been so profoundly shaken. Yet today, he found himself compelled to emphasize 2 statements. In the entire Douluo world, those who possess twin martial souls are fewer than the fingers on one hand, and today he had encountered one. The bell, named the Emperor's Bell. The Emperor's Bell? My heavens, you are utterly mad. To elevate your martial soul to the status of an emperor? Such audacity and defiance is a title that disregards even the heavens. Upon hearing the name of the Emperor's Bell, Douluo felt as though his heart had received a heavy blow. His mind was alarmingly clear. In the realm of Douluo, who would dare to name their martial soul with the title of emperor? Even Douluo, known for his unconventionality, had never been so audacious. The Emperor's Bell resonated with a deep sound, raising a cloud of dust, evoking a sense of profound stillness. 5th soul skill, Light of the Azure Scales. A black soul ring materialized on Douluo's palm as he twisted sharply to the right, unleashing a vibrant emerald light that collided with the Emperor's Bell. Ding, ding, ding. The bell's chime echoed endlessly, shaking the very fabric of the void. Douluo felt a heaviness settle in his organs. The resonance of the Emperor's Bell stirring a restless agitation within him. 100,000-year-old purple crystal wing, right arm, soul bone. With a powerful shout, Jiang Chuan summoned 2 millennia-old soul rings from his palm, which transformed into a deep purple hue. The silver claws of his 100,000-year soul bone granted his right arm the ability to morph. What? 2 millennia-old soul rings. Douluo's consciousness was utterly shattered, leaving him numb as if struck by lightning. If Jiang Chuan possessed 2 millennia-old soul rings, then his opponent must at the very least be his soul emperor? Could this be anything but a fantasy? A mere teenager wielding the powers of a 6-ring soul emperor? Such a possibility was utterly implausible. At this moment, Jiang Chuan resembled a deity descending from legend, his left hand clutching the Emperor's Bell, crackling with lightning. His right hand showcased the crystalline, resplendent wings of his soul bone, adorned with 2 swirling, smoke-emitting black soul rings, undulating and swaying in the air. His refreshing visage, with tousled black hair, revealed eyes that astonishingly bore a dual-colored gaze of black and white. Divine might! How remarkable! Unbeknownst to me, such an extraordinary talent has emerged within the Douluo Continent. If all goes according to plan, it seems that the title of Douluo is merely the beginning for you. No wonder you dare to challenge me. It appears you view me as a sparring partner, eager to refine your recently ascended soul power. Douluo was unaware of the origins of Jiang Chuan's soul rings. Yet he perceived that the displayed soul power was merely at the 43rd level. Poison Douluo. Let's each unleash a move. Very well, to ensure fairness. I shall also utilize 43rd level soul power. 7th soul skill, True Martial Spirit. For any soul master at a certain stage, the True Martial Spirit serves as the ultimate trump card, allowing for the perfect manifestation of their martial power. Suddenly, a similarly majestic and extraordinary sapphire serpent emperor emerged from behind Douluo, its enormous forehead evoking a sense of dread with just a glance, leaving one shivering in fear. Douluo's gaze shifted slightly, replaced by admiration. Go! Roar! The sapphire serpent emperor unleashed a roar reminiscent of a celestial dragon, charging towards Jiang Chuan with vigorous might. It must be said that even though this titled Douluo was utilizing only 43rd level soul power, it was sufficient to defeat a soul emperor-level foe in a single strike. Chapter 169, Astonishment. Can Jiang Chuan also neutralize poison? Douluo found himself increasingly reluctant to harm the young man named Jiang Chuan before him. Rather, he contemplated the extent to which he could push Jiang Chuan using his true martial spirit. Little did he know, a shocking spectacle was about to unfold. Jiang Chuan did not evade nor retreat, but boldly confronted the true form of the Azure Scale, Serpent Sovereign. With the fusion of the human Emperor's Bell and the soul bone of the 10,000-year purple crystal wing upon his right arm, he unexpectedly unleashed a breathtaking stroke. Crack! As the clouds of dust dispersed, a profound pit was carved into the ground, wisps of faint black mist swirling upwards. It appears that this remains a battle without a definitive victor. Jiang Chuan took the initiative to clarify the situation, simultaneously retracting the soul rings adorning his body. To refer to Douluo as the wealthiest titled Douluo on the Douluo Continent would be no exaggeration. One must acknowledge that the medicine he had just released consisted of rare herbs aged over 10,000 years. Not only are these invaluable to soul masters, but they also possess the potential to induce mutations in a soul master's martial soul. Each herb is worth its weight in gold. Engaging in trade with him is exceedingly appropriate. If his chaotic blue lotus were to undergo another mutation, or if the Emperor's Bell could attain a higher level of enhancement, to what astounding heights would his power ascend? Jiang Chuan has never been a person prone to self-deprecation. However, he is acutely aware of the adage that there are always greater heights beyond the mountains. Prior to this, he must utilize the herbs from Douluo to enhance his potential. His gaze is steadfast and unwavering. Moreover, he has the opportunity to sign in at Douluo's rear garden, where there is a significant possibility of discovering extraordinary treasures. Thus, how could one possibly forsake such a splendid opportunity? I concur with your proposition, yet I must inquire about the price you seek, Jiang Chuan stated. Douluo, though not intimidated by Jiang Chuan, found himself reliant on him to cure the poison afflicting his granddaughter. Should the other party fail to administer proper treatment or resort to any devious tricks, he would surely regret it for the rest of his days. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan specified, I simply require the selection of a few rare and exquisite herbs from the garden of the esteemed poison master. Rare herbs have always been Douluo's Achilles heel. Each plant is invaluable. However, considering the gravity of the situation regarding his granddaughter's life, he is capable of discerning what is of greater importance and is willing to part with a few specimens. Furthermore, the consumption of these celestial herbs is minimal. The limit for a soul master is merely a handful of supreme flowers, while his rear garden boasts thousands of such plants. Therefore, Douluo resolutely declared, we have a deal. Very well, but I also wish to bring along an additional individual. Jiang Chuan cast his gaze towards Tang San, who was several hundred meters behind him, and beckoned him to approach. It was this young lad who had the audacity to bully Yin Yin at the soul-fighting arena in Soto City. The exasperated expression on Douluo's face made him turn away with a huff. Brother Chuan, the battle scene I witnessed earlier was utterly surreal, Tang San exclaimed. It was as if the gods themselves had descended upon us. Just now, Jiang Chuan resembled a resurrected martial deity, radiating brilliance, ethereal like a celestial monarch. However, he remained unaware of what Jiang Chuan held in his left hand, thus oblivious to the fact that the other party possessed a second martial soul, the Emperor's Bell. Xiao San, if I were to offer you an opportunity to forge an unparalleled dark weapon, would you be inclined to accept? The condition being that you must share half of this weapon with me. Jiang Chuan spoke with gentle persuasion. He had set his sights on the soul-devouring mother and child lantern and one of the 10 supreme heavenly treasures, the Yama Seal, at Shrek Academy. It was no secret that Tang San possessed the skill to fabricate concealed weapons, and he had shared the names and requisite materials for several exquisite weapons with Jiang Chuan. Upon hearing of the opportunity to create such a remarkable weapon, Tang San's eyes instantly glimmered with excitement. Jiang Chuan did not require him to devise methods for crafting hidden weapons. He merely sought half of the interest, which did not contravene the principles of the Tang sect. All right, Tang San readily acquiesced, nodding resolutely. He was acutely aware that without Jiang Chuan's support, the creation of several top-tier hidden weapons would be unattainable. Furthermore, the Douluo Continent was fraught with peril, reminiscent of the uncontrollable chaos witnessed in the Sylph's Grand Soul arena. He needed to arm himself with hidden weapons post-haste. Comparatively, Jiang Chuan had afforded him a significant opportunity. Since you insist, follow me, Douluo beckoned, and with a swift leap, he led Jiang Chuan and Tang San deep into the Stardew forest. He waved his hand gently towards the dense fog ahead, which instantly dissipated, while simultaneously handing each of them a pill to counteract the toxins of Douluo's garden. Upon entering, they were enveloped in a captivating fragrance of flowers and herbs, shimmering with golden hues, resembling a paradise. Is that the 8 treasures ice grass? And the Chilua tulip? At this point, Tang San could hardly contain himself. His eyes fixated on the radiant blossoms, his tone intensifying. The heartbreak red, an exquisite flower. To his astonishment, He had thought these rare blooms were nearly impossible to find, yet here they were, cultivated by someone in this world for millennia, now reaching maturity. This place surpassed even the opulence of the Tang Sect Escapade. Tang San discovered a treasure beyond measure, his eyes wide with disbelief. With these flowers, not only could he forge the 10 supreme hidden weapons from the Shantian treasure record, but he also felt confident in producing the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, given sufficient time. Ah, I didn't expect you to have such an eye for value. Indeed, this is my private garden, a realm where ordinary individuals cannot tread. Each plant here is either 10,000 years old or several tens of thousands, making them exceedingly precious. Douluo remarked with a proud smile as he spoke of his herbs. Of course, some of the lesser-known varieties were introduced to me by Brother Chuan. I had previously educated myself on the knowledge of these rare flowers. Tang San humbly credited Jiang Chuan. Douluo nearly bit his tongue in surprise. Oh, you, a teacher from Shrek Academy and a tactical master, possess such profound understanding of soul beasts and soul masters, and now, such deep insights into rare flowers. What sect do you belong to? Do not deceive this old man. It has been made abundantly clear. I belong to no sect, Jiang Chuan explained, weariness evident in his voice. Then, since you belong to no sect, why not join my fold? I would not mind bestowing this garden upon you to inherit. Such an honor is rare. Moreover, as a title Douluo, my insights and knowledge would be invaluable in your education. Douluo, with an air of self-importance, raised his forehead and gave a slight nod to Jiang Chuan. If he were truly in search of a worthy disciple to inherit his legacy, this young man before him would be the most fitting choice. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but his comprehension skills are also remarkable, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. Such a talent is ideal for passing down one's teachings. Even Tang San believed there was no valid reason for Jiang Chuan to decline. To be mentored by a title Douluo is indeed a tremendous honor. Chapter 170. This place is replete with treasures. No, perhaps it would be best to reserve your riches for your beloved granddaughter. Jiang Chuan's unexpected refusal came with a calm demeanor. What? How dare you reject me? Becoming a disciple of a title Douluo is far superior to your current state of being unanchored and without a faction. Do bear in mind that if there are adversaries outside whom you cannot contend with, you could always summon me, the old poison master, to support you. No, you possess nothing of value to teach me. Jiang Chuan remained resolute in his refusal, suggesting they should first address the matter at hand. With an additional remark, he produced a translucent chaos blue lotus aimed squarely at Douluo's chest. With a gentle release, a surge of life force blossomed forth. Douluo inhaled deeply, undergoing a profound transformation as he remarked, "How many years has this venom resided within me? Today, to receive such an inquiry is remarkable. Even a master of the 9-star begonia could not counteract my poison. Indeed, you have not misjudged this treasure, old poison master. Besides this, I can also enlighten you. Your family's cultivation methods have been fraught with this toxic legacy throughout history, so it is no wonder the poison persists. You were merely fortunate to become a title Douluo, barely able to contend with the toxins. Yet, your granddaughter is far less fortunate. She is destined to perish before reaching the age of 20. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Douluo, unable to savor the comfort of the fading poison, let out a dreadful roar. What? 20 years? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why the haste? I have yet to finish, Jiang Chuan interjected. As part of our bargain, I can cure your granddaughter's poison and also assist in enhancing your soul power. But the Flower Kings here must be at our disposal. Very well. As long as you can fulfill your word, take these Flower Kings, Douluo replied, somewhat flustered. After all, there were but 2 of them, and the utmost they would need was 5 or 6 Supreme Flower Kings. There was little to lament. Generous of you, Jiang Chuan said lightly, patting Douluo's armored shoulder with a knowing smile. Might I inquire about the true nature of your martial soul? I fear it has surpassed the comprehension of the Douluo Continent. Douluo inquired with a scholarly curiosity. It is called the Chaos Blue Lotus. The rest is of no concern to you. Its efficacy, I trust, you have witnessed firsthand and felt deeply, as long as the remedy works. Knowing too much may not bode well for you. Jiang Chuan deftly sidestepped the topic. Noticing that the other party was reluctant to clarify, Douluo refrained from pressing further. Shall I summon Yin now? You can cure her directly. I shall not be held accountable for the toxins. The moment Douluo mentioned Yin, his face radiated affection. Do not be hasty. Jiang Chuan, observing Douluo's anxious demeanor, could not help but be amused. The toxins within you have lingered for many years. Even a Chaos Green Lotus would require at least 4 treatments to largely alleviate them. For a complete cure, we must procure another soul bone. Do you grasp my meaning? You mean? Douluo hesitated, prompting Jiang Chuan to continue. By infusing the toxins into the soul bone, I can assist you in purging the remaining toxins with the Chaos Green Lotus. This way, not only will your soul power surge dramatically, but your family's secret techniques can also continue to be passed down. How could you possibly know that our family's cultivation method would yield such swift results? Douluo blurted out. Their family had always relied on a toxic garment cultivation method for accelerated enhancement. However, regarding Yin Yan's father, it was highly likely that he would have become the youngest titled Douluo on the entire continent, had he not met an untimely demise. The reason was that their family's cultivation secrets acted like a curse. Anyone nearing the threshold of becoming a titled Douluo would be killed by the toxins. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Douluo experienced a moment of enlightenment. So it was all due to the cultivation method. Very well, he nodded in agreement and inquired. When can we commence? The toxins within you are rather formidable. Tang San and I need to concoct a special pill, supplemented with other ingredients, which will take at least a month. Jiang Chuan cast a knowing glance at Tang San, his tone imbued with affirmation. What? He is capable of concocting antidotes as well? Douluo gazed at Tang San, his voice tinged with astonishment. Do not underestimate this student of mine. There are several formulations that require his substantial assistance to come to fruition. As he spoke, Douluo seemed to sense the tremors of battle from the outside, and with a swift push of his feet, he darted away. Jiang Chuan and Tang San sat on the ground. Brother Chuan, I truly admire your ability to deceive a titled Douluo. Tang San remarked with a sense of respect. You heard it too. That old poison master just mentioned that the Flower King here is available for our use. Jiang Chuan pointed at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, speaking with a serious tone. I recall imparting to you the profound uses of this ice and fire yin-yang eye. It harnesses the essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, allowing you to enhance your potential and soul power here. We can take turns crafting detoxification pills for the old poison master and devote the remaining time to refining ourselves in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Additionally, I hope you can spare some time to create a few hidden weapons from the Xintian treasure record, producing as many as you can. All right, no problem. Tang San responded without hesitation to Jiang Chuan's request. This place, often referred to as a treasure land, had long stirred his ambitions. Within the Douluo forest, three figures raced forward, their steps swift and their expressions grave. If something happens to Xiao, San, and Jiang Chuan, I will undoubtedly confront that old poison master with all my might. Both of these individuals have significant backing. Should anything occur, it would undoubtedly trigger a sensational conflict. At that point, not only would the Heaven Do Empire be thrown into chaos, but it could also impact the entire world of soul masters. Flinder emphasized without hesitation. Ere long, are you certain that Jiang Chuan and Xiao San were captured by the poisoned Douluo in the Douluo forest? Indeed, my eyes could not be mistaken. Lu ere long replied, not bothering to explain why he had gone to meet Jiang Chuan, his expression as serious as if it could drip water. I believe it is highly likely to be the poisoned Douluo. After all, we offended him during the day, and Jiang Chuan dealt him a significant blow. In the world of soul masters, the poisoned Douluo is known for his vengeful nature. It is not surprising that he seeks revenge. But I did not expect him to arrive so swiftly, catching us off guard. Yu Xiaogang quickly clarified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, setting aside their backgrounds. The potential of Jiang Chuan and Tang San alone is enough to make them pillars of support in the future. Such extraordinary talents must not be allowed to fall into peril. Chapter 171, Seeking Justice. Who did I think it was? So it is you old fellows who have come after me. Ha ha ha. Very well. I shall capture you all today. Douluo looked down from his elevated position, surveying Yu Xiaogang and the others, two soul saints and a great soul master. Their levels were significantly inferior to his own, and ordinarily, he wouldn't take them seriously, even to the point of not bothering to glance at them, taking money to resolve others' troubles. Since he has chosen to trust Avalanche to rise within the Heaven Do Imperial Empire, he will certainly not turn a blind eye. In his memory, the one who intimidated Yin was not only Jiang Chuan, the instigator. Yu Xiaogang and the others before him were equally culpable. Douluo, do you know what these two individuals represent? I advise you to release them promptly. Otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable. Yu Xiaogang declared with righteous indignation, summoning his martial spirit, the three cannon of Luo, to confront Douluo. Are you referring to those two youngsters, Jiang Chuan and Tang San? They have already become mere bones in the grave, struck down by my fist. By now, their blood is likely to have turned cold, Douluo remarked with a mocking demeanor, looking down upon Yu Xiaogang and the others. Douluo, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Flinder erupted in fury, leaping with a forceful push, purple, translucent wings sprouting from his back. With a powerful flap, he instantly appeared before Douluo, and the battle was on the verge of igniting. Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang did not remain passive either. They followed suit, converging from 3 different angles to apply pressure on Douluo. How intriguing. Is this the martial spirit fusion technique that your illustrious golden iron triangle has always prided itself upon? Yu Xiaogang witnessed a golden holy dragon descending from the heavens. Its mouth agape with ferocious fangs, radiating an aura of sanctity, as light cascaded like rain in a magnificent spectacle. With a roar, Flinder summoned 7 soul rings. Lu Erlong summoned 7, and Yu Xiaogang summoned 3, totaling 17 rings that enveloped Luo's Sanpao like a series of constricting collars around its neck. In a moment of ignition, Luo's Sanpao evolved into gold, the holy dragon descending, its morale surging like an ancient true dragon emerging from the wilds. In a clash, Douluo swiftly unleashed the true form of the Azure Phosphor Serpent King, colliding with Luo's Sanpao, resulting in a tremendous upheaval. The outcome hinged on a mere thought. Douluo, a titled law of over 90 levels, was not easily overwhelmed by Yu Xiaogang and his companion's martial spirit fusion technique. The struggle proved to be quite troublesome. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang incessantly emphasized Tang San's background. You have stirred chaos. The forces behind Little San are not something you can withstand. You must have realized his second martial spirit. The Haotian hammer is a legacy of that man. If you provoke him and he discovers you are responsible for his child's demise, not only will I not spare you, but he will undoubtedly ensure your demise without a trace. The words of Yu Xiaogang were not a threat, but rather a narration of a grave reality, stirring within him a fervent hope that Douluo merely spoke out of anger. If he were to eliminate Jiang Chuan and Tang San, the situation might still hold a glimmer of hope. Douluo, do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have invited upon yourself? Prepare for an imminent storm of pursuit. I am not threatening you. As Flander spoke, he commanded the golden sacred dragon to relentlessly chase after Douluo. Earlier, the golden sacred dragon had narrowly escaped obliteration from a surge of power, but fortunately, the 3 of them had fortified it with their formidable soul power, stabilizing its form. Ah, who in the realm of Douluo can threaten me? You stand here, posturing, seeking a pretext to annihilate me. Yet you should first consider your own standing. Since you are so concerned for those 2 poisonous youths, allow me to send you down to meet them. Douluo unleashed a surge of potent poison, causing the 3 to lose their fighting spirit, bending over and gasping for breath. Douluo, Lu Erlong implored, raising her head in desperation. If you must kill, then take me first. This has nothing to do with them. These 2 students are mine, and if I am to be blamed, it is for my own sake. No, the true culprit is my Shrek Academy, orchestrated by me, the poisoned Douluo. I care not whether you will be hunted by the Haotian crown, or whether you will face disdain in the Heaven Do Empire, or be targeted by Jiang Chuan's remnants. Today, the root of all evil lies with me. If you still claim to be a man, then direct all your attacks towards me. I, Flander, shall bear them all. Flander, too, was driven to desperation, growing fierce in the face of adversity. What does it matter? As long as I remain deep within the Stardow Forest, no one can threaten me here. This is my sanctuary, my territory. You are woefully inadequate to intimidate me. Regardless of Douluo's inner thoughts, he clearly regarded them with disdain. Seeing that the other party remained unfazed, Flander felt powerless. He reflected deeply on Flander's words. It was evident that the trio had not come merely for a meal, and Tang San's Haotian hammer indeed bore a connection to that esteemed figure. In truth, regardless of the exact relationship between the 2 and the Haotian crown or their backgrounds, keeping them alive could not only aid in lifting the long-standing curse upon the Douluo family, but also unlock limitless potential for the future. At such a tender age, being able to contend with a title Douluo was enough to inspire visions of Jiang Chuan's promising future. Douluo sensed that he could very well be a force capable of altering the landscape of the Douluo Continent. You dare speak of heroism and loyalty here? Still fixated on those 2 youths? Then I shall end your lives and send you to meet them. Douluo raised his hand, poised to strike at the weakest among them, Yu Xiaogang. Flinder, intent on intervening, was swept aside by an unstoppable force. Wait, Senior Poison Douluo, your actions seem rather inappropriate. Allow them to depart, or I shall not assist you in concocting an antidote, nor will I disclose how to lift the curse afflicting your Douluo family. This voice echoed from afar, gradually approaching. Jiang Chuan, Lu Erlong, quick-witted, instantly recognized the voice of an acquaintance. They had indeed survived. Douluo had deceived them. Flinder's heart soared with joy. As long as his students and teacher were unharmed, it was the greatest solace for him, for he could not face Douluo otherwise. Chapter 172. The Supreme Floral King as sustenance. Before long, Jiang Chuan and Tang San appeared, their conditions seemingly sound, indicating that Douluo had not mistreated them. In light of this, Senior Poison, we sincerely apologize for our previous transgressions. I must now escort these two students away, Flender declared, prioritizing the safety of his students over past grievances. Did I permit your departure? Douluo would not allow Flender to take Jiang Chuan and Tang San under his watchful gaze, for their safety was tied to the life of his granddaughter and potentially the breaking of a long-standing family curse. I dare say you're going too far. Do you wish for another confrontation? Our patience has limits. Yu Xiaogang struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at Douluo, evidently prepared for a life-and-death battle. Very well. Douluo shrugged. I have yet to fully unleash my power. I've only employed a fraction of my strength. I am eager to witness how you will meet your end in my hands. Enough. Jiang Chuan interjected. Senior Poison, I beseech you to stand down. This is a teacher from our Shrek Academy. Douluo, ready to strike, paused upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, snorting dismissively as he stood with arms crossed. Flender, I have been training with Xiao San in Douluo's garden for a few days. Though he may be somewhat reclusive and eccentric, there has been no threat to our lives. Therefore, you may return with peace of mind. As for instructing the third phase of Shrek Academy's training, I have prepared a comprehensive outline, which you can find on my desk for your convenience. Jiang Chuan elucidated to Flender, emphasizing the necessity of clarity to avoid future complications. Tang San, nodding slightly beside him, reassured his teacher, expressing that there was no need to worry about his safety, as the environment was quite favorable. The elder Poison occasionally imparted wisdom on cultivation, and Tang San was genuinely reluctant to leave this auspicious locale, abundant in exquisite herbs and the dual elemental springs. Not to mention the precious 8 treasure Xianbing grass. It would be sheer folly to forsake such a treasure, knowing it was the cornerstone for forging the King of Hell's seal and the Buddha's Wrathtang lotus in the future. Is what you say true, Xiao San? Yu Xiaogang pondered, recognizing that it was quite normal for Douluo to take Jiang Chuan under his wing for rigorous training. However, the notion of him simultaneously mentoring Tang San left him somewhat bewildered. Should both students receive Douluo's tutelage, they would undoubtedly soar to astonishing heights. Rest assured, everything here is under my watch. No accidents will occur. Jiang Chuan glanced back, noting Douluo had already immersed himself in the rear garden, capable of evading any confrontation. With Xiao San alongside him, he felt confident. Flender had witnessed Jiang Chuan's speed firsthand, and Yu Xiaogang had experienced it as well, both exchanging knowing nods. When Yu Xiaogang seemed poised to interject, Flender preemptively halted him, affirming that with Xiao Chuan present, no unforeseen events would arise. Given their favor from the Poison Doa and the guidance they had received, he deemed it unnecessary to undermine their prospects. While Yu Xiaogang was astute, he lacked Flander's open-mindedness and promptly acknowledged the rationale behind the decision. Xiao Chuan, are you certain? Yu Xiaogang pressed, swiftly producing a token from his sleeve and placing it in Jiang Chuan's hand. Should you sense any danger, submerge immediately. We will come to your aid. All right, Jiang Chuan replied without hesitation, taking the token and plunging into the toxic rear garden with Xiao San. May all proceed smoothly, he hoped silently. The temperament of the Poison Doa was notoriously eccentric, and the favor bestowed upon their two students was indeed remarkable. Yet, the unpredictability of his nature remained a concern. While the reasons for his guidance of Xiao Chuan and Xiao San were unclear, vigilance was imperative. Yu Xiaogang and the others were acutely aware that cultivating beneath Douluo's watchful gaze was akin to courting danger. You two must refrain from any tricks here. Douluo warned Jiang Chuan, his gaze laced with a concealed threat. Focus on crafting life-saving elixirs for me and Yin Yin. I trust you both to emerge alive. However, should you engage in any deceit, believe me, I will make you wish you had never been born on the Douluo Continent. Douluo's chilly admonition hung in the air. Yet Jiang Chuan remained unfazed by the ominous aura, simply smiling and agreeing. Very well, I shall return in a week to see your progress. When you require treatment, I will bring Yin along for your careful observation. As Douluo was about to depart, he was suddenly pulled back by Jiang Chuan. I said, Senior Poison Douluo, your weekly visits to oversee your back garden bear no significance to me. While it is permissible, I kindly ask you to tread lightly. We require tranquility for our alchemical practices. Any disturbance could render our efforts futile. Your rare and exquisite herbs, the finest among flowers, would likewise be reduced to ashes. Jiang Chuan, with great caution and numerous reminders, was particularly apprehensive about the sudden appearance of Douluo Bo, who would render him helpless, unable to strike or flee. With that thought, he transformed into a colossal python and vanished. Chuan Gu. Tang San chuckled, facing the hundreds of exquisite flower kings, feeling an undeniable excitement swell within him. 3 days prior, the two of them had discovered suitable flower kings for cultivation, intending to absorb their essence first before hastily entering the ice and fire yin-yang eye. They planned to concoct detoxification pills, ensuring the old monster did not ascend in power. This was a transaction of sorts. They would aid him in saving his granddaughter, and in return, he would pave their path to strength. Now, go forth, Jiang Chuan urged as he nudged Tang San forward. Then his gaze fell upon the enchanting Kirin tulip, which he promptly plucked and consumed. Instantly, his soul power surged, and his martial soul, the chaotic blue lotus, seemed to tremble with an almost transformative sensation. He recalled Ning Rongrong's martial soul mutation, where a single flower king had transformed her from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda to the 9-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Could his martial soul undergo a similar metamorphosis due to a certain herb? Intrigued, Jiang Chuan began to discern the nature of his martial soul, the chaotic blue lotus, and sought related flower kings. If one was insufficient, he would consume 2. They were hardly lacking in flower kings, having recently taken to treating the exquisite ones as sustenance. Fortunately, they found the taste agreeable and felt no discomfort. In Chapter 173, The Turning of the Tide, Tang San remarked, "Brother Chuan, we are nearing the deadline set by the old monster. Which direction should we take in crafting our detoxification pills?" As a disciple of the Tang sect, he was no stranger to pharmacology, yet he was unaware of how to concoct the detoxification pills Jiang Chuan mentioned. At least, he lacked direction and clarity. Should it target a specific poison? From his recollection, it must pertain to the poison of the Emerald Scale Serpent King, right? Indeed, Jiang Chuan replied affirmatively. But the pills we intend to create will merely serve to alleviate the Emerald Scale Serpent King's poison, not to fully suppress or eradicate it. Should it be eradicated, the poisoned Douluo would be rendered powerless, and his family lineage would collapse. In a world where figures like the titled Douluo are often the targets of envy, who does not harbor enemies? I care not for the old monster's fate, but should he lose his strength, all the precious flora in his garden would be lost as well. True, Tang San acknowledged, understanding that the old monster's family had relied on this poison to attain their formidable prowess. Without it, they would likely become powerless. But how shall we use it to alleviate the Emerald Scale Serpent King's poison? And to what end? Must it be expelled? Tang San continued to inquire, his mind conjuring such detoxification methods. Soul bones. Jiang Chuan raised a finger and pointed decisively. Soul bones? Tang San hesitated for a moment before accepting Jiang Chuan's words. Suddenly, he recalled that his 8 soul bones possessed toxins, yet his martial soul, blue silvergrass, had the ability to neutralize such toxins. Although the toxicity belonged to the 5th ring, it posed no threat to his own safety. A spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. Chuan Gu, are you referring to? Indeed, Jiang Chuan recognized Tang San's quick intellect. With just a hint, he grasped the concept. Moreover, Jiang Chuan himself stood to benefit from this endeavor, fully aware of its feasibility. Then let us commence without delay. As for the soul bone, surely the old monster, being a titled Douluo of the 93rd rank, would not be incapable of providing a single soul bone for his granddaughter. That would be an underestimation of his capabilities. Tang San nodded in agreement, and the two immediately set to work refining the elixir. During this process, the old monster appeared several times, stealthily lurking behind Jiang Chuan and the others. However, he merely observed from a distance, refraining from interrupting out of fear that the two might harm his precious exotic herbs and the exceptional Flower King. Although the quantity was considerable, their rarity made them invaluable. Fortunately, the two remained conscientious, despite having consumed 4 or 5 of the exceptional Flower Kings in recent days. They accepted their fate, for this had been a transaction they had previously agreed upon. Day after day passed. Jiang Chuan and Tang San successfully concocted an antidote and instructed the old poison master on how to channel toxins into the soul bone. Through their efforts, the poison afflicting Dugu Yan was significantly alleviated. The old poison master felt a surge of strength, which filled him with immense joy, as he realized that the trust he placed in the two was not misplaced, even if it meant depleting their precious resources. Tang San honored his agreement with Jiang Chuan and promptly began the process of refining the King of Hell's Talisman. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he was solely focused on creating hidden weapons, having no intention of carrying any with him. Moreover, this place was a treasure trove, an ideal location for forging Tang sect's concealed armaments. He could not let such an opportunity slip away. Thus, he immersed himself in relentless forging, day and night. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan ventured alone into the realm of ice and fire, continuously absorbing the power that coursed through his limbs, invigorating his entire being. His soul power was growing day by day, and even the lifespan of his soul rings was subtly increasing. Most notably, both the chaotic Blue Lotus and the Emperor's Bell exhibited slight mutations, progressing in a favorable direction. The members of Shrek Academy also embarked on the third phase of their grueling training, particularly Ma Hongjun and others, who entered a simulated training environment, pushing themselves to their limits. Their relentless dedication was fueled by their teacher, Yu Xiaogang's teachings. As the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition approached, Yu Xiaogang urged them, "Your training must intensify to over 3 times the usual. I have already registered you under the name of Shrek Academy for this competition. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you excel here, your futures will be limitless. Everyone must train vigorously to stand out in the Advanced Soul Master Competition, showcasing the prowess of Shrek Academy's prodigies." After delivering this lesson, Dean Flander turned to leave, while the master elaborated on the requirements and standards of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. This is a rare opportunity, and you will be representing Shrek Academy. You fortunate little prodigies are truly blessed. The competition will be held in the Heavendo Empire, and all prominent figures will gather there. Victors will receive substantial rewards and be granted noble status. Is it true that participation in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition can lead to being ennobled? Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mind racing with possibilities. Indeed, regardless of your age, the Empire will confer noble titles upon you. However, I must emphasize that all participants are extraordinary talents from various factions, including secret weapons from renowned families. You will encounter prodigies from the 4 Element Academies, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the top sections. Furthermore, there will also be the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and formidable individuals nurtured by the Royal Academy of the Heavendo Empire. Yu Xiaogang explained candidly. Are you referring to that person from the Yu family? Ma Hongjun unexpectedly inquired. Fatty, one must not underestimate the situation at hand. Although they have been your defeated adversaries, they are formidable opponents, hailing from Jiang Chuan. Despite being substitutes on our team, they will only reveal their prowess in times of dire crisis. Thus, it is imperative to recognize one's limitations and strive for improvement. Yu Qianheng and his companions will undoubtedly grow stronger, leveraging their age advantage over you. After all, you are among the youngest Soul Masters to compete in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, lacking several years of rigorous training. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. One must seize this exceptional opportunity. Even a mere glimpse of brilliance could yield unforeseen rewards in the future. Master, fearing that Ma Hongjun might take the situation lightly, promptly offered his counsel. Indeed, junior colleagues, you possess not only remarkable talent, but also extraordinary fortune, Qin Ming remarked, emerging from a wooden cabin and casting a meaningful glance at the remaining members of Shrek Academy. Chapter 174. The King of Hells noticed the group had long been aware of Qin Ming's revelations regarding their opponents, who were remnants of the previous generation of Shrek's elite, distinguished by their exceptional beast martial spirits. Alas, fate had not favored them, preventing their participation in the last Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. This lingering regret was a scar in Qin Ming's heart, a reminder that if his knowledge and skills could not shine in the tournament, then what was the purpose of training? To remain in obscurity was akin to a fate worse than death. It is worth noting that Qin Ming was undeniably rigorous with himself. Both within and outside the academy, he trained tirelessly, leading him to achieve the esteemed rank of over 60, comparable to Flander and others. Master, we understand, Ma Hongju nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and determined not to slacken his efforts. He promptly turned toward the training environment. Furthermore, I wish to inform everyone that it is unnecessary to focus solely on the internal training at Shrek Academy and its simulated environments. You may also consider utilizing your own resources, such as venturing into perilous jungles in desolate areas for trials. I suggest that Dai Mubai take a circuit around the periphery of the Death Canyon. Upon returning, your experiences will undoubtedly transform your outlook. Ning Rongrong. You could also return to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Sect for specialized simulated training, which would not only enhance your soul power dramatically, but also facilitate an unexpected metamorphosis. Yu Xiaogang merely recounted the third training method left by Jiang Chuan. Soon, everyone sprang into action. Master, do you believe that Xiao Chuan and Tang San are safe? It has been over 10 days without any news. Is this not concerning? I truly feel uneasy, Dugabo expressed. In response to Zhao Wuji's inquiry, Yu Xiaogang replied candidly. hoping to allay his worries. In this situation, the absence of news is perhaps the best news. Moreover, Zhao Wuji, you should work on advancing your own soul master rank. Be cautious, as our students may soon surpass you. It is rather improbable, for apart from Jiang Chuan, no master could surpass me in just a few months. Even Jiang Chuan himself is unlikely to achieve such a feat. I must emphasize that the threshold for soul masters below level 40 is a significant barrier, while the transition from level 40 to 70 presents another formidable challenge. The reason I have yet to reach the realm of soul Douluo is due to this very relationship, which is akin to a celestial transformation, and I do not foresee any unexpected developments. In any case, Zhao Wujie does not believe that within a mere few months, Jiang Chuan could surpass him. Such a notion seems implausible. As Yu Xiaogang concluded his remarks, it was evident that whether or not Zhao Wujie heeded them was of little consequence. He was merely a messenger. Dear Lu Erlong, please refrain from your incessant clamor. I find myself powerless to contain the gluttonous flames within that portly fellow. While Jiang Chuan has imposed certain limitations, it is already a significant improvement. Previously, the rotund one required a visit every 10 days, but under Jiang Chuan's tutelage, he now needs to replenish his blood only once a month. The ability to restrain such flames is an extraordinary victory. Yet I'm still at a loss regarding his physiological needs. Flander furrowed his brow, his hands clasped atop his head, as he faced Lu Erlong's inquiries. Flander, your physiological needs are your concern. You are an adult. However, you must not tarnish the reputation of our academy. Have you considered the doctrines and regulations? How can we maintain our credibility if you take that young chubby boy to such disreputable establishments? Lu Erlong found it difficult to fathom that Flander had taken Ma Hongjun to such places, indulging in revelry night after night. Reluctantly, Flander preferred not to engage in such discussions with Lu Erlong, yet he felt he had no alternative. The gluttonous flames are indeed a persistent issue that can only be contained but not eradicated. What other options exist? If we were to employ other methods to entirely eliminate the gluttonous flames from Ma Hongjun, he would lose his formidable powers, along with the prowess of a phoenix. That would be tantamount to squandering all prior efforts. We must wait until the conclusion of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition before we can devise a solution. I do not care, Flander. This matter must be addressed. I have already mentioned it to you no fewer than 3 or 4 times, Lu Erlong asserted, tapping the table with a tone of authority. Though she could comprehend the need for physiological fulfillment, after all, she too had her own needs. Taking a mere teenager to such places was utterly unfathomable. Very well, I shall strive to assist the chubby one in his restraint. But should he reach a critical point, I too will be powerless, as it could hinder his training. Regardless, our goal at Shrek is to ensure that our students grow stronger, embracing any means necessary to achieve that end. Flander's statement bore no hidden meaning. Rather, the training at the academy had become sufficiently relaxed over the years. Members were tossed into the Stardow Forest, and those who survived could continue their journey as students of Shrek Academy, while those who perished would become a part of history forever. This method was deemed essential for cultivating true monsters. Fortunately, the students who arrived at Shrek Academy this semester possessed extraordinary talents, and even such rigorous training allowed them to emerge unscathed, which brought deep satisfaction to Flander. The matters concerning the Shrek 7 soon became paramount. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the Stardow Forest, in the secluded garden of the removed realm, dark energy swirled as Tang San, engulfed in flames akin to hellfire, expressed his elation, revealing an excited demeanor as he addressed Jiang Chuan within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Brother Chuan, I have forged the King of Hell's token. Upon hearing of Tang San's remarkable achievement, Jiang Chuan promptly emerged from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, his gaze fixed upon the ominous, black glimmering King of Hell's token in Tang San's hand. Good. However, Brother Chuan, it is not that I am unwilling to give you such a concealed weapon, but without specialized training, you cannot handle this King of Hell's token. Otherwise, even a soul master of the title Douluo level would be affected by its toxic fumes. To put it plainly, if that old poison master were to merely touch this token, he would be reduced to blood and die instantly due to the poison emanating from it, Tang San earnestly explained. That's all right, Jiang Chuan boldly replied, reaching out to grasp it. Not to mention, he possessed formidable martial spirits, such as Chaos and Qinglian, that could dispel toxins. He was also adept in techniques like the Xianyu Hand, rendering him unconcerned about any potential poison. Observing Tang San effortlessly grasp the King of Hell's token without any adverse effects on his countenance, Tang San's heart swelled with encouragement. How formidable is Jiang Chuan's martial soul? capable of even isolating the poison gas emitted by the King of Hell. Synopsis: by a twist of fate, Jiang Chuan finds himself in the Douluo Continent, possessing a useless martial soul and devoid of soul power. Just as he resigns himself to a life of despair, he binds to a divine-level signing system. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. You have received innate full soul power. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the Little Witch's Boudoir. You have acquired the Mystic Jade Hand. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at Shrek Academy. You have obtained the mightiest weapon martial soul, the Emperor's Bell.